as the strongest Taoist master in a purple robe. When the villagers were being attacked by countless ghosts, you not only did not intervene to suppress them, but leisurely crossed your legs, ate popcorn, and cheered them on. This was all because the villagers, in collusion with the developers, forcibly demolished your master's residence, which was suppressing the vengeful spirits of countless ghosts beneath it. Your numerous attempts to dissuade them were completely ineffective, and instead, you were labeled a fraud. Just as you are filled with grief and anger, the Daoist supreme system is activated. How can the Daoist celestial master endure such great humiliation, allowing the demolition to release 10,000 ghosts, witnessing them lose their souls? The system also rewards you with 100 years of cultivation, a max-level golden light spell, and the fate of the Dao ancestor. Since they want to demolish, you won't stop them. Just leave a harsh warning. When the 10,000 ghosts revive, don't come asking you for help. Immediately, you wave your hand, letting them demolish as they wish. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exchanged knowing smiles, feeling that this little trickster could no longer keep up the act. Some said that the moral decay of society was caused by people like this, and mocked you, saying you were no celestial master, but clearly a disgrace. One villager arrogantly stated that the Dragon and Tiger Mountain had belonged to them for generations and had nothing to do with you. The faces of those villagers immediately showed mocking smiles. The developer Zhou Shan coughed lightly and put on a charitable expression, saying, "Young man, that's more like it. I can see you're in a difficult situation, otherwise, you wouldn't be here scamming. How about this? You leave your card number, and I'll have the accountant transfer you 100,000 later to help you get through this tough time." This statement seemed reasonable. After all, there were quite a few live broadcasts on site. Spending just 100,000 could not only completely pin you down as a scammer but also allow him to promote his group extensively. Sure enough, as Zhou Shan spoke, the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Netizens praised Chairman Zhou as a great philanthropist. Still considering the feelings of the scammers at this time, some even disdainfully said that if there were really ghosts, they would wash their hair upside down. You completely ignored these words. In your eyes, this group of dying people was not worth responding to at all. You just looked at Zhou Shan calmly, hoping he wouldn't regret it later. After speaking, you walked straight to the side. You felt that these people were beyond saving, and tonight, let the myriad of ghosts teach them a lesson. Zhou Shan saw that his goal was achieved, and no longer wasted words. Ordering, "Excavators, start working," flattened the Tianshi mansion. Suddenly, all the machinery roared to life again. The villagers at the foot of the mountain had shining eyes, because once the demolition was completed, each of them could receive hundreds of thousands. Everyone was laughing and joking, fantasizing about a better future. Only you looked coldly at all of this, turned around, and quietly exited the Tianshi mansion square. You know that once the ancestral master falls, the place where the celestial master's residence is located will be turned into a ghostly den by countless ghosts, and the people inside will surely be left with no bones and their souls scattered, with no chance of reincarnation, and this is all their own choice. Just then, you notice someone following you. Turning to the side, you see a tall, delicate-looking girl in jeans and black stockings holding a phone behind you. The girl shouts, "Wait, celestial master." Her name is Lu Yu, and she is an outdoor streamer. With her fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs, she should have become popular long ago, but because she has loved Taoist culture since childhood and her live streams focus on promoting Taoist culture, her channel has never gained much popularity. You looked at her indifferently and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to interview me too?" You didn't have a good impression of the people on this mountain. Lu Yu hurriedly shook her head and explained, "Master, please don't misunderstand. I'm not with them. I'm a fan of Taoist culture and originally planned to come to the master's residence to pay my respects, but I ended up following this incident." As she spoke, Lu Yu handed you her phone to show you that the name of her live stream was indeed spreading Taoist culture. You were somewhat surprised, not expecting that there were still people in this world who believed in Taoism. Lu Yu nodded vigorously, but her face couldn't hide her loneliness as she sighed that there were too few people who liked Taoist culture. You stared at Lu Yu and, with your cultivation level, could sense that she was not lying. However, as you appeared in her live stream, many people rushed in to scold you. Instantly, thousands of people flooded in. Someone shouted, "This kid came here, and luckily I found him quickly along the network cable. How did this scammer escape?" Another person lamented, "What a good girl. She believes in Taoism, but unfortunately, she was deceived by this scammer." The barrage on Lu Yu's screen has increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Seeing this content, her expression changed, and just as she was about to close the comments, you shook your head and said, "There's no need to argue with them. Let's go. It's about to turn into a river of blood here." Lu Yu's eyes widened suddenly. Before she could speak, Many people in the live broadcast room burst into laughter again. Someone mocked. This little Taoist is getting better at bragging. Saying 10,000 ghosts. Why not mention that there's a hell seal below? Poor host. Completely misled by this Taoist. The mocking voices continued. But just as you reached the outside of the Heavenly Master's residence, with a loud bang, all the walls of the already dilapidated ancestral hall were demolished, leaving only the solitary statue of the ancestral Heavenly Master. You stopped in your tracks, standing still, and said to Luyu, "Set the phone up properly. Today I will let everyone see that they will forever repent for what they have done today." Although Luyu was unsure if what you said was true, she still complied. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter upon hearing your words, but before they could type any mocking comments, an excavator smashed down towards the statue of Master Zhu. Almost at the same moment, the originally clear sky suddenly thundered, and this sudden change scared everyone present into a cold sweat. Someone exclaimed, "What's going on? Is there really something strange about this master's residence?" Seeing this, the corners of your mouth slightly lifted, thinking to yourself, "Is it coming?" You can feel that at the moment the ancestral master statue cracked, a terrifying aura of Yin spread out. Zhou Shan also sensed the change in everyone's emotions and quickly shouted, "Keep dismantling. Don't panic. After leveling the statue, each person will get an extra 1,000 yuan." Under the temptation of money, the villagers lost their worries, but just as they were about to start the machines, they were shocked to find that all the machines had simultaneously shut down at that moment. The workers poked their heads out of the machines, their faces filled with confusion. "My machine won't move. Could it really be something strange happening?" Zhou Shan was also taken aback. At that moment, the village chief of Longhu village, Li Baojun, shouted, "Don't panic, Zhou Dong. Although the machine is broken, we can still smash this broken statue with hammers." The other villagers echoed, "Yes, with so many of us, even if each person has an axe, we can smash the statue." These villagers were all focused on dismantling the Tianshi mansion to share the money, so how could they stop working just because the machine was broken? Therefore, everyone picked up whatever tools they could use and began to strike the Tianshi statue again and again. Looking at those crazy villagers, the hatred in your eyes grew stronger. These people were once good neighbors from down the mountain, and in the past, the master had helped them a lot. But now, the ones who wanted to tear down the Tianshi mansion the most were actually them, which is truly ridiculous. As the last hammer fell, the Tianshi statue collapsed with a loud crash. At the moment the statue shattered, a thick black mist suddenly rose, and it seemed that there were vengeful spirits roaring within the mist, terrifying to the extreme, sending chills down one's spine. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the scene before them. Some couldn't help but recall what you had said earlier, a hint of fear rising in their hearts. Could it be true that the little Taoist was right? Zhou Shan hurriedly stepped forward to calm everyone down. "Everyone, don't panic. This is all normal. It's just an illusion. There are no monsters or demons." But before he could finish his sentence, a roar suddenly came from the ground. Immediately after, a ghostly figure shot out from the black mist, and a terrifying ghostly aura spread, silencing even those who had intended to mock. The eyes of that ghostly figure were devoid of emotion, eerie and terrifying, and the entire Longhu mountain instantly fell into silence. The viewers in the live stream were also stunned, sending out barrage comments, "There really is a ghost. No way. I thought that Taoist was a fraud." The live stream instantly exploded with excitement. Luyu also widened her eyes. Although she believed in Taoism, she had never thought that ghosts really existed. Only you remained calm, and this sudden change broke the previous chaos. The villagers who had been extremely arrogant just moments ago were now desperately running towards the Heavenly Master's residence. Although Zhou Shan was also scared out of his wits, he still forced himself to appear calm and reassured everyone, "I have the magical tools that were previously requested from the Golden Buddha Temple. A mere ghost is easy to suppress." After saying this, he took out a string of prayer beads from his pocket. The prayer beads seemed to sense the Yin energy and began to emit a faint glow, instantly isolating the ghostly aura of the malevolent spirit. Seeing this scene, the originally terrified crowd immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and hope ignited in their eyes. "Great! I didn't expect that Zhou Dong also has a magical artifact. This artifact will definitely be able to deal with the evil spirits. With so many of us, plus Zhou Dong's treasure, dealing with one ghost will definitely be no problem." But before they had time to rejoice, they saw that the underground, which had only been spreading black mist, suddenly surged with countless ghostly figures. In just a few seconds, the ghostly figures occupied half the sky, and even more evil spirits continued to crawl out from the ground. Everyone was stunned and stood frozen at the scene, and Zhou Shan couldn't help but tremble all over, realizing that everything you said was true. At this moment, in the Jiangbei Supernatural Bureau not far from Longhu Mountain, someone asked in confusion, "What's going on? Where exactly has the supernatural alert been triggered?" Tang Kaiwei exclaimed. It's Longhu Mountain of Taoism. The team leader of the Supernatural Bureau, Chan Ming, changed his expression drastically and immediately ordered, "Quick, pull up the satellite surveillance of Longhu Mountain." With Chen Ming's command, the screen quickly switched. In just a few seconds, they saw a dense mass of ghostly figures on Longhu Mountain, which made their scalps tingle even through the screen. Chen Ming was so shocked that he was almost speechless. He had been stationed in Jiangbei for many years and had never seen such a terrifying scene. Such a scene of the resurrection of 10,000 ghosts has rarely occurred, not only in Jiangbei City but also in the entire Great Xia. A member of the Paranormal Bureau walked over with a grim expression. Holding a phone, "Captain, we found out that it's a real estate group from Jiangbei that forcibly demolished the Longhu Mountain Tianshi mansion." Chen Ming slammed his hand on the table in anger and cursed. "Damn it! Demolishing the ancestral home of Taoism. What the hell do these people want?" At this moment, countless viewers flooded into Lu Yu's live broadcast room outside the Celestial Master's mansion. Originally, the live broadcast equipment of those reporters was affected by the negative energy, and only her live broadcast room was able to function normally. When these viewers saw the ghostly figures, the chat exploded. Some were scared, some were cheering, and others regretted their previous attitude towards the demolition of Longhu Mountain. But no one questioned you anymore. The barrage of comments was crazily scrolling through the live broadcast room, but Lu Yu was already so frightened that she didn't know what to do and had no mood to pay attention to these. She was also stunned by the fear. In the entire Heavenly Master's mansion, only Zhang Chuxuan was watching all of this indifferently. The square in front of the temple at Lungfu Shan, countless ghosts are still frantically pouring into the earth. These stern ghosts were greedily breathing in the scent of the earth. Out. We're finally out. Zhang Daoist, you swung the demon armor and suppressed us for 100 years. In the end, you still let us out. Kill all the stinking Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain. We're going to destroy the Heavenly Master's mansion. Avenge this 100 years of suppression. Kill a hair. Hurry up and run. It's better to run away while these Taoist priests of the Heavenly Master's mansion haven't reacted to be able to run away. Otherwise, they'll realize that the seal is gone. They'll take us back again." Nightly Ghost, after a brief release of repressed emotions, heard the voice. One by one, they also showed fear. They run out though, but as long as the Heavenly Master's office is still there, the Heavenly Master is still there. Trying to reseal them was a breeze. Running away is the real thing. The originally stunned Zhou Shan and the people under the mountain village naturally heard the voices of the stern ghosts. These ghosts turned out to be so afraid of the Heavenly Master. But now, the Heavenly Master's mansion, they've already torn it down with their own hands. If those ghosts find out about this, wouldn't they have no more scruples? Sure enough, the group of ghosts that reacted just wanted to flee. Suddenly, he saw the empty buildings around them, and the collapsed Tianshi's mansion afterward. Those severe ghosts were all stunned as well. The Celestial Master's mansion, gone. And the statue is gone. Does this mean that there are no more stinking Taoist priests from the lineage of the Heavenly Master's house in the world? So we can go on a killing spree. The surprise came too suddenly, leaving all those ghostly creatures completely unresponsive. Following, the monstrous ferocity then erupted once again, staring at the hundreds of villagers and those reporters who were dead center behind Zhou Shan. Blood food. The eerie voice rang in everyone's ears. The blood churned. "Chairman Zhou, you must protect us," a reporter shuddered out. The old village chief also desperately grabbed Zhou Shan's clothes. "Yes, Chairman Zhou, we listened to you before we demolished the Tianshi mansion. Otherwise these ghosts won't be able to escape either. So you must hold these ghosts back." Zhou Shan's forehead veins popped. "Protecting you? Protect your asses. I have only one magic weapon, but there are tens of thousands of ghosts on the other side." But now, though, he was horrified. But there's no way around it. Only able to take a hard step forward. The Buddha beads in his hands emitted Buddhist light, a temporary defense against some of the ghostly aura. Zhou Shan squeezed out a smile. "Lord Demon King, I think we can talk." "Talk?" A lead sneak frowned, obviously not anticipating that anyone would dare talk to them like that. "I'm sure you've seen that it was these people behind me who helped you demolish the Heavenly Master's mansion and helped you get out of the trap. If we're counting, we're all your saviors. In this case, you let us leave, and we'll go our separate ways. What do you think?" Chapter 6 Golden Light Transformation. "For your faces." Zhou Shan smiled sarcastically. Everyone else spoke with a brave trembling voice. "Right, we are your saviors. You can't be gracious. Jia. Hear that?" The stirring ghost in the lead looked like he had heard some funny joke. The other ghosts, too, all laughed in a shadowy manner. "Reason with us." "What a laugh. Talk? You're not worthy of talking to us. Now that this damn Heavenly Master's palace is gone, no one in the world can stop us." The sound of unbridled mockery rang out. Listening and everyone's face changed wildly. Immediately after that, The stern ghost in the lead let out a low roar. Swallow them! With a bang under it. At once, 10,000 ghosts whistled. Those severe ghosts no longer had any restraints. Towards Zhou Shan and the others, he lunged, almost just to photo several villagers who did not have time to flee. The reporter has been pounced on the ground. Those sneaks swarmed up, and the sound of screams instantly resounded. See this scene. Zhou Shan and the others were all scared out of their wits. Dead man! Run! Run! The scene once again became collapsed in one shot. Fear, regret, but none of it worked at all. All anyone could do was to be devoured alive one by one. Chairman Zhou, save me. Li Baojun turned to Zhou Shan for help. He just wanted to search for Zhou Shan. Just as violently, he felt a terrifying Buddhist light push him away. Following, he saw Zhou Shan hiding his magic weapon and running away, completely ignoring them. Fearful that these people would block their way, Li Baojun's entire body froze, cracking up after the reaction. Zhou Shan, you're the one who asked us to give you false testimony that there's no one left in the Heavenly Master's mansion. That little Taoist priest is not from the Heavenly Master's mansion. We helped you so much. You don't give a damn about us now. And the reporters were panicking. Chairman Zhou, you quickly use your magic weapon to take us with you. Otherwise, don't blame us all for fish death. I'm going to expose your group's shady practices. Zhou Shan Yu. Some peoples had been caught up by the night ghost in the midst of their angry curses. But let them scream all they want. Zhou Shandu wasn't moved at all. Saving you? Save a hair. He was so scared himself that he almost peed his pants. Who cares about you? A few dozen short seconds. The scene was completely out of control. Countless people are wailing, praying, and raging. The entire Lungfu Mountain seemed to be plunged into doom. Willow Moon's live stream. Those spectators had been dumbfounded long ago. Those people's conversations were naturally all over their ears. Slander. What these villagers said before was actually helping Zhou Shan to deliberately slander them. Doesn't that mean that Taoist master is really the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? No way. It can still be reversed like this. Zhou Shan really deserves to die. Those villagers deserve to die as well. Isn't this? And those reporters? They must have known it too. Just to bulldoze the heavenly master? How dare they join forces and defame the heavenly master? Wolves and dogs. I'll kneel now. Apologize for spraying the Taoist master just now. The plot is shockingly reversed. Everyone's gazes at this time looked toward the young Daoist who had been breezing along, and Li Baojun finally came to his senses at this time. Those people in Zhou Shan can no longer be relied upon. And now, only Zhang Chuxuan can save them. Right. That must be it. When those ghosts first appeared, they were scared to death of the Heavenly Master's office. And there are still celestial masters in the House of Heaven today. As long as Zhang Chuxuan made a move, there was still a chance for them to survive. Thinking of this, he no longer cared about his face. Heavenly Master, we were wrong. We shouldn't be greedy for money. Heavenly Master, for the sake of our neighbors for so many years, save me. Those villagers at the bottom of the mountain also looked like they had grabbed a life preserver when they heard this. Little Heavenly Master, help. We shouldn't have helped but give false testimony. We're willing to kowtow and make amends. Heavenly Master begs you to take action to seal the Lich Demon. In the future, we will definitely treat Longhu Mountain as a holy mountain. Pilgrimage every day. One time, the wind in the mountains changed instantly. From begging for help like Zhou Shan, to kneeling like Zhang Chuxuan. Those ghostly creatures' bodies obviously trembled as well when they heard the words Heavenly Master. Stop the slaughter. Full of foxes. Celestial Master. Where is it? It really works. Those villagers and also the reporters saw the ghost's pause. A bright light flashed in the desperate eyes. You sinners, don't run yet. The Heavenly Master is right there. Li Baojun stretched out his hand vigorously and pointed it towards Zhang Chuxuan. The heavens and the earth became quiet for a moment. The eyes of everyone, including the viewers in the live broadcast room, all landed on Zhang Chuxuan, who was dressed in a Taoist robe. And after, they then saw Zhang Chuxuan pulling Liu towards the back just a bit, not even looking at the villagers. Make yourselves at home. It's none of my business. Zhang Chuxuan's attitude was obvious. I didn't let you tear it down, and I told you the consequences. It was you who joined forces to raise my Tianshi mansion. Now that you've caused trouble, you're crying and begging me? If apologizing works, why do we need Sima? People like them deserve to die. Now you're sorry. What did you do before? Slandering because of money. And now you have the nerve to ask for help? These people are too shameless. Especially that village chief. I didn't think he'd still do such unscrupulous things at his age. And that treacherous businessman Zhou Shan. In order to tear down the Dao sect, they even used such despicable means. It's a shame that they still call themselves a conscientious group. The Willow Moon livestream had also blown up. Those severe ghosts were somewhat frightened of Zhang Chuxuan's identity though. However, after seeing how young Zhang Chuxuan was, Many of the ghosts' eyes instantly became greedy. If we can devour a Daoist celestial master, not only will we be able to make up for the injuries we've been suppressed for 100 years, we'll even be able to take a step closer. Shasta! Those leading ghostly creatures whistled and aimed at Zhang Chuxuan and killed him. Celestial Master. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Yu. Nervously, he looked towards Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow. It's really giving you guys face. Since you guys are looking for death, then Master Dao will fulfill you. Boom! On Zhang Chuxuan's body, a golden light surged. The golden light mantra is cast. Shasta! Dispel all the yin qi around you. His palm snapped. Golden light transformation. With this cry from Zhang Chuxuan, the endless golden light condensed into a Dharma sword that was several feet in length, aimed at those stern ghosts and chopped them down. A full-level golden light spell, coupled with Zhang Chuxuan's current innate realm. It was simply not too easy to kill those severe ghosts that had been suppressed for 100 years and had their vitality greatly injured. With one sword, 6 or 7 of the leading ghostly creatures were then directly strangled by the golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Chapter 7, 5 Thunderbolts. 50 years of cultivation. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, a system beep appeared. Merit? Zhang Chuxuan was slightly pleased. I didn't realize it was so easy to gain merit. The other ghostly creatures saw this scene. The bodies that were originally pouncing towards Zhang Chuxuan all came to a hard stop. Golden Light Mantra. It's the Golden Light incantation of the Heavenly Master's house. This little Taoist priest is really a Taoist Heavenly Master. Their looks all erupted with fear. And those villagers people who were still wailing and struggling one by one were like seeing the straw that saved their lives. There was an unprecedented light in his eyes. Zhang Chuxuan. Surprisingly, he was really able to kill the night ghost. Heavenly Master save us. Hurry! Run to the side of that little Taoist priest. Those ghosts don't dare to come near him. Everyone began to run in unison towards the direction where Zhang Chuxuan was. But alas, the entire range of the Heavenly Master's mansion had been completely enveloped by those ghostly creatures. Knights can come and go, but the living simply can't break through the ghostly confines. He was only able to crash his head 3 or 4 meters away from Zhang Chuxuan. After realizing that he couldn't even break the range of this ghostly creature, the old village chief, Li Baojun, flopped down and knelt down. A sniffle. Little Heavenly Master. We know we're wrong. Save us. We don't want to die yet. The others didn't care about their own taunts just now when they saw this, and one by one, they all knelt down. Heavenly Master, you have mercy on us and save us from the world. In the future, we will definitely kneel 3 times a day and kowtow to thank you for your kindness. Right. We were all deceived by Zhou Shan. You can't just ignore us. The voice was so miserable that tears fell from the ears of those who heard it. But alas, late. Forced demolition of the Heavenly Master's house. Even using a hammer to remove the sculpture when. What are you doing? Zhang Chuxuan didn't have any expression. He looked down at the old village chief, Li Baojun. Village chief? Is this something you regret? Li Baojun nodded desperately. Celestial Master. I regret that I am not human. I am not a human being. But you see that I am on good terms with the old Heavenly Master. Save me. I don't want to die. As long as we live we will definitely help you rebuild the Heavenly Master's mansion. We can pay for it ourselves. The corners of Zhang Chuxian's mouth sketched out a mocking smile. Remodeling the Heavenly Master's house? Sorry, Master Tao. Don't need it. Good. The Taoist priest said it well. What were you guys doing when you turned black and white upside down just now? It's not that they regret it. They are afraid of losing their lives. Oh, these people are really more disgusting than ghosts. And they still have the face to mention their friendship with others even at this time? The netizens also all called out that it was too much. Li Baojun froze in place. Those villagers were also bewildered for a moment. Following that, Li Baojun gritted his teeth. Zhang Chuxuan, you Taoist scum. Wasn't your Taoist sect created to eliminate demons and devils? Now that the demons have appeared, why don't you hurry up and do it? Do you want to be a traitorous disgrace to your Taoist sect? However, let them curse all they want. Zhang Chuxuan all but always looked at them with cold eyes. The army of the knights was still devouring life. The screams and wails continued to ring out. People also went from cursing at the beginning to remorse once again. One by one, they cried out in pain, wanting to pray for Zhang Chuxuan, who was close by, to make a move. As a little bit of time passes, it's just a matter of 10 minutes of work. Hundreds of villagers and hundreds of journalists and workers were gradually killed by the army of ghosts. Only Zhou Shan was left struggling to hold on with the magic weapon in his hand. He also wanted to ask for help, but now he couldn't even speak. The whole of his pants were wet. Master, see, tearing down our Heavenly Master's mansion. None of them will survive. But don't worry, You've explained that I'll suppress these ghosts, and when they're dead, I'll step in. Zhang Chuxuan whispered softly to himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Invoke the residual sealing array of the ancestor statue and shock and kill 10,000 ghosts. Mission accomplished, obtaining the reward, 50 years of cultivation, 5 thunders positive technique, full level. Mission failure, punishment none. Ding! Due to the special nature of this mission, we hereby reward, 5 thunders positive technique full level experience card *1. Zhang Chuxian's sentence fell. In the middle of his mind, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Zhang Chuxian was slightly stunned. Following that, his face was just ecstatic. 50 years of cultivation, and a full level of the 5 Thunderbolt Orthodoxy. That's a good reward. Ah! With a final scream, the magic weapon in Zhou Shan's hand crumbled. The whole man was also devoured by the evil spirit and died beyond death. For a time, the entire Longhu mountain was left with only ghosts and shadows, and no more living people. Cool. All of these are finally dead. Yeah, especially those villagers at the bottom of the mountain and that guy Zhou Shan. Letting them all die like this is really cheap. One by one, the netizens are crying out in pain. Jiangbei, Psychic Bureau. Chen Ming and the rest of the Psychic Bureau also figured out the cause and effect. One was also in a soothing mood. Well done. Chen Ming couldn't help but slap the table. A member of the Psychic Bureau next to him was a bit intolerant. But Captain, those are hundreds of living lives after all. That little heavenly master, hasn't he gone a little too far? He hadn't finished his sentence. He was then interrupted by Chen Ming's sneer. Pass? Not over at all. Now that the world is facing a psychic resurgence, what happened 100 years ago? Those ordinary people don't know, don't you know? If it were not for those ancestors of the Daoist family, carrying the sword down the mountain 100 years ago, and finally almost dead before sealing the abyss returned to the ruins. Longhu mountain that year as the whole mountain almost all died in battle. And these guys, just a few days of good times and they dare to tear down the Heavenly Master's mansion. But Captain, this ghost in the Dragon Tiger Mountain is ultimately a scourge. Another Psychic Bureau officer whispered. Chen Ming also frowned. Let's see what the Celestial Master does first. Outside the Heavenly Master's mansion, Yanuki's body shuddered violently. Tianshi, should we run before those severe ghosts because there were still living people to devour? That's why they didn't attack them. Now those people can be dead. Although Zhang Chuxian had just displayed the Dao, but with so many ghosts, he can't even kill them all by himself. The netizens were sweating for Zhang Chuxian and the two of them at this time. The scene of those severe ghosts devouring the living inside the Heavenly Master's mansion just now could still be fresh in our minds. Who knew that Zhang Chuxian was shaking his head directly? Run? Why run? Everyone, including the netizens in the live broadcast room, were also stunned. It was then that Zhang Chuxian was heard to follow up with his words. I don't care just now because those people deserve to die. Now that the dead are dead, these ghosts, too, should be exterminated. Yanuki, live blogger. Not Buddy. Did we hear right? Kill all the ghosts. Are you really kidding me? Chapter 8, Heaven and Earth's Metaphysical Sect. The root of all air. Before they could say anything, it was then that Zhang Chuxuan's figure was seen to have resolutely walked into the midst of the ghosts. The Taoist master is playing for real. He's not really going to destroy 10,000 ghosts all by himself. I know that Taoist master is fierce, but Taoist master can't be fierce to this extent. Anchor, keep up. We want to witness the Taoist master display his divine abilities. The pop-ups on the live feed also exploded again. Yanuki looked at the top, bit her lip gently as well. In the end, Zhang Chuxian followed the steps and re-entered the square in front of the ancestors' hall. Those originally ferocious ghosts. After meeting Zhang Chuxian, many of the sneaky eyes shrank. The fear of Zhang Chuxian was engraved in their bones. After all, the aura of the previous golden light curse had been felt by them 100 years ago. Little Taoist, what are you going to do? We've already let you go. What are you still coming back for? A leading stern ghost glared sorrowfully at Zhang Chuxian. Zhang Chuxian glanced at it and said indifferently, of course it's for you to go back under my Heavenly Master's suppression again. The words came out. The stern ghost that was originally afraid of Zhang Chuxian suddenly burst into a rage. Now that the seal has been opened, do you still want to press us back in? Zhang Chuxian nodded his head. Not bad. Now I'll give you 2 ways. Go back on your own, or the Taoist master himself will capture you. No, the Tianshi lineage are also overbearing. This is the oppression of a heavenly master. It's too arrogant. I like it. I declare that with these 2 lines, I'll be the Taoist master's most loyal fan from now on. Netflix is hot. And that leader of the stern ghosts had completely suppressed the yin qi in his body. Rolls of black mist erupted from its body. Stinking Taoist. You seek death. On. Kill him. No matter how strong he is, He won't be able to kill all of our ghosts before he runs out of yuan qi. With a snarl from that lead stern ghost, the other ghosts were not in any way hesitant. Whistling, he charged towards Zhang Chuxuan, Zhang Chuxuan's body. The golden light bloomed once again. At the same time there was the sound of edicts ringing out of his mouth. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. Cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Golden light spell. Rise. Boom. With the added weight of the edict, the power of this golden light mantra was almost completely activated. It was countless times stronger than the golden light that Zhang Chuxuan had casually cast before. Golden light bloomed like a great sun. Directly, it transformed into a huge bronze bell. The two of them, he and Lu Yu, were held upside down within it. Let the 10,000 ghosts whine. It also simply couldn't break through the defense of the golden light spell. So strong. The heavenly master is actually this strong. Yeah, so many ghosts. Surprisingly, they couldn't even break the heavenly master's defense. It's really too fierce. Although Zhang Chuxuan didn't show any killing moves, however, just being able to walk leisurely in the midst of the 10,000 ghosts surrounding him was enough to explain everything. And that leading ghostly creature, after realizing that Zhang Chuxuan did not strike them down, instead, it went in one direction afterward, the whole baffled. After taking a good look at the direction Zhang Chuxuan was heading towards, its ghostly face instantly changed dramatically. Stop him, don't let him touch the statue. Having said that, its entire figure flickered. Instantly, he appeared before the cracked statue. Open your mouth and swallow. Swallowed all the pieces of the statue into his stomach. And Zhang Chuxuan pointed a finger at the center of Lu Yu's eyebrows at this time, after having her surroundings enveloped in golden light, followed by a footstep. The entire person had brutally squeezed into the group of ghosts. The hardened group of ghosts was dispersed. There's still some brains, but with your strength, you can't stop Master Dao. Zhang Chuxian's voice was icy cold. In his hands golden light converged crazily. A golden light giant hammer that was several feet in length had appeared. At the same time, a terrifying cultivation blossomed, and the aura belonging to the innate burst out. Carrying a giant hammer, he smashed down towards the ghostly creature. Innate. You are actually an innate great cultivator. After feeling the terrifying yuan qi in Zhang Chuxuan's body, the ghostly creature was obviously shocked by it as well. A ghostly light erupted from its body. It turned into a pillar of light trying to resist Zhang Chuxuan's giant hammer. Bump! The giant hammer smashed down, and the ghostly light instantly burst. And then Zhang Chuxuan's giant hammer landed on his body without the slightest stop. Boom! The ghostly creature's entire body directly exploded. The terrifying aftermath shattered the ground tens of feet around. Wait for the golden light to dissipate. Zhang Chuxian's brows, however, tightened for a moment. In front of him, that sneaky blasted body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only a split second later it had healed fast. At the same time, its mouth emitted a jerky, strange laugh. Stinking Daoist. It's useless, even if you're an innate. So what? This honored one has long been immortal, and the earthly Dao is no longer useful to me. In just 3 minutes, I'll be able to completely wear out that sculpture. At that time, even you will eventually die in our hands. Zhang Chuxian raised an eyebrow. He also sensed something special about the stern ghost. It seemed to have dreams churning up and down its circumference. So it's a nightmare ghost king. In an instant, Zhang Chuxian detected the origin of this ghostly creature, traveling through these 3 years, although he hadn't learned any Dao techniques, but for some of the canonical books within the Dragon Tiger Mountain had long been read. A nightmare is an extremely special kind of ghost, also known as dream ghosts. It is born from among the dreams of men. It is possible to divide the body void. It wasn't really immune to the Dao, but rather it transferred the power of the Dao avatar through the dream world. Moreover, this dream ghost's cultivation was obviously extremely strong at its peak. If it were in the usual way, just trap it and it won't take long to wear it out. But right now, Zhang Chuxian was in no mood to play with it. Damn. It seems like the system giving experience cards is really a must. Listening to Zhang Chuxian cursing to himself, Dream Ghost's smile came to an abrupt end. Following that, he saw Zhang Chuxian grinning towards it. Immune to earthly Dao? Then let's see if the Taoist master can immunize you against the heavenly ones. Nightmare? It hadn't waited for it to react. System. Use the 5 Thunders Orthodoxy experience card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the 5 Thunders Orthodoxy Perfection experience card. Current remaining time 59:59 inch. With the sound of the system, an unimaginable force erupted violently within Zhang Chuxuan's body. In his mind, all the senses of the 5 Thunders positive law were appearing frantically. That nightmare ghost king's face also suddenly changed drastically in an instant. An extremely bad feeling rose in the bottom of its heart. just for a moment. It then sensed that the aura of this young Daoist in front of it had changed. It became extremely scary and dangerous. Chapter 9, Thunder Law. A thought of heavenly thunder rises. At the same time, on Zhang Chuxuan's body, a brilliant white light appeared violently. Zira. Endless currents flowed through him. It made a crackling noise. The tyrannical power of thunder swept through the entire air in an instant. Old thing, didn't you say you wouldn't die? Then the Taoist master will see if this you are still dead or not. Edict the god of thunder and summon the spirits. 8 short words at a time. The sky that was originally covered by dark clouds was completely pulled by Zhang Chuxuan. Black, dark clouds began to converge from all directions. At the sight of this sudden rise of clouds in the sky, both of the Nightmare Ghost King's eyes completely burst into contraction. Thunder spells. It as a Ghost King that was personally captured 100 years ago by that old celestial master back then. Naturally, he knew that Lung Fu Shan had the thunder law, but let it dazzle. Zhang Chuxuan's edicts, however, continued, up to the limitless, down to the 9 ghosts. I have decreed the order of my ancestors to summon you to come. If you disobey your ancestors' order, it's like rebelling against the Supreme Qing. 5 thunderbolts. Ray, come on. Ka Chao. In the dark clouds, a thunderbolt exploded suddenly, following countless muffled thunderbolts, churning through the dark clouds, a living sign of the horror of a black cloud. Under this thunder, all the ghosts seemed to have become small. All the severe ghosts all trembled. This is truly a vast heavenly power. Under this heavenly power, it simply wasn't something an ordinary sneak could resist. Heavenly thunder, fall, rumble, with this finger underneath. In the dark clouds, a heavenly thunderbolt burst suddenly. It transformed into tens of feet of lightning and fell from the sky. Rumble. The thunder directly exploded on the body of the Nightmare Ghost King. Within the body of the Nightmare Ghost King, dozens of passages like black holes burst open. Inside, along with a myriad of dreams, it wanted to disperse the power of this thunder. But alas, almost just in a flash, all of its dream channels were directly burst. Following, lightning exploded on its body. The Nightmare Ghost King screamed miserably. The entire body exploded into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. However, Zhang Chuxian didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he looked towards the heavenly master sculpture that had burst out from within this Nightmare Ghost King. The sculptures looked like they had been pulled by the thunder as well. On the drop, Zhang Chuxuan's finger once again. Ka Chao. Thunderstorms in the sky. Another tens of meters of heavenly thunder fell. However, this heavenly thunder was not aimed at any ghosts. Instead, they headed towards that heavenly master sculpture. Boom! Thunder exploded above the statue of the heavenly master. A blinding white light rose. This thunder did not spread in any way. Instead, it was directly absorbed by this heavenly master sculpture. After absorbing this heavenly thunder, the entire sculpture shimmers and glows. A round of runes engraved on the sculpture was activated. Next moment, a terrifying suction force violently began to appear above the heavenly master sculpture, towards those sneaks that were suppressed by the power of the heavenly thunder. They were sucked over. No! No! Those severe ghosts, after seeing the light above the sculpture of the heavenly master, each and every one of them all showed horror, desperately trying to escape, but let them struggle, and there's no escape at all. Swish! A space channel was opened. Those ghosts were all rewound and sucked into the sculpture of the ancestral heavenly master. A short 10 seconds or so, the original densely packed stern ghosts had completely disappeared. Bump! The statue completely exploded. It turned into countless pieces and disappeared. The statue was already in a state of disrepair. It was only forcefully activated by Zhang Chuxian with the power of heavenly thunder. Now that the 10,000 ghosts had been resealed, it was natural that they could no longer be supported. The whole of Lung Fu Shan. It was also completely restored as it was with the disappearance of the statue of the heavenly master. The dark clouds in the sky and the cloudy aura were all gradually dissipating as well. Quiet. Extreme quiet. Not far away, Lu Yu, including the live broadcast, fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. What just happened was just too fast. So fast that they didn't even react. Until this moment, the live stream only blew up again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thunder. I see thunder. This is a ING lightning method. Taoists really have thunder law. Nobody saying yes to believing in science. You directly ordered the god of thunder to send down heavenly thunder. Then they are. Everyone within the Jiangbei Psychic Bureau, including the captain, Chan Ming, all stood frozen in place. An unimaginably shocked look appeared among his eyes. Ray. Surprisingly, there were people who could actually induce heavenly thunder. It wasn't as if there were no lightning-type psychics among their psychic bureau, but there lay compared to this one from Zhang Chuxuan. It's simply gross. The power contained in that thunder just now might not be noticeable to an ordinary person. But for them, the practitioners of the Psychic Bureau, it was a natural disaster. Chen Ming could feel, if those thunderbolts from before had landed on his body, it was feared that just a hint of residual power would be able to directly kill him. Captain, what kind of tactic was that just now? Is that really something a cultivator can use? A member of the Psychic Bureau couldn't help but gulp and ask. Chen Ming also took a deep breath and glared at him. Ask me? What do I know? It's the Five Thunders orthodoxy. At this time Tang Kaiwei suddenly opened her mouth. Her face was also a little white. 5 thunderbolts? Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at Tang Kaiwei in unison. Tang Kaiwei nodded gently. Right. If my guess is right, what the Heavenly Master performed just now is rumored to be the only divine ability in the cultivation world that can command heavenly thunder. 5 Thunders orthodoxy. It's just, even the rumored 5 Thunderbolt orthodoxy doesn't seem to be so exaggerated, right? The Thunder God, Rai calls the spirits. This was no longer descending thunder, but directly strangling the God of Thunder and ordering him to drop thunder. Hiss. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. The only divine ability in the cultivation world that can command heavenly thunder? There is no doubt about the gold content of this one. The eyes of the Psychic Bureau member who spoke earlier suddenly lit up. Captain, since this Heavenly Master is so powerful, should we go and recruit him? If we let this person join our Spiritualist Bureau, it would definitely be an unimaginable boost to the strength of our Jiangbei Spiritualist Bureau. Other people's eyes were refreshed. Only Chen Ming glared at him. Stop daydreaming. Do you guys know what this one is? That's a Taoist Heavenly Master. Even if the Taoist sect is in decline nowadays, this Celestial Master hasn't grown to that height yet. Who's to say? We go soliciting? Solicit with what? The team member who had spoken opened his mouth, unable to say a word. Indeed, the title of Taoist Heavenly Master is not a casual title. That's a real big man in the sky. When you look at the Buddhist sect, it is comparable to the head of the Buddha. And it's even better. It was a fool's errand for their regional municipal psychic bureau to try to recruit celestial masters. Let's take a look at this one first. Now that the celestial master's office is gone, he shouldn't be staying in the mountains either. And at that time, if he comes to Jiangbei, he might still be able to make some contact. Chapter 10 Cultivation Breakthrough. Heavenly Master descends the mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Invoke the residual sealing array of the ancestor statue and shock and kill 10,000 ghosts. Mission accomplished, obtaining the reward, 50 years of cultivation, 5 thunders positive technique, full level. The system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Boom! A familiar yuan qi erupted from within Zhang Chuxuan's dantian. 50 years of yuan qi cultivation. It instantly rushed into Zhang Chuxuan's limbs and bones. Finally, it returned to his dantian again. In the meantime, in the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, all the senses about the 5 thunders orthodox method swept like a tidal wave. The 5 thunders are the 5 elements within the human body. They are lung gold, liver wood, kidney water, heart fire and spleen earth. Lung gold is yang, kidney water, liver wood is yin, and spleen earth governs the harmonization of yin and yang. Ordinary cultivation of the 5 thunders orthodoxy must already be honored on one side. If you are a child body, with heart fire, lungs and gold as your main focus, you will get the wide open yang 5 thunders from your cultivation. It's the jagged palace thunder. As for those who have broken their bodies, their yang energy is insufficient, and the practice of the 5 thunder positive laws starts with the kidney water, liver and wood. It is the strange and changeable in 5 thunders that one cultivates to attain the way, also known as visceral thunder. These two types of lightning methods did not distinguish between strong and weak, only realm distinctions, but the practice comes to completion. Then the yin and yang can be reunited. Use 2 different lightning methods at the same time. Strong to the core. That was Zhang Chuxuan's first reaction. Just sensing the information in his mind about the 5 Thunderbolt orthodoxy, he would be able to detect the power of this divine ability. If we were to say that the Golden Light Mantra was only the basic Dharma of Longhu Mountain, being able to play offense and defense, that 5 Thunders orthodoxy is the ultimate attack. There's no defense. With my current cultivation, along with these 2 full-grade techniques, the 5 Thunder positive technique and the Golden Light Mantra, it's enough to be invincible in the innate. I just don't know if it's stronger or weaker than those existences on a higher level. Zhang Chuxian's gaze burned. Put away the thunderbolt. He looked to his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxian. Fate, Taoist ancestors' fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, innate second, 15. 1%. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. Merit, 1,700, can be used for system lottery. The realm had reached the level of innate 2. As long as there was one more reward to come, he would almost be able to break through to the middle innate stage. There were also an extra 1700 points of merit. Not bad, not bad. However, when Zhang Chuxuan looked at the collapsed Heavenly Master's mansion, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The Tianshi's mansion was demolished to this state. I couldn't stay if I wanted to. The best way, naturally, is to get someone to fix it. Available at. Zhang Chuxuan also fell into deep thought when he thought about the less than 3 digits of soft currency left in his cell phone balance. Although it was said that he was already an innate master. A big shot on one side. But today's era, you can't change your bank card balance even with high cultivation. No money, not to mention the repair of the Heavenly Master's mansion, such as the Buddha to eat the king's dinner will also have to be too forced to fight. Looks like there's really a trip down the mountain. At least make some money first and fix the mountain gate before we talk. Zhang Chuxuan made a decision right away. Heaven, Tianshi, behind Zhang Chuxuan. At this time, Lu Yu also rushed over. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly at her. Everything here is over. Now that the Heavenly Master's mansion is in disrepair, I'm ready to go down the mountain and can't entertain you. So go back. Words. Yanuki's eyes widened. Downhill? Where are you planning to go? Celestial Master? It's not clear yet, but now that the world's yin and yang are in reverse, I'm going here to do what I can in the near future, to catch the ghosts and spirits, so that those severe ghosts will harm the living less. Zhang Chuxuan was serious. He certainly couldn't say that he had come down because he was short of money. This is also the sadness of the Daoist sect. The Heavenly Master of the Hall of Heavenly Masters has to go down the mountain to make money himself. Yanuki's entire gaze froze for a moment. A flicker of emotion flooded his eyes. The chaotic world of Bodhi does not ask questions, and the Taoist ruler carries his sword to save the people. After witnessing Zhang Chuxuan killing 10,000 ghosts with his own strength, she naturally knew that what Zhang Chuxuan said was true. Heavenly Master, why don't you come with me to Jiangbei? Lu Yu's words just fell. Ding 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 ding. Her cell phone rang suddenly. Willow Moon gave a puzzled look. The caller number was not recognizable, but looking at the consecutive numbers in the row behind the number, Lu Yu was also stunned. Any existence that could afford to use such a number was definitely rich. She clicked answer at once, just listening to a few words. A hint of dumbfoundedness came over his face. Quickly walking to Zhang Chuxuan. Celestial Master, this is for you. Looking for me? Zhang Chuxuan was confused, but did take the call. Hello, he just made a sound. Immediately, a middle-aged man's respectful voice came from the phone. Hello Heavenly Master Zhang. I'm Su Tianzheng from the Su family in Jiangbei. I'm sorry for disturbing you so much late at night. Zhang Chuxuan nodded and directly opened his mouth to see the mountain. What's it to me? Hearing Zhang Chuxuan ask, Su Tianzhen's voice was a little more respectful. Heavenly Master, you have great powers. Truth be told, it's my family that has some problems. I would like to ask Heavenly Master to make a trip down the mountain. And of course, I definitely won't let Heavenly Master waste your time. As long as it can be resolved, I'm willing to offer 2 million joss sticks. And even if the cooperation doesn't work out at that time, I'm willing to pay 1 million hard-earned dollars. Hiss. The words came out. Zhang Chuxian's entire body sucked in a breath of cool air. $2 million for a settlement. Even if you can't finish it, you'll give 1 million joss sticks? What the hell? Is this the joy of the rich? Damn rich people. Really rich. If it was before, such a large number Zhang Chuxian wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, with his cultivation in place, he was completely unperturbed. It's just as well that I was just worried about where to make some money. So here's the first bucket of gold. The eyes saw that Zhang Chuxian didn't say anything. Su Tianzheng was a bit anxious, but he had just been watching the live broadcast in Chen Xian's live room as well. Naturally, he had also seen Zhang Chuxuan's terror. He did not dare to offend such a high person in the slightest. Heavenly Master, I know that you such a high person certainly do not care about the district outside the body outside, so that as long as you can help me to solve the problem of the family, I am willing to pay another 1 million to help you repair the Heavenly Master's house. This meow, taken to death by these rich people. In that case, I promise, I will travel to the north of the river tonight, and I will be in touch at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Zhang Chuxian nodded. Su Tianzheng was instantly delighted. Many thanks to the Heavenly Master. Many thanks to the Heavenly Master. Hanging up, Zhang Chuxian sent his cell phone number over. Naturally, Lu Yu had heard the call. There was more than a little elation on his face. Heavenly Master, are you going to Jiangbei? Zhang Chuxian nodded. That's great. My car is just down the hill. Just in time for me to drive you along. For Willow Moon's proposal. Zhang Chuxian didn't have any comments. The follower, Lu Yu, headed down the mountain. What Zhang Chuxian didn't know, with tonight's demolition of the Heavenly Master's house over, just this one night, The contents of Lu Yu's live broadcast made many of the netizens who recorded the screen edit it down directly. It went out over the internet. It almost stunned the countless viewers. Chapter 11, Space Ring, Overnight Explosion. Each video screen is able to get tens of thousands of likes and hundreds of thousands of plays almost minute by minute. Especially the scene where Zhang Chuxuan only suppresses 10,000 ghosts at the end. It's more of a buzz all over the internet. For a while, the entire platform's hot search was wrapped up by Zhang Chuxuan's video. Is this the gold content of a heavenly master? Shaking 10,000 ghosts with just one body, and edifying heavenly thunder with a single word. I didn't realize that Taoism really had this kind of legendary immortal method. I can't believe there are so many ghosts under the heavenly master's mansion. It has been rumored on the internet that the reason why the Taoist sect declined 100 years ago was because all the Taoist masters carried their swords down the mountain at that time. And I have never believed it. But now it seems like it could be true. Thank you for the internet. Otherwise we mortals are afraid that we won't be able to see the heavenly master catching ghosts in our lifetime. Right? Without further ado, I'll kowtow to the heavenly master first. And Zhang Chuxuan's bursting into flames. It also brought Taoism to everyone's attention for the first time after a century of silence. Jiangbei City. Although it is not as good as Magic City, Kyoto and these super tier 1 cities, but it's also quite prosperous. It's midnight now though. The whole city was still full of traffic. Zhang Chuxuan sat in Lu Yu's car and looked out the window at the bustling streets. Can't help but get a little excited too. After 3 years in the mountains, he had finally come down himself. Heavenly Master, it's so late. Why don't you go to my house and stay there for a day first? By making small talk along the way, Lu Yu was no stranger to Zhang Chuxuan, and the two were quite familiar with each other. Seeing that she was entering the city, Lu Yu red-faced extended an invitation to Zhang Chuxuan. To stay at your place? What do you want? Zhang Chuxuan shot a glance at Lu Yu. It had to be said that this nymphet's looks and body were absolutely nothing to write home about. No less than some of the top stars. Still, Zhang Chuxuan refused. After all, he's not going to be able to avoid dealing with spirits on a regular basis on this trip down the mountain. It's still a bit of a hassle to live with a regular person, especially a woman. Never mind. We'll stay together next time we get a chance. Just drop me off at the front hotel. Yanuki was stunned, but nodded. Good. The two added contact information. Zhang Chuxuan got out of the car and opened a room in a fairly clean hotel. Step into it. Simply washed up. He then sat down on his bed with his knees crossed and couldn't wait to organize the day's haul. Now the merit is 1,700 points. Enough for 5 draws. Let's start with a wave to test the waters. The system panel opened. Zhang Chuxuan directly immersed his mind in the lottery pool. There are countless things in the prize pool. Not only are there magic weapons, pills, talismans, even the divine power. 8 strange techniques, cultivation inheritance and so on are all available. Get the rules pretty much understood. Zhang Chuxuan then stopped watching. According to the principle that the first draw must be European, this wave is bound to be able to pop out good stuff. System draw. As Zhang Chuxuan's voice fell, in the middle of his mind, the bronze jackpot began to explode with light. A ray of light was flowing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 merits and opening the bronze lucky draw. Obtaining the reward, the complete book of talismans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 merits and opening the bronze draw. Obtaining the reward, 10 barrels of high-grade cinnabar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 merit and opening the bronze draw. Obtaining the reward, 10 piles of premium yellow paper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 merit and opening the bronze draw. Obtaining the reward, magic weapon * dragon tiger Dharma seal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 merits and opening the bronze lucky draw. Obtaining the reward, space ring * 1. Reward has been issued, please host check. A series of 5 system beeps appeared in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Zhang Chuxuan's entire eyes lit up greatly. Humanity explodes. Space rings, and spells. These two are proper treasures. None of the space ring effects need to be mentioned. It's simply the go-to choice for going out and hitting the house. Zhang Chuxuan didn't even think about it. Pick up. His straightforward click to collect. Shasta. On top of Zhang Chuxuan's finger, a small ring appeared. I don't know what the ring is made of, but at first glance it's quite extraordinary. Zhang Chuxuan probed slightly. There were dozens of cubic meters of space inside. It's almost able to fit a 3-bedroom apartment, which is more than enough. Above this space, there is another line of text. Lower space, upgradable, 1000 merits. Not bad. Not bad at all. Even with upgrades, Zhang Chuxuan was satisfied. Following that, he looked to his other reward. Dragon and Tiger Treasure Seal, the most precious treasure of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Only the generations of the heavenly masters of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain can drop blood to refine it. Still need to drop blood? Zhang Chuxuan claimed the FA seal out. Instantly, he only felt a weight in his hand. A palm-sized Dharma seal with a dragon and tiger mold carved on it appeared in his hand. The entire legal seal was gray, as if it had suffered a layer of dust. Zhang Chuxuan reached out and slashed at his fingertips. At once, a single drop of blood then fell onto the dragon tiger Dharma seal. Then it was instantly absorbed by the legal seal. Almost at that very moment too, the dragon tiger Dharma seal began to violently burst out a light. The original grayish substance on it began to crack continuously. Buzz, buzz. The spell seal automatically flew up from Zhang Chuxuan's hand, began to hover in the sky. Vaguely, Zhang Chuxuan could even hear a dragon and tiger roaring. This vision lasted for a full dozen seconds before it gradually disappeared. The dragon tiger Dharma seal once again returned to Zhang Chuxuan's hands, and he also sensed that he had a special connection with the dragon tiger Dharma seal. It only required a single movement of the mind to be able to drive it at will. And the attributes of the dragon tiger Dharma seal also appeared in his mind. Seal of the dragon and tiger, the most precious treasure of the heavenly master's office. Attachment skill, at will, can change the form of any weapon. Effect, restrains all evil spirits in the world. Additional damage plus 50%. Next level, 1,000 merits. Bull. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes lit up. Just the fact that the effect attached to the seal of law could have a 50% damage bonus to any demonic sneak could be seen as terrifying. Not to mention the ability to upgrade to change size and shape. It's even more anticlimactic. It's worthy of being the Longfu Mountain's original magic weapon. Put away this dragon tiger Dharma seal. Zhang Chuxuan collected the remaining 3 rewards in passing. Among them, yellow paper and vermilion sand are undoubtedly for drawing talismans. Although right now for Zhang Chuxuan normal talismans were no longer of much use. But to be able to draw such a treasure for just 300 merits is not bad. Keep it to fill the warehouse. The final book of talismans is also a rare treat. It just made up for Zhang Chuxuan's gap in terms of talismans. As the talisman book transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into Zhang Chuxuan's mind, Zhang Chuxuan's memory depths also changed a bit more. A talismanic message began to appear in the middle of his mind. After collecting the rewards, Zhang Chuxuan glanced at the time. It's a little after 3 o'clock midnight. He was also a little tired after a busy day. And there's something tomorrow. Cover up and go to sleep. Chapter 12 must believe in science. The Circle of Heaven and the 9 chapters of the law. Slept through the afternoon. Zhang Chuxuan got up from his bed just after eating. A message from Su Tianzhang had already come from his cell phone. It said that he had dispatched a car to wait outside the hotel where Zhang Chuxuan was. Zhang Chuxuan didn't delay either. Straight away, he pushed open the hotel room door and walked out. Just walked out the door. A middle-aged man was seen already waiting. The moment he saw Zhang Chuxuan, he walked over with quick steps. Hello, may I ask if you are Tianshi Zhang? Zhang Chuxuan nodded. Nice. Hearing this, a pleasing smile immediately appeared on that middle-aged man's face. Greetings, Celestial Master. I am Su Dong's housekeeper. Su Dong couldn't get away at home and specially asked me to come and fetch you. Said. The middle-aged butler led Zhang Chuxuan right towards a serialized small gold man parked not far away. The car traveled for most of an hour. Gradually, he drove into a villa area, looking out the car window at a villa that covered at least several hundred square feet. Those who were able to live here were undoubtedly the top rich people in Jiangbei city. Eventually the car stopped in the center of this villa area, and at the gate of this villa, a man dressed in loose sportswear, elegant temperament at a glance to know that a long time in a high position has already been waiting. See the arrival of your own car. A flicker of excitement flashed across the man's face as well. Zhang Chuxuan had just gotten out of the car. The man then couldn't wait to extend his hand towards Zhang Chuxuan. Greetings, Heavenly Master. I'm Su Tianzhang. I can't believe I've waited for you. Zhang Chuxuan shook his hand as well. Zhang Chuxuan of Longhu Mountain. Celestial Master, please, come inside first and we'll talk. Su Tianzhang made a gesture of invitation. Zhang Chuxuan wasn't polite either. The two of them then walked into the living room. Only just entering the door, Zhang Chuxuan was keenly aware of a Yin Qi. This Yin Qi lowered the temperature of the entire villa. A bit. Obviously entrenched here for at least a day or two. Sit down in the middle of the living room. Su Tianjing's wife then brought 2 cups of tea. Slightly took a sip. Zhang Chuxuan asked directly. Boss Su, tell me what's going on. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's question, Su Tianzhang sighed. Some fear and heartache showing on his face. It's my daughter. She seems being haunted by filth. Oh, Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. You go on. Here's the thing. My daughter just graduated this year, so I gave her a hotel to run for fun. The corner of Zhang Chuxuan's mouth twitched. Nima. The pleasures of the rich are still so plain and simple. Just graduated and ran a hotel for fun. That's really nice of you to say. Su Tianzhang continued. But just a week ago, a man suddenly died in her hotel. At that time my daughter reported the incident to the police, and after the police investigation showed that the man had a less than perfect private life, and that night it was because he had asked out a girl, got high on drugs and died of cardiac arrest. When we come across this kind of thing, we can only consider ourselves unlucky and are prepared to pay for it. But that same day the man's father came to the door. Saying this, Su Tianjing's face also had more than a little anger on it. That old thing. He even said that his son never got married until he died. And then he saw that my daughter was a match for his son. So he wanted my daughter to marry him and tie the knot. It pissed me off so much at the time that I directly blasted that old guy out. Originally I just assumed it was that old thing who just lost his son and was whimsical and didn't care. But that night, something happened to my daughter and she inexplicably fell into a coma. I invited the best doctors to examine my daughter, but none of them could find anything wrong. So I suspect that my daughter should be possessed. After listening to Su Tianjing's words, Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Dead people getting married? It's kind of fun. Don't worry, since the poor Daoist is here, he will naturally deal with it. Why don't you take me to your daughter's room? Su Tianjing hurriedly got up. Celestial Master, you come with me. With that, he led Zhang Chuxuan towards the third floor of the villa, went through a corridor. Zhang Chuxuan then saw figures in white coats busy. You don't have to look to know that it's naturally a doctor. This Su Tianjing is worthy of being a tycoon. Even my daughter has a specialized doctor at home. Step into the room. There were also a couple of chief doctors in the room who were in their main 50s and 60s, was constantly fiddling with various instruments to monitor the physical characteristics of a young girl in her early 20s in a hospital bed. She was pale and unconscious, but it's just that all the data shows normal. After seeing Su Tianjing enter with Zhang Chuxuan, an old doctor shook his head at him. Boss Su, we've done our best. He then glanced at Zhang Chuxuan. However, Boss Su, I still have to say one thing. One must believe in science. Hearing this, Zhang Chuxuan poofed in joy. The laughter was not loud, but it was a little harsh in this room. Doctor, when you talk about trusting science, is that right? As his words fell, a golden light violently surfaced in his hand. The golden light shone brightly, like a blazing fire, illuminating the room. After seeing this golden light, the several old doctors in the room were stunned. The physician who opened his mouth even almost had his eyes glazed over. With his mouth wide open, he looked at the scene incredulously. Zhang Chuxuan flipped his hand and the golden light went out, patting the old doctor on the shoulder. I admire your profession, but I don't like your tone just now. One still needs to have some respect. Daoist cultivators are inherently uninhibited. Even if the old doctor was mocking unintentionally, Zhang Chuxuan was uncomfortable. When he finished speaking, he wasn't paying attention to the others. Instead, he looked at the woman on the bed. There was no need to guess that this was Su Tianjing's daughter. Her bodily functions are fine though, but at the center of her brow, a black aura filled the air. But this black gas did not invade the bone marrow. It means that the yin qi does not invade deeply. Su Tianjing nervously looked at Zhang Chuxuan. Heavenly Master, can my daughter be saved? Zhang Chuxuan nodded, revealing a hint of a smile. Don't worry, small problem. When Su Tianjing heard this, he was overjoyed. Hurriedly, he was about to thank Zhang Chuxuan and bow to him, stopped by Zhang Chuxuan. No need to be polite. Meeting each other is fate. I'm just lifting my hand. Though since becoming a Daoist priest, he had learned from his own master to do as he pleased with everything. At the drop of a hat, reach out and do it. And the main fight is one that never goes inward, but face the common man. One should naturally help some since one is capable of doing so oneself. Straight away, he pulled out a piece of yellow paper right out of his pocket. 2 fingers were extended and a voice echoed from his mouth. The circle of heaven and the 9 chapters of the law. I write today, and all the ghosts will be hidden. Chapter 13, the Order of the 7 Divine Ghosts. To show you the rules, along with the incantation, at Zhang Chuxuan's fingertips, a ray of light began to blossom violently, and the yellow paper, which was originally empty, began to glow out of nowhere. 2 strokes of the ancestor's sword, inviting the god of heaven to transfer the heavenly soldiers. 3 strokes of the fierce god to avoid. What ghost dares to see? What fury dares to be? Spirit of the 3 Qing from above, responding to the mind from below, and heavenly Qing and earthly Qing. Urgent. Edict. Boom. As Zhang Chuxuan's final cry fell, endless golden light erupted, and the yellow paper had transformed into a talisman. Zhang Chuxuan waved his palm. The talisman was like a sharp arrow, and it was stuck down towards the woman's forehead. It's an exorcism charm. With the Zhang Chuxuan Yuan air boost, it could automatically track yin objects. A golden light shot out from above the talisman. It coalesced into a long golden sword. At the same time, under the golden light of this talisman shining, everyone then saw a cloud of black gas begin to emerge above the woman's forehead. Following that, an old face was revealed. What kind of person dare to jeopardize old me? Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow. Old thing, your breath isn't small. Chop. With a wave of Zhang Chuxuan's finger, the golden longsword swung down. It chopped straight into the massive black chi. Bump. The black gas instantly exploded, and the talisman slowly fell and became mortal, affixed to the bed. Quiet. The entire ward fell into a deathly silence. Dense goosebumps appeared on Su Tianzheng and the others' bodies, including those old doctors who were all shaking a bit. Originally, he thought that Zhang Chuxuan's hand of golden light just now was already exaggerated enough, but compared to the talisman transforming into a sword just now, it was simply worthless. They asked themselves to save lives and see many scenes, but it's never been so shocking. Is this the real Taoist way? Ahem. The woman lying on the bed couch coughed violently. Hearing this voice, everyone then came back to their senses. Su Tianzheng hurriedly made his way to the bedside, but the woman's face looked better after the coughing though. Still no awakening. Su Tianzheng looked at Zhang Chuxuan with some anxiety. Celestial Master. My daughter. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Zhang Chuxuan glanced at the young girl. Her human soul was hooked by that old man to form a yin marriage. I just cleared the yin chi in her body to keep her flesh unharmed. As soon as Su Tianzheng heard this, hastily, he fell to his knees. Heavenly Master, you must save my daughter. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. Get up. Since I'm here, I'll naturally settle things here. Go. First take me to the hotel owned by your daughter. If my guess is right, that old thing is there. The sky began to grow darker. The city's roads. The little black gold car was moving forward. The one driving this time was clearly Su Tianzheng himself. Heavenly Master, up ahead is my daughter's hotel, which I have blocked off since the incident. At the curb of a street, Su Tianzheng stopped the car, a gesture toward a 4-star hotel called Yuehua ahead. Zhang Chuxuan's gaze also looked towards the direction of that hotel. By now the sky was completely dark. Then the surrounding lights. The building where the Yuehua Hotel was located stood darkly in the middle of the darkness, combined with the fact that it wasn't a good day. The entire building looked like it was wrapped in a dark fog, apparently extraordinarily eerie. The yin chi here is so thick that one look at it tells me that there are bound to be ghosts hovering around. The atmosphere is getting pretty good. Zhang Chuxuan grinned. Heavenly Master, you must be careful. Su Tianzheng swallowed his saliva naturally. He also discovered the change in this place. The other day, it wasn't this eerie. Zhang Chuxuan pushed open the car door and got out. Toward the hotel's barricaded doors it went. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission, solving the Su family incident. Mission accomplished, receive the reward, 50 years of cultivation, order of the 7 killings of the gods and ghosts. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, a system beep sounded. The 7 deadly orders of the gods and demons? Zhang Chuxuan's eyes lit up. That's good. Not only is there a mission, but there's also money to be made, so it's not a bad way to go down. A flash of a smile appeared on Zhang Chuxian's face. Recovering his mind, he surveyed the hotel. The hotel has 8 floors. There are quite a few rooms on each floor. As Zhang Chuxuan walked into the hotel lobby, the auto-sensing lights also come on. In the first few floors, Zhang Chuxuan did not sense any yin chi. He stepped on 4 levels in a row, until the 5th floor. Only just entered. A putrid stench began to fill the air. Straight up one's nose. Seek out the yin. He came to the door of a hotel room. The door to this house is open. Able to see a few tattooed big brothers inside playing cards. The moment Zhang Chuxuan stepped in, the eyes of one of the bald men had looked at him slyly. Come to play for a while, little Taoist? Hear the man's invitation. Zhang Chuxuan that of course could not be refused. He stepped right into the middle of the room and sat down on his butt and laughed. Brother, I see that you have good eyesight at first glance. Not that I'm bragging, I've never lost at cards on our hill. Oh, a few tattooed big brothers wore strange smiles. Young people don't brag. Be careful of big words. Tiger, deal the cards. With the cards falling, these few people started to surreptitiously change their cards almost right in front of Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan pretended not to see it and grabbed a handful of cards on the table. Eyes lit up at once. This card. It's good. 3. After exchanging cards, the bald brother across the table took the lead. The old god. Pipe on. Another big brother came out with a 4. King Fry. Zhang Chuxuan rolled up his sleeves and threw down 4 poker cards. 4 bomb 2. The tattooed big brother who had just struck out froze. We're in this together. Can you play? What do you care if I will or not? Just say if you want it on or not. Zhang Chuxuan rolled his eyes. That big brother was yet a bit and had a bad look in his eyes. You continue to come out. But, I can remind you that we are most annoyed by people cheating. If you cheat, don't blame us for being merciless. Don't worry, I never cheat. Zhang Chuxuan nodded seriously and threw out all the cards in his hand. 4 with 8 gone. Pay the money, pay the money. The three tattooed big brothers' eyes widened as they looked at the smiling Zhang Chuxuan, all of their mouths twitching. You're cheating, aren't you? Is there such a rule for playing cards? You're looking for death. The three were covered in black smoke, obviously pissed off. In all their years of playing poker, they had never seen anything so outrageous. Originally, they thought they were rogue enough, but they didn't expect this little Daoist to be even more rogue than them. Threaten me? Zhang Chuxuan stood up. Swish! In his hands the dragon tiger Dharma seal had appeared. With the infusion of Yuan Qi, the entire FA seal instantly swelled into the size of several meters. Come on, I'll show you the rules now. The legal seal was stamped down towards a few tattooed big brothers. Chapter 14, Merit rises greatly. Source of weirdness. The black aura on those big brothers instantly disappeared. Feeling this terrifying golden light, one's eyes glazed over. Dude, you don't have to play cards, do you? With a loud boom, the entire table was instantly smashed. Along with a few big brothers, they were also turned into a wisp of green smoke and blown up in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merits. A system voice came from Zhang Chuxuan's mind. It's only 100 merits. So crap. Disdainfully, he spat. Zhang Chuxuan put away the dragon tiger Dharma seal and did not continue to stay. Go deeper towards this hotel. Outside the hotel, the butler who had driven to pick up Zhang Chuxuan earlier had also arrived at this moment. He looked at the worried color on Su Tianzheng's brow. Boss, don't worry too much. With the celestial master's skills, even the 10,000 ghosts in the dragon tiger mountain can be sealed. A mere evil sect. The celestial master will definitely be able to solve it. Su Tianzheng heard this, took a deep breath. Not bad. With the heavenly master's cultivation, he will definitely be able to help Xiaoya get through this. But at this time, the middle-aged butler suddenly thought of something. Right, boss. You rejected Spirit Gold Temple's request for help this time. Those monks are afraid that they will be very angry. A flash of anger flashed across Su Tianjing's face as he heard this. Angry? They opened their mouths and demanded half of my Su family's fortune before they would make a move. These ING vultures. They still have the face to be angry? The butler also gave a bitter laugh. Boss, be careful what you say. After all, those masters of the Spirit Gold Temple can't be offended. Su Tianzheng also knew that he had lost his temper. Alright, I know. I can't care about that much right now. Wait until we settle the matter of Xiaoya. Inside the hotel, Zhang Chuxuan had already reached the 6th level. Along the way, there was nothing more than the few sneaks that they encountered at the very beginning. And you know to shrink your defenses? A cold smile flashed across Zhang Chuxian's face. You can tell by the dark aura in this hotel. There are definitely a lot of ghosts amongst this floor. And by stepping in himself, he must have already alerted something in here. Knock knock. Right about this time, Zhang Chuxuan suddenly heard the voice once again. Those who can appear at this time of the day don't need to guess that they are definitely ghosts. His eyes lit up. Stepping towards the direction the voice came from, he looked over. Only just gone for a short time. Just around a corner in the hallway. Before he could get close, just as violently, he saw a head gurgle and roll over. Zhang Chuxuan stomped on it. Behind this head were 2 4- and 5-year-old bears. It seems to be kicking. One of the necks was empty. Obviously the head is his. Those 2 kids saw their balls being stepped on. All of them froze. Immediately afterward, a voice came from beneath Zhang Chuxuan's feet. Brother, why are you stepping on our balls? Zhang Chuxuan looked down, stomped that head off with 1 foot. Following that, he smiled and spoke. You guys don't wrong my brother. You see where I have your balls at my feet? 2 ghost kids. No? Do you really think we're stupid? The gazes of the 2 instantly turned grim as they glared at Zhang Chuxuan. You stepped on our ball. You pay us back, or we'll rip your head off and kick it as a ball. The words seemed to carry an eerie power, causing the bright lights that had been both to start emitting the sound of zip, zip, zip electric currents. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand and laughed. Don't worry, don't you want a ball? I'll just make you one while I'm at it. The 2 ghost children froze. Although they were all ghosts, they hadn't escaped their childish nature after all. How? Simple. Zhang Chuxuan stepped right up to one of the ghost children. In his hand a golden light emerged violently. That ghost child only felt his body lighten, and then his entire body was lifted straight up. That golden light bound its body, causing the bones in its entire body to start making clicking and crunching sounds. A few short seconds, that ghost child's body was then crushed into a ball by the golden light and appeared in Zhang Chuxuan's hands. Little friend, come on, now we have a ball. Brother will give it to you now. Catch it. Zhang Chuxuan said to the other little boy who was almost scared silly. The little boy glanced at his companion. The whole group was confused. You call this a ball? It was all a jolt. Brother, I suddenly don't want to play anymore. Let's play next time. After saying the word, that remaining ghost child turned and ran. Want to go? Not before it had taken a few steps. Zhang Chuxuan's voice had sounded behind it. Catch the ball. The air carried the glow of golden light. Bump! The ghost child wrapped in golden light exploded directly on it. Both of their bodies exploded almost simultaneously. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. 2 more system beeps rang out in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Not bad. Not bad. Zhang Chuxuan clapped his hands. That's 700 merits harvested in a moment. It's almost like it's faster than robbing. Just as he was about to move on, Zhang Chuxuan violently felt an extremely strong yin qi coming from the air, converging towards a place. The already dark corridor. A fierce mist began to rise. Among the fog, there was also the sound of banging and drumming. Zhang Chuxuan turned his gaze over. Just see, it was a welcoming procession, and the figures of the procession were all dressed in red cedar, with glazed faces. It also carried a scarlet palanquin. Finally, we've found the right man. Zhang Chuxuan didn't have any hesitation. Follow this welcoming party in one direction. In just a few dozen seconds of effort, Zhang Chuxuan had already ascended to the top floor of this hotel. Straight out of the gate, he appeared on the rooftop of the hotel. That welcoming party also disappeared above the rooftop. Zhang Chuxuan followed the gap and looked towards the rooftop. Just see, the rooftop of this hotel has already somehow appeared a small similar to the ancient lobby of the house. And this house, in addition to those ghostly shadows, Zhang Chuxuan also saw a new couple. The groom was a middle-aged man that Zhang Chuxuan had never seen before. His gaze was dull, like a living dead man. The bride next to him, it's the daughter of Su Tianzheng, whom I've seen before. Shu Ya. The two were standing in the center of the lobby, a smiling old man in front of him. This old man's body was wearing a robe from decades ago. He looked at the middle-aged man. Now that the new marriage is finalized, Chen my Zhang family's heir will need you to carry on the legacy. The auspicious time has come. Enter the coffin. As the old man's voice fell, behind him, a huge coffin surrounded by yin qi appeared right in front of Zhang Chuxuan. This coffin is different from the ordinary ones too. Half white, half black. It looks extraordinarily weird. Chapter 15, Black and White. Manifestation on Earth. Yin-yang coffin. The moment I saw the coffin, Zhang Chuxuan then frowned. No wonder the old thing was such a big deal. Going out of their way to make such a big deal out of it. He's trying to make Suya, to pass on his family's legacy. The yin-yang coffin. It is made by quenching the blood of 9 extremely yin people in addition to the carving of 9 pure yang objects. The so-called yin and yang coffins and borrowed children. Half for the young man, half to sleep. It's specifically designed to create ghost babies. Crunch! The lid of the coffin opened. That middle-aged man's body stiffened as he slowly approached towards the yin-yang coffin. And Xiao was pulled by him, just about to step into that coffin. It was also in this moment, Zhang Chuxuan had moved. His entire figure instantly appeared above the balcony. In his hand a golden light had burst forth. The golden light transformed into a long golden whip that instantly wrapped around towards Suya's body. Just a little shake. Suya's soul had then flown backwards from around that coffin. It landed directly beside Zhang Chuxuan. It all happened really fast. It was so fast that the old man on top of the rooftop didn't even have the slightest reaction. Until Suya's soul disappeared. His face all changed abruptly, and he looked over towards that long golden light whip with a shadowy look. A young Taoist priest was seen appearing on top of the rooftop at an unknown time. It's you! The moment he saw Zhang Chuxuan, the old man then recognized him. It just didn't occur to him. It was surprising that Zhang Chuxuan would come so quickly. Zhang Chuxuan gave the old man a disdainful look. To cast an evil spell? To go against the heavens? To make a living man give birth to a ghost? Xian, you old thing have a lot of guts. Xian looked somber, but it didn't do it in the first place. Instead, the shade was collected. Speaking to Zhang Chuxuan, Taoist master, as you can see, my white hair is sending my black hair away. Now my Xia family is already going extinct. Please Taoist master, you can be generous and allow my Xia family to continue the flame. As long as I can accomplish the feat, I, Xian, am willing to bear all the blame. Hear that? Zhang Chuxuan was all happy. Your family has lost its queen? You're going to use someone else's daughter to keep your family alive? Old thing. You're really shameless. Shi Yan grunted coldly. For my Xia family to be able to look at a lowly merchant's daughter is already smoke from their ancestors. It's him who should thank me. Zhang Chuxuan? I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. This old thing. He's got a problem in his head. Alright, cut the crap. Then the Taoist master will send your family reunion to the Western Paradise today. And you won't thank me. Zhang Chuxuan rolled his eyes. Xian was stunned. Following that, his eyes burst out with two fierce lights. Stinking Taoist, really think I'm afraid of you? Since you seek death, then today I will send you to meet the King of Hell. Xian finished. His palms picked up a few paper figures on top of the nearby altar of law. A wave towards the surroundings. At once the ghostly figure from before manifested among those paper figures. Those ghostly shadows after they appeared, almost without any hesitation, rolling in chi erupted from their bodies, letting out a growl. Towards Zhang Chuxuan, he pounced, using paper as a guide to pull in the souls of the dead. So you're still a papier-mâché? Zhang Chuxuan looked at those paperman ghosts. Earlier in the day, I was still puzzled that these ghosts seemed to have a physical presence despite their heavy in chi. Now that's a solution to the mystery. On his body, a terrifying golden light had surged out. The dragon tiger Dharma seal had appeared. Towards those sneaks was a strike down. With Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation level today, even the 10,000 ghosts of Longhu Mountain were able to suppress them. Not to mention these district paper people. Boom! The dragon tiger Dharma seal smashed down. There was a popping sound. Those 6 or 7 paper ghosts were directly smashed almost instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, sounded the system's beep. See this scene. Xian's entire pupil suddenly exploded. Previously, although he knew that Zhang Chuxuan had some Taoist skills, being able to break the means he had left on Su Meng. But how could he not expect Zhang Chuxuan to be so strong? Stinking Taoist, really underestimated you, but today you will die. Xian's face was hard to see. He violently bit through the blood on his fingertips. It bounced towards that yin-yang coffin. At the same time a voice sounded in his mouth. Coffin of yin and yang, coffin of yin and yang, I have an uncanny coffin to hide in. Posterior yin men papermaker, please invincible ghost marshal. As soon as his incantation was uttered, boom! Inside that yin-yang coffin, an infinite yin chi began to erupt. A terrifying aura was emanating. At the same time a ghostly light erupted from within that coffin, as if something was stepping out. A few short breaths of effort. Inside that yin-yang coffin, a terrifying figure had appeared. The figure's entire body was black. Even its eyebrows and hair were black. The only thing is a place with a high hat on the head. On the hat were written 4 big words, peace in the world. Black Vagabond. Van Bastard. Please, Lord Impermanence, take action and kill that Daoist. Xian respectfully bowed towards Black Impermanence. That Black Impermanence's eyes also looked towards Zhang Chuxuan at this time. In its hand, a blackened shackle had been added at some unknown time. The whole figure flickered. The shackle snapped down towards Zhang Chuxuan. The shackle carried a special power. It seems to be able to tickle the soul. Please be impermanent. This is the top technique amongst paper tie makers. The papier-mâché was originally from the Yin 8 gates. The spells learned are all evil to the core as well. And Xian was undoubtedly at the top of his game as a papermaker. This impermanence is naturally not true impermanence. It's just made out of paper and then contained in a yin-yang coffin. But even that was scary enough. It was feared that it was even stronger than that nightmare ghost king that Zhang Chuxuan had encountered earlier. Stinking Taoist, it's your honor to die at the hands of Lord Wu Chang. Xian's face paled a bit after casting this evil technique, but his face was full of smugness. Yet just as his sentence had finished, it was seen on Zhang Chuxuan's body. A golden light had surfaced. Boom! The yoke fell on top of the golden light. It will never be allowed to advance another inch. It didn't even shake the ripples of golden light. Following that, in Zhang Chuxuan's hands, the dragon tiger Dharma seal erupted once again. It slammed down on top of that Black Impermanence, the uncanny ghost marshal who was originally still fierce and ferocious. The entire body instantly burst. A mere paper man dares to call himself impermanent? Xian? Roar! But just then, a roar came from that yin-yang coffin's vibration once again. As that voice appeared, the cloudy mist that filled the sky above the yin-yang coffin erupted once again. He saw the middle-aged man who had previously entered that coffin climb out of this yin-yang coffin. His entire body was wrapped in shadowy mist. Chapter 16, Slaying the Uncanny. Order of the 7 Slayings of the Gods and Ghosts. And the moment the man appeared, he opened up with a sharp intake. The Black Impermanence that had just been blown up by Zhang Chuxuan was actually swallowed into his stomach. His flesh and blood changed at the same moment of time. It was transformed into the form of Black Impermanence. It's just that originally it was just an impermanent made of paper. Now it's made of flesh and blood. Swish! Black Impermanence's eyes opened once again. A violent force thumped out. This power was several times stronger than before. Stinking Taoist, you really think that just because you have some cultivation you can be reckless in front of the old man? Watch this. This is the real uncanny technique. Xian's face showed madness. He was using his own son's flesh and blood as a guide to forcefully activate the power of this impermanence technique. For him, his son is dead, but the lineage of his Xia family must continue, only by utilizing such a forbidden secret method. Perhaps it was only then that he was able to kill this little Taoist priest in front of him. Kill him. Xian was pointing towards Zhang Chuxuan. With his voice, the entire body of that Black Impermanence's body was bursting with yin qi. An ethereal light bloomed around it. It makes it really look like an impermanent from hell. Roar. That Black Impermanence let out a roar up to the sky. The whole figure flashed. Already once again, he was pouncing towards Yi Beixian. Kill me? Just you? This Black Impermanence in front of him was too much stronger than his previous state though. But for Zhang Chuxuan, still not enough to see. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. Cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Golden light curse. Rise. Boom. On Zhang Chuxuan's body, brilliant golden light erupted. And in his hands, the dragon tiger Dharma seal was empowered by the golden light mantra. It had swelled up once more. Zhang Chuxuan's feet stepped. In an instant, he appeared in front of that Black Impermanence. The dragon tiger Dharma seal in his hand swung round and smashed down towards that Black Impermanence. This strike Zhang Chuxuan did not hold back in any way. With Zhang Chuxuan's strength, it was naturally impossible for this paper-thin Black Impermanence to be able to resist. Boom! With a mournful scream, the entire rooftop was swept by this terrifying force and trembled violently. That Black Impermanence was directly smashed by this hammer. Even the flesh and blood it was attached to completely burst under this blow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Xian's pair of pupils were contracting dramatically. Shock filled his face. Strike STH. Another hit. The pinnacle of one's paper tying skills. It was broken just like that, along with his son's physical body, was also completely destroyed. Stinking Taoist. You spoiled my big plan, killing my son's flesh. I won't let you go. Xian's eyes practically spit fire. He had gone to great lengths to perpetuate the lineage of his Xia family. Seeing that the worship has been successful, just one more step, everything just falls into place. But this little Taoist in front of me ruined it all. But by this time he also knew he had to escape. Only escape has a chance. Xian hardly thought about it. From his body, a giant paper eagle snapped into existence. Xian looked resentfully at Zhang Chuxuan. Stinking Taoist priest. I don't believe you can guard the Su family for the rest of your life. As long as you leave, I'll drive their family to complete extinction. After all was said and done, the paper eagle had then grabbed Xian's shoulder and lifted into the air, toward the far side and ran. Threatened Master Dao. A trace of disdain flashed across Zhang Chuxian's face. You don't really think you can escape from Master Dao's hands, do you? On top of Zhang Chuxuan's palm, a thunderstorm blossomed violently. The tyrannical power recklessly covered the entire rooftop. It crackled with a popping blast. Xian naturally felt this sudden tyrannical aura. He subconsciously turned back. The entire body trembled violently. The cold hairs on his body were densely erected. Thunder spell. This is the thunder method. Who the hell are you? Fear pervaded among Xian's complexion. Contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Chuxuan. But it's useless for you to write it down. You have no place to sue in heaven or on earth for the people that Master Dao has killed. Zhang Chuxuan's words fell. His palm swung. In his hands the thunder erupted violently, transforming into a several feet thunder snake, and rushed towards Xian, almost in a zinger. The thunder had then exploded directly on Xian's body. Boom! Lightning exploded. Together with Xian's body, he exploded into a bloody mist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 merits. As the system's beep sounded once again, Zhang Chuxuan also had some more smiles on his face. Another 500 credits arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission, solving the Su family incident. Mission accomplished. Receive the reward, 50 years of cultivation, order of the 7 killings of the gods and demons. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the mission completion message has also appeared. Boom! Inside him, 50 years of cultivation rewards were bursting at the seams. Just a split second. It then filled Zhang Chuxuan's dantian completely. Terrifying yuan qi was stirring. Zhang Chuxuan closed his eyes and began to continuously absorb and refine. In the meantime, in the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, information about the Order of the 7 Divine Ghosts has also begun to pour. As an anime fan in a previous life, with regards to the Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order, Zhang Chuxuan was simply not too familiar with it. According to wild history, this God and Ghost 7 killing orders is the technique practiced by a certain elderly hot-blooded tomato pig-footed old man when he was young. It originated from that famous Taoist Yuan Tiangang of the Great Tang Dynasty who created it by combining the essence of the Ma-Yi school and the Maoshan school. There are 7 styles. It was claimed that once the 7 kills were out, even gods and ghosts were able to be killed. Sure, there is definitely some exaggeration in this one. Yet, there was no denying the terror of the Divine Ghost 7 Killings order, at least the one perceived from Zhang Chuxuan's memory. The power of the Divine Ghost 7 Killings order was not in the least bit inquisitive about the Golden Light spell. A full few minutes of work had passed. It was only then that Zhang Chuxuan was considered to have completely taken control of his cultivation and the Divine Ghost 7 Killings order. Got the mnemonic, but still not enough proficiency. Zhang Chuxuan felt it slightly, realizing that although he had mastered this order of the 7 deaths of the gods and demons, but it was still almost interesting to try to catalyze it. The realm levels of an avatar are categorized into introductory, proficient, minor, major, and consummate. After this consummation, there is another level. It is the so-called unity of heaven and man, also known as the realm of realization. It represented the complete cultivation of a divine ability to the level of exaltation. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired an unfulfilled avatar, and will open up the reward of a feat upgrade card, which can be obtained amongst quests or raffles. After hearing this beep from the system, Zhang Chuxuan's face was immediately delighted. It's really a sleepy pillow. With the feat upgrade card, it meant that any divine ability thought to be there, one didn't need to cultivate it, just use the card to upgrade. Sure enough, it's good to be open for a while, but it's good to be open all the time. Chapter 17, Breaking Through the Innate 3, Ghost Internet Cafe. Zhang Chuxuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Look to your system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Taoist Ancestors Fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, Innate 3rd, 29. 8%. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunderbolts Orthodoxy, full level. 7 Killings of Gods and Ghosts. Merit, 2,900, can be used for system drawing. Whiteboard Jackpot, 300 Merit, 5//10. The cultivation level had successfully broken through the innate 3rd level. Merit is also 2,900 points more. Not bad. Not bad. Zhang Chuxuan withdrew his mind, looking to the still slightly dazed young girl's soul next to him. Reach out. A golden light wrapped it. Turn around and walk away. Outside the hotel, Su Tianzhang and that middle-aged butler's eyes all stared blankly at the hotel's rooftop without blinking. It was enough to see the shock in both of them from among their expressions. Chairman. What's going on here? It seems like there was thunder in the sky just now. The middle-aged butler's entire mind went blank. It was just above the rooftop. A huge thunder snake snapped out. The shock is just unimaginable, especially when that thunder snake exploded like a heavenly punishment. It made his entire body dumbfounded. Su Tianzhang was in the end in existence in charge of a party group. After the shock, it was already a reaction. That should be the Heavenly Master's thunder technique. Even the thunder technique has been used, so I think the battle here is already coming to an end. I don't know exactly who won. Sure enough, as his words fell, suddenly, he saw a figure appear in the middle of the darkness. Tianshi. The moment he saw the figure, Su Tianzhang's face was already more than a little excited. The rush was on. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly towards him. Celestial Master. My daughter. Su Tianzhang looked at Zhang Chuxuan with some nervousness. Zhang Chuxuan laughed. Don't worry. It's all been resolved. Your daughter's soul has already been collected by me. Go back to your home first. Hear that? Su Tianzhang's entirety was overjoyed. Many thanks to the Heavenly Master. Thank you, Heavenly Master. After saying that he didn't dare to slack off, have the butler take the car and go. Su family villa. Shuya's room. Mr. and Mrs. Su Tianzhang clasped their hands nervously. It wasn't hard to bring Sioa back. The golden light in Zhang Chuxuan's hand brushed Suya's forehead. That soul of hers, then, had gradually fitted into one place with her body. Subsequently, he spread a golden light into Suya's body. The power of the golden light dispelled the remaining yin qi in Suya's body. It was also the moment this was done. Ahem. Shuya started coughing violently. Just a few breaths of effort. She had then slowly opened her eyes. Dad. Mom. A call to arms. It directly made Su Tianzhang's husband and wife burst into tears. The two couldn't think of anything else. Towards Zhang Chuxuan, he knelt down. Heavenly Master's great favor. Su Tianzhang will never forget it. It is said that men don't shed tears, but they still can't help it when facing their own sons and daughters. Zhang Chuxuan smiled faintly. Meeting is destiny. What the poor Taoist did was merely a show of hands. Alright, I won't disturb your reunion. So the poor Taoist will take his leave. After all was said and done, Zhang Chuxuan didn't stay either. Turn around and leave. It was just out of the gate of the villa area. Ding dong. A beep came from the phone then. Your bank card credited amount, 3 million. Current balance 300,0088. 8-inch. $3 million. Look at the rows of numbers on the bank card. Zhang Chuxuan's entire face was blossoming with joy. It didn't take much guessing to realize that it was the arrival of his incense money. And it's also $1 million more than what Su Tianzheng said. Not bad for a rich man. That's a wide road. From now on, your family's business is my business. Stretched out beautifully, calmed the excitement. The nightmare is extraordinarily weak today. It made Zhang Chuxuan very unhappy. It's only just 11 o'clock today. It's still early. Zhang Chuxuan didn't go back to the hotel. 3 years without going down. It's not easy to come down here. It's natural to take a nice stroll around the city, especially since it's still crazy Thursday. That shall not consume a wave. And so, in a not up but within the roadside, Zhang Chuxuan beautifully ordered a 68-set meal, eating a burger and drinking a Coke, while admiring the beautiful legs on the side of the road in short black silk dresses. Have to say, this burger is so white. This Coke smells so good. Without realizing it, Zhang Chuxuan arrived at the old town of Jiangbei. It's more lively than downtown. The streets here are already empty, lit only by dim streetlights. While he was happily eating, Zhang Chuxuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. The whole group was stunned for a moment. It was seen that the originally dimly lit street, at some point, an internet cafe appeared. The internet cafe was brightly lit. It made the streets, which had just been silent, a little more noisy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission, solving the ghost internet cafe incident. Mission accomplished. Receive the reward, 30 years of cultivation, feat upgrade card *2, can upgrade any cultivation feat. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep suddenly sounded. The corners of Zhang Chuxian's mouth slightly sketched a smile. It's kind of fun. There seem to be more ghosts in this city than in the mountains. Zhang Chuxian withdrew his gaze. With a step, he walked in towards this internet cafe. Within the internet cafe, the lights were somewhat dim. As Zhang Chuxuan's figure disappeared, the doors of the internet cafe were also closed once again, like a flooded beast swallowing one up. To the ear is the clamor of people. Zhang Chuxian looked around the internet cafe. This internet cafe doesn't look like a product of this era. Instead, it is as it was 20 years ago. The whole internet cafe isn't that big either. There are only 30 or 40 machines. Most of the computers had silhouettes sitting in front of them. Zhang Chuxuan's entry did not attract anyone's attention. The figures were all still playing with themselves on the computers in front of them. Only the internet cafe had some musty smell mixed in because of its long disrepair. Zhang Chuxian casually turned around inside the internet cafe, found an unoccupied seat just about to make it down. Just as violently, he was yanked from his side. Straight away, he pulled into a corner booth. Before he could say anything, a jade hand with some fragrance then sealed his mouth. At the same time, there was the sound of a bell ringing. This bell carries some special tone. With that sound, an ethereal light appeared all around them, wrapping them in it. Zhang Chuxian? Zhang Chuxian was filled with confusion. It was not until then that he could see the scene in front of him clearly. It was then that he saw an additional young girl at his side. The young girl was tall in skinny jeans and had a high ponytail. Quite a bit of valor. Don't talk. The young girl made a silent gesture at Zhang Chuxian. Her words had just fallen. A frantic voice sounded just outside the door of the internet cafe booth. Intruder! Don't run! I see you! Don't run! Da 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 da! The sound of footsteps kept coming through the door. Follow the light from the doorway. Zhang Chuxian then saw that an obese man had appeared outside at an unknown time. The man was holding a blood-dripping boning knife. Looking for something. Chapter 18 Dragon God's Edict. Dragon Clan Ma Family. Its face was hideous. Half of his head had been shattered. Terrifying in the extreme. It sends chills down the spine when you look at it. Because of the sound of the young girl's bell just now, their entire booth was covered in ethereal light. The obese man was clearly not far from them. But nothing was found. And the man's movements didn't attract any attention from those sneaks who were surfing the net. It was as if they were all still silent in their own world. The obese man lingered here for a moment. The sound of footsteps faded away. Until then, the young girl, who had been a little nervous, breathed a sigh of relief. She looked towards Zhang Chuxian. Don't ask what that was just now. Just know that you shouldn't be here, and I'll help you create an opportunity later. So just run away. The young girl's gaze fell on Zhang Chuxuan's face as she said to him, Zhang Chuxian, what's the situation? I'm a celestial master. You're asking me to run away? Zhang Chuxian pondered for a moment. Beauty, I appreciate your kindness, but will you get up off of me now? Zhang Chuxian's words came out. The young girl was visibly stunned. It was only then that I saw, in the middle of this small box, one of her legs was still pressed against Zhang Chuxuan's body. The young girl's pretty face reddened for a moment. Hurriedly, He moved away from Zhang Chuxuan. Sorry, it was too dangerous earlier. Zhang Chuxuan nodded, and he didn't say anything. After all, he wasn't losing out. The young girl continued immediately afterward. My name is Ma Qingqing. You can understand that I am a clairvoyant and this place is in the middle of a paranormal event. Remember what I just told you. Don't look back later. And don't ever come back out of this internet cafe. Ma Qingqing said and pushed open the wooden door of the internet cafe's private room. A ripple flashed across the door. Go. Ma Qingqing hadn't finished her words. The entire body suddenly stopped in place. Her whole face clouded over. Because it was seen at the end of the corridor beyond this private room. The middle-aged man who had shattered his general head, carrying a boning knife, had looked towards them at some point, and a hideous grin on his face. So you're hiding here, and hiding a blood meal. It's really great. Let's eat you first. The shadowy laugh was chilling. Zira. The dim lights in the internet cafe began to flicker. A piercing coldness spread from within the entire internet cafe. Following, the middle-aged male ghost's figure disappeared. However, Ma Qingqing's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly took a step forward, her mouth letting out a delicate cry. The dragon god has decreed that the fire god Zhu Rong will lend his law to exterminate the evil. With Ma Qingqing's voice, a ray of fire appeared and slapped towards Zhang Chuxuan's side, and in that place, the disappeared ghost from before had reappeared. The blood-dripping sharp knife in its hand stabbed down impartially towards Zhang Chuxuan. Bump! Fire exploded on the middle-aged male ghost's body, but it doesn't care. No good. Ma Qingqing's eyes widened as she did not expect the sneak in front of her to target her attack on Zhang Chuxuan. It made it too late for her to try to rescue it. Run! Ma Qingqing said to Zhang Chuxuan. But apparently it was too late. The sneaky knife was already close to Zhang Chuxuan. A flash of panic flashed in Ma Qingqing's eyes, and just then, a golden light rose violently. Bump! The blood-dripping spikes landed on that golden light. It made a crisp ringing sound. Ka-chow! It was as if the knife had struck as if it had hit on top of 1,000 years of metaphysical iron. A direct break. That stern ghost that had already revealed a greedy smile after seeing this scene. The smile on his face faded. Even the eyes were more than a little unbelievable. It's like seeing a ghost. However, didn't even wait for it to respond. Zhang Chuxuan had already grabbed it by the neck. Eat me? You've got quite a face. Bump! Zhang Chuxuan's palm slightly exerted force. That stern ghost's entire body exploded precipitously. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Zhang Chuxuan put away the golden light on his body and was a bit disgusted. Just this kind of garbage, and it's still sitting around pretending to be something else? Ma Qingqing's eyes widened, completely dumbfounded at what was happening in front of him. The sneak just now had already reached the Hotian realm, and there was a ghost weapon in his hand. Even with her full strength, it would be difficult to kill. But now, that Hotian realm sneak was killed just like that, and this side of the change. It also finally caught the attention of those who were surfing the internet at the internet cafe. In unison, he looked up. One by one, they had manifested themselves. It was seen that wisps of ghostly fire appeared on all of these people, and they have more than a few burn marks on their bodies. It looks oozing, being watched by so many sneaks. Ma Qingqing's face began to turn pale as well. She drew a staff right from her person. The aura of Yuan Qi shimmered on it. There was no need to guess that this was a magic weapon. She said in a deep voice to Zhang Chuxuan, I didn't realize you were a cultivator as well. There are many ghosts here. We must join forces. Hearing this, Zhang Chuxuan shook his head slightly. No, I'll do it myself. Before she could say anything else, it was then that he saw Zhang Chuxuan already moving, smiling and waving towards those netizens. Good evening, everyone. This enthusiastic attitude directly caused quite a few sneaks to be stunned. There's no need to be nervous. Everyone, just relax. I have nothing to do with the midnight murderer that's been reported recently. Zhang Chuxuan opened his mouth in defense of himself. Ghostbusters? Ma Qingqing? Goddamn good evening. How did a good psychic channel turn into a legal program? The corners of each of those ghost netizens' mouths twitched as well. We didn't ask anything. You've been so clear. And, what are you talking about? Don't you realize we're not right? One of the young male ghosts, who was in his early 20s and flowing, immediately looked at Zhang Chuxuan with a sinister smile. A murderer? I don't believe it. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes lit up. That's right. He walked quickly to the male ghost. Brother, I knew as soon as I guessed that we were destined for each other today. I have a good thing here for you. The young male ghost frowned and said grimly. What is it? Zhang Chuxuan flipped his hand. In his hands the dragon tiger Dharma seal had appeared. A terrifying golden light erupted above the entire Dharma seal, transforming into a sledgehammer that swung down towards the man's head. Bump! The floor of the internet cafe shook violently. the young man's entire body, along with the seat underneath him, was directly smashed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merits. Chapter 19, The Ghost. The Tao is through the heavens. The system's beep sounded in Zhang Chuxuan's head, and the hammer went down. All the sneaks in the entire internet cafe reacted at once as well. One by one, they began to burst with ferocious light. The terrifying Tianshi began to be released, staring at the duo of Zhang Chuxuan and Ma Qingqing in death. Not good. You're provoking them. Next to Zhang Chuxuan, Ma Qingqing said nervously. She gripped her mace tightly. It's ready for battle. Around her, one by one, all of those sneaks stood up from their positions, deadly staring at them. The Great War looked to be on the verge of breaking out. But the next moment, all the sneaks turned and ran. Webmaster, get off the plane. Open the door. We're leaving. Yeah. Open the door and let us go. Ma Qingqing? So that's why you're standing up. So you're just standing there to make it easier to run away? But at this moment, Zhang Chuxuan was not happy. You still have 30 years of cultivation on yourselves. You're still trying to run? His eyebrows shot up. The dragon tiger Dharma seal in his hand swelled once again. Rui. This strike Zhang Chuxuan's directly activated the attributes of the spell seal. The dragon tiger Dharma seal instantly became several feet in size. Almost half of the internet cafe is covered. Zhang Chuxuan waved his dragon tiger Dharma seal toward those sneaks, directly smashed down again. In the face of the thoroughly revived dragon tiger Dharma seal, those stern ghosts showed horror on their faces, but also knew that he couldn't run away at all. Spell it out. The remaining sneaks all let out a low growl. A ghostly aura erupted from his body, desperately trying to block the attacking mana seals. However, with their strength, it would be completely impossible for them to resist Zhang Chuxuan. Not to mention that the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal had the attribute of restraining all the severe ghosts in the world. Rumble. There are no surprises. A popping sound rang out within the entire internet cafe. Almost all the sneaks, all of them were directly crushed by this strike. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 merits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 merits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 merits. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, a series of system beeps rang out. The entire Ma Qingqing who had been standing beside Zhang Chuxuan was a bit dumbfounded. So many ghosts. How could Zhang Chuxuan kill them in seconds? But after that blow, Zhang Chuxuan, however, did not stop. Instead, his gaze became a little more intense. Whoa! A slight rattling came. The whole internet cafe. It was as if time had been turned back and had been restored as it was. Nothing was different except that the ghostly internet friends had disappeared into thin air. Instead, the place became even more terrifying and eerie. What's going on here? Ma Qingqing also realized that something was wrong at this time. She knew something about the paranormal events here. This internet cafe is the result of a fire that killed a lot of people 20 years ago. Those people were so resentful that they eventually turned into spirits. According to past experience in dealing with paranormal events, just need to kill those sneaks. Spirituality can be broken naturally. But now, those ghosts are all dead. Here's why the spirits haven't gone away. If I'm right, this internet cafe is the source of this paranormal event. Those sneaks from earlier, it was because they entered here that they led to their eventual deaths. Zhang Chuxuan saw something. Sure enough, at the fall of his words, the location of the otherwise empty front desk, a faint silhouette began to manifest. That virtual shadow after it appeared. Its pair of eyes looked at Zhang Chuxuan slyly. Little Daoist, I can forget about killing my guests, but you damaged my equipment. That would be an unforgivable sin. I want you both to stay here with me forever. Boom! As its voice fell, the ghostly figure's body scattered violently. Following, a blazing fire began to burn around them. This flame was no ordinary fire. Instead, it's ghost fire. Almost just for a moment, the entire internet cafe was blocked off. Rolling waves of heat sweep in. Not good. The source spirit here has erupted. We have to get out first. Ma Qingqing grimaced. She chortled. All those who are fighting in front of the army are arrayed. Kill the evil. On. Among the talismanic staff in her hand, a divine dragon shadow rose into the air. With a jerk of his head, he charged towards this ghostly internet cafe. Bump. A popping sound. This strike Ma Qingqing almost used her full strength. It also performed the strongest secret technique of their Ma family. But just at the moment when that divine dragon silhouette rushed into that blazing fire, that ghostly fire erupted with a bang. Directly, the divine dragon shadow was engulfed. No damage was done. This is a ghost. After seeing this scene, Ma Qingqing's face changed drastically. Nightly ghosts though are mostly godless and will only follow instinctive evil thoughts. However, some special ghosts are able to possess some means and aptitudes similar to those of a cultivator. Ghosts are one of them. Ghosts? Zhang Chuxuan glanced at Ma Qingqing in surprise. In the end, he had just come into contact with the cultivation world and didn't know much about this. Ma Qingqing also saw Zhang Chuxuan's doubts. With a grave expression, he said, "The ghostly spirit is the realm in which the stern ghosts are born, and in the midst of its realm, the stern ghosts are near invincible existences. And unless one is proficient in strange arts and techniques to find the vitality in the midst of the ghostly spirit, otherwise, we will be trapped here alive." Ma Qingqing's tone was somewhat rueful. Strange magic? Hear this. Zhang Chuxuan then understood. He raised an eyebrow. Alright, isn't it just a ghostly spirit? Just break right through. Words. Ma Qingqing was stunned. You know the chimera arts. Don't get it. Zhang Chuxuan shook his head. Before Ma Qingqing could say anything, Zhang Chuxuan spoke again. But, I can't be stopped here. Ma Qingqing was filled with confusion. Next moment. Boom. A terrifying golden light rose from Zhang Chuxuan's body. In his hands, the dragon tiger Dharma seal once again smashed down towards the entire internet cafe. Rumble. The entire ghost internet cafe trembled madly under this blow. Even this internet cafe began to gradually become distorted. It's as if time and space are about to break. Large streams of foul-smelling blood spurted from within the cyber cafe. The flames in the internet cafe also intensified. Even the ghostly figure that had been sitting at the bar let out a hiss of pain. For the first time, a wave of fear also appeared in its eyes. It seemed to have completely not expected that Zhang Chuxuan would be able to shake its ghostly spirit. Zhang Chuxuan struck down. Looking at the ghostly spirit that was only twisted and had not yet completely collapsed also could not help but marvel at it. That's kind of funny. See, the Daoist is going to have to come up with something real. Heaven and earth are metaphysical. The root of all air. Cultivate widely for billions of kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Urgent. Once the edict is out, the golden light that was already terrifying on Zhang Chuxuan's body once again began to expand. The golden light shone brightly, enveloping the entire internet cafe in just a flash. And Zhang Chuxuan once again raised his dragon tiger Dharma seal. Golden light transformation. Chapter 20, breaking through the middle stage of innate, pure heart divine mantra full level. Infinite golden light was added on top of the dragon tiger Dharma seal. The entire Dharma seal was glowing. A dragon and tiger silhouette emerged. Break! Zhang Chuxuan maneuvered the dragon tiger Dharma seal and once again, it blasted down towards this ghostly creature. Buzz. Extreme light appeared from the place where the two collided. The ghostly creature let out a piercing buzz. Ka-chow ka-chow. A crack appeared in the ghostly spirit that had been shrouding the cyber cafe. Along with it, the entire void began to rupture. In the midst of Ma Qingqing's dull gaze, rumble, an unprecedented explosive sound rang out in the middle of the void. The entire ghostly world completely exploded. It exploded into countless fragments and dissipated in the middle of heaven and earth. Swish! Ma Qingqing only felt her eyes blink. Wait until you get a good look at what's out there again. She was seen to have appeared outside in the street at some point. The dim streetlights of the old town still twinkle, and the haunted internet cafe that never seemed to be there. Only not far from her, Zhang Chuxuan was bathed in golden light, like an exiled immortal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission, solving the ghost internet cafe incident. Mission accomplished. Receive the reward, 30 years of cultivation, feat upgrade card *2, can upgrade any cultivation feat. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Boom! Inside him, 30 years of yuan qi began to flow wildly. In almost just a few short breaths of effort, it had been completely absorbed by Zhang Chuxuan. A golden light erupted from Zhang Chuxuan's eyes. Look to your system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Taoist ancestors' fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, innate 4, 39. 7%. Taoism, golden light mantra, full level. 5 thunderbolts, full level. 7 killings of gods and ghosts. Merit, 5,600, can be used for system draw. Whiteboard jackpot, 300 merit, 5/10. 30 years of cultivation had allowed his realm to successfully break through to the 4th level of innate. It reached the level of the middle innate stage, and the merit skyrocketed to nearly 6,000 points. This wave earns hemp. The golden light method? You're from the Taoist sect too. Just then, in Zhang Chuxuan's ears, a voice had rung out. No need to guess to know that it was naturally Ma Qingqing's. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. Zhang Chuxuan of Longhu Mountain. He gave his name directly. Ma Qingqing after hearing this name, the whole eyes were steeply glazed. Dragon Tiger Mountain. You're the one who exploded on the internet yesterday. Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master. Zhang Chuxian's face looked odd for a moment. Is he so famous now? Random people know themselves? Right. Zhang Chuxian nodded. Ma Qingqing let out a deep breath. The whole complexion became complicated. The Dragon Clan's Ma family is technically a disciple of the Tao sect as well. Only the disciples of the Taoist sect know the meaning of the Heavenly Master. That was the true head of the world's Taoist sects, and the Heavenly Master that the world's Taoist sects shared respect for. Even now, with the fall of the Heavenly Master's mansion, its position in the hearts of Taoist disciples remains unchanged. Disciples of the Taoist sect, greetings to the Taoist Heavenly Master. Thanks to the Heavenly Master for his help in this incident. Ma Qingqing respectfully bowed towards Zhang Chuxuan just once. Zhang Chuxuan was also stunned when he saw how solemn Ma Qingqing looked. Celestial Master status? It works so well in Taoism? However, Zhang Chuxuan then waved his hand and said happily, "No need to be polite. Get up." Regarding Ma Qingqing's character, Zhang Chuxuan still felt good. It could be seen from the fact that when he had entered this ghost internet cafe before, this nymphette was able to protect him from a commoner without saying a word when she didn't know his identity. Ma Qingqing after being slightly restrained at the very beginning, and once again, the previous look was restored. However, he couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at Zhang Chuxuan, a Taoist celestial master. When she saw the news on a certain voice yesterday, she thought it was hype, because Lung Fushan fell out of favor 100 years ago. I heard from my own elders that there was also no more Taoist inheritance within Longhu Mountain. I didn't expect. I really let myself meet the Heavenly Master. Gotta say, this one is quite a looker, and strong. She had always been hailed as a genius by the elders in her family since she was a child, and had never met anyone her age who could crush her on top of her artistry. It's kinda nice to feel protected in this way. Zhang Chuxuan naturally noticed Ma Qingqing's glowing eyes. A shudder ran through him at the sight. This girl, what's on her mind? To eat yourself? Go. Zhang Chuxuan shook his head, just getting ready to leave. Ma Qingqing then responded, Celestial Master, wait a moment. She pulled her cell phone out of her pocket, took a couple pictures of the wreckage of this ghost internet cafe. What are you doing? Zhang Chuxuan was a bit puzzled. Uploading the credentials for completing the mission. Ah, you don't know that, Celestial Master? Ma Qingqing gave Zhang Chuxuan a puzzled look. I know. Can I tell you that I've been a part of your cultivation community for less than 24 hours total? However, Zhang Chuxuan was keenly aware of something. I've been practicing hard in the mountains all these years, and I don't really know much about the outside world. Hear that? It took Ma Qingqing a moment to realize. She said by way of explanation. Nowadays, the world is experiencing a psychic resurgence, so the government has set up a special organization called the Psychic Bureau, and since more and more spirits are appearing and the Psychic Bureau is understaffed, a bounty platform has been opened, in which some psychic missions will be released, and as long as they are completed, a large amount of bounty will be awarded. A psychic mission? And a bounty? As soon as I heard this, Zhang Chuxian's entire eyes lit up. Isn't this a proper large experience pool? Are there any requirements to enter this bounty platform? Zhang Chuxian inquired. No, just the invitation link. Sky Master, let's add a contact. I'll send you the link. The two added a contact. A little more small talk. Only then did Zhang Chuxian realize that this niece was actually still a student at Jiangbei University. The thought of being a soft female big during the day, carry your gear at night and go ghost hunting. It's kinda contrasting. Separate at an intersection. Zhang Chuxian didn't continue to linger either. Now there's money. Naturally, you can't treat yourself poorly. Got a 5-star hotel directly in the neighborhood. Got a suite. Simply washed up. He then sat down on the bed with his knees crossed. Merit is now up to 600 points. Enough to pump the whiteboard prize pool right up to full. Zhang Chuxian didn't have any hesitation. System. Drawl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 merit and conducting a whiteboard lottery to obtain the reward, Pure Heart Mantra, full level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 merit and conducting a whiteboard lottery to obtain the reward, Pure Body Mantra, full level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 merits and conducting a whiteboard lottery to obtain the reward, 1 bottle of Extreme Marrow Cleansing Pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 merits and conducting a whiteboard lottery to obtain the reward, 100 years of Black Donkey Hooves *5. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 300 merit and conducting a whiteboard lottery to obtain the reward, Merit Upgrade Card *1. Chapter 21 Raffle Drawl. Strength Surge. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, 5 system beeps sounded in a row. Zhang Chuxian looked at the 5 extra items within the system space. Satisfied, he nodded. Not bad. The Pure Heart Divine Mantra and the Pure Body Divine Mantra naturally needed no introduction. Like the Golden Light Mantra, it is one of the 8 sacred mantras of Taoism. Among them, the Pure Heart Mantra purifies the mind and body, removes distracting thoughts, and makes one's spiritual platform clear from any evil spirits. It's perfect for some youngsters who often control not knowing how to perform their ancestral craft. The purification mantra, on the other hand, purifies one's own defilement, embraces one's body form, defends the Tao, and can be left alone in any dirty place. Zhang Chuxuan claimed these two divine incantations. A mysterious aura spread from his surroundings. It lasted for tens of seconds before completely dissipating. Zhang Chuxuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The continued look at other rewards. Extreme marrow cleansing pill. After taking it, it can improve the cultivation qualifications and enhance the user's talent by 50 points. Good stuff. Zhang Chuxuan made a move with his arm. A crystal clear jade bottle then appeared in his hand. The bottle was shiny all over, and it was extraordinary at first glance. It's safe to say that the bottle alone won't cost less than 7 figures. He opened the bottle. Immediately, a faint fragrance of the Dan then emanated from within the bottle. The aroma is not cloying and is capable of lifting one's spirits with even a single whiff. There were a total of 10 pills in the bottle. Peanut size. To be able to enhance qualifications and still have no side effects, this is truly a supreme treasure. Zhang Chuxuan is awesome. Qualification this thing. Are born, after the data change do not be too difficult. And the marrow cleansing pill was equivalent to directly helping people change their lives against the odds. He took a capsule out of the middle of the bottle. Stuff it in your mouth. The marrow cleanser melts in your mouth. It turned into a stream of the purest origin breath that didn't enter Zhang Chuxuan's body. Partition. A few seconds of silent physical realization. Zhang Chuxuan played it spaced out, looking at the unchanged. As if he'd knocked over a jelly bean, he fell into a deep thought. It's not like you're buying a fake, is it? Well, a small line appeared before his eyes. The host's physique is special and cannot be upgraded. Why didn't you say so earlier? Forget it, leave it for someone else later. It's true that you don't need to upgrade your qualifications yourself either. What did he rely on to improve his cultivation? Talent? Effort? It's all bull ********. No amount of talent or effort could have elevated him from an ordinary person to an innate in such a short period of time. The last two rewards. The feat's upgrade card naturally goes without saying. 100 years of blackass hooves isn't really a blackass that has lived for 100 years. It is the black donkey's hoof placed under the incense burner of the Taoist temple, absorbing the formation of 100 years of incense. The effective exorcism is one of the best. It is even more effective against zombies in an unexpected way. Click to pick up. The system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 10 whiteboard draws. Bronze draws unlocked. Bronze draw 1. 000 merit. Current remaining merit, 4,100 points. Is it a draw? 1,000 merits? A direct tripling? Zhang Chuxuan had some expectations. Just the lowest level of whiteboard lottery is able to draw so many good things. This higher tier of bronze rewards was bound to not disappoint him. Pump! Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merit for the bronze draw and obtaining the reward, Dragon and Tiger Dharma Seal Upgrade Card *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merit for the bronze lucky draw and obtaining the reward, A Wisp of True Dragon's Breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merit for the bronze draw and obtaining the reward, Merit Upgrade Card *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merit for the bronze lucky draw and obtaining the reward, Dao * Shrinking. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. Shrinking into the ground. Surprisingly, an avatar has come out. This wave is bloody profitable. Hear the system beep. Zhang Chuxuan's expression was greatly delighted. Shrinking into the ground, this could definitely be a top-notch body magic aptitude. It is rumored that when one cultivates to full level, a step of 100 miles is no big deal. Pick up. Zhang Chuxuan spoke directly. Shasta. In the middle of his mind, information about the shrinking divine power had appeared. Zhang Chuxuan silently operated the mantra. It only felt like space and time began to fold at this moment. He suddenly opened his eyes. Shrink to the ground. With the avatar running, his feet stepped. Shasta. Just go from the bed to the living room of the hotel. One step is a full dozen meters. It's not much faster than before. If this went to the Olympics, Bolt would have to smoke a cigarette when he saw it. Worthy of being a great divine power. Just a preliminary comprehension. And at such a speed. Awesome. Zhang Chuxuan expressed his satisfaction. He gazed at a couple other rewards. I have to say that this 1,000 merit draw is just so much better than the previous blank slate rewards. Almost every reward is of great use to him. True Dragon's Breath, the world's aquatic demon's greatest treasure. Aquatic demons absorb it and have a chance of obtaining a true dragon's bloodline. Dragon? See this presentation. Zhang Chuxuan couldn't even help but stare. Is there really such a legendary creature? In the future it looks like there's nothing to catch a head dragon for fun. Dragon Rider or something. Seems good too. After the rewards are claimed, It's only natural to start upgrading. Upgrade a wave of divine abilities first, before coming to upgrade the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. Zhang Chuxuan had already made up his mind after a slight thought. Think about it. He looked directly at his feat upgrade card. Together with the lucky draw, Zhang Chuxuan now had a total of 4 feat upgrade cards. However, there were 2 feats that he needed to upgrade, namely the Divine Ghost 7 killing orders and the Shrinking Ground into Inch that he had just obtained. Split it evenly. System. Use all the feats upgrade cards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the feat upgrade card, *4 inch. Please select the feat that needs to be upgraded, Divine Ghost 7 killing orders, Shrinking Ground. Elevate together. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Divine Ghost 7 killings order. Current feat level, proficient. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading Shrinking Ground. Current feat level, proficient. Buzz. The words fell. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the senses about these 2 divine abilities were exploding. Zhang Chuxuan's finger gently tapped on the void. Above the void. In an instant, the power of a talisman began to explode. However, the talisman did not coalesce and was erased by Zhang Chuxuan midway through. What a strong Divine Ghost 7 slaying order. With this divine ability, I'll be able to increase my strength by more than 10% as well. Zhang Chuxuan muttered to himself. It's very satisfying. Immediately after, he also pulled out his own Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. System. Use the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful use. As the system's voice fell in the hands of Zhang Chuxuan, the originally somewhat tattered Dragon Tiger Dharma seal was instantly wrapped in a layer of light. The entire circumference of the spell seal began to shimmer with a complex divine pattern. Ancient. Mysterious. Even Zhang Chuxuan couldn't recognize what these divine patterns were at all. But with just a slight feeling, one could perceive the terror of this divine pattern. Chapter 22 Nine-Tailed Fox Immortal. Classification. Name, Dragon and Tiger Dharma Seal. Grade, medium grade artifact level. Attached skills, Rui. Rui, can change form at will. Ability, restrain all evil spirits. Plus 50% damage to evil spirits. Next level, 2000 merits. There wasn't much change in the attributes of the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal that had been strengthened once. It was just one more intermediate magic weapon rank. But the power skyrocketed by at least 50%. Done with that. Zhang Chuxuan also didn't forget about what Ma Qingqing said about the bounty network today. He turned on his cell phone. Tap on the information screen. Ma Qingqing has sent a link. Without saying a word, Zhang Chuxuan clicked in. The link you have jumped to is risky. Please proceed with caution. Look at the reminder above. The corner of Zhang Chuxuan's mouth twitched. What a familiar line. This really isn't a bad site? Ignoring the risks, Zhang Chuxuan instantly jumped above a forum. Dense information appeared right in. It took more than half an hour. It was only then that Zhang Chuxuan had a general understanding of this bounty forum. This is a site for practitioners alone. It contains a mall, postings, live streaming and more. Some of it is like a combination of a certain sound and a certain bar. At the same time, Zhang Chuxuan also learned some information about the practitioners of today's world and their class divisions. The cultivation world today is divided into 2 sets of forces. One of the traditional ones is them, the practitioners, and the psychics who have awakened their powers among the Psychic Bureau. And there are far more aliens than practitioners. Elementic powers are also categorized into a variety of categories, like the most common 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire and earth, as well as spirit, cold, intention, and so on. There are 4 levels: inferior talent, medium talent, high talent, and extreme talent, and a separate set of grading formulas. The corresponding ones are respectively, level F, Qi cultivation, level E, pulse condensation, level D, Qi C, level C, Hotian, level B, innate, level A, knowing fate. Ghosts and spirits are divided into ghosts, evil spirits, ghosts, ghosts and spirits, Rakshasa ghosts, and ghost. Right now, Zhang Chuxuan's realm was already at the B grade innate level. Of course, if we're talking about overall strength, he was already at an absolute invincibility in both the innate. Even if he knew his fate, he dared to touch it. In today's cultivation world, even if it wasn't the top, it was definitely already considered to be in the ranks of experts. Find a bounty and test the waters. Get the situation pretty much figured out. Zhang Chuxuan directly tapped on the bounty interface. Shasta. Countless psychic messages appeared right in front of Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxian's entire body was startled. So many. Boy. After spending so much time in the mountains, I really didn't realize that this world's spirituality has become dangerous to this level. But ordinary people shouldn't even know about it yet. And it looks like the government is doing its best to suppress it. Zhang Chuxuan smacked his lips, but didn't pay much attention to it. he is now in the north of the river. Spirituality elsewhere is really a whipping boy, only able to deal with the bounty incident in the north of the river. He looked down. Nanshan Basketball Hall. A midnight basketball ghost has appeared, contacting basketball every night with a unique dance step, kneeling down and asking the master to catch it. The uptown viaduct can't stand up, leading to the tragic death of the holy monk of Manjinsa Temple, urgently needing help from someone high up. Nine-tailed fox fairy dug out from a construction site, accidentally killed by workers. The fox fairy's grievances are hard to dispel. Please master, help me catch it as my wife. Zhang Chuxuan searched around among these events. The more you read, the more addictive it gets. Worthy of a new age practitioner. The headlines are more cool than one. Not going to work in the NC shock department is the loss of the headline party. Zhang Chuxuan's gaze finally settled on an event. Uptown Viaduct Incident. The incident started half a month ago when the viaduct, built jointly by the city's Yida group and the government, collapsed violently as it passed through an uptown intersection. Within a series of 7 days afterward, the elevated structure at that intersection collapsed several times, resulting in dozens of deaths. And even the holy monks of the Temple of 10,000 Treasures died tragically among them. Incident level, C+, extremely dangerous. Reward amount, 5 million. 5 million? Gives so much. Watch the bounty. Zhang Chuxuan was heartened throughout, knowing that the bounty might give a lot of money, but not realizing that it could give so much. Does that mean one can easily make $1 million a day just by solving one case a day? It's almost faster than a money grab. Zhang Chuxuan didn't hesitate and clicked to receive it. Drop. Incident claimed successfully. Please enter the claimant's code name. A page pops up on the website. Tianshi. Zhang Chuxuan directly typed in his name. Dropping. Input complete. Remind the recipient that paranormal events are risky. Please be extremely cautious and careful. Automatically ignore alerts. Zhang Chuxuan stretched his back, sent a message to the administrator of this Yida group, saying that he was going over in the afternoon. Cover the quilt. Sleep. Jiangbei Psychic Bureau. A member of the Psychic Bureau, who was monitoring the back end of the bounty network, looked at the name that popped up on it. The entire group was slightly stunned, but then the face just showed surprise. Captain, there's news. He called out in one direction right within the hall. In the middle of that direction, Chan Ming, the previous captain of the Psychic Bureau, had already appeared. His figure flickered. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of that Psychic Bureau member. What news? Yes, it was you who asked me to monitor the information of the Celestial Master, he said as he pointed his finger at the backstage of the bounty network. Chen Ming's pupils contracted. Celestial Master. The one who can use this code name. Is that really him? His mind was still recalling the images monitored in the middle of Longhu Mountain the day before yesterday. Even if it has been so long, he still remembers it well. Chen Ming hesitated slightly, then dialed a number. Hello. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone momentarily. Captain, Kai Wei. You're the one responsible for following up on the elevated incident at the Uptown Yida group, aren't you? Yes, Captain. A recipient codenamed Heavenly Master has just claimed this mission. I suspect that it's the one in the Dragon Tiger Mountain who has descended from the mountain. What? The Celestial Master is coming down from the mountain? Yes, but we can't be sure of the situation right now. So tomorrow, after that collector shows up, you observe and keep me posted. Yes. Yida Group. Headquarters building. The President's office. There were only two figures. One of them was naturally the Maoshan disciple Tang Kaiwei within the Psychic Bureau, and beside her, there was also a man who was about 1 meter 7 in height, a cool woman in a professional outfit. The woman's looks were almost impeccable, keeping her shoulder-length hair, a pair of straight and slender jade legs arched up. It's more of an aura. However, at this moment, her brows were tinged with astonishment as she looked toward Tang Kaiwei. Kaiwei, are you saying that someone high up has picked up the bounty I put out? Chapter 23, Dragon King, Catch a Dragon for Fun. Tang Kaiwei heard this, a slight nod and smile. That's right. I just received a call from our captain and rushed here to report good news to you. Sister Linglong, the crisis your group encountered this time can definitely be solved. Being able to be addressed in such a manner by Tang Kaiwei, the woman's identity was also unquestionable. She is the current chairman of Yida Group, Xiao Linglong. Hearing Tang Kaiwei's words, Xiao Linglong was delighted, but when she remembered what she had encountered, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of bitterness. Kaiwei, the incident I encountered this time is one that even those high-ranking monks of the Wanjin Temple were unable to do anything about. And which of the tallest men in this northern part of the river can be even more powerful than those masters of the Wanjin Temple? As chairman of a group, although Xiao Linglong was only an ordinary person, she knew far more than an ordinary person. Tang Kaiwei smiled confidently. Sister Linglong, I admit that this 10,000 gold temple has a great reputation in Jiangbei, Even our Jiangbei Psychic Bureau doesn't dare to say that it's stronger than them. But this one who has taken the bounty this time is far from being comparable to the 10,000 gold temple, more powerful than the master of the Manjin temple. Xiao Linglong was stunned. Right, definitely much stronger than them. Even if we look at our Psychic Bureau headquarters, there aren't many stronger than this one. Tang Kaiwei stretched her waist, her nice curves showing. Kaiwei, who the hell is that? Xiao Linglong couldn't help but inquire. Tang Kaiwei laughed. You should have heard about it too. He is the contemporary purple-robed heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, who has recently exploded on the internet, is also the head of my Taoist family. Xiao Linglong's eyes widened when these words came out. She had naturally seen Zhang Chuxuan's video in the past few days, learned quite a bit about Taoism as well. Purple-robed celestial master. This is a real big shot in the cultivation world. Xiao Linglong instantly reacted finally with some surprise. She became the president of the Yida group at a young age though. The city is not comparable to an ordinary woman, but in the face of this psychic event, on the surface, although calm, the heart is also in a panic. Originally, she was close to resigning herself to her fate, but now Tang Kaiwei had actually brought her this kind of information. The next day, evening, it's not a good day. It's been drizzling all day. Zhang Chuxuan, who woke up after a nap, got up and cleaned up. Naturally, he had not forgotten his business for the day. Out the front door of the hotel, he then stopped a cab. Where to? After sitting in the car, the driver who was driving asked towards Zhang Chuxuan. Uptown Viaduct. At the name, the driver was stunned. Lad, are you sure you want to go here? Right. The driver frowned at Zhang Chuxuan and advised. Young man, I see you're a foreigner. I'll tell you, that viaduct is wickedly evil these days. I advise you that it's best not to go there. The old driver's brother said it politely. Should know something? Zhang Chuxuan inquired. Older brother knows something about the situation? Nice. The driver nodded his head with a complex face, as if he had opened his mouth. He lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. As you should know, old boy, we run rentals in almost every place big and small in town we've been to. That's true. In terms of familiarity with the city, almost no one can match a cab driver. The driver continued. Just half a month ago, I happened to have been near the uptown elevated area. It was also an evening rainy day, just like today. It was dark and windy. I finished dropping off a customer and stopped by the side of the road at that place to try and get some rest. But, just when I was half asleep, guess what I heard? What? Zhang Chuxuan was curious. As this old driver brother said this, some indelible bewilderment and fear appeared in his eyes. He took a hard drag on his cigarette and exhaled the smoke ring before speaking slowly. I hear it. A dragon's roar. This swears I'm really not hallucinating because, after that dragon's roar, the viaduct, it collapsed. In the days that followed, more than one person heard it one after another, and after every time they heard the dragon's roar, that elevated would collapse once. Now, the whole cab circle is saying, the viaduct built by Yida Group this time, is built to the Dragon King's body. It's destined to be repaired. Whoever goes will die. Dragon? Zhang Chuxuan couldn't help but be amused. Last night he himself was talking about catching a dragon for fun. You didn't think you'd meet him today? It's really fate. The cab traveled for over half an hour before finally stopping at an intersection in front of the uptown viaduct. The old driver's brother was dead set against driving any further. Zhang Chuxuan didn't force it. Push the door open and get out of the car. Now the sky is getting darker. The rain was still landing with a crash. The whole street looked bleak in reflection. Zhang Chuxuan slightly discerned the direction. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, I saw where several intersecting viaducts met. Below is a huge construction site. It's cordoned off. You are Heavenly Master Zhang. Just then, a voice suddenly came from Zhang Chuxuan's ears. He looked over in the direction of the voice. It was seen next to the site. There were also some figures standing. The most conspicuous among them were 2 women. One had short hair and was wearing tights and looked rather heroic. The other was a royal lady in her early 20s with long flowing hair. A proper top beauty. They were the ones who just opened their mouths. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly at the 2. Those 2 women were instantly overjoyed and walked towards Zhang Chuxuan. Greetings, Celestial Master. I am a staff member of the Jiangbei Psychic Bureau and a Taoist Maoshan disciple. Tang Kaiwei. A Maoshan disciple? And the other Mikado laughed at this time. My name is Xiao Linglong. I'm the head of this Yida Group project. A brief moment of politeness with the 2 women. Zhang Chuxuan also went straight to the point. Let's fix the situation here first. You 2 just wait here. Hear that? Xiao Linglong and Tang Kaiwei's faces both changed slightly. Tang Kaiwei said, Heavenly Master, do you want me to accompany you in? Although my cultivation isn't really high, I shouldn't be a drag. The events here, the danger level is high. There might be a B-class sneak. Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand to interrupt. No, there's no need to help with a mere C-ranked mission. A C+ event may be difficult for others, but for Zhang Chuxuan, that's not challenging at all. Even if there really were B-class ghosts, Zhang Chuxuan could destroy them with his hands. The corner of Tang Saiwei's mouth twitched. Class C? Also district. It was important to know that C-level incidents, even Jiangbei City could not encounter a few a year, and every time they appeared, the captain's level was required to personally take action and also handle them carefully. But Zhang Chuxuan's tone, it was like swatting a fly. Chapter 24, Tong Tian Talisman. 60 years of cultivation. When Tang Kaiwei heard Zhang Chuxuan's words, she didn't insist on it. Since that's the case, we'll wait outside. And you take care of everything, Heavenly Master. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. Stepping towards that construction site, he went over. Crunch! The heavy iron gate of the construction site was pushed open. There was a toothsome scraping sound. Inside the iron door, thick ink like black fog swarmed out. Almost in an instant, it engulfed Zhang Chuxuan's figure. Xiao Linglong and Tang Kaiwei in the distance looked at Zhang Chuxuan, who was engulfed in darkness, sparing the fact that both of them were not ordinary women. Their hearts trembled slightly. Although it was only a glimpse from afar, the terror amongst that iron door still had them in a state of shock. Xiao Linglong glanced at Tang Kaiwei next to her. Kaiwei, is the Celestial Master really as powerful as the legends say? Though she had also had a bad time with Zhang Chuxuan's video this night. Online netizens also almost always described Zhang Chuxuan as an exiled immortal. But, she hadn't seen Zhang Chuxuan strike after all, and what was hidden underneath this elevated area was simply too terrifying. It made her a little worried too. Tang Kaiwei smiled faintly. Don't worry, sister. You have to have faith in our Taoist celestial masters. If the Taoist sect hadn't declined 100 years ago, with these two little characters of ours, we wouldn't have been able to get into the eyes of the Heavenly Master. Alright, I'll go and report the situation to the Bureau. Our captain has also been waiting for information from the Heavenly Master. In the middle of the construction site. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Solve the construction site paranormal incident. Mission accomplished. Receive the reward, 60 years of cultivation, Tong Tian Talisman, feat upgrade card *2. Mission failure, punishment none. The system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. The Taoist Talisman? After hearing the name, Zhang Chuxuan was stunned, and then he revealed a joyful expression. This is one of the 8 wonders techniques. I didn't realize there was one. Slightly more collected, Zhang Chuxuan looked towards the middle of the construction site. This site is extremely large. It was filled with all kinds of building materials. These materials are dark under this rainy night. It looks a little spooky. Zhang Chuxuan slightly sensed the direction where the Yin mist was thickest. Taking a step that way, haven't gotten very far out yet. He then jolted to hear something. There seems to be a fight going on, and it seems to be quite a fight. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes brightened slightly. There's hilarity. That has to be seen. He followed the sound right to the door of a makeshift housing unit on a construction site. Getting here. Then the bickering got louder. At the same time he saw inside along with the window. Just saw a middle-aged couple dressed as workers were pushing and shoving each other. And it has gotten more and more intense. Right about this time, the man suddenly copied a kitchen knife in his hand. Bitch, go to hell. Bump. The chopper slashed impartially directly above the woman's head. This would be an ordinary person. I'm afraid I'm going to die with this cut. However, a horrifying scene took place. The woman was hit in the head by this slash. Instead, a wry smile began to appear on his face. Immediately after, the smile grew bigger. Have you not eaten? Chop. Chop me to death? The man heard this. More anger. Once again, the chopper was raised, desperately swinging. Just a couple of hits in quick succession. Each slash hit the woman squarely in the torso, but it still doesn't work. The woman's mocking voice continued. Useless punk. You're a piece of. See these. Zhang Chuxuan smashed his mouth. That's quite a harmonious and friendly family relationship. The man kept massaging his wife. And I'm afraid my wife won't be satisfied. And the woman was constantly encouraging her husband. Give them spiritual comfort, grace and love. That's so gracious. Zhang Chuxuan looked all touched. He pushed open the door to the room with one hand. The commotion outside the door caused both man and woman to stop moving. In unison, they looked right toward the front door. They saw a young Taoist smilingly walking towards them. Who? The man inquired in a ferociously cataract-cold voice. The kitchen knife in his hand aimed at Zhang Chuxuan. Even the woman's eyes stared back. Zhang Chuxuan hurriedly waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, gentlemen. I'm not a nice person. I'm here to help you. The couple was stunned. But then he reacted. And his whole face went black. God damn it, you're not a good person. How do you say that with such a straight face? The man's expression became even more eerie. How can I help? Zhang Chuxuan grinned. You haven't used a sword before, old brother, have you? The man was puzzled. What does it matter? That's a lot to do with it. I can tell at a glance that your wife is not an ordinary person, and if you want to kill her, you're bound to use special means. Oh, there's such a thing? The man was shocked by Zhang Chuxuan's professional demeanor, and even the woman next to him was listening in a serious manner. That's for sure. Come on, give me your knife and I'll teach you, Zhang Chuxuan said and walked to the man's side, signaling him to watch from the side. The man nodded and handed over the chopper, looking like he was eager to follow Zhang Chuxuan and learn a few tricks. Zhang Chuxuan took the knife, teaching seriously to the man next to him. You only have your one wife. I can only teach it once, so watch, he said as a bit of yuan qi was injected into the chopper. Toward the woman's backside it lodged. Pust. The woman's eyes, which originally still held a cold smile, shuddered violently the moment the knife was stuck down, but it was held down by Zhang Chuxuan's death grip as he smiled at the man and continued. See, my sister-in-law is now speechless with joy. The man drifted off, couldn't help but nod vigorously. Master, brilliant, Zhang Chuxuan was satisfied. Sister-in-law, close your eyes, take a deep breath. Your head may be a little dizzy. It's all normal. The woman struggled even more. However, a golden light burst out violently above Zhang Chuxuan's chopper. The terrifying power instantly churned the man's body to pieces. Bump! The woman let out a scream and blew right up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Zhang Chuxuan drew his knife. The middle-aged man looked at the blasted woman. The whole thing was bewildered for a moment. Fear showed on his face. You really killed her. Zhang Chuxuan was very dissatisfied. Old brother, what are you saying? Is it a question about my blade skills? Then I'll show you again, so you can experience it. The man shook his head hurriedly. No, pust. He hadn't finished his sentence. Zhang Chuxuan had already chopped down towards him with a knife. Above the blade, a ray of golden light coalesced. Bump! The man also turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. The system's beep appeared. I'm so helpful. Will I be taken for a saintly mother that way? Zhang Chuxuan sighed. But it didn't linger any longer. Toward the front it went. Chapter 25, The Yellow-Skinned Man Begs for a Seal. I'll seal it as the Jade Emperor. Beyond the sight at this time, two specially designed SUVs came quickly out of the darkness in the distance. The car stopped by the construction site. A middle-aged man was the first to step out. As soon as I saw the man, a smile appeared on Tang Saiwei's face then. Team Chen. It went without saying that the person who came was naturally Chen Ming. Chen Ming also nodded, immediately following the inquiry. Are you sure? The visitor is really that heavenly master in the Dragon Tiger Mountain? Hear that? Tang Kaiwei hurriedly answered with a straight face. Right, that's the one. Chen Ming sighed in relief as if he was relieved. A smile finally appeared on his face as well. It's really unexpected that this one would come to our Jiangbei. This is great. With this one sitting here, our future spirits in Jiangbei will definitely be drastically reduced. Xiao Linglong on the side really couldn't help but be curious. Captain Chen, how does the Heavenly Master's cultivation compare to yours? In Xiao Linglong's perception, Chen Ming is already a figure that counts in this northern part of the river, or the top brass of the Psychic Bureau, although Zhang Chuxuan was prominent, the Daoist. After all, it's been in decline for 100 years. Chen Ming, how does it compare to me? Upon hearing the question, Chen Ming could not help the scene of Zhang Chuxuan edicting the heavenly thunder that day from the center of his mind. Unable to help it, he revealed a bitter smile. Mr. Xiao, you are not from our inhuman circle, so you may not know much about that person, and with this amount of strength I have, I'm afraid that I'm not even worthy of lifting my shoes with him. Xiao Linglong, Omega. So exaggerated. In the middle of the construction site, Zhang Chuxuan's footsteps were still moving forward. As it gets deeper and deeper, the yin qi in the middle of the whole construction site was getting heavier and heavier. The temperatures of the air are getting dramatically lower. It's a sign of too much yin. Yin and yang are two extremes, and the human body is a natural yang furnace. There will also be 3 yang flames on the shoulders. When encountering yin, the yang fire trembles, causing one to lose heat. If the average person suddenly feels their body temperature dropping, this is the right time to run. Suddenly, whoosh! In the midst of the grass in front of them, there was a violent sound. Zhang Chuxuan only felt his immediate vision blink violently. The originally empty and silent bushes were not sure when a figure with a straw hat had appeared. At first glance it looks like a stooped old man, but if you look closely, you can tell. This thing is not human, because behind it, there was a fluffy tail. Demon? Zhang Chuxuan took a curious look at the thing. It's been a few days of seeing sneaks. Never seen a demon yet. The reason why Zhang Chuxuan was so conclusive was because this thing in front of him is solid. By comparison, the sneak is just a cloud of nothingness and energy. Sure enough, Zhang Chuxuan's words had only just fallen. The figure then slowly raised its head. By the faintest of lights, he saw a large-sized weasel with a few strands of white hair on its forehead appear in front of him. It shook off the white hair on its head, and its pair of green eyes stared at Zhang Chuxuan and laughed. Folks, do I look human to you? Hear this. Zhang Chuxuan was happy then. Thought it was something. Turns out it was a weasel. And this weasel, he's still looking for his seal? When Weasel saw Zhang Chuxuan's laughter, he couldn't help but make a glare at him. At the same time there was some confusion. Shouldn't the average living person be terrified when they encounter themselves? Why is this guy in front of me even laughing? Haven't waited for it to react. Zhang Chuxuan had already taken a step in front of it and directly went up and kicked it. Like Nima, often play. Bump. The weasel flew more than 10 meters directly by this kick, falling into the grass in an arc. The small eyes were still confused. How did you interrupt my spell? But not for a few seconds. There was then movement in the grass once again. The yellow-skinned man who had been kicked away just now had once again run not far from Zhang Chuxuan. It no longer looked as amiable as it did before. Instead, a monstrous fierce light erupted. Obviously Zhang Chuxuan's previous kick had completely enraged it. It stood up humanly. The mouth said sharply again. Folks, do I look like a fairy or a god to you? Buzz. In the moment this sentence fell, a strange power erupted from this yellow-skinned body. It directly enveloped Zhang Chuxuan. And when Zhang Chuxuan heard this, the smile on his face clouded over. What a cheeky thing to do. Previously, this yellow-skinned man asked Zhang Chuxuan to ask if he looked like a human being. Zhang Chuxuan originally did not want to pay attention, because this yellow skin hasn't harmed anyone. That's why it gave it a kick. But it's begging to be sealed this time, though only a few words were changed. But then the meaning changes drastically. Arguably the most mischievous way to ask a question in a plea for a seal. Earlier this yellow-skinned man asked if he looked like a human being. At this point in time, but anyone who says it looks like it is, at best, being haunted by yellow skins and becoming a consecrated house-protecting fairy. It may be a family affair, but there is a way to live. But now this thing, even directly asked Zhang Chuxuan if he was like an immortal or a god. Something like an immortal god. That can only be ordained by the great gods of the past holding the god sealing list. Although Zhang Chuxuan was able to do so as he was carrying a Daoist ancestor's destiny and had Daoist chi. But just this one yellow hair. Want to become a god too? Seeing that Zhang Chuxuan didn't say anything, that yellow eyelid once again opened its mouth. Old folks, do I look like an immortal or a god to you? Zhang Chuxuan smiled coldly. I see you like god. The yellow-skinned face was ecstatic, but before it could respond, Zhang Chuxuan's voice continued. And like the high seat in the 9 heavens of the Lingxiao Palace, the Taishan Kai Tianjin Keiji Zun Jade Emperor pardons the sins of the great Heavenly Father Shin Dome High God. The words fell. The yellow skins were all agitated, and the yellow hairs on his entire body exploded. His pupils contracted as he looked at Zhang Chuxuan with a face full of confusion. The High God of the Shin Dome. Dude, I'll let you seal a small fairy and a small god. What do you mean by the whole Jade Emperor? Bold. A heavenly voice rang out violently in the middle of the underworld. Rumble. The green sky suddenly rang with thunderbolts. Tens of feet of thunder exploded in the sky. It slashed down towards the yellow-skinned man. Bump. Thunder falls. Straight up bombing on the yellow skins again. The yellow-skinned man didn't even utter a word, bursting into flames in an instant. Dead can't be dead. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, a system voice rang out. With the death of the yellow-skinned man, the black mist around him dissipated in an instant. Only the pavement cracked into a large crater. In the pit, it was still possible to see the bones of the yellow-skinned corpse from earlier. Zhang Chuxuan spat. Something looking for death. Although his Dao ancestor fate could seal a god, that also depended on whether the thing being sealed was worthy or not. Virtue is not worthy of enjoying righteousness and is bound to die without a burial place. Unless Zhang Chuxuan was willing to resist the heavenly thunder for it and take over the karma. But this is naturally impossible. Punished by this heavenly thunder, this yellow-skinned man won't even have a chance to reincarnate. Chapter 26, True Dragon Underground. Vajra Rage. On. Just then, a hiss snapped. At the same time, a cloudy fog began to erupt from the sky. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The sound. Something like a cow. But not a cow. Dragon song. But the dragon's roar seemed to be mixed with some pain. What's going on here? Zhang Chuxuan frowned. Shrink to cast. The figure disappeared in an instant, toward the direction of that dragon's roar. It was just a matter of a few dozen seconds. Zhang Chuxuan had then entered the core of this construction site. This location is also where these elevated want to intersect. There was a hole that was several feet in size. It should be the marks left behind by previous construction piling at the site. And that roiling yin qi was flowing out from under this hole. Zhang Chuxuan didn't have any hesitation. A direct leap. The hole was deeper than he thought. It was only after a full 60 to 70 meters of descent that Zhang Chuxuan landed on the ground. Through the faint light, Zhang Chuxuan looked towards the surrounding area at the bottom of this cave. The whole cave has a special place in it. Ahead was a cluster of reefs that stretched for hundreds of feet. The cluster of stones was unevenly layered, like a huge scale set in the middle of this ground. And in the cave, I don't know when there were 9 chains erected, and these chains were attached to each part of that rock group. Where the chains joined, large streams of black liquid, like blood, bubbled up from below. Dragon. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the shape of the reef and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This was actually a stone dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It turns out that this sound of a dragon's roar is not a real dragon, but an underground dragon vein. Zhang Chuxuan muttered. He then said, how could there be a real dragon in this world? Such creatures might have existed in ancient times, but in this day and age, there had never been a true dragon. At most, it's a boa constrictor, as well as a boa. But with the dragon vein, it's a different story. Daoist is a large place. There were countless dragon veins, and even if most of them had been chopped up hundreds of years ago, there would still be some surviving, like the one in front of us. Only, this dragon vein in front of me seems to be suffering a heavy blow as well. In the midst of this cavern once again traveled 100 meters, over a rocky reef. Zhang Chuxuan was stunned. Just see up ahead. An underground depression appeared. Inside the depression, there are bodies everywhere. A strong odor of blood filled the air, and in the center of this depression, instead, a giant cage shimmered with an ethereal light. The cage was engraved with intricate runes. Next to them were grooves where the blood of the corpses flowed into the cage like a stream. In the cage, Zhang Chuxuan also saw an almost transparent shadow. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, neck like a snake. Dragon. This dragon was all snow white. The scale armor shimmered with light. However, at this moment, this dragon's shadow was already close to running out of gas, and was continuously resisting the power of the inscriptions on top of that cage, where its reverse scales were. Those 9 chains from before were even more firmly trapping it, and below that cage, a bald figure sat there on a plate. His eyes carried endless greed. A dragon vein. It's still a dragon vein that has passed through the spirit. As long as we capture it to take its dragon energy, my Buddhist temple's grand plan will be able to be carried out. When the time comes, the poor monk will definitely be able to take the top spot. Zhang Chuxuan? This bald head is a monk. He instantly recalled the holy monk of the 10,000 gold temple mentioned in the previous mission. It's him? This bald ass. He's not dead? And he's behind all this? Detaining the dragon vein and triggering the earth to split. Yuan Ju bald ass. You've got a lot of guts. The icy voice echoed throughout the underground. The entire monk Yuan Ju, who was sitting on the ground, was stunned, looking right in the direction of the sound. The moment he saw Zhang Chuxuan, Yuan Ju then frowned. Who are you? It's going to kill you. Yuan Ju couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. To take the life of a poor monk? Little Taoist monk. You don't have a small mouth. In this Jiangbei city, the poor monk is the sky. I don't know how you got here, but since you've been allowed to discover the secrets of this place, you'll stay. Monk Yuan Ju's eyes, in a split second's time, turned morose. A terrifying aura rose from his body. In his hand was an extra wooden fish. Yuan Ju picked up the wooden fish. Knock it down hard. Thud. A sound wave rose. With this sound wave, chakra began to blow a gloomy wind around him. In a cloudy wind, a full dozen or so hideous ghostly shadows appeared. Raising ghosts? You're a monk. How dare you raise ghosts? When Zhang Chuxuan saw this scene, his eyes flashed with a hint of dismay. Raising ghosts? No matter when that can be absolutely evil, because ghosts are born out of extreme grudge and hatred. You the living are inherently two opposites. If you want to keep a ghost, you must necessarily look more like a ghost than an evil ghost. But this bald donkey in front of me is clearly a monk. He actually has this kind of tactic? Just such a thing. How did he join the monastery? Or is it those monks in Jiangbei? Are they all the same? What do you care what poor monks raise? Go, kill him. Once again, Yuan Ju struck the wooden fish. Thud. Those hideous and severe ghosts, in unison, lunged towards Zhang Chuxuan. Something looking for death. A golden light skyrocketed from his body against the wind. Just for a split second it was like a great sun blossoming in the middle of this space. Swish. Zhang Chuxuan's feet moved as well. He waved his palm. The dragon tiger Dharma seal had appeared in his hand. With the infusion of Yuan Qi, the dragon tiger Dharma seal surged against the wind. It swelled to the size of several feet in an instant. Toward those ghostly creatures it was covered. Die. Zhang Chuxuan let out a low shout. Nowadays, the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal had been strengthened for the second time. The power had skyrocketed from before. It's simply not too easy to deal with these ordinary ghosts. Boom! The entire underground trembled violently. Those severe ghosts barely even resisted. It was then instantly torn apart by the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind the system's beep sounded. With just a single strike, all of the severe ghosts had been killed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a broken figure sounded silently from Zhang Chuxuan's side. Monk Yuanju's body had moved at some point. A ray of Buddhist light appeared on his body. A cold smile spread across the corners of Yuanju's mouth. I really underestimated you, stinking Taoist, but with some cultivation, you are able to fight against my Buddhist sect? The poor monk will show you the true divine power. Vajra rage. Boom! On the body of Yuanju, a Buddhist light began to appear. This Buddha's light instantly wrapped his entire body. A fist slammed straight down at Zhang Chuxuan. Chapter 27, Tai Shang Tai Xing, Strain Without Stopping. With his latter-day cultivation, together with the divine powers of the Buddhists, being sneak attacked at such close range, even an ordinary innate expert couldn't withstand it. Zhang Chuxuan had naturally noticed the attack long ago. A hint of disdain appeared on his face. Golden light, condense. His mind moved. The golden light mantra instantly transformed into a flood bell enveloping his entire person. The golden light spell's attack method might not be the strongest, but if we're talking about defense, anyone who could break a full-grade golden light spell under the heavens was absolutely pathetic. At least it was far beyond the ability of this Yuanju to shake. Bump! A dull thud came from among the air. Yuanju only felt as if his palm had struck an iron mountain. Ka-chow! His bones made a crunching sound. Along with his so-called Vajra divine ability, they all directly burst apart. Yuanju's entire body was a bit incredulous. How is this possible? He struck with near full force, still with a sneak attack. Surprisingly, it didn't even break through the opponent's defense. That's the code. What's the point of playing this? Is the fight over? Zhang Chuxuan grinned towards Yuanju. Then it's my turn. The Dragon Tiger Dharma seal in his hand smashed down towards Yuanju. Yuanju's complexion changed dramatically. The entire body dodged in a panic. At the same time, in his hand, a string of Buddha beads was thrown out, trying to block the power of this Dharma seal. Bump! That Buddha out-shattered in response after coming into contact with the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal, but it did slightly fend off the attack of the FA seal. Yuanju's entire body flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground. He couldn't help but spray a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The whole face turned white. With just one strike, if not for his numerous treasures, he would have been killed. Damn! How could this little Taoist be so strong? His eyes held endless fear. Old bald donkey, Master Dao won't play with you anymore. Zhang Chuxian's gaze was fixed. His fingers violently traced in the middle of mid-air. Tai Shang Tai Xing, strain without stopping. As Zhang Chuxuan's words, endless Dao Qi blossomed on his body. This aura carried a terrifying killing power. The strength of this killing was just inferior to the 5 Thunderbolt orthodoxy. It was even more powerful than the Golden Light spell. The Golden Light mantra is strong though, but it's more on the defensive side. It was only that the old heavenly master among the hot-blooded fangs was too high in cultivation and struck too hard, so it created a misunderstanding that the Golden Light mantra's attack was also very fierce. It was quite a bit worse than the Divine Ghost 7 killing orders, which went entirely along the lines of attack. Yuanju was seeing this huge talisman that suddenly appeared in the middle of the void. The eyes were just exploding and shrinking. A strong fear emanated from the bottom of his heart. He could feel that if he let this strike hit, he would definitely die. Stinking Taoist! You can't kill me. I am a member of the Wanjin Temple. If you kill me, the Manjin Temple will never let you go. Yuanju was shouting frantically. At the same time the whole body turned and walked away. Run! Threatening Master Dao? Today even if you're Buddha's own father you're bound to die. Exorcise the evil and bind the phantom. The Taoist Qi will last forever. The 7 killing orders of the gods and ghosts. The order to break the killing order. With a final pardon. A terrifying aura exploded from Zhang Chuxuan's body. His 2 fingers were like swords. The blue light was hidden also his fingertips. The whole body moved. It slashed down towards the distant Yuanju. A giant golden sword blasted down. The order to break the killing order exploded. Yuanju's entire body was annihilated by the giant sword in an instant, turning into blood mist and disappearing. And right at the heart of the circumcision, a bit of blood-colored light fiercely pointed at Zhang Chuxuan's body. That blood light was fast to the extreme. Zhang Chuxuan didn't even have much of a chance to react before the bloodlight was dotted on top of his robes, and it left a little mark on his palm. What is it? Zhang Chuxuan was stunned and looked at the little bit of red in his palm, which was like a labeled signal that quickly disappeared after falling. It doesn't even have to be erased. It's already shadowless. It seems to be a special kind of tracking technique. This kind of means is really peculiar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 700 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. 700 merit? Not bad at all. Zhang Chuxuan nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Solve the construction site paranormal incident. Mission accomplished. Receive the reward, 60 years of cultivation, Tong Tian Talisman, feat upgrade card *2. Mission failed, punishment none. The system's voice appeared again. As the cry fell. Boom! Zhang Chuxuan then felt the terrifying yuan qi begin to erupt in the middle of his dantian. 60 years of cultivation rewards surged madly within his body. Zhang Chuxuan was continuously absorbing and refining, while his entire cultivation level was gradually climbing. In the meantime, in the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, all the information about the Tongtian talisman seemed to be directly branded in his mind. It made him melt in a flash. A talisman surfaced in the mind. It was as if he could catalyze it with just a thought. This Tongtian talisman is one of the 8 wondrous techniques. The effect naturally goes without saying. Anyone who has ever watched one of the older hot-blooded tomes knows its power. It is the ultimate in the true way of talismans. The average Daoist uses talismans. All of them had to calm their breath and expend their cultivation to be able to draw one. Even a Daoist who was proficient in the way of talismans, at most, being able to draw a dozen or so talismans in a day would already be considered very impressive. It's a match for the Tongtian talisman. It's totally a heaven and a hell. To borrow a phrase from that old celestial master in Hot Fuzz, it's the talismans that are scattered as if they were beans. Even for Zhang Chuxuan, having the Tongtian talisman, strength has also increased considerably. A full dozen breaths. It was only then that Zhang Chuxuan opened his eyes once again as he looked at his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Taoist ancestor's fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, innate 6, 61. 8%. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level, 5 Thunderbolts Orthodoxy, full level, Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order, proficient, Shrinking the Earth into an Inch, proficient, Tongtian Talisman. Merit, 4,100, can be used for system draws, Bronze Pool, 1,000 merit, for //10, next level, Silver Pool, unlocked. The realm had successfully broken through to the innate 6th level. Merit is also up to 4,000 points again. Metso. After taking a look at it, Zhang Chuxuan then returned to his senses. He looked towards the dragon vein spirit that had been trapped in the middle of the cage. The entire palm of the hand swung. A golden light directly shattered that cage. Along with the 9 iron locks on top of the cage, they also exploded together. Without the suppression of this cage and chains, that white dragon shadow let out a fierce long whistle. A dragon's roar resounded through the ground. Rumble. The ground began to stretch. The dragon vein is the earth dragon. When the dragon vein moves, it is what the world often refers to as the earth's dragon turning over. Also called an earthquake. Chapter 28, the heavenly master seals the righteousness, goes up to the 9 heavens, and soothes the earth. But this time the shaking had stopped after only a slight jolt. That white dragon shadow then appeared in front of Zhang Chuxuan. Somewhat weakly, he spoke. Thank you. The sound is pretty good. Like a lowly. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly and pondered slightly. Since you are already psychic, you must know that above is where the elevated intersections of the earth take place. Inevitably, the foundation must be laid here. And your body here, I'm afraid, will have to suffer at least hundreds of years of body piercing. Zhang Chuxuan was telling the truth. The dragon vein passage was not meant to be smooth sailing. It must be that this dragon vein spirit had this calamity as a consequence of it being psychic. Even if he escaped the robbery, he was bound to be pierced by this elevated frame. This will build up merit, perhaps until the elevated structure disappears in a few hundred years. This spirit of the dragon vein might be able to truly cultivate itself. Zhang Chuxuan's words came out. That dragon vein spirit's eyes also dimmed a bit. It knows this naturally, and it couldn't resist at all, because with the current fortune of the earth, if it dared to roll over, it was afraid that it wouldn't be long before a team that could really be able to cut down the dragons would come here. Simply hitting the spiked dragon spike will be able to nail it down completely, but letting it just endure hundreds of years of suffering in exchange for a glimmer of life. It was also extremely unwilling, but God has a good deal to offer. Zhang Chuxuan suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. It's your fortune that you met me. I can seal the correctness for you and help you to truly transform into a human body. Or I can let the earth set up a temple for you here, so that you can enjoy the merits and virtues. But from now on, You will also need to listen to my Heavenly Master's office. Are you willing to do so? The entirety of that dragon vein spirit shuddered, wide-eyed. Seal the right? You can seal the righteousness for me. Who are you? It's no ordinary demon. It is the essence of the dragon vein. It wasn't a true dragon, but it wasn't too far off. A body of earth chakra. It's even more unparalleled. It is possible to seal the positive for it under ordinary. Absolutely very few. Contemporary Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's House of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Chuxuan, Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master. After hearing the name, the entirety of the white dragon shadow froze, though it's just ground veins. But naturally, he also knew about the reputation of Longhu Mountain. That's a real Daoist ancestral land. It is also the head of a religion. The Divine Master himself sealed the positive. Even for it, this was definitely an unimaginably great opportunity. It's all no less than the ancient earthly emperor's sealing of righteousness, and only such a being. Only then was it able to ignore the dragon vein karma on it. That white dragon shadow immediately made another bow towards Zhang Chuxuan. Many thanks to the Heavenly Master. I do. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system quest, sealing the dragon vein with righteousness. Mission accomplished. Receive the reward, merit 10,000, merit upgrade card *2. Mission failed, punishment none. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded once again. This still triggers a mission? Zhang Chuxian's pair of eyes lit up. Although this time the system's rewards didn't have cultivation, yet there are 10,000 merits. It's also considered extremely good. In that case, follow me out first. There are still some things to account for. Saying that, Zhang Chuxian headed towards the outside of the construction site. Outside the site, shock that was hard to hide appeared on all of Xiao Linglong and the others' faces. Even Chen Ming, the captain of the Psychic Bureau, had a look of shock on his face. The eyes stared somewhat incredulously into the middle of the construction site, because just now, they heard it, the dragon's cry, and along with it, the ground erupted into vibrations. What's going on here, Captain? There can't really be a dragon here. Next to Chen Ming, a member of the Psychic Bureau couldn't help but ask. They had heard some rumors in the time before. It says that there are dragon chants coming from this elevated place. However, Chen Ming and the others naturally did not believe in these rumors. They've seen a lot of things like ghosts. But a dragon, that's an immortal saint. How could it exist? Someone's coming out. Right about this time, suddenly there were voices. Everyone was suddenly shaken. In unison, he looked away. Just see the moonlight. A handsome young Daoist came towards them. At his side, and a white shadow followed. A white shadow with 2 horns. Hurrah! It's a white dragon. Heaven. Tianshi. It was Xiao Linglong who was the first to react. Hurriedly, he headed towards Zhang Chuxian. The others, one by one, woke up as if from a dream and also gathered around. So many people? Zhang Chuxian was also slightly stunned as he looked at the silhouettes around him. And Chen Ming also took a step forward at this time. And towards Zhang Chuxian was to clasp his fists and salute. I'm here uninvited. Don't be offended by the Heavenly Master. My name is Chen Ming. I'm the captain of the Jiangbei Psychic Bureau. Hearing Chen Ming's introduction, only then did Zhang Chuxian realize. Turns out it was the officials. Okay, no need to be polite. After saying this, Zhang Chuxian looked at Xiao Linglong and pointed at the white dragon shadow beside him. The elevated that you have built, which is good for the country and good for the people, is going to go through her. All of this is also fixed. I will seal the right for her so that she can cultivate her rightful fruits. But beside this elevated area, it is still necessary for you, Boss Xiao, to come and help her build a temple, so that she can enjoy the incense on earth. Zhang Chuxian's words came out. Everyone's eyes instantly landed on top of the white dragon silhouette. One by one, they could no longer hold back their vibrations. Chen Ming's pupils contracted. Heavenly Master, are you saying, this one is the spirit of the underground dragon vein? Zhang Chuxian nodded. Xiao Linglong hurriedly replied at this time. Don't worry, Celestial Master, I will listen to your arrangements in everything. Okay, in that case, you guys will help me prepare something. Half an hour later, in the middle of the construction site, the white dragon shadow sat in the void, and Zhang Chuxian lived up to his usual appearance. On his body was an additional purple Dao robe, purple Daoist robes. Only successive celestial masters are allowed to wear them. And in front of him there was an additional offering table with pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Not far from Zhang Chuxian, Chen Ming and the others were all a bit excited one by one. Tianshi Fengzheng, or for a dragon vein to seal the right. Such a thing is unheard of, even by the Psychic Bureau. No wonder they weren't curious. Zhang Chuxian was also a bit nervous. Earlier though he had encountered the yellow-skinned man begging for a seal towards him, but being asked to seal and actively sealing can be different. According to the canonical records in Lung Fu Shan, trying to seal the rite for the demon, it must be a paper of heaven to go up to the 9 heavens and down to hell. Rumor has it, there was once an ancestor who practiced in the mountain at the end of Longhu Mountain. He once met a white fox who had become a climatic character and suffered a heavenly calamity to ask for help. It was he who wrote a book to the 9 heavens, blocked the thunderbolt for the fox demon and sealed it. And that fox demon also stayed in Longhu Mountain since then and became a fox fairy of the heavenly master's house. So for this positive letter, Zhang Chuxuan was somewhat clearer. Chapter 29, True Dragon Transformation, Breaking 10,000 Merits. Wait until everything is almost ready. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the true dragon silhouette sitting in the distance and spoke out in a condensed voice. Spirit of the dragon vein, you are bonded to this heavenly master, and today the poor Daoist seals the rite for you. Remember to cultivate a wide range of good karma in the future. Do not do evil, and cultivate the way of true immortality as soon as possible. When that true dragon shadow heard this, it also respectfully bowed towards Zhang Chuxuan. What the heavenly master has said, I will certainly bear in mind, and if I go against it, heaven and earth will destroy me. Good. Let's get started then. As the voice fell, the true dragon shadow also violently transformed. The original body that was only about 10 feet in height directly swelled tens of times. Even the illusory body began to gradually solidify. It was like a real white dragon roaming the 9 heavens, but it was also the moment she showed up. The originally clear night sky was instantly windy. Rolling dark clouds converged in the sky like a tidal wave. Ka-chow. Endless thunder flashed madly amongst the clouds. The aura was amazing to the extreme. Chen Ming and the others, who were not far away, all stared at the thunderclouds in the sky with wide eyes. Thunder they've seen a lot. Every thunderstorm season is able to see the horrors of lightning, but the kind of thunder that nature made, compared to the endless sea of thunder in front of us, that was far worse. Not in the same league at all. It's not just them. Even in the city of Jiangbei, countless living people were also startled by this sudden manifestation of thunder. One by one, they were in disbelief, completely unsure of what was going on. As more and more dark clouds gathered in the sky, the thunder also grew more and more terrifying. There seems to be a cataclysm brewing. The spirit of the dragon vein wanted Feng Zheng to transform into a true flesh and blood body. It is natural to be punished by God. It is only because today, in this age, is the heyday of the human race. Apart from the human race, all other creatures but want to incarnate into human beings will inevitably need to be robbed. The more extraordinary the object, the more exaggerated the calamity it experienced. This is also the reason why all great demons, unless they are seeking to be sealed, have no more incarnations as adults. Rumble. Finally, the first heavenly thunderbolt exploded, and Zhang Chuxuan's hands, the spiritual pen, has been held down. A bit of golden light erupted from the sharp edge of this talismanic pen, a piece of heavenly paper, up to the 9 heavens, and down to hell. As the words fell, a golden light also shot up into the sky from Zhang Chuxian's body. It seems that the brush and ink in his hands can connect heaven and earth. Respect from the junior Tianshi house contemporary Tianshi Zhang Chuxian. I and today, help the dragon vein to transform its spirit to seal its righteousness. This dragon spirit is meritorious on earth, and his body has no cause and effect. Today, in the name of the heavenly master, I decree heaven and earth. The dragon spirit, when it crosses the thunder tribulation and becomes the true immortal way, may my path be everlasting. The book of heaven, go! With this loud cry, the golden light on Zhang Chuxuan's body also reached the extreme. On top of the desk, the yellow paper moved with the wind. It turned into a stream of light that shot straight up into the sky. Bump! The yellow paper exploded amidst the clouds. Shasta! In the midst of heaven and earth, the storm clouds broke. There seemed to be a heavenly sound in the underworld. Granted, the voice fell. Boom! No one else has felt anything yet. However, that dragon vein spirit's body trembled violently. Next moment, countless auras in heaven and earth swarmed towards it. The body that was originally only illusory was also almost completely manifested between heaven and earth at this moment. She was able to feel as if she had no more obstacles to her cultivation in the future. Even the heaven and earth robberies disappeared. It's a kind of recognition from heaven and earth. Bump! The dragon's shadow around her exploded violently. It was like the clay figurines had finally faded from their seals. Following, it then manifested into an egg. Everyone was filled with confusion as they looked at the appearance that the spirit of the dragon vein had taken on. A good dragon. How did it become an egg? Only Zhang Chuxian seemed to have some clarity. A bitter smile appeared on his face. No wonder the system gave the true dragon breath. So it was needed for this. Zhang Chuxian didn't have anything to be distressed about. That true dragon breath he couldn't use anyway. His palm swung. A special white aura flashed, directly entering the egg. With the entry of this white on, Ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha. A crack began to appear on top of the eggshell. Bump! In the middle of everyone's eyes, that eggshell burst open. A small milk dragon with 2 horns and a snow-white body manifested from the middle of that eggshell. And this time, she's the entity, no longer a vapor. Immediately after, all those pieces of eggshells also disappeared into her body. It made her cultivation begin to skyrocket. Entry, Shi Hai, Ho Tian, innate. Almost just a split second, this little dragon's realm then broke through the innate level. Zhang Chuxuan was dumbfounded by what he saw. I had thought that the Taoist master would be anticlimactic enough. This guy in front of me, surprisingly, he's even more anticlimactic than himself. It was only just born with a realm beyond the innate. Wouldn't this take off with a little practice? The little milk dragon's face was also filled with delight. Many thanks to the Heavenly Master. Thank you, Heavenly Master. She bowed desperately towards Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan let out a long breath, looking at the bowing white dragon. Dragon, did you forget that there's still one step left to take? The little milk dragon was stunned, and then it dawned on him. Although the heavenly tribulation has passed, this ceiling is not over. Also missing is the all-important transformation. The human being is an innate body, and it is the path of immortality that takes form. The little milky dragon hurriedly straightened up, arching his hand towards Zhang Chuxuan. Celestial Master, do I look like a human to you? After Zhang Chuxuan heard this inquiry mouth seal, the eyes lit up. You can really seal it yourself. Then the Taoist is not polite. On the side, Chen Ming and Xiao Linglong and the others were also wide-eyed, witnessing this crucial moment. Immediately after everyone heard Zhang Chuxuan clear his throat, a smile on his face. You look like 36 billion, 2 ponytailed, white-haired, animal-eared, long-legged, thin-waisted, high-vis-wearing Lolita to me. The very moment Zhang Chuxuan's words fell, a white glow then bloomed from the little milk dragon's body. Next moment, it was then that he saw a delicate and exquisite young girl with 2 ponytails appear in front of Zhang Chuxuan. The young girl looked like she was in her late teens. Skin like snow, eyes like the white moon. In the moment of seeing this little lowly, Rao Xiaolinglong's pupils were wide open. Her looks were already stunning enough, but it was still a bit inferior to the little lowly some in front of me. Of course this man and dragon also belonged to different styles. What a beautiful sister. Xiaolinglong somewhat couldn't help but open her mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system quest, sealing the dragon vein with righteousness. Mission accomplished, receive the reward, merit 10,000, merit upgrade card *2. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep had appeared. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Taoist ancestors' fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, innate 61. 8%. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level, 5 Thunderbolts Orthodoxy, full level, Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order, proficient, Shrinking the Earth into an Inch, proficient, Tongtian Talisman. Merit, 14,100, can be used for system draw, Bronze Pool a 1,000 merit, for //10, next level, Silver Pool, not unlocked. Merit breaks straight through. Cool. Chapter 30 Chaotic World Taoist Sect Down the Mountain. Hidden Secrets of 100 Years Ago. Done with that, Zhang Chuxuan said to the transformed dragoness. You will follow Mr. Xiao these days, and she will build the temple for you. When the temple is completed, then you will be able to enjoy the incense on earth. The dragon lady was stunned, but he hurriedly shook his head. Don't. I want to follow you, or I won't go anywhere. I'm scared. Her voice was childish, and it wasn't really surprising that this dragon vein had existed for a long time though. But the birth of a spirit body was only a matter of 10 years, so this nymphet's years were in her teens. A proper blank sheet of paper. At those words, the corners of Zhang Chuxian's mouth twitched. With me? I'm staying in a hotel myself. What's with bringing a dragon lady? However, looking at her appearance, Zhang Chuxuan's head was also big. Xiao Linglong opened her mouth at this time. Celestial Master, can you let me talk to Dragon Lady Sama for a few words? Zhang Chuxian was stunned, but didn't say much. This woman and dragon then stepped aside, not knowing what they were muttering. Just a minute or two of work. Xiao Linglong and the dragon lady had already returned once again. The two don't know what kind of deal was struck. The dragon lady's eyes were bright, nodding at Zhang Chuxian. Heavenly Master, I agree. Zhang Chuxian also didn't know exactly what kind of mesmerizing soup Xiao Linglong had filled the dragon lady with, but since she's already agreed that's not much to go on. Alright then, you guys go on back. I've got some more talking to do with these guys from the Psychic Bureau. Zhang Chuxian looked towards Chen Ming who hadn't said much next to him. Since people have already found their way here, it's only natural to nag them a bit. Xiao Linglong was naturally very knowledgeable. Taking the dragon lady and Tang Kaiwei with him, he quickly left. And this time, 2 members of the Psychic Bureau had already come out with a corpse from underneath the hole that Zhang Chuxuan had stepped out of earlier. "Captain, look at the body." One of them threw the body directly on the ground. In the moment of seeing this body, Chen Ming's eyes suddenly shrunk. "Yuan Jue, Celestial Master this." Zhang Chuxuan nodded. "Not bad. The culprit of this incident is this Yuan Ju." As his words fell, quite a few members of the Psychic Bureau beside him were also taken aback. "It's really Yuan Jue from Wanjin Temple. I told you that those vultures of this Wanjin Temple are not good birds. I didn't expect to do something like this. If you ask me, we should investigate this Wanjin Temple closely. I've long suspected that there's something wrong with this temple, especially since their presiding priest, Mingjin bald ass, can't get away with it either." "That's right. A good Buddhist temple is a place of austerity. One by one, they are rich instead. These guys don't know how much money they have gotten. What can I do? Who made them powerful?" One by one, the voices were ringing out. "Buddha statue? Gold?" Hearing this, Zhang Chuxian's mouth twitched. "This tea meow. There's really no comparison. Look at how good the Buddhists are at making money." "Alright, cut the crap and take the body away." Chen Ming also spoke at this time. His face didn't look too good either, but it seemed that he was a bit wary of this 10,000 gold temple. Chen Ming finished speaking before turning to Zhang Chuxian. "Heavenly Master, let's take a step to talk." The two of them then walked up to a car. Just after getting into the car, Chen Ming took out a bank card. "Heavenly Master, the ghost internet cafe incident that you handled last night is also a bounty from our Psychic Bureau. That Ma clan disciple who received the bounty said that it was only because of your contribution that the incident was completed, and specially asked us to call you the money. This is $1 million. Please also accept it. In the future, however, any reward from the Psychic Bureau will be paid through this card." Chen Ming had a respectful attitude. And you're giving away money?" Zhang Chuxian's attitude was instantly much better. "Then I'm welcome." Money was something that he didn't mind anyway, not to mention that it was all earned on his own merit. He directly included the card in his spatial ring. "Tell me what's going on with this psychic resurgence, and why my Taoist sect is suddenly in decline." Zhang Chuxian asked the question he was most concerned about. He had become a cultivator for too short a time and didn't really know anything, especially these hidden secrets. Watching your bank card disappear under your nose. Chen Ming was also startled, knowing that it was a space treasure. There weren't many such things, even in their Psychic Bureau headquarters. He was a little more respectful. If he had said that before, he was still thinking about whether or not he could pull in Zhang Chuxian for a bit, but after seeing Zhang Chuxuan's ability with his own eyes, he then dismissed the idea completely. It could be said that with Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation, he would inevitably be the underpinning of the entire Great Xia in the future. It's enough to be able to get some goodwill out of such a character. Chen Ming said everything he knew. Through Chen Ming's description, Zhang Chuxian also knew. Originally, in this world, there has been a psychic resurgence since ancient times, and rumor has it that a great battle broke out, and in the end those ancient immortal saints disappeared. The psychic resurgence was also brought to an end, and this place of spiritual revival is also called the Abyss by people nowadays. Originally this abyss had been sealed, but just 100 years ago, Daxia faced one of the worst crises in thousands of years. Sakura invaded, and along with it, all the Yin and Yang schools of the Sakura Kingdom and the Inhumans entered Daxia. In contrast to this, it was naturally impossible for the Daxia cultivation communities to watch those unorthodox Yin and Yang masters cause havoc in the land of Daxia, so at that time, the 36 sects of the Taoist sect could be said to have come out in force. Under the leadership of Lung Fu Shan, 10,000 Taoists carried their swords down the mountain. The vast majority of the so-called Yin and Yang arts in this Sakura country were learned by stealing from Daxia. It was naturally impossible to be a match for the Great Summer Daoist sect. However, right at this moment, no one expected that this Sakura Yin-Yang master, seeing that he was not going to be defeated, would directly use the billions of dead souls as a guide to forcefully open the abyssal seal of the Great Summerland, inducing 10,000 ghosts to flee. Later that one dragon and tiger heavenly master, swinging demons and sealing 10,000 ghosts. In order to block the seal, he ended up carrying thousands of disciples of the Dao family who willingly subdued themselves in the middle of the abyss. Taoist sects have since fallen into disrepair, and many smaller sects have even directly broken their inheritance. All of us cultivators and living people today owe the Taoist sect a heavenly favor. Chen Ming said a lot in one breath. He couldn't help but let out a sigh at the end of the sentence. In this day and age, the world has long since forgotten the Taoists, and even the Tianshi mansion, the ancestral land of the Church of Taoism, has been razed. It's just ridiculous. Abyss? Seals? Zhang Chuxian raised an eyebrow. To be able to make a place that the Taoist sect only blocked 100 years ago at the cost of near death. The secrets hidden in this world are really deeper than one can imagine. What about the Buddhists? Why are they so prosperous? Zhang Chuxian's words came out. Chen Ming couldn't help but clench his fists a bit. The mountains were closed at the time. Seal the mountain? Right. Except for some few counted monks who came out from the mountain gates, all the other Buddhist temples said. Buddha couldn't see the suffering amongst people and simply closed the mountain and disappeared. Chapter 31, Crazy Lucky Draw. Mankind Temple's Anger. Hear that. Zhang Chuxian was straight up bulls ****, but it did fit his impression of the Buddhist sect. After all, the saying that the way of chaos is the way of the world and the Buddha is the way of the world is not just a saying. At the end, when Zhang Chuxian was about to leave, Chen Ming suddenly spoke. Heavenly Master, you killed Yuanzhu this time. He was the personal disciple of Mingzhen, the current presiding officer of the Wanjin Temple. Those monks are very vindictive. You have to be careful. At Chen Ming's reminder, Zhang Chuxian smiled faintly. Vindictive? As long as you're not afraid to die, it's good to give it a try. Looking at Zhang Chuxuan's back as he left, Chen Ming let out a long breath. Next to Chen Ming, a member of the Psychic Bureau couldn't help but inquire. Captain, what level has this one reached? Why do I feel such a strong oppression when he clearly hasn't done anything? Chen Ming let out a bitter smile at his words. You ask me? Who am I asking? The crowd was silent again for a moment. Then Captain, this Yuanzhu's corpse, what should we do? Chen Ming pondered slightly, rubbed his brow. Wait until the chief gets back. Jiangbei City. The outskirts of the city, above an ancient mountain. Under the moonlight, the hazy smoke of incense rose. Halfway up this ancient mountain, a succession of red-walled buildings covered half of the mountain range, and the layout is extraordinarily well thought out. From a distance it looks like a huge jewel. Even the uninitiated are able to see that. The feng shui here is excellent, and here, it is also home to the largest monastery in the northern part of the river, Manjinsa, the great hall at the back of Manjinsa Temple. The entire hall was brilliant. Even if only a few candles were lit, it still shone like daytime. The offering hall of the Great Hall, the Buddha's compassionate eyebrows, the body was sculpted, but it was all golden gold. It's not just this one sculpture. Inside the entire grand hall, there was nothing that didn't show off luxury. It is the most common top beam hall pillar. If there are people who know the goods can tell at a glance, this is absolutely thousands of years of gold nanny. Master, something's wrong. Right about this time, the temple door of the Great Hall was violently knocked. Next moment, an old voice then resounded from within the hall. Amitabha Buddha, panicking, what a shame, come in. As the voice fell, the door to the Buddha Hall's main hall opened automatically without wind. Outside the door, a middle-aged bald man who looked to be around his 30s walked into the hall with quick steps. In and in the center of the Great Hall, sitting on a plate was an old monk meditating. This monk was clad in a simple robe. However, the string of Buddha beads held in his hand shone with an unusual light. It's not mortal at first glance. And this was also the presiding Mingzhen divine monk of the Wanjin Temple, one of the 10 great Buddhist temples on the bright side of the Buddhist sect. Akane slowly opened her eyes, looking towards the middle-aged monk who pushed the door in. Yuan Fa. What has happened? Don't you know that this is the time for old Dharma to practice? Master, it's Master Yuanzhu who's in trouble. His soul lamp is out. What? Mingzhen's expression stared. A terrifying aura erupted. Hasn't he already managed to enter the Dragon Vein land? The directors of the Psychic Bureau have all been held back by us as well. And there's only one Chen Ming left who has to sit on the Psychic Bureau and can't act rashly. So who else can kill Yuanzhu in this northern part of the river? Yuan Fa panicked and fell to his knees. Master, calm down. I'll send someone to investigate. Mingzhen nodded slightly. Go on. Yuanzhu is dead. But the location of that Dragon Vein spirit must be confirmed to be still there. That is a great plan for my Buddhist sect. There can be absolutely no mistakes. Master. Departure from the site. Zhang Chuxian didn't take a taxi. Instead, it was a straightforward matter of opening the navigation map and taking a leap of faith. In just a few steps he had arrived at a tall building. Perform a shrink towards your hotel. It was still drizzling when I arrived. Now, it has cleared up. A full moon shone above the city. Although it was late in the day, now that it was just the beginning of fall, the city outside was still bustling. Inside the city, the traffic is heavy and the lights are bright. With Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation nowadays, his speed was extremely fast. It was just a short 10 minutes back inside the hotel. Zhang Chuxian simply washed up and began to organize today's harvest. He looked at his broken 10,000 merits. First, level up the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. Today he is rich and powerful. No heartache at all. He directly pulled out his Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. Upgrade. With Zhang Chuxuan's words, a golden light directly wrapped the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. A divine pattern began to erupt above the entire Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. These divine patterns looked like they were inscribed on top of the spell seals. It was possible to see through the divine lines that there were also wisps of electricity surging through them. 10 seconds later, the light dissipated. Originally, the dragon and tiger phantoms carved on top of the legal seal looked like they were coming to life. It was covered with thunder. The effects of the special effects are pulled full circle. Seal of the dragon and tiger, the greatest treasure of the heavenly master's house. Grade, top grade magic weapon. Incidental skills, Rui, Sway Xin. Thunderstorm, doubles the power when used in conjunction with the 5 thunders technique. Next level, 10,000 merits. This time, the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal upgrade was once again an additional skill, and it's still an attack skill. Combined with the 5 thunders orthodoxy, it was even more powerful. It is worthy of being the most precious treasure of Lung Fu Shan. He took the spell seal and waved it slightly a few times. A streak of thunder manifested above. The whole air crackled with explosions. The power speaks for itself. It made Zhang Chuxuan very satisfied. Strengthened the mana seal once. With 14,000 merits left. Enough to pump the bronze rewards full. System. Drawl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merit for the bronze lucky draw and obtaining the reward. Top grade magic weapon lightning strike wooden finger tiger *5. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merit for the bronze draw and obtaining the reward. Taiji sword technique great achievement experience card *1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merit for the bronze draw and obtaining the reward. A pile of extreme spirit talismans. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merit for the bronze lucky draw and obtaining the reward. 1 bottle of dragon tiger treasure pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merit for the bronze draw and obtaining the reward. Feat upgrade card *1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merit for the bronze draw and obtaining the reward. Feat upgrade card *1. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. A series of 5 system beeps rang out in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. I can't believe I drew 2 feat upgrade cards. A trace of surprise appeared on Zhang Chuxuan's face. What he lacked the most right now could be feat upgrade cards. Whether it was the Divine Ghost 7 slaying orders that he had obtained before or the Tong Tian talisman that he had obtained today, he hadn't practiced much yet. It was a difficult feeling to not be able to utilize the power of one's divine ability, second only to eunuchs going to greenhouses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 10 bronze draws. Silver draw unlocked, 0//10, 3,000 merits. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind the system's beep sounded once again. Chapter 32 Tong Tian Talisman Great Achievement. Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order Fusion. Because normally these people are still very ethical. Basically, it rarely kills anyone, not to mention such an abnormal amount. It's a pity that the officials didn't leave their contact information, or else I'd like to order a few to try. Just as Zhang Chuxian sighed, suddenly a pattering sound was heard at the door. Someone. Zhang Chuxian was stunned. With a flash of his figure, he arrived at the door of the room. Crunch! The door to the room was opened. At the door of the room, a woman with a flirtatious face and tall figure, dressed in high-vis, held a small card in her hand. 4 eyes with Zhang Chuxian. The woman was taken aback, obviously not anticipating that Zhang Chuxian would open the door so quickly. Zhang Chuxian was also slightly confused for a moment. Then he subconsciously looked down at the card in the woman's hand. Flight attendant. Model. Contact information, XXXX. Zhang Chuxian's eyes almost didn't glaze over. Nice guy. Zhang Chuxian straightened up and called out good guy. No wonder it was sneaking around in the middle of the night. Turns out I ran into the little card stuffer. He looked at the clueless woman, who was also looking at Zhang Chuxian. Her face flushed a little, but returned to normal in an instant. Instead, his eyes brightened. What a handsome man. Handsome. Play a little? A flirtatious voice rang out, accompanied by greed still showing in the woman's eyes. It made Zhang Chuxuan's heart skip a few beats. How much? 2,200 without discount. Too expensive buy. Zhang Chuxian was directly about to close the door. Woman? What the hell? You've met a poor guy? You know this is a 5-star hotel. It's thousands for one night stay. How did this kid get in here? The woman hurriedly reached out to stop Zhang Chuxuan's movements. Handsome man, seeing as you're handsome, I'll count this time as a bargain. Handsome man benefits? Zhang Chuxian didn't expect to encounter this good thing at night, but there was a smile on his face. In that case, come on in. Zhang Chuxian led the woman right through the door, closing the door to the room with his hand. The woman, on the other hand, threw down her bag with great skill. He also threw a wink towards Zhang Chuxian. Handsome, should I turn off the lights? Take it easy. Zhang Chuxian shook his head. I for one don't like to be so fast. The woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly, and there was no rush. It just walked towards the side of Zhang Chuxuan. She swept through the house. Just see the Taoist robe on Zhang Chuxuan's sofa. She was a little surprised. Taoist robes? Handsome, you're still a Taoist priest? Right. Zhang Chuxuan didn't deny it. When the woman heard this, the smile on her face grew even stronger and she couldn't help but move a little closer towards Zhang Chuxuan. A light fragrance hits the nose. And which sect is the Taoist master? Dragon and Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's Mansion. The Heavenly Master's Mansion? Isn't that the ancestral court of Taoism? The woman froze. And you know this? That's for sure. I'm a big fan of Taoist culture. I wonder what color vestments you wear in the Heavenly Master's Mansion. Sloppy. Wear purple robes. Purple robes? The woman's eyes widened steeply. The so-called Taoist vestments are also equivalent to the hierarchy. The general entry wears white clothes. Ordinary disciples are green clothes. And with some success in cultivation, they can wear green clothes. It is only those who are able to achieve preaching that have this yellow garment. The last purple clothes, moreover, could only be obtained by an existence that could open an altar to preach the Dharma and suppress all evils. There is only one who has been called the Heavenly Master throughout the ages. None of such beings are old men with gray beards. This little Taoist in front of me is only a double 10. And he's quite good at blowing. Darn it, the Taoist master is really oily. The woman smiled daintily in obvious disbelief. Zhang Chuxuan sighed. His arm swung. Shasta. In the middle of the room a Taoist robe with a faint purple glow appeared right in front of the woman's eyes. Under the lights, the purple Daoist robe shimmered with streaks of light. A vastness came over him. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the woman with a smile. Look. The woman's entire pupils exploded. Outside the hotel, a hidden dark corner, came a voice if anything. Immediately after, a muffled grunt of pain rang out. 10 seconds or so. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared from the middle of the darkness. She wiped the scarlet on her lips with her knife-like fingernails, seemingly in some sort of intoxication. Not far behind her, a naked man with his mouth wide open, covered in nothing but skin and bone, had been sucked into a dry corpse, blown gently by the wind. It fell to the ground. It's really delicious. After gathering 2 portions of yang qi, the Lord will be able to make a breakthrough, and then we'll be free to enjoy these delicacies. The woman licked her lips and looked toward the hotel not far away. How come Yenner hasn't moved yet? Did she run into some good goods? The woman muttered to herself, with some jealousy. However, her words had only just fallen. Just see the upstairs of the hotel. A woman jumped violently from among the windows. The eyes were covered in horror. Run! There are experts here. The woman's tone was urgent, but she finished the sentence. Behind her, a rope coalesced with golden light hooked directly around her neck, locking her firmly in midair. Inside the window, a Taoist man wearing a purple-colored Taoist robe grabbed her by the neck. A walking corpse that dares to pretend to be a god in front of the Taoist master. Not a small amount of guts. Zhang Chuxian's voice was faint, and the woman's entire appearance changed radically almost instantly. What had been a luscious visage began to dry out. Even the skin instantly lost all its luster. Walkers. A type of zombie, so powerful that it can tear tigers and leopards alive. They have no doubt that they are like normal people on the surface, but if they can't absorb yang qi within 3 days, they will manifest their original bodies. At the first sight of the woman, Zhang Chuxian could tell that she wasn't human. The walker's eyes were wide open and he screamed miserably. Master, spare my life. We have no grievances. Please let me live. No margin for error? You guys killed all the recent disappearances in Jiangbei, right? Indiscriminate killing of innocents is punishable by heaven and earth. Killing intent flowed out of Zhang Chuxuan's eyes, and his palm pressed violently. Bump! The walker instantly exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. The system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. He glanced toward the darkness below. There, that stunningly beautiful woman from before had long since been stunned by the scene before her. After seeing Zhang Chuxuan's gaze, a violent shudder ran through her body. Turn and run without thinking. Her body also manifested the appearance of a walker. Moreover, the corpse aura on his body was even stronger than the walking corpse that Zhang Chuxian had killed. The Taoist master would like to see just who raised you sinners. Zhang Chuxian looked at the fleeing walker. The figure flashed. Shrink to cast. The entire figure also quickly disappeared. Walking corpses are different from ordinary evil spirits. Such things do not form naturally, but are refined. Chapter 33. I am the purple-robed heavenly master of the heavenly master's office. Walking zombie. Because normally these people are still very ethical. Basically, it rarely kills anyone, not to mention such an abnormal amount. It's a pity that the officials didn't leave their contact information, or else I'd like to order a few to try. Just as Zhang Chuxian sighed, suddenly a pattering sound was heard at the door. Someone. Zhang Chuxian was stunned. With a flash of his figure, he arrived at the door of the room. Crunch! the door to the room was opened. At the door of the room, a woman with a flirtatious face and tall figure, dressed in high-vis, held a small card in her hand. 4 eyes with Zhang Chuxuan. The woman was startled, obviously not anticipating that Zhang Chuxuan would open the door so quickly. Zhang Chuxuan was also slightly confused for a moment. Then he subconsciously looked down at the card in the woman's hand. Flight attendant. Model. Contact information, XXXX. Zhang Chuxian's eyes almost didn't glaze over. Nice guy. Zhang Chuxian straightened up and called out good guy. No wonder it was sneaking around in the middle of the night. Turns out I ran into the little card stuffer. He looked at the clueless woman, who was also looking at Zhang Chuxian. Her face flushed a little, but returned to normal in an instant. Instead, his eyes brightened. What a handsome man. Handsome. Play a little? A flirtatious voice rang out, accompanied by greed still showing in the woman's eyes. It made Zhang Chuxuan's heart skip a few beats. How much? 2,200 without discount. Too expensive buy. Zhang Chuxian was directly about to close the door. Woman? What the hell? You've met a poor guy? You know this is a 5-star hotel. It's thousands for one night stay. How did this kid get in here? The woman hurriedly reached out to stop Zhang Chuxuan's movements. Handsome man, seeing as you're handsome, I'll count this time as a bargain. Handsome man benefits? Zhang Chuxian didn't expect to encounter this good thing at night, but there was a smile on his face. In that case, come on in. Zhang Chuxian led the woman right through the door, closing the door to the room with his hand. The woman, on the other hand, threw down her bag with great skill. He also threw a wink towards Zhang Chuxian. Handsome, should I turn off the lights? Take it easy. Zhang Chuxian shook his head. I for one don't like to be so fast. The woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly, and there was no rush. It just walked towards the side of Zhang Chuxian. She swept through the house. Just see the Taoist robe on Zhang Chuxuan's sofa. She was a little surprised. Taoist robes? Handsome, you're still a Taoist priest? Right. Zhang Chuxian didn't deny it. When the woman heard this, the smile on her face grew even stronger and she couldn't help but move a little closer towards Zhang Chuxian. A light fragrance hits the nose. And which sect is the Taoist master? Dragon and Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's Mansion. The Heavenly Master's Mansion? Isn't that the ancestral court of Taoism? The woman froze. And you know this? That's for sure. I'm a big fan of Taoist culture. I wonder what color vestments you wear in the Heavenly Master's Mansion. Sloppy. Wear purple robes. Purple robes? The woman's eyes widened steeply. The so-called Taoist vestments are also equivalent to the hierarchy. The general entry wears white clothes. Ordinary disciples are green clothes. And with some success in cultivation, they can wear green clothes. It is only those who are able to achieve preaching that have this yellow garment. The last purple clothes, moreover, could only be obtained by an existence that could open an altar to preach the Dharma and suppress all evils. There is only one who has been called the Heavenly Master throughout the ages. None of such beings are old men with gray beards. This little Taoist in front of me is only a double 10, and he's quite good at blowing. Darn it, the Taoist master is really oily. The woman smiled daintily in obvious disbelief. Zhang Chuxian sighed. His arm swung. Shasta. In the middle of the room a Taoist robe with a faint purple glow appeared right in front of the woman's eyes. Under the lights, the purple Daoist robe shimmered with streaks of light. A vastness came over him. Zhang Chuxian looked at the woman with a smile. Look. The woman's entire pupils exploded. Outside the hotel, a hidden dark corner, came a voice if anything. Immediately after, a muffled grunt of pain rang out. 10 seconds or so. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared from the middle of the darkness. She wiped the scarlet on her lips with her knife-like nails, seemingly in some sort of intoxication. Not far behind her, a naked man with his mouth wide open, covered in nothing but skin and bone, had been sucked into a dry corpse, blown gently by the wind. It fell to the ground. It's really delicious. After gathering 2 portions of yang qi, the Lord will be able to make a breakthrough, and then we'll be free to enjoy these delicacies. The woman licked her lips and looked toward the hotel not far away. Why hasn't Yenner moved yet? Did she run into some good goods? The woman muttered to herself, with some jealousy. However, her words had only just fallen. Just see the upstairs of the hotel. A woman jumped violently from among the windows. The eyes were covered in horror. Run! There are experts here. The woman's tone was urgent, but she finished the sentence. Behind her, a rope coalesced with golden light hooked directly around her neck, locking her firmly in midair. Inside the window, a Taoist man wearing a purple-colored Taoist robe grabbed her by the neck. A walking corpse that dares to pretend to be a god in front of the Taoist master. Not a small amount of guts. Zhang Chuxian's voice was faint, and the woman's entire appearance changed radically almost instantly. What had been a luscious visage began to dry out. Even the skin instantly lost all its luster. Walkers. A type of zombie, so powerful that it can tear tigers and leopards alive. They have no doubt that they are like normal people on the surface, but if they can't absorb yang qi within 3 days, they will manifest their original bodies. At the first sight of the woman, Zhang Chuxuan could tell that she wasn't human. The walker's eyes were wide open and he screamed miserably, "Master, spare my life, we have no grievances, please let me live." No margin for error? You guys killed all the recent disappearances in Jiangbei, right? Indiscriminate killing of innocents is punishable by heaven and earth. Killing intent flowed out of Zhang Chuxuan's eyes, and his palm pressed violently. Bump! The walker instantly exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. The system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. He glanced toward the darkness below. There, that stunningly beautiful woman from before had long since been stunned by the scene before her. After seeing Zhang Chuxuan's gaze, a violent shudder ran through her body. Turn and run without thinking. Her body also manifested the appearance of a walker. Moreover, the corpse aura on his body was even stronger than the walking corpse that Zhang Chuxuan had killed. The Taoist master would like to see just who raised you sinners. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the fleeing walker. The figure flashed. Shrink to cast. The entire figure also quickly disappeared. Walking corpses are different from ordinary evil spirits. Such things do not form naturally, but are refined. Chapter 34 Extreme Mean Ground. The fear of female ghosts. The night wind gusts, blowing over the city. A human-skinned skeleton had a strong look of fear on its face, in a constant stampede, and behind it, a young Daoist was idly walking, approaching towards it. Around that Taoist, countless talismans surrounded it. He was reflected as if he were a true immortal of the talismanic path. 10 minutes passed. The walking skeleton, with a violent leap towards an old urban area, and just for a moment, Zhang Chuxuan's finger pointed. Beside him, countless talismans directly exploded. Terrifying talismanic light poured out, transforming into a blue light, shooting towards the walker. No! The walker screamed miserably. Instantly, the talisman was blown to pieces. It turned into a diffuse light universe like fireworks, passing away in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 160 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, a system beep appeared, and his figure had fallen from mid-air. It landed in front of an abandoned neighborhood. This is in the western suburbs of Jiangbei. Everywhere there are dilapidated buildings that are 30 or 40 years old. Then the hustle and bustle of the inner city. The streets here have long been empty. Only a cordon was stopped outside the abandoned neighborhood in front of Zhang Chuxuan. It had a few big words written on it. Abandoned land. No one is allowed to enter. Yi Beixian grinned. Kind of. After saying that, he stepped into the middle of the abandoned neighborhood. The entire neighborhood is still in a state where it has never been fully built. The neighborhood is littered with debris left over from construction. The ground was covered with weeds a foot deep and looked extremely eerie. The land of the extreme Yin? Zhang Chuxuan looked at it in surprise. The so-called extreme Yin land is the place where Yin Qi converges. It is categorized into congenital and acquired. The innate extreme Yin land is usually the Yin place of the feng shui points. The latter-day extreme Yin ground, on the other hand, is formed slowly under the accumulation of too many corpses over time. This place in front of us is the Hotian extreme Yin land. If Zhang Chuxuan's guess was right, this used to be a mass grave. In fact, most of the cities have such places as well. Only with the development of the city, many of the latter-day extreme Yin places were built into schools or sicha, suppressed with yang energy. I didn't realize that a neighborhood had been built here. No wonder it's deserted. I'm sure there were no spooky incidents during construction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Solve the walker incident. Mission completion. Receive the reward, 30 years of cultivation, feat upgrade card *1. Mission failure, punishment none. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beeps appeared once again. Master Dao is lucky to have triggered another quest. Stepping right toward the neighborhood. The entire neighborhood was overcast and windy. It was only a 2-minute walk. In front of an abandoned building, suddenly a thick layer of fog appeared. In the mist, there were quite a few figures flickering. It was accompanied by some starry ghostly flames. It looks extraordinarily oozy. Phew! A gloomy wind blew towards Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow. Looking toward the ghostly figures floating in the mist, he drank low. If you don't want your soul to be dispersed, get the hell out of here. Master Dao is not in the mood to play with you today. A golden light thumped out of his figure and flashed away. As this golden light fell, the gale came to an abrupt end. Even the figure in the middle of the mist quickly receded. Zhang Chuxuan skimmed. Ignore it. Extremely cloudy land, most inviting to some Yin souls, but most of these shady spirits are not very aggressive. Gathering here is also attracted by the Yin Qi of this place. It hasn't harmed anyone. At best, it would put the living who strayed into the area into a haunting at night. Although he was a Taoist priest, He still had no interest in such lonely souls. Crossed this place. Without taking a few steps, Zhang Chuxuan saw the originally dark neighborhood. One house snapped to life. A blurry figure seemed to be visible among the lights. There appears to be a woman in the shower. Zhang Chuxian's face looked odd for a moment. It's the middle of the night. It's not good for a big man like yourself to peek at someone else's shower. If people knew about this, they'd think they were some kind of pervert. Peeping is definitely not okay, but if I'm looking right at it, then there's nothing wrong with it. Zhang Chuxian felt that there was nothing wrong with his logic. He stepped on his feet, straight to the door of that room. Getting here, the sound of rushing water could already be heard. Vaguely, you can still hear the people inside singing. Red umbrellas and white poles, eat and lay board together. The singing was average, but the voice was pretty good. Zhang Chuxian complimented. Look at the locked door. Bump! Straight off the bat. The loud noise instantly startled the ghostly figure bathing inside. Zhang Chuxian walked into the house and locked the door with his backhand. Only then did he beckon in the direction of the bathroom, smiling amiably. Ghost sister, come out quickly. Looking for you for something. Empty room. A large living person beckons, and the atmosphere is eerie. But an even weirder scene occurred immediately afterward. Zira. The lights began to flicker in what had been a fairly bright room. It makes a piercing sound of electricity. Immediately after, a ghastly white hand slowly peeked out of the bathroom. Following that, a long-decayed female corpse showed a stiff, wry smile as it looked towards Zhang Chuxian. However, the moment the female corpse saw Zhang Chuxian, her entire body was flabbergasted. Because it's outside, the young man was smiling even more than she was, and waving eagerly toward her. Ghost sister, come quickly. It's a bit urgent to find you. Don't be afraid. I have something good for you here. The female corpse's smile froze on her face. What the hell? Why does it suddenly feel? This guy seems like a pervert. If I go out, will he kidnap me? The female corpse couldn't help but entertain a horrible thought. But then she was struck dumb. I think I'm already dead, right? So what if he kidnapped me? I'm still afraid of him? Think about it. A grim smile appeared on the female corpse's face. You were looking for me? A spooky voice to go with the spooky vibe. Horror pulled full circle, but not before she was about to walk out. Not far away, Zhang Chuxian tugged on her wrist. Yeah, been waiting for you for half a day. Come on out. I have a surprise for you here. Surprise? The female ghost's face stiffened again. No, big brother, didn't you realize I was a corpse? What other surprises could you possibly have for a corpse? Could it be that? No. The female corpse shook her head. People can't, or at least shouldn't, be ghosts. The female corpse rushed back. She had an extremely bad guess. Once caught by this guy in front of him, something terrible was going to happen. However, her strength could not shake Zhang Chuxuan's palm at all, only able to watch his body being dragged out little by little. Chapter 35 Dead Fish Positive Mouth. Lift the rod and go? Get off me. The female corpse was covered in a surging yin qi. She couldn't care less. Above the palm of his hand, 5 fingernails turned into steel blades in an instant. The entire body also began to turn into a walker-like shape. With a growl, he grabbed towards Zhang Chuxian. This close, she was confident she could just dig into the head of the man in front of her. Let's see what he's really thinking. However, just moments before the female corpse's fingernails approached, bump! A muffled sound came out. A sharp pain struck. A terrifying golden light erupted from the man in front of her, all the while grinning towards her. Can't wait for this, ghost sister? Then I'll help you. Having said that, a spell seal appeared in the middle of her vision. The lid came down toward her. Bump! In the midst of the female corpse's horrified gaze, her body was instantly smashed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. A system voice came from Zhang Chuxuan's mind. 200 credits arrived. Put away the Dharma seal. Zhang Chuxian was in a good mood. Just love the ghost sister in these paranormal events. It's almost like free play. It not only enlivens the atmosphere, but also delights the mind and body. Mezzo. However, Zhang Chuxian didn't forget about business. Continued deeper towards the neighborhood. Flop. While passing a lotus pond, the surface of the water was seen to stir up a layer of water. It seemed like something had fallen. Following that, Zhang Chuxian saw 3 men sitting beside the pond. The fishing rod was in his hand and he was looking at the water in an old-fashioned way. Fishing guy? This neighborhood is divided into can at night. Not only are there free female ghosts to play with, but there are also programs like fishing to cultivate the spirit. Zhang Chuxuan's arrival. Naturally, it also alarmed the 3 anglers. One of the middle-aged men's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Chuxian. Taking the lead, he greeted Zhang Chuxian warmly. Come to fish, young man? Zhang Chuxian smiled and nodded. I want to have some fun, but unfortunately I don't have a fishing rod. The middle-aged man immediately got up. That's easy. It just so happens that I'm tired of fishing, so you can play with mine for a while. In the face of the man's sincere invitation, Zhang Chuxuan naturally could not refuse. He sat down on his ass where the man had just sat, took the fishing rod in his hand. The bait was hooked up and dropped into the middle of the pond. The man next to Zhang Chuxuan seemed to be mostly interested in Zhang Chuxuan than fishing. He smiled and inquired, "Young man, this neighborhood is not peaceful at night. Why are you here so late?" Zhang Chuxuan was also in a good mood. "Not peaceful? I don't feel it. Just now there was a beautiful woman who insisted on looking for me to enter the house." The man was surprised. "Is there such a thing? Where's the pretty girl?" "Sent her to the Yellow Springs." The man's face darkened. "Are you kidding me?" But just then, swish, the fishing rod in Zhang Chuxuan's hand bent violently. The float that landed on the surface of the water also went straight down. "Here comes the fish." When the middle-aged man saw this, he couldn't be bothered to say anything else, and the commotion here caused the surrounding fishing elders to look sideways. The other two also rushed towards Zhang Chuxuan's place. Zhang Chuxuan certainly knew that, and he slightly exerted his strength. Only a poof was heard. The water broke. A big fish weighing a full dozen pounds was brought up. It directly landed not far from Zhang Chuxuan. "I'll get your fish," the middle-aged man next to Zhang Chuxuan said enthusiastically. But after the middle-aged man walked over to the fish, the whole thing went to pieces. Zhang Chuxuan asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Young man, you're catching a dead fish here." Zhang Chuxuan was stunned and pulled that fishing line towards himself. Sure enough, he saw that the big fish hanging above his hook had already stiffened up and his eyes were white. Apparently it's been dead for a long time. But in favor of such a dead fish, it swallowed the whole hook straight down without bias. "Lad, this is a dead fish right in the mouth," the middle-aged man said in fear. As an angler, who hasn't heard the words dead fish right in the mouth? Reel in and go. The faces of the anglers who had come to watch next to him were also quite grave. What a dead fish right in the mouth. That doesn't bode well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We're not hitting a ghost, are we? I've long heard that this pond is unclean. The middle-aged man who had spoken before spoke out again. "Gentlemen, don't panic," a muted voice came. The three of them looked at Zhang Chuxuan in unison. It was then that Zhang Chuxuan was still wearing a smile on his face. "You're not afraid, young man?" Seeing Zhang Chuxuan's expression, the middle-aged man was puzzled. "What are you afraid of? As the saying goes, if a dead fish is right in the mouth, lift the rod and go. Change your robe and go down to the river and do it." The crowd was dumbfounded. Are all young people so brave nowadays? "But we don't have any Dharma robes here either." "It's okay, you don't have it, I do." Zhang Chuxuan grinned as he ripped off the clothes he was wearing and backhanded them. In his hands at an unknown time a purple robe had appeared draped over his body. This robe was embroidered with twin dragons spitting out pearls, with white clouds and blue sky encircling it. A yin-yang bagua pattern was inscribed in the center. Under this moonlight, it erupted with glittering purple light. "How about it, three of you? Is my robe handsome?" The three stood frozen in place, eyes dead set on the robe. "Purple robe. You're a Taoist priest." The pupils of the three were exploding. But then there was a rolling cloudy aura over his body, which was wet and dripping at his feet. "They're not pretending either. Swallow him. A cultivator can be of great use to us," the middle-aged man at the head growled. The pupils became blood red and lunged straight towards Zhang Chuxuan. The other two night ghosts followed suit. Zhang Chuxuan looked at these sneaks and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. "Don't know how to die. Golden light. Congeal." Zhang Chuxuan let out a low shout. Boom. On him. Infinite golden light was converging. It only took a split second to coalesce into a giant hammer that was several feet in length. Toward those three stern ghosts was a hammer down. With Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation, don't be too easy on a few brats. Boom. The giant hammer was like a mountain pressing down. It landed heavily on the three sneaks. The three stern ghosts were instantly blown away, turning into green smoke and disappearing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. A wave again reaped 600 credits. Meow dash. Just then, a mournful cat's cry resounded violently in the middle of this night sky. With this mournful cat call, Zhang Chuxuan violently felt a pair of green eyes staring at him in the deepest building of this neighborhood. He glanced toward the place. A hunched figure poked her head out. Her frame clearly human. But the face. But a cat face. Cat demon. Chapter 36 Wind and Fire Order. Immortality. The moment he saw the cat-faced lady, Zhang Chuxuan then had come to a realization. It turns out that all of this, it's all because of this cat demon in front of me. Cats can pass through the ghosts. Even in normal times, they are able to see spirits that are invisible to humans. And cats like shade. This latter-day extreme Een land is the Een of Een. there are definitely a lot of bodies left inside. Once the black cat finds it and sucks the yin chi of the corpse, then the cat will be able to understand the spirit and come out to harm people. And the corpses that it sucks the yin energy from will be made into walkers. Meow. That cat-faced old man also seemed to have sensed Zhang Chuxuan's terror. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Chuxuan, the whole turned their heads and began to flee. Zhang Chuxian's gaze was fixed. His finger made a point in the middle of the void. Shasta. The Tongtian talisman has been cast. Gold threads formed in the void, and a talisman began to coalesce. Go! Zhang Chuxian once again flicked his fingers. All the talismans erupted at the same time. It turned into a terrifying ray of light and shot directly towards the cat demon. The cat demon was feeling the aura. A violent shudder ran through his body. A large strand of black mist erupted from its circumference. It transformed into a giant shield, trying to resist the power of the talisman. However, just in the moment of contact, that black mist was directly blown apart. The rest of the talismans all landed on that cat-faced old man's body. Boom! The cat-faced old man was directly blasted into the depths of that building without any breath. Zhang Chuxian was a bit puzzled. His own talisman just now landed on that cat demon's body though. With his cultivation, even though it was only a Tongtian talisman that was casually cast, it was still enough to kill an average innate existence. But, that cat demon, it's not dead? Because he didn't hear the systems beep in his head. Being able to stand hard against your own Tongtian talisman? It shouldn't be. Zhang Chuxian didn't even think about it. The whole foot stomped. The figure had already disappeared from the spot. By the time his form manifested again, it had then appeared within the dilapidated building where the cat-faced old man had appeared before. The whole building was silent. There was no sound, like entering a ghostly place. Zhang Chuxian followed the residual yin chi and headed towards the basement of this building just as quickly. Just a few seconds. He had then arrived at the -3rd floor, just out of range of the stairs. Phew! An overcast wind blew head-on. The fishy odor hit his nose. Zhang Chuxian reached out and fanned himself next to his nose. Wait until you get a good look at everything in the basement. His complexion iced over a bit as well. Just see this whole basement in the middle. A dozen or so bodies were scattered about. The bodies were all men. If it's a good guess, it should be those missing persons that I had seen in the news reports that the division had talked about. Just then, a voice rang out beside a dark door in the basement. It was a soft sound, not like a human could make a loud noise. Immediately after, the cat-faced old man's figure that Zhang Chuxian had seen earlier slowly walked out. Its limbs landed on the ground, its eyes glowing green as it stared straight at Zhang Chuxian. Odd tones came out of his mouth. Daoist priest, you and I have no grievances. Why have you come to disturb my purification? Zhang Chuxian swept a glance at her. Purifying? You, a person who has harmed so many lives, still dare to say that you are here for purification? The cat-faced old man's gaze grew colder and colder. You people feed on animals. If I am psychic, why not feed on people? Oh, Zhang Chuxian smiled disdainfully. The reasoning is correct. But unfortunately, Master Dao is also a human being, so for you to say this, it's better to go to the 9 hells to say it. The cat-faced old man's demonic aura began to sweep through his body. In that case, then the fish will die. Meow. A mournful catcall echoed throughout the basement. Next moment, one by one, those living people who had long ago been devoured and died began to wobble and stand up. These people have long since lost the appearance of living people, but have all turned into walking corpses. A pair of blood-red eyes looked at Zhang Chuxian sinisterly. With a growl it lunged towards him. Obviously this cat demon was ready to fight to the death. Zhang Chuxian laughed as he looked towards the walkers, not caring in the slightest. Fish death with Master Dao? You really think highly of yourself. After saying that he flipped his hand. The dragon tiger Dharma seal had appeared in Zhang Chuxuan's hand. With the infusion of Yuan Qi, the dragon tiger Dharma seal suddenly expanded. Originally the size of a palm, it directly transformed into several feet, carrying a terrifying might. Directly towards those walkers, he smashed down. Boom! A pop exploded in the middle of the air. The entire ground trembled violently. Those walking corpses that were enveloped by the dragon tiger Dharma seal. Not even a scream. Straight up smashing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. A series of system beeps sounded in Zhang Chuxuan's ears. Opposite Zhang Chuxian, that cat demon's originally ferocious and cataractic expression was also violently stunned. Although it knew that Zhang Chuxian was strong, it didn't expect Zhang Chuxian would be this strong. But then the cat demon was raging. Stinking Daoist, you ruined my heart's blood. I'll break you into pieces. These walking corpses could be the ones it had painstakingly collected all these days. Now it's all ruined by Zhang Chuxian. How is it not angry? The cat demon bowed. Behind its body, dark, dense fog swept in all directions. Its entire body moved as well. With just a slight shimmer, it transformed into several of the same shadows. All together, they came towards Zhang Chuxuan. Fancy. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow. This cat demon was only at the Hotian level, and it was not even as good as the Yuan Jue vulture that he had encountered before. It's just not enough for him. Zhang Chuxuan's finger pointed towards the void. Above the void, an unprecedentedly huge talisman was coalescing. The talisman spread endless fire. The left supports the 6 armors. The right guards the 6 dings. The yellow god is in front, and the music is in the back. The order of the 7 deaths of the gods and demons. The order of wind and fire. With a royal decree, the talisman erupted violently. A direct replacement for a long dragon of wind and fire. Towards all the illusory bodies of that cat demon, they directly surged. Wind and fire order. The second order of the 7 deadly orders of the gods and demons. The power is even stronger than the broken killing order. And the roiling wind and fire together. As long as it stains the enemy, it will not die or be extinguished. Rumble. Those cat demon manifested bodies. The moment they approached the wind and fire order, it was directly engulfed in flames. Even the cat-faced old man's body also miserable screamed directly in the flame and the small melt. Everything seems to have turned to flying dust. The basement that was originally shrouded in Tianshi also gradually returned to normal after the death of that cat-faced old man. Only puddles of black blood manifested within this basement. However, Zhang Chuxuan's brows furrowed. Chapter 37, Breaking Through the Latinate Stage, Unknown Small Sect Dragon Tiger Mountain? In his head. I'm surprised the system voice hasn't appeared yet. That means, the cat demon, not dead yet. His eyes looked towards the place where the cat demon had been burned earlier. The cat-faced old man who had originally been reduced to a puddle of flesh and blood. The entire body was recovering frantically. Meow. In just the blink of an eye, the cat-faced old man from before appeared in front of Zhang Chuxuan once again. It stared into a pair of ghostly blue eyes with an eerie smile. Stinking Daoist, want to kill me? Dream on. I am immortal. No one in this world can kill me. Touch dash. It hadn't even finished its words. A golden light had pierced through it once again. Immortal body? Master Dao would like to see if you die this time. Zhang Chuxian's figure closely followed the golden light. That golden light began to surge wildly, transforming into a giant hammer of golden light. Zhang Chuxian held the hammer handle with both hands. It smashed down towards the cat demon. Boom! With a pop, that cat demon's entire physical body was directly crushed. Not even a bone crumb left, but he had only just withdrawn the golden light. Next moment, the cat demon that had been completely crushed recovered once again in the blink of an eye. But it did not provoke this time. Instead, they turned and ran. Strong. It's too strong. This Taoist priest in front of it was completely beyond its ability to fight, which is simply useless even if you don't die. Its figure fled hastily out of the dark door. Zhang Chuxuan's feet also moved, landing on the roof of the desolate building in an instant. He looked in the direction where the cat demon had fled, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. So that's what happened. Almost had you bluffing. In the middle of his vision, 2 figures were running away. One of them was the cat-faced old man from before, and next to it, there was actually a foot-long black cat. The reason why that cat-faced old man couldn't be killed anyhow, it's because, this thing isn't even what it is. Cats can control souls. Not only was he able to control living souls, but he was also able to split his own soul body. Inside that cat-faced old lady was the 1 soul and 2 spirits of that cat demon. As long as it doesn't die in its own body, arguably it would be able to be resurrected indefinitely. Zhang Chuxuan gently raised his hand. A tyrannical thunder frantically converged towards his fingertips. Crackling sounds rang through the night sky. An aura that was terrifying to the extreme spread out with a roar. Compare it to this thunder. Any Dao techniques Zhang Chuxuan had performed before seemed like child's play. Even the black cat running away in the distance looked like it had sensed something. Snapping back, a pair of ghostly blue eyes saw the object converging on Zhang Chuxuan's fingertips after seeing it. The entire pupil was bursting at the seams. Thunder. Thunder law. An unconcealable fear appeared on its face. Lei is the most young energy, born to restrain all evils of the netherworld. No, Taoist master, have mercy. The cat demon cried out almost mournfully. Late. Zhang Chuxuan didn't even look at it. A finger pressed down towards the cat demon. At the tip of his finger, a thunderbolt burst out carrying an aura of destruction. It transformed into a 10-foot thunder snake and whistled away. The black cat's fur had exploded all over its body. Under this thunder, it didn't even have the courage to resist. Boom! With a blinding white light illuminating, thunder exploded. It directly blew that spot into nothingness. And the cat-faced old man who was originally running away also screamed miserably. Planted straight down. completely out of any kind of life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 700 merits. The system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission, solving the walker incident. Mission accomplished, receive the reward, 30 years of cultivation, feat upgrade card *1. Buzz. The system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Among Zhang Chuxuan's dantian, the familiar power of cultivation began to burst forth. It made his entire aura pull up. With a snap a crunch appeared. The pressure on Zhang Chuxuan's body began to skyrocket. It took a full dozen breaths before calm gradually returned. Zhang Chuxuan looked at his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Taoist Ancestors Fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, 7th level of innate, 72. 1%. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders, full level. Divine Ghosts and 7 Killings, full level. Shrinking the Earth into an inch, proficient. Tongtian Talisman, full level. Pure Heart Divine Mantra, full level. Merit, 10. 800, can be used for system draw, silver pool of 3000 merit, 0//10, next level, gold pool, not unlocked. The realm successfully broke through the 7th level of the innate. It was already to the late innate stage. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to completely enter the level of knowledge. Go home. Go to bed. Jiangbei Psychic Bureau. Chen Ming was currently standing in front of a very capable woman in a special operations uniform, reporting on today's situation. Being able to make even Chen Ming so, there was naturally no doubt about this woman's identity. She was the head of the Jiangbei Psychic Bureau's branch, Chu Xiushan. When Chu Xiushan heard Chen Ming's words, some surprise appeared on her face. I've only been out for a few days and so much has happened? These past few years those Taoist families that have been gradually nowhere to be found for 100 years have all begun to show traces. By now, even this Dao family's leader has appeared once again. It seems, it's the Abyssal Forbidden Land that's about to be sealed. Hear that? Chen Ming also sighed. It's a pity for those ancestors of the Taoist sect. If it wasn't for their 100 years ago, sacrificed, they wouldn't have let those damned Buddhist sect dominate. After a moment of silence Chen Ming spoke again. Bureau Chu, what should we do with Yuan Ju's body? Throw it away. Do you really think we don't know about all the tricks they've been doing in Jiangbei on their own? If it wasn't for the fear of unrest from above, these things would have been completely exterminated long ago. Chen Ming nodded. That's right. Keep an eye on the Manjin Temple. I always feel that those vultures seem to be making some big moves lately. Yes, Mang Qinji. Among the mountain gates, the great hall where Mingjin was, the great monk Yuan Fa, who had left earlier, once again returned within the great hall. Respectfully, he bowed down to Mingjin. Master, the things you have explained have all been clearly investigated. Mingjin looked at this disciple of his and spoke faintly. Say it. Yes. According to the information that disciples have received, Xiao Linglong of the Yida group invited a Taoist priest yesterday, and it was that Taoist priest who killed senior disciple Yuan Jue. Dog? Mingjin smiled disdainfully. Which sect is the lingering Nubizi? Back to master. It is indeed a small sect. It seems to be called something like Dragon Tiger Mountain, and that little Taoist also seems to be something like Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master, who has recently become somewhat famous on the internet. Mingjin snapped to his feet. A pair of cloudy eyes erupted with an unprecedented essence of light. There was no longer the casual look he had before. He stared at the middle-aged monk kneeling outside the temple. What did you say? Where did he come from? Chapter 38, The People's Fireworks, the most appeasing heart of the road. The great monk Yuan Fa's body trembled, obviously not expecting such a great reaction from his own master. But still, he said respectfully, Master, it's the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Heavenly Master's mansion. Disciple also found out that this Heavenly Master's mansion, although it used to have a great reputation, but now it's just a fallen Daoist system, and even more so it was all almost dismantled, so it shouldn't be considered a big deal, right? What do you know? Mingjin glared at the middle-aged monk. Some murmuring followed. I really didn't expect that the Heavenly Master's mansion would even have a Heavenly Master down the mountain. Surprisingly, he even came to Jiangbei. What a trouble. Yuanfa looked a little puzzled at Akane's serious look. Master, aren't you being too much of a worrywart? As far as those sects of Taoism are concerned, all of them are but lingering on. A mere Taoist so-called Heavenly Master. You only need to open your mouth, and my disciple will immediately bring people to kill that Taoist priest. Hearing this, Mingjin glanced disdainfully at Yuan Fa. Other Taoist sects are other, and Lung Fu Shan is Lung Fu Shan. If you can kill the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master, I will now resign my position as the presiding officer of the Wanjin Temple and give it up to you. Round up. Who are you mocking? Disciple wouldn't dare. Then, we're just going to ignore this little Taoist? Mingjin also frowned slightly, but then he sneered. Don't pay attention to it for the time being. Nowadays everything is focused on the grand plan of my Buddhist sect, and the board of directors has already finished preparing in the great southern city. As long as the grand plan succeeds, a Taoist celestial master is nothing. As a part of the grand plan, we absolutely cannot make any mistakes, or if the above blames us, even I can't bear it. Akane paused at that. Since that dragon spirit has already manifested, it can't escape us, so take advantage of the fact that those people from the Psychic Bureau haven't reacted yet. First, get all the preparations together. The seals of the abyss have begun to crumble. Whether or not the Buddhist sect can survive this time depends on our scheming this time. Hear this. It was only then that the circle method dawned on me. Don't worry, Master. The stiff king of the Ren family is also about to mature, and Master Yuanjin is already collecting stiff king grudges. It's just that last required divine lead. Mingjin laughed. To others, the divine invocation is the most mysterious, but to my Buddhist sect this thing is the simplest. A mere god. And the last thing my Buddhist sect needs is a god-making method. Master has already planted the seed long ago. Yuan Fa's pupils brightened slightly, as if he had thought of something. Master, are you talking about that ghost city god? Not bad. When the stiff king's complaint arrives, you'll still need to take a walk. Yuan Fa bowed. Everything is at Master's command. The next day, afternoon, it was only then that Zhang Chuxuan woke up from his sleep. With his cultivation level, it naturally didn't matter if he slept or not. But young people, who doesn't like to sleep? Glancing at the time approaching the appointment, only then did Zhang Chuxuan clean up slightly, took a cab and headed towards the location of the college town. The sky was cascading with red. The setting sunlight pours down, reflecting the whole earth in a reddish color. Just 20 minutes of work. Zhang Chuxuan came down on the commercial street right next to the university town. It's still the weekend. The entire street had long been surrounded by countless students from the neighborhood. Just get down. Zhang Chuxian's eyes just lit up. Legs. All legs. Coming and going were all the noble female big, beautiful legs still wearing all kinds of black silk, white silk, short stockings. Can't even begin to think how good it would smell for milk tea. Still, college life is good. Zhang Chuxian sighed. Without stopping where he was, he walked towards the location he had arranged with Ma Qingqing. The roadside is full of various food stalls and rice, and from time to time, you can hear the sound of bowl of chicken for $1 a skewer. After spending 3 years in the mountains, Zhang Chuxian had not seen such a sight for a long time. For a while, the whole mood was unconsciously better. It's really the earthly atmosphere that soothes the mortal heart the most. And naturally, Zhang Chuxuan's dress attracted the attention of many young girls. What a handsome dog. Is this the latest cos from any school? Maybe it's true. Do you think the Taoist priest would like it a lot if I cos a female ghost? Sisters, don't be so outrageous, okay? But, why do I see that this Taoist master seems a bit familiar? There was a moment of shock all around. Following that, someone seemed to recognize Zhang Chuxuan's identity. Isn't he the celestial master on Dragon Tiger Mountain who exploded on the internet a few days ago? The words came out. The eyes of those onlookers who were originally just sneaking glances instantly became fiery. It's really that heavenly master. Holy, the heavenly master has come down from the mountain. Group photo. Quickly, go get a picture with the heavenly master. Immediately after, in the next 10 minutes or so, Zhang Chuxian directly transformed into a humanoid hit point, until he heard a voice. Tianshi. Only then did Zhang Chuxian see a young girl in jeans with a ponytail waving towards him through the crowd. And this young girl was naturally Ma Qingqing. Only then did Zhang Chuxian rush to get away. Following Ma Qingqing, she quickly got into a pink Bentley car next to her. Wait until the car door closes. Only then did Zhang Chuxian let out a long sigh of relief. Ma Qingqing then laughed. Your popularity is comparable to a big star now. Heavenly Master. Zhang Chuxian was also helpless. After descending the mountain, he also knew that he seemed to be quite hot, and quite a few people knew him, but he didn't expect to be so hot. Looks like I'll be going back tonight to place a certain tone to check on the situation. And Zhang Chuxian noticed at this time. In the driver's seat beside Ma Qingqing, there was also a woman sitting in what looked like a practice outfit, also with a high ponytail. The young girl's appearance was impeccable, with a tearful mole in the corner of her eye that was more of a finishing touch. At this moment, the young girl also stared with a pair of eyes, curiously surveying Zhang Chuxian. Ma Qingqing also helped with the introduction. Heavenly Master, this is that good friend of mine, and also she is a disciple of the Qi sect lineage of Qingcheng Mountain. Zhou Linger, Qingcheng Qi sect? Indeed, it's a big gateway too. Zhou Linger meets the Heavenly Master. Zhou Linger performed a Daoist salute towards Zhang Chuxian. However, all Taoist disciples, no matter how young or old they are, have to bow when they meet the Heavenly Master. Just as Zhang Chuxian was about to say something, Zhou Linger then had an excited smile on her face. I heard Qingqing say long ago that she had helped me find a senior. I thought it was some old-timer, but it turned out to be the Heavenly Master. You don't know, Celestial Master, but I'm a fan of yours. Spirit, you restrain yourself. Ma Qingqing's old face blushed and hurriedly pushed her. Zhang Chuxuan? Lean. Originally thought that all beautiful women are high and cold. This niece how to be familiar with herself but this characterization is really good. Zhang Chuxuan wasn't a shy person anyway. Plus, they were of similar age, so they got acquainted very quickly. The car made its way towards the outskirts of the city. On the verge of getting to the place, Zhou Linger spoke to Zhang Chuxuan. Heavenly Master, there's something strange about this one. You should be careful. Chapter 39, Corpse Grudge to the Bone. Een Poison to Stiffness. Drought Demon. Odd. Zhang Chuxuan was surprised for a moment. Everyone is a practitioner. The most contact on a regular basis is sneaky. In their eyes, ghosts and things were nothing more than ordinary. But Zhou Linger actually used a strange word. That's a bit unusual. Right, because I've traveled to this client's home several times before, and I haven't been able to find out any reason why. Just on his body, felt something unusual. And that client of mine said that he always dreamed at night that he turned into a zombie. Dreaming about turning into a zombie? Kind of interesting. What's the last name of that client of yours? Surname Run, name is Ring Yong. Zhang Chuxuan. Nima. Suddenly it doesn't seem so strange. Another 10 minutes forward. The car eventually stopped at a quadrangle. The quadrangle covers a wide area, and you don't even have to look at it to know that it's worth a lot of money. Those who were able to ask the bounty network to make a move were basically either rich or noble. The front door of the quadrangle. A butler-like man was already waiting. Seeing Zhou Linger get out of the car, that housekeeper hurriedly stepped forward and smiled curtly at Zhou Linger. Master Zhou, Run Dong is suffering from a physical ailment and can't come out, but has already waited for you in the house. Follow the butler into the middle of the quadrangle. Throughout the courtyard, carved beams and pillars. Zhang Chuxuan smacked his lips as he watched. In terms of enjoyment, it's still these damn rich people. Walked a few minutes to a two-story loft. Before I could walk there I saw from afar a fat man in his 40s or 50s with a blonde hair who was coughing continuously. There were people to assist them. Just looking at that look, it's no different than having half a foot in the coffin. Zhou Linger saw the change in this fatty. His face also changed slightly. It's only been a short day. Boss Ren, how did you become like this? Ran Yong managed to stop coughing and opened his mouth with a bitter smile. Please forgive Master Zhou for having missed the welcome. Zhou Linger opened her mouth before she could wait for an answer. Zhang Chuxuan then said indifferently, Corpse grudge into the bones, Een poison into stiffness, at most another 24 hours. He will turn into a zombie. Zhang Chuxian's voice was not loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears. Ran Yong shuddered. Master Zhou, this is. Zhou Linger laughed. This is the high-ranking person I told you about yesterday and invited, and is also the contemporary heavenly master of my Taoist sect, Longhu Mountain. The divine master? Ran Yong's eyes widened. Ever since the strange events at home, he could be said to have studied the ranks of the Dao sect thoroughly. There was some knowledge of the name Sky Master. Only these are characters that exist in legends. Only 100 years ago, how could he not expect? He would have met the legendary Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master this time. If anyone else had said that, he would have been skeptical. But Zhou Linger, that was a high-ranking person on the bounty internet. Naturally she wouldn't lie to him. Ran Yong immediately fell directly to his knees. Lord Celestial Master, you must save my family. I don't mind dying, but my children are still young. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. A golden light had lifted him up. Since I'm here, naturally I won't ignore it. Go inside first. A few people walked into the living room. Immediately a butler served tea. This time, Ma Qingqing asked before she was puzzled. Heavenly Master, what do you mean by what you just said? Are you saying that Boss Rin is turning into a zombie? But isn't Boss Rin a big living person? Even a living person can turn into a zombie? Zombies don't just change. One is born with a mouthful of foreboding weather. And when one dies, one spits out that foreboding weather. Zombies, that is, the dead in the body at the time of death, not spit out this mouth first weather, and then happen to be buried into some of the corpse to be able to appear. Ran Yong is a big living man now. There shouldn't be any signs of a stalemate at all for that to happen. And even stiffening can't be that fast. Zhang Chuxian smiled. Normally living people naturally can't turn into zombies. But this is different in Boss Ren's case. If my guess is right, Boss Ren's family ancestor, there should be someone who has seen a drought demon, and moreover, he should have come into close contact with a drought demon. Drought, also known as drought. Rumor has it that when the drought demon comes out, the land is red for thousands of miles. It is the real king among the zombies. Hear that? Ran Yong even trembled and nodded vigorously. Right, you're right, Celestial Master. My family's ancestors do have records. My great-grandfather's grandfather was also once a godly man, and he once used a drought-beating bone stake, nailed to death a drought demon that was not yet fully grown. That's right then. The drought demon is born and raised, and although hitting the dry bone pile is able to kill it before it has matured, this killing is not absolute, as the drought demon's corpse chi will silently enter within the body of the person it comes into contact with, and it will be stretched out to the descendants, day after day. Even though the drought demon is dead, the resentment still exists. As long as there is a trigger, it will explode, just like you are doing now. Zhang Chuxuan took a sip of tea and said lightly. Ran Yong's face was pale and somewhat desperate. Celestial Master, then is this still salvageable? If you were an ordinary cultivator, there might not be a way, but if you met the poor Daoist, then you're saved. Ran Yong was stunned. Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger also froze for a moment. Heavenly Master, this transformation stiff can also be reversed? If an ordinary zombie bite, the corpse gas has not entered the heart vein, perhaps with glutinous rice can still be pulled out. But Zhang Chuxuan said that Ren's family that was the resentment of a drought demon. The drought demon thing was an unimaginable existence, even for the two of them. Naturally, Zhang Chuxuan nodded his head. The drought grudge is scary though, but it can only invade from the body, and but where the body is sinister, then there is nothing that is not restrained by the purification mantra. Ran Yong hurriedly knelt down to Zhang Chuxuan once again after his reaction. It was directly stopped by Zhang Chuxuan. There is no need for these vain ceremonies, hold out your arm, and I will first see how far you have come in this stiff grudge. Ran Yong hastily did as he was told. A golden light appeared from Zhang Chuxuan's finger. It landed directly on Ran Yong's arm. Bent in time, his entire body was wrapped in golden light, and underneath this golden light, a black line rose from Ran Yong's body. It had stretched halfway across his body. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow. It's spreading pretty fast. Go and bring your family. Just a few minutes. Inside this hall, all three members of Ran Yong's family were carried in by the servants. Ran Yong is okay, assisted to be able to walk, but his wife and his daughter have completely fallen into a coma. Even the nails and teeth began to gradually mutate. It's growing. Ran Yong looked at his wife and daughter, his eyes filled with heartache. Zhang Chuxuan didn't talk nonsense. His finger pointed towards the void. A golden light thumped out. Ling Bao Tian Zun, comforting form, disciple's soul, the five viscera of the Xuanhe. Chapter 40. A dragonfly pointing cave. When the ancestors are buried vertically, the descendants must be great. Mantra for purifying the body. One of the 8 divine incantations of Taoism. There wasn't much offense in this divine spell. It doesn't seem like it's strong, but any divine power that can be ranked among the 8 divine incantations of Taoism, all have unrivaled power in a particular field. Take for example the purification mantra in front of you. The drought demon was an existence capable of swallowing dragons. It is the true pinnacle of the zombie path. It is also one of the 4 originators of the zombie lineage. A drought demon has accumulated hundreds of years of resentment. Just thinking about it makes your head spin. However, as soon as the golden light around Zhang Chuxuan's body came out, the black aura that had been shrouding Ran Yong's family was like it had sensed a great threat. Start a crazy riot. There seemed to be terror beginning to revive in the black air. The voice from Zhang Chuxuan's mouth continued. Green dragon, white tiger, conflicting pairs, vermilion bird, Xian Wu, servant form, urgent, with a royal decree. The golden light around Zhang Chuxuan's body surged violently. It turned into 3 strands of golden chi and spread towards Ran Yong's family of 3. As this golden light didn't enter, in the bodies of the 3 Ran Yongs, a miserable scream appeared at the same time. The black aura around them was escaping. Can vaguely see that in the middle of this black fog, there was a pair of scarlet eyes wailing in agony. Ungrateful son and grandson, I'll break you into pieces. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. That's quite a mouthful. His fingers pressed. Bump. The pure body divine mantra burst forth completely. The figure in the midst of that black mist screamed miserably and exploded with a loud bang. As the black mist dissipated, it was seen that the bodies of Ran Yong's family, which had originally been eroded by the corpse gas, gradually returned to normal. Even the teeth and nails of his wife's and daughter's corpses had been completely gone. Silence. The entire hall was plunged into a deathly silence. Not to mention Zhou Linger, even Ma Qingqing, who had already seen Zhang Chuxuan's methods before, had her mouth wide open, deadly looking at the scene in front of him. The grievances of a drought demon. Surprisingly, it was really suppressed, and Ran Yong goes without saying. He was in somewhat better shape than his wife and daughter, and was always in a sober state, but it had also been too shocked to move long ago. When the golden light of that pure body divine incantation had just disappeared into his body, he only felt as if all of his body had been purified, especially after that corpse chi entered his body. He had been feeling like a living dead person, without a trace of temperature in his body. Until now, his hands and feet had surprisingly regained some heat. It made his whole body feel like it was in the middle of a dream. Ahem! A sharp coughing sound rang in Renyong's ears. Renyong subconsciously turned his head back. He saw that his wife and daughter, who had originally passed out long ago, had both opened their eyes. The look was tinged with some confusion. Honey, Dad! Renyong flopped to his knees, desperately kowtowing towards Zhang Chuxuan. Many thanks to the Heavenly Master. Thank you, Heavenly Master. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. Get up. Although your family's drought demon grudge has been suppressed by me, it has not yet been eradicated. Tell me the specifics first. What did you do before this? Did you come into contact with someone? Only then did Renyong get up from the ground. Sitting beside Zhang Chuxuan, chagrin appeared on his face and he nodded vigorously. Indeed, it was just half a month ago, on the 15th day of the 7th month, the Chinese New Year festival. Our family travels to where our ancestors' graves are every mid-year's day to pay tribute to our ancestors. However, just one day before the Mid-Yuan festival, the monk Yuanmu from the Wanjin temple suddenly visited my house, saying that he saw that my house was covered with dark clouds, and that he was afraid that my fortune would flourish and gradually decline in the next 10 years. Manjinji? Manjinji again? Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. I ran into one named Yuan Ju there at the viaduct earlier, and here comes another Yuan Ju. What the hell is this Buddhist temple? Renyong's voice continued. Wanjin temple has a big name and every year I donate millions to their Buddhist temple. I think Yuanmu shouldn't lie to me, and on the same day I also connected to 3 or 4 items at once saying that there was a problem. So it was a rush to ask what was going on with Roundup. Yuanmu told me that my family's ancestor used to have a relationship with one of their Wanjin temple's masters 100 years ago, and after my ancestor's death, that master from their Wanjin temple personally chose a top-notch feng shui gravesite for my ancestor, the dragonfly pointing water point. An illegal burial was carried out to bring about the wealth of Myriad family. Dragonfly point? Zhang Chuxuan blushed oddly for a moment. Lean, isn't this something from Uncle Nine's movie In a Previous Life? Really? You also know about this feng shui point, Celestial Master? Renyong was surprised for a moment. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly. The Dragonfly Point Cave. The cave is 3 feet 4 long, but only 4 feet can be used, and 1 foot 3 wide, and only those 3 feet are useful. That's why coffins can't be buried flat. Only French burials are an option. Hear this. Renyong nodded repeatedly. Right. What you said, Celestial Master, is exactly right. That's how it's recorded in my family's ancestry. Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger on the side were a bit confused. Celestial Master, what is the meaning of a legal burial? A legal burial is a vertical burial. As the saying goes, if the ancestors are buried upright, the descendants must be great. Renyong's old face reddened. Indeed, but that round extinction, said this dragonfly water point cave, focusing on this word water. Every 100 years to change the water. He came down from the mountain this time to follow his master's orders and came to help Myriad family to solve the problem of feng shui points. I also honored him as a guest of honor and made a special donation of 5 million joss sticks to the Wanjin temple after the Mid-Yuan festival. Zhang Chuxuan heard this, nodded. Then it does seem good that it's the circle destroyer that has moved above your family's ancestral tomb, activating the resentment of that drought demon, which has led to this situation for your entire family. The stiff king's grudge, the corpse into the bone. In the end, your whole family will become inhuman zombies, and will live in the manipulation of the round extermination for all eternity. Renyong's face was green and white. This damned vultures. I've asked myself for so many years that I've never offended their Buddhist temple, and I've paid my annual incense money on time, so why are they doing this to my Rin family? Renyong had naturally guessed before that it was Round Extinction's move. However, he was nothing more than a businessman, and although he had money, it was obviously out of his depth to try to make an enemy of a monastery with real skills like the 10,000 gold temple. But now, Zhang Chuxuan had all but explicitly told him who the mastermind behind the scenes was. His last illusion had been shattered, and he couldn't hold back any longer. There are still 3 fires in a mud man, let alone Renyong, a big living man. Heavenly Master, I know that you are a high-ranking person and money is all outside of your body, but I, only have some money. As long as you are able to help Myriad family through this difficult time, I'll add $10 million to the bounty amount this time. Plus 10 million? Zhang Chuxian's heart skipped a beat in his originally calm demeanor. Chapter 41 Raku Immortal Thief. This wave earns hemp. The previous reward. Zhang Chuxian also knew that it was 1,000 points. Now add another 10 million. That's 20 million. Suddenly it felt like this fat guy in front of me. His eyebrows were clearing up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission, solving the Rin family incident. Mission accomplished, receive the reward, 6 vaults of immortal thieves, 60 years of cultivation. Mission failure, punishment none. Just then, Zhang Chuxuan's mind. The system's beep sounded. System tasks. Since this was the case, there was even less reason for one to push back. Alright, then lead the way to where your Rin family's ancestral tomb is located. But I'm afraid that your great-grandfather from 100 years ago has already turned into a zombie. All the karma is on it. When the time comes I will slaughter. Supremacy over your Teiyukai. So prepare yourself mentally. Ran Yong also expected this and nodded his head through clenched teeth. Celestial Master, you come with me. Where the Rin family's ancestral tomb was located was still some distance away from the Rin family's quadrangle. Ran Yong left his wife and daughter at home and personally drove a small golden man to take Zhang Chuxuan and the three of them quickly towards a mausoleum. The Rin family mausoleum, located on top of a hill on the outskirts of Jiangbei city. This small mountain, too, had long since been bought by the Rin family. It is used exclusively as a place for ancestral graves. However, at this time, the Rin family mausoleum had long since been shrouded by a roiling black gas. The black mist churned and the corpse gas sank. In the depths of this Rin family mausoleum, several large monks dressed in monks' robes sat cross-legged around them. Eyes all looked to the one at the very front. In front of that monk was a Dharma altar. On the altar of the law, there were a few pitch-black bones, and a purple and gold mantle. The entire purple-gold mantle was continuously emitting a buzzing tremor. The layers of Buddhist light above were erupting like a bottomless pit, absorbing the black chi within the mausoleum. Roar! The mausoleum, which was still considered calm, violently resounded with a hiss. The monk's eyes slowly opened at the sound. There was some vibration in his expression. Senior brother Yuan Wu, what's going on? It seems like this old master of the Rin family is about to break his coffin. The moment the monk opened his eyes, the others beside him naturally heard the commotion and couldn't help but inquire. Round Extinction frowned. It seems that something has happened on the Rin family's side. Is it possible that Ran Yong has found some expert? In this Jiangbei, who else has such skills? How can that be? Senior brother, are you overthinking it? Old Master Ren has a trace of the Drought Demon's grudge. Besides our Wanjin temple, no one can deal with it even if it's the Jiangbei Psychic Bureau. The other few big monks were obviously not convinced. Round Extinction nodded. Indeed, now that this resentment has almost been collected, it's time for us to go back and resume our duties. The other great monks heard. There were no comments either. Their visit this time was originally for the Stiff King grudge. Now that the stuff had been collected, it was natural not to linger. Senior brother, then that zombie here, are we just going to let it go? This zombie has the chance to be promoted to the legendary Drought Demon in the future. It would be a good thing for my Buddhist temple if I could take it in and use it. Round Extinction shook his head. Don't worry, I'll naturally leave a backhand. Having said that, he bit through his index finger violently. 3 drops of blood were squeezed out in a row. A direct drop was placed on top of a few of the bones of the phallic altar. The bones absorbed the blood. A reddish light began to glow. Immediately after, those bones were windless. It was a rush in one direction. It wasn't until that was done that Circle Destroyer called it quits. I've already injected a sliver of my divine soul into that zombie. Wait until we return this Stiff King grudge and then come back to bring it back to the Buddhist temple. Amitabha Buddha. Elder brother's high opinion. The group quickly disappeared into thin air. The car traveled for a little over half an hour. Zhang Chuxuan and the others had completely left the city, climbed the road to a panhandle. A chilly wind began to blow throughout the trail. There was also a constant flock of birds flying through the air, making it look very eerie. It was pitch black all around. Only the lights of their car cut through the night sky. Ran Yong looked outside from inside the car. Couldn't help but swallow hard. Palms are sweaty. A place like this feels chilling to the back just to stay for a second. Luckily, he was accompanied by the 3 high-ranking people, Zhang Chuxuan and Zhou Linger. Think about it. He was slightly relieved. Just wanted to find a topic of conversation to alleviate the horror around us. But just as he turned his head, the man was dumbfounded. It was then that they saw the 3 Zhang Chuxuan leaning against their seats in unison, dozing off. Phew! A cloudy wind blew. Ran Yong involuntarily shivered. What's going on? The windows of his car were clearly closed. So where was the wind coming from? Ran Yong was a bit puzzled. And then he snapped to the center of the road ahead. A cloaked woman covered in blood appeared violently. Ran Yong's cold hair directly exploded. Just subconsciously stepped on the emergency brake. But there was no response. Eyes were getting closer to the woman. A voice came to his ear. Roll. The words came out. The woman in front of them, covered in blood, glanced at them in horror, turned and fled. Following that, one hand took hold of Ran Yong's steering wheel and gave it a quick spin. Crunch! Ran Yong hurriedly kicked the brakes. The tires of the car rubbed against the ground with a toothsome commotion. Ran Yong then realized that their car was only one step away from the cliff. If only the steering wheel hadn't been turned a bit at the end, They were afraid that they had all fallen off the cliff at this moment. Boss Ren, are you okay? Zhang Chuxuan's voice rang out. When Ren Yong turned around, he saw that Zhang Chuxuan and the others were not sleeping at all looking at him. Ren Yong took 2 hard breaths. Celestial Master. This just now. What happened just now? Small problem. You are entering the illusion. Zhang Chuxuan said. Mirage? Ren Yong was even more confused. I wasn't driving fatigued either. So how did this happen all of a sudden? It's not you. It's that the yin qi in this mountainous region is too thick. The corpse qi in you has not been completely removed. And the yang fire is too weak. That's why you were unknowingly trapped. An ordinary person might have been scared silly. However, Ren Yong had already made some preparations in the end. And after hearing Zhang Chuxuan's explanation, he did not panic too much. Celestial Master. So now, what to do? Keep driving your car. That illusion. He hadn't finished. Zhang Chuxuan's finger had already pointed towards the void. Shasta. A blue light blossomed in the middle of the void. Edict. His sword finger turned. A decree was recited under his breath. Several talismans instantly appeared through the windshield. Following, the entire car began to explode with bright golden light. The golden light passes through. The black mist receded. Chapter 42. The Talisman of Heaven shows its might. Old Master Rin turns into a zombie. Void drawing talismans. After seeing this scene, Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger's eyes widen some at the same time. They are as disciples of the Tao. Although he was not proficient in talismans, he naturally knew about the art of talismans. The talisman is the great Tao, but the general casting of talismans, even if it is a patriarch of the talisman course, if you want to use it, you must also use yellow paper as the carrier and vermilion sand as the Taoist guide. But this hand of Zhang Chuxuan's manifestation directly overturned their perceptions. With a single click, a dozen talismans can appear. This kind of tactic, let alone seeing it, had never even heard of it. Zhang Chuxian, on the contrary, did not care at all. Just look aside to Ren Yong. Boss Ren, drive. Ren Yong saw these. The heart is also finally no longer afraid. Although he didn't know what Zhang Chuxian was using, but it didn't stop him from knowing that Zhang Chuxuan's methods were awesome. The car continued on its way. With the power of that talisman, Ren Yong then realized that the darkness around him, wherever it touched the car, it was instantly crushed by the light of the talisman. As the car gradually approached the mausoleum, and that darkness got thicker. Again the march was 10 minutes long. With the car stopped, a dark mausoleum standing on top of a mountain peak appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The ancestral tomb of the Ren family arrived. Zhang Chuxian stepped out of the car and spoke to Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger. The corpse aura here is very heavy. I'm afraid it has attracted quite a few ghosts and spirits. You guys protect Boss Ren. Leave the rest to me. Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger nodded their heads at the same time. Don't worry, Heavenly Master. They also knew that with the cultivation of the two of them, they were afraid that it would be a bit difficult to resolve this incident. It would be better to simply follow Zhang Chuxian and lie flat. Zhang Chuxian didn't say anything more in the meantime. With a single step, he walked into the middle of the huge mausoleum. Only just stepped in. The air around them, then, plummeted several degrees. Terrifying corpse chi began to churn. It gives you goosebumps all over your body. Ren Yong winced and inquired carefully. Celestial Master, can this place be dealt with? Although he was an ordinary person, when he arrived here, Kuti was also able to perceive the horror of this place. Small problem. Zhang Chuxian was as relaxed as ever. Boss Ren, come lead the way to old Master Ren's grave. Ren Yong didn't dare to slack off. Follow the green stone path of the mausoleum, and head towards the place of the ancestral grave. The Ren family is a big family, so the Ren family's mausoleum was also very large. Originally Zhang Chuxian thought that there was only one grave for old Master Ren here. It was only when I got here that I realized I was overthinking it. This mausoleum has hundreds of burial mounds, large and small. According to Ren Yong, it was all some of their Ren family's side branches, ever since the strange incident at Ren Yong's house. These days, he had also heard that there were also quite a few of their Ren clan clansmen who had developed some conditions. There are even inexplicable disappearances. But he was all by himself at the time, so he didn't have much of a mind to pay attention to those things. I died so wrongly. Only a few steps out. All of them then snapped to a disembodied voice. The voice was so full of despair and fear that it made one's head spin to hear it. Ren Yong was taken aback. Even Zhou Linger and Ma Qingqing looked towards the direction where the voice came from in a grave manner. Just see, in a row of pine trees by the mausoleum, under the pale moonlight, 3 silhouettes, hanging from the tree in a bizarre position. And they're all women. Their tongues dangled out, obviously having been hanged a long time ago, but at this time, it was staring at them with greed in its eyes. It's 3 distant relatives of my family. Upon seeing these 3, Ran Yong immediately recognized them. Ran Yong, we died so unjustly. You come and stay with us. Among the 3 hanged ghosts, one of them then opened his mouth sorrowfully at Ren Yong. The voice carried a special power. The moment it fell into Ren Yong's ears, Ran Yong's footsteps then began to walk uncontrollably towards the trio. All the while there was a wry smile on his face. I deserve to die. I'm coming to stay with you guys. But he hadn't finished his sentence. Just as suddenly, he saw that a silhouette had quickly approached towards the 3 hanged ghosts. A wrongful death? Come, 3 beauties, tell me what grievances you have, and I'll help you redress them. Ran Yong's complexion instantly became clear. He looked at his feet and his legs went a little weak. What did you just? I've been hit. Again he hurried toward the woods. And then he saw the tree. Where were those relatives of his? But only 3 rotting corpses. And those 3 hanging ghosts. After hearing Zhang Chuxuan's words, the whole thing was in a daze. There seemed to be some confusion as to why the guy in front of them was unaffected by them. But after feeling the exuberant yang qi in Zhang Chuxuan's body, the 3 of them looked at each other, speaking in unison. It's you. It's because of you that we died so unjustly. Everything is your doing. The 3 hanged ghosts revealed a miserable look. As they speak, those branches of the mausoleum began to levitate out of thin air. Dense ropes began to appear on it. Toward Zhang Chuxian it was set. Heavenly Master, be careful. Behind Zhang Chuxian, Ma Qingqing couldn't help but remind. However, Zhang Chuxian remained where he was, allowing those ropes to come towards him. The smiles on the faces of those 3 hanging ghosts grew thicker and thicker. Come up here. The simultaneous power of the 3 black qi erupted from their bodies, wanting to hang Zhang Chuxian from the tree as well. However, despite their movements, Zhang Chuxuan's figure remained motionless. The 3 hanged ghosts were confused at the same time. What was the situation? Before they could wait for them to react, they saw that Zhang Chuxian had already taken a big step towards them. Don't panic, MS. Ghost, I'm going to drag you down. Take your time with your grievances. I have all the time in the world. Swish. In Zhang Chuxuan's hand, a golden light manifested. A stroke of his hand. The golden light split into 3 long ropes directly entangling those 3 hanging ghosts. Zhang Chuxian gave a violent tug. The 3 female ghosts all screamed miserably, feeling like their entire necks were going to be ripped off. Feeling the sharp pain coming from their bodies, the 3 hanged ghosts were crushed inside. Brother, are you the devil? How dare you use a rope against a hanged man? Let go. We're not wronged anymore. Let go. The female ghosts cried out piteously. A gale was blowing throughout the woods. Not wronged anymore? Playing tricks on me, are you? Master Dao hates not telling lies. Zhang Chuxian's eyes narrowed slightly. The palm of his hand snapped. Bump. Those 3 hanging ghosts were instantly ripped off by the golden light. Neck body hard broken into 2 sections, turned into a wisp of green smoke disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the caster for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the caster for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the caster for gaining 200 merits. Chapter 43, Flying Stiff. 9 Characters of Truth. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. 600 merits to hand. Mezzo. Behind Zhang Chuxian, the corners of Ma Qingqing's 3 mouths twitched at the same time. Catching ghosts. You can still play like this? Don't just stand there. Lead the way. Zhang Chuxian's voice rang out. Only then did Ren Yong rush back to his senses. Please, Heavenly Master. A few of the men moved forward again. This one went well. Went through most of the mausoleum without encountering any shenanigans. Seeing that several people were on the verge of completely walking into the deepest part of the mausoleum, Zhang Chuxian suddenly stopped in his tracks once again. The crowd was a bit strange. At this time Ren Yong suddenly exclaimed, Uncle Fat. His eyes looked unbelievably toward a tombstone in front of him before. There was kneeling an old man who was a dozen years older than Ren Yong. Boss Ren, this is also a relative of your family? Ren Yong nodded vigorously. Right. This is my cousin from my 3rd grandfather's family, he said, rushing over. Turning the flashlight on in his hand, he shone it toward the kneeling old man. Uncle Fat, what are you doing kneeling here? Get up, Ren Yong said as he tried to pull the old man up. But just after he got a good look at the old man, the arm just froze in place. The old man's eyes were seen to be glazed over and his cheeks had sunken in. Even the flesh and blood seemed to be devoured. There were even 2 bloody holes in his neck. But as Ren Yong's palm landed on his body, the old man's eyes snapped open. The 2 sharp teeth in his mouth were surging, and even his fingernails were turning an ebony color. Roar! In a brief moment, he then took on the complete appearance of a zombie. A hiss unlike any human's popped out of his throat. The blood-red eyes stared at Ren Yong and lunged towards him. Ren Yong sat down on his butt. Frightened, he stepped back. By order of the dragon god, the fire god Zhu Ron lends his law, punish the evil. While at this time, Ma Qingqing's voice rang out. A flame erupted from her hand. A direct hit on the old man's body. Bump! The old man was knocked back by the flames. The corpse chi on his body surged madly to extinguish this flame. And in Zhang Chuxuan's hand, a golden light had also erupted. He hadn't originally intended to make a move, but there was something special about the zombie in front of him. Ma Qingqing's edict did not fatally harm it. But Zhang Chuxuan's golden light could be different. With his cultivation, even a casual strike was not something that this freshly necrotic zombie could resist. The old man let out a scream. The golden light churned his body to pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 merits. The system beep sounded again in Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Celestial Master. My cousin. Has he turned into a vampire? Ran Yong trembled as he asked Zhang Chuxian. Zhang Chuxian nodded his head. Did my great-grandfather do this? Not bad. Your great-grandfather seems to have been able to get out of his coffin. Go give him a ride. Ran Yong sighed. Not talking. On top of a moving car in the north of the river, Round Destruction and the others who had previously descended from the Ren family's mausoleum were sitting here. Successfully accomplished the task that his own master had explained to him. Several of the great monks were in a good mood. With this stiff king's grudge, as long as we are in the process of assembling the other two items, the task that the head of the Buddha has given down, our monastery will be considered complete. A big monk smiled and spoke. Yes, I don't know what exactly is being plotted from above. Even an existence like the head of Buddha has personally conveyed the message. The other man was a little puzzled. Just as they were discussing it, a Buddhist light suddenly erupted from amongst Yuan Mu's eyes. So soon. Upon hearing this, several other monks stopped talking. In unison, they looked to Round Extinction. Senior, what happened? The experts invited by the Ren family have already arrived deep within that mausoleum. You guys protect me? I'll come and see who has such great guts to meddle in the affairs of my 10,000 gold temple. Having said that, Circle Destroyer snapped his eyes shut. Around him, a Buddhist rune flashed. Heavenly Master, after passing through this door, ahead is my family's ancestors' graveyard. Ranyang pointed at a huge stone arch not far ahead and said to Zhang Chuxian. The crowd looked toward the front. Indeed, one could see a huge burial mound behind that stone door, and all of the lapis lazuli tombstones on top of that burial mound had been broken long ago. There was scarlet dirt all around. A rotten stench emanated from it. The crowd went through the stone door. Only just walked into the confines of that mausoleum. Swish! A special power then enveloped them all. The sky, which had been dark, began to turn a grayish color. It was as if they had entered another world between this step. Corpse toad. The moment the power was felt, Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger's faces just suddenly changed. A necromantic spirit. Also a type of ghostly spirit. Unlike the ghosts though, the difficulty of trying to form a necromantic spirit is far more exaggerated than a ghostly spirit, because zombies are born and raised. The formation conditions are extremely harsh. There are not many of them in the climate to begin with. A zombie capable of casting a necromantic spirit. It's all hard to deal with. Moreover, the zombie's body was unrivaled, and it also had a strong resistance to Taoism. Even among the same level, many cultivators were no match for them. Crunch dash. Just then, voices began to ring out from underneath that huge burial mound. It's like there's something that's trying to break out of the coffin. It's the old master of the Ren family coming out. The Ma clan's talisman staff appeared in Ma Qingqing's hand, while Zhou Linger also took out a Qingchang Mountain's magic weapon from her bosom. Both of them were obviously ready to fight as well. The words fell. Boom! There was a popping sound from below the grave mound. A horrifying to the extreme corpse chi exploded in an instant. In the midst of the corpse chi, a figure flew out from underneath the corpse mound, towards Ren Yong and Ma Qingqing and the others. He grabbed them. All those who are fighting in front of the army are arrayed in front of the army. Kill the evil. The universal leader. Almost simultaneously the two women had struck, and all of them are crushing moves when they come out. The Ma family's 9-character truth to draw the dragon's soul, and Ma Qingqing's Wanxiang method. These are the top Taoist arts. Rao Zhang Chuxian nodded as he watched. Worthy of being from a big family. The two women's cultivation level was only Hotian though, but together with the ancestral magic weapon in his hand, and the divine ability, the power that erupted out had barely reached the innate level. The moment the two women's divine abilities collided with Old Master Ren, a loud bang erupted. Next moment, the silhouettes of the two women then retreated back and forth. Even the magic weapons in their hands were trembling. The two women's bodies were trembling, their complexions carrying a vibration that was hard to hide. A flying stiff. Old Master Ren has evolved into a flying stiff. Zombies are categorized into black stiff, white stiff, green stiff, hairy stiff, flying stiff, and stiff king. Flying stiff level. That was the equivalent of the innate among cultivators. Chapter 44, when the drought demon comes out. The red earth is 1,000 miles away. It's only been a week since Elder Master Ren's corpse. In just 1 week, it morphed into a flying stiff. It's unheard of. For an ordinary zombie to evolve to this point, it would take hundreds of years at least. Even if this Elder Master Ren was planted with the drought demon resentment by that immature drought demon. But it's only been a few days since this thing revived. It's amazing that a corpse has been catalyzed to grow to this point. Roar! The moment old Master Ren came into contact with the earth's chi, bloodshot eyes opened, tilted his head back and hissed. It shook everyone's ears. Its nails were burgeoning, like sharp knives. The figure shifted and lunged towards the crowd once again. Crap! Ma Qingqing and also Zhou Linger paled a bit. A flying stiff still tainted with the resentment of the drought demon was already completely beyond their ability to resist. Celestial Master. The three of them, Ma Qingqing, looked nervously at Zhang Chuxuan. Suddenly it was just a blur. Celestial Master? They suddenly realized that Zhang Chuxuan was long gone. Several people glanced toward the front. It was then that Zhang Chuxuan's hand produced an additional giant hammer coalesced with golden light. There was more than a little excitement on his face. After going down the mountain for so long, I can be considered to have come across one with a bit of something. Come, take a hammer from the Daoist master. Not even waiting for the crowd to react. Zhang Chuxuan's figure was already able to collide with Elder Rin in one place. The golden light giant hammer slammed down. Boom! A pop exploded in the middle of the air. Ka-chow! Like the sound of something breaking. Everyone then saw Elder Master Ren's body fly backwards at a speed that was even more terrifying than when it came. It slammed heavily into the ground. Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger's eyes widened. A flying stiff. Just like that? Qingqing, what exactly is the realm of a heavenly master? This is too strong, isn't it? Zhou Linger's eyes glowed. Although she knew that Zhang Chuxuan was very strong on this journey, the sneak she encountered couldn't last a single move under his hand. But this was an existence that was comparable to an innate being in front of him. Looking at the entire cultivation world, it was considered an expert. Surprisingly, he was still knocked away in one blow? You ask me. Who do I ask? Ma Qingqing glared at her slightly. The golden light method alone was not Zhang Chuxuan's limit. Roar! In the midst of that distant pit of corpses, old Master Ren's voice had risen once more. The crowd then saw that its nails, which could easily tear apart a tiger or leopard, had snapped. Even the arm was twisted at a weird angle. At first glance, it was completely smashed. However, this time it was in no hurry to attack, and its originally scarlet eyes began to glow with a hint of luster. There seemed to be some sanity in the moment. One of its eyes was fixed on Zhang Chuxuan's body. Daoist? Hearing old Master Ren's voice, Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow. Psychic? Nope. It's hard for a zombie to be psychic. It was definitely not something that this flying stiff in front of him could do. Great-grandfather, Ren Yong, who was at the side, heard old Master Ren open his mouth. Some of them couldn't help but want to move closer towards Elder Master Ren. Zhang Chuxuan, however, waved his hand. It's not your great master, if my guess is right. What's inside its body right now is that bald donkey you've seen before from the Wanjin temple. Yuan Mu. The words came out. Elder Master Ren also spoke out again. Not bad, Daoist. Since you know the identity of the poor monk, you should know. My Buddhist sect is not something you can offend. Now if you leave, the poor monk can forget about it. Or else, you will die without a burial place. A hoarse, icy voice rang out. Shameless. Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger's faces both turned red. Zhang Chuxuan poofed and became happy. Does Yuan Ju recognize it? He was pretending to be like you with Master Dao before, and now he's probably run out of Yellow Springs. Elder Ren's was stunned. Following that, the expression became furious. So it was you who killed senior brother Yuan Jue. Stinking Taoist priest. It's really a narrow road. Since that's the case, then today, poor monk will take revenge for senior brother Yuan Ju. The words fell. Elder Ren's pupil deity disappeared. Once again, it turned scarlet. At the same time, the corpse chi around the entire mausoleum was rapidly condensing towards it. It made Elder Ren's body enhance at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ferocious aura was more than one level stronger than just a moment ago. Totally inspired the zombie's blood-slaying nature. Roar! A hissing sound rang out. After thoroughly absorbing the corpse chi, Elder Master Ren made a grab down towards Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan didn't dodge or avoid. In his hand the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal had appeared. The golden light instantly wrapped the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. The FA seal carried vast might and smashed down against Old Master Ren. Using a magic weapon against me? That's ridiculous. Old Master Ren's eyes flashed with disdain. Now that its entire corpse chi had reached its peak, its entire body had long since turned into steel. Not to mention a magic weapon. Even a large caliber artillery shell would definitely not be able to blow up its flesh. It didn't even bother to hide. The eyes were full of confidence. Boom! A popping sound. Old Master Ren's body was smashed straight into the ground. The atmosphere. Slightly awkward. Zhang Chuxuan once again picked up the dragon tiger Dharma seal in his hand and looked at Old Master Ren, who was filled with confusion. 4 eyes. Not knowing what to say, he could only raise his Dharma seal and slam down another hammer. Bump bump. Hammer after hammer. Zhang Chuxuan was like a diligent laborer, and with every wave of the FA seal, the entire ground would tremble violently. Not far. The three of them, Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger, looked at Elder Master Ren, who had been infinitely terrifying in the last second. So miserable looking now. One's mouth twitched. Why have you suddenly begun to feel sorry for the old master? It's not good for anyone to come out and meet this one. Enough. In the middle of a huge pit, Elder Ren roared angrily. Shasta. Endless necromantic aura erupted from the middle of the pit. Directly, the entire mausoleum was shattered. Old Master Ren also broke ground. The whole thing has gone berserk. Compared to before, the corpse chi around it was even more furious. Only it was miserable. Both of the original zombie teeth were smashed off one. The head was just smashed with a huge hole. All the bones in his body were almost completely cracked. That is to say, zombies have no sense of pain and are bronze. The life force was far stronger than any of the quest ghosts at the same level. Otherwise, in the place of an ordinary innate stern ghost, it would have been completely blown away long ago. It's still okay? Zhang Chuxuan was surprised. He knew his own strength very well. Even if he didn't use any power, it was also enough to sweep away normal B-rank sneaks. Old Master Ren's scarlet eyes stared icily at Zhang Chuxuan. A monstrous killing chance erupted. Stinking Daoist, I really underestimated you. But it ends here. This flying rigid, the 10,000 gold temple, have been plotting for 100 years, so I'll let you see its true power. Red Earth Purgatory. Chapter 45, Palm Thunder Method. So what if it's a drought demon? Old Master Ren whistled long and loud. Up and down its circumference, a flame violently began to appear. In the center of its brow, it was even flashing an unimaginably ancient aura. Drought. It's the drought demon's power activated. Die. Elder Ren's forehead. A scarlet light thumped and exploded, turning into a sea of fire. It enveloped towards Zhang Chuxuan and the others. The drought demon is originally of fire. Main drought. This Elder Master Ren was not able to burst out all the power of the drought demon though, but the skin alone was scary enough. That purgatory isn't even close. Ma Qingqing and the others would be able to feel the moisture in the air around them being rapidly vaporized. Not just the air, but even the moisture in their bodies was draining away. No good. Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger's faces changed. Grabbing Rin Yong towards the back was an explosive retreat. The exchanges here were no longer something they could participate in at all. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the approaching purgatory. The expression remained unchanged. How dare you show this to the world? Heaven and earth are metaphysical. The root of all air. Cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Golden light spell. Rise. Boom. Around Zhang Chuxuan's body, endless golden light rose up to the sky. The edict is enforced. A fully leveled golden light spell was already like a great sun. For a time, the entire mountain peak was lit up with golden light. The flames of that red earth purgatory. The moment it approached the golden light, it was torn apart. Immediately after, Zhang Chuxuan's fingers moved as well. He made a point toward the middle of the void. Buzz. The void began to tremble. A huge talisman violently coalesced in the middle of the air. Tai Shang Tai Xing. Strain without stopping. Exorcise the evil and bind the charm. The Taoist air will last forever. The spell rang out. The talisman takes shape. A terrifying killing aura spread throughout the entire mausoleum. Isn't it able to resist? Dao will see if this you can still carry it. The 7 killing orders of the gods and ghosts. The triple breaking killing order. The talisman is divided into 3. Following that, the 3 kill breaking orders exploded at the same time. It transformed into 3 giant swords of blue light and slashed down towards Old Master Ren's head. The flames around it were directly split apart. Old Master Ren's pupils exploded. Rumble. The power of the Order of Broken Killing completely exploded. The whole mausoleum was rolling in smoke. Everyone stared at the center of that battlefield with wide eyes. Dead? Ma Qingqing was trembling a little, and Ren Yong was also nervous. But then the smoke cleared. The 3 then saw, in the smoke, a figure slowly crawling out. Originally, Old Master Ren, who had sucked in the corpse bane breath to fill up his skin, had all the flesh and blood on his body shattered under the blow just now, revealing the white bones. On top of that white bone, however, there were countless divine patterns carved. It gave off a faint glow. Ancient. Mystery. At first glance, it's not something an ordinary zombie should have. Drought goddess divine marks. Zhang Chuxuan was surprised with a glance, knowing that this time, Elder Master Rin is not good to kill. I didn't realize that it's not dead even after being beaten like this. Not bad. It's the Drought Demon Godline. Stinking Daoist. Although you are powerful, but this Elder Rin has long been infested with Drought Demon grievances, and although he's not a Drought Demon, his entire skeleton is not something you can break. You wait. When I, the 10,000 Gold Temple, revive this Drought Demon completely, I will come back to you with it. I hope you still have your life by then. After Elder Master Rin finished speaking, the whole figure flashed and turned to run. Flying stiffs. It won't really fly though, yet it's similar to flying. One jump is hundreds of meters. Old Master Ren's eyes were filled with hatred. However, it also knew that right now, it was completely no match for Zhang Chuxuan. This little Daoist is a little too strong. Zhang Chuxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Can't be broken? Old bald donkey. You really think you can do whatever you want with the Drought Demon shelter? Then the Daoist master will try to see if this Drought Demon is as strong as the legend. Zira. Everyone jolted to hear a jolt. Next moment, on Zhang Chuxuan's body, a terrifying white light enveloped him. In his palm, thunder was converging crazily. The tyrannical power swept across the mountain top almost in an instant. Elder Master Ren naturally felt the sudden burst of terror behind him. Its body was stunned, and it turned back slightly. Instantly, the entire pupil snapped open. The entire torso came to a bewildered halt. Unbelievably, he looked at the thunder in Zhang Chuxuan's hands. Lei Fa. You actually know thunder magic. An unimaginable fear erupted. Although the Drought Demon is known as the ancestor of all stiffs, peak Drought Demons can even go 1,000 miles on bare ground. But even stronger zombies, in front of the heavenly thunder. That's not enough. Not to mention that it was not a real Drought Demon, but merely had the resentment of a Drought Demon. Palm thunder. Zhang Chuxian simply ignored it and pressed his palm down towards Elder Master Ren. This was still the first time Zhang Chuxian had urged some seriousness after attaining the Five Thunders orthodoxy. Except for the time in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. A thunderbolt snapped out of his palm. It transformed into a thunder snake of more than 10 feet and exploded away. Boom! With a blinding flash of white light, thunder exploded. A loud bang resonated through almost the entire mountaintop. The divine lines around Elder Master Ren's body directly burst under this thunder. Along with its body, it also directly exploded into pieces in a split second, turned into flying ash and dissipated into the mountains. And then a ray of lightning that followed a drop of blood. A violent disappearance. Jiangbei City. Above the car at the Mankind Temple, Round Extinction, who was originally closing his eyes, let out a violent cry of misery. A large mouthful of blood was spewed out before they could even open it. Seifu, elder brother, what's wrong with you? The several senior brothers who had been guarding him beside Yuan Fu were also all startled when they saw Yuan Fu's appearance. It was only then that Circle Destroyer slowly opened his eyes. The face was as pale as gold paper. He had left 3 drops of blood on Old Master Rin earlier. Those 3 drops of blood are no ordinary blood. Rather, it was a strand of his heaven, earth, and human soul. Now with Old Master Ren's death, his soul was naturally torn apart. Ordinary people with damaged souls can become demented in light cases, or fall directly into a permanent coma in heavy cases. But it was good that he had cultivation on his side. It's just an injury, nothing too major. It's okay. Round Extinction waved his hand. However, amongst his gaze, it was covered with resentment, and he made to look in the direction where Elder Master Ren was. Zhang Chuxian, I will not be a man until this revenge is carried out. However, just as his words fell, the whole thing looked like it felt something. The original ferocious cataract instantly disappeared. Instead, an unconcealable fear crawled across his face. Following, in the midst of the unbelieving eyes of several other monks, a thunderous light sprang out violently from the body of Round Destruction. Boom! Thunder exploded. Round Destruction's entire body just exploded into countless pieces with his eyes wide open. Silence. The whole car was quiet for a good 10 seconds. It was only then that a monk spoke with a face full of horror. Drive! Drive quickly! Go back to the temple and report everything here to the master. Chapter 46, Adopting a Drought Demon as a Pet? That's not bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,300 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. 1,300 merits? Surprisingly, it managed to break 4 figures. A smile appeared on Zhang Chuxian's face. Not bad, not bad. However, his eyes suddenly looked towards the place where Elder Ren had blown up earlier. The whole figure flashed. He came to the place where Elder Master Ren had died before. Above the head of Elder Master Ren, an aura that said what was hovering. Golden light flashed in Zhang Chuxuan's hand. Gather that breath together. The whole breath began to contract violently. At the same time a sizzling sensation exploded from amongst the breath. It lasted for several seconds. From that mist, A drop of fiery red blood emerged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the drought demon essence blood. It can be collected. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beeps appeared once again. Drought demon blood? Zhang Chuxuan was stunned. That was unexpected. He reached out and grabbed it. Shasta! A horrible wave of heat came over him. Hot, hot, hot. Zhang Chuxuan barely dared to stop, and with a single movement of his mind, he directly put that drought demon essence blood into his spatial ring. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is it so hot? Zhang Chuxuan looked at a blister that appeared on his hand. With his current cultivation, he couldn't even withstand the heat. One could imagine the terror of the drought demon's essence blood just now. If an ordinary person touches it, they are afraid that it will directly melt. Luckily it was his hand that landed on it. Otherwise it won't take long for this drought demon essence blood to fall to the ground. This whole mountain is going to waste. The earth veins in the mountain were afraid that they would all be directly melted by the drought demon's essence blood, turned into a field of death. Yuan Qi flowed within Zhang Chuxuan's body, restoring his injuries. The information about the drought demon's essence blood had automatically appeared in his mind. Drought demon blood, as the old saying goes, the drought demon is as cheerful as fire, and can now kill a dragon with 1,000 miles of bare ground. The drought demon's blood is the result of the drought demon, so if a zombie swallows it, it has a chance of being promoted to drought demon. See these. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. The drought demon essence blood was surprisingly able to help zombies have a probability of being promoted to drought demon. That's some good stuff right there. If you grabbed a zombie head, give it to her, maybe you'll be able to have a dryad pet yourself. How cool is this? Other people walk their cats and dogs, but you have a dry drought demon in one hand and a dragon spirit in the other. It's just beautiful. Slightly collected his thoughts, Zhang Chuxuan turned back and left. In the distance, Ran Yong had long ago stood dumbfounded. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen Zhang Chuxuan cast a Dao spell along the way, whether it was that means of forming a talisman in the void, or that terrifying golden light. Both are extremely powerful though, but all of them were far less shocking than the scene just now. Rifa. This world actually has this kind of god-awful lightning method, especially the scene where Zhang Chuxuan's entire body was bathed in lightning light just now. It was as if it was really like an exiled immortal in the sky. Celestial Master. Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger on the side also rushed over. Zhang Chuxuan nodded with a smile and looked at Ren Yong. Mr. Run. This matter is over. The zombie resentments on your great-grandfather have all dissipated. You only need to recuperate for a few days to recover. Let's go down the mountain. Ren Yong reacted at this moment. Hurriedly, he thanked Zhang Chuxuan once again. Back in the Ren family, the three of them, Zhang Chuxuan and Ma Qingqing Zhou Linger, didn't stay either. Take the car they came in and go. It was now after 11 o'clock in the night. Lights flickered in the city of Jiangbei, and all the families were at peace. After dealing with the incident, Zhou Linger and Ma Qingqing were both in a good mood. Tianshi, thank you. At Zhang Chuxuan's side, Zhou Linger said softly. This time, if it wasn't for Zhang Chuxuan, I'm afraid trying to fix things here is simply impossible. Even if she still had some treasures that she had brought down from Qingcheng Mountain to suppress, the maximum probability is just to get out in one piece. This way, not only Ren Yong's family will die, along with that, Old Master Run will also be a scourge. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand indifferently. The reason he agreed to come was not because Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger had a big face. That's because one system needs paranormal events to trigger a mission. Only in this way would he or she be able to continuously improve his or her strength. This one event was very rewarding for him. Of course the main thing is, people pay more money. Fully 20 million. You're welcome. Subduing demons and removing devils is originally the duty of my generation of Daoist cultivators. Zhang Chuxuan laughed softly. Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger looked at each other, and a smile on his face. Zhou Linger nodded vigorously. Right, we Daoist practitioners. It's our duty to subdue demons and get rid of devils, so we'll be nonchalant. Go, Heavenly Master. After a busy night, I'll treat you guys to a jerk. Jerking this place naturally cannot be chosen in the college town. It was now midnight, and the shopping streets of college towns usually closed at 11. They picked a night market not far from the city center. Now it is the time when the night market is just starting. Even though it's early fall, the night market is as lively as ever. Park the car in the space. The three got out of the car, found one of the hotter barbecue stands, straightforward order of 3 pounds of lamb kebabs and some veggies, watched the pedestrians coming and going. Zhang Chuxuan was in a good mood. After spending a lot of time in the mountains, he was enjoying the earthly atmosphere. However, after seeing Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger carrying 3 cases of beer over, Zhang Chuxuan really looked dumbfounded. What the hell? What the? Sky Master, let's just drink less tonight. 1 case each. Zhang Chuxuan, isn't it true that your family drinks less? All by the case? However, since it had all come to this, Zhang Chuxuan naturally didn't care. It's not that he bragged. He never got drunk on Lungfu Shan. Have you heard? Recently, the Wanjin Temple is going to open its gates wide and accept incense from believers. Should we go and take a look? The three of them were eating happily at Zhang Chuxuan. The conversation between the several youngsters at the next table then reached Zhang Chuxuan's ears. Do not go. Wanjin Temple at incense the cheapest are 888, or 3 to start. My kind of poor than how to go to afford. The other shook his head without hesitation. No money this time. What? No money for the real ones? Don't those monks always say that all Buddhas have dollars? Of course it's true. It's all over the news. It's from the Wanjin Temple themselves, saying that they only need incense for these 3 days. No money will be collected. What's gotten into those monks? Then who knows? I guess it's because of the Tianshi fire a few days ago. Those monks couldn't sit still. They were all tugging away before. Sentence by sentence. The conversation reached the ears of Zhang Chuxuan's trio. These bald asses. What are they up to again? Zhou Linger was the first to snort coldly. Then who knows? But I've heard the elders of my family say that the Buddhist sect seems to have been making frequent moves lately, especially in the northern part of our Jiangbei. And when the school year started, the elders even said that I should be careful of those guys. Ma Qingqing shook her head and opened her mouth as well. Chapter 47 Ghost City God. Incense Seal. These guys, before still only thought they are just greedy for some wealth. But I did not expect, this time actually all too ordinary people. If not our Taoist family in the decline of 100 years ago, where is still their turn to be so wanton? Zhou Linger was a bit indignant. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the two women, couldn't help but chuckle. What do you care? People are doing it. The sky is watching. No other words tonight. Drink. Right on. Come on. Cheers. And then, in a daze, Zhang Chuxuan then heard a voice. Boss, 3 more boxes. Mang Kinji. Smoke and fire curled up, and the sound of Buddha's voice swirled, presiding over the great hall. In front of Mingjin, those few great monks who had left the Ren family mausoleum earlier. At this time, he also finally returned within the monastery. One of the monks at the head of the group trembled as he recounted the events of the night. Mingjin frowned. Round extinction is dead. Yes, master. On his way back, senior brother Yuanmu burst into flames all of a sudden, and we suspect that he was killed by an expert invited by the Ren family to shock him through the air, because before he died, senior brother Yuanmu shouted a name. Called what? Called Zhang Chuxuan. Bump. The words fell. Akane slammed the armrest of her seat. The chair, which was worth at least millions of dollars in giltwood, snapped instantly. There was more than a hint of anger on his face. It's him again. These stinking Taoist priests. Each and every one of them is still so annoying. Wanting to get involved in everything. It was like this 100 years ago, and it's still like this 100 years later. I should have known that they should have been completely exterminated in the first place. Those few big monks also looked at each other. I didn't expect that this one name would cause my own master to react so greatly. Master, you know this person? The monk who spoke before opened his mouth to inquire. Akane nodded. Well, you guys don't need to ask about this matter. How is the stiff king grudge collected? Words. The monk in charge hurriedly handed over the purple gold mantle that Yuan Wu had taken out before respectfully. Akane reached out and took it. Looking at the contents, his expression was one of joy. Very well, you guys have done a great job. Tomorrow you can each receive a boundary-breaking pill, in addition to doubling your prize money. Those few monks immediately revealed surprise. Realm-breaking pill. This was an elixir that could break through the current realm barrier. It's definitely worth $1 billion sitting out there. Even if their monastery was rich as hell, the resources distributed to them were not much. Being able to obtain this one elixir was already extremely good. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Go on. The monks respectfully retired. Until these people leave. It was behind Mingjin that the monk Yuan Fa, who had been standing without speaking, spoke out. Master Yuan Mei was also killed by that damned little Daoist. This revenge, do we still have to endure it? Mingjin coldly swept a glance at Yuan Fa. Yuan Mei's death was for the sake of my Buddhist sect, and to be able to obtain the stiff king's grudge. He was considered to have accomplished his mission, and his death was just as good as any other. Yuan Fa winced with a jolt, hurriedly bowed his head to make amends. Master is right. Master Yuan is for the sake of our Buddhist sect. The physical body is but a skin. He is a great merit in this passing, and will certainly go to the Western paradise to enjoy the bliss. Monk Mingjin then nodded in satisfaction. Yuan Fa, I know that you have a grudge in your heart, thinking that Master let that little Daoist go unattended, but Master also has a bitter reason. Now that the board of directors over in the great southern city are waiting to hear from us, the big picture in front of us is the most important thing. If we don't finish, The head of the Buddha will be furious. Round fellow fell to his knees. The apprentice wouldn't dare. Mingjin smiled slightly. Alright, get up. Now that the stiff king grudge has been obtained, the dragon aura is just around the corner. All that's left is the divine lead. Yuan Fa looked up. Master, but do you need me to do something? Mingjin took out an ancient scroll from his arms, as well as an incense burner. These two look like they've been around for a long time. As soon as it appeared, a scent of sandalwood hit his nose. Sealed here is half of my Wanjin temple's incense wishes, as well as a sealing sticker that I personally wrote. With the two items in your possession, head to the ghost market and find that ghost city god. Go tell it that the city god seed it wants. My Buddhist sect can give it, as long as it surrenders half of the city god's divine lore after sealing the rightful city god. Divine citation. It is the poker chi of a god of incense and fire. Looking at the two things in his hands, Yuanfa's face was also quite grave. Apprentice will definitely accomplish what Master has explained. However, Master, using half of our Wanjin temple's incense power over the past 100 years to seal that old ghost as city god, isn't that too great a price to pay? Mingjin laughed. My master has his own calculations. An old ghost wants to become a true city god, and relying on the incense of my one temple alone will only allow it to barely seal its divine position. It's equivalent to giving it an identity, but it's full of killing sins that aren't so easy to offset. And if you want to completely stabilize the divine position, you'll inevitably be able to unleash only one sacrifice. When the time comes, those guys from the Psychic Bureau definitely won't sit back and do nothing. And even that meddlesome little Taoist priest might head over to deal with it as well. If the Spiritualist Bureau and that little Taoist priest kill that old ghost, the consumed incense and chi will definitely return as well, and we won't have any losses. And if that old ghost is able to kill those people from the Psychic Bureau, this is even better for us. At that time, not only will we be able to solve all the troubles in one fell swoop, but we can even get the dragon spirit that stinking Taoist priest has taken in without any trouble. No matter what, it's all good for our Buddhist temple. Some incense is nothing. After hearing that, it was only then that round destruction drifted off to a face of great joy. It's still Master's divine plan. It's my disciples' foolishness. I'll head to the ghost market to give that old ghost a hand. Well, go ahead. The next day, dazed and confused, Zhang Chuxuan didn't know how long he had slept before he finally awoke from his slumber. Only a slight headache. It also seemed to tickle my face a bit. He reached out and touched it, and a tuft of hair with some faint aroma was pinched in Zhang Chuxuan's hand. Zhang Chuxuan was a little confused looking at the long black hair. What the hell? Where's the hair? His whole body froze slightly, especially since there seemed to be a few more ladies' dresses among the sight. Zhang Chuxuan's mind snapped awake after a brief standby of a few seconds. After taking a good look at what was in front of him, his eyes widened steeply. Swish! Zhang Chuxuan sat up directly. Next to him, Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger also sat up almost simultaneously. The three were wide-eyed. It's okay. It's okay. The clothes are all still there. There was silence for several seconds. It was only then that Zhang Chuxuan spoke. Did you drink too much last night? Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger hurriedly nodded. Right. So why are you guys in my room? Would you believe me if I said accidental celestial master? Chapter 48 6 Vaults of Immortal Thieves Minor Achievement. Strength Surge. In the afternoon. It was only then that Zhang Chuxuan watched Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger drive away in their car. He didn't dwell on what was going on last night. It's not like you're losing out anyway. What's the big deal? Re-enter the hotel. By the way, the reward for yesterday's quest hasn't been claimed yet. When he came out of the Rin family mausoleum, he was straight away pulled by Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger for a drink. Never woke up until now. Never had a chance. Now that I'm free, it's naturally time to organize the harvest. Ding! Congratulations on completing the system mission, solving the Rin family incident. Mission accomplished, receive the reward, 6 Vaults of Immortal Thieves, 60 years of cultivation. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Boom! On Zhang Chuxuan's body, a terrifying aura began to flow. A full 60 years of cultivation rewards burst out amongst his dantian. Zhang Chuxuan closed his eyes and silently operated his yuan qi. The cultivation level in his body began to increase continuously. In the meantime, a mysterious aura came from the middle of his mind. The 6 Vaults Immortal Thieves technique was as if it was imprinted deep within his mind. For the 6 banks of immortal thieves, Zhang Chuxuan was aware of it. These 6 libraries of immortal thieves are also known as saints' thieves. Heaven and earth are not benevolent to take all things as ruminants, and saints are not benevolent to steal heaven and earth. This divine ability was the ultimate in body refining amongst the elderly hot-blooded fans. You can absorb and refine the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen your physical body. The 6 reservoirs are the 6 human organs and the 6 organs that absorb energy in a person. Cultivating the 6 Vaults of Immortal Thieves is equivalent to directly stealing the law of conservation of energy operating between heaven and earth. Build your own kidneys into a perfect system. If one cultivated it to perfection, not only would one's physique reach the extreme, but the person cultivating it would hardly age. The more energy you have, the better. Zhang Chuxuan slightly ran the 6 banks of immortal thieves. Immediately, he felt as if all the organs in his body had come to life. All the 5 organs in the body were glowing. At the moment, he himself was already a perfect vessel, but any energy he drew in would be perfectly transformed. Phew! A full few minutes of work. It was only then that Zhang Chuxuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes reopened. A terrifying aura emanated from his surroundings. Zhang Chuxuan looked at his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Daoist Ancestors' Fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, 8th level of innate, 89. 1%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level, 5 Thunders Positive Law, full level, Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order, full level, Shrinking the Earth into an Inch, proficient, Tongtian Talisman, full level, Pure Heart Mantra, full level, 6 Banks of Immortal Thieves. Merit, 17,900, can be used for system draw, silver pool of 3,000 merit, 0//10, next level, gold pool, not unlocked. The cultivation level had already reached the peak of the 8th level of the innate. Only one final realm away from being able to completely break through the innate to reach the level of knowing life. Knowledge of life is also known as the patriarch of the cultivation world. If we say that the innate is the limit of the human body can reach, can live 120 years old human body limit, that knowing life is to completely transcend the extremes of the human body. Along with that, the longevity would increase. And even in today's end times, one could easily live up to 200 years. Ghosts in this realm are called ghost kings, and to transform into a demon, that's a demon king. It was a truly terrifying existence, and anyone who had reached this level of weirdness was already capable of easily slaughtering a city. Killing tens of thousands of people in one night is easy. Merit is also up to 18,000 points. Enough for 5 silver draws. Drawl. Zhang Chuxuan didn't have any hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3,000 merit and conducting the silver pool draw. Obtaining the reward, Extreme Heavenly Silkworm Black Silk *10. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3,000 merit and conducting a silver pool draw. Obtaining the reward, Feat Upgrade Card *1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3,000 merit and conducting the silver pool draw. Obtaining the reward, a bottle of Spirit Dew. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3,000 merit and conducting the silver pool draw. Obtaining the reward, Master and Servant Talisman *1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3,000 merit and conducting the silver pool draw. Obtaining the reward, Blessed Incense Divine Mantra, full level. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, 5 system beeps sounded in a row. Not bad. Zhang Chuxuan expressed his satisfaction. With just one Blessed Incense Divine spell at full level, this wave of draws is not a bad idea. The Blessed Incense Mantra, one of the same 8 Taoist mantras. You can incense the gods. Present the sky above and the earth below. Fantastic. Zhang Chuxuan clicked on claim. Shasta. All the oral mind techniques about the Blessed Incense Mantra have appeared. The way is learned by the heart, and the heart is transmitted by false incense. The incense heats up the jade furnace, and the heart is in front of the emperor. A mysterious imprint surrounded Zhang Chuxuan's body. It only dissipated when Zhang Chuxuan thoroughly comprehended this divine incantation. Zhang Chuxuan slightly sensed it, just nodded. The 8 divine incantations are indeed extraordinary. He continued his look at the other rewards. Spirit Dew, spiritual water condensed from the aura of heaven and earth. Each drop can restore the injuries and yuan qi of any cultivator under the knowledge of life. It's also a gem. See this presentation. Zhang Chuxian's eyes lit up. A single drop was capable of restoring the entire yuan qi of a knowledgeable cultivator. And even injuries could be repaired. The bottle in your own hand is less than 1,000 drops. It's comparable to a large mobile restoration base. All the products produced by the system are really fine. Master and servant charm, Taoist secret method not passed down. Use can sign a master and servant contract with the user. Irresistible. Master dies and servant ends. Be careful. It's the prop for catching pets. But the only counterintuitive effect is that this has a 100% success rate. And it's a mandatory master-servant contract. You can't use it now, but you might use it someday in the future. Throw it into a space ring and put it away. Pick up the feat upgrade card straight away. Zhang Chuxuan looked towards the last reward of the day. Extreme Heavenly Silkworm Black Silk? A raffle of 3,000 merits a shot. And it even gave 10 pairs of black silk. Master Dao wants to see how it works today. He mentally moved. Shasta. Just saw the bed in a flash. 10 more shimmering luster also printed with the Parisian home of the very best black silk appeared in front of the eyes. This selling appearance alone is far from being comparable to those ordinary goods on the market. Extreme heavenly silkworm black silk, 300 years of heavenly silk woven. After wearing not only the cold and heat do not invade the evil spirits to avoid retreating, and never foot odor. The introduction was simple. However, Zhang Chuxuan nodded vigorously. It's very close to my heart. He picked up a pair of black silks and looked at them. It's cold like it has its own air conditioning. What a good thing. I'm sure Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger, as well as that Mr. Xiao, can't resist a pair of black silk that comes with an air conditioning effect and doesn't have smelly feet, right? One pair for sale. $500,000. It's not bad. Zhang Chuxuan revealed a smile. Practice, practice, practice. Chapter 49, the flesh body is unrivaled. Dragon Lady appears, together with the feat upgrade cards drawn this time. Now in his hands, there were a total of 3 left. Just use it all on the Raku Immortal Thieves. System, use all feat upgrade cards. The system uses all the feats upgrade cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the feat upgrade card, *3 inch. Please select the feat that needs to be upgraded. 6 Banks of Immortal Thieves, Shrinking Ground. Upgrade Raku Immortal Thief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading 6 Vaults of Immortal Thieves. Current Gongfu level, minor success. With the end of the system's beep. Boom! Zhang Chuxuan only felt his entire body shake. Next moment, he then realized that his blood and bones, meridians, and even along with his cells were changing. The entire 5 organs were erupting with a strong light. It seems to be evolving in general. Zhang Chuxuan could clearly sense the energy in the air being swallowed by his own internal organs, and then that energy is completely absorbed and transformed again, strengthening his body. This metamorphosis went on for over an hour. It was only then that Zhang Chuxuan put the power of the 6 Banks of Immortal Thieves under complete control. An indescribable feeling of physical oppression struck. He clenched his fists slightly. Bump! The entire air instantly erupted with a sound explosion. The sonic boom was like muffled thunder. At this moment, the strength of Zhang Chuxuan's physical body had almost skyrocketed by hundreds of times. Historically, the weakest part of a cultivator was their physique. Even that old celestial master who was known as one of the best had times when he was injured. This is one of Zhang Chuxuan's shortcomings. There's no way to use a mage as a warrior after all. For example, the old master Rin that he encountered yesterday, Zhang Chuxuan, even if his cultivation was high, nor did he dare to let old master Rin get close. But now, with the Raku Immortal Thief, Zhang Chuxuan felt that even if he purely used the power of his physical body, he would be able to blow up old master Rin. He opened his eyes and watched his body change. Even his physical body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of light. This is the change of cells automatically absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. He thought for a moment, and straight away, he reached out with one finger and flicked it across his arm. A gash broke open. See, before any blood could seep out, Zhang Chuxuan was able to feel the wound itching. Just a few breaths later, the wound from earlier disappeared without a trace. Zhang Chuxuan was satisfied with this change. Although the increase in strength was not significant, the survivability did increase greatly. With consumption and terrifying regeneration alone, he was definitely able to drag 3 or 4 of his previous selves to death. On durability, the entire cultivation world, when Zhang Chuxuan ranked second, there was absolutely no one who dared to say they were first. Done with that, Zhang Chuxuan stretched his back. End of the practice. Downhill for a couple days. He's either catching ghosts or on his way to catching ghosts every day. Nowadays, there is an 8-figure balance in the bank card. This money is more than enough to repair the Heavenly Master's house. It's time to rebuild the Heavenly Master's house. But, it's time to find someone I know. After all, I don't know the contractor either. Zhang Chuxuan rested his chin. Instantly, he thought of Xiao Linglong from before. The group that this ninny is in is one that can even fix places like the elevated. It shouldn't be a problem to help repair the Heavenly Master's house. One thought so. Zhang Chuxuan was just about to pull out his cell phone to give Xiao Linglong a call. Didn't realize. Just took it out. Just saw that a number had called. Look at the familiar docket. Zhang Chuxian's face went odd for a moment. Such a coincidence? Hello. Zhang Chuxian clicked answer. On the other side of the phone, there was immediately a slightly nervous voice from an Imperial sister. Good afternoon, Celestial Master. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Is there something you want to see me about? Zhang Chuxian directly opened the door. It's like this. Today is the day that Jier Sister's temple was completed. Jier Sister said that she hadn't seen you for a long time and wanted to meet with you. And by the way, she asked you to help her temple and open an altar. Hear that? A smile also appeared on Zhang Chuxian's face. This Jier, naturally, was the dragon spirit that he had sealed correctly that day. As a matter of sealing your own righteousness, Since the day of the seal of approval, there was an inexplicable connection between Zhang Chuxuan and her. This is also the karma of the underworld. So even though the two had never communicated since the sealing, that natural familiarity was still there. Zhang Chuxuan naturally did not refuse. No problem. Where are you guys? I'm coming over. We're just downstairs from your hotel. Good. Zhang Chuxuan hung up the phone. Numbly, he got dressed. Straight away, he walked out of the room. Just one downstairs. Immediately, he noticed a little gold car parked on the side of the road. Beside the car, two other stunning women stood. Xiao Linglong was wearing sunglasses, and today she was wearing a white and somewhat wide body shirt, plus a pair of shorts. Leaning lazily out of the car door, the exaggerated figure is revealed. It gave her already cool features a bit more of an everyday look as well. And next to her, naturally, it was the dragon spirit. If Xiao Linglong was a great beauty, then this niece was properly a scourge. Zhang Chuxuan suddenly saw. The state of mind couldn't help but ebb and flow. True to form, the dragon lady, though neither of the two women had anything much to dress up in, but it still drew a lot of attention from the surrounding gazes. Mother ******* her, two goblins. Zhang Chuxuan took a deep breath. Top. What a top. Tianshi. As Zhang Chuxuan gradually approached, Xiao Linglong also spotted him immediately. A smile blossomed above the pretty face that originally had little expression. Master. Next to her, Longling even directly jumped into Zhang Chuxuan's arms, softly bringing up a fragrant breeze. That bang. Not only was Zhang Chuxuan stunned, but even quite a few of those onlookers who had been surreptitiously sizing up the dragon lady were all confused. Holy, young people nowadays, are they all so wild? Master, you're playing this outside? Zhang Chuxuan naturally felt the cannibalistic gazes around him. The corners of his mouth twitched. Get in the car first. Zhang Chuxuan directly waved his hand, pulled the car door open and got in. Xiao Linglong also stiffened her pretty face, naturally sensing the changes around her. Hurry up and drive away. Master, why are you blushing? The car. The dragon lady curiously pulled Zhang Chuxuan's arm and looked at him with wide eyes. Zhang Chuxuan, don't yell and call something master. Zhang Chuxuan hurriedly stopped it. If you call me master from now on, where can I explain? Though he also knew that this owner was the equivalent of his pet because of the reason he had sealed her in the right place. But nowadays, the word is a bit stale. I didn't yell, aren't you my master? Dragon spirit touched his head in confusion. Look at this nymphet's watery, determined eyes. Zhang Chuxuan felt. He really couldn't refuse himself, as weird as it sounds. Cool. Call the heavenly master. Zhang Chuxuan endured the pain and spoke. Tianshi? Is that the master's name? The dragon lady poked her face. It seemed that she had learned a lot from following Xiao Linglong in the past few days. I know. Master Tianshi, my name is now Longji. A name I made myself. Nice, right? Longji reported her name in passing. Good to hear. A sweet smile appeared on Longji's face when these words came out. By the way, Lord Celestial Master, this is the milk tea that Sister Linglong bought for you. Try it. It's delicious. You shouldn't have drunk it before. Longji said as she took out a cup of bully from behind her. The corner of Zhang Chuxian's mouth twitched. You think I've never seen anything like you, but he didn't reject this nymphet's kindness. Take it and take a sip. Until then, it was only then that Xiao Linglong laughed out loud. Heavenly Master hasn't thanked you properly for last time. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Zhang Chuxian nodded his head. Yes, it's just as well that after helping Jier's temple open, I still have a few things to trouble Mr. Xiao about. Xiao Linglong heard this. The smile on his face intensified. She was worth a lot of money though, and was the president of a conglomerate at a young age. On the outside, perhaps status carries enough weight, but in front of Zhang Chuxian she was just an ordinary person. That's why Xiao Linglong had been very apprehensive. Now that Zhang Chuxian said he had something to find her, this was rather relaxing for her. At least, the Celestial Master can still use himself. Chapter 50. My words are the words of heaven. Open the altar, and incense to the gods. Half an hour later, Zhang Chuxian had then once again arrived at that elevated gathering place. It's colder than it was the other day. Nowadays this place is bustling with activity. There are all kinds of vehicles coming and going. Apparently construction is already underway. And on the opposite side of this elevated site, an ancient temple, too, had stood there. There were figures gathered outside, hundreds at a glance. These people included rich people in suits who looked like they had extraordinary status, as well as some of the people who had gathered around. One and all are curious, and part of the reason they were here was naturally to give Xiao Linglong face. The other big part is because of the Jiangbei elevated thing, which they have naturally heard about long ago. It is also known that the events here are being solved by a truly superior person. And the temple erected today was built at the behest of that higher power himself. Wanted to see with my own eyes what that higher power really looked like. As Xiao Linglong's car drove by, outside the temple that was still quite noisy, it became quiet. The eyes of the crowd looked into the car without blinking. Quite a crowd. Zhang Chuxuan was also surprised for a moment as he looked at the silhouettes outside. Xiao Linglong laughed. Zhi'er sister's temple opening altar naturally can't be sloppy. And Zhi'er sister sacrificed so much for the sake of this elevated. If not to meet Tianshi Yu, I'm afraid that I don't know how it is now. Her temple. It is right that it should be passed down in the north of the river. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly at his words. Indeed, Longji should have been subjected to this Jiangbei incense. The elevated repair in front of the eyes. The entire living Jiangbei should sincerely thank her favor. After all, the elevation was meant for the convenience of the living, but it was not too much to suffer a pillar of incense through her body. Get off the top of the car. For Xiao Linglong, most of these people knew each other. However, when looking at Zhang Chuxuan, who was dressed in white Daoist robes, many people froze. Tianshi. Right about this time, a voice rang out. Following that, Zhang Chuxuan saw that fat man, Ren Yong, jogging over from the front of the crowd with a face full of excitement. Compared to yesterday, this fat man looked so much better, and his face had more blood on it. There was no longer the slightest hint of the living dead look he had before. Heavenly Master, it's really you. I've heard before that a young master helped with this project of Mr. Zhao's, and I guessed that it might be you. And I was really right. We were all rich businessmen from a circle in Jiangbei, and he and Xiao Linglong naturally knew each other. Ren Yong's voice could be unmasked. After hearing Ren Yong's address, those onlookers were all wide-eyed. The Divine Master? For this name, they could be said to have heard it like thunder in recent days. It's that Taoist Heavenly Master in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. By this time someone had already reacted. One's gaze became even more astonished. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly. All right, go into the temple first. Words. Ren Yong hurriedly nodded his head. Honestly following behind Zhang Chuxuan's trio, his gaze landed on Longji's face, flooding with some surprise, but rushed to bow his head in knowledge. Those who were able to follow Zhang Chuxian's side should not look at him without a glance. The whole temple is not too big or too small. It covers an area of 300 to 400 square feet. Just as he approached, Zhang Chuxuan saw 3 large characters above the temple. Temple of the Dragon Immortal. On either side is a couplet. Raise your head 3 feet and fear not to be known. 4 words above the banner. Sincerity is the key to success. Zhang Chuxuan grinned. It's kind of fitting, though the temple was not built for him, but because of Longji. Zhang Chuxuan could feel that this temple carried some invisible incense and chi luck connected to him. It's even connected to the Heavenly Master's house. It can be said that this is the subtemple of the Heavenly Master's house. After all, Longji was sealed correctly by him, the Heavenly Master himself. Naturally, they are considered to be from the Heavenly Master's office. Enter the middle of the temple. Everything is brand new. Through the small courtyard, it came to the central hall, which was on top of its idol offering table. An incense burner appears. The so-called opening of the altar is the opening of the altar to invite incense. The first pillar of incense represents the chi of this temple. It also represents that this temple, from now on, can receive incense offerings. Heavenly Master, the sandalwood incense is all ready. Right under that incense burner, Xiao Linglong spoke to Zhang Chuxuan. Hearing this, Zhang Chuxuan shook his head. No need. He looked at Longji next to him. You girl, I have to say that luck is really good. Xiao Linglong was stunned, but it wasn't even until she had reacted to what Zhang Chuxuan meant. On Zhang Chuxuan's body, a sudden milky white glow appeared. This light was not as fierce as the golden light, but instead carried a soft aura. Seeing this sudden glow, the pupils of those people who were originally still looking at Zhang Chuxuan curiously, one by one, instantly contracted. Most of them had previously witnessed the spectacle of Zhang Chuxuan's heavenly cultivation that day in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. But that's all just in the cell phone. Far less shocking than seeing it with your own eyes. The way is learned by the heart, and the heart is transmitted by false incense. The incense heats up the jade furnace, and the heart is in front of the emperor. The sound of the Tao was like a spring breeze that melted rain. Blessing of the incense mantra. As the #1 opening mantra in Taoism, using it to open the temple for the first time could not have been more appropriate. That's why Zhang Chuxuan said that Longji's girl was lucky. This spell Zhang Chuxuan had only just learned. In his capacity as a celestial master, he casts a full-ranked blessed incense divine mantra. This temple is definitely capable of reaching the heavens in an instant. In the future, both the incense and merit collected will definitely be tens of times stronger than ordinary temples. The true spirit looks forward to the next, and the immortal world is approaching the Xian. My order is off to tell, and it reaches to the 9 heavens. Urgent. Boom. With the edict, That milky white light wrapped the entire compound in almost an instant. Next moment, in the hands of Zhang Chuxuan, the 3 sandalwood joss sticks that were completely condensed by white light burned slowly just like a real incense glance. Zhang Chuxuan did not hesitate. Insert the incense in your hand directly into the incense burner. Buzz. Also almost at that instant, the entire heaven and earth violently resounded with a buzz. The incense burner looked like it had come to life. A milky white halo rose. Above the temple, a light rain began to fall. Rain sprinkles. It fell on the crowd of onlookers. All anyone felt was a clearing of the mind. An indescribable rush lingered, though they don't know exactly what this rainwater is. But still, I knew that it was definitely not mortal. It lasted a full 10 seconds. Wait for the white light to completely dissipate. The rain also slowed to a halt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening an altar to invite incense, and for the enhancement of Longhu Mountain's qi. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep suddenly came to mind. Zhang Chuxuan was slightly stunned. I didn't realize there was a windfall? Although no rewards were given, just this so-called enhancement of Dragon Tiger Mountain's qi was already worth it. Mezzo. Chapter 51, The Gods Are Near. Dragon Tiger Mountain's Luxors. Until this time, the others inside the temple, too, returned to their senses in droves. Many people had surprise on their faces, and kept looking at his body. Zhang Chuxuan also spoke at this moment. Now that the incense of the Dragon Immortal Temple has opened, if you all wish to offer incense, please do so. Mr. Shao, let's go. He turned and left when he finished. The matter of the temple was nothing more than a casual trifle to Zhang Chuxuan. After opening the Dharma altar, naturally, they don't stay. Moreover, this place had already been guarded by the personnel arranged by Xiao Linglong, so nothing would go wrong. For Zhang Chuxuan's words, no one has a problem with that. Xiao Linglong also smiled towards the crowd and led Longji to follow Zhang Chuxuan, until a few cars disappeared. It was only then that the entire temple began to boil once again. Asterisk. This time really wasn't in vain. That should have been the legendary Dao just now. Yeah, after getting caught in that rain earlier, I now feel like I'm a dozen years younger. It's amazing. Excitement appeared on many people's faces. Run Dong, you know that celestial master? At that moment, someone suddenly looked at Run Yong. Run Yong laughed. I don't dare to say anything else, but I can tell all of you that in the future, if you often come to this temple to offer some incense, it will definitely be beneficial without any harm. The words came out. Some people wonder, Mr. Run, although this temple was opened by that heavenly master, it seems like this has nothing to do with that person either, right? Wasn't this built by Mr. Xiao? Run Yong is mysterious. I'm sure all of you should know more or less what the origin of this temple is all about, right? The crowd nodded. This temple is dedicated to the Dragon Immortal, which means that what was within this elevated area that day definitely had nothing to do with dragons. Look at the sculptures in that temple. Run Yong pointed to the high platform above the temple hall. Everyone also looked in the direction of his finger. At this look, everyone was stunned, because the sculpted idol, surprisingly, it's a woman. Mr. Run, don't sell yourself short. Just say what you have to say. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Only then did Run Yong continue to make a sound. Don't you guys realize, this idol looks familiar? Run Yong's words once again left those present confused. For several seconds, only then did someone say hesitantly, it does look familiar. This idol, why does it look like the girl who has been following the heavenly master in Mr. Xiao just now? It's a bit similar. Everyone's pupils suddenly exploded. It wasn't that they hadn't noticed Longji before. However, because of Zhang Chuxuan's identity, Longji had been following Zhang Chuxuan again, so the crowd also had most just looked at it and didn't dare to scrutinize it much. With the addition of the sculpted idol, enshrining that which was the Dragon Immortal, how did they not connect? But after this reminder from Rin Yong, these people just realized, it's like really both are just exactly the same. Mr. Run, don't scare me. You don't mean to say that this Dragon Immortal from the temple has been by our side just now, right? Run Yong smiled without saying anything. Others may still be skeptical. He could never. He knew clearly what the Celestial Master was capable of. Even a zombie like his own great master. I was able to kill them all. Seems like getting a dragon wouldn't be too far off the mark. Incense. Almost in just a few days, the Dragon Immortal Temple burst into flames in the entire Jiangbei city. Zhang Chuxuan was naturally unaware of all this, leaving the Temple of the Dragon Immortal. Originally, Zhang Chuxuan thought that the female president invited to dinner, to say the least, is also what private courtyard stream. I didn't expect Xiao Linglong to drive the car and go straight to the center of Jiangbei. Wait until you are seated at a rather lively restaurant. It was only then that Xiao Linglong inquired towards Zhang Chuxuan. Celestial Master, what do you need from me? Zhang Chuxuan wasn't polite either. Mr. Xiao, you should know the reason why I descended from the Heavenly Master's mansion. Now that my Heavenly Master's mansion has been demolished and needs to be rebuilt, I would like to ask Mr. Xiao to help me see if there are any acquaintances in this area. At those words Xiao Linglong instantly laughed. Don't worry, Heavenly Master. I'll take care of it all. Tomorrow I'll have someone travel to Longhu Mountain. Zhang Chuxuan also had some more smiles on his face. Then thank you Mr. Xiao. How much do you need? Tell me directly when the time comes. Xiao Linglong shook her head. You're too polite. Heavenly Master, you've helped our group so much. The construction of this Heavenly Master's mansion, just leave it to our group. Xiao Linglong's words were also sincere. It wasn't half as polite. No, Zhang Chuxuan, however, did not agree. Daoist monks, incense money can be collected. He had helped Xiao Linglong before, and he had also received incense. Even if Xiao Linglong felt that this incense was not much to give, for Zhang Chuxuan, this karma was already done. Naturally, it was impossible to let Xiao Linglong pay money in repairing the Heavenly Master's house for no reason. Hearing this, Xiao Linglong naturally understood. She didn't insist. All at the behest of the Heavenly Master. Solves everything. Zhang Chuxuan also completely relaxed his mind. Followed Xiao Linglong and Long Ji to enjoy a wave. After dinner, Xiao Linglong insisted on dragging Zhang Chuxuan to watch a horror movie. Looking at the female president who was so scared by the horror movie that she covered her face and kept leaning towards her side, Zhang Chuxuan thought, this movie is pretty good. The content is wide enough and the plot is well thought out. However, after he saw Long Ji, who was also constantly shrinking towards his arms on his other side, somewhat confused. Jier, you're a dragon yourself. What are you afraid of in a horror movie? Long Ji raised her head. A pair of pretty faces that were so beautiful to the extreme revealed some smiles. I'm not afraid, I just see Linglong's sister drilling. I want it too. Zhang Chuxuan, after a movie, sent Xiao Linglong back to the villa area she was in, and politely declined Long Ji's strong invitation to sleep with him. It was only then that Zhang Chuxuan stepped back above the street. It was not a good day, with moderate to heavy rain in the evening. It's starting to rain now. Rain splashed down in the middle of the city. It made the city, which was still quite lively, instantly become cold. However, Zhang Chuxuan had no intention of going back to sleep. Looking at the cultivation level that was about to break through, it's hardest when you're stuck at the top. It's like a thorn in the heart. Take on an event, and first reach my cultivation level to knowledge, so that my strength will also see a surge. In today's bizarre world, the only way to be strong is to have great strength. It's what brings enough security, especially the Mankinji that was encountered in the first few events. Although the monks he encountered were not very strong. However, through these few days, Zhang Chuxuan was also able to understand quite a bit of information about the Wanjin Temple. Knowing that this temple was not as simple as he had been exposed to, Zhang Chuxuan always felt that this monastery seemed to be plotting something. Otherwise they wouldn't be making spirits so often. Now 2 vultures of the Manjin Temple died in their own hands one after another. Zhang Chuxuan knew that there was absolutely no way that they would not go about this matter. But it didn't come to the door for days on end. Then it's only possible that they have more important things to do. Chapter 52, Planting the Birthbase and Deceiving the King of Hell. He was not sure as to what Manjinsa was going to do. However, Zhang Chuxuan was certain. Definitely not a good thing. Something that could make an entire monastery of Manjinsa plot. With innate alone, it was still too dangerous. One thought so. Zhang Chuxuan directly took out his own cell phone. Find one that's slightly harder, or it's too unchallenging. Opened the bounty site. Zhang Chuxuan began to sift through it. Event name, Terror South Mountain Creepy. Incidental details, South Mountain Basketball Court. Midnight Basketball Ghost Paranormal has become more and more aggressive after hijacking a large number of living people to practice basketball for 2.5 days. To this day this basketball ghost has been able to walk out of basketball courts and attack the living, who are rumored to wear a center parting. Incident level, C. That's a good one? Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. The last time I looked over this event myself, the basketball ghost was labeled as nothing more than a D. It's only been a few short days and it's a C grade. It seems that this basketball ghost is afraid to have attacked a lot of people in this period of time. Just as Zhang Chuxuan turned to the next page, saw this and the event post slammed to a close. An update was labeled immediately after the event. This incident is now complete, and that basketball ghost has been captured by the Bureau of Psychics and is attempting to harness it. After research it was found that this creepy offensive is not strong, but can hard control all ghosts under the same level for 2.5 days. Those who want to try to harness it can sign up below. Contact XXXXXX. That's okay? The corner of Zhang Chuxian's mouth twitched. Not only is a C-rated psychic not scary, but it always gives people the feeling that they want to laugh. It seems there are lezzies in ghosts too. Zhang Chuxuan continued rummaging. Incident name, vanishing wife. Details of the incident, half a month ago. My wife disappeared. In this half-month period, I was worse than dead, constantly recalling all the past with my wife. Eventually I couldn't stand the missing and tried to dig my wife out of the wall I had built up in my bedroom. But, when I broke that wall down, it dawned on me as if I don't have a wife. So, who the hell is this lying inside the wall? Incident name, Haunted Theater. Details of the incident, in January, a theater on Linjiang Road, which had long been deserted, suddenly reopened at midnight. Following this, any living person passing through Linjiang Road would be able to hear the sounds of singing coming from this theater. By now, 58 people have already entered this haunted theater and disappeared. Bounty points, 400 points. Incident level, C+. That's it. It's a good night to go to the theater and listen to some tunes. Zhang Chuxuan grinned. Clicked to pick up. Following, a strange phone call came in. He clicked answer. Hello, may I ask if you're Senior Zhang Tianshi Zhang who took the reward I placed on the bounty net? An old man's voice, probably in his 50s or 60s in age, rang through the phone. The old man's accent. It was a bit strange. It didn't seem to be local. It's me. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. The old man was happy to hear this. Thank you Senior Celestial Master for being able to help. I don't know where you are. I'll go pick you up. A shuttle? Zhang Chuxuan nodded. The old man had a knack for humanizing the world. The location of the haunted theater is some distance away from this. A taxi is $20 or $30 less. Another savings. Okay, I'll send you the location. Hanging up, Zhang Chuxuan waited right where he was. By the way, I searched for specific information about this haunted theater. It didn't matter if he didn't search. Once he did, he startled Zhang Chuxuan. This haunted theater has been in existence for close to 60 years. And it's always been evil. Every city has a spiritual place that belongs to its own city. This ghost theater is the urban weirdness that the whole Jiangbei city is known for. Legend has it that this theater was ranked in Daxia 60 years ago. The theater has a number of famous actors. But at the time, when Daxia had just gone through the spirit and had a lot of energy, this was not a good thing. Fame attracts more powerful people. The famous actor of this theater was then spotted by a rich man who came all the way from Hong Kong 60 years ago. And that rich guy is a demon. He didn't fancy those famous actors for their beauty. Instead, they used their lives to plant a birth base for themselves. The so-called seed birth base is also known as cheating yama. It can increase one's life expectancy against the odds, but it's a vicious one. The ordinary method of planting a life base requires only 12 human lifespans as a guide. Then you can extend your life by 12 years. It has been particularly popular in the southeastern states, and the seeding of the birth base performed by that rich man from Shenzhen was even more brutal. It's because of the special destiny that all those famous actors have. Use their destiny to cast the art of planting a birth base. You can even live in armor again. After what happened became known to everyone, the entire theater was wiped out in one night. Since then the ghost theater has been full of grievances. It became an urban oddity. Many people have claimed to have seen people singing after mistakenly entering a haunted theater. Just saw this. Crunch. A luxury business car stopped in front of Zhang Chuxuan. Following, the business car then got out an old man with a leading cane. The old man had a strong air of richness about him and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Totally rich. That old man's eyes lit up after seeing Zhang Chuxuan. A quick walk. You are Heavenly Master Zhang, aren't you? My humble self. Shen Yunsheng. Shen Yunsheng took the lead and walked over to Zhang Chuxuan with his hand outstretched. Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan also shook Shen Yunsheng's hand. Confirming his identity, Shen Yunsheng hurriedly made a gesture of invitation. Please get in the car. Celestial Master. Get in the car. Zhang Chuxuan glanced at the cab in surprise, but there was a block in front of it, and there wasn't much to see. A luxury car is a luxury car. Shen Yunsheng personally poured a cup of tea for Zhang Chuxuan. The old man has quite a personality. Also very chatty. Heavenly Master, could it be that you are from the Heavenly Master's mansion of Longhu Mountain? Shen Yunsheng took the initiative to ask. Right. Zhang Chuxuan nodded his head. Shen Yunsheng was instantly delighted. Originally, I was worried that this incident was a bit tricky, but I didn't realize that there was a Celestial Master this time. So the old man is completely relieved. In response to Shen Yunsheng's horse's ass, Zhang Chuxuan just smiled. He suddenly thought of something. What's your connection to this haunted theater and how did you come to post the bounty here? Shen Yunsheng smiled bitterly on his face as he heard this. I bought it. I'm sure you've heard the story of this theater. Celestial Master. When I was a child, I actually lived around this theater, and have always been very emotional about it. And at that time my family was poor, so I thought I could one day enter this theater and listen to a song. Then the theater was destroyed. The famous actors died, and I followed my family outside. Chapter 53 8 Strange Techniques. Detaining Spirits and Dispatching Generals. I've been pretty lucky, and I've made some money out there over the years. Now that I'm a handful of years old, the older people get, the more nostalgic they become. So I'm thinking of returning to Jiangbei to retire. Just buy that theater. But I haven't lived in it yet. Who knew that theater would become what it is now? Luckily, I knew some contacts to place the bounty. After hearing that, Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly. Although Xin Yunqing's account of the causes and consequences was complete, and the person also seemed quite honest, but Zhang Chuxuan always felt that something was wrong, because when Xin Yunqing spoke, some indescribable breath appeared on his forehead. Obscure. Obscurity is very specific and only occurs when you lie. In his words, there are falsehoods. However, Zhang Chuxuan didn't pay that much attention. One is only completing the event, not interrogating the criminal. Just give the money. What do you care? He picked up his teacup and took a drink. Good tea. The car was moving fast. Half an hour later. Crunch. With the sound of brakes, the car stopped. Heavenly Master Zhang. I'll trouble you for everything. Xin Yunqing once again paid his respects when Zhang Chuxuan was about to get off the bus. Zhang Chuxuan did not reply. Straight out of the car. This is in the old neighborhood of Jiangbei. What comes to mind are a couple of red light alleys. The alley is filled with a number of dated dark internet cafes and colorful tattooed sign houses. Just as Zhang Chuxuan was just about to pass through these places, just suddenly see, deep in this alley, in front of an unassuming store, a young girl who silently stepped out from inside the room, closed the store door. In the moment of seeing this young girl, even Zhang Chuxuan was stunned for a moment. It was an extremely delicate young girl. Even if Zhang Chuxuan had seen a lot of beautiful women in this period of time, imperial sisters such as Xiao Linglong, lowly such as Long Ji, there is also the pure female Daima Qingqing as well as Zhou Linger. All of these people had their own specialties, but at the sight of this young girl, Zhang Chuxuan still nodded his head. The young girl's brows and eyes were frosty, as if she was a magnificent and absolutely famous actress. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyes and looked at the young girl's store. It's a mortuary. Embalming, also called mortuary, specializes in the business of applying makeup to the dead. The lower 9 of the sidewalks. It is also one of the 8 gates of Yin. Kind of. And at that moment, Zhang Chuxuan also caught that young girl's attention. The young girl saw the Daoist robe on Zhang Chuxuan after seeing it, obviously a little wary. Dog? The young girl took the initiative to speak, and her voice was quite nice. Zhang Chuxuan nodded his head. So you're offering a bounty online for solving the haunted theater? Teenage girls know quite a bit, but Zhang Chuxuan wasn't surprised. The 8 gates of Yin have been the closest thing to yin and yang in folklore since ancient times, doing all the dead man's business. There are quite a few people who know something about the left-hand path. It's normal to know about bounty. Nice. Zhang Chuxuan also had nothing to hide. The young girl looked puzzled. Well, can you take me in there too? I know the route inside the theater and can show you the way. Hearing the words of the young girl, Zhang Chuxuan was even more surprised for a moment. You know your way around the theater? Okay. Zhang Chuxuan did not refuse. The young girl's request was granted. Some smile finally appeared on the young girl's face. Thank you very much. My name is Yi Yao. I'm a ghost painter. Zhang Chuxuan gave a name. The two didn't linger either. Through the places, Zhang Chuxuan then saw from afar where that ghost theater was. The theater covers a wide area, more than 10 acres. The architectural style is also standard for theater buildings of 60 or 70 years ago. Can vaguely see the scenery of this theater back in the day, but at this time, within this theater, it was filled with gloom and darkness. Only the depths of the theater seems to be vaguely bright some lights. This light does not have the slightest temperature, but more for this theater to add some horror. This place, it's getting eerie again. Yi Yao, who was next to Zhang Chuxuan, opened her mouth with some scorn. She stared at the unchanged Zhang Chuxuan curiously with a pair of eyes. Aren't you afraid? Zhang Chuxuan shook his head, stretched out. I'm a Taoist priest. Only ghosts are ever afraid of me. How could I be afraid of ghosts? Go on, get in. Zhang Chuxuan took a step into the middle of this ghost theater. It's just a short step down the road. Zhang Chuxuan's figure seemed to be completely engulfed. The light outside was completely cut off. It's like being in another world. Ghostly? Zhang Chuxuan immediately sensed the change. It seems that this today's mission is more interesting than I thought it would be. He grinned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission, the Ghost Theater Incident. Mission accomplished. Receive the reward, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, 60 years of Yuan Qi cultivation, feat upgrade card *2. Mission failure, punishment none. After hearing the system's beep, Zhang Chuxuan became even happier. A spirit of surrender? One of the 8 wondrous techniques. A divine ability capable of manipulating spiritual bodies. I didn't realize that tonight, in addition to the increase in cultivation, there would be unexpected rewards. It was also almost the instant that Zhang Chuxuan stepped into the ghost theater, the depths of the original darkened theater. Suddenly the fluctuations began to appear. A dense black fog began to erupt. Even the outskirts of the theater appeared endlessly black. Seal off the entire compound completely. Immediately after, in the theater, the sound of sultry singing also began to emerge. From time to time, it was accompanied by countless hoots and hollers from the audience. It's like being in a dream. Not good. The spirits here are about to completely explode. Yi Yao, after seeing these changes, the face changed and changed. Lead the way. Zhang Chuxuan, however, didn't say anything. It's as bland as ever. Yi Yao clenched her teeth and stomped her foot. Yes, the silhouettes of the two of them then headed towards the depths of this theater. Outside the theater, not far from inside the car, Shen Yunqing naturally sensed that the entire ghost theater was erupting in madness. See all this? A wry smile suddenly appeared on his pale face. Finally, it's finally time for the 60-year reincarnation. Girls, back then you were able to extend my life for 60 years. Now, I'm asking you guys just once. It was like he was mumbling, clutching a theater doll inside his hand. After finishing his speech, Shen Yunqing looked ahead to the middle of the cab. Master, I can count on you for everything. The driver's seat. A figure wearing a bucket hat nodded slightly. A hoarse voice rang out. Don't worry, Boss Shen. I was able to let you live 60 years ago, and it will be the same 60 years from now. But, that little Daoist, there's something odd about him. So beware. Shen Yunqing laughed out loud. Shadows flashed in his eyes. I've already given him a drop to drink. Even if he has heavenly cultivation, it's useless. Just waiting for him to be able to handle the theater is when we do it. Chapter 54. The matter of ghosts and gods is ferocious and unpredictable. Yi Yao walked carefully, but it was obvious that this ninny was familiar with the place. In the middle of this darkness, completely without even having to look in the direction to be able to find the way, the theater is surrounded by cloisters inside. Luckily, she was there. Otherwise, Zhang Chuxuan felt that it would be hard enough just for him to find his way. Daoist, we have to be careful. Now that we've stepped into the dangerous area of this theater, ahead is the place where the underlings and handymen lived in the middle of this theater back then. I heard that when this place was massacred back then, all those underlings and handymen died as well, and the corpses almost littered the place with rivers of blood. The grievances of their deaths don't dissipate, so they gather here. There used to be quite a few people who wanted to come live among the theater, and most of them fell into their hands. These guys are ferocious, Yi Yao said to Zhang Chuxuan as she pointed to a connecting open space in front of her. Zhang Chuxuan heard this, eyes brightened slightly as well. Great, the Taoist master likes menacing places. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Looking at Zhang Chuxuan's uncaring demeanor, Yi Yao's entirety was stunned for a moment. This, really listen to what I have to say? But now since Zhang Chuxuan had even walked over, she had no choice but to follow. Sure as yin and yang enough, it was only a 2-minute walk. Zhang Chuxuan had then arrived within that connecting corridor. This one area had become foggy. A cloudy mist drifted, vaguely able to see something there. Phew, a cold wind blew, mixed with some fishy smell. Yi Yao tightened the clothes on her body. Zhang Chuxuan, however, did not feel anything. Straight into the middle of that connecting corridor, just stepped in. It was then realized that the entire land of the connecting corridors was empty. Even the gloom seemed to have disappeared. All that's left are the lonely graves, which at first glance look like mass graves. Taoist master, what's going on here? Yi Yao frowned, somewhat puzzled. Although her cultivation level wasn't really high, she only knew some of the yin and yang techniques, but the most basic recognition of a sneak is still a breeze. Just watching from outside, it's a place where you can see a lot of ghosts and shadows, but it was only a few short steps away, and the surroundings had become like this. It's really a bit weird. Not even a ghost appeared. Zhang Chuxuan also glanced towards the surroundings. No surprises, it should be a ghostly one. Ghostbusters? As soon as I heard that, Yi Yao was stunned. Ghosting is arguably the lowest level of illusion. It only works for ordinary people only. How could someone like her, who had been dealing with corpses for years, and Zhang Chuxuan, a Taoist priest, be hit by a ghost? And so quietly. Little doll, this is no place for you. Just then, suddenly there was a misty voice from the front. With a movement of his expression, Zhang Chuxuan looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw an old man dressed in 56 years of clothing and holding a gong in his hand standing before a grave. His cloudy eyes radiating a glimmer of light, was sizing them up. You who? A night watchman? This one is also a yin and yang industry. The night watchman appears only at midnight, with a gong in his hand, one side of which is yin and the other is yang. The gong rings, It is not only to remind the living of the time in the young world, but also to warn the stern ghosts. Let them return to their homeward path at the first light of the sun. A small smile appeared on Zhang Chuxian's face. Can't sleep at night, just wandering around. I heard this place is pretty haunted. I'm here to help them get a free wave of electrotherapy. The night watchman froze. Electrotherapy for ghosts? You're the king of thunder and lightning, Mr. Yan. He glared at Zhang Chuxian. Little doll, go back quickly. This is not a place you can get involved in. The matter of ghosts and gods is ferocious and unpredictable. Be careful of dying without a burial place. Who knew that Zhang Chuxian was full of it? He reached out and pointed toward his side. Said earnestly to the night watchman, Old man, don't worry. I came prepared. Do you see this sister beside me? Yi Yao saw Zhang Chuxian pointing towards himself. The whole thing was baffled as well. What's the situation? What's wrong with me? The night watchman's eyes also looked towards Yi Yao at this time, and he frowned slightly. Prepared? You mean this little girl has some Taoist skills? The night watchman has a good eye. It was able to detect the fluctuation of Yuan Qi in Yi Yao's body. Zhang Chuxian sighed. Old man, you have a peculiar focus. Don't you realize that she has long legs and is very pretty? The night watchman's frown tightened. What do you mean? Does the fact that the girl is pretty have anything to do with what I said? Zhang Chuxian clapped his hands together. You damn well know that it has nothing to do with you. So what's it to do with you if I die or not? Still need you to tell me? Put. Yi Yao, who was originally still in a daze. Hear that? The whole couldn't hold it in any longer. Straight up joy out loud. The night watchman's face instantly became brilliant, but the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He also knew he was being played by the guy in front of him. The night watchman glared viciously at Zhang Chuxian. Little doll, I see that you don't see the coffin. Since you seek death, I'll fulfill you. His words fell, and completely tear off the disguise. A black, shadowy aura filled his body, and his entire person turned hideous, with a large hole shattered in his chest. Still dripping with fetid blood, he growled a snarl. Towards Zhang Chuxian, he lunged, also struck the gong in his hand. When, a dull sound emanated from above the gong, as if with a special kind of magic. It was as if it was able to directly tear apart a person's heart and mind. Daoist priest, be careful. That gong seems to be a ghost weapon. After hearing the gong, Yi Yao stopped smiling at once. Ghost weapon. This thing is just like a magic weapon. Only one is used by a human and the other by a ghost. And ghost weapons are much rarer than magic weapons. Much more powerful too. Because ghost weapons were generally the companions of ghosts and sneaks. The fit could be considered to be at its peak. It could allow Sneaky to explode into a battle power that far exceeded that of its peers. Yi Yao's reminder made the night watchman become even more hideous. However, Zhang Chuxian didn't care in the slightest. Facing that attacking sound wave, there was a flash of golden light on him. Directly, he blocked all the sound waves out of his body. See this scene. The night watchman's eyes whitened steeply. I didn't expect Zhang Chuxian to have such a skill. It had not detected the slightest bit of aura from Zhang Chuxian just now. It was thought that Zhang Chuxian was nothing more than a punching bag. But even so, the night watchman is still very brave. Do you really think that with these you'll be able to block my ghost weapon? Then let's show you the true power of this beating shift of the old man. Dang dash. It said once again, knocking down hard towards the gong. Chapter 55, I have been ordered by my master to seal the city god. This time the sound wave was far more vicious than the last. It's also more scary. Not only is it capable of hurting the soul, but it is also capable of making people get lost in the illusion forever, enduring boundless horrors. However, right after this blow, the night watchman, suddenly all I felt was a flash of light, and then it was discovered. The beating gong in his own hand has disappeared. Meanwhile, beside it, Zhang Chuxian's figure had approached at some point, and in his hands, it is holding its own side of the ghost weapon. The night watchman was utterly confused this time. What happened? However, Zhang Chuxian did not give it a chance to freeze, just grinning towards it. The old thing is knocking quite happily. Then the Taoist master will let you hear it too. The words fell. Zhang Chuxian swung his arm round. A fist slammed down towards the gong. The Raku immortal thief's physical body activated almost instantly. His flesh all seemed to glow. Boom! That's the punch. The ghostly gong was directly smashed by one blow. And after, the gong erupted into an unprecedented tremor. The sound waves all seemed to have turned into substance. Toward the night watchman he charged. In the midst of that night watchman's horrified to the core eyes, the sound wave exploded directly on his body. Bump! The sound wave passed by, and the body of the man beating the night watchman instantly exploded. Bump! Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. The system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, and the sound was like a chain reaction provoked. Roar! A low hissing sound came out from among those burial mounds in front of them. Next moment, A ghostly shadow had emerged from above those graves and mounds. The clothes on all of these stern ghosts were similar to the night watchmen from before. Apparently they were all servants who died in the middle of this theater 60 years ago. They all stared at Zhang Chuxuan and Yi Yao with blood-red eyes. Not good. We're surrounded. Yi Yao's face turned ugly. It's amazing how many sneaks there are just on the outskirts of this theater. You can imagine how scary the center of this theater should be. She just wanted to say something to Zhang Chuxuan. Just suddenly, he realized that Zhang Chuxuan's eyes seemed to be glowing. Zhang Chuxuan was indeed very cool. So many stern ghosts. It's all white merit. This mission. It was worth it. Roar. Those severe ghosts didn't hesitate even after they appeared and came rushing towards Zhang Chuxuan and Yi Yao. The horrible Yin Qi is continuous. Heavenly Master. I'll help you on a few of you, Yi Yao said, having pulled out a ghost face mask from her bosom. This mask also carried some power fluctuations on top of it. However, Zhang Chuxuan's refusal was straightforward. No need. Just stay here and watch. These can be their own merits. How can you let someone steal from you? Before Yi Yao could react, just as violently, Zhang Chuxuan's finger was seen pointing towards the void. Also almost instantly under this point, above the entire void, countless blue lights began to appear. These blue lights flew and coalesced, almost just blinking. It became a talisman. The talisman surrounded Zhang Chuxuan's body. It's as if the Daoist priest is revived. Go! Zhang Chuxuan's finger once again made a point. All the talismans began to vibrate. A terrifying aura erupted from among the talismans. It turned into a blue light, like a sky net. Shroud all the sneaks. This was the dreadfulness of the Great Perfection Tong Tian talisman. It can be said that under this Tong Tian talisman, regardless of how many severe ghosts there were, it was just a number to Zhang Chuxuan. The Tong Tian talisman exploded on the bodies of those sneaks. Rumble. All the sneaks. Under this blow, they all turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded continuously. Zhang Chuxuan looked at his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Taoist Ancestors Fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, 8th level of innate, 89. 1%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring. Dao, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders Positive Law, full level. 7 Killings of Gods and Demons, full level. Shrinking the Earth into an inch, proficient. Talisman of the Heaven, full level. Pure Heart Divine Mantra, full level. 6 Banks of Immortals and Thieves, small level. Merit, 17,900, can be used for system draw. Silver Pool of 3,000 merit, 0//10, next level. Gold Pool, not unlocked. A direct rage to earn 2,000 merits. Mezzo. Behind Zhang Chuxuan, Yi Yao saw the scene. Eyes are wide open. A hit. Surprisingly, he only used one strike. Those ghosts were then all killed. And with the death of these sneaks, the entire theater corridor was once again restored to its previous form. Only the Yin, but it's all gone. Go. Zhang Chuxuan waved at Yi Yao. Yi Yao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth. Jiangbei. Ghost Market. This is in a small town called Fengshui outside of Jiangbei city. It's not a big town, but it was famous among the circle of cultivators in Jiangbei. Just because. It's here. Coiled up was a stern spirit who called himself the city god. This ghost city god appeared 100 years ago. It has always been one of the highest spirits in the north of the river, and that's exactly why it exists. It made this city ghost market a forbidden place for cultivators as well. But on this night, a bald monk stepped silently into the middle of this city ghost market. He walked into the city god's temple. A respectful bow was made to the statue of the shrine. Wanjin Temple Yuanfa, by order of the master, has come to seal the deity of Lord City God. Almost at the moment the voice fell. Buzz. The entire city god temple violently erupted with an unimaginable fluctuation. Following, the city god that looked like a statue. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Endless Yin Qi emanated from its body. It looked down at the circular law. Really, naturally true. But before we do it again, we still need Lord City God to do a small favor for our Wanjin temple. Good. Inside the ghost theater, leaving out the connecting corridor, Zhang Chuxuan and Yi Yao had completely stepped into the depths of the theater. Just as the two were walking, suddenly a babbling sound could be heard coming from within an abandoned pavilion just ahead, like someone was singing. Immediately afterward, within the pavilion, a vague candle flame was also lit. A figure seemed to be visible in the reflection of the candle flame. After hearing the voice, Yi Yao's face changed slightly. This is the residence of one of the 12 famous actors in this theater, the purple-clad flower girl. That purple-clothed flower girl died a very tragic death back in the day, and her grievances have always been very heavy. And before I entered this theater wanting to find some corpses and practice putting them in coffins, I had been here before, but at that time, this purple-clothed flower girl hadn't awakened yet. I didn't expect that this time. She also woke up. Taoist Master, we have to be careful. Should we take a detour? Chapter 56. Because Master Dao is strong enough, so what I say counts. Yi Yao spoke to Zhang Chuxuan. Audible. She was far more scornful of this place than she had been within that pavilion before. Zhang Chuxuan, however, was casual. No, just go straight over there, just so I can hear how well the flower girl sings. Not caring at all about the young girl's reminder. Yi Yao's eyes flickered slightly as she heard this, but there was no refusal. Yes. After saying that, she led Zhang Chuxuan in the direction of the theater stage. Didn't go more than a couple dozen steps. In Zhang Chuxuan's eyes, a flower girl wearing a purple theater robe appeared right in the middle of his vision. This flower girl seems to be practicing her singing. The sultry accent was goosebumps to hear. The moment the duo of Zhang Chuxuan and Yi Yao appeared in her pavilion, swish, this purple-clothed flower girl's eyes also instantly looked towards Zhang Chuxuan. No doubt about it. To be able to be the top name in the business 60 years ago, this purple-clothed flower girl was definitely rare in the world, both in terms of her looks and her figure. Even compared to Yi Yao next to Zhang Chuxuan, it was not inferior at all. However, at this moment, this purple-clad flower girl's face was ice-cold and piercing, also almost at the same time that this flower girl seems to be. The scenery around us has changed radically. One moment. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes then became more bright. Following, a bunch of laughter then resounded through Zhang Chuxuan's ears. By the time he was in the process of opening his eyes, the originally dark space became bright. Red lights and candles. The barren space was also filled with countless more figures. These figures came and went, still shouting from time to time. A great sight to behold. At the forefront of these guests, the only one who was still the same as before was the purple-clad flower girl that Zhang Chuxuan had seen earlier. The whole space was bright. The only place that was still dark was where she was. It's like an abandoned corner of the world, but also the more so. Only the more it can highlight the ferocious cataracts of this purple-clad flower girl. Zhang Chuxuan looked towards the surroundings. It was then realized that Yi Yao did not appear on his side this time. Rather, I wonder if I've been pulled into the midst of this haunting. Zhang Chuxuan was in no hurry to make a move. Since we've all said we're here to listen to opera tonight, we should give people a chance to perform anyhow. However, right after Zhang Chuxuan landed his eyes on a guest in the front row, his whole demeanor just froze. It was a middle-aged man almost in his 40s. The man looked like a rich man at first glance. The finger carries half a dozen emerald triggers. The body was dressed in a long yellow robe. Shen Yunsheng? Zhang Chuxuan's mouth slowly spat out 3 words. This man. Surprisingly, it's Shen Yunsheng. But it was the younger Shen Yunsheng. The singing of the purple-clad flower girl was still going strong. But the tune got more and more mournful. Boom. Around her, endless colors of blood began to emerge violently. A stream of blood flowed from amongst her wide costume. Wherever the color of blood passes, all the peacefulness that preceded it, almost in a flash, just disappear completely. One by one, the figures began to continuously fall in front of Zhang Chuxuan. These people are struggling, running away, and afraid, but it was completely useless. Behind them, several figures were constantly chasing them. See these. Zhang Chuxuan had come to a realization. A picture was staged in front of Zhang Chuxuan like a walking lantern. Until the song is over, the entire theater, once again, was quiet. Only Zhang Chuxuan and the playwright on top of the stage remained. Slap. Zhang Chuxuan clapped his hands. The singing is quite good. If I guessed correctly, you should be the descendant of a certain famous actor, right? Zhang Chuxuan looked at the purple-clothed flower girl. After hearing this, the purple-clad flower girl's body trembled slightly. Next moment, the flower girl slowly disappeared, turning into a shadow on the ground. From the center of that flower girl, Yi Yao appeared in front of Zhang Chuxuan's eyes. Her complexion was somewhat complicated as she looked at Zhang Chuxuan. How do you see it? Zhang Chuxuan smiled faintly. Because I'm pretty strong. Yi Yao's expression was stunned. Immediately after, Zhang Chuxuan's body aura changed violently. An infinite golden light rose up like a great sun. Golden light covered the sky. After the appearance, toward the sky the space is swept. Ka-chow. Amidst Yi Yao's shocked gaze, this space thumped and burst. Zhang Chuxuan's figure had already returned to the ground where he was just now. However, the golden light on his body had not yet stopped, but continued press toward the entire theater. The mist in the sky above the theater naturally sensed the great sun's golden light on Zhang Chuxuan's body. Buzz. Those mists were trembling madly. Even the depths of the theater began to rise once again with a terrifying aura. These scents are connected to the ghostly mist of the entire theater. The same was done to the golden light on Zhang Chuxuan's body. It seemed like they were going to join forces to suppress Zhang Chuxuan. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Chuxian's face. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. Cultivate widely for billions of kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Golden light spell. Rise. The edict of the golden light mantra rang out from Zhang Chuxuan's mouth. Boom. The golden light is empowered by the mantra. The golden light, which was already terrifying to the extreme, once again swelled almost twice as much. Golden light swept. It directly collided with that yin chi. Boom. A tremor exploded in the middle of the void. Immediately after, that yin chi exploded. Golden light erupted from the sky. Almost just for a moment. That ghostly mist that has been hanging over the haunted theater. And it was ripped apart. It was only at this time that Zhang Chuxian looked at Yi Yao once again. I've read the story you wanted to tell me. To die or to live. Zhang Chuxian's voice was faint. But Yi Yao shivered. She stifled a grunt. Although it was said that Zhang Chuxuan's golden light just now did not target her much, but it also left her breath churning. Am I still alive? Zhang Chuxian withdrew the golden light from his body. Stretched out. Tell me exactly. Who are you descended from? At the sight of this ninny, Zhang Chuxian had already guessed that she had some connection following the ghost theater. I'm the third owner of this theater. The first was my grandmother. Yi Yao slowly spoke. My grandmother was also the first of the 12 horns to be killed by that murderer in the first place. Half a month ago, my grandmother sensed that the murderer who killed them back then had once again set foot in Jiangbei city, so she couldn't help but have a psychic outbreak. Yi Yao said this. Russia's additions. But don't worry, Daoist master. We didn't kill innocents indiscriminately. Those living people who disappeared here are all still alive. Only that we wiped out their memories of being here. Created the illusion that they were missing here. Chapter 57, Yama is easy to cheat, but heaven is hard to tolerate. Zhang Chuxian nodded slightly as he listened to her finish these things. He was able to see it. What this ninny says is true. Trying to tell lies in front of Zhang Chuxian. It's basically impossible. You're right. That murderer who killed this theater back in the day did come. And not coincidentally, I was invited by them. Zhang Chuxian pointed at himself. Yi Yao's eyes widened, but then he shook his head. I know the Taoist priest is good. Good people? Zhang Chuxian grinned. Since you think I'm a good person, you give me $10. The words came out. Yi Yao, who was originally immersed in the sad atmosphere, was stunned as a whole. What the hell? $10. But looking at Zhang Chuxuan's appearance, still honestly, she pulled a $10 bill out of her pocket. The Taoist priest gives it to you. Zhang Chuxian took the money. Satisfied, he nodded. Very well, the $10 will be equivalent to your incense money. I'll accept your incense, even if I'm taking your karma. You want revenge? Words. Yi Yao's originally blank eyes suddenly lit up. Make a strong nod. Think. Zhang Chuxian directly waved his hand. He should be coming in soon. Let's wait for him inside. With that, he turned toward the deepest part of the theater. Dark clouds floated across the sky. The car. Shen Yunqing naturally saw the golden light that violently appeared from above the sky above the ghost theater. Especially after this golden light. That gloomy aura that had been hanging over the theater was then receding fast. It caused Shen Yunqing to freeze for a moment. Following that is great joy. So fast. I really underestimated the strength of that Taoist celestial master. I didn't expect that at such a young age, he would be able to resolve a C-rank spirit. Master, we should go in too. Shen Yunqing looked toward the driver's seat. Yes, after all was said and done, Shen Yunqing got out of the car directly, and from that cab, an old man with a white beard also walked down. The two of them pushed their way in at a quick pace towards the haunted theater. All the way up, all the gloom has dissipated. Shen Yunqing, who was watching, was even more satisfied. Just a short 10 minutes, Shen Yunqing then walked familiarly to the middle of the theater's largest garden. This garden is pitch black. A dozen or so ghostly figures could still be vaguely seen, weak and limp. As soon as I see them, Shen Yunqing was even more overwhelmed with excitement. Great! That's wonderful! With these Yin souls, I'll be able to recreate 12 more people with Yin lives, and I don't know if this seated life base will allow me to prolong my life by an aeon. Splat! He finished his words. Not far away, the compartment was pushed open. A young figure had quietly appeared through the door. After seeing that figure, a smile appeared on Shen Yunqing's face. Heavenly Master, this time things are thanks to you. Zhang Chuxian waved his hand. Don't you dare thank me. Why? Shen Yunqing was a bit puzzled. You thank me? The Taoist master is afraid of losing his life. Seed Xingji, Boshan is playing quite big. Zhang Chuxian spoke nonchalantly. Shen Yunqing heard this. The original smile on his face gradually disappeared. His gaze began to grow grim. Tianshi, You're just a punching bag I paid for, so you don't have to worry about things you shouldn't be in charge of. Now that your mission is complete, it's time for you to leave. Zhang Chuxuan backhanded a slap. It directly smacked Xin Yunqing's face. Xin Yunqing was sent flying directly by this slap. Even a few teeth were taken out. The entire person carried an endless amount of astonishment. It seemed to be completely unexpected that Zhang Chuxuan would say that he would make a move. Zhang Chuxuan looked at Xin Yunqing indifferently. The Daoist master can go wherever he likes. It's none of your business. Xin Yunqing was also finally reacting at this moment. His eyes erupted with unprecedented fury. He stared at Zhang Chuxuan dead in the face. How dare you hit me, stinking Daoist? Originally I wanted to give you a way out. Now, I'm going to make you go to the 18 layers of hell. Master, I'm going to get him. He growled and opened his mouth. The master behind him nodded slightly. Don't worry, Mr. Shen, everything will be as you. He hadn't finished his sentence. A golden light had flickered in Zhang Chuxian's hand. Directly, it exploded on the body of that so-called master. Bump! Just one hit. That master's entire body directly burst into pieces. Dead can't be dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 merits. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep came. Zhang Chuxian spat. A mere Hotian trash dares to act recklessly in front of Master Dao. See this scene. Xin Yunqing's original screaming expression. Fierce trivia. The pupils of one pair contracted abruptly. Cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead. Master, just die. He knew all about that master. This is the expert he specially invited from Shenzhen. It's famous in Hong Kong and has been protecting him, and well versed in head slapping. Prestigious, but it's such a master. Surprisingly, in a single glance, died in the hands of Zhang Chuxian. This guy, how strong should he be? Xin Yunqing's throat moved slightly, no longer daring to make any movements. He struggled straight to his knees. Heavenly Master, Heavenly Master, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Oh, the corners of Zhang Chuxian's mouth were outlined. Misunderstanding? Xin Yunqing nodded vigorously. Right. Celestial Master. What a misunderstanding. I was all compelled by that old thing. Celestial Master, I'll give you money. I'm very rich. Zhang Chuxian laughed. Don't be nervous, Boss Xin. I'm not a bad guy and I'm not going to kill you. Look, all those debtors of yours are watching you. Xin Yunqing froze. Following that, he hurriedly looked over in the direction of Zhang Chuxuan's finger. After this look, his whole body just completely froze. It was seen that the ghostly shadows that were originally lying in the garden, one by one, had gotten up at some unknown time. All eyes were on him. The eyes were ghostly. There was also an endless amount of resentment mixed in. A quiet and deep theater. In this moment, the black mist in the sky once again rose violently. This black fog was even more terrifying than before. So black that it was a little red. It's like there's an infinite amount of resentment to pour out. Goosebumps were rippling all over Xin Yunqing's body. A deep terror showed in his eyes. He wanted to escape, but there's absolutely no chance of that. Shen Yunsheng, you deserve to die. A horrible roaring sound. It rang throughout the theater. All the ghosts and shadows. Almost in a flash. It then devoured Xin Yunsheng. No! Xin Yunsheng exclaimed in horror. But it was of no use. Only able to watch his body being dragged into the darkness little by little. Darkness. The screams and wails of Xin Yunsheng began to ring out. Chapter 58, Beyond the Ghost King's Existence. Invincible. The mournful sound of screams echoed throughout the theater. It's creepy to hear. At Zhang Chuxuan's side, Yi Yao's footsteps had also walked out from within the room. Her eyes were also looking intricately into the middle of the theater's stage. A single theater figure could be vaguely seen flickering there. The scarlet blood qi almost turned into substance. Michishij, thank you. Yi Yao performed a salute towards Zhang Chuxian. Zhang Chuxian waved his hand. You paid for it. When you meet a rich man, $1 million is not too much. And when you meet a poor man, $1 is not too little. Daoist cultivators, by nature, follow their heart. All that he did was just to get a thought through. No one else needs to be thanked. However, Zhang Chuxuan's eyes suddenly looked toward the center of the stage. Something odd flashed among the eyes. Because he could clearly perceive it. Above that theater stage, the souls of those famous actors were actually strengthening. And the magnitude of this getting stronger is scary. Before that, they were all just at the peak Hotian level. Now one by one, they have actually reached the innate. That's a little beyond spooky. To be like the night ghost. Because they are all the result of grudges and obsessions and evil thoughts. Even if they were capable of being psychic, they would be manipulated by extreme ferocious cataracts. And if there is any great revenge, the resentment in the body will dissipate. Even if it doesn't go away completely, it will be much lessened. But that's not at all the case with these famous actors in front of us. A spirit body? And a growing spirit body at that. In an instant Zhang Chuxuan could see the hidden secret, the so-called spiritual body. To put it bluntly, they are some masters with cultivation, or they are transformed after the death of some family-preserving immortals. Of course there are also some attained spirits and monsters, which can also be called spiritual beings. Spiritual beings are not something that is found much in the mainland. It's only very common in that old-growth forest on the North River. The practitioners over there basically practiced a means called out of the horse. The so-called out of the way is to use the spiritual cultivation of the immortals among the old forest to do things for themselves. A ghost becomes a spirit. Even in the Dragon Tiger Mountain there were very few records of this kind of mutated spirit body. The few records that are available are without exception. But any ghost turned spirit, all are rare and have a lot of potential for growth, able to easily grow into a Ghost King level existence. Even surpassing the Ghost King was a breeze. If a spirit body had appeared, Zhang Chuxuan wouldn't have been so surprised. But now, what he had in front of him was a full 12 spirit bodies. It's a bit of an oxymoron. Even the Heavenly Master's mansion had never had a record of a severe ghost becoming a spirit in mass. Zhang Chuxuan and Yi Yao were still both quietly looking above the theater. The screaming there went on for several minutes before it gradually came to an end, and the blood-red mist there had disappeared. Just a ghostly image appeared. A full 12 figures manifested in turn. Zhang Chuxuan also got a thorough look at the faces of these theatergoers. Have to say, each one is sufficiently magnificent and manly, especially the woman in the center wearing a big red opera robe. It is even more so that it barely loses to Long Ji. And this woman bore a slight resemblance to Yi Yao. It didn't even take a guess to know that this person must be Yi Yao's grandmother. These famous horns stood and suddenly knelt down in unison. Toward Zhang Chuxuan, he bowed 3 times. Zhang Chuxuan didn't stop it either, knowing that this is their almost last obsession. End of 3 knocks. It was only then that Zhang Chuxuan opened his mouth to look at them. The poor Daoist can send you to reincarnate. I hope that in your next life, you will be able to live out your lives. Zhang Chuxuan's personal transcendence. This is definitely an opportunity for any sneak. With his breath carrying the mark of the celestial master. Even if he was reincarnated, within the hell, there were bound to be people who would have to give him face. There's absolutely no problem in casting a good family in the next life. But after hearing Zhang Chuxuan's words, the red-robed playwright who was at the head of the group, however, shook his head slightly. We will never forget the Daoist master's favor. Her voice was clear and pleasant, even if she wasn't singing. But we no longer expect any afterlife. We would like to become Xiaoyao's spirit and guard her side. I also request that Daoist master can help us take care of Yaoer. Don't worry, we've become her spirit, and she definitely won't hold you back in the future. Daoist master. The red-coated playwright spoke. The words came out. It made Zhang Chuxuan's face instantly look odd for a moment. Follow me? You are so relieved. Zhang Chuxuan let out a slight breath. Instead, he didn't refuse, just looking towards Yi Yao. Make up your mind. I'll wait outside. After all was said and done, he turned toward the door and left. This time it was a full 10 minutes. It was only then that Yi Yao once again walked out from the theater. With her gone, the original horrible atmosphere of this entire theater has also disappeared. All that terror had all merged into Yi Yao's body. Zhang Chuxuan looked behind Yi Yao, enough to follow 12 ghostly shadows. The entire corner of his mouth twitched violently. No need to guess that these ghosts and shadows are naturally those famous actors. Only one man has harnessed 12 ghosts. This little ninny is really against the odds. There may be existences in the entire cultivation world that have harnessed more than one stern ghost, but like this little ninny in front of me, Zhang Chuxuan was sure that there was absolutely no. Decided? With your current cultivation, you'll have a good life wherever you are. Will you go by yourself or with me? Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's question, Yi Yao answered without even thinking. I'm with you. Zhang Chuxuan heard this. There were no comments either. Just nodding. Okay, in that case, you come with me, and I'll have someone arrange a nice place for you tomorrow. Yi Yao heard this. A smile finally appeared on his face. Yes, Zhang Chuxuan was just about to leave. Suddenly it was something. Can you take back your ghostly shadow? This ninny shadow is just too much. Just Zhang Chuxuan was okay. If it were anyone else, it was estimated that seeing these shadows could scare them to death. Yes. After saying that, Yi Yao closed her eyes once, opening his mouth again. His eyes took on a bit more of a red glow. Next moment, the shadows on her ground slowly overlapped towards her original shadow. It was only a few breaths before it disappeared. Only after seeing this scene did Zhang Chuxuan nod his head in satisfaction, waved and stopped a cab. Outside Jiangbei City, Fountainhead, Ghost Market. The original eerie ghosts. It seemed to become a little more eerie on this night. Suddenly, in the middle of this ghost market, a violent cloud of black mist erupted. This black fog emanated extremely quickly. Wherever the fog passed, everything around them seemed to stand still. The eerie black light was flickering. As the black fog grew larger and larger, gradually, it diffused towards Feng Shui town. The whole town, though it was midnight, there weren't too many cars above the road, but it's still neon. Chapter 59, Breaking Through the Second Level of Knowing Life. Strength surge. Yet in the very moment that this black mist passed by, Zira, the ear-piercing sound of electricity rang out. The light over the entire Feng Shui town disappeared in an instant. Step into a blanket of darkness. The whole town looked like it had been swallowed in one gulp by a hideous beast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Get out of the cab. Zhang Chuxuan directly opened a room for Yi Yao in the room next to his own. Sent the ninny back to her room. Zhang Chuxuan also unlocked the door without any hesitation. He shuffled quickly, just a little too impatient to sit on the bed with his knees crossed. In the middle of his mind, a system beep had sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission, solving the Ghost Theater incident. Mission accomplished. Receive the reward, detaining spirits and dispatching generals, 60 years of Yuan Qi cultivation, feat upgrade card *2. With the sound of the system, in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's dantian, a terrifying Yuan Qi cultivation had erupted. The already terrifying Yuan Qi cultivation. Under this infusion of Yuan Qi, it began to vibrate. His entire body shook violently. The Yuan Qi in the middle of the dantian all seemed to be sensed. It directly rushed out from the middle of his dantian. Toward the meridians of his entire body it poured down. Originally, the meridians in his body had been penetrated long ago, but with this injection of Yuan Qi, those meridians began to be widened continuously. Following that, the circumferential acupoints throughout his body began to be activated. This is the deepest part of the human body, which cannot be touched even by the innate. His cultivation level was also gradually climbing. Peak in 8-8, in 8-9, peak in 8-9. In the meantime, in Zhang Chuxuan's mind, information belonging to the detaining spirit dispatching general also began to appear. One of the same 8 wonders of the spirit restraint dispatch. It is rumored to be the ultimate in sorcery. Its intuitive ability was that it could ignore any spirit level and directly forcefully refine it. One could even devour them and master the power of those spirit bodies. In the midst of that Luo Tian Dajia, a junior from the Feng family was able to rely on this divine ability to forcefully detain a snake demon that had practiced for thousands of years. It was enough to see how terrifying this divine ability was. But in this world of weird revivals, ghosts and spirits are not considered to be spirits, because ghosts gather all the grievances, the malice, and have long since been tainted by those things. Something that can be called a spirit, except for the famous actors and actresses of the theater that we have seen today. Zhang Chuxuan had never seen it before. If we were talking about the time before, those theater spirits, if they joined forces, might still be able to create some trouble for Zhang Chuxuan. After all, those spirits were far more powerful than the same level of sneaks in battle, and there were still a full 12 of them. But now, with the detained spirit dispatch in place, Zhang Chuxuan felt that only one thought was needed. He would be able to devour those spirits. It took 10 minutes of work. Finally, he waited until all the Yuan Qi had regrouped back into the middle of the dantian. Zhang Chuxuan only felt his dantian blowing. Splat! A clear voice rang out in his head. Following, a terrifying cultivation that far exceeded the innate level erupted from Zhang Chuxuan's body. Yi Yao, who lived next door, was originally lying on her bed, pondering over everything that happened today. However, just almost at the instant Zhang Chuxuan made his breakthrough, swish, a horrible red light flickered over her body. The 12 shadows that had originally been retracted, violently dispersed from Yi Yao's circumference. Boom! A horrible yin qi burst out, and the lights of the hotel flickered and dimmed under the influence of this yin qi. One could vaguely see that 12 ghostly shadows had manifested. A look of fear appeared on the faces of these ghostly figures. It was like meeting some natural enemy. Their breath was expanding all over their bodies, and it began to slowly unite. With each theatrical ghostly shadow that was incorporated, the aura of the ghost in the center pulled up a notch. In a short moment, he had already reached the innate limit. But even so, Yi Yao, however, realized that these ghost spirits of his were still in fear. It seemed that the existence they were facing was not something they could provoke at all. Yi Yao saw the change, tensed up too, but it was at this time. Zhang Chuxuan's voice rang in her ears. Don't be afraid. It's me making a breakthrough. Yi Yao was stunned. Zhang Chuxuan's. She then let her guard down and her yin aura closed in on her. Those ghostly shadows gradually faded away. Everything is back to normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the knowledge level. The system's beeps appeared in Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Zhang Chuxuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Shasta! A fierce wind lifted from around him. At this moment, Zhang Chuxuan only felt strong to the extreme. In the realm of knowing life, one can locate all of one's essence within one's body. Longevity can be slowed down by letting it pass. If it was in the ancient times, this realm could have a lifespan of 3 to 500 years. Zhang Chuxuan looked at his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Taoist ancestors' fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, knowledge of life 2, 12. 3%. Artifacts, dragon and tiger seal. Space ring. Taoism, golden light mantra, full level. 5 thunders, full level. Order of the gods and demons, full level. Shrinking the earth into an inch, proficient. Talisman of heaven, full level. Pure heart mantra, full level. 6 banks of immortals and thieves, full level. Detaining the spirit and repatriating the generals. Merit, 11,900, can be used for system lottery. Silver pool, 3,000 merit, 5/10, next level. Gold pool, not unlocked. His cultivation level had directly broken through to the second level of knowing life. Merit is also here for the breaking of the 10,000. Enough for 3 system draws. This satisfied Zhang Chuxuan. Tonight's breakthrough, undoubtedly, it made Zhang Chuxuan's strength skyrocket, and without a doubt, with all the Taoism, there was absolutely no existence at the same level that was his opponent. Even if it was above knowing his fate, he could still touch it. Draw a reward first. The cultivation is picked up. Naturally, you can't forget the raffle. System. Drawl. With Zhang Chuxuan's voice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3,000 merit and conducting a silver pool draw. Obtaining the reward, feat upgrade card *1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3,000 merit and conducting the silver pool draw. Obtaining the reward, a strand of the power of the Heavenly Master's incense. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3,000 merit and conducting the silver pool draw. Obtaining the reward, Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal upgrade card *1. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. 3 system voices appeared in a row. Spell seal upgrade card? Good stuff. Zhang Chuxian's eyes brightened slightly. Nowadays, upgrading the Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal, but it requires 1,000 merits. 3,000 then drew the upgrade card. It's a blood moneymaker. He clicked to claim it. After that, looked to the incense wishes of the Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master's house incense, after using it, it can catalyze the remnants of the Heavenly Master's house's incense and fire chi. The specific effect needs to be explored by the host himself. This reward is plain and simple, although it was not clear. The moment this reward appeared, Zhang Chuxuan then already had a meditative feeling. Chapter 60 Dragon and Tiger Dharma Seal Advancement. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals minor achievement. Draw the rewards. Zhang Chuxuan began to enhance his divine abilities. Strengthen a wave of Dragon Tiger Dharma Seals first. Zhang Chuxuan's mind moved. In his hands, the Dharma Seal upgrade card turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal. With a cloud of blazing light, divine patterns emerged above the entire legal seal. It lasted nearly a minute before fading away. Name, Dragon and Tiger Dharma Seal. Grade, lower grade spiritual weapon. Attachment skills, follow your heart. Size. Ability, increased damage to all shenanigans. Next level, 20,000 merit. The grade of the Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal had already surpassed the boundaries of a magic weapon and reached the level of a spirit weapon. For the level of the mana, the bounty network is also labeled. They are divided into magic weapons, spirit weapons, and spirit treasures. Each grade is categorized into lower, middle, and upper grades. Spells are the lowest ranked and most common. The most used treasures in the cultivation world were at this level, and spirit weapons were basically already some sect's greatest treasures. The power is a horrible mess. The last spiritual treasure on the bright side was none. In fact, in the past, the cultivation world did not even have a division for the level of spiritual treasure immortal weapons. It was only 100 years ago that the Psychic Bureau obtained a treasure that surpassed a spirit weapon. It's what gives this last grade of spiritual treasure. This is something that only immortals can use in real legends. Of course, although there were none in the cultivation world on the surface, those great sects that had been passed down for thousands of years were presumed to have treasures of this level behind their backs, but it's usually never taken out as all. According to Zhang Chuxuan's speculation, the Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal is at this level. Finished organizing this treasure, Zhang Chuxuan began to cultivate his Gongfu system. Use the feat upgrade card *3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the feat upgrade card. Please choose the feat that needs to be upgraded. Currently available, detaining spirits and dispatching generals. Shrinking the earth. Choice, detaining the spirit and dispatching the general. Ding. Congratulations to the host's successful selection. The detaining spirit dispenser has been upgraded successfully. Current level, minor success. Boom. A flood of memories came flooding in. It took more than an hour to refine all the sensations. Zhang Chuxian's eyes snapped open. The pupils became dark. Detain the spirit and dispatch the general. Boom! A terrifying cultivation burst out from Zhang Chuxuan's body. An inexplicable feeling arose in Zhang Chuxian's heart at this moment. It is as if all the spirits of the world can be manipulated with a single thought, even if it is sneaky. For some low-grade stern ghosts, he only needed to cast a spell to directly crush them, even if it was the same innate level sneak. In front of the spirit detaining dispatch general, even if it couldn't be controlled, it was still able to suppress it. As for how much it was suppressed, Zhang Chuxian didn't know. After a slight experience, Zhang Chuxian retrieved the spirit detaining dispatch. Done with that, Zhang Chuxian was about to have a pleasant little bedtime game. Ding dong. The phone then snapped to life with a pop-up of a local news story from the northern part of the river. Fengshui town, outside of Jiangbei, due to a sudden chemical factory explosion that paralyzed all electrical systems within Fengshui town. Government personnel have gone to expedite the process. For the sake of everyone's personal safety, please stay away from Fengshui town for the time being, and wait for the latest notice from the officials for everything. Zhang Chuxian glanced at it, sensitive to the unusual. The news. It's a little too fake. He thought of something. Straight away, he opened the bounty network and pulled it up to the north of the river. Sure enough, the moment Jiangbei's position appeared, a top message labeled in red had appeared. Warning! Warning! Fengshui town has a sudden emergency. Condensed like a B-grade ghost general level being has erupted into a spirit, covering Fengshui town. Please all the surrounding cultivators quickly evacuate with the living. For this event, there are no mission requirements, and anyone who goes to support will be rewarded with 500 points. Also inform everyone not to panic. The Psychic Bureau is already on its way to deal with it. Is that right? That is, how there's some kind of blackout news for no reason. But this one is pretty high on the psychic scale. Surprisingly, there is a direct appearance of a peak B-level psychic. Peak B grade. That was an existence equivalent to peak innate. Even Zhang Chuxian hadn't encountered this level of spirituality recently. However, Zhang Chuxian was indifferent. District B psychic. For others, it may still be serious. But for him, and yet there was nothing shocking about it. His current cultivation level was already at the level of knowing life. Class B ghosts are able to kill 8 with one hand. Closed the psychic page. A beautiful swipe of the cell phone. Sleep. An excellent hospital in Dakan. This is a private hospital belonging exclusively to the Psychic Bureau. But all the personnel of the Psychic Bureau are treated here. So naturally the environment here is great. For these people who fight with spirits, the government naturally will not treat them poorly. At this time in the middle of a corridor in the hospital, Chu Chushang of the Jiangbei Psychic Bureau was frowning as if he had encountered something troublesome. A fire emanated from her body, seemingly ready to burst forth at any moment. What exactly did you guys run into in Fengshui town? Why did such a turn of events occur? Chu Chushang inquired to a member of the Psychic Bureau beside her. Some wounds appeared on the man's body, and he was not lightly injured. And he was also a member of the Psychic Bureau team that went to deal with the psychic outbreak in Fengshui town. The entire Psychic Bureau consists of 3 squads of 12 people each. The captains were all C-ranked experts and had unique battle formations, so it could be said that unless a B-ranked being personally made a move, otherwise there was absolutely no way they could have been in such a sorry state. Chief, we met that old ghost from the ghost market in Fengshui town. It's the one that set off this apparition, and if it wasn't for our captain putting his best foot forward to send the 2 of us out to call for help, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape. Hearing that member's words, Chu Chushang's face changed drastically. Is it? But then Chu Chushang was furious. Hasn't this old thing been peaceful for decades? Why did it suddenly explode? It's looking for death. Chief, what should we do? This old ghost's level is just a bit too high. The injured member spoke up again. The words came out. Chu Chushang also stalled. She knew about that old ghost in that ghost city. That old ghost had already reached the terrifying B rank decades ago. Although there were quite a few people in the entire Jiangbei Psychic Bureau, she was the only one who was at the B level. Shu Bureau. Chen Ming also walked over from the distance. How's the situation in Fountainhead that I asked you to investigate? Chu Chuxian looked towards the Chen Ming to directly inquire. Chen Ming's brows were heavy. It's a bad situation, but the good thing is that we're still able to probe the physical characteristics of the incoming crew, and they're still alive. But, in this probe, we, it seems, also found traces of the monk of the 10,000 gold temple. Chapter 61, triggering a chain of missions. Psychic Bureau crisis. They seem to be with that old ghost from the ghost market. What? Chu Chuxian's face changed and changed. It's not ugly anymore. Rather, it's anger. Mang Kinji. It's them again. Those damn things. They are thinking that we are dealing with them now that the forbidden area is moving. Gather all the members of the Psychic Bureau. I'll personally lead the team and head to Fengshui town. After Chen Ming heard Chu Chuxian's words, immediate positive color. Yes, But Zhang Chuxuan then thought of something. Another command to the woman. Chan Ming, don't go this time. If we don't come back within a day this time, you'll go to the Heavenly Master. Celestial Master? Chen Ming was stunned. Following that, his face was a delight. Zhang Chuxuan nodded vigorously. Right. I've seen some of this one's strikes, and he's definitely an innate level cultivator as well. And he's definitely stronger than me at the innate level. Once I'm in a situation, this Fengshui town will no longer be something you can deal with. The only way is to ask the Heavenly Master to make a move. Perhaps there is still a way to live. Zhang Chuxuan's tone was unprecedentedly serious. There was no one who knew more about the menace of that old ghost in the ghost market than she did. Doing so is also obviously planning for the worst. Chen Ming heard Zhang Chuxuan's words, nodding vigorously as well. Don't worry, Director. I understand. For all of this, Zhang Chuxuan naturally did not know. He had a good night's sleep, only everything was disturbed by a voice. Wake up, Celestial Master. A discordant sound interrupted Zhang Chuxuan's sleep. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes snapped open. He saw an exquisite to the core face 10 centimeters away from him, staring at him with round eyes. If it's not Long Ji, who is it? Zhang Chuxuan was filled with confusion. How did you get in here? Long Ji looked at the slightly alarmed Zhang Chuxuan and smiled as she opened her mouth. Of course I walked in. What are you running for? Zhang Chuxuan didn't have a good mood. With Long Ji's cultivation, the door of her own room indeed couldn't stop her. Well, I'm not able to sleep. Just think of Tianshi Yulu. Hear that? Zhang Chuxuan nodded. This ninny has some conscience. Simply washed up. Zhang Chuxuan incidentally called up Yi Yao next door as well. Introduced Long Ji to her. Due to just breaking through to the knowledge of life. So for cultivation Zhang Chuxuan was not too anxious. Got up and took the two girls for a little dinner. He then found Xiao Linglong. Prepared to arrange for Yi Yao, this ninny, to be given to her as well. Let Xiao Linglong find her something to do. Otherwise, they are simply too idle. Just as everything was arranged, Zhang Chuxuan just wanted to go back to Longhu Mountain to take a look. Jingle bells. A ringing phone sounded in Zhang Chuxuan's ears. He looked away, didn't recognize the number. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow, clicked to answer. Which one? On the phone. A middle-aged man's voice rang out in a respectful manner. Hello Divine Master. I'm Chen Ming from the Psychic Bureau. Do you remember? Ming Chen? What does the old man want with him? Fountainhead? Zhang Chuxuan immediately thought of the information he saw last night. Hello Captain Chen, what can I do for you? At those words, Chen Ming's voice was a little delighted, but the rushed ones also opened their mouths. Celestial Master, truthfully, the Spiritualist Bureau has encountered some trouble nowadays and would like to ask for your help. Can we meet? For the group of people from the Psychic Bureau, Zhang Chuxuan didn't have bad senses. Able to step up to the plate at the time of the psychic resurgence, it would be worthy of respect. Could be. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. You meet me directly at the hotel where I am. Hanging up. Next to Zhang Chuxuan, Xiao Linglong then looked at Zhang Chuxuan. Celestial Master, is something wrong? She naturally heard what happened on the phone just now. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. There might be some situation over at the Psychic Bureau. I'll go see what's going on. You guys just stay here. Once she heard this, Xiao Linglong's face also became a bit more serious. She naturally knew about the Psychic Bureau. Now the Psychic Bureau are in trouble. It just means that it's definitely not that simple. Heavenly Master. Then you take care of everything. Zhang Chuxuan nodded his head and headed straight towards his hotel. A short 10 minutes of work. Zhang Chuxuan had then arrived in front of the door of the hotel he was in. And there a black SUV pulled up to the curb. See yourself coming. A middle-aged man's figure came down from the car at once. This person, naturally, was Chen Ming. Greetings, Celestial Master. Zhang Chuxuan shook hands with him as well. Captain Chen got in the car and said. The two of them then got into the car. Is it something going on over at Fountainhead? Zhang Chuxuan spoke directly. Chen Ming didn't hide it either. Yes, since last night's problems in Fountainhead, we at the Psychic Bureau then sent teams to deal with it. But the situation is so bad that a member of the team escaped from Fountainhead last night to ask for help from the Bureau. Our director personally led the trip. And before she left she said that if she didn't come out today, she told me to contact you. Celestial Master. That director of the Jiangbei Psychic Bureau went there too? This one must still have some strength. Now even she herself hadn't gotten out of Fountainhead. It seems that the situation there is, indeed, bad. What the hell is going on in Fountainhead? Zhang Chuxuan inquired towards Chen Ming. He saw the psychic level though. However, the specifics are not known. Chen Ming sighed. The source of this apparition is the ghost fog in the middle of the ghost market in Fengshui town. The strength reached B rank decades ago, and has always been one of the highest ranked spirits around my northern part of the river. It's really B rated? You're so cocky for AB class? Also, not only do we have it, We also found traces of those monks from Wanjin Temple in Fengshui Town. Chen Ming finished his words. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes were just stunned. This ing. Those monks from Manjinsa Temple. There's still something about them here? Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission, Cholera in Fengshui Town. Mission 1, rescue members of the Psychic Bureau. Mission completed, receive the reward, 60 years of Yuan-Chi cultivation, feat upgrade *2. Mission failure, penalty none. Task 2, not open yet. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. 2 quests were given straight away. Zhang Chuxuan after hearing the voice. The whole eyes lit up. This is the first time the system has had a chain of events. And the rewards are exceptionally generous. Just the first mission alone gave 60 years of cultivation. That's good. But he didn't show his voice, although the mission has been triggered. But, the Psychic Bureau should still be wool gathering. After all, you can't afford to lose out. Chapter 62 10,000 Gold Temples Underpinnings. Entering the Ghost Market. After all, the Psychic Bureau. That's real money. For them, the money thing might as well be a number. How many points are given if I take this event? Chen Ming's entire complexion instantly relaxed when he heard these words as well. He wasn't stupid either. Naturally he knew that the Heavenly Master was agreeing to this. He couldn't help but feel more than a little elated on his face. According to the standard of my Psychic Bureau's events, this one is at 20 million. But you yourself, Celestial Master, are adding 10 million more to you. That's $30 million. Hiss. Zhang Chuxuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Rub. It's true that it's still the Psychic Bureau that's dirt cheap. The first thing that came out of his mouth was $30 million. That's how fast you can make money. It's almost faster than robbing. When we have money, let's rebuild the ancestor with a new one too. After burning a few big fat maids, the Grandmaster must have dreamed of praising me for my filial piety. In that case, let's go. How treacherous is it there? Jiangbei, Mangqinji. The incense curls up. And at this time, the back of the Wanjin Temple, the presiding minister of the Manjin Temple, Mingjin, was heading in the direction of the back of the mountain. He wasn't fast, but every step falls. All of them are able to directly cross a distance of several meters. It's just a few short minutes of work. His silhouette then had already disappeared into the middle of this Wanjin Temple's back mountain. The entire backwoods of the Mankind Temple, to be far more extensive than the front hall, and much bigger, because this is where the real heart of the Manjinsa Temple is. It is also the foundation of the Manjinsa Temple. Myungjin got here, looking at a Buddhist temple in front of him. There was also more than a little pride in his entire demeanor. For today's Mangqinji, he's the host. Mingjin walked faithfully into a Buddhist temple in the middle of the back mountain. Within the Buddhist temple, an old monk about the same age as Mingjin. He was sitting cross-legged before the statue of Buddha. There was a gust of Buddhist light on his body. It seems to be chanting, judging by the vast Buddha light on his body. Obviously, there was a clear difference from those Wanjin Temple monks that Zhang Chuxuan had seen before. Ming is really coming. It also didn't attract the attention of that old monk. His chanting was still going strong. But, it was, however, much louder than it had been a moment ago. Snapped. A Buddha's name appeared. That roiling Buddhist light transformed into a lion. Towards Mingjin, he charged. Akane didn't seem to have any surprises either. It was just a one-handed stand in front of his chest. Around him, it also bloomed with endless light. That light and the lion collided into one place. Bump! There was a deafening sound. The entire Buddhist temple shook violently under the sound. Akane's body didn't move a muscle. Instead, the body of the old monk sitting on the ground with his knees crossed swayed slightly. Until this moment, the Buddha's light only gradually disappeared. The old monk who was on his knees opened his eyes at that moment. Senior brother Mingjin's cultivation has not fallen behind. Mingjin laughed. A Buddha's name was recited under his breath. Amitabha Buddha. Senior brother is also refining rapidly. The old monk who was sitting on a plate looked at Mingjin indifferently. Why is senior brother free to come to my place? Mingjin heard the old monk's question. And you're not welcome. Senior brother Mingshan, now that my Buddhist sect's grand plan is about to be accomplished, I have already sent people to collect the final divine light leader, and now I still need senior brother to step in and help my Buddhist sect complete the collection of the last treasure. Upon hearing this, old monk Mingshan's eyes also erupted with a brilliant light. Really? Akane nodded. Akiyama stood up. Where is that thing and how does it need to be collected? Mingjin pulled out a mantle from his arms. Hand it to Akiyama. At the same time, he whispered something in his ear. Akiyama nodded. Elder brother waits for the good news. After all was said and done, he turned away with a straight face. The town of Fengshui is located in the western suburbs of Jiangbei. It's not too far from the city. Just over an hour. Zhang Chuxuan and Chen Ming had then arrived outside of Fengshui town. It's not a big town. It used to be that it was still some distance from the north of the river. Only with the expansion of Jiangbei, it was only gradually that he came to the edge of Fengshui town. Outside of this town of Fengshui today, a good number of real government men had already been stationed, and the town has all been cordoned off for a long time. But upon seeing the Psychic Bureau's car, these people didn't stop it either. Straightforward release. The car was once again a kilometer ahead. Crunch! With the sound of brakes, Zhang Chuxuan had also thoroughly arrived at his destination this time, and that so-called ghost market, right after this fountainhead. Just get off. Neither had yet entered the middle of the town. Zhang Chuxuan then felt a chilly wind blowing through the middle of the town. It's the ultimate een. If an ordinary person were to be blown by this wind for a while, the young fire in their body would be extinguished. It was clearly just nightfall. Just cold as hell. Even those without cultivation were able to detect the terror of this place. He looked toward the town. It was seen that the entire heaven and earth had become like a sea of ink. The fury rushed to the sky. Every now and then, some hideous, stern ghosts could be seen roaring. Compared to here, those incidents that Zhang Chuxuan had experienced before were completely trivial. That's pretty fierce. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow, but it didn't indicate much else. Heavenly Master, are you sure? Should we mobilize some manpower over for support? Chan Ming, who was next to Zhang Chuxuan, naturally also detected the terror in this Fengshui town. In his hands, there was also an extra long knife. This long knife still had undried blood on it. The fury was compelling. It should also be a top-notch magic weapon. Plans? Zhang Chuxuan sniffed and shook his head. A mere B-class spirit, it doesn't deserve it. With Zhang Chuxuan's current cultivation level, not to mention breaking through the knowledge of life, even amongst the innate levels, he didn't put the district's B-class spirit in his eyes. Let alone now? Zhang Chuxuan finished. There was no hesitation. The whole figure flashed. Stepping directly towards the town of Fengshui, he went over. Looking at Zhang Chuxuan's figure, Chen Ming opened his mouth. Has this guy always been this good? But since Zhang Chuxuan had already stepped in, Chen Ming naturally followed at a quick pace. Just entered the middle of the town. All the hustle and bustle is cut off. Inside the town, there was no light either. Apparently it had long since been turned into a place of death. And then places like this, even if the living are not in life-threatening danger, the body had also been eroded by the sinister aura. Definitely going to be very sick later on. Only a few steps into it, Chen Ming suddenly pulled out a cell phone from his pocket. It's a satellite phone from the Psychic Bureau, with a function that can locate it. It can be used even in the midst of a paranormal event. On top of his cell phone, there were some signals that came out of the blue. On seeing these signals, Chen Ming's face showed some joy. Chapter 63, Grade B Ghost General, can be killed with one hand. Celestial Master, there are members of our Psychic Bureau ahead. Zhang Chuxuan heard this. Lead the way. Chen Ming stepped on his feet. He ran quickly in the direction of the cell phone. Just a few minutes forward, Zhang Chuxuan then violently sensed a violent fluctuation of yuan qi. Immediately after, several figures were seen fleeing continuously towards the outskirts of Fengshui town. Behind them, there was also a group of stern ghosts that were laughing and moving ever closer towards them. Apparently it's a chase. These sneaks wore almost similar black armor. In his hand, he held a lance and a ghostly sword. It was different from any ghost market Zhang Chuxuan had seen before. It's a member of my Psychic Bureau's squad. Those ghosts are all that old ghost's henchmen. Rumor has it that old ghost is in control of quite a few Yin soldiers. That's them. At the sight of those sneaky moments, Chen Ming then recognized the identities of those people. Heavenly Master, let's strike together. Chen Ming just wanted to use his magic weapon. It was seen that Zhang Chuxuan's figure had moved. His finger pointed towards the void. Shasta. In the middle of the void, a talisman had then begun to bloom continuously. Passage to heaven. Almost in the twinkling of an eye, dozens of talismanic lights had then risen. Go! Zhang Chuxuan flexed his fingers. Those talismans immediately erupted with a brilliant light. The light sliced through the middle of the void. Toward the sneaks behind those members of the Psychic Bureau they charged. In front of Zhang Chuxuan, there would be no such thing as quantity. Bump! The light of the Tongtian talisman exploded. Those sneaks were completely defenseless. Anyone who was concentrated by the talisman of those Yin soldiers, all screamed miserably, turned into a wisp of green smoke, directly disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, a series of 7 or 8 chest beeps had sounded. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Just love these sneaky places. Not only do you give enough money, you earn a lot of merit. That's nearly 2,000 credits earned before even getting close. Mezzo. This is a void drawing talisman. Among those members of the Psychic Bureau in the distance, someone exclaimed. Immediately after that, he saw the duo of Zhang Chuxuan and Chen Ming. Captain Chen Ming. There were already people who immediately recognized Chen Ming's identity. Chen Ming nodded slightly at them. This senior is. These people had never met Zhang Chuxuan, but they were able to tell from above Zhang Chuxuan's ability to draw talismans in the void just now. Zhang Chuxian's cultivation was definitely much stronger than theirs. When Chen Ming heard this, he also introduced himself. This is Heavenly Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain, and the foreign aid we've invited this time. Hear that? Those few members of the Psychic Bureau were first stunned. Following that is great joy. Towards Zhang Chuxian was a salute. So it's Tianshi Zhang. That's great. Thank you Heavenly Master for saving my life. As members of the Psychic Bureau, they had naturally heard of Zhang Chuxian's name over this period of time, so it wasn't too unfamiliar to Zhang Chuxian. Zhang Chuxian nodded slightly. A golden light lifted these people up. You're welcome. Let's start with what's going on inside. At the sound of the words, a middle-aged shadow among those members of the Psychic Bureau walked out. He had a bitter smile on his face. Heavenly Master, I'm sure you're able to see that we're in a terrible situation right now. Originally, we in Bureau Chu and the others had already found the members of the Psychic Bureau who were previously lost amongst Fengshui Town, but it didn't occur to me that it was a trap. It's a trap deliberately laid by the sneaks in the middle of this town to lure us in. The man's face was hard. A trap? Zhang Chuxian hadn't said anything yet. Chen Ming, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask, what about the Chu Bureau and the others? Hear that? The Psychic Board members once again stall. Bureau Chu and the others have been surrounded by the 5 ghost generals under that old ghost in the ghost market. Surrounded in a dangerous place. What? 5 ghost generals. The words came out. Chen Ming's entire eye popped. A ghost general. That's AB level. Though he knew that old ghost had already reached B rank 100 years ago. But I didn't expect. It's amazing that there are so many ghosts and generals here. Right. It's a good thing that Chu Bureau's all-out outburst blocked those sneaky attacks for us. So we didn't cause too many casualties. And we are also Chu Bureau desperately to open a way of life for us. Let's go find help. After hearing these words, Chen Ming's face was already grave to the extreme. He looked at Zhang Chuxian next to him. Celestial Master. What should we do now? 5 ghost general levels. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes erupted with refined light. The flying stiff he encountered before was just over 1,000 merits. Now there were 5 of them at the level of flying stiff alone. It's just about to be hairy. What to do? Slaughter them? Of course. Zhang Chuxian waved his hand. Looking at Zhang Chuxuan's appearance, Chen Ming and those few members of the Spiritualist Bureau could not help but tug at the corners of their mouths. Damn. You are really arrogant. But since Zhang Chuxian said so, they naturally didn't dare to slack off, turned around and headed in one direction. However, not yet until they have to move forward. Suddenly, a horrible ghastly wind blew from afar. The moment he felt the aura, everyone's faces all changed abruptly. This is a fluctuation at the ghost general level. Not good. It's a ghost coming. Sure enough, though the voice dropped, in front of the crowd, it then began to slowly manifest a bizarre figure. The figure was covered in a thick layer of iron armor, like a general on a trip to hell. In the hands of this sneak, and holding a hooker sign, was looking at them with reckless abandon. Living people. So many living people. It seems that this general has been very lucky today, and caught you leaky fish. An icy smile appeared on its face. It's a pity. You all are wastes. You're not worthy of this general's hand yet. How do you think I should torture you? Anger flashed across Chen Ming's face. Seek death. He was already hot-tempered. It was only after following Zhang Chuxian that he had tightened up quite a bit. Now that he was being provoked so much by a stern ghost, he simply couldn't help it. Shasta. The blood-dripping longsword in Chen Ming's hand then began to revive. A terrifying force was gathering. Zhang Chuxian glanced at the long blade in surprise. The power is not bad. The power gathered by this long blade. Surprisingly, it has also reached the level of B grade given in front of it. Chapter 64 One Strike chopped 10,000 ghosts. Celestial Master Wu Shuang. The aura on Chen Ming's body exploded. Die. The long knife in his hand directly sliced through space. Towards that armored ghost general. He directly chopped. The terrifying blade intent seemed to be able to tear through space. Almost in a flash, he arrived beside the armored ghost general. That armored ghost general's face, however, was still showing a faint look of disdain. The moment that blade light approached, its surrounding yin qi violently began to expand. Terrifying yin qi erupted from its circumference as if it was going to turn into endless frost. It coalesced into a pillar of light. Instantly, it collided with the long sword in Chen Ming's hand. Boom! Terrifying explosions rang out. The armored ghost general's body was still standing in place, while that blade light had already burst. A mere Hotian level aberration wants to fight against this general. Really looking for death. Chen Ming's face was also ugly. However, he also felt the same terror of this ghost general in front of him. His fingers moved, just want to strike again, but just then, a figure had already taken the lead and rushed out. It was seen that Zhang Chuxuan's figure had already taken a step out. There was also more of a hard-to-conceal glint on his face. Not a small mouth. Come on, take a hammer from the Daoist master. The surrounding members of the psychic bureau looked at Zhang Chuxuan's appearance. One was a little confused. Is this guy always this brave? And the armored ghost general on the opposite side frowned. Obviously that it was also angered by Zhang Chuxuan. Arrogant to the core. It looked at Zhang Chuxuan who was rapidly rushing towards it and approaching. The yin qi on his body coalesced once again. An even more terrifying power than before burst out towards Zhang Chuxuan. But only for a moment. That yin qi had been torn apart by Zhang Chuxuan's golden light. At the same time, endless rays of light were converging in Zhang Chuxuan's hand. At the same time the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal had been taken out. The Dragon Tiger Dharma seal has undergone constant upgrades. It was now far more powerful than it had been before. This strike Zhang Chuxuan did not hold back in any way. A yuan qi was injected into the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. The expansion of the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal was instantaneous, carrying a terrifying power. It smashed down towards the armored ghost marshal. That armored ghost marshal felt the aura of the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal after he sensed the aura of the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. A shiver ran up and down his body. The aura was just too terrifying. It was already completely out of its league. Originally, I thought that Zhang Chuxuan, a small Taoist priest, it's not much stronger in the strong. But I didn't expect. The guy in front of me is so fierce that he has reached this level. But with its cultivation, trying to escape in front of Zhang Chuxuan was simply a fool's errand. The armored ghost general in front of him was also at the B rank level though. But it's just the early stages of the district's B grade. Even old Master Run of the previous Ren family was far inferior. It was also just a little bit of fooling around in front of Chen Ming and the others. It's just not enough in front of him. Such trash was just second-rate goods to Zhang Chuxuan. The Dragon Tiger Dharma seal fell with a loud bang. Boom! A terrifying blast swept out. The armored ghost general's yin qi was instantly burst. The entire person screamed miserably and disappeared into a wisp of green smoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1000 merits. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. 1,000 merits? Not bad. It's broken 1,000. At least, it's not far away. The pupils of Chen Ming and the others were contracting abruptly as their entire eyes widened. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene in front of him. This, dead. A B-class comparable to the innate level ghost general level ghost. It was so easily killed. This nifty. This is a ghost general. Even if it was placed amongst their psychic bureau, it would be able to become a city's director level existence. And now just one strike and he died in front of himself and the others. It's really a bit outrageous. Don't just stand there. Lead on. Zhang Chuxuan beckoned directly at a few people. With a step, he headed towards the depths of Fengshui town. Behind him, Chen Ming and the few members of the Psychic Bureau exchanged glances. All of them had a bitter smile on their faces, but they didn't say much. Rushing to keep up, the group moved forward again for a few minutes. It had penetrated thoroughly into the town of Fengshui, and at that moment, Zhang Chuxuan's footsteps lurched. Tianshi, it's right there. It's that dangerous place ahead that trapped Chu Bureau and the others there. You have to be careful. There are a lot of sneaks there. This time, one of the previous members of the Psychic Bureau reached out and pointed in the direction ahead. Zhang Chuxuan put his eyes on it. Sure enough, it was just ahead in a place that somewhat resembled a large shopping mall. There was an infinite amount of yin and yang permeating the place. There were also quite a few fluctuations of yuan qi among the yin qi. Apparently there are quite a few people up front who are fighting. Zhang Chuxuan didn't say anything, just picking up the pace a bit. It's almost just a matter of moments. He had then arrived at the place where the large mall was located. The horrible gloomy fog stretches here. There seem to be another hideous vapors wailing in the mist. These are all the living people in Fengshui town who have been eroded by this yin qi and lost their souls. These living people are not physically dead right now though, but the soul has been away from the body for a long time. If we can't solve the paranormal here and let it go, I'm afraid it won't take long. These living people will be dead. And to be a member of this endless number of severe ghosts, there will not even be a chance of reincarnation. These damned guys, how dare they victimize so many living people? Chen Ming looked at these spirits and couldn't help but curse. Zhang Chuxian's face was also a bit colder. One step into the middle of the mall. Buzz. The moment you step into the mall, countless amounts of yin qi surged madly towards Zhang Chuxian and the others. This yin qi is the barrier set up by those ghosts in this mall. It wasn't a physical attack though, but it's also quite scary. Even an ordinary B-level cultivator would be hit by a single careless move. Because the amount of sneaky power gathered here was just too much. Get out! Zhang Chuxian's expression was cold. There was a sudden burst of laughter. Boom! A terrifying golden light blossomed directly from his body. It directly shattered all the surrounding yin qi. Vast light swept through. Followed behind Zhang Chuxian, Chen Ming and the others were considered to have completely stepped into the interior of this mall at this moment. The entire interior of the mall had been wrapped in a terrifying layer of black gas. At the same time there was a suffocating sense of oppression that came over me. No one had waited until the crowd had a clear view of their surroundings. A violent fluctuation of yuan qi was sweeping through. One of the Trickster Bureau members had looked in one direction. It's the Chu Bureau. Chu Bureau, they are there. With the direction, he said. Everyone just saw it in the back of the mall. The members of the Psychic Bureau led by Chu Xuxian all exuded psychic power. Chapter 65, The Terrifying Order of the Seven Divine Ghost Killings. Taoist Weather Everlasting. The abilities of these people come together in one place. A huge energy shield was formed. It was constantly resisting the erosion of the yin qi on the opposite side. The Psychic Bureau's numbers were overwhelmingly superior though. However, it was now clearly at a disadvantage. And there were already quite a few members of the Psychic Bureau who were injured. It can't hold up much longer. Across from them, the 5 terrifying ghostly shadows were continuously releasing terrifying auras. A ghostly spirit was constantly appearing, and it's all been diffused. The 5 ghostly abilities were already nearly comparable to the peak of B rank. That's why they were able to suppress those people from the Psychic Bureau. If it wasn't for Chu Qiushan's desperate resistance, there were some treasures within the Spiritualist Bureau on her body. I'm afraid that those ghost generals would have been killed long ago. Heavenly Master, the director and the others can barely hold on anymore. Looking at the appearance of Chu Qiushang and the others, Chen Ming could not help but open his mouth in a grave manner. You know that this is a place where they've had nearly all of their Psychic Bureau's calendars. Once these forces die in the midst of this ghost, I'm afraid it's a heavy blow for Jiangbei. Zhang Chuxian waved his hand. Don't panic. Leave all these ghost generals to me, and you can just stop those other Yin soldiers. Zhang Chuxuan's words came out. Chen Ming froze for a moment. Divine Master, you're going to take them on alone. We can help you stall one of the ghost generals. Chen Ming spoke to Zhang Chuxian. Zhang Chuxian shook his head. Help? That's all the garbage? Still need help. Zhang Chuxian did not reply. Just a wave of his arm. In front of him endless blue light began to bloom. Tai Shang Tai Xing. The strain is unstoppable. Buzz. As Zhang Chuxuan's incantation came together, in the middle of the void, a rune was constantly being outlined. Exorcise the evil and bind the charm. The Taoist air will last forever. Hurry, hurry, hurry. End of edict. One after another of the kill-breaking order talismans presented themselves in the void. It's fast. In just a short period of almost breathing, 5 identical Divine Ghost 7 kill orders appeared in front of Zhang Chuxian. The Tongtian talisman combined with the 7 killings order of gods and ghosts. This was the true power of these 2 divine abilities. The killing fury of the Divine Ghost 7 slaying order and the speed of the Tongtian talisman were combined together. Definitely a terrifying divine ability. After feeling the power of the talisman that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the void, Chen Ming and the others instantly widened their eyes. So strong. Strong is a bit scary. Even with a slight wave of perception, they were able to detect the terrifying killing power contained in this Divine Ghost 7 kill order. This killing power has transcended the boundaries of the innate. It was definitely something that only a life-knowing existence among the legends could do. Celestial Master, could it be that you have already broken through to knowing life? Chen Ming opened his mouth a little trembling and inquired. The others also looked at Zhang Chuxian at the same time. Zhang Chuxian nodded slightly. Nice. Hiss. Chen Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. It really is knowing your fate. How old is a heavenly master? He's already broken into the level of knowing life. Originally, he was still a bit worried about facing 5 B-level ghosts. Even if the heavenly master's cultivation was also at this level of innate, trying to deal with them is also difficult. But now, Chen Ming thought, instead, one begins to sympathize with those things. As far as the heavenly master's cultivation is concerned, I'm afraid that even if we double the number of ghost generals, fear is simply not enough. And at this time, Zhang Chuxuan's footsteps also slammed down. Towards those ghost generals it went straight. Back of the mall, Chu Qiushang and the other hot faces were as gloomy as water. On Chu Qiushang's body, a strand of frosty aura was filling the air. In her hand was also a treasure that could increase her powers. In a constant fight against the onslaught of ghosts and generals, humans, in giving you one last chance, surrender, otherwise, you are going to die. Among those 5 ghost generals, one of the ghost generals at the head of the group spoke to Chu Qiushang and the others. Chu Qiushang coldly, surrender? A bunch of demons and monsters, just dreaming, toast to the world. In that case, then you all go to hell. Strike together, kill them all. Several other ghost generals nodded similarly. One time, endless Qi was constantly encroaching towards the Psychic Bureau's shields. Zhang Chuxuan couldn't help but stifle a grunt. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. She had no fear, though, just to the members of the Psychic Bureau beside him. Gentlemen, the Psychic Bureau, only die standing up and do not live on my knees. Now. Ha! Zhang Chuxuan had not finished his sentence. Suddenly he saw something, and his whole eyes snapped open. The others also noticed the change in Zhang Chuxuan. In unison, they looked in his direction. A young Daoist was seen floating towards them. In his body, a terrifying talismanic breath aura was being released. Divine Ghost 7 Killing Order. 5th. The Order of Breaking Killings. Spellfall. Buzz. The 5 talismans exploded at the same time. It transformed into 5 long blue swords that cut through the sky, carrying the power of destruction. It directly blasted down at those ghost generals. Burst! Zhang Chuxuan let out a low shout. The power of the Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order was completely unleashed, and the pupils of each of those 5 ghost generals on the opposite side were contracting dramatically. In the midst of this talisman, they feel an unimaginable aura of death. This kind of terrifying power, even if they joined forces, they simply couldn't take it. Run! There's an expert coming. Those 5 ghost generals barely even hesitated toward the far side to escape, yet as fast as they were, they couldn't possibly be faster than the Tong Tian talisman. Almost just for a split second, the light of the Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order had then been declared. Bump! The 5 long swords chopped down at the same time. Almost instantly, it enveloped all those ghost generals. Wherever the long sword passes, the entire void thumped and burst. Those sneaks were completely defenseless. All of them were instantly blown away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,100 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,100 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,100 merits. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, 4 consecutive system beeps appeared. Zhang Chuxuan was puzzled for a moment. There were clearly 5 ghost generals, but now there were only 4 system beeps. So that means there's another one that's not okay? Zhang Chuxuan's figure flickered. It appeared in the direction where those ghost generals had just been. Just see in that place. The ghostly figure in the lead still wanted to stagger towards the distance to escape, though all the aura in its body had declined to the extreme, but alive and not dead. And met a great one. Master Dao is giving you a ride. Zhang Chuxuan's finger once again pointed towards the void. A talisman had appeared in a flash. Chapter 66, Merit Skyrockets. This wave is going to be rich. Go! Zhang Chuxuan's direct flexing finger flicked. A dozen talismans had then exploded in the middle of the void. The fleeing sneak let out a miserable scream and turned into a wisp of green smoke and was killed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,300 merits. After hearing the system's beep, Zhang Chuxuan couldn't help but show a hint of delight on his face. That's a lot of merit to earn too quickly. He looked to his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Taoist Ancestors Fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, Knowledge of Life 2, 12. 3%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring, Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders, full level. Order of the 7 Killings of Gods and Demons, full level. Shrinking the Ground into an Inch, proficient. Talisman of the Sky, full level. Pure Heart Mantra, full level. 6 Immortals and Thieves, full level. Detaining the Spirit and Repatriating the Generals. Merit, 8,700, can be used for system draw. Silver Pool of 3,000 merit, 8//10, next level. Gold Pool, not unlocked. Short time. His merits were now once again approaching 10,000. It's almost like it's faster than even coming to the robberies. It's still cool to earn merit for this kind of rank paranormal. It seems like it's a good idea to look for more of these high-level events when you get out there. Earning merit is as easy as drinking water. Not far from Zhang Chuxuan, all the members of the Psychic Bureau, including Zhang Chuxuan, were all frozen in place. The pupils exploded, completely dumbfounded at what was in front of him. Dead. Those 5 ghost generals comparable to the innate level, just die right in front of you and the others. It was only a few breaths from start to finish. This is all too fast too, especially that terrifying talismanic power just now. It almost made their hearts tremble. Tian, Celestial Master. After freezing for several seconds, Zhang Chuxuan was finally the first to react. She had never seen Zhang Chuxuan's appearance though, but had seen Zhang Chuxuan's previous live streams, so he was quite familiar with Zhang Chuxuan's appearance. The other members of the Psychic Bureau, after hearing the name, all of them froze, followed by what also seemed like a reaction. They were all members of the Psychic Bureau, and naturally they knew the meaning that the name carried. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly. Director Chu's polite words will come later. First kill the sneaks here. After Zhang Chuxuan finished speaking, and it didn't stay These ghosts in front of us are dead though, but there are still a lot of ghosts around here. His feet stepped toward those ghostly shadows he charged. Without those ghost generals in command, the other sneaks would be completely powerless to fight back. In just 10 short minutes, they had all been chopped up. Shu Bureau. At this time, Chen Ming's few people also quickly ran over. Briefly, I told you what happened. It was then that it all dawned on the others. Chu Xushang hurriedly bowed towards Zhang Chuxuan. Thank you, Heavenly Master, for saving my life. The other members of the Psychic Bureau also rushed to at this time. We thank the Heavenly Master. Zhang Chuxuan smiled and nodded. You're welcome. A golden light in his hand lifted the crowd up. Tell me about this place first. Zhang Chuxuan inquired towards Chu Xushang. Chu Xushang didn't hesitate. Currently the entire town of Fountainhead is completely covered with spirits. Especially the direction to the ghost market is guarded by countless ghosts. It seems to be that old ghost in the middle of the ghost market, doing some kind of trick. We suspect that the old ghosts in this ghost market have entered into some sort of cooperation with those vultures from the Wanjin Temple. Originally, this old ghost was the one who had always been provided for by the Wanjin Temple, but hadn't caused any trouble for decades, and now that it suddenly erupted into such a spirit, it must have been instructed by the Wanjin Temple. Our mission this time is to completely eliminate this old ghost. After listening to Chu Xushang's words, Zhang Chuxuan was not too surprised. From the moment he had gotten that the 10,000 gold temple was somewhat connected to this one thing, he had already guessed. It was just that Zhang Chuxuan was really a bit confused. In this short time, it's amazing that the Mankinji has plotted so many events. These guys, what the hell are they trying to do? Since that's the case, let's settle this place first. No matter what schemes this Wanjin Temple has, and only the old ghosts in the middle of that ghost market know about it. And the living within the town of Fengshui can't be delayed for much longer. Things are bad enough in Fountainhead today. This entire town above the living has been infested with yin qi. It's a serious result when a living person hits a bogeyman. The yang energy and the yin energy of the human body are natural opposites. Even a little bit of yin can cause a serious wind chill, especially since these living people have now been plagued by yin qi. If it had gone on for a few days, I'm afraid that all the people here will either lose their lifespan or die. Good. We all listened to the Heavenly Master. The two finished, and no hesitation, towards the depths of Fengshui town, Jiangbei, Shao family villa. As the night faded, the entire villa was lit up within. Inside the villa, 3 almost equally stunning women were talking and laughing in the middle of the living room. And these 3 were naturally Xiao Linglong and Longji as well as Yi Yao. Longji was holding her chin at this time. I wonder what the Heavenly Master is doing at this time. Has he encountered any danger? Hearing Longji's worries, Xiao Linglong smiled gently. Jier, don't worry. With the Heavenly Master's cultivation, he won't be in danger. Yi Yao, who was beside Xiao Linglong, also nodded her head. Yes, Sister Jier, Lord Celestial Master is very powerful. Hearing the words of the 2 men, it was only then that Longji wasn't pondering, nodding vigorously. Alright, Jier, I'm going to go outside to buy some food. You 2 can wait at home, Xiao Linglong said, stretching her back. Standing up, he was about to head outside. Yi Yao also hurriedly got up at this time. Sister Linglong, I'll join you, but the Heavenly Master has said that we should protect you. Xiao Linglong smiled faintly. Instead, it wasn't rejected. Yes, the 2 said going out together. Leave Longji at home to look after the house. This ninny doesn't usually go out much. Very much in keeping with the deadbeat attributes of the dragon lady. Out the door of the room. It's almost 11 o'clock now. The villa area was not so crowded. It's nice out there. Xiao Linglong and Yi Yao both walked and chatted. Quite cozy. Ha! Right about this time, a figure suddenly walked hulkily from the middle of the darkness in the distance, rubbing shoulders with the 2 women. It even came close to hitting 2 people. This caused both women to be stunned. Subconsciously, he let his eyes go. Immediately after, the 2 then saw a monk. Chapter 67, the dragon has reverse scales. Touching them will lead to death. Or an old monk. The old monk walked quickly. Seemed to have completely missed them. I didn't realize there were monks inside this villa area. It seems like these guys can make a lot of money. Yi Yao couldn't help but feel emotional. Xiao Linglong, however, smiled disdainfully. Ignore it. Okay, let's go. The 2 men then left. And that old monk only turned back at this time. Silently, he glanced at Yi Yao behind him. Good talent. Destiny with my Buddhist sect. If it were usual, I wouldn't mind accepting you. But today, count yourself as not destined. When he finished, he withdrew his gaze and turned back with renewed vigor. Duck duck duck. Shao family villa. Long Ji, who was watching TV, suddenly heard a knock on the door. She flinched slightly, but still, he ran right on by. A smile on his face opened the door to the room. Sister, you guys are back so soon. Longji hadn't finished her sentence. The whole thing just kind of froze. Because what was in front of her was not Xiao Linglong. Instead, it was a bald head that had never been seen before. Though the bald head she didn't recognize. But Longji still couldn't help the rising anger. Who are you? Longji inquired towards that old monk. The old monk in front of her said smilingly, Amitabha Buddha, my old lineage, Ming Shan, is from the Wanjin temple. I see that you have a destiny with my Buddhist sect, and I've come to ask you to go to my Wanjin temple for a moment. Boom. His words had just finished. A terrifying aura rose from Longji's body. Mang Kinji. A fierce light flashed in her eyes. The monks of Manjin temple, all deserve to die. Her hands. The meta air is converging. Terrifying energies kept pouring out. Toward Akiyama it was slapped. Mingshan was unperturbed in the face of Longji's attack. In his body, the same ray of Buddha light was surging. Sinner, how dare you disrespect my Buddhist temple? It seems you should indeed be killed. A killing chance flashed in Mingshan's eyes. In his hands, a golden mantle had appeared. Above the mantle, densely packed Buddhist patterns erupted. It gave off an unimaginable aura. The moment he saw the mantle, Longji's face changed. This is the dragon bucking tattoo. She was able to sense that the Buddha's light above this mantle was no ordinary Buddha's light. Rather, it was directed specifically at her. This stinking monk. It's coming for her again. Bump. That mantle instantly shattered the yuan qi around Longji. That Buddha's light was even more vast. It made Longji couldn't help but cover her ears in pain. On her body, layers and layers of dragon scales were appearing. These dragon scales were snow white in color. The only place where a dragon scale was golden yellow was in the center of his brow. The moment he saw this dragon scale, Akiyama's eyes lit up big time. That's it. Yi Yao, who was already about to walk to the entrance of the villa, looked like she sensed it at this time. Suddenly, he looked over in the direction of the Xiao family villa. Not good. Sister Longji seems to be in danger. I can feel her breath. The words came out. Next to her, Xiao Linglong's face also changed abruptly and dramatically. What happened? Yi Yao shook her head. Sister, I'll go back and take a look first. Xiao Linglong hurriedly nodded her head. Yi Yao's body flickered. Directly, it turned into a scarlet light. Toward the Xiao family villa. On her body, a ghostly shadow was appearing. The entire Xiao family villa at this time. All of them had been cut off from everything by a layer of vast Buddhist light. If an ordinary person even showed up here, they wouldn't even be able to see what was going on inside. But Yi Yao was naturally not an ordinary person. That isolation obviously couldn't stop her. Behind her, a scarlet ghostly figure stepped out. The defense of the place was broken in a flash, and she took a step inside the villa. Only just walked in. Just see the whole villa. It's pretty much destroyed. And at the end, an old monk. Directly, he plucked off the piece of golden-colored reverse scale on Longji's forehead. Old monk, stop. Behind Yi Yao, 12 ghostly shadows emerged. Toward Akiyama, he lunged directly. The Buddhist sound above that mantle could restrain Longji though, but it didn't do much for her, so she wasn't worried at all. Akiyama was stunned. After seeing the 12 ghostly shadows that Yi Yao harnessed, the whole eye burst into contraction. Surprise also surfaced on his face. You actually harnessed 12 ghost generals at the same time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even Akiyama wouldn't have believed it. Surprisingly, someone can harness so many severe ghosts at the same time. But he didn't panic in the face of these sneaky attacks. No matter how many ghosts there are, they can't hurt. Vajra manifestation. Akiyama's feet slammed together. The Buddha's light coalesced into a Vajra, instantly blocking all the ghostly shadows. Yet not before he had sent up a breath. The eyes just steeped up. The 12 ghostly shadows that were originally blocked by him were seen. It began to gradually merge towards the one stern ghost in the center. Almost just a split second. Those sneaks then erupted into a cultivation level that was close to the level of knowing life. Die. Yi Yao's icy voice surfaced. Bump. That Buddha light transformed into a Vajra was instantly pierced through by the ghostly shadow. One. And then towards Mingshan he just pounced. Mingshan's face changed slightly. A cold grunt. Stinky girl, I won't play with you anymore. Goodbye. Having said that, he put away his mantle in a straightforward manner. The figure flashed, rushed out of the Xiao family villa and turned around. Yi Yao just wanted to chase. But look at Longji's appearance. The pupils immediately returned to normal and hurriedly ran to Longji's front to help her up. Sister Longji, how are you doing? Longji opened her eyes somewhat weakly, but before he could speak, the whole thing slipped into unconsciousness. On her forehead where the reverse scales are, in a constant flow of blood, Yi Yao instantly panicked. She wasn't very old, after all, and had never encountered anything like this before. It was good that Xiao Linglong had already walked over it this time. After seeing what the home looks like, she couldn't care less about the vibrations. Hurriedly, he ran to Yi Yao's side. What's going on? Linglong's sister. Quick, call an ambulance. Xiao Linglong heard this. Don't know what happened though, but after she looked at Long Ji who was lying down, there was also a moment of understanding. Not daring to have any hesitation, quickly dial the number. The town of Fountainhead. All is silent. Only Zhang Chuxuan and Chu Xushang and the others were moving forward. As they kept approaching the center of Fengshui town, the whole sky is also getting more and more cloudy. By the end of the day it had almost materialized. It seemed that someone's soul could still be seen inside, struggling in pain. The resentment is overwhelming. The people here are on the verge of not being able to hold on anymore. Chapter 68, Entering the Ghost Market. How dare a ghostly creature call itself a god? Each and every one of these members of the Psychic Bureau had an ugly face. It's really the sheer number of living people in front of us. The resulting apparitions are also too scary. They have asked themselves one by one and have dealt with a lot of paranormal events. But like the one in front of me, I've never seen it before. These things still deserve to be killed. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes also had some extra chill in them. He did find something wrong though. Nope. Zhang Chuxian, who hadn't said anything, suddenly frowned. He looked towards the countless evil spirits roaming amongst this town. Among these ghosts, not only of the living amongst this town of Fountainhead, and the shadowy souls that roam this earth and sky, all of these spirits seem to remain on earth. So many souls, they don't go to reincarnation. How come they all stay on earth? Zhang Chuxian raised an eyebrow, hearing Zhang Chuxuan's question. Chu Xushang, who was on the side. According to information within our Psychic Bureau, it should be. Something has happened in the netherworld. The reincarnation within the netherworld seems to be interrupted. Hear that? Zhang Chuxian couldn't help but frown as well. Something wrong with the underworld too? Even reincarnation has been interrupted. Is this really true? And most critically, what Chu Qiushang said, people from the Psychic Bureau are able to communicate with the netherworld and know what's going on there. It seems that the water in this world is deeper than one could have imagined. Suddenly, Zhang Chuxian only felt his right eyelid jump. A not-so-good feeling pervaded his mind. There seems to be something going on. What's going on? Could it be that something happened on Long Ji's side? Able to make his heart feel something. It was only Long Ji, who had been sealed correctly by himself. Heavenly Master, ahead is the ghost market. One only needs to enter within this ghost market to be able to find that old ghost's hiding place. Another 10 minutes of forward work. Chu Xushang pointed at a silent place in front of him and spoke to Zhang Chuxian. Zhang Chuxian nodded. With a single step, he stepped into the ghost market. Suddenly, rolling fog began to rise up ahead. In that mist, it was also possible to vaguely see a huge ghost market gate floating in the distance. There are also a few big words written above the ghost market. City Ghost Market. See the words. Many of the members of the Psychic Bureau sucked in a breath of cold air. Xingwang Ghost Market. This old devil. He's really ambitious. How dare you directly take the name of the city god? You should know that the word city god is not called casually. That's a real Helishine god. Heavenly Master. It seems that your previous beheading of the henchmen of those old ghosts in the midst of this ghost market has been detected by this old ghost. I'm afraid. Chu Qiushan looked grave. Zhang Chuxian smiled slightly. In that case, let's go. And let the Taoist master take a good look at what this old ghost is capable of. Strike that. His feet stepped. Toward the gates of the ghost market it rushed. In at the entrance to the ghost market. Ghost fire flickers. There are quite a few ghosts patrolling the area. The moment Zhang Chuxian moved, those ghostly creatures also reacted immediately. What kind of person dare to trespass into the city, my ghost city's important land? One of the leading sneaks drank lowly towards Zhang Chuxian. On its body, it was clad in a bronze armor, riding a skeletal warhorse. Two eyes flashed with ghostly fire. The aura on his body was also terrifying to the extreme. It was also a B-class ghost general. With the voice of this ghost general, those members of the Psychic Bureau's faces changed. No good. The Celestial Master has been discovered. Bureau Chu, should we make a move to take care of these severe ghosts as fast as possible? Otherwise it'll be a problem once we let them reinforce us. Chu Xiushan was also slightly hesitant when she heard this. Chan Ming, who hadn't said much at the side, shook his head and smiled. Chu Bureau, don't worry. These sneaks are nothing to the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master is absolutely unrivaled in the talismanic art. Once he thought of Zhang Chuxuan's previous means of drawing talismans in the void. Chen Ming then shivered. Zhang Chuxuan's talismanic method that could be absolutely unimaginable. As they spoke, it was seen that the aura of Zhang Chuxian's body in the distance skyrocketed in an instant. His finger pointed towards the void above. Swish! In the middle of the entire void, endless blue light began to bloom. A blue line was appearing to spread. A short moment, the entire void was covered in these endless talismans. And these talismans were still being generated at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? The eyes of those members of the Psychic Bureau were glaring out one by one. Though the time before that, Zhang Chuxuan had already cast this terrifying talismanic means. But that wasn't at all as exaggerated as the scene in front of me. Snap your fingers. Dozens of talismans had been generated. Such a heaven-defying tactic. Let alone seeing it. Even hearing about it is unheard of. And at this time in the middle of the battlefield, Zhang Chuxuan lightly spat out a word. Go, Shasta. His finger pointed toward the middle of the void. All the talismans erupted with a simultaneous buzz, directly toward the ghost market. It covered those soldiers within the ghost market. After seeing this terrifying attack, one by one, they were also trembling. Eyes that were still kind of fiercely cataract, straight up freaking out. Along with that ghost general level existence, it was also wide-eyed. What the? Don't be so dramatic. It's not that it hasn't encountered practitioners before, but such a horrible existence. It's still the first time. From this talisman it was able to feel the chi contained within it. It could be said that each of the talismans was enough to make it pay attention and even hit it hard. Now dozens of them explode together. It was completely beyond its ability to resist. Quick! Activate the ghost market's ghost formation and stop these people outside. The ghost general reacted almost instantly, rapidly retreating towards the back. However, though it is said to be fast, but the glow of those talismans was faster. It was almost just a blink of an eye. It had already crossed over into endless space, attacking and killing towards those soldiers. Boom! The power of the heavenly talisman directly exploded amongst the ranks of those soldiers outside the ghost market. Dozens of talismans erupted with power at the same time. It's almost unimaginable. This was a Tong Tian talisman under the full power of Zhang Chuxuan. It doesn't stack though, but it wasn't something that these nightly ghosts were able to resist. Shasta! All of the severe ghosts, including that ghost general, all flew into ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1000 merits. A series of beeps sounded frantically in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Chapter 69 Grade A Psychic. Ghost Painting. A smile appeared on Zhang Chuxuan's face. It's still cool where there are lots of ghosts. This short moment of effort was almost more than the merit he had earned after descending the mountain. Enough to pump the silver reward straight through. Zhang Chuxuan turned back, looking behind himself. The members of the Psychic Bureau, who had long ago looked dumbfounded. Don't freeze, just go. He waved his hand in a straightforward manner. With Zhang Chuxuan's voice, it was only then that Chu Tsushan and the others reacted. One by one, they looked at each other. Bitterness showed on his face. Go. The group passed through the gates of the ghost market. It was also almost the moment he entered the gate of this ghost market. Everyone's gazes all became a bit more intense. It was seen ahead of them. A huge bizarre ancient painting was spread out. This ancient painting seemed to be carrying endless magic, able to suppress everything. The darkness that stretched inside flowed, seal off the entire space. This is an A-rank ghost weapon. Ghost painting. In the moment of seeing this thing, Chu Qiusheng's entire complexion changed. Grade A ghost weapon. Hear the word. Those members of the Psychic Bureau were all stunned as well. Class A ghost weapon. This was the equivalent of a true A-class existence. Also in that one sentence, the huge ghost painting in front of them began to sway. Endless ghostly chi spread out from it. It almost turned into substance. Envelop everyone in it. The crowd only felt a flash of light. The original ground had disappeared. In its place was a mysterious space. The space was shrouded in a bizarre red mist. Roar! A horrible hissing sound came out. Next moment, among that endless red mist, a ghostly creature was appearing. Dense. Almost in just a split second, Zhang Chuxuan and the others were surrounded. All the members of the Psychic Bureau all had their faces dramatically changed. What's with all the sneaks? Are we entering the world of ghost paintings? Although the strength of these severe ghosts was not strong, it's just the lowest level of ghost fog. If these members of the Psychic Bureau were to let go, it wouldn't be impossible for them to fight 1 against 10, or 1 against 20, but there are thousands or even have grown to tens of thousands of ghosts here at least, and in the depths of this red mist, a silhouette that looked like a god or devil began to appear. It towers over the others. It was like a king looking down on all the members of the Psychic Bureau. It seemed to be satisfied with the reaction of those people. Celestial Master. That's what this ghost painting is. It's also a ghost-painted spirit. In the moment of seeing that imaginary shadow, Chu Tsushan had recognized it. Toward Zhang Chuxuan, he said. However, she hadn't finished a sentence. Just as violently, he realized that Zhang Chuxuan's figure had long since disappeared. Following that, A golden light was seen rising violently in the void not far away. The figure of a young Daoist appeared in midair at an unknown time. A huge legal seal was raised in his hand. It smashed down towards the ghostly painted spirit. Pretend to be a Nimrod and pretend. Thunderdome. The spirit of that ghostly painting was all fully enlightened. Zera. Tyrannical thunder rose above the dragon tiger Dharma seal. Boom. The spirit of ghost painting's body was instantly smashed. Those ghosts that originally appeared, also with the dissipation of the spirit of the ghost painting, disappear with it. A mere illusion. How dare you confuse Master Dao? Zhang Chuxuan spat with some disdain. At the first sight of those sneaks, Zhang Chuxuan would be able to see that all these ghosts are just illusions. Only this ghost painting is quite brilliant. It is possible to confuse the average living person with this illusion, but there was no way to confuse him. Celestial Master. What is the situation now? Chuxuan froze for a moment as she looked around at the entirety of those disappearing ghostly mists. However, before Zhang Chuxuan could speak, buzz, the entire heaven and earth once again began to tremble. The ghosts that had disappeared once again began to appear. Only these ghostly creatures began to converge crazily after they appeared. It was almost just a few seconds. An extremely terrifying shadow had then condensed its body. It was the spirit of the ghost painting from before. The thing was frantically absorbing the sneaks around it. It seemed to use the sneaks as sustenance. With more and more ghosts, the aura on that thing was also plummeting. Almost just a short time. It's just beyond B grade. It reached the horrifying level of grade A. Roar. The spirit of ghost painting growled. Endless pressure was unleashed on its body. Chuxuan and the others' faces changed wildly. This is Ghost King. A Ghost King. It was far from being comparable to the ghost generals from before. Heavenly Master. Should we exit first? Next to Zhang Chuxuan, Chuxuan couldn't help but open her mouth. Her voice was trembling slightly. Although he knew that Zhang Chuxuan's strength was strong. The level of menace here had completely exceeded their imagination. Quit? Zhang Chuxuan was surprised. Just this one brat who just stepped into A-class? Chuxuan. Celestial Master. Chuxuan still wanted to say something. Zhang Chuxuan had already waved his hand directly. Okay, no need to say more. Just leave it to me. Roar. Among the ghost paintings, the spirit of that ghost painting was also completely manifested at this moment. Its body had swelled dozens of times. It reached tens of meters high. And in the middle of its body, countless stern ghosts were flickering. It looks oozing. The moment. Its pair of eyes stared deathly at Zhang Chuxuan. Stinking Taoist. Dare to sneak up on this king. I want you dead. It finished its sentence. The entire body had begun to shimmer. Rolls of mist emanated from around him. The terrible light seemed to consume everything. Towards Zhang Chuxuan. He killed. In a range of tens of feet around it. It's all turned into a Jedi. Just this horrible breath alone. It would be far from what the previous night ghost could compare to such a level of sneakiness. It is already comparable to the destruction of the city. If Zhang Chuxuan was still in the realm of the innate, he might have to be more serious. But with his current cultivation, it's just the Ghost King. And that's no pressure. Zhang Chuxuan's finger pointed towards the void. Instantaneous. The order of the 7 deaths of the gods and demons has appeared. The void rippled. Tai Shang Tai Xing. Strain without stopping. Zhang Chuxuan let out a low gulp. The 7 orders of the gods and ghosts. The order of the broken killers. Go! Zhang Chuxuan's finger clicked again. The Divine Ghost 7 slaying order directly transformed into a huge Dharma sword. Towards that ghost painting it chopped away. The spirit of that ghost painting after seeing the Divine Ghost 7 killings order. Though the current one had devoured 10,000 ghosts and reached the level of a rank. But there was still a hint of bewilderment and fear in his eyes. Strong. What a strong Dao Qi. The Qi's mere breath made it feel bad. Chapter 70 In 5 Thunder Method. Northern Realm Tsantan. This Dao Qi power was terrifying. It's already at an unprecedented level. It was completely beyond the scope of what the spirit of the ghost painting could resist. Boom. The power of the Divine Ghost 7 slaying order exploded directly onto the body of that ghost painting spirit without any reservations. No surprises at all. The spirit of ghost painting's body of a dozen feet. A momentary burst. It's this ghost painting spirit. This was killed. The members of the spiritualist bureau behind Zhang Chuxuan were all a bit bewildered. What's going on? This is A-class Ghost King's existence. It was so easy. Just die. How farcical is this? No matter what level of ghosts, when they meet a celestial master, all of them are just one move away? But, Chuxuan after taking a look at everything around him, but shook his head slightly. No. This ghost painting hasn't disappeared. That means the thing in front of us isn't dead yet. Sure enough. With Chuxuan's voice, rumble, within the entire ghost painting space, an endless yin qi began to erupt once again. that place where the yin and yang converge. The voice of the spirit of ghost painting rang out. What a strong Taoist. However, this ghost painting is my world. Here, I am the existence of immortality. Stinking Taoist, aren't you strong? I'd like to see how strong you can be. Ning. As this last voice fell. Roar. The whole world of ghost paintings. The fog coalesced frantically once again. Almost just a few breaths. The ghost king that had just been blown up had already appeared once again. And this appearing ghost king began to gradually split. Almost just for a split second. Then two identical monsters appeared. And the aura of each of them was at the ghost king level. Zhang Chuxuan and the other's pupils were contracting. What the hell? Regeneration can split. That's still a lot of fun. Those two ghost kings after they appeared. There was no hesitation either. Towards Zhang Chuxuan. He lunged. Two equally terrifying yin qi erupted. The divine master. Zhang Chuxuan gave Zhang Chuxuan a somewhat worried look. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Then the Taoist master will see if you can really be resurrected indefinitely. Zhang Chuxuan had not yet spoken. Zhang Chuxian's figure had already stepped out. On him, a golden light rose up to the sky. Heaven and earth are metaphysical, the root of all air. Cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Golden light, condense, boom. With Zhang Chuxuan's voice, on his body, endless golden light was bursting out. These golden lights after appearing, it began to coalesce wildly. It was almost just a matter of a few breaths. In the hands of Zhang Chuxuan, a huge hammer that was several feet tall appeared in Zhang Chuxuan's hand. Die! Zhang Chuxuan let out a low gulp. This time he added some extra force to his hands as well. Feeling the terrifying aura of this golden light, those two ghost kings' eyes contracted once again. But there were also layers of black light floating around them. Endless fantasy. The power of the ghost paintings was mobilized by them. Two ghostly lights erupted, trying to stop the huge hammer in Zhang Chuxuan's hand. Blast! The moment the giant hammer landed on top of that ethereal light, a direct blast of ghostly light. The huge hammer in Zhang Chuxuan's hand was also covered at the same time. Boom! A terrifyingly loud sound swept through the middle of space. The giant hammer smashed to the ground. It shook the entire world of ghost paintings in a constant sway. And those two ghost kings burst into pieces at the same time. Among that ghost king, the spirit of the ghost painting from before also surfaced. Hiss! One by one, all of the members of the Psychic Bureau who had been nervously watching the battle from afar all sucked in a breath of cool air. Boy! Celestial masters dealing with spirits. Are they all this reckless? They would need to be a million times more careful even if they encountered some low-grade spirits trying to take them out. This is because some spirits are not aggressive, but their means are very special. Gutter flips are not uncommon. One cannot breathe a sigh of relief unless the psychic is completely disarmed. That's why most psychics, after entering a psychic event, it's all extremely stressful, because if you mess up, it's a loss of life. But following Zhang Chuxuan for this short period of time, they then saw that the original paranormal was still able to be handled this way. No matter what level of evil spirits one encounters, it seems to be in this one's hands. That's giving away food. Let your ability be weird. I will break it with a hammer. Strong. That's so strong. This time, the spirit of that ghost painting spoke once again. Immediately after, its entire body slowly began to merge into this ghost painting world. The whole world of ghost paintings. A blur of faces appeared violently. This human face all looked at Zhang Chuxuan. Stinking Taoist, you are really strong enough. If it were an ordinary being, perhaps you wouldn't really be a match for you. But alas, it's me you met here. In this world of ghost paintings, I am the absolute master. With the sound it was making, more faces appear. As long as you are trapped in the middle of the ghost painting, you guys, you'll be waiting to die. Ghost painting's voice was not loud though, but it fell clearly into everyone's ears. Zhu Qiuxing and the others' faces began to change drastically. Only Zhang Chuxuan remained unchanged. He looked up toward the surrounding area. Waiting to die? With you? Ah! The words came out. Those ghostly shadows that were originally still a bit complacent. The faces all changed. An extremely bad premonition radiated in the bottom of its heart. Since you're rushing to find death, Master Dao will fulfill you. Next moment, in the middle of everyone's eyes, it was seen that Zhang Chuxuan's aura changed violently. An extremely cold darkness appeared from his body. Whoa! In the darkness, there seemed to be the sound of water. Everyone just saw it. On Zhang Chuxuan's body violently, rolling black water began to tilt out. It was as if there were endless streams of water within his entire body. Rolling black water spread from his feet. Just a short moment, it just filled up tens of feet. Even those from the Psychic Bureau were enveloped in black water. Cold, chilly, slippery, like an abyss of terror was being released. This power is only just touching. Just let them feel a wave of fear. And it's still unspeakably scary. If it weren't for a strange force separating them, it was feared that the moment they landed in this black water, they would die. And those blurred figures that were enveloped in this black water, after coming into contact with this endless stream of black water, it began to gradually melt away. In the middle of the black water, a streak of thunder jumped. Silent, yet terrifying. Chapter 71, Breaking Through the Third Level of Knowing Life. Wind Queen's Strange Door. It was clearly supposed to be a tyrannical and incomparable lightning method, but there was no sound. The whole world seems to be rotting away here. The face of that ghostly painted spirit. There was also finally an expression of disbelief. One of its eyes was exploding and shrinking. In that black water, it felt an unspeakable fear. As if, this black water really does have the power to wear it down. How is this possible? The murmuring voice of the spirit of ghost painting was ringing out, but no one paid any attention. Zhang Chuxuan stood in the center of the black water, looked up at the ghost painting. Nothing's impossible. Watch this. Zhang Chuxian's voice rang out. With those words, the endless black water violently began to boil. Zhang Chuxian waved his palm. Toward the black water it slapped down. In 5 thunder technique, Santan in the north. Rumble. Almost in a flash, the endless black water exploded. The entire world seemed to be raining a black rain at this moment. Black rain falls scattered throughout the world of ghostly paintings. Then once again it began to diffuse at a terrifying rate. Almost just a blink of an eye. The original ghost painting was then completely covered in black water. Burst. Boom. Zhang Chuxian gave a cry. The endless black water burst open violently. A mournful scream rang out from the middle of this endless world of ghost paintings. Everyone then saw in the middle of that black water a picture that wails on and on. Ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha-ka-cha. The sky of the ghost-painted world was crumbling. A crack began to appear. Immediately after, this crack is getting bigger and bigger. Rumble. The world of ghost paintings exploded. Everyone snapped back to attention. Just find out. Himself and others have always appeared where they were before. Never moved the body. Only they were shrouded in ghost paintings. Everything just now was an illusion. Of course it's an illusion though. But if you die in a ghost painting that's really dead. But right now they had absolutely no intention of caring about that. All of them were wide-eyed, looking in the direction where that ghost painting had appeared before. Zhang Chuxian was seen standing in mid-air. Not a single movement. And that ghost painting had been enveloped by an endless layer of black water. Zhang Chuxuan's palm slightly exerted force. Bump! The ghostly painting exploded instantly. It turned into a cloud of ashes and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,500 merits. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. A full 1,500 points of merit. A straight-up record breaker. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing System Mission 1. Mission completed. Receive the reward, 60 years of Yuan Qi cultivation, feat upgrade *2. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep once again appeared. And with that one voice, boom! In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's Qi Si Dantian, 60 years of pure Yuan Qi cultivation was being released. This terrifying Yuan Qi power rushed straight to his surrounding acupoints, and his cultivation level was rising. Knowing the middle of the second level of life, late second stage of knowing life, knowing the life triple, a full dozen breaths of effort. It was only gradually that the Yuan Qi in Zhang Chuxuan's body recovered, and he exhaled a cloudy breath. Look to your system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxian. Fate, Taoist ancestors' fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, knowledge of life 3, 39. 3%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders, full level. 7 Killings of Gods and Ghosts, full level. Shrinking the Earth into an inch, proficient. Tongtian Talisman, full level. Pure Heart Mantra, full level. 6 Banks of Immortals and Thieves, full level. Detaining Spirits and Repatriating Generals, full level. Merit, 12. 400, can be used for System Draw, Silver Pool, 3. 000 merit, 8//10, next level, gold pool, not unlocked. Cultivation had reached the peak of the third level of knowledge. Merit also broke 10. 000 again. Mezzo. System. Drawl. Let's pump up the silver reward first. Zhang Chuxian spoke directly. And in the middle of his mind, the system beep had appeared. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3,000 merits and conducting a silver lottery to obtain the reward, Tai Shang Qi Gathering Grand Formation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 3,000 merit and conducting a silver raffle to obtain the reward, Celestial Master Dharma Incense. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. On hearing those 2 rewards, Zhang Chuxian was slightly stunned. I don't think I've heard of it. He directly shopped the view. Taishang Qi gathering array, rumored to be an array inherited from the ancient Taishang. After laying down the array, it can gather heaven and earth's spiritual qi within a certain range. The array can currently gather up 10 times the concentration of heaven and earth's spiritual qi. So as long as you step into it, you can accelerate your cultivation. After reading the introduction, Zhang Chuxuan's eyes completely lit up. Gathering qi turns out to be gathering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This is an absolutely rare treasure. The thing called heaven and earth aura was still scarce even now that heaven and earth aura had recovered. Only some of the so-called heavenly blessed places or mountains and rivers where the qi converges will have stronger auras than ordinary places. But it's not much stronger. But this spirit gathering spell formation was directly able to increase the concentration of spirit qi by 10 times. Wouldn't it take off if you practiced in it? But there's one more important thing that needs to be addressed before that happens. That is, buy a house. Only with a house would it be convenient to set up a large formation. We'll arrange a set for LW when we'll LW later. That's enough. Zhang Chuxuan continued to look at the other rewards. Heavenly Master's Incense. Lighting this incense can be used in conjunction with the Heavenly Master's Incense and Qi, and can summon the ancestor to descend to the earth. This presentation is also very simple. Zhang Chuxuan, however, looked at it with even brighter eyes. Used in conjunction with the Heavenly Master's Qi, it can summon the ancestor to descend to earth. This is awesome, though I don't know exactly which ancestor I'll be able to find. But it's enough. The Heavenly Masters of all generations have never been ordinary, except for his own chief master. Almost every celestial master is definitely at the top of the heap. Ding! Host Open System Mission 2, Kill the City God of Ghost City. Mission accomplished, receive the reward, 60 years of Yuan Qi cultivation, Wind Queen Strange Door, Feat Upgrade Card *2. Mission failure, punishment none. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the final reminder of the system mission also appeared at this time. Wind Queen Chamin. Zhang Chuxian's face was overjoyed when he heard this name. Surprisingly, it was the divine ability of the head of this strange door, Tianshi. At this time, Chu Qiushang and a group of other members of the Spirit Bureau also walked towards Zhang Chuxian. Zhang Chuxian also returned to his senses in a split second and looked towards Chu Qiushang and the others. Now after this ghost painting disappears, the spirits among the entire ghost market instead became more frightening. Moreover, Zhang Chuxian could smell some faint incense scent at the moment. He raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems that the kind of old ghosts in the middle of this ghost market are really being worshipped. Even the people from the Manjin temple are in there right now. Chapter 72. I am the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. So what if it's a god? Mang Kinji, the central Buddhist temple. Old monk Mingjin sat cross-legged in the center of the Buddhist temple. At that moment his eyes suddenly opened. It was seen outside the Buddhist temple. Akiyama's figure had come along. After seeing him, Akira, old monk Mingjin hurriedly got up. Somewhat anxiously inquired, "Senior brother, is it still going well?" Hearing Akane's words, a smile appeared on Akiyama's face. "Amitabha Buddha. Don't worry, senior brother. A mere dragon spirit that has just metamorphosed. With my Buddhist sect's secret treasures that specialize in restraining true dragons, it's naturally a handful," said. Akiyama's palm shook. Instantly in his hand, a mantle had emerged. Within the bowl, there was also a Buddha's light being released. In its center, a golden dragon scale lay there quietly. It was already wrapped in Buddha's light. Can't move. After seeing this thing, Myungjin cracked a smile. That's wonderful. With the dragon scale, the divine invocation has now reached its final step as well. Today everything will be put together, and the great plan of my Buddhist sect can be realized. Deep in the ghost market, an endless land of black fog, a not-so-big temple appeared there. Above the temple are written several large words. Shingo Shrine. Outside that city hall, there were also dozens of Yin soldiers, as well as several ghost general-level ghosts. The terrifying aura almost brought the Yin chi of the place together into substance. Among the temples, a monk sits cross-legged under a statue of the city god. And that city throne. That city god also opened his eyes. What fast movements. It seems that the psychic bureau has come with an expert this time, surprisingly breaking open the ghost painting so quickly. It frowned. There seems to be some scorn. The monk Yuanfa, who was not far from him, however, laughed. So what if the psychic bureau is here? Now, the ceiling of the gods has been opened. Any more that come will be nothing more than blood food for you, Lord City God. Hear that? Shingo smiled grimly. Good point, but before that I need to make some preparations. The breath in my body is still short of the last ounce before it can completely reach its peak. Originally, I was thinking of absorbing the Yin Chi to reach it slowly, but now it seems like it's better to go faster. Speaking of which, it opened its mouth directly toward the outside of the city temple. All ghost generals, all come in. The words came out. among those sneaks patrolling outside the city hall. Immediately, there were 3 ghost general rankly ghosts stepping into the temple. Bam! An eerie wind blew through. The gates of the city hall slammed shut. In the middle of the entire city god temple, only the 3 them remain. The 3 men shuddered. Not sure what's going to happen next though, but a bad feeling instinctively arose in his heart. But still, he respectfully saluted towards the city god inside the temple. Lord Shingo. Instead of answering, the city god spoke in an ungodly voice. You have followed this city god for many years, and it is time for you to do your duty for this city god. The words came out. The faces of those 3 ghost generals changed at the same time. Lord Shingo. However, their words are not finished. Boom. The city god who had been sitting on his plate opened his mouth violently. A terrifying suction force came out of its mouth. Towards those 3 ghost marshals, he directly swallowed. All 3 of those ghost marshals hadn't reacted in any way yet. It was then covered by this power that was terrifying to the extreme. They just don't fight back at all. All of them let out a scream. It was swallowed right into the belly. Boom. Inside the city god hall, that city god's body was emitting divine light, like a metamorphosis. You and others, stop those intruders and wait for the city god to come out. The Een soldiers outside the door didn't dare any slack. Yes, where the ghost paintings are. Zhang Chuxuan, who had just returned to his senses, his eyes snapped towards the direction of the city god's temple, his brow furrowed, and those in the psychic bureau seemed to sense something as well. Heavenly Master, a terrifying mutation seems to be taking place in here. Zhang Chuxuan nodded his head. Indeed, don't delay. Go in and see what's going on. Having said that, no one dared to make any delays. Toward the deepest part of the ghost market, the line was fast. In passing, he also decapitated those severe ghosts that he encountered along the way. It was just 4 or 5 minutes forward. Zhang Chuxuan and the others then completely delved into the deepest part of this ghost city's group. A long way off. Then he saw the city god temple that stood in the middle of this ghost city. City hall? Zhang Chuxuan was surprised for a moment. On the sidelines, Chu Tsushan nodded. The face is hard to see. Indeed, within this ghost city, there is a long-abandoned city god temple. That old ghost has been entrenched once again, and this is its lair. And from that, this city god temple has been rumored to have been said to have had a real city god sitting here a long time ago. Then that city god disappeared, and this old ghost came here, and it was very ambitious, wanting to become the real city god. What? The words came out. The other members of the psychic bureau around them were also a bit dumbfounded. They knew before though that there was such a sneaky head in this ghost city, but it's not quite clear where exactly it came from. Zhang Chuxuan, however, smiled disdainfully. Become a city god? This old thing is really whimsical. Along with a line of people, also finally stepped into the outskirts of the city hall. Only just entered. Then he felt a strong Yin Qi. Celestial Master, we're here. Chu Qiushan's face was grave. Even they feel oppressed here. It was a ghostly aura so thick that it had reached a terrifying point to be able to have such an effect. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. Suddenly, he had a lurch in his step. The eyes looked in one direction. What's wrong? Before Chu Tsushan and the others could ask questions, the entire sky violently began to erupt with a terrifying ghostly aura. Next moment, whoa, there were the sounds of countless ghost weapons cutting through the air. No good. It's the city god's Een soldiers. Chu Tsushan's face changed, just hearing the sound of this ghostly weapon. It was also known that the number of ghostly creatures that appeared this time was definitely quite a lot. If these sneaks were to appear alone, the strength is just average, but such a large number of them strike together. It's still scary. Sure enough, with these chains after, one by one, the ghost soldiers stepped out from the middle of the darkness. All of these people were clad in worn-out iron armor. The ghostly fire in his eyes flowed, indifferently looking at Zhang Chuxuan and the others. City God's forbidden land. No one is allowed to enter. Eerie and frightening voices resounded around them. No loafers? Zhang Chuxuan skimmed his mouth. Celestial Master, they are trying to stall us. Everyone was smart and also immediately understood the purpose of these ghost soldiers. I know. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. Then slaughter them all. Rumble. Zhang Chuxian's sentence finished. An endless light began to appear around him once again. Tong Tian Talisman. Chapter 73, When the gods are worshipped, then they are beheaded. With Zhang Chuxian letting out a low shout, in front of him, countless densely packed talismanic rays began to bloom. It was important to know that Zhang Chuxuan's Tong Tian Talisman was now at the level of a great accomplishment. This level of Tong Tian Talisman, even compared to the anime in the last life, that old man Lu is more than one step higher. Even the scene created by that elder Lu when he exerted the Tong Tian Talisman at full strength was quite terrifying. It's just a heartbeat. There was just a complete burst of talismans, and Zhang Chuxian casts. That effect is even more almost unimaginable. It was even more terrifying and exaggerated than any time Zhang Chuxuan had cast this talismanic method before. Just a short breath or two, just a full 100 talismans had been generated. These talismans surrounded Zhang Chuxuan, surrounding Zhang Chuxian's entire body. The sky, which was originally surrounded by black gas, was also reflected in a blue aura. Everyone's eyes, including his Dozin soldiers, were looking at Zhang Chuxuan at the moment, all at a loss. And Zhang Chuxuan also spoke out again at this time. Break! Buzz off! The void shook. All the talismans erupted at the same time. It turned into hundreds of blue heavenly nets and shot towards Dozin soldiers. Hundreds of talismans, like hundreds of cannonballs. Both the special effects and the power are a horrible bunch. None of those shadowy soldiers had made any moves yet. Just a direct hit from the talisman. Bump bump. Almost every talisman that fell, a soldier would explode. For a while the entire battlefield was filled with screams. Just for a few seconds. The original densely packed sneaks had then completely disappeared. Only in Zhang Chuxuan's mind, constantly blaring system sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Hundreds of beeps. It made Zhang Chuxuan's mood soothe. Wait for the talisman to dissipate. Xu Xushang and the others, one by one, had long since become numb. Zhang Chuxuan, however, did not care about the eyes of the others. The eyes went to the city hall at the end of his sight. These soldiers stalling for time must have been authorized by that city god. This guy is bound to be up to something. Go! For this city god, Zhang Chuxuan had also wanted to meet it long ago. He greeted. A direct step into the city's temple. The gates burst open. Zhang Chuxuan took the lead and stepped inside the city god temple. This city temple and the outside. It's like two different worlds altogether. Dozens of evil spirits were also carved on the sides around the temple. All of these evil spirits fell to their knees, and the direction of kneeling. It's aimed right at the city gods. Shingo Voodoo Bureau? See this scene. Zhang Chuxuan sneered. Shingo Voodoo is a top-notch kind of big game. It can go against the grain. Getting to heaven. A ghost is a ghost. And you still want to attain the way? What a whimsy. Zhang Chuxian's expression was cold. Crunch. At this time, the city hall at the very center was opened. Everyone's eyes plummeted. Just see in there that city hall. An aura of terror to the extreme was rising. At the end of this breath, it was a sculpture of a city god. Only the Shingon sculpture opened its eyes, full of majesty, was looking at them faintly. Do you know what crime you should commit for trespassing on the land of this city god? The magnificent voice resounded in the city temple, with an oppression. Old ghost, you still have the face to call yourself city god. You plotted to murder a town of people in Fengshui town. It was originally a capital offense. Now don't tie your hands, or what awaits you will be a soulful death. Chu Qiushan looked coldly at the ghost city god. Ha! In the face of Chu Qiushan's words, that city god merely smiled coldly. You're just a mere spiritual director. How dare you take liberties with this city god? This city god sentences you to death. Having said that, in its circumference, endless pressure appeared. Towards Chu Qiushan and the others it enveloped them. Bump! But these pressures were not close enough. It's just straight up crumbled. That city god was stunned. Next moment, a young Daoist was seen taking a step forward, appeared in front of it. Ghost city god's gaze instantly fixed on Zhang Chuxuan's body. Dogs! Nice! As you are a Daoist. Seeing this god, the corner of Zhang Chuxian's mouth twitched. Hold it! Hold it! You're a sneaky and you're in deep. You! Shut up! Zhang Chuxian rolled his eyes and pointed his finger. Instantaneous. 2 divine ghost 7 killing orders had then appeared. Huge talismans exploded above the sky. Go! The light of the divine ghost 7 killings order directly erupted. It transformed into 2 giant golden swords. Toward that ghost city god, he chopped down. Take a shot at the city god. You seek death. Ghost city god was furious. As its words fell, in front of it, endless black gas was released. It transformed into a huge shield. It stopped directly in front of it. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out. Terrifying aftershocks came from the place where the two exchanged blows. That black shield was directly shattered by the divine ghost 7 slaying order. The ghost city god's expression flashed with a hint of surprise. Flip a hand, slapping away all the remaining talisman power. What a strong cultivation. No wonder those losers from before didn't stop you. But if that's all there is, you're bound to die today as well. An icy smile appeared on that kind of city god's face. However, its smile had just risen. Just disappear right away. The entire pupil was bursting in suddenness. Just see it in his gaze. Another huge talisman was appearing around Zhang Chuxuan. These talismans could be far more terrifying than the ones before. And there are more of them. One after another. A full 8 channels appeared in just the blink of an eye. Chuxuan and the others also saw the huge talisman above the void. He couldn't help but give this ghost city god a heartbreaking look. Daring to fight this man? You're really impatient to live. Master Dao, let's see how much you can catch. Zhang Chuxuan reached out and pointed. Heaven and earth are metaphysical. Heaven and earth are sealed with mountains. God has impermanence. And the earth has no limits. The 7 killing orders of gods and demons. The 5th order. 8th order. God-killing order. As Zhang Chuxuan's words fell, that moment, those 8 talismans started to burst out at the same time. If one were to say that those 2 kill-breaking orders that Zhang Chuxuan had casually executed earlier were like bullets, then this killing order is a real artillery. The order to kill God claims that even gods can be killed. There is some exaggeration though, but the power is unquestionable. With the aid of the Tong Tian talisman, it's simply unimaginable. Even that city god had goosebumps all over his body at the moment. Roar! It let out a long roar. No longer dared to hold anything back. All the yin energy around him was bursting out, trying to stop this divine ghost 7 killings order. Chapter 74, Thunder Punishment. I am the Tao Father. However, it had clearly underestimated the power of this divine ghost 7 kill order too much. The order of the killing god almost in a flash. The giant sword of the god of murder that was transformed into exploded the yin chi around that ghost city god directly. The terrifying sounds of collisions were unending. Immediately after that, Zhang Chuxuan's figure moved. In his hands, the dragon tiger Dharma seal had also appeared. The terrifying power of the Dharma seal was converging. A ray of lightning flashed above it. Toward that city god also slammed down with a loud bang. Rumble. The 2 terrifying forces exploded almost simultaneously. There was an earth-shattering sound that almost tore everyone's eardrums. The ground of the city temple building trembled violently. Everyone's eyes widened, deadly looking at everything in the center of the battle. This terrible collision, almost far more than those previous fights, and then such an exchange of power. It was feared that even a mountain range would be able to be directly smashed. Wait until the smoke clears. A huge deep pit appeared in front of them. Surprisingly not dead? Zhang Chuxuan frowned slightly as he looked in the direction of that huge pit. It was seen in the middle of that huge pit. Half of that ghost city god's body was almost shattered, but its aura was still terrifying, and there was a weird icy smile at the corner of its mouth. A creepy feeling rises. Finally, I've completely refined that last trace of incense. Little Daoist. This is also thanks to you. Cold and hoarse came out from the mouth of this ghost city god. Hear that? Everyone's faces changed violently. An extremely bad feeling arose in his heart. Incense refining? Although they don't know exactly what it means, but it's definitely an extremely big deal. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made this ghost city god in front of him so solemn. Sure enough, next moment, that city god snapped and let out a low growl towards his back. Sacred monk Yuanfa. Still not sealed. With it under this cry, the crowd looked in one direction in unison. It was seen beyond the original city god sculpture. Slowly, a fat-headed monk stepped out. This monk only just showed up. Those people from the psychic bureau recognized him at once. Wanjin Temple's Yuanfa. It's really you. Monk Yuanfa sniffed and a faint smile appeared on his face. With one hand on his chest, he recited a Buddhist chant. Amitabha Buddha. The poor monk has met all the monks. Today, I have a destiny with all of you, so I'll just send you all to the Western ultimate bliss. Having said that, Monk Yuanfa reached out and pulled a mediocre incense burner from his own bosom. This incense burner is the most common incense burner, but after this incense burner appeared, the entire space was covered by a sandalwood fragrance that was hard to hide. Yuanfa looked inside this incense burner. A trace of undisguised greed flashed across his face, but he held back the greed. The incense burner was thrown towards that city god. The mantle hangs upside down in midair. At once, the endless power of incense and fire poured out from the bowl. After seeing this incense, madness finally appeared on that city god's face. Rumble. As the incense pours in, around that city god, layers of golden light were surfacing. Even that ghost city god's originally broken body was repaired. In the meantime, in this old ghost's body, there began to be more of a divine aura. It was as if it had transformed into a true god at this moment. Yuanfa made seals with both hands at this time. Empty Buddhist sounds resounded in the middle of the void. Today, with my 10,000 golden temple, I seal the rightful city god with incense. Circle Dharma made a seal with both hands. In the void, a huge swastika in the air. The sound is monstrous. Just a few short breaths. All of the Buddha's light all disappeared into that ghost city god's body. And at the moment, this city god's eyes snapped open. Boom! A terrifying aura emerged from its body. Behind it, thousands of streams of light are presented. Half of them seemed to be pulled by something and directly disappeared. That city god was missing half of the stream of light, and his breath was slightly weaker, but now it's still terribly strong. just as it was about to take a complete leap to incarnate into a god. Instead, there was a sudden voice in his ear. Seal the gods. You can still become a god in front of Master Dao? The words fell. Yuan Fa as well as that city god all looked towards Zhang Chuxuan's direction. Yuan Fa frowned. Now that the god sealing guide has appeared, becoming a god is this very day. Little Daoist, you're already too late. Even that ghost city god's eyes were already full of confidence at the moment. The current one, although it had not yet fully stepped into the divine position, but there is already a fragrant chi in the body. This is equivalent to having credentials. Now it is. Already, he would no longer fear the so-called Daoist magical powers. Late? Then watch this. On Zhang Chuxuan's body, a brilliant thunder light appeared violently. Rumble. A power that was tyrannical to the extreme erupted from Zhang Chuxuan's body. Make a horrible shaking sound. Zhang Chuxuan's circumference. Endless lightning surrounded it. Edict the god of thunder and summon the spirits. The sound of an incantation rang out. Thousands of thunderbolts spread. In the sky above, rolling dark clouds began to converge from all directions. The terror of this dark cloud shook the hearts and minds of almost everyone. At the sight of this sudden rise of clouds in the sky, both Yuan Fa and that city god were bewildered for a moment. Following that, extremely quite a few premonitions rose up in their hearts. The gods. He's not invoking the gods with this incantation. Rather, it's an edict. After the reaction, Circular Law's entire pupil was bursting at the seams. The God thing. From the ancient emperors down to the common people. Who does not honor and fear God? Even the head of their Buddhist sect was terrified in the face of the gods. Fear of angering the true God. But now, this little Taoist directly edicted the thunder god as soon as he opened his mouth. How dare he? But let him be dazzled. Zhang Chuxuan's edicts, however, continued. Up to the limitless. Down to the 9 ghosts. 5 thunderbolts. Ray, come on. Ka chow. In the dark clouds, a thunderbolt exploded suddenly. Following, countless muffled thunderbolts, churning through the dark clouds. It was a complete sign of black cloud of terror. Under this black cloud, the whole world began to fall silent at that moment. No one dares to speak aloud under this thunder. I'm afraid I'll startle the true immortals in the sky. And that ghost city god. At the moment it was even more so that his whole body was trembling. Terror. This divine ability was simply too terrifying. Under this vastness of thunder, as if everything is a molehill. This was the first time that Zhang Chuxuan had completely displayed all of the power of the 5 thunders orthodox technique other than on Longhu Mountain back then. The time before, whether it was the Palm Thunder or the Yin 5 Thunder that was cast, it's all just a casual release. Chapter 75, Killing the Ghost City God, Ghost Market. It's compared to this. He didn't want to, except that the Thunder Law was too powerful. Even if he released it casually, it was not something an ordinary sneak could resist. Zhang Chuxuan drank lowly towards the sky from afar. Thunder, fall, rumble. With that voice, the sky burst with a sudden burst of heavenly thunder. It turned into tens of feet of thunder snake rushing down towards the ghost city god. Endless incense rose from the body of the ghost city god, trying to resist the power of this heavenly thunder. Bump! Thunder exploded directly above this incense. A blinding white light flashed in midair. See this appalling scene. Not only the ghost city god and the circular law, even the spiritualist bureau and the others who were outside the thunder were almost appalled to the extreme one by one. Heavenly thunder. This is the power that erupted that day when the heavenly master suppressed the 10,000 ghosts in the dragon tiger mountain. Chen Ming's throat moved slightly. Gulped. It just felt like tingling all over. Although this was not the first time he had seen this heavenly thunder divine power. But still, I'm still blown away by it. With that white aura passing by, a terrifyingly loud sound followed. The incense and fire that erupted from that ghost city god was seen to have all been worn out, and ghost city god stifled a grunt. The power that had already been converted towards godhood within the original body, in this moment also fell back again. Silence. The entire heaven and earth were plunged into a deathly silence. All of them were wide-eyed. That ghost city god looked at Zhang Chuxuan with a face full of fear. Zhang Chuxuan grinned towards that city god. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to block one of Master Dao's thunderbolts. But it's okay. Let's do it again. Fall again. Zhang Chuxuan let out another low shout. Ka chow. Sky above. Another unprecedentedly terrifying heavenly thunder fell. How is this possible? That ghost city god's whole body was in a state of agitation. It finally reacted at this time. Towards Zhang Chuxuan, he frantically begged for mercy. Taoist, let me go. Let me go and I'll take you as my master. Ghost city god frantically begged for mercy. However, it has a voice but no use for it. The heavenly thunder was still impartial and directly smashed down on its body. Boom! Thunder explodes. The ghost city god gave a miserable cry. The body directly exploded. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,900 merits. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep had appeared. However, Zhang Chuxuan didn't pay any attention to it, just a glance towards the circular law not far away. The great monk Yuan Fa was even more completely stunned at this moment. He was supposed to be a punching bag. If it weren't for the fact that there is a Buddhist incense, simply can't even set foot in the door here. Now with the death of the ghost city god, he had even less chance of escaping at all. Yuan Fa fell to his knees with a flutter. Heavenly Master, I'm a Buddhist disciple. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Oh, Zhang Chuxuan grinned. Want me to spare your life? Right. Yes. Round fellow nodded frantically. Then tell the Taoist master what exactly your Wanjin temple has been doing lately. The words came out. Yuan Fa's face changed slightly. No, I can't tell. Round fellow shook his head frantically. This surprised Zhang Chuxuan for a moment. At a time of life and death, this great monk even dared not speak out. It seems that this Manjin temple, it's tougher than expected. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow, and there was no imposition. If you don't tell me, it's good to go on the road to reincarnation. His palm swung. A golden light erupted. It landed directly on Round Fellow. Round Dharma's body instantly exploded. Bump. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. The system's beep sounded in Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Until this is done. Only then did Zhang Chuxuan let out a long breath. Done. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Eliminate the ghost market. The host's current environment is detected to be special. The reward is temporarily sealed. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system voice appeared again. Zhang Chuxuan heard this. A slight nod. Indeed, this time of the year is not suitable for receiving system rewards. Zhang Chuxuan returned to his senses. Look inside the city hall. At this time in the middle of the entire temple, everyone froze and stared. God-sealing sneak. Died just like that. Tianshi. Chuxuan also reacted at this time. Not bothering to shake. She took a deep breath, clasping his fists towards Zhang Chuxuan. Thank you, Heavenly Master. Behind her the other members of the Psychic Bureau all clasped their fists. Many thanks, Heavenly Master. Zhang Chuxuan nodded his head. It was a gift he could afford. Let's go. First go out and check the situation of the town. Nowadays, although the ghosts here are solved, those living people have not yet gotten out of the trap. Go ahead and check it out. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's words, Chu Qiushang and the others also nodded their heads. Yes, after all was said and done, the group quickly left the ghost market towards the town. Half an hour later, Zhang Chuxuan stood in the square in the center of the town. Countless ambulances were ringing throughout the town at the moment. What's the situation? Zhang Chuxuan inquired towards Chu Qiushang beside him. Chu Qiushang shook her head and popped her mouth. It's not going too well. Although the apparition didn't cause too many deaths or injuries this time around, but the yin qi here has lasted too long, and many living people, especially those close to the ghost market, have been eroded too much, and many of them have already had their souls destabilized. I'm afraid, even if I wake up, I'll be crazy, or a cutie. The human soul is unstable. The easiest way to lose your mind. This is indeed cataclysmic for the common man. Bring these people here so I can help stabilize their souls. Zhang Chuxuan said directly. Chu Qiushang was stunned. Following that, surprise flashed across his face. She wouldn't have believed it if the average person had said that. But for Zhang Chuxuan she was now 100% trusting. After all, Taoism has been passed down for thousands of years since ancient times. Some special means were far from being comparable to their psychic bureau, which had been established for only 100 years. She had even heard of a sect that specialized in the cultivation of the soul method, practicing the skills of a young god. Wait a moment, Heavenly Master, I'll make the arrangements, said Chu Qiushang directly, took out a phone and dialed a number. 10 short minutes later, Zhang Chuxuan then saw one figure after another, was carried from all directions toward the square. Dense. By the end of the day it nearly covered the entire square. These people are still unconscious, though now the yin has dissipated, but there was still a large amount of yin evil breath remaining in their bodies. Wait until everything is ready. Everyone's gazes were all on Zhang Chuxuan's body. The celestial masters are all here. Chu Qiushang spoke again. Zhang Chuxuan didn't say anything this time, just slammed his eyes shut. In his mouth, the sound of the river road appeared. Chapter 76, The Great Plan of the Buddhist Sect comes to fruition. Spiritual treasure Heavenly Father, 5 Viscera Xianhui, Lingbao Tianzun, Comforting Form, Disciple's Soul, the 5 Viscera of the Xuanhe, Buzz. With the incantation, the rushing light began to converge crazily. Mantra for purifying the body. Taoism is the most purifying Taoist method for the body and mind. It was also the Tao that most restrained the evil and sinister aura of heaven and earth. The word purification says it all. Even if an ordinary person is in a sinister place and recites the pure body Dharma, the yang energy in his body will be mobilized. Far longer than the average person's resistance to evil. Much longer. Buzz. With Zhang Chuxuan's voice, the golden light in this heaven and earth was also trembling. Even if it hadn't yet touched the crowd, it made everyone feel as if it was springtime. Even the ordinary people and some of the medics gathered around had their eyes widened. All of them were shocked at what was happening in front of them. It's not just them. Even the members of the Psychic Bureau, including Chu Xiusheng, were all stupefied. Is this the heritage of the Daoist family, passed down for thousands of years? The pure body divine spell. It's really a strange enough spell. Such a divine ability is something that only a top sect like Longhu Mountain might be able to perform. Chu Xiusheng sighed softly. With the celestial master's divine power, these ordinary people are considered saved. Some joy also appeared on Chen Ming's face. This is undoubtedly the best possible outcome for all. And their conversations. Zhang Chuxuan naturally did not know. The sound of the Tao was still resounding from his mouth. Green Dragon, White Tiger, Team Battle Confusion, Vermilion Bird, Xian Wu, Serve Me True, Pure Body Mantra. Boom. The spells in Zhang Chuxuan's hands turned. Above the midair, the endless golden light once again began to collide. Gradually, it began to manifest in the middle of the void. This golden light was not like a golden light spell in general, with the power to kill. It's just like springtime rain that covers the whole earth above. Scatter! Zhang Chuxuan's hands turned with a Dao skill. That endless golden light exploded violently. The entire midair seemed to be raining a rain of golden light. Golden light poured down on the living. Everyone winced. It just felt like all the fatigue in his body at this moment was cleared away. It was as if the dust and impurities among the flesh had also been cleared. Gone with the wind. The body was relaxed in a way it hadn't been in a long time. Makes for a stifled grunt. Cool. And after this golden rain fell on the bodies of those unconscious people, it was possible to see that among the bodies of these people, the soul could be visibly seen stretching. The original soul still has some yin qi mixed in. All of them were also dispersed by this force. As the power of the pure body divine incantation continued to fall, it was possible to see those living people whose original breath had been disorganized gradually begin to recover. The yin qi in these people's bodies was also dissolved. Eventually it returned to calm. The scene lasted no more than a short minute. When Zhang Chuxuan opened his eyes once again, Chu Xiusheng and the others couldn't help but walk up to him. Celestial Master. These people. Zhang Chuxuan smiled gently. They'll recover with a day or two of rest. So send them all to the hospital first. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's voice, everyone showed delight. Quickly, send all the people. With the otherwise quiet town once again busy, Zhang Chuxuan also made a Dao salute towards Chu Xiusheng. Director Chu, with this matter settled, the poor Taoist will also take his leave. After all was said and done, Zhang Chuxuan didn't linger any further. Turn around and leave. Jiangbei, Mangqinji, the main hall of the Buddha Hall. Even though it's midnight, but today's Wanjin temple was bustling with activity. Dozens of monks were standing in the middle of the Buddha Hall, waiting for some kind of news. Thump. This time, in the distance, a figure in monk's robes came marching in quickly. His face held some panic. Just as soon as I entered the Buddha Hall, then he rushed to his knees. Master, it's not good. Something's wrong. Hear that? Old monk Mingjin, who was sitting at the very front, frowned and opened his eyes. What happened? It's elder brother Yuanfa. Master Yuanfa's soul lamp has gone out. The big monk finished trembling. What? The words came out. The directness of it caused no small amount of shock. Those monks who were originally still considered calm, all of them had their eyes widened one by one. The soul lamp goes out. That means Yuanfa is dead. Mingjin also couldn't help but stand up straight away. A change finally appeared on his face as well. He didn't care if the round method died or not. For him, the task in the hands of the round method is the main thing. If the mission isn't accomplished, that's the real big sin. Senior, what's going on here? Didn't Master Yuanfa's nephew go to the ghost market, with that old ghost to look after him? How could he die? Next to old monk Mingjin, Akiyama couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Mingjin shook his head. What exactly is the reason Lao Di is not clear at the moment. It's absolutely impossible to break through the ghost city with just a single psychic bureau. Could it be? Is it because of that little Taoist priest? Mingjin developed a bad feeling. Dogs! Akiyama was stunned. Mingjin didn't hide it either. Getting some things off my chest. Listen to all of this. Mingshan's face was also a bit ugly. This stinking Taoist priest still really thinks it's 100 years ago, when my great plan for the Buddha sect is completed. At that time, the poor monk will personally send him to meet the Buddha. Just as the two were talking, Buzz, A tremor began to resound in the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing the chortle, all the monks were slightly stunned. Then it was seen in the middle of mid-air. A wisp of indescribable divine aura came towards their Buddhist hall from the distant void. After seeing the breath, a smile finally appeared on Akane's face. Divine led. A string of Buddha beads appeared violently in his hand. The Buddha beads were thrown toward the void. At once, light flickered up above the Buddha beads. All of that divine light was introduced within the beads. The Buddha beads fell slowly. It fell into the hands of monk Mingjin. The entire bead of Buddha began to become voluminous. It was as if it was a true immortal's magic weapon. Mingjin touched the beads in his hands, somewhat lovingly. Beside him was Akiyama. There was also more than a little elation on his face. Senior brother, now that all the materials have been assembled, we should start. Words. Mingjin nodded with a nod of her head as well. Yes. Coming out of Fountainhead, Zhang Chuxuan didn't take a taxi. Instead, he directly relied on his senses and performed shrinking ground towards Jiangbei. With his cultivation level, catching up would not be slower than any car. And then, he managed to find himself lost. Zhang Chuxuan stopped his figure, looking around at the increasingly remote roads. Unable to resist, he slapped his head. Asterisk. I should have known to just turn on the navigation. Chapter 77 Dao Ancestor Fate. Peerless Physique. Zhang Chuxuan cursed. Take out the cell phone from among the space ring. Been dealing with psychics before. Not that he was in the habit of taking his cell phone out, but also just after he glanced at the message on his phone. The entire group was stunned. Just saw that above the cell phone, there were more than a dozen missed calls, and all these calls are from Xiao Linglong. Zhang Chuxuan's brows instantly furrowed, knowing that something must have happened. Otherwise, there's no way this ninny could have called so many times in a row. Zhang Chuxuan directly clicked callback. The phone rang just once before being picked up. Hello. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Linglong's surprised voice came. Heavenly Master, you have finally seen it. What's going on? Zhang Chuxuan directly opened the door. It's Jier's sister. Something has happened to Jier's sister. Is it convenient for you to come over? Heavenly Master? Hear that. Zhang Chuxuan wasn't surprised. However, it was good to see that Xiao Linglong's tone, although anxious, was not panicked. It means it's not too serious. Okay, I'm going to your house now. Hanging up, Zhang Chuxuan opened the locator, found out where Xiao Linglong was. The whole figure flashed. It disappeared in an instant. It was good that he was already not too far from Jiangbei. It just took half an hour of work. Zhang Chuxuan had then once again appeared in the familiar neighborhood that he had left tonight. Tianshi. Before the gate of Xiao Linglong's villa, this ninny was already waiting. Hearing voices, Zhang Chuxuan also walked over quickly. Go inside. The two stepped through the door of the villa. Seeing that all the furniture that had been so well organized inside had been pretty much destroyed, Zhang Chuxian's expression also iced over a bit. Take me to see Long Ji first. Xiao Linglong hurriedly led Zhang Chuxian to the second floor location. Then downstairs. The second floor didn't suffer anything too much damage. In the middle of the room, Zhang Chuxian then saw Long Ji lying on the bed, but at the first sight of Long Ji, Zhang Chuxian's brows had then furrowed. Lost the reverse scale. The dragon's reverse scale. That was equivalent to Long Ji's lifeblood. Lost the reverse scale. Although Long Ji won't die yet, but it won't be long before it's knocked back. Without hundreds of years of hard cultivation, it was simply impossible to be in the process of condensing a form. Next to Long Ji, Yi Yao felt a little guilty. Tianshi, I'm sorry. Zhang Chuxian waved his hand. All right, it's not your fault. I'll help her stabilize her injuries first. When everything is stable, Zhang Chuxian finished. Above the palm of the hand, a golden light then began to emerge. He wasn't much of a doctor though. However, this injury of Long Ji's was not an ordinary situation. The reverse scale is gone. It was as if a hole had been leaked in the yuan qi around this nymphet's body, and it was constantly draining away. All Zhang Chuxian had to do was to plug up her flowing yuan qi. As the golden light didn't enter Long Ji's body, her entire body stifled a muffled grunt. It's not enough. Zhang Chuxian looked at the location of Long Ji's brow. The palm of his hand swung once again. In the center of his palm, a bloodstain appeared. 3 drops of blood slipped from his palm. His blood was now a light golden color. Cultivating the 6 vaults of immortal thieves allowed Zhang Chuxuan's entire body to be completely transformed. Moreover, Zhang Chuxian originally carried the Dao ancestor's destiny, coupled with the Taoist sect's qi. His blood could be said to be absolutely the most tonic thing in this world. Congeal. Zhang Chuxian let out a low shout. Those 3 drops of blood began to mingle. It eventually took the shape of a dragon scale. It directly landed on Long Ji's brow. Boom. The moment this blood fell into Long Ji's brow, a golden light flashed. Directly, her originally unstable figure was completely stabilized. Moreover, Long Ji was still absorbing the qi amongst this blood qi. The entire breath began to gradually return. Instead, the bloodline seemed to have a gesture of metamorphosis. What the hell? See this scene. Even Zhang Chuxuan froze for a moment. He knew that his chakra and blood were powerful though. After all, he himself was carrying the topmost destiny. There shouldn't be anyone under the heavens who could have an existence that surpassed the Dao ancestors' destiny. But I didn't expect it to be as powerful as this. Just 3 drops of blood. Even Long Ji's bloodline, which had lost its reverse scale, began to metamorphose. You should know that he was only thinking of saving Long Ji's life for a few days at first, not letting her return to her original form. Now this look. The ninny still seems to have been blessed by the disaster. Tianshi, Ji's sister her. Xiao Linglong on the side couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. Zhang Chuxuan withdrew the golden light. The wound on his hand was also due to the perverted abilities of the Rakusan thief. In this short time all have been restored as before. Alright, it's alright. The reverse scale doesn't matter to her anymore. She'll form a new one now that her bloodline has metamorphosed. Yi Yao and Xiao Linglong both didn't quite understand what it meant though. Still, they were all relieved. Until this time Zhang Chuxuan alas opened his mouth to inquire. What happened? A hint of anger appeared on Yi Yao's face. Tianshi. It was a monk who suddenly came to our place at night. At that time, Sister Linglong and I were going out to buy food. Then we felt his aura and were fighting with Sister Jie, so I rushed over. He took a treasure in his hand that restrained Sister Long Ji. That's why he injured her. Monk? Zhang Chuxuan's eyes also went cold for a moment. It's those vultures again. It was fine if these bald asses hadn't messed with their heads before. I didn't think that I would even dare to hit Long Ji's idea now. That's really. It's time to kill. It's the mankind temple? Yi Yao shook her head. I don't know. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly. Although Yi Yao wasn't sure. But can have this kind of cultivation in this whole Jiangbei city is only one Jin temple. Okay, I know. Go ahead and rest. Zhang Chuxuan finally gave an explanation. Despite having a guess, he didn't rush to make a move. After all, Manjinji was not a sneak with an explicit identity. And the Buddhists are even more reputable now. It was definitely not wise to take the risk of destroying the mountain. Wait until tomorrow to find out what's going on with the psychic bureau. Think about it. Zhang Chuxuan found a room at random. Stay here tonight. Anyway, Xiao Linglong's home is big enough. It doesn't matter at all. A brief shower. Zhang Chuxuan directly sat on the ground with his knees crossed and began to organize his harvest today. In the middle of his mind, the system's beep sounded immediately afterward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Kill the city god of Ghost City. Mission accomplished. Receive the reward, 60 years of Yuan-Chi cultivation, Wind Queen's strange door, feat upgrade card *2. Boom! In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's Dantian, cultivation began to explode. Chapter 78, The Wind Queen's strange door is a great success. I am the orientation. I am the auspiciousness and the badness. With the fall of the system voice. Boom! In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's Dantian Qi, 60 years of pure Yuan-Chi cultivation was bursting forth. It also made his entire realm begin to climb. Knowing the triple life. Knowing the 4th level of life. In the meantime, in the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, information about the Wind Queen's strange door is also appearing like crazy. Boom! In the middle of his mind, the memories about the Wind Queen's strange door just exploded at a rapid pace. A flood of horrible memories is emerging. Zhang Chuxuan was simply not too familiar with this 8 strange techniques. It is known as the ultimate of the Qi-men. It is important to realize that the way of the wonders is not a small way. Rather, it is a true avenue. However, all those in the world who were able to cultivate Qi-men were bound to be heavenly talents. The threshold is high. Take for example the world of cultivation today. Only the so-called Zhuge family practiced it. The origin of the Wind Queen Qi-men can even be traced back to the He Luo books. The divine dragon attached to the map came out of the Luo water, and the colorful phoenix carried the book in the blue clouds, because of the fate of the wind, and then evolved into a text. Recluse and strange door from now on. First you must line up the 9 palaces on your palm, and the vertical and horizontal 15 are in them. Subdivide the 8 trigrams into 8 sections, and 1 Qi unites the 3 as the authentic. The Wind Queen here is the Wind Queen of the Wind Queen Chimera. There are so many variations on the Chimera path, but this Wind Queen Qi-men could be called the ultimate Qi-men. So one could imagine how high the gold content of this sentence was, even among the older hot-blooded tomatoes in a previous life. Although in the same 8 odd techniques, but the Wind Queen's Qi-men were among the top ones in the 8 Qi techniques. The phrase, I am the direction, I am the fortune is enough to say it all. The general layout of the Qi-men is divided into the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams of real-life numerology. This is the rule of heaven and earth. Even if you know the art of Qi-men, you must lay down your destiny disc according to the orientation of heaven and earth. But the Wind Queen Shaman has completely departed from these rules. But where the wielder is, there is providence. Everything in the Feng Ho Chi Men Bureau can be manipulated by the caster. Even time and space were able to change at will. The ability is unbeatable. A full half hour had passed. Only then did Zhang Chuxuan completely absorb and refine all the sensations. He opened his eyes. A flash of yin and yang flickered in his eyes. There is more hidden in this Wind Queen's strange door than I thought. It can be said that as long as one learns the Feng Ho Chi Men, there is no more impervious feng shui or unbreakable spell formations in the world. Zhang Chuxuan retracted the yuan qi of his entire body back into his dantian. A brilliant light erupted from his eyes. He looked to his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Daoist Ancestors' Fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, Knowledge of Life 5, 51. 2%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders, full level. 7 Killings of Gods and Ghosts, full level. Shrinking the Earth into an inch, proficient. Tongtian Talisman, full level. Pure Heart Mantra, full level. 6 Banks of Immortals and Thieves, full level. Detaining the Spirit and Dispatching the Generals, full level. Wind and Queen's Strange Door. Merit, 21. 400, can be used for system draw, silver pool of 3000 merit, 10//10, next level, gold pool, not unlocked. The cultivation level had already broken through the 5th level of knowledge. Merit was even more straightforward to break through to 20. 000 merit. Mezzo. Cultivate a wave of wind and then a strange door. Zhang Chuxuan did not hesitate. Nowadays, he already had 4 feet upgrade cards. It was enough to cultivate directly to the level of the Wind Queen's Strange Door's grand completion. System. Use the feat upgrade card. Zhang Chuxuan opened his mouth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the feat upgrade card *4 inch. Please select the Kung Fu that needs to be upgraded, Feng Ho Chi Men, Detaining Spirits and Dispatching Generals, Shrinking Ground into Inches. Choose the Wind Queen Chimera. As Zhang Chuxuan's voice fell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Wind Queen's Strange Door with 1 click. Current level, Grand Completion. Buzz. The system's last voice fell. Zhang Chuxuan's feet. A 9 palaces and 8 trigrams map began to. Zhang Chuxuan sat cross-legged in the middle of these 9 palaces. It was as if everything in heaven and earth had come to a standstill. If an outsider comes to see it, he was clearly still sitting on the bed at this moment. But his entire person seemed to have crossed into another spatial dimension. I don't know how long I've been sitting within these 9 palaces. Wait for Zhang Chuxuan to get up. His fingers lowered to his mouth and he mouthed a low gulp. Wind Queen's Strange Door. Rise. Buzz. In his body, the 9 palace 8 trigrams instantly erupted. It directly enveloped the entire villa. The moment. The walls could no longer block Zhang Chuxuan's sight. He was even able to see beyond the room that Long Ji was lying on the bed. Beside her, Yi Yao was pulling her hand. The mouth was rambling. If she listened closely, she would be able to easily hear what she was saying. A proper gossip monger. In fact, this is not an exclusive ability of the Wind Queen Shaman. Any Shaman cultivated to a high level can do it. The previous Zhuge family Zhuge Qing wasn't also called the King of 8 Trigrams of the Inhuman Realm. As the strange door penetrated behind this wind, Yi Yao glanced towards the surroundings somewhat strangely, but then there was nothing to be found, and that's when he withdrew his gaze. Zhang Chuxuan couldn't help but grin as he watched her movements. It's still marvelous. He continued his look in other directions. Everything within the villa was clearly visible. Both the room and the house were clear in the midst of his gaze. Even he saw Xiao Linglong washing up. Zhang Chuxuan hurriedly averted his gaze. This is just a little too exciting to cast. It's so good. Zhang Chuxian's footsteps slammed. Swish. His entire person directly traveled from within the room to Long Ji. The obstruction of the walls, doors and windows outside of him. In the midst of his Wind Queen Strange Door Bureau, it was as good as nothing. Yi Yao's eyes widened. Celestial Master. She hadn't finished. Zhang Chuxian's entire body had already flickered once again. It disappeared directly into thin air. Yi Yao was stunned. What's the situation? Just now she was sure it was Zhang Chuxian who had come. But, just now, she lost her sense of Zhang Chuxian in a split second. It's definitely not something that can be done with speed, because as fast as you can go, you can't lose all track. Zhang Chuxian was constantly traveling amongst the Chiman Bagua at the moment. It was almost an instant. He then traveled within the entire villa. That's pretty amazing. In the end, Zhang Chuxuan's figure returned back into the middle of his room. Finished upgrading the feats. Naturally, the raffle has to start. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 10 silver draws. Now open the gold draw. Gold raffle, 0//10, 5,000 merit. 5,000 merits. Kinda expected. System draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 5 000 merit for the gold lottery and obtaining the reward, merit upgrade card *2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 merit for the gold lottery and obtaining the reward, Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal upgrade card *1. Chapter 79, Against Life Triple. Breaking through the 6th level of knowing life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 merit for the gold lottery and obtaining the reward, Reverse Life Triple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 merits for the gold lottery and obtaining the reward, Medium Grade Spiritual Weapon *3. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, 4 system beeps sounded in a row. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes lit up. 4 draws. Straightforward draws 4 extremes. Especially since there was even the heaven-defying divine ability of the Reverse Life Triple in this. The Reverse Life Triple is used as the Trinity Sect's secret sect art, though the reputation is less obvious. However, its power was definitely among the best of all feats. Cultivation to the level of perfection is able to bring one back to the state of innate one air. It was one of the few feats that could forcibly increase battle power. With Zhang Chuxuan's strength combined with the Reverse Life Triple, this level of toughness was something that even Zhang Chuxuan himself couldn't think of. At least, at the A level of knowing your destiny, he didn't even feel like he had much of a rival. As for knowing life above all else, he hadn't seen it and couldn't say. It could be said that this Reverse Life Triple was an increase in his strength. Definitely a level of terror. At this stage, it was even more of an exaggeration than a full rank spell boost. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Chuxuan could hardly wait to receive this divine ability directly. Shasta. The mnemonic for the Reverse Life Triple appeared in his mind. Zhang Chuxuan didn't have any hesitation. Claimed the rewards from the 2 feat upgrade cards as well. Use the feat upgrade card. With Zhang Chuxuan's words, the system's beep sounded immediately afterward. Ding! You have used the feat upgrade card *2. Please select the feat that needs to be upgraded. Optional, Tongtian Talisman, Reverse Life Triple, Earth Shrinking. Choose, Reverse Born Triple. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Reverse Life Triple, for successfully upgrading. Current level, Proficient. Why? With that beep, Zhang Chuxuan only felt that his skin all over his body was transforming towards a state of metamorphosis. This transformation can be more than just outside, including the internal organs in the body are changing towards the air. Strong. Unprecedentedly strong. Even if it was not even exerted, it was only slightly catalyzed. Zhang Chuxuan was able to feel that his strength had gone up a level, although right now, his Reverse Life Triple was only at the Proficient level, only able to execute only the first of the Reverse Life Triple. But it was enough for the current Zhang Chuxuan's. He didn't even know how strong he was now, even if it is a level above knowing life. Zhang Chuxuan felt that he was also able to blow up directly. After elevating the Reverse Life Triple, Zhang Chuxuan also claimed both of the remaining rewards in passing. The effect of the Dragon Tiger Seal of Law upgrade card is naturally needless to say. He took it right out. Upgrade the Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal. The upgrade card turned into a stream of light and directly entered the Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal. The entire FA seal was wrapped in a mysterious light. A full 10 seconds passed. Wait until all the light has cleared. The Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal fell back into Zhang Chuxuan's hands. The moment the Dharma Seal was in, Zhang Chuxuan then sensed the difference. A feeling of heaviness lingers. Name, Dragon and Tiger Dharma Seal. Grade, Medium Spiritual Weapon. Attachment skills, Randomness. Size, Thunder Blast, attack power increased by 50%. Ability, Restrain all weirdness in the world. Next level, 20,000 merit. Properties haven't changed much though. However, the power of the Thunder Blast had increased by a full 50%. The last 3 medium-grade spiritual weapons. Zhang Chuxuan took a look. It's not bad at all, although he couldn't use it. But in the future it could be sold directly to the Psychic Bureau. Organize all the harvest. It was only then that Zhang Chuxuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Tonight was very rewarding. The battle power has increased by more than 10 times less. He stood up, pushed open, glancing at Yi Yao who was still guarding Long Ji's side. Alright, you ninny go rest up and go. She's fine now. Yi Yao heard this. Only then did he nod toward his room, and Zhang Chuxuan didn't delay. Straight away, he went back to his room and dialed Chu Tsushan's number. Hey! Chu Tsushan's voice came from the other end of the phone. What do you want with me, Celestial Master? She was a little puzzled, hearing Chu Tsushan's question. Zhang Chuxuan spoke about everything that had happened within the Shao family villa tonight. The reason why he called Chu Tsushan. Naturally, he was looking for information about the monk, though it was known that it was 80% the work of the Manjin temple, but not until there is full proof. Zhang Chuxuan, on the contrary, did not act rashly. Chu Tsushan heard what Zhang Chuxuan said, nodded as well. Don't worry, Heavenly Master, Leave everything to me. Tomorrow, at the most, we'll give you the answer. Hang up. Only then did Zhang Chuxuan stretch his back. Sleep. Jiangbei Psychic Bureau. Chu Tsushang sat down on a chair. The face is hard to see. Those damn vultures. Everything in Fountainhead tonight. It's all caused by those monks at Manjinsa Temple. Didn't realize. These guys even dared to touch the Heavenly Master's men. Bureau Chu. This matter of the Wanjin Temple. Should we report it to headquarters? Next to Chu Tsushang. Chen Ming couldn't help but inquire. Chu Tsushang heard this. Slight contemplation. Just nodded. Report. Nowadays, the Manjin Temple has become more and more unruly, and according to the information I've gotten, the Buddhist sect has also become more and more restless lately. Among many cities, there are directors talking about this information, especially in the great southern city. Sitting there is the Lotus Temple, the first of the 4 great Buddhist temples in the south of Daxia. Those monks from the Lotus Temple seem to have gotten very close to those Buddhist sects in Sakura recently. Mingjin of the 10,000 gold monastery should also be following the Lotus Monastery's orders to make a commotion. Chen Ming also couldn't help but slap the table. Those damn things. Still deserves to be killed. Chu Tsushang sighed and didn't say much. Straight away, he picked up a red landline and dialed a number. With the phone ringing, 10 seconds or so, a somewhat imposing man's voice came through on the other end of the line. Hey, who's there? I am Chu Tsushang of the Jiangbei City Psychic Bureau, now reporting on the situation at headquarters. What is it? A class of paranormal incident occurred in Jiangbei, causing a small town's living people to be trapped, and now that the incident has subsided, we found out that the incident has something to do with the Buddhist temple of Wanjin behind it. It was their secret release of spirits that caused the cataclysm. Chu Tsushang didn't hesitate and told the general story of what happened. Listen to the debriefing. The imposing man on the other end of the line spoke up again. Sure, okay. This incident has just been pacified by the Taoist celestial masters of Longhu Mountain. And if it weren't for which celestial masters were present, I'm afraid the consequences wouldn't even look conceivable. And there's been a big move by the Manjin Temple recently, so please decide how to handle it from above. Chapter 80, the Psychic Bureau of the capital city shook, and the villa hit a ghost. There, a septuagenarian with a skull was glaring at them, and this old lady was very close to her. You can even feel it with your breath. Silence, deadly silence. The room was eerily quiet for 2 seconds. Ghost. The real estate beauty's eyes rolled up and she fainted straight away. Zhang Chuxuan was also taken aback. That's swooning. Shut up, old woman. You see you're scaring the others out of their wits. Zhang Chuxuan glared at the old woman. Old woman. I'm a ing ghost. You told me to shut up? And it was clearly you who hit me first. Instead of speaking, the old woman shouted towards the villa. All out. Can't you see I'm getting beat up? The old woman's words fell. The temperature in the room instantly exploded. Within the entire villa, a single ghostly figure began to appear. It's just a short instant. A full dozen or so stern ghosts appeared right here. These stern ghosts are big and small. Obviously a family of a dozen. These sneaks after appearing, all with a grim aura. The eyes looked at Zhang Chuxuan with fierce cataracts. Zhang Chuxuan, however, did not care in the slightest, just waved his hand. What are you looking at? This place has been bought by Master Dao. You have 3 minutes. If you don't want your souls to be scattered, get out. Stinking Taoist, telling us to get lost? You've got some guts. The middle-aged male ghost that was in the bathroom earlier revealed a cold smile, and the yin qi on his body skyrocketed as he threatened Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows and backhanded a slap. Slap. With a crisp ringing sound, the male ghost was directly smacked into green smoke and dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Buying a house also gives you merit. It's not a bad deal. See this scene. The other sneaks all froze, followed by a burst of anger. Stinking Taoist. You dare to kill my son. We'll fight you. Do it. The old woman gave a cry. At once, all the sneaks swooped towards Zhang Chuxuan in unison. Zhang Chuxuan shook his head. Originally, seeing that you guys saved Master Dao a lot of money, I wanted to give you a jump on life. But since you're looking for death, you can't blame me. His finger pointed towards the void. Shasta. Above the void, a talismanic glow appeared. The terrifying talismanic aura almost shot straight up to the sky. Zhang Chuxuan once again waved his sleeve. Go! Shasta. Talismans began to burst forth. It turned into a terrifying light. Toward the sneaks they charged. With Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation, naturally, it's no match for these brats. Almost just instantly, those sneaks all screamed miserably. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. A series of a dozen or so system beeps sounded once again in Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Zhang Chuxuan looked at his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Daoist ancestors' fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, knowledge of life V, 51. 2%. Artifacts, dragon and tiger seal. Space ring. Taoism, golden light mantra, full level. 5 thunders, full level. 7 killings of gods and ghosts, full level. Shrinking the earth into an inch, proficient. Tongtian talisman, full level. Pure heart mantra, full level. 6 banks of immortals and thieves, full level. Detaining the spirit and dispatching the generals, full level. Wind and Queen's strange door. Merit, 4,300, can be used for system draw, gold pool of 5,000 merit, for //10, next level, platinum pool, not unlocked. Earn a few thousand more credits. Cool. And, now the house is still truly haunted. Then the price. Can be a good cut. The original market price of such villas was around $30 million. The villa here is a direct drop of $10 million. Zhang Chuxuan knew that there must be some problem here. That's why I came to take my chances. But didn't realize the problem was so big. Enough for a dozen ghosts to live. Zhang Chuxuan, a golden light directly pointed into the real estate beauty's body. There's nothing wrong with her. She's just like most people. The fainting spell was caused by the first sighting of a ghostly spirit and the unsteadiness of the frightened soul. After Zhang Chuxuan's golden light had disappeared, the real estate beauty woke up slowly. Instead of struggling the first time, she froze for several seconds. Ghosts? There's a ghost. Only when he reacted did he see that all the psychic sights he had just seen around him had disappeared. Next to her, only Zhang Chuxuan was looking at her with a smile. Beauty, can this house be cheaper now? But it's a good thing I'm here this time, or else when you bring someone to see the house next time, let alone sell it, I'm afraid you'll be on your own. Can be cheap. Can be cheap. I'll give you the lowest price directly. The real estate beauty still has some shock on her face. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's words, he couldn't help but shiver again. This damn house. She was definitely not going in there a second time. Eventually, Zhang Chuxuan bought the villa for $10 million. Zhang Chuxuan was satisfied that this price was only 1/3 of the market price, and the real estate beauty breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to lose my life. Bought the house. But since the cottage was unoccupied for a long time, some of the household items are not very well stocked. Zhang Chuxuan simply let that real estate beauty look on to help purchase some supplies. It's about 3 or 4 days before you can move in. And naturally, Zhang Chuxuan could only continue to stay at the hotel. It's been a busy half day. Lying on the hotel bed, the sky was about to darken. Looking at the red book in his hand, and his name, Zhang Chuxuan was gorgeous, just when Zhang Chuxuan wanted to celebrate. Buzz. Just then, the entire heaven and earth resounded with a buzz of names at this moment. Immediately after, a mellifluous Buddhist cry spread throughout the entire Jiangbei city. Today, the Wanjin temple is sealed off to cure the demons. All living people are forbidden to enter. The voice fell. Zhang Chuxuan's expression gave a lurch. Looking in the direction of the voice, he looked over. A blood-red aura that covered the sky was seen to erupt, almost to the point of being visible to the naked eye. That's not yin qi. Instead, it was a terrifying blood aura. Zhang Chuxian's entire face instantly turned ugly. These guys, what's with all the blood breath? This blood qi can only be formed by the blood of a living person. What are they doing to the ground? Ding 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 ding. And just then, Chu Xushang's call also came in. Zhang Chuxian clicked answer. Heavenly Master. Something big has happened. Chu Xushang's tone was permeated with incomparable anxiety. Apparently the Trickster Bureau had also sensed the Manjin Temple's movements. I saw what happened. Zhang Chuxian nodded. Inside the Wanjin Temple, the incense has always been very strong, and now throughout the Wanjin Temple, there are still thousands of living people staying, and now those guys are saying that they are sealing off the mountain, and I'm afraid that they are using those living lives to do some kind of collusion. What should Heavenly Master do now? Chapter 81, Wanjin Temple when extinguished. Zhang Chuxuan's anger. There, a septuagenarian with a skull was glaring at them, and this old lady was very close to her. You can even feel it with your breath. Silence. Deadly silence. The room was eerily quiet for 2 seconds. Ghost. The real estate beauty's eyes rolled up and she fainted straight away. Zhang Chuxian was also taken aback. That's swooning. Shut up, old woman. Look at you. You're scaring the others out of their wits. Zhang Chuxian glared at the old woman. Old woman. I'm a ing ghost. You told me to shut up? And it was clearly you who hit me first. Instead of speaking, the old woman shouted towards the villa. All out. Can't you see I'm getting beat up? The old woman's words fell. The temperature in the room instantly exploded. Within the entire villa, a single ghostly figure began to appear. It's just a short instant. A full dozen or so stern ghosts appeared right here. These stern ghosts are big and small. Obviously a family of a dozen. These sneaks after appearing, all with a grim aura. The eyes looked at Zhang Chuxuan with fierce cataracts. Zhang Chuxuan, however, did not care in the slightest, just waved his hand. What are you looking at? This place has been bought by Master Dao. You have 3 minutes. If you don't want your souls to be scattered, get out. Stinking Daoist, telling us to get lost? You've got some guts. The middle-aged male ghost that was in the bathroom earlier revealed a cold smile, and the yin qi on his body skyrocketed as he threatened Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows and backhanded a slap. Slap. With a crisp ringing sound, the male ghost was directly smacked into green smoke and dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. In Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Buying a house also gives you merit. It's not a bad deal. See this scene. The other sneaks all froze, followed by a burst of anger. Stinking Daoist, you dare to kill my son. We'll fight you. Do it. The old woman gave a cry. At once, all the sneaks swooped towards Zhang Chuxuan in unison. Zhang Chuxuan shook his head. Originally, seeing that you guys saved Master Dao a lot of money, I wanted to give you a jump on life. But since you're looking for death, you can't blame me. His finger pointed towards the void. Shasta. Above the void, a talismanic glow appeared. The terrifying talismanic aura almost shot straight up to the sky. Zhang Chuxuan once again waved his sleeve. Go! Shasta. Talismans began to burst forth. It turned into a terrifying light. Toward the sneaks he charged. With Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation, naturally, it's no match for these brats. Almost just instantly, those sneaks all screamed miserably. It turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 merits. A series of a dozen or so system beeps sounded once again in Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Zhang Chuxuan looked at his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Daoist ancestors' fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, knowledge of life 5, 51. 2%. Artifacts, dragon and tiger seal. Space ring. Taoism, golden light mantra, full level. 5 thunders, full level. 7 killings of gods and ghosts, full level. Shrinking the earth into an inch, proficient. Tongtian talisman, full level. Pure heart mantra, full level. 6 banks of immortals and thieves, full level. Detaining the spirit and dispatching the generals, full level. Wind and Queen's strange door. Merit, 4,300, can be used for system draw, gold pool of 5,000 merit, for //10, next level, platinum pool, not unlocked. Earn a few thousand more credits. Cool. And, now the house is still truly haunted. Then the price. Can be a good cut. The original market price of such villas was around $30 million. The villa here is a direct drop of $10 million. Zhang Chuxuan knew that there must be some problem here. That's why I came to take my chances. But didn't realize the problem was so big. Enough for a dozen ghosts to live. Zhang Chuxuan, a golden light directly pointed into the real estate beauty's body. There's nothing wrong with her. She's just like most people. The fainting spell was caused by the first sighting of a ghostly spirit and the unsteadiness of the frightened soul. After Zhang Chuxuan's golden light had disappeared, the real estate beauty woke up slowly. Instead of struggling the first time, she froze for several seconds. Ghosts? There's a ghost. Only when he reacted did he see that all the psychic sights he had just seen around him had disappeared. Next to her, only Zhang Chuxuan was looking at her with a smile. Beauty, can this house be cheaper now? But it's a good thing I'm here this time, or else when you bring someone to see the house next time, let alone sell it, I'm afraid you'll be on your own. Can be cheap. Can be cheap. I'll give you the lowest price directly. The real estate beauty still had some shock on her face. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's words, he couldn't help but shiver again. This damn house. She was definitely not going in there a second time. Eventually, Zhang Chuxuan bought the villa for $10 million. Zhang Chuxuan was satisfied that this price was only 1/3 of the market price, and the real estate beauty breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to lose my life. Bought the house. But since the cottage was unoccupied for a long time, some of the household items are not very well stocked. Zhang Chuxuan simply let that real estate beauty look on to help purchase some supplies. It's about 3 or 4 days before you can move in. And naturally, Zhang Chuxuan could only continue to stay at the hotel. It's been a busy half day. Lying on the hotel bed, the sky was about to darken. Looking at the red book in his hand, and his name, Zhang Chuxuan was gorgeous. Just when Zhang Chuxuan wanted to celebrate, buzz. Just then, the entire heaven and earth resounded with a buzz of names at this moment. Immediately after, a mellifluous Buddhist cry spread throughout the entire Jiangbei city. Today, the Wanjin temple is sealed off to cure the demons. All living people are forbidden to enter. The voice fell. Zhang Chuxuan's expression gave a lurch. Looking in the direction of the voice, he looked over. A blood-red aura that covered the sky was seen to erupt, almost to the point of being visible to the naked eye. That's not yin qi. Instead, it was a terrifying blood aura. Zhang Chuxian's entire face instantly turned ugly. These guys, what's with all the blood breath? This blood qi can only be formed by the blood of a living person. What are they doing to the ground? Ding 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 ding. And just then, Chuxuan's call also came in. Zhang Chuxian clicked answer. Celestial Master. Something big has happened. Chuxuan's tone was permeated with incomparable anxiety. Apparently the Trickster Bureau had also sensed the Manjin Temple's movements. I saw what happened. Zhang Chuxian nodded. Inside the Wanjin Temple, the incense has always been very strong, and now throughout the Wanjin Temple, there are still thousands of living people staying, and now those guys are saying that they are sealing off the mountain, and I'm afraid that they are using those living lives to do some kind of collusion. What should Heavenly Master do now? Chapter 82 Reversed Heavenly Reward. 2 techniques perfected. Zhang Chuxian let out a breath. I'm going to visit the Mangan Temple now. You have come to join me. Zhang Chuxian hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the serial system mission. Mission 1, solve the Wanjin Temple Demon Sealing Tower. Mission accomplished, rewarded with 80 years of Yuan Qi cultivation, pure heaven and earth divine mantra at full level. Mission failure, punishment none. Task 2, not open yet. Mission accomplished, rewarded with 100 years of Yuan Qi cultivation, randomized perfection gift pack of feats *1. Just then, in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Zhang Chuxian? Surprisingly, he directly gave 180 years of Yuan Qi cultivation. This could be worth so much more than the old ghost from before. This Mang Qinji. Surprisingly, it's all terrifying to this level. Through this period of time, Zhang Chuxian also understood. Quests issued by the system aren't given casually. The more difficult the task is, naturally, the more rewards there are. Being able to give 180 years of cultivation, as well as the rewards of having 2 feats directly perfected. It means that the difficulty of the Manjin Temple's mission is far more difficult than the previous mission. However, Zhang Chuxian had a joyful look on his face. He himself hadn't intended to spare this Manjin Temple, now triggering a system mission. A pure and simple surprise. With 180 years of cultivation, he might even be able to break through to the knowledge of life level in one fell swoop. Even if they are not able to break through, definitely not too far from a breakthrough either. Zhang Chuxian stretched his back. New grudges and old scores are settled together. You don't have to thank me for sending you all to the Western Paradise. His entire figure flickered. In the direction of the 10,000 gold monastery, he went in a hurry. But on the road, Zhang Chuxian saw Chuxuan who had hurriedly arrived. Sky Master. After Chuxuan saw Zhang Chuxian, she hurriedly greeted towards him. However, it was able to be seen that Chuxuan's face looked very bad. After all, in her area of jurisdiction, one after the other, this kind of thing happens. Anyone else would be. Zhang Chuxian nodded. Get in the car, Celestial Master. I'll take you with me. Hearing Chuxuan's words, Zhang Chuxian wasn't polite either. Straight away, he pulled open the door and got in. And Chuxuan didn't delay. 1 foot on the gas and he was headed toward the Manjinsa temple. Sit in the car. It was only then that Zhang Chuxian opened his mouth. Do you know what exactly Manjinsa is plotting? Words. Chuxuan shook her head with a bitter smile. The Buddhist sect has always had very little contact with our psychic bureau, and these guys are very xenophobic. And for some special reasons, we at the psychic bureau don't really ask much about the Buddhist sect. However, I guess the reason why this Wanjin temple is making such a big move must have gotten the support of the Buddhist Elders Association. Otherwise, they would never have acted so rashly. I'm afraid that this Jiangbei city is just the beginning. The Presbyterian Church? Hear this stuff. Zhang Chuxian was stunned. It was the first time he had ever known this. What is the Presbyterian Church? The Council of Elders is an organization jointly established by those biggest Buddhist temples in the Buddhist sect, which not only includes those big temples in the open of the Buddhist sect, but also some hidden ancient temples. One of the biggest Buddhist forces is a place called the Spiritual Terrace Temple. The abbot of Lingtai Temple is called the head of Buddha by the Buddhist sect. Its status is similar to your status in Taoism, Heavenly Master. And rumor has it that back then, when the Buddhist sect sealed the mountain 100 years ago, it was the decree passed down amongst this Lingtai Temple. Chuxuan spoke out some of the information she knew. The head of the Buddha at Lingtai Temple? It's kind of fun. Zhang Chuxian nodded. Alright, no matter what. We absolutely cannot let the Manjin Temple scheme succeed. If only a quick enough means is used to settle the vultures, all will be well. With his current strength, there is also this bottom line. Even if there really was some extraordinary means in the middle of the 10,000 gold temple, he was also able to exterminate himself. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's words, it was only then that Chu Qiushan's expression relaxed a bit. After all, she had seen Zhang Chuxuan's ability. With Zhang Chuxian around, they really didn't have to worry too much. By the way, Heavenly Master, not only our psychic bureau is taking action this time. I have already given a mission with all the cultivators in the entire Jiangbei, but all the inhabitants within Jiangbei will all go to support them. And among them, there are also some sects. For that matter, Zhang Chuxian didn't have any doubts either. Jiangbei is also a big city. Naturally, there were many practitioners who stayed, like Ma Qingqing before. 20 minutes later, the psychic's car was parked at the bottom of a hill. This is also where the Mangan Temple is located. This mountain, though, is not like any other, built to be luxurious and unusual. There are also highways for the rich to drive right up. But at this moment, the entire mountain peak where the 10,000 gold temple was located had been enveloped by an endless blood aura. It's all nighttime now, but the fact that the sky still showed this terrifying vision was enough to show the terror of this place. Get out of the car. Zhang Chuxian then saw quite a few figures appearing at the bottom of this mountain. Some of these people wore Daoist robes, while others wore ordinary clothes. The ages vary and the occupations vary, but they all had cultivation flowing through their bodies. Obviously a cultivator amongst this Jiangbei city. It was in response to Chu Qiushang's mission. After seeing the Psychic Bureau's vehicle, they all looked over as well, and all of their gazes fell on Zhang Chuxuan's body. Each of these people looked different. You are the Heavenly Master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain, right? Apparently quite a few of these people also knew Zhang Chuxian. After all, Zhang Chuxian had also exploded on the internet for some time. It's hard not to want to know. Zhang Chuxian nodded. See this. At that moment, everyone performed a salute towards Zhang Chuxian. We have met Heavenly Master Zhang. Zhang Chuxian waved his hand. There is no need to be polite. First go and deal with the matters of this Wanjin temple. After Zhang Chuxian finished speaking, he walked over to the entrance of the Wanjin temple's upper mountain. The peak covered hundreds of acres. Even with the speed of the crowd it was enough to travel forward for 10 minutes. Just saw the road up the hill, but only just walked in. The entire space suddenly distorted. Endless ghostly aura emanated. Rumble. This time, the sky fluctuated violently. Immediately after, a pagoda-shaped void. Suddenly, it was inverted on Zhang Chuxian and the others. No, it's not backwards on them. Instead, the entire path up the mountain was buttoned up. This is the Demon Ceiling Tower. Not good. We're being covered in by the Manjin Temple's Demon Ceiling Tower. Chu Qiushan's face instantly became ugly. Seal the Devil's Tower? Zhang Chuxian raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that the goal of his first mission? Don't panic. Since we're here, there's no need to think so much. Just break through. Chapter 83 Demon Ceiling Tower. Demon Dignitary. Zhang Chuxian didn't care about this. Seeing Zhang Chuxian say that, Chu Qiushan also nodded with a complex face. The group traveled a few hundred meters ahead. A violent fluctuation of yuan qi was suddenly detected. Someone's fighting. Sure enough, just after Zhang Chuxuan's words fell, several young men and women were seen, fighting with a dozen or so stern ghosts. Among them were 2 Daoists and a muscular youth, and 3 women. 2 of these 3 women were acquaintances of Zhang Chuxian, Ma Qingqing as well as Zhou Linger. Grass. What is this 10,000 gold temple's bald ass trying to do? Surprisingly, he released the Demon Ceiling Tower. These damn things. The muscular young man couldn't help but curse. None of their cultivation levels were weak. All of them are already at the Houghton level. Even Ma Qingqing and the others had already been considered to have reached half-step and 8. But at this time, it was still very hard to deal with these severe ghosts. Many of these sneaks were dressed in clothes that did not belong in modern times. Obviously old ghosts that have been dead for an unknown number of years. The een on his body was big and scary. I should have known that I shouldn't have been so reckless. I should have waited for the people from the Psychic Bureau to come together before making my move. Another young Daoist with a magic sword also said, use the secret technique. Kill them and we'll retreat. Go ahead and wait until the people from the Psychic Bureau rendezvous before we talk. The only young girl among the several people that Zhang Chuxian did not recognize said slowly, it's them. At this time Chu Qiushang slightly raised her eyebrows. Heavenly Master. These people are all geniuses who have recently risen to fame in the cultivation world. Should we make a move to save them? Save. Why not save? What about a dozen sneaks? To say the least, it is capable of providing thousands of merits. How can this be missed? The other practitioners all nodded as well. Although their cultivation was not as good as Ma Qingqing and the others, they were still superior in numbers. It wouldn't be hard to solve these severe ghosts if they struck out together. Some had already taken out their own portable magic weapons, just waiting for Zhang Chuxuan to speak. However, it was then realized that those people from the Psychic Bureau all silently took a step back, giving up his position to Zhang Chuxuan. There was absolutely no intention of doing anything about it. The crowd of other Jiangbei cultivators were all confused. What the hell? Didn't we say we were going to make a move? What are you running for? But immediately after, everyone then saw Zhang Chuxuan's figure flash. Next moment, his finger pointed at the void. Immediately, a talisman above the void had appeared around Zhang Chuxuan. Go! Zhang Chuxuan once again flicked his fingers. Instantaneous. A dozen or so talismans erupted above the void at the same time. A streak of brilliant blue light cut through the shadowy fog and shot toward those stern ghosts. Such a sneak. For Zhang Chuxuan, it was completely one move second goods. The moment those talismans erupted, those severe ghosts were also finally sensing the danger. One by one, their faces suddenly changed drastically, looking at those talisman faces with horror, but not before they reacted. It had been pierced by the power of the talisman. Bump! With a series of explosions, all the severe ghosts all turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 230 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, a series of system beeps rang out. The dozen or so stern ghosts were enough to provide more than 2,000 merits. Looking at the numbers on the attribute panel, Zhang Chuxuan was in a good mood. Shocker! The entire space fell into silence. From the time Zhang Chuxuan struck out to the time it ended, it was just a few short breaths of effort. Behind Zhang Chuxuan, quite a few cultivators hadn't even reacted yet. Just realize it's all over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone couldn't help but stare. That's nifty. These severe ghosts. Just like that, they're dead. There was even a Hotian realm stern ghost amongst these sneaks. The breath was powerful and terrifying. Something they certainly couldn't even deal with if they came across it alone. Just like that, he was killed by a single blow. A direct second. Although I knew that Zhang Chuxuan was strong, but he's not that strong, is he? It's not just them. Even the few young men and women in the middle of the battlefield were stunned. Looking at the stern ghosts that were killed in seconds, the faces looked at each other. Then in unison, they looked towards the place where the talisman had erupted. A transcendent and dusty young Daoist was seen standing not far away. Behind him, there were dozens of other figures following. Tianshi. At this time Ma Qingqing's eyes steeply lit up. Towards Zhang Chuxuan. He ran. Thank you, Heavenly Master. Ma Qingqing and Zhou Linger bowed towards Zhang Chuxuan. Smiling, he opened his mouth. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand and rolled his eyes. All right, get up. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's words, it took two people to get up. They were all already familiar with Zhang Chuxuan. Naturally there are no constraints. But the other four who followed Ma Qingqing and the others were just confused. Elder sister Ma, who is this? The woman among them inquired towards Ma Qingqing. Ma Qingqing rushed to introduce it. Sister Home Sleeve. This is our Taoist master Zhang. Zhang Chuxuan. Hear that? The woman's eyes trembled. Even the few people behind him froze at the same time. With that, he saluted towards Zhang Chuxuan. Zhuge Red Sleeve of the Zhuge family. Meet Heavenly Master Zhang. Dang Hu of the Beijing immortal family lineage. Mao Shan, Mao Yu. Wudong, Wang Ling. Meet Heavenly Master Zhang. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes also looked towards these four people. The Zhuge family? The North River immortals? Mao Shan? No wonder it can be called a genius. All of them are disciples of great sects. Especially that woman called Zhuge Hongso. Not only was she pretty, along with that, his cultivation level was also the highest amongst the few. It had reached the level of half-step innate. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. Get up. Now is not the time to delay. It's only true that we'll settle the mankind temple early. Zhang Chuxuan finished speaking and turned around. The others didn't dare to slack off. In unison, they followed Zhang Chuxuan's footsteps. Heavenly Master, with the way things are going, if we want to enter the 10,000 gold temple, we must first resolve this demon sealing tower. The devil sealing tower is rumored to have a terrifying devil suppressed by this 10,000 gold temple. The strength is unfathomable. Zhu Xushang said to Zhang Chuxuan. Devil? Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. Nowadays demons and monsters. He's seen everything else. Just in time to find out what the so-called devil is. Among this demon sealing tower, it seems that there are indeed powerful things. As the line got deeper and deeper, a suffocating and oppressive feeling spread from the depths of the demon sealing tower. But the weird thing is, out of those severe ghosts that we encountered at the beginning, surprisingly, I didn't run into any sneaks along the way. It made Zhang Chuxuan have the illusion that he had come to the wrong place. But the more so, the more grave everyone's faces became. No one was stupid enough to step in and not have a sneak show up yet. It wasn't that these stern ghosts hadn't noticed them. I didn't do anything about it. Definitely really waiting for the right time to finish them off for good. Chapter 84 Killing Through the Demon Ceiling Tower. It's not like the 10,000 ghosts haven't killed before. What's going on with this demon ceiling tower? Isn't it rumored that the demon ceiling tower is filled with demons? How come there isn't a single ghost? Behind Zhang Chuxuan, Chuxuan was opening her mouth. As the head of the psychic bureau in Jiangbei, she was familiar with everything within the Manjin temple. Yes, but this place has a heavy demonic aura. It's hard to believe that something has gone wrong that we don't know about. Ma Qingqing also followed Zhang Chuxuan's side, looking around in all directions. Who knew that the two women had only just finished their words? Buzz off. The entire void began to shake continuously. Countless ripples crumpled above the void. The depths of the demon ceiling tower. An extremely terrifying aura began to be released. The aura could almost be said to be overwhelming. The terrifying power began to reverberate continuously. After detecting the scent, everyone's faces changed drastically at the same time. This is a grade A psychic. In here, surprisingly, there's an A-class psychic. A member of the psychic bureau couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Even the pupils of Zhuge Hongsleeve and the others, who had been fairly calm, were contracting extremely. Apparently it didn't occur to me either. A Ghost King level thing would even appear here. The Ghost King that has reached the pinnacle of spirituality at this stage. Beyond the existence of the Ghost King, it's usually rare to see it. The strength of a Ghost King was all but needless to say. It was absolutely easy to overthrow a city. She couldn't help but look at Zhang Chuxuan. There was more curiosity in her eyes regarding Zhang Chuxuan. As an heir of the Zhuge family, she also enjoyed the reputation of a heavenly pride in the entire inhuman realm. But, just now, Zhang Chuxuan made a move. She knew that Zhang Chuxuan's strength was definitely not something she could compare to. Chu Tsushan's face also became a bit uglier. Even though the old ghost he had seen before was also at the level of a Ghost King, but that was only just stepping into the Ghost King after all. And the one in front of him was definitely too much stronger than that old ghost. Celestial Master. Are you sure about this? Chu Qiushan looked at Zhang Chuxuan. Originally, he thought that Zhang Chuxuan's strength would be able to deal with this Wanjin temple. But now, it's really too underestimated here. This place is still scary. Only just entered the demon ceiling tower. Then a Ghost King level existence appeared. It's a lot more dangerous than Fountainhead. But immediately after, the entire demon ceiling tower violently resounded with a roar. Next, the whole air trembled. The demon ceiling tower began to boil. An unimaginably terrifying yin qi erupted from all around. It directly trapped the entire psychic bureau team all in it. No good. Everyone's faces changed in unison. It was instantly clear what was going on, but not before waiting for a reaction. Then a voice was heard again. We're surrounded. Hear that? It took all of them a moment to come back to their senses and look towards the gloomy mist around them. Then instantly his head buzzed and exploded right off. Next to them, I don't know when, countless sneaks appeared around them. At a glance it was densely packed. Hundreds of them. This is the demon within the demon ceiling tower of the 10,000 gold temple. I didn't realize that all of these sneaks had been controlled by the Manjin temple. These damned vultures, raising ghosts to this extent. Chu Qiushan recognized them almost instantly. Everyone's throats moved slightly, with some fear. Don't look at these sneaky auras that aren't strong. Though most were merely derated sneaks, only a very few of them reached the sea level. But with those numbers, it was still too difficult to kill them. There is a Ghost King in front of it, and now they're surrounded by these half-human, half-ghost things. It's a no-win situation, so to speak. Damn Manjin temple. It's still really vicious. Ma Qingqing cursed angrily. Celestial Master. What now? Chu Tsushan's voice trembled a little. However, Zhang Chuxuan's eyes lit up at this moment. It's a damn sight like merit for nothing. Other people can't deal with the ghosts here themselves, but they can. And this demon ceiling tower seemed to be controlled by the Ghost King in the depths there. Just kill it. Doesn't that solve everything? What to do? Zhang Chuxuan smiled faintly. Just slaughter them. Of course. Slaughter? Chu Tsushan couldn't help but stare. So much sneakiness. I'm afraid we can't kill them all with us. She said this. Can't kill it all? Zhang Chuxuan sneered. Take a direct step. Then let the Taoist see if he can finish killing or not. Chu Tsushan? Others? What the hell? Although I know you're strong, but it can't be that reckless. There's no need to kill all these sneaks. They're controlled by the Demon King amongst the Demon Ceiling Tower. Just slaughter it and it's all over. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan's look of conviction, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. It sounded as if killing a Ghost King seemed simple. This is a real Ghost King. Is it really that easy to get killed? Celestial Master. Shouldn't. It's better to be cautious. Chu Tsushan was gently persuading. Roar. Suddenly, another low growl sounded. The moment I heard the voice, all the sneaks opened their eyes in unison. A fierce light appeared among his eyes. Toward them it lunged. Not good. These things are starting to make a move. Ma Qingqing, Zhuge Hanso and the others' faces changed. One by one. They couldn't care less about what they were saying. All of the other inhumans also took out their skills. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the crowd that was messed up more than anything else. A slight frown. Kinda. A bunch of dish rags. Director Chu. Protect yourselves. I'll be right there. After Zhang Chuxuan finished speaking, nor is it lingering. With a single step, he directly disappeared into the midst of the group of ghosts. The golden light on his body began to flicker. Heaven and earth are metaphysical. The root of all air. Cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Golden light curse. Come out. A terrifying golden light erupted from Zhang Chuxuan's body. Directly, it enveloped Zhang Chuxuan's entire person. Zhang Chuxuan's body was inverted in the middle of the golden light. Directly, all the sneaks are isolated. Immediately after, a talisman began to appear in the middle of the void. The light of the Tongtian talisman was flickering. The Shang level of the power of the Tongtian talisman is almost unimaginable. The ground to deal with these severe ghosts simply do not to Qinsong. Almost instantly, dozens of talismans were generated. And that rate is still skyrocketing. The evil execution talisman. Go! Zhang Chuxuan flipped his hand. All the talismans began to erupt. A single evil punishing talisman was bursting forth. The power of these talismans is also self-evident. Chapter 85, Sealing the Devil Tower. Devil Sovereign. Meet the Taoist Heavenly Master. Just for a moment, all the ghosts and spirits that were struck by the heavenly talisman all flew away in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 merits. Dozens of voices in succession resounded in the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Clear the perimeter straight away. This scene directly gave everyone a shocked look. Those sneaks that had been fearless enough to pounce on them all froze in place. Unbelievably, he looked at Zhang Chuxuan, totally intimidated. They are not afraid to die. But this Taoist priest in front of them is simply not something they can deal with. Their attacks simply couldn't even break through the golden light surrounding that Daoist priest, let alone hurt him. Zhang Chuxuan also didn't dwell too much with these sneaks. These are just the little ghosts in the Devil's Tower. Buzz. Just as these sneaks paused out of fear, the void suddenly shook. Zhang Chuxuan felt the fluctuation of the air. A sudden grin. So it's here. His eyes were fixed on a spot in the distance. The shrinking ground was cast directly, with Zhang Chuxuan's current cultivation level catalyzing shrinking earth. One step is tens of meters. A short 10 seconds or so, Zhang Chuxian's footsteps just lurched. His pupils contracted slightly. Not far ahead of him, a body white made up of countless corpses was sitting there on its knees. The body was filled with blackened runes of all sorts of horrors. It shimmered eerily in the midst of this darkness. The figure was a dozen feet long. It was filled with chaos. This aura was different from ghost aura or demon aura. This is magic breath. Almost at the instant Zhang Chuxian appeared, the gaze of that huge figure sitting on a plate snapped over. Who spies on this seat? Beneath the sound, countless demonic barriers whistled towards Zhang Chuxian. Zhang Chuxian casually tapped his hand. All the demonic barriers were directly shattered. His figure stepped out as well. Dogs! After that cross-legged skeleton saw Zhang Chuxian, there was more than a hint of surprise in his eyes. I really didn't expect that the magic ceiling tower of the 10,000 gold temple would end up suppressing a monster like you. Zhang Chuxian was a little surprised as he looked at the huge demonic shadow in front of him. Apparently he didn't expect it either. This was something unimaginable that had been suppressed by the demon ceiling tower that Chu Qiushur had spoken of. It's amazing how much of a stretch it can be. This demonic shadow. It didn't seem to be something from their earthly world at all. Zhang Chuxian was able to tell that this demonic shadow was very strong, even though it's been sealed here for a long time. All that's left is the power after it's been sealed. But it still had an even more terrifying cultivation than that old ghost from the ghost market before. Little Taoist, if you want to get past this demon ceiling tower, you'll have to get past this honored one first. I don't know if you have the skill anymore. That demonic shadow's voice was icy cold. It echoed in the middle of the void. Zhang Chuxian frowned. He felt that there was something odd and strange about this demonic shadow. But again, I can't say. But it's all come down to this. Nature settles early and ends early. Talisman. Rise. Zhang Chuxuan's finger pointed. Dozens of talismans erupted in an instant. Towards that demonic shadow. It directly smashed over the body of that huge demonic shadow. An unimaginable darkness rose. A direct stop in front of the body. Rumble. The power of the Tongtian talisman crashed on top of the Buddha's light. An ear-piercing roar was emitted. The strength is quite strong, but to have only that, it's not enough. The demonic shadow spoke. Its entire body began to move as well. In its hands snapped a string of mana swords woven with human heads. Die! Devil shadow burst out. The human head Dharma sword in his hand erupted with brilliant ethereal light. Viciously, he smashed down towards Zhang Chuxuan. Facing Zhang Chuxuan, it used its killing move as soon as it came up. The terrifying aura shook the space trembling. This was a terrifying power that belonged to the A-class level. This strike it was confident. Even a cultivator at the same level of knowing life. It was also absolutely impossible to block it. However, in an instant, its pupils then contracted extremely. It was seen in the instant that its law sword smashed down. It was caught by a slender palm. That attack that could easily shatter mountains. After landing on top of that palm, it erupted with a piercing clang. But let the power of this suppression. That palm still hadn't moved at all. It didn't even break the defense. The power is pretty strong. Zhang Chuxuan also felt the terrifying force coming from above his palm. Can't help but compliment one. You should know that you are now a great success with the 6 banks of immortal thieves, plus the cultivation at today's level. At a level this immediately follows. The ones that can shake themselves are almost rare, and this demonic shadow in front of him was surprisingly just shy of doing so. The entirety of that demonic shadow was stunned. Following that, the brouhaha began, but not before it reacted. In the hands of Zhang Chuxuan, a thunderbolt had appeared. The tyrannical thunder breath pierced through the surrounding fury power almost in an instant. Thunder spells. This is the 5 thunder positive technique. You're from Dragon Tiger Mountain. That demonic shadow appeared the moment thunder appeared on Zhang Chuxuan's body. Then he recognized Zhang Chuxuan. Its pair of eyes became incomparably shocked. Oh, you even know about the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Then the Taoist master won't hide anything from you. I am the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Celestial master. The entirety of that huge demonic shadow was silent for a moment. Then the body jerked towards Zhang Chuxuan. He lunged once again. Then let the seat see if this heavenly master of yours has practiced to the fullest. Hear that? Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The demonic shadow in front of him was really a bit strange. But having come to this point, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Palm thunder. Zhang Chuxuan's palm swung violently. Boom. In the middle of his palm a terrifying power of thunder exploded. It crashed towards that demonic shadow. The moment that demonic shadow touched the thunder, the entire body burst steeply. Even the black mist around it was completely shattered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,000 merits. The system's voice came from within Zhang Chuxuan's mind, but Zhang Chuxuan didn't pay any attention to it. Instead, he looked to where the demonic shadow was just now. There, a golden light flashed. Next moment, a shadow had just appeared from amongst that demonic body. Just see, a Taoist priest appeared in front of Zhang Chuxuan's eyes. The Taoist was almost 60 or 70 years old. He looked at Zhang Chuxuan. Suddenly, he performed a Daoist salute to Zhang Chuxuan. Disciples of the Taoist family, greet the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master. This scene completely dumbfounded Zhang Chuxuan. Taoist priests. This demonic shadow was actually a Taoist priest. What's the situation? What's going on? Chapter 86, Pure Heaven and Earth Divine Mantra Full Level. Cultivation Breakthrough. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's question, a bitter smile also appeared on that Daoist's face. Back to the Heavenly Master. A few minutes later, Zhang Chuxian's face was ice cold as he walked out from the depths of that demon ceiling tower. Through the description of that Taoist earlier, Zhang Chuxian was aware of what was really going on in this demon ceiling tower. It turns out that the predecessor of this Wanjin temple, surprisingly, it was a small sect of Taoism. The Daoist just now was the sect's headmaster. 100 years ago, this small sect was ordered by the Taoist Heavenly Master to lead the sect's disciples to kill ghosts and spirits in cherry blossom fights. It took 5 years. In the end, he returned to this Taoist temple of his after being seriously injured, taking one of the 10 non-existent disciples in his sect with him. Originally wanted to recuperate, but I didn't expect it. Surprisingly, they were told by a group of monks from who knows where that this place had a connection with them and that they wanted to turn it into a Buddhist temple, and take advantage of the fact that this Daoist was seriously injured to kill him. To the outside world, it was said that demons were found here. They, the Buddhists, have crushed the demons under the Devil Ceiling Tower. Zhang Chuxian also got that there were quite a few small sects that were so annihilated 100 years ago. Damn thing! A murderous glint flashed in Zhang Chuxuan's eyes. Even the person who had such great achievements for Daxia 100 years ago was banned as a demon, or a disciple of their Taoist family. This is a big one. It's a big one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission, solving the demon ceiling tower. Mission accomplished, rewarded with 80 years of Yuan Qi cultivation, pure heaven and earth divine mantra at full level. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Boom! Within his dantian, an infinite amount of Yuan Qi erupted from his dantian. It rushed towards the meridians of his entire body. The terrifying power of cultivation was constantly climbing. In the meantime, in his head, realizations about the divine mantra of pure heaven and earth were also appearing like crazy. Heaven and earth are natural, and filth is dispersed. The whole in the mystery. Wobbling Lang Tai Yuan. The 8 mighty gods make me natural. Spiritual treasure rune destiny. Pu Gao 9 heavens. Sentence after sentence of incantations emanated in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. The pure heaven and earth divine spell, of the 8 divine spells, could almost be called one of the top divine spells in terms of efficacy. It has the terrifying effect of ferrying thousands of ghosts and killing thousands of ghosts. It has an unimaginable restraint on all the sinister and evil places of the world. It can be said that with the divine power of this divine spell, under the heavens, there was no more sinister and evil obscurity that could trap Zhang Chuxuan. It was just a matter of 10 seconds or so. Zhang Chuxuan then completely absorbed the rewards of this one. He opened his eyes to his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Daoist ancestors' fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, 6th level of knowledge of life, 69. 3%. Artifacts, dragon and tiger seal. Space ring, Taoism, golden light mantra, full level. 5 thunders, full level. 7 killings of gods and ghosts, full level. Shrinking the earth into an inch, proficient. Tongtian talisman, full level. Pure heart mantra, full level. 6 banks of immortals and thieves, full level. Detaining the spirit and dispatching the generals, full level. Wind and Queen's strange door. Merit, 9,400, can be used for system draw, gold pool, 5,000 merit, for //10, next level, platinum pool, not unlocked. The realm had already broken through to the 6th level of knowledge. Only one step short of being able to reach the late stage of knowledge. Merit is even just one step away from breaking 10,000 again. It's not bad. Ding! Detected the host completing side mission 1. Now opening mission 2. Destroy the Temple of Manjin. Mission accomplished, rewarded with 100 years of Yuan Qi cultivation, randomized perfection gift pack of feats *1. Mission failed, penalty none. Just as the system's voice fell. Tianshi. Zhang Chuxuan then violently heard a voice. After the disappearance of that Daoist in the demon ceiling tower, the entire demon ceiling tower had been considered to be completely broken. Chu Xushang and the others fell into a brief daze then reacted instantly. One by one, they looked towards Zhang Chuxuan who was not far away in surprise, and those demons inside the demon ceiling tower that had originally surrounded them. Almost as soon as the demon ceiling tower disappeared, they also screamed miserably one by one. They all turned into smoke and were scattered. They followed the demon ceiling tower should have established a special relationship long ago. It's natural to react this way. Celestial Master. You resolved that demon. Chu Xushang and Ma Qingqing hurriedly walked towards Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan nodded, and without any reservations, he told the general story. Hearing all of them, killing intent erupted from their eyes. Those damn vultures! How dare you do this to our Dao sect? Ma Qingqing, Zhuge Hansleeve and the others also had ugly faces. As disciples of the Dao sect, the elders among their sect had naturally participated in the battle 100 years ago. Naturally, I know the grueling nature of the battles back then. The top large sects in the cultivation world like them were all devastated. Not to mention those small Taoist sects. Obviously it's all miserable to this extent. But these Buddhist vultures had the audacity to fall on their sword like this. It is indeed a mortal sin. Even Chu Qiushan looked grave. Obviously such information was simply not clear even to their psychic bureau. Alright, there's no need to say anything else now. This demon ceiling tower has disappeared. It's time to enter the 10,000 gold temple. Zhang Chuxuan looked toward the end of the mountain path. A huge Buddhist temple standing amidst a layer of blood-colored light. Go! He took the lead in the turnaround. The others rushed to follow. Walked for a minute or so. At the speed of a line, it came right outside the Mankind temple. At this moment, the entire 10,000 gold temple was enveloped in endless bloodlight. There was also a layer of Buddha's light amongst this bloodlight. The Buddha pattern on it flickered, with dense runes. Although it seems peaceful, it is all-encompassing, just waiting for the living to step in. This is formation? There had been a number of direct recognitions. There's no need to worry this time. Miss Zhuge, your Zhuge family's Zhuge Chiman is known throughout the world. So I'll trouble you with this formation. After seeing layers of Buddha's light, Chu Xushang said to Zhuge Hansleeve Zhuge Yu. Hearing Chu Xushang's words, the other men's faces were also delighted. The Zhuge family's Chi-Men Dunjia, the most restraining of all great formations under the sun. With the Zhuge family in place, Any formations were null and void. Good. Zhuge Hongso didn't have any refusal either. Just stretching. A flicker of confidence flashed across his face. The heavenly formation is nothing but a strange art. This is something she has mastered since she was a child. Zhuge Hongsleeve stepped on her feet. Instantaneous. Underneath her, an octagram had appeared. The sharp edges of the bagua are revealed. Towards the Manjin temple's formation it came down in a direct coverage. But just in the instant that Zhuge Hongshu's bagua diagram appeared, boom! A loud bang slammed out. Next moment, that endless blood-colored Buddha light violently began to expand. A bloody light smashed down into that bagua diagram. Chapter 87, Chi Men rise after the wind. Transform me into a king. Bump! The bagua exploded. Zhuge Hongshu's face changed violently. The entire person retreated several steps before they could sort of stabilize themselves. It's the Blood Buddha formation. Blood Buddha formation? Hear that. The crowd was confused. However, the Mashan disciple who hadn't said anything was the one whose expression was stunned. Asterisk. Surprisingly, it's really the Blood Buddha Grand Formation. These bald asses. Tough enough. You recognize? The others all looked over. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes were also looking towards those Buddhist lights. This Blood Buddha formation is one of the strongest formations in the Buddhist sect. It's supported by the Buddhist chi. Even Zhuge Chiman would have a hard time trying to break through. Unless it's an existence above knowing life. It's still not easy to deal with him. Moling's complexion was bad. It's all because my cultivation isn't enough. Zhuge Hongso felt a little guilty. If my realm breaks through to the late innate level, I might still be able to break through this formation in a short period of time. But right now, without a few days of effort, I'm afraid it will be difficult to shake this Blood Buddha formation. Celestial Master, what should we do now? Chu Tsushan looked at Zhang Chuxian with some anxiety. What do we do? Just break it open. Zhang Chuxian rolled his eyes. But, didn't Miss Zhuge say that you need to be at least in the late innate stage to be able to do it? Which only you have that cultivation. But you also don't know the art of Chi Men. Who says I won't? Chu Tsushan? You will this too? Zhang Chuxian nodded. Yeah, studied for a couple days. Got a little bit of a hang of it. A little bit? Hear that. The hope that had just been raised in the crowd vanished once again. Celestial Master. Chi Men is a heavenly art. The threshold is very high. It shouldn't be possible to learn it for only a few days. Zhuge Hongshu also understood Zhang Chuxuan's words. Let's not talk about practicing for a few days. She had been practicing Zhuge Chi Men since she was a child. By now it was only a small achievement. Zhang Chuxian, even if his talent was demonic, it was also impossible to be higher than her in terms of Chi Men attainments. But she had only just finished. Just see the next moment. Zhang Chuxian had already taken a step out in an idle manner. Instantaneous. Beneath his feet, an unimaginable 9 palisade trigrams figure burst forth on Zhang Chuxuan's body. Almost just a split second. It directly enveloped the entire Manjin temple. Tenrikyo technique. Strange layout. And crossing. Zhuge Hongsleeve? Chu Tsushan? Nice guy. You call that a little bit of knowledge? Is this the power of the Chi Men technique? Even a slight understanding is so strong. Then wouldn't it be heaven-defying if it reached its peak? There were unidentified folk alien people staring blankly at the 8 trigrams orientation map that covered the void. The god couldn't help but tremble. Zhuge Hongsleeve. That's a slight understanding. This heavenly master had clearly reached the point of pure fire. I'm only really skimming the surface on this one. Zhuge Hongshu's entire body felt bad. What the hell? Isn't my Mun family the strongest in this world of strange doors? How did it get to this level of terror in the hands of a heavenly master? Even the elders with the highest cultivation in the family. There was no way to lay down such a large 9 palisade trigrams destiny plate, right? Just because it's big doesn't mean it's necessarily strong though. But one must have comprehended the Chi Men Dao to an extremely deep level to be able to do so. The depths of the Manjin temple. The main hall of the Buddha hall in the back of the mountain. Mingjin along with 6 or 7 old monks, as well as hundreds of Buddhist disciples were all sitting cross-legged in various parts of the main hall at this time. In their mouths they were constantly chanting scriptures. In front of them was a black mist that couldn't tell what the hell it was. In the midst of the mist, a palpitating fluctuation emanated. At this time, Mingjin suddenly frowned. Mingshan beside him was a bit curious when he saw Mingjin's appearance. Senior brother. What's wrong? It was only then that Mingjin spoke. I always have a little bit of a heart attack. Wondering if there's going to be a change of heart. Akiyama chuckled. Elder brother is really being overly concerned. With that old thing from the demon ceiling tower around, it's simply impossible for anyone to be able to step out. That old thing is also a Taoist, and has an extremely strong immunity to Taoism. Even if that Taoist heavenly master came, it wouldn't be easy to get out of there. And the Psychic Bureau definitely doesn't have such strong support anytime soon. Not to mention we've opened the Blood Buddha formation. Even so, but under the Blood Buddha formation, unless above knowledge comes in person, we'll have enough time. After hearing what Ming Shan said, Akane was just about to nod, but suddenly, his whole body froze, then a pair of eyes, staring straight ahead, the pupils were contracting violently. Akiyama was also a bit caught off guard by Akane's sudden change of heart. Hastily, he followed old monk Mingjin's gaze. Immediately after, the two men's bodies shuddered at the same time. Just see, halfway up in the distance, the figure of a young Daoist stepped on the 8 trigrams orientation chart, towards the large formation that was enveloping the sky above the Wanjin temple. It covered it. The moment the Blood Buddha Grand Formation was touched by Zhang Chuxuan, the entire Grand Formation was then activated. A huge Blood Buddha palm shadow rushed towards Zhang Chuxuan. The Blood Buddha carried the endless terrifying power within the 10,000 gold temple. Even ordinary knowledge cultivators simply couldn't carry the impact. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the oncoming golden dragon. Fingers fluctuated gently. Wind Queen Strange Door, Watchman Chaos Gold. Buzz. The Destiny Disc spins. It was as if the entire heaven and earth and spacetime were frozen at this moment. The next instant, Zhang Chuxuan's figure had already appeared above the Bloody Buddha. Then a fist slammed down. It was like the Blood Buddha had been pressed on the pause button. There was no response. Just like a stake, it was blasted by Zhang Chuxuan's fist at the location of the Blood Buddha's head. Boom! The Blood Buddha let out a wail and instantly exploded. Until then, it was only then that time and space began to flow again, and Zhang Chuxuan's figure had already appeared in a position. A light step. Ka-chow. There seemed to be the sound of a mirror breaking. The next instant, the golden light in the sky disappeared. The entire Manjin temple was completely exposed. Mingjin and Fa Duan gulped almost simultaneously, breaking open one of his own strongest formations, the Blood Buddha Grand Formation. It's just ing broken open. Taoist Celestial Master. It's that stinking Taoist priest. Almost instantly, Mingjin then recognized Zhang Chuxuan's identity. The eyes were almost spitting fire. Damn, it's him again. The other old monks present at this time also looked towards the outskirts of the Wanjin temple one after another. Akiyama Mu rose. Don't be alarmed, senior brother. It's just a Taoist priest from a fallen Taoist sect. You and the senior brothers will continue to sit in the town once again. I'll bring the other disciples to answer the enemy, and ensure that they'll be decimated. Chapter 88. My name is Wind Queen. Zhuge Qimen is no better. Mingjin heard this. There was a slight nod as well. Then I'll trouble senior brother. The outskirts of the Mangin temple. Zhang Chuxuan exploded the Blood Buddha Grand Formation with one foot. A slight shake of the head. I thought this was pretty strong, but I didn't realize it was so trashy. Listening to this precise speech from Zhang Chuxuan, everyone was speechless for a moment. What the hell do you call this? Then what are we? The others were shocked though, but there wasn't much to feel. After all, they didn't really know much about the Qi Men arts together, but only Zhuge Hongshu's entire pupils were bursting open, deadly staring at Zhang Chuxuan. Just now, that position just now was clearly not the Qian character position. Why? Why can the Heavenly Master use the divine power of the Qian position? Zhuge Hongshu's entire body was mumbling. Seems very skeptical of life. Only she knew what those few short words meant. She grew up learning the art of the strange door. It's all about karmic orientation and avoiding bad luck. Center yourself and set your bearings. It is in what position that you can release the feats of what orientation. This is the law between heaven and earth. However, Zhang Chuxuan directly unleashed the divine ability of the Qian bit in a different direction. That's something I've never heard of, let alone seen. Even that ancestor of their Zhuge family could never have done this. Impossible. Our Zhuge family's Zhuge Qi sect is the strongest Qi sect method. Why would the Qi Men art released by the Heavenly Master be stronger than the Zhuge Qi Men? Zhuge Hongsleeve was in constant doubt. Celestial Master, what is the Qi Men you use? At this time Zhuge Hongso couldn't care less and directly went up to ask. Wind Queen Shamin. Zhang Chuxuan didn't hide it either. The Wind Queen. It's the rumored Qi Men Dunji's originator. The Wind Empress. Zhuge Hongsu's eyes widened. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. Yes. That's the one. You Zhuge Qimen step on the directions and look for good and bad luck, while I, the Wind Queen Qimen, just need to be in the middle of the Qimen. I am the direction. I am the fortune. After Zhang Chuxuan finished speaking, look to the crowd next to you. Enter the temple. After saying that, he stepped straight into the middle of the 10,000 gold temple. Only Zhuge Hongso and Zhuge Yu were left behind with their mouths still murmuring. I am the direction. I am the fortune. Suddenly Zhuge Hongsu's eyes all lit up. This is the real Feng Shui Qi Men Bureau. I am the orientation. I am the fortune and misfortune, she said looking towards Zhang Chuxuan's back. The eyes grew brighter. I don't know what I'm thinking. Zhang Chuxuan naturally had no idea about what Zhuge Hongshu was thinking. He had already stepped into the middle of this 10,000 gold temple at this time. For this Buddhist temple, it was naturally his first time. The only one who was still familiar with this place was Chuxuan, Heavenly Master. There are a total of 2 places in this Wanjin temple. The monastery in the front is available for people to offer incense, while the back is a place for those vultures to practice. Chuxuan pointed at the Wanjin temple and said to Zhang Chuxuan, "We've come all the way to this place, and these Manjin temple vultures haven't shown up yet. I'm sure those bald asses must be unable to get away at this moment. As long as we can find them before they finish their scheming, everything might still be saved," Chuxuan said while quickly leading the way. Nowadays this entire Manjin temple is blood red. It was enveloped by a horrifying mist of blood. From time to time, there are a few unforgiving spirits. However, they were all casually killed by Zhang Chuxuan. Walked for 10 minutes. It took a group of people to see a blocked-off passageway. However, just then, the air in the middle of the Mankind temple suddenly began to vibrate. The sound of breaking air came from the entire void, like something was rapidly approaching towards them. Chuxuan, who was the closest to that loud noise, had a magic sword appear in her hand. Towards the place where that voice rang out was a sword chop. This sword she directly sliced through all the surrounding fog. The eyes of the crowd also saw the incoming object. Everyone's face changed. Flying stiff. It's a flying stiff. Bump. The Dharma sword in Chuxuan's hand collided with the flying stiff. The entire person spurted out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards. Before the crowd could react, the flying stiffs once again rushed towards Chuxuan. Its corpse aura is wildly. The terrifying aura had already reached the level of at least a late-stage flying stiff. Far stronger than Chuxuan. Chuxuan just wanted to raise a breath and strike again. It was seen that Zhang Chuxuan had flashed through. Shrinkage is being performed. This distance of more than 10 feet had been crossed in just one step. The crowd then saw Zhang Chuxuan's figure stop in front of everyone in a flash. The same punch was thrown. Meet the claws of the flying stiff, taking people and refining their corpses, not even sparing the disciples of your own Buddhist sect. You guys are really refreshing my 3 views over and over again. There was no yuan qi fluctuation in this punch. It's purely physical power. After the 6 banks of immortal thieves had become great, not to mention others, even Zhang Chuxuan himself didn't know to what level his physique was actually strong. It was really because his strength was too unbelievable. The sneaks he encountered had no way of forcing him to use his physical body. The 6 banks of immortal thieves as the ultimate in body refining. Being able to be ranked as one of the 8 wondrous techniques. The terror of its power would naturally be inferior to the Tong Tian talisman. Plus his current cultivation level. Wanting to physically kill a flying stiff was also absolutely easy. After seeing Zhang Chuxuan's movements, one by one, the crowd was horrified to the core. Tianshi, don't! That's the code. I've seen tigers before, but I've never seen such a tiger. That was a zombie at the peak of flying stiffness. Don't talk about knowing your fate. Even if a cultivator above the knowledge of life came, he didn't dare to use his fists to stiffen the flying stiff. Chuxuan was also taken aback. Although she knew before that Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation was not something that could be compared to a mere flying stiff. Able to. Cultivation is cultivation. Flesh is flesh. Stronger practitioners. It was also impossible to shake a flying stiff with his flesh. It's over. Seeing that one person and one stiff figure had collided together, everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Can't bear to look at this scene. However, boom. A sound explosion of vibrations was heard. Rumble. Immediately after, everyone then saw the kind of flying stiff whose entire body was directly smashed, turned into a sky full of blood mist, and directly disappeared. Chuxuan. Others? Is this a ING hallucination? Asterisk. Suddenly the right scene. Straight away, everyone's mouths dropped open. Dumbfounded, he stared at what was in front of him. Divine Master. A punch to a flying stiff. What the hell? Who told you Taoist priests could do this? You all don't need to be alarmed. The poor Taoist is actually proficient in 1 or 2 things about the physical body. Chapter 89, Seed Stiffness Technique. No bone transformation. Zhang Chuxian's faint voice rang out. What a familiar line. If memory serves, earlier you said that you were only a little bit proficient in the art of Qi-Men. Cool. I didn't realize that the great Chang 6 Banks immortal thief was so strong. He had only used 30% of his strength in that blow just now. It's amazing that it can cause such an effect. Zhang Chuxian himself was surprised. You know this one in front of you is a zombie. Zombies were originally known for their physical bodies. A body's strength is all in this body. Even if this flying stiff in front of him was weaker than the old Master Ren that he had encountered before. But the strength is not to be underestimated. I didn't expect to even catch one of my own punches. No merit. This thing still exists. It's a stiff method. Right about this time, Zhuge Hongso suddenly sucked in a breath of cool air. Hasn't this stiff method been banned long ago? The law of the stiffs? What's the stiffness seeding method? Someone on the sidelines was wondering. The method of planting stiffs is to sacrifice people as zombies. Although these people are alive, the environment they grew up in is exactly the same as zombies, eating flesh and drinking blood. Then through a special secret method, those people were planted in the middle of the corpse-raising land to grow stiffs with people. With this kind of technique, although that person is still alive, everything is no different from a zombie. It's too much against common sense. That's why it's long since been banned from the cultivation world. Zhuge Hongso was a disciple of the Zhuge family after all, knowledgeable about a lot of things. That's a good point. I didn't think anyone would recognize this technique now. An indifferent voice rang out. Hear that? Everyone was startled and looked towards the place of the sound. A large monk in monk's robes was seen stepping out from amongst the shadowy mist. There was a small smile on his face. It's none other than Akiyama. His gaze looked towards Zhang Chuxuan, revealing a sneer. A Taoist celestial master? Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow. Exactly, Master Dao. Ha ha ha. A mere little Taoist dares to call himself a heavenly master. How ridiculous. I heard that the little dragon from before was a pet you kept. I guess she's dying after losing her dragon scales? Akiyama was smug. Speaking to Zhang Chuxuan, Zhang Chuxuan's eyes instantly went ice cold. So it's you. Not bad. It's the old line. But you're going to have to go and spend time with that pet of yours soon, too. Akiyama finished. His palm snapped. Corpse slaves. Come out. Kill them. Roar. Almost at that instant, the originally secluded space once again began to erupt with endless corpse chi. A figure crawled out from beneath the ground. The aura of each one was a flying stiff. A full 13 flying stiffs. Go! Akiyama waved his hand. All the flying stiffs all hissed at once. Towards Zhang Chuxuan. He charged. A horrible corpse aura filled the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There are actually 13 flying stiffs here. Behind Zhang Chuxuan, a crowd of people watched in disbelief. Any one of these flying stiffs placed outside would be enough to cause panic. But I didn't realize that there were so many of them in the middle of this Wanjin temple. Something looking for death. Zhang Chuxuan looked at these flying stiffs and raised an eyebrow. A little bit of his finger. In front of him, a huge rune began to condense. The order of the 7 deadly spirits of God and Ghost. Tai Shang Tai Xing. The strain is unceasing. Exorcise the evil and bind the phantom. The Taoist air will last forever. The incantation sound rang out from Zhang Chuxuan's mouth. Just the blink of an eye. In the middle of the air, a divine ghost 7 killings order had coalesced. In just a few short breaths, the same 13 talismans appeared. Break the killing order. Go! Next moment, those 13 divine ghost 7 slaying orders erupted at the same time. It transformed into 13 light swords. Towards those flying stiffs it pierced through. The power of the divine ghost 7 killings order was naturally not something that could be compared to ordinary talismans. Executed with the power of Zhang Chuxuan's middle stage of life knowing. Even the same realm of knowledge was able to kill. Not to mention that it was just the flying stiffs of the district. Bump! The light from the order of broken killing then enveloped all the flying stiffs. The sound of a violent explosion rang out, almost tearing everyone's eardrums. Those 13 flying stiffs also went up in smoke at almost the same time, but it was the same as what we had encountered before. These flying stiffs after disappearing, doesn't provide any merit, and after seeing this, Mingshan's face was a bit surprised though, but there was no panic. Instead, after reacting, a wry smile appeared. Little Taoist, you don't think that you'll be able to take care of these zombies of mine so easily. Today I'll show you the true power of the seed stiffness method. 10,000 stiffs condense. With the voice of Akiyama, snapped. A huge black mist wrapped the 13 flying stiffs directly just now. Next moment, an unprecedentedly terrifying aura erupted from amongst the black mist. Almost just instantly, the breath then climbed to the level of knowing life. No way. Another stiff king pickup has appeared. After Chu Tsushang and the others sensed the power, incredulity was written all over his entire face. What the hell? Originally, I thought that this 10,000 gold temple would be able to produce an existence that had reached the A-class level. It would have been great, but it's only just gotten this far. It had already encountered 2 A-classes. Before anyone could react, a hiss was heard. Immediately after, a behemoth then appeared from the midst of the black fog. When everyone saw this thing, their mouths dropped open straight away. Unmolded bones. No bones are melted. Almost top of the line stuff among zombies. The bones of the whole body are like steel. It was even far more powerful than the average knowing life cultivator. Seeing this scene, Mingshan couldn't hide the smugness in his expression. Little Taoist, see, this is the strongest thing I've ever grown from my stiffness seeding method. I'd like to see if you can break this undying bone of mine. Akiyama almost yelled out. It was his best tool. He was confident that his seed stiffness technique was definitely not something that Zhang Chuxuan could resist. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the complacent Mingshan. Somewhat helplessly, he spoke. Alright, old bald donkey, A mere undifferentiated bone. You don't really think that you'll be able to deal with Master Dao with just this thing, do you? Then you try. Akiyama reached out. Roar. With a growl. That immortalized bone also charged towards Zhang Chuxuan once again. The power of belonging to the A-class was on display. Far better than before when they were separated. Zhang Chuxuan, however, did not panic. Just a slight step forward. His whole demeanor changed. The cultivation level belonging to the knowledge of life level exploded without any reservation at all. I'll let you see the real Dao today. The ones you have are nothing but garbage. In the hands of Zhang Chuxuan, a thunderous light appeared violently. Chapter 90, Celestial Master Unrivaled. Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. Next moment, in the hands of Zhang Chuxuan, a large seal appeared violently. The Dragon Tiger Dharma seal that had already been strengthened 4 times. The power is naturally unimaginable. The power of a medium-grade spirit weapon. Definitely no less than some Sex Town treasure. After seeing this Dharma seal, everyone felt an aura of terror. Above the whole of the legal seal at this time. Thunderbolt. Zhang Chuxuan's feet then moved. He stepped violently, whirling up the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal towards that undying bone. He smashed down. The terrifying might of thunder shook the space. Thunder blast. With this cry of his, the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal erupted an infinite amount of thunder and lightning to directly cover that immortalized bone's body. Boom. With a bang, that immortalized bone directly exploded. And along with it, its entire skeleton burst into pieces. It was annihilated into flying dust in almost an instant. Dead. Chu Qiushang and the others stared wide-eyed. It's still a little hard to believe. It's a disintegrating bone. A terrifying existence comparable to the level of knowledge. Just die. Why does it feel like a fake? However, Zhang Chuxuan didn't stop. Instead, he stood still looking ahead. A cold smile appeared on Mingshan's face. Perceived? Little Daoist, although you are strong, it's still a fool's errand to try and kill my immortalized bone. After his sentence was finished, the undying bone that had been directly shattered, it's already starting to come together like crazy. A short moment, the unmolded bone has reappeared. Only one of the flying stiff silhouettes inside it was missing. However, the aura on this undying bone had skyrocketed by a factor of 2. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows at this thing. The method of planting rigidity, by special means, to make these zombies' destinies connected. As long as we don't kill all its zombies, the power of this undying bone will keep increasing. It's really a good tactic, but that's as far as it goes. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's words, Akiyama was stunned. Following that, he couldn't help but show a hint of mockery. Not a small mouth. I'd like to see what you can actually do. His sentence had just finished. The whole complexion suddenly froze, followed by a sharp contraction of the pupils. Wide-eyed, the hairs on his body were standing on end. It was seen at Zhang Chuxuan's feet. A huge 8 trigrams azimuthal map rose up violently. In the instant that the 8 trigrams orientation map appeared, it directly enveloped that stiff king. Akiyama then felt it, the immortalized bone that he himself had refined. Suddenly you lose touch with yourself. It was as if he was already in a different time and space from himself. How? What's going on? Akiyama's pupils were bursting. Zhang Chuxuan, however, opened his eyes in the middle of the Wind Queen's chi men at this moment. His eyes looked indifferently at the undying bone. Inside this Wind Queen's strange door, it could be said that he is the master of all. Before, outside, this undying bone wanted to resurrect, perhaps he couldn't stop it. But here it is. Everything is what Zhang Chuxuan says it is. Zhang Chuxuan's finger once again pointed towards the void. With this finger of his, the entire void began to tremble violently. In the meantime, once again, a voice appeared from Zhang Chuxuan's mouth. Taishang Zhenjuan. The Taoist air is everlasting. Gods and ghosts are invisible. The heavens are extinct. Buzz. A talisman was starting to be generated rapidly, almost just in a flash. 3 identical talismans had then appeared. The order of the 7 deadly spirits of God and Ghost, but the power of this Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. However, it was far from being comparable to the Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order just now. It was tens of times stronger than before. A trace of finally appeared in the eyes of that undying bone. It wants to escape, but it didn't stand a chance. The Order of the Earth's Fury. Go! Zhang Chuxuan's palm once again made a point towards that talisman. The radiance of the earthly fate order also burst out completely, towards that undying bone directly. Run! Brighthill is beyond the Wind Queen's chimera, wanting to catalyze that undying bone to escape. But with the isolation of the Wind Queen's strange door, all his powers were simply useless. That honored the unmade bone, in autonomous retreat. But it's fast. Naturally, it is far from being able to catch up with the earthquake order. Just a moment, the light of the earthquake order. It appeared right behind the undying bone. Bump! The earthquake order exploded. The immutable bone's huge body was directly shattered. And it's not over. Vaguely able to see. Above the earthquake order, a layer of light emanated. All the bodies of the flying stiffs were imprisoned. The order of the earth's fury is most directed against evil spirits that emerge from among the land. It was possible to see those flying stiffs wailing continuously. But only for a few short breaths. Those flying stiffs all exploded with a thump. It completely became nothingness and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,300 merits. A system beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Zhang Chuxuan didn't pay any attention. Just looked to Akiyama. Old thing. Are there any other means? If not, Master Dao will send you to the Western Paradise this time. Akiyama's entire face became incomparably pale. Scholar. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Zhang Chuxuan rolled his eyes. It's all come to this. You're telling me about a misunderstanding? On top of his fingers, a thunderstorm manifested violently. Towards Mingshan was a finger pointing out. Little white worms. Zira. A thunderous light violently shook above the entire void. Toward the bright mountains it raced. There are no surprises. This Mingshan's cultivation level had only just stepped into knowledge. It's not as good as the previous first appearance of the unmolded bone. It was naturally impossible to block Zhang Chuxuan's attack. With another blast, Mingshan's body exploded. A soul shadow rushed out from above his shattered physical body. About to flee. Still want to run? Zhang Chuxuan casually crossed a talisman with his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,000 merits. Gobble. The entire periphery of the 10,000 gold temple once again returned to silence. Deadly silence. Chu Xushang and the others had already retreated to dozens of feet back. Everyone at this point gulped. Dumbfounded. He looked at Zhang Chuxuan. Grade A immortalized bone. Plus an old bald donkey. Just like that. He's dead. That's a zimming level existence. It was even stronger than the old ghost in the ghost market before. But surprisingly, in the hands of the heavenly master, there was no half resistance. Just get decapitated. Previously, although it was said that Zhang Chuxuan had also resolved that Ghost King of the Demon Ceiling Tower. But in the end, people didn't see Zhang Chuxuan do it himself, so it doesn't really know what's going on. But this time it was clear as day. Zhang Chuxuan didn't pay attention to the shock of these people. Instead, he looked to his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Taoist Ancestors' Fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, 6th level of knowledge of life, 69. 3%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders, full level. 7 Killings of Gods and Ghosts, full level. Shrinking the Earth into an inch, proficient. Tongtian Talisman, full level. Pure Heart Mantra, full level. 6 Banks of Immortals and Thieves, full level. Detaining the Spirit and Dispatching the Generals, full level. Wind and Queen's Strange Door. Merit, 15,100, can be used for system draw, gold pool, 5,000 merit, for //10, next level, platinum pool, not unlocked. Chapter 91, Samsara Fire full level. Strength skyrocketed. Merit had already surpassed 15,000 points once again, pumping in the rewards. Zhang Chuxuan did not hesitate. Straightforward open draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 merit for the gold lottery and obtaining the reward, full level card of Kung Fu *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 merit for the gold lottery and obtaining the reward, Samsara Fire, full level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 merit for the gold lottery and obtaining the reward, Merit Upgrade Card *2. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. Zhang Chuxuan's mind. A series of 3 system beeps rang out in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Samadhi Fire. After hearing the voice, Zhang Chuxuan's eyes were all wide open. He couldn't wait to click and collect it straight away. Shasta. In his head, the senses about the Samadhi True Flame divine ability surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Samadhi True Fire is divided into the heart, which is the king's fire, the kidney, which is the subject's fire, and the sea of Qi, which is the people's fire. The 3 fires are united in Samadhi. This flame cannot be extinguished as long as it is stained. It will not end until everything that can be burned is burned out. And once it was used on a person's body, not only did it target the physical body, but even the soul would flame and burn. Bully. Terror. This was Zhang Chuxuan's only thought after comprehending this samsara fire. His palm swung. In the middle of his palm, a ball of crimson fire leapt up violently. There was only a trace of this fire, and it was also the result of Zhang Chuxuan's deliberate control. But it was this trace of flame that caused the temperature in the entire air to instantly skyrocket. If it wasn't in the hands of Zhang Chuxuan, I'm afraid that just this hint of flame will be able to set this mountain on fire. It's truly worthy of the samsara fire. Zhang Chuxuan was satisfied with the power of the flame. He continued his look at the other two rewards. Kung Fu completion card. This one also came out with a feat full level. It was something he had been counting on waiting for a long time. The system uses the feat's full level card. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful use of the feat full level card. Please select the feat that needs to be full leveled. Currently, you can choose a full level of Kung Fu, 6 Banks of Immortal Thieves, Tong Tian Talisman, Wind Queen Strange Door, Gods Go 7 Killings Order. Choice, the Order of the 7 Deaths of the Gods and Demons. Zhang Chuxuan spoke out directly. Buzz. In the middle of his mind, the Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order exploded directly, rounding out the hierarchy of the 7 orders of the gods and demons. The power is absolutely unimaginable. A full 10 seconds passed. Only then did Zhang Chuxuan melt everything in his mind. Retracted his mind. Zhang Chuxuan had already landed with a flash of his figure, and at this point, all the cultivators also all came back to their senses, looking at Zhang Chuxuan in an almost frantic manner. Heavenly Master, your cultivation is truly meritorious. The crowd did not hide their dog-licking in any way. Even Xu Qiushang and the other group of members of the Psychic Bureau were helplessly smiling bitterly. This one, as usual, it's exaggerated. Okay. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. There are matters to be settled here, so don't tarry, go ahead. Zhang Chuxuan was not the least bit interested in the compliments of these people, but he himself has a mission ahead of him. Only the mission is accomplished. It's what will make it all work out. The others didn't dare to slack off. There was a flurry of nods. Celestial Master, go this way. Xu Qiushang pointed to a passageway that led deeper into the Wanjin Temple. The group moved quickly. Great Southern City, a secluded and terrifying temple. Inside this temple, a group of old monks were quietly surrounded by a mysterious and immense rune. Most of these runes were already lit up. Presiding, now the entrance to the abyss is about to be opened. We're almost there. One of the monks said respectfully to an old monk in the center. The old monk nodded slowly. A small smile appeared on his face. Very well, everything is planned for us. I have to say, those stinking Daoists still have some tricks up their sleeves. It's been 100 years since they teamed up to set up the seal, but it's still so powerful, even we can't open it. By the way, there's nothing changed at the Manjin Temple, right? The other 2 monasteries are going well. The only one is this Wanjin Temple, which has always been a problem lately. We can't let them spoil it for us. Hear that? The monk next to him nodded. The Mankind Temple reported information that they have collected the material. There shouldn't be any accidents. They've put together the entire Buddhist temple for this one. Unless a transformation god arrives in person, it's absolutely impossible to make a mistake. Good. The old monk nodded slightly. Still, we need to make an extra handful of preparations, just in case. It's the abbot, Jiangbei, Mankinji. It was a full 20 minutes of forward travel. Everyone's footsteps were simultaneously lurched. His eyes looked dead ahead at a Buddhist temple that was completely hidden in the middle of the mountains and forests. The Great Hall of 10,000 gold. Before this great hall, countless densely packed souls were swarming towards the temple without any consciousness. In the meantime, in the temple, there were also quite a few figures of great monks sitting on their knees, constantly refining the mantle not far from them. After hearing the commotion outside, Monk Mingjin, who was sitting in the very center, opened his eyes. Suddenly, he looked over in Zhang Chuxuan's direction. But the next moment, the pupils then contracted violently. It's you! He looked with a hint of incredulity and panic. The words came out. At that moment, all the great monks within the entire Buddhist temple looked towards the outside of the temple at the same time. There were quite a few people who obviously knew Zhang Chuxuan. After seeing Zhang Chuxuan in his Taoist robes, the look was simultaneously tinged with a wave of panic. It's that Heavenly Master. The arrival Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain. Naturally, they had all seen Zhang Chuxuan's video screen, but how could it not be expected? This Taoist priest was so bold, daring to break into their Manjin temple at this time. Daring, trespassing on my Buddhist temple. Do you know what crime you should commit? A great monk on the periphery shouted angrily towards Zhang Chuxuan and the others. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow, a wave of the palm of the hand. A golden light rushed straight into the main hall of the Buddha hall. Bump! The monk who opened his mouth instantly exploded. Zhang Chuxian's faint voice rang out. Within the entire Mahamudra, all the monks were stunned by this sudden scene. They simply hadn't thought that this Taoist priest in front of them would be bold to this extent. In their Buddhist sanctuary, daring to directly use such violent means to kill one of their Buddhist sect members in front of so many people. Good. Little Taoist, you dare to act recklessly in my holy land. What a death wish. Old monk Ming detective's face was hard to see. Holy land? Zhang Chuxian carried a hint of disdain. Just you moralistic things. You deserve to be monks? Chapter 92, Stepping Through the 10,000 Gold Temple. I am the contemporary Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's Palace. I see you are nothing but a bunch of inhuman skin. Do you really think that no one knows about the hooks inside the demon ceiling tower? The words came out. There was an instant silence within the entire Buddhist temple. Those few old monks who had been sitting cross-legged with Mingjin and had not been paying attention to what was going on outside also opened their eyes at the same time. Their faces changed slightly. Naturally, he knew exactly what Zhang Chuxuan meant by that. Who is imprisoned within this demon ceiling tower? There is no one who knows better than them. Today is a great event for my Buddhist temple, so I don't want to make things difficult for you. Schizo, I'll give you a chance to retreat quickly. An old monk slowly rose. He was older than Mingjin. The entire figure had already appeared outside the temple in a flash. This old monk was emitting a terrifying Buddhist light. Calmly, he looked at Zhang Chuxuan, old bald donkey-less ing bull with the Taoist master. The great events of the 10,000 Gold Temple? Your great events are doomed to be incomplete. Today, Master Dao is here to destroy your Wanjin temple. Zhang Chuxuan spoke indifferently, taking a look at this old monk. Ha! It was as if this old monk had heard some kind of joke. Destroy my Manjin temple? What an ignorance! A single practitioner at the level of knowledge of life. How dare they want to destroy my Buddhist temple? This old monk laughed in anger. And at this point, within the Buddhist temple, several other old monks stood up as well. They were all cultivators from the same era as Mingjin, even older than even Mingjin. Senior brother Mingjin, you close the Buddha hall and open the formation to continue our mission. This little Daoist, leave it to us. After all was said and done, all the monks walked out of the hall in a row. After seeing these old monks, Chu Qiushang and the others also had a slight change in their faces. It's the underbelly of this Wanjin temple. These old guys, surprisingly, all of them are still alive. That's the benefit of closing the mountain 100 years ago. The foundation of the Buddhist sect has not been damaged in the slightest. Almost every major temple has a few old guys who have survived. Stinking Taoist, I'll give you one last chance. Go back where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. One of the old monks who had just stepped out was quite hot-tempered. Pointing at Zhang Chuxuan, he drank. Get out. A golden light flashed above Zhang Chuxuan's palm. A direct slap towards that old monk. A trace of disdain flashed across that old monk's face. The Buddha's light was also spread all over his body. Little Taoist, this tactic of yours can. However, he hadn't even finished his sentence. Bump! A crisp ringing sound resounded throughout the Manjin temple. The Buddhist light around that old monk exploded. The entire figure flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. It hit the ground with a thud. The other monks saw the scene. All of them had their faces changed in shock. This is one of the several head priests with the highest cultivation within their Wanjin temple. It was just a slap in the face to be smacked away. Sins! What a way to find death. Set up the formation. Follow me to subdue the devil. The old monk Mingguan who appeared first had a gloomy face. Straight away, he drank low. Yes, Shasta. One by one, the monks quickly shifted positions. Almost at the same moment, a ray of Buddha's light erupted from those monks' bodies at the same time. The Buddha's light is stacking up, converging towards the bright light at the very front. Akara's mouth murmured. A loud Buddhist cry rang out from his mouth. With his voice, behind that old monk, a Dharma Buddha rose violently into the air. An unimaginable golden light erupted around this Buddha. Almost instantly, it reached the level of knowing life. And it's still climbing. An aura that was terrifying to the extreme came from above this Buddha silhouette, and with unimaginable oppression. Ming Guang's gaze was fixed on Zhang Chuxuan. Stinking Taoist priest, today I'll let you see the true means of the old monk. His arm snapped. Die. Behind him, that Buddha silhouette similarly erupted with endless golden light. At Zhang Chuxuan, he slammed his fist down. This strike was not this old monk's own power. Rather, it was a direct convergence of the cultivation of all the monks. So it's almost scary. Under this strike, even knowledgeable life was absolutely unbeatable. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes were also staring at that Buddha's silhouette. Not that he was in any kind of a panic. Just a slight tick of the mouth. Buddha? Then Master Dao is stepping on you Buddha today. Heaven and earth are the basics. The root of all chi. Cultivate widely for billions of kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Golden light curse. Rise. With Zhang Chuxuan's voice. On his body, a golden light rose up to the sky. Rumble. The void was shaking. His figure also moved in a flash. Zhang Chuxuan at this moment had almost no reservations. A terrifying cultivation level also erupted at the same moment. Greeting that Buddha's silhouette, he similarly threw out a punch. Under the 6 banks of immortal thieves, every cell of his body was radiating a glowing light. Together with Zhang Chuxuan's current cultivation enhancement, It is also almost unimaginable. After seeing Zhang Chuxuan's movements, Akatsuki was slightly stunned. This little Taoist dared to face this blow of his head on straight. That's really arrogant enough. A cold smile curved the corners of Ming Guang's mouth, looking at the Zhang Chuxian who was getting closer and closer. I don't know how to die. Boom! Terrifying sonic boom sounds exploded from where the two touched. Chu Tsushang and the others who were not far away from Zhang Chuxian only felt their eyes go violently white. The violent sound of the explosion almost tore the eardrums apart. But at this moment everyone could no longer care less, just desperately trying to block the aftermath of the two men's exchange. The ground around the Mangan temple was even more like papier-mâché. The direct burst opened a huge deep pit. I don't know how long it's been. Wait until the crowd's sight is restored again. Everyone's eyes grew almost precipitously large. Eyes almost glazed over. Dumbfounded. He looked at the scene before him. Just see. In the middle of the air, Zhang Chuxian remained standing. A large pit of tens of feet appeared on the ground, and the Buddha's virtual shadow condensed by the bright light. Under this blow of his, it's all like it can't be afforded. A tiny crack appeared. Even he himself took several direct steps backwards. Unbelievably, he was staring at Zhang Chuxian who was still standing in midair. The smile on Akatsuki's face had long since disappeared. All that was left was endless horror. How is it possible? How are you able to receive the power of this Buddha of mine? You shouldn't be this strong. This situation was not expected at all. Clearly it was beyond his expectations. Chapter 93, Feng Ho Chi Men. Legendary character, flowing light and glowing fire. Although he knew that Zhang Chuxian was a cultivator at the level of life knowing, even more so, he was able to walk here from amongst the blockage of the demon ceiling tower in Zhang Chuxian. Its strength is bound to be extraordinary, so he didn't dare take it lightly. The first time he came up, he used his full strength. But what the hell is this situation now? The Taoist priest in front of him actually relied on only one hand of the golden light incantation. Surprisingly, he had taken on the power formed by his own great formation, and it pushed itself back. What the? This guy's cultivation. It's all already strong to this extent. Ma Qingqing, Zhuge Honsleeve and the others below also had their mouths wide open. Zhang Chuxuan's power. It was truly beyond their imagination. How is that possible? There's so much more you can't imagine. It had to be said that the power of the grand formation this old monk had formed now was still very strong. Already had a power that was close to the peak of knowledge. But want to deal with him. It is really still too hard. Old bald ass. Not playing with you. Zhang Chuxuan's figure flickered. The golden light on his body was once again converging crazily. A huge golden light giant hammer coalesced around him. Once again, it slammed down towards Akatsuki. Zhang Chuxian came towards him. Akatsuki gritted his teeth. So what if you were able to block the strike just now? I don't believe you can still block it. The Buddha's shadow behind him. Similarly, he also greeted Zhang Chuxian right towards him. The reverse life triple. The first wait. Open. Just this instant. Zhang Chuxian's voice rang out. This reverse life triple avatar, after getting it, never got a chance to use it. With Zhang Chuxuan's voice, he only felt the sensation of vaporization begin to appear around him. At the same time, the originally furious aura on his body became even more furious. Rumble. This time, the Buddha's silhouette condensed by the bright light. After touching Zhang Chuxuan's attack, there was no resistance at all. It exploded violently. This sudden change caught everyone in the room off guard, and Zhang Chuxuan's figure didn't stop. The entire person directly transformed into a residual shadow. Shrink to cast. Toward those monks ran directly. Akira's eyes were popping, as if sensing some danger, but simply couldn't wait for it to respond. He saw that Zhang Chuxian had appeared beside him. The golden light giant hammer smashed down once again. Boom! There was another violent pop. The formation of Ming Guang and the others. It also shattered almost simultaneously. The original condensed Buddha's shadow. It also turned into a bit of golden light and directly disappeared. This, the heavenly master is also too fierce. The crowd of cultivators looked at each other in disbelief. And with that Buddha's great formation broken open, all of the monks all spewed out a mouthful of blood. There was a strong fear in the middle of his eyes. Akatsuki's liver and guts even more. The body is trembling. It was as if they simply couldn't believe that it was all true. But Zhang Chuxian didn't give them a chance to ponder. The Wind Queen's strange door has been cast. A huge 8 trigrams orientation map appeared. It enveloped all the monks in a flash. Those monks looked around themselves in horror. The moment. They only felt as if they had been stripped from the middle of the space they had just been in. There was absolutely no chance to react. Immediately after, in the Bagua Azimuth map, then he saw Zhang Chuxuan's figure. Zhang Chuxian stood in the middle of this 8 trigrams orientation map. It was like a real god. Wind Queen's strange door. Leaving the character. Streaming glow. As Zhang Chuxuan's palm gently fiddled with it. Buzz. Buzz. the entire 8 trigrams orientation chart began to rotate frantically. Next moment, the directions belonging to the leaving trigrams were violently illuminated. Countless flames flickered up amongst the entire Wind Queen Shimen. These flames came out of nowhere, falling towards the bottom, like a single shooting star, carrying a horrible heat wave. It smashed towards those monks. Those monks hadn't reacted yet. It had been hit by a shower of meteor fire. Deshang's Wind Queen Chimera. The power has long been unimaginable. Zhang Chuxuan's current attainment of the Wind Queen's strange door. Absolutely all of them have surpassed everyone in that old-age hotshot tomato from a previous life. Within this Wind Queen's strange door, Zhang Chuxuan can be said to be a god. He can control everything. Boom! As the firelight fell, a miserable scream rang out in the middle of the Wind Queen's strange door bureau. Under almost every fire, both had a monk burned to ashes. The entire Chiman bureau was like a flaming inferno. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 merits. A beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Fear pervaded the midst of the chimera. Many of the monks began to desperately beg for mercy. But Zhang Chuxuan had been indifferent. It was really hard for Zhang Chuxuan to have any semblance of sympathy for their monk, such as better off dead. A short 10 seconds or so, inside the entire Odd Fellows Bureau, only Ming Guang, who had the highest cultivation level, and the other 2 old monks were left to support them. This didn't mean that these bald donkeys were able to carry Zhang Chuxuan's attacks. All of this, naturally, it was all deliberate on Zhang Chuxuan's part. Old bald ass. Say, what exactly is your Buddhist sex conspiracy? Zhang Chuxuan looked at Ming Guang. Akatsuki was slightly startled, but then there was a sneer. Want to know? Zhang Chuxuan frowned and directly slapped Ming Guang's bald head. A blood-red slap mark immediately appeared on Ming Guang's head, but Akatsuki didn't open his mouth. Just sneer. Even if you are strong, so what? Stinking Taoist priest, you have offended my Buddhist sect. It won't be long before you're here with us, and you're going to die a horrible death. By then, it won't just be you. Everyone related to you will die. Ming Guang's voice was icy cold. Zhang Chuxuan rolled his eyes. Then I'll take your word for it. Since you won't talk, go to hell. Zhang Chuxuan casually waved his hand. The 3 golden lights instantly pierced through those old monks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,000 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,000 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,000 merits. 3 consecutive beeps sounded. There is not a single survivor in the entire Wind Queen Strange Door Bureau. 2,000 merit. These old things are really quite valuable. Wait until Zhang Chuxuan's figure fell. Tianshi. At this time, Chu Tsushang and the others all came to Zhang Chuxuan's side with quick steps. Zhang Chuxuan nodded, looking at the Buddhist temple which has been completely closed. It is also the destination of this time itself. He stepped directly in front of this large hall. A push away. Crunch. With the door being completely opened. Empty. Run away. After seeing this scene, everyone was flabbergasted. Apparently it was not expected. That monk Mingjin was still able to escape at this point. Chapter 94 10,000 Gold Temple Ancestor. Strong suppression. Go! Zhang Chuxuan didn't say anything. Just a footstep. The figure flashed. A direct step. The rest of the crowd rushed to follow. Through this great hall. It came right to the real heart of the place after the whole Mankind Temple. It was a Buddhist temple that was ancient to the core. It is also one of the oldest parts of the Manjinji Temple. This Buddhist temple was densely carved with runes. Exudes an amazing aura. Buddha Hall. Chu Tsushang had seen this Buddha Hall before. It's just that when it was before, there weren't those runes on this Buddha Hall. At the time it was thought to be just an ordinary building, but I didn't expect it. This thing turned out to be an exotic treasure as well. Under this Buddhist rune, it was like a revived god or devil. Look! What's that? Ma Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, looking towards the top of that Buddha Hall. After seeing things clearly, everyone's pupils exploded. Just see that on the temple. The silhouette of a true dragon took to the air, radiating an immense amount of light. There are more than just real dragons. There was even a godlike presence that permeated the mist. However, both this true dragon and that god's eyes were blood red. Not only is there no sanctity, instead, it's extra creepy. They were condensing together on top of a lotus-shaped artifact. The artifact seemed to be able to break through the void. What the hell is this? This bald ass from the 10,000 gold temple took all the trouble just for this? Ma Qingqing's eyes widened. Even if they were all a group of cultivators, they simply couldn't understand what this thing in front of them was. It's not the complete thing. It should just be a corner of something. This time, Zhang Chuxian's voice spoke faintly. Zhang Chuxuan's words came out. Once again, the crowd was stunned. This thing. Surprisingly, it's just debris. Many people's eyes were wide. Just the shards alone require so many things to assist. If this thing was complete, how horrible would it be? Go inside. Zhang Chuxuan didn't know about this thing either, but there was no way he was going to just stand by and watch the Wanjin temple finish this thing off. He didn't say anything. With a step, he walked into the middle of this Buddha hall. Buzz. With that step, the entire Buddha hall let out a buzz. In Zhang Chuxuan's gaze, the whole stupa was as if it had come to life. It's Akane. Chu Qiushang suddenly pointed to the depths of the Buddha hall. Mingjin was seen standing in front of the golden body sculptures of a dozen or so people. Even after seeing Zhang Chuxuan and the others, there was also not the slightest hint of panic on his face. Ba. I didn't expect all the monks to come so quickly. Mingjin bawled ass. You have sinned so much that you have created a large number of spirits in the entire northern part of Jiangbei during this period of time, and at least thousands of innocent living people have died. Do you know what you deserve? Chu Qiushang looked at Mingjin's appearance. Unable to resist, he chortled. This old buzzard has come to this, and to put on a disgusting face of compassion. It was just a bit too much of a turn-off. However, Mingjin didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he looked at Zhang Chuxuan. Heavenly Master Zhang, as a Taoist Heavenly Master, you have repeatedly jeopardized the great events of my Buddhist sect. Aren't you afraid of my Buddhist sect's pursuit? Although you are a Heavenly Master, do you know that this Taoist school has long since ceased to be the Taoist school of before? You don't have any chance of winning in front of my Buddhist sect. Why don't you listen to my advice and turn back to the shore, so that you might still be able to live? Akane's voice was flat. Zhang Chuxuan, on ing shamelessness. You guys are really strong. Black can be described as white. It's all come to this. How dare he even think about bleeping with himself? Mingjin, you are at least the abbot of a big temple. Can you have some face? How on earth did your Buddhist sect net out like you? Tell me how it is you want to die. Zhang Chuxuan took a step forward. Akane's face changed for a moment. Still trying to struggle. What the poor monk has done has nothing to do with you. Why must you make an enemy of my Buddhist sect? Zhang Chuxuan snorted. Threaten me? Who gave you the courage? Just the Buddhist sect behind you? If they're all like your Wanjin temple, Master Dao wouldn't mind sending them all to the Western Paradise together. Arrogant. Mingjin's face hardened a few more points. Since you cut the ing crap. Before Mingjin could finish, Zhang Chuxuan really couldn't listen anymore. A little bit of his finger. Instantaneous. The Tongtian talisman has then been cast. A dozen or so feet of evil punishing charms were generated. Towards Mingjin it spread directly. Mingjin grunted coldly. I don't know how to die. Do you really think that my Buddhist temple has no means to deal with you? There was no panic in his demeanor. The whole body, it began to emit a terrifying Buddhist light. As the presiding officer of the Mangan temple, his cultivation was naturally no worse. All the strength in one body was almost at the level of the late stage of knowing life. Buddha's light converges. Directly in front of him, he stopped. Vajra is unbreakable. Behind Akane, a Vajra rose abruptly. It directly blocked all of Zhang Chuxuan's talismans. Bump! A series of tremors came from the place where the two exchanged blows. Akane's face changed. The Vajra void behind him also swayed slightly for a few moments, but at least it caught Zhang Chuxuan's attack. But so, Akane hadn't finished her sentence. Suddenly the entire pupil exploded violently. Goosebumps rose thickly all over his body. In the middle of his gaze, Zhang Chuxuan was seen stepping in midair. In his hands, a Dharma seal appeared. Terrifying thunder flashed above the legal seal. The whole air trembled with the tremor. This is a mid-grade spirit weapon. Mingjin was in the moment of seeing this Dharma seal. The whole eyes almost glazed over. It's not, is it? Dude, beat me and you still use this level of treasure. Old Baldy, catch it. Zhang Chuxuan's feet stepped. The figure flickered once again. The dragon tiger Dharma seal in his hand swung up. A strand of yuan qi was directly injected into it. The entire Dharma seal suddenly swelled. Then it slammed towards Mingjin. Thunder Panther. Boom. An ear-splitting vibrating sound rang out. It almost nearly ripped everyone's eardrums. The entire Buddhist temple trembled with it. Immediately afterward, the ground began to crack. A crater appeared in front of everyone. Still alive? Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow. According to Mingjin's cultivation, it was simply impossible to block his attack to be right. His own strength, along with the dragon tiger Dharma seal, was enough to achieve invincibility in knowledge. Nope, he can't stop it. It's those Buddha sculptures. Zhang Chuxuan narrowed his eyes and looked at those Buddhas behind Mingjin. Chapter 95, Detaining Spirits and Dispatching Generals. Master Dao is the ancestor of all ghosts in the world. A full dozen. These Buddhas do not seem to be true Buddhas. Rather, it was the golden bodies of all those old monks who had died in the midst of this 10,000 gold temple. And at that moment, Mingjin was standing in front of these golden sculptures. The clothes on his body had become shattered. Obviously, he was badly injured. But nothing changed on Akane's face. It was only his gaze that looked resentfully at Zhang Chuxuan and the others. Stinking Daoist. You are indeed strong. It's not bad that those senior brothers of mine didn't stop you. However, if you want to destroy my 10,000 gold temple today, it's still not enough. All of you are going to die here. Hear that? Everyone had a very bad feeling violently. Even Chu Qiushang and Ma Qingqing and the others had their faces slightly changed. Since this guy knew all about Zhang Chuxuan's strength, but still have such confidence to say such things, as long as it's not a cutie, are able to hear that something is wrong. It was then that Mingjin violently bowed towards the golden body of the Buddha in front of him. Today, my Wanjin temple suffers a great calamity and is being killed in the Buddhist temple. Please ask the senior monks of my Wanjin temple through the generations to manifest. Enhance my body, please spirit. As Akane's voice fell, those golden bodies of the Buddha in the middle of the entire Buddha hall began to tremble slightly. Immediately after, a terrifying Buddha's light began to manifest between heaven and earth. These Buddha's light seemed to be able to directly enter one's soul. Let one be lost in the midst of this terrible Buddha's light. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow, looked at those Buddhist lights. Behind them, quite a few people showed a bewildered look. Zhang Chuxuan casually waved his hand. A golden light directly blocked everything around them. You guys back off. Zhang Chuxuan spoke directly. Chu Qiushang and the others heard Zhang Chuxuan's words. There was no hesitation either. One by one, they retreated towards the back. Buzz off. Those Buddha gold bodies emitted terrifying trembling sounds. Following, a silhouette violently stepped out from above those golden bodies of the Buddha, vaguely able to see it. These shadows were all old monks with white hair. Each of these people's spirit bodies seemed extremely terrifying. Not much weaker than Mingjin. It's really a spirit invocation. At the sight of these old monks, the faces of Ma Qingqing and Zhuge Hongso and the others changed slightly. There is nothing unusual about invoking the spirit as a means of doing so. It is to enshrine the spirit of one's own ancestor, and to invite the old ancestor directly into the body when needed. This technique is also found in the Taoist sect, especially Mao Shan. Even more so, he had cultivated this divine ability to perfection. No, this Wanjin temple's invocation spirit is different from ours in Mao Shan. At this time Mao Shan's Mao Ling also spoke. This can only be considered a pseudo-spiritual method on his part. Ma Shan's invocation of spirits is not controlled by distance. A true spirit invocation is able to invoke the spirit of an ancestor in any place. The one at Manjinsa is different. Their means of enshrining spiritual beings can only be performed before these Buddha sculptures. Obviously too lame. There are also too many limitations. But, there's really no use talking about that here. Because the conditions for inviting the spirits of the Manjinsa temple have been fulfilled. All those old things from the temple of 10,000 gold had now appeared as well. Mingjin looked at the ancestors that had appeared, respectfully kowtowing a few times. I also ask all the ancestors to help me get rid of the demons. As Akane's words fell, boom, a monstrous Buddha light erupted. Next moment, the spirit bodies of those old monks surged towards Mingjin's body. The spirit body of each one merged into Mingjin's body. Mingjin's breath then skyrocketed by a hair. Wait until all the old monks had merged into Mingjin's body. On Akane, an unprecedentedly terrifying aura erupted from Mingjin's body. The aura was almost too strong to be imagined. Chu Qiushang and the others stared wide-eyed, deadly looking at the scene. This is above knowing life. S-class transformation god. Transfiguration of God. Truly transforming the mortal into the divine. It was already considered beyond the boundaries of the average mortal. In the old days such people were called half-immortals. In front of a powerhouse at the level of the transfiguration god, even the knowledge of life seems as if it were a molehill. Not to mention them, any existence at the level of a transformation god. Those are the linchpins of a sect. Even within the psychic bureau, not much either. All of them are only achievable by an existence at the level of an offering from the psychic bureau. It's simply not accessible to ordinary people. Heavenly Master, what should we do now? Chu Tsushan's voice trembled a little. She knew that Zhang Chuxuan was strong, but in the end, he was only at the level of knowing life. But the Mingjin in front of him had already stepped into the transformation spirit at this point. In the eyes of the god of transformation, unless it's in the same class, otherwise it can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. This was already a power that transcended ordinary mundanity. A nuclear weapon on Earth doesn't even begin to describe it. However, just then, everyone saw an odd look suddenly appear on Zhang Chuxuan's face. Zhang Chuxian, however, was odd. He kept quiet just now. It's just watching the old monks that show up. Spiritual body? What the? Isn't it right in line with your specialty? The spirit detention and dispatch will serve as the ancestor of spirit control in the world. In his previous life, the elderly hot-blooded tomatoes in the middle of that Luo Tian Dajia Wind family a junior. All of them were able to directly detain the top bigwigs of the Northeast 5 Immortals and Snake Immortals lineage. With this cultivation realm of his own, not to mention this kind of spirit, even if the real Buddha of the Buddhist sect came, he would have to kneel. If you were a true transformation god, you might still be qualified to make Master Dao take it seriously. But you, a pseudo-transformation god, you're not good enough in front of Master Dao. Zhang Chuxuan spoke indifferently without caring about the terrifying pressure on Mingjin's body. Mingjin looked stunned, but then there was a laugh. What a sharp-tongued stinking Daoist. What a big mouth. A mere knowing life still really thinks it can resist the old line. Today, Lao Di will let give my disciples a burial with me. Myung Jin yelled. The cultivation of a transformation god exploded completely. The entire Buddha hall was generally suppressed by this massive aura. It made a rattling noise. Akane's figure also began to move. Vajra rage. His palms transformed into endless Buddha light. It smashed towards Zhang Chuxuan. This was power at the incarnation level. It was dozens of times more terrifying than just now. And across from him, Zhang Chuxuan didn't make any movements. The whole man stood still. His eyes suddenly closed. Heavenly Master, be careful. Behind Zhang Chuxuan, Chu Tsushan and the others couldn't help but open their mouths. Even if they weren't targeted by Mingjin, it was also still possible to feel that overwhelming pressure. If it wasn't for Zhang Chuxuan blocking most of the pressure, I'm afraid that this aura alone would be enough to crush them directly. Little Daoist, resign to your fate. Akane's voice resounded throughout the hall. Seeing that the Buddha seal was getting closer and closer to Zhang Chuxuan, suddenly, the smile on Akane's face froze. Deep inside his heart, a feeling of danger swept through his entire body like an explosion. Chapter 96, Killing Mingjin. The 10,000 gold temple was destroyed. This danger made Mingjin's entire body confused. He froze in place straight away. He could feel it within himself. The spiritual bodies of those successive generations of Buddhist monks were trembling madly. It sent his entire being into a panic. What the hell is going on here? A cold sweat appeared on Akane's forehead. He didn't know what was going on. The Zhang Chuxuan in front of him suddenly changed. It gets scary, terrible to the extreme. It was as if it was like meeting a natural enemy. Run! Mingjin had only this one thought at the moment. He didn't know what was happening though, but his body's instincts made him want to run. But not before he reacted. Then he saw Zhang Chuxuan's pair of eyes. It became violently black and horrible. These eyes were as if they had come from the middle of Hades. On Zhang Chuxuan's body, rolling black gas came out. This black gas is not visible to the general public. Only he can see it. Nima, why is this one Dragon Tiger Mountain's heavenly master cool with black smoke on his body? Mingjin T hadn't had time to struggle. Next moment, a voice snapped to life in the middle of his mind. Detain. Buzz. It's that simple word. Akane's figure was frozen in place. Inside him, those spirit bodies were trembling madly. And it was also uncontrollably and generally trying to escape from his body. It was as if they were going to be detained. How is this possible? Mingjin's entire body was in a daze. This was his last card. How could there be such a change of heart at this point in time? He frantically catalyzed the power in his body, trying to stop it. Zhang Chuxuan spoke again at this time. Get over here yet. Boom! With this one sound from Zhang Chuxuan, an explosive sound rang out from within Mingjin's body. Those spirit bodies he just swallowed, in this moment, no longer dare to linger, all desperately fleeing his body, towards Zhang Chuxuan's palm, being able to see the intense fear contained on the faces of those spirits. Following that, it began to slowly shrink. By the end of the day it was crammed into a ball. It became a ball that appeared in Zhang Chuxuan's hand. Zhang Chuxuan directly picked up these spirits. A direct slam. No! Mingjin was almost scared out of his wits. That was their Manjin temple's greatest asset. They are all spiritual bodies left behind by generations of monks who sat down and died. If you get a shot, it can be a total soul-crushing experience. But Mingjin could only watch it all, and there was nothing to stop it. Those spirit bodies exploded with a bang, and after, it turned into a cloud of clear air. Surprisingly, it was directly absorbed by Zhang Chuxuan. Boom! A terrifying force of yuan qi erupted within his body. It made even Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation begin to rise a bit. After feeling the changes in his body, Zhang Chuxuan was also slightly puzzled. Eating spirits can still raise your cultivation level? That's something he didn't expect. But then Zhang Chuxuan was just overjoyed. Another secret to boosting your cultivation was discovered. This is if there are 1,000 or 800 spiritual bodies for you to devour. Isn't this being able to break through the transformation spirit to reach the level above the transformation spirit in just one night? Zhang Chuxuan muttered. But then it came back. Just see the entire Buddha hall. Silence. Even Mingjin, the bald ass, lost his voice completely, just looking at him with a face full of fear plus despair. Put. Mingjin sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. obviously very badly injured. His whole body was cultivated. It's also dropping like crazy. In just the blink of an eye, it fell to its previous level. This can't be. What the hell is going on here? Mingjin was filled with endless fear until now. There was no way to understand what was going on in front of me. Hearing Akane's question, Zhang Chuxuan just shook his head. Old bald ass. Keeping you for so long. You deserve to die too. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's palm, a thunderous light flashed. Thunder breath that was terrifying to the extreme was pulsing. After feeling the aura, Akane got a jolt. That's when the response finally came. Stinking Daoist. It's useless even if you kill me. Now that secret treasure is already fusing. It's simply not something you can break open. This time it is destined to be my Buddhist sect's success. You will all come to accompany me. His words fell. A thunderbolt was already coming towards him. It transformed into a thunder snake. Mingjin in his current state was not even as good as before. It was naturally impossible to block this thunder. Boom. Lightning strikes at first. Akane's body exploded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,300 merits. Gives quite a bit. Rather, it's the strongest within this Manjin temple. Hearing the system's beep, a smile appeared on Zhang Chuxuan's face. At this time inside the Buddha hall, Chu Qiushang and Mao Ling and the others also had their mouths wide open. Dumbfounded. He watched the scene. Especially Mao Ling. After seeing Zhang Chuxuan's power to restrain spirits and dispatch generals. The whole thing is silly. Because inviting the spirit who was not as good as they Maoshan play 6A. In the future, if I run into Zhang Chuxuan, that's still being grimaced. It's okay. It's okay. The heavenly master is also of the Taoist sect. Everyone else was feeling a little turned upside down. They didn't know what Zhang Chuxuan had done though, but that was a terrifying cultivator who had surpassed the level of knowing life. Killed so easily by Zhang Chuxuan. That's nifty. This one is going against the grain. What are you guys looking at me like that for? When Zhang Chuxuan turned back, he saw Mao Ling and the others with a hint of fear on their faces. It was really because Zhang Chuxuan was too intimidating before. Celestial Master. Until this time, it was only then that Chu Xiushang rushed over. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly. Although these vultures of the Wanjin temple are now settled, but this one is far from over. Zhang Chuxuan's gaze looked towards the Buddha hall. Above, that treasure that had risen up before was still emitting a terrifying luster, and there has been a gradual formation of lotus flowers. It won't take long to be able to form completely. Celestial Master. This thing. What to do with it? Looking at Zhang Chuxuan's gaze, Chu Xiushang also said with worry. Zhang Chuxuan pondered slightly. Let's get out and see what happens first. He didn't know exactly what the principle of the thing's operation was, and you can't see it clearly within this Buddhist temple. Having said that, he took one step out of the Buddha hall. At this moment, the blood color in the sky above the Manjin temple had not yet disappeared. The endless bloodbath aura was surging crazily. Above the Buddha hall, the shadow of that true dragon and the power of the city goddess were also erupting, enveloping the entire Buddha hall. Around this Buddha hall, and countless other souls. These spirits are all the living people who come to offer incense in this Wanjin temple. Wanjin temple is the largest temple in the entire north of the river. The fame is scary too. Chapter 97, Nature in Heaven and Earth. Obscurity dispersed. There are even countless joss stickers who come here every day to offer incense. Wanjin temple opens the great formation. It's the souls of these incense burners that are wanted. This soul seems to be able to accelerate the formation of things refined by the Manjinsa temple. But nowadays, all the Manjin temple has been destroyed. Zhang Chuxuan naturally wouldn't let the souls of these living people continue to leave their bodies. Heavenly Master, what can we do with these souls? There was a hint of worry amongst Chu Xiushang's eyes. Zhang Chuxuan glanced at these spirits. Their situation is a bit unique and a bit more troublesome than fountainheads. But it's nothing. You first tell the people to get ready, and I will return these people's souls to their bodies. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's words, Chu Xiushang immediately nodded her head. Yes. After all was said and done, hastily, he pulled out his cell phone. Less than 20 minutes. Almost the entire Mankind temple was unsealed at once. Countless crowds came towards the side of the 10,000 gold temple. There were even some media and journalists. They've been down the hill before. After all, something like this happened to this Manjinsa temple. It could be said to have sensationalized the entire Jiangbei city. Even if you want to block the news, you can't. After seeing this scene in the middle of this 10,000 gold temple, a lot of reporters were outright dumbfounded, especially the front hall of Manjinsa temple. More than that, there were quite a few incense burners who were unconscious. But following that, excitement appeared on these people's faces. Straightforward Live starts live. Celestial Master. All medical personnel are in position. Although the square of the Buddhist temple at the bottom of the hill was in disarray, but the backcountry is still forbidden for anyone to set foot in. After getting a report from his men, Chu Xuan also hurriedly informed Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly. He sat directly on his knees in midair. A vast golden light began to surge from Zhang Chuxuan's body. Almost in a flash, the golden light then covered the Mankind Temple. All the otherwise busy people in the entire Mankind Temple, they all froze at the same time. One by one, they all looked towards the direction of the golden light. This look, everyone's pupils suddenly tightened. In the midst of this golden light, a silhouette sat cross-legged, as if they were banished from heaven. Immediately after, there was a clear, crisp sound that resounded throughout the Manjin Temple. Heaven and earth are natural, and filth is dispersed. The whole in the mystery. Wobbling Lang Tai Yuan. The 8 mighty gods make me natural. Spiritual treasure rune destiny. Pu Ga 9 heavens. The sound of the Taoist voice is as good as a spring breeze. The moment he saw Zhang Chuxuan, a number of people have already recognized it. Heavenly Master. It's that dragon tiger Heavenly Master. What is this that the Heavenly Master is chanting? This is the divine mantra of pure heaven and earth. It is a supreme divine incantation of the Taoists, capable of transforming the spirits of the dead. Heavenly Master is transcending these dead people. Pure heaven and earth mantra. As the 8 sacred mantras of Taoism, it was even able to vaguely rank at the top of the 8 great divine spells. It was enough to illustrate the awesomeness of this divine spell, especially for a place like the Mankind Temple now caught in a spiritual Jedi. It is more than capable of dispelling its bad luck completely. With the recitation of the mantra, the golden light on Zhang Chuxuan's body was also getting more and more intense, with a unique purifying power, sweeping across the top of the entire Mankind Temple. Touching an ordinary person only feels clearing of the aurora. Not much of a touch, but for the soul. This light, however, was able to sweep away all grievances and yin qi. As one sentence of the mantra was recited, the divine mantra of pure heaven and earth had also been recited by Zhang Chuxuan to the last sentence. The demon king girded his loins and served me Xian. Foul filth dissipates. Taoist air remains. Urgent. Boom. Once the pardon is issued. With a roar, all of the souls all trembled, and all of them were enveloped in golden light. Chu Qiushang and the others subconsciously closed their eyes. Wait until they are in the open. Over the entire Manjinsa temple, all of that endless blood qi had disappeared, thoroughly purified by the power of the divine mantra of pure heaven and earth. In the meantime, inside the Mangin temple, all the living people who were lying down, all opened their eyes. Only the soul has been out of the body for too long. One by one, they were weak to the core, picked up straight away by the paramedics. When Zhang Chuxuan dropped down from midair, he directly said to Chu Xushang and the others, "These living souls have returned, so you also leave. Heavenly Master, are you afraid that we will affect your play?" Chu Xushang couldn't help but ask. "No, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to stop later and the aftershock would shock you all to death, as much as it's hard to admit it. But they also know." Zhang Chuxuan was definitely not joking with them. Chu Qiushang took a deep breath. "In that case, we'll go ahead." Having said that, she led everyone away in a straight line. It didn't go very far though. The crowd just retreated to the periphery. One by one, they looked in the direction of the Wanjin temple. The Buddha Hall can still be vaguely seen from here. Those media people who followed along had even grabbed their cameras earlier, eyes staring ahead without blinking. The look was full of excitement. They naturally got the message. It says that celestial master is going to perform an immortal spell. The most excited ones were undoubtedly the viewers in the live broadcast room, who were all wide-eyed, afraid of missing any details. It's safe to say that millions of people are watching this moment. Countless pop-ups were rolling in. Tianshi, finally we see the Heavenly Master again. Yes, ever since the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion, the Heavenly Master has rarely shown his face, and I didn't expect that we would have the chance to be able to see this one this time. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the empty mountain peak. The eyes also fell on the Buddha Hall. The entire Buddha Hall carries a relentless glow. Both the dragon shadow and that city god figure were emitting waves. On them, that lotus flower is also glittering. A golden light from Zhang Chuxuan's body struck out directly towards that lotus shadow. He shot directly. That golden light was in contact with that lotus flower shadow. That lotus shadow buzzed. An instantaneous burst of golden light. It didn't shake that lotus shadow in the slightest. It's pretty strong. See this scene. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows slightly, though that golden light was just a casual strike of his own. Can now Zhang Chuxuan's strength, even if it's a casual hit, it was also enough to shake the power of the knowing life level. But in touching that lotus shadow unexpectedly did not have any reaction. Just enough to show how scary this thing is. But just this level of words. It won't stop me. A cold smile flashed across Zhang Chuxian's face. Following that, he took a step. The entire figure flashed and instantly appeared at the top of the Buddha Hall. Next moment, the aura on his body began to skyrocket. Reverse life triple. Open. Boom. Just a moment. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart by an endless stream of yuan qi. Zhang Chuxuan's body was gradually vaporizing, but the cultivation level was climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Following, Zhang Chuxian let out a low shout. 5 Thunderbolts. Chapter 98, Thunder Punishment Destruction. Shaking the entire internet. With Zhang Chuxuan's voice on his body, a piercing thunder erupted. This thunder catches the eye. Rumble. In the instant this thunder appeared, the entire sky began to wind up in an instant. In the clouds, thunder at first blinks in a constant flicker. Thunder Lawgiver. Using cultivation to invoke heavenly phenomena, and using arts to receive heavenly thunder. The 5 thunders orthodoxy was Zhang Chuxuan's truly peerless means. It was also Zhang Chuxian's confidence that he could rival a transformation god. Even the fundamentals of being able to battle to overcome. Rumble. A streak of heavenly thunder exploded continuously above the void, between heaven and earth. All of them were filled with endless rays of thunder. With the power that erupted from Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation at the knowledge of life level nowadays, plus under the reverse life triple, it has reached an unimaginable level. It was definitely stronger than Mingjin before. In the distance Chu Tsushang and the others' goosebumps rose densely. Everyone's jaws dropped as they watched. Even if they are so far apart, they could still feel that terrifying thunderous might. It's as if the heavens are angry. Under this thundercloud, it was as if they were mole crickets. Anyone who is a practitioner, they are all practitioners. But when faced with this level of power, all of them could not afford to put up any resistance at all. Is this the true means of a heavenly master? Before against those vultures, it turns out that he hadn't used his full strength all along. Zhuge Hansu's lips were trembling. It was really Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation that refreshed their perceptions time and time again. They had originally thought that one Mingjin was already strong enough. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Chuxian had the divine ability to restrain Mingjin, I'm afraid this one is really going to be a fluke. But now it seems a fluke. With the battle prowess that Zhang Chuxian was displaying right now, even 10 Mingjin who had fused those spirit bodies would be directly blasted to death. Those onlooker anchors not far away even dared not breathe a single breath. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded as they watched this. There's no sound. Buddha's temple. That lotus flower seemed to have sensed the danger as well. The entire lotus flower was radiating a terrifying light. A ray of terrifying aura was released from above that lotus flower. This is not the power of the lotus. Rather, it was the aura carried by that piece of reverse scale as well as the city god's divine guidance as well as the stiff king's resentment. All 3 of these things came from a horrible place. When threatened, nature revives on its own. Trying to fight this danger, buzz, the lotus emitted a terrifying hum. A power that was vast to the extreme erupted. Towards Zhang Chuxian was a rush. He wanted to kill Zhang Chuxian directly. Zhang Chuxian looked at the lotus void that was the first to resist, and his face iced over a bit. Death-seeking thing. Rush. Drop. With Zhang Chuxuan's edict, the thunderclouds in the sky rose in response almost in an instant. Rumble. A bolt of heavenly thunder pierced the sky, shining vertically above the Mangan temple. Reflecting the entire Wanjin temple was like daytime at this moment. Ka-chow. Heavenly thunder falls. It directly blasted on top of the lotus shadow. The terrifying white aura pierced through the entire night sky in almost an instant. Subsequently, an unprecedented sound of thunderous explosion rang out. The power of the lotus shadow was directly pierced through. On top of that lotus flower, dense cracks appeared. The eyes were already crumbling. Zhang Chuxian wasn't even continuing with the nonsense. The finger pointed toward the middle of the void once again. Rumble. Among the clouds, thunder exploded once again. Towards that lotus shadow. It smashed down once again. This lotus shadow had cast its first attack. The whole breath becomes atrophied. It's not a living thing, after all. Just a thing that's coalescing. Even if the material is unrivaled in the world. But it was also hard to really fight off a cultivator. Especially a cultivator like Zhang Chuxian. Now the blow has passed. Looking at the thunder that struck again, that lotus shadow was also trembling. It seems to be in awe. However, nothing was of any use. Rumble. The thunder exploded once again. Click, click, click. That lotus shadow began to slowly shatter. A crack appeared on it. To the end, it exploded with a bang. With the disappearance of this lotus flower, in the middle of the sky, 3 streams of light fell into Zhang Chuxuan's hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining True Dragon Reverse Scale * 1 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining half a wisp of the City God's Guide. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a strand of Dryad Grievance. 3 consecutive beeps rose in Zhang Chuxuan's mind. It made Zhang Chuxuan's face happy. Lean. I didn't realize there was such a windfall. This Mankinji has been plotting for so long. It's really cheap. These 3 items were all definitely rare treasures even though they didn't know what they were for. waiting to go back in to work on it. Zhang Chuxuan flipped his hand to put these 3 treasures away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission, eliminate the Manjin temple. Mission accomplished, rewarded with 100 years of Yuan Qi cultivation, randomized perfection gift pack of feats *1. The system's beep sounded again in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Boom! At Zhang Chuxuan's Dantian, the Yuan Qi began to surge. A full 100 years of cultivation power, directly in the middle of his meridians. It made his cultivation begin to climb. Zhang Chuxuan looked at his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Daoist Ancestors Fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, 9th level of knowledge of life, 91. 3%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders, full level. Order of the 7 Killings of Gods and Demons, full level. Shrinking the ground into an inch, proficient. Talisman of the Heaven, full level. Pure Heart Mantra, full level. Immortal Thief of the 6 Banks, full level. Detaining the Spirit and Dispatching the Generals, full level. And Wind Queen's Strange Door, full level. Merit, 45. 100, can be used for system draws, Gold Pool, 5. 000 Merit, 7/10, next level, Platinum Pool, not unlocked. 100 years of cultivation. It allowed Zhang Chuxuan's realm to directly climb to the 9th level of knowledge. Just a few moments away from being able to successfully break through above the knowledge of life. Along with that, the merits had reached 45,000 points. This one is not a bad one. I didn't expect just one mission. Just let him have such a boost. Zhang Chuxuan was quite eager for the power above knowing life. That was truly beyond the power of the mundane. It was even able to invoke the laws. Zhang Chuxuan returned to his senses. Nor did it linger on. Headed right down the hill. At this point down the hill, all of the crowd was wide-eyed and shocked to the core. One by one, they had absolutely no idea what to say. Contrast this with the quietness around the Mankind Temple. The internet is straight up blowing up at this point. The live broadcast of this one was definitely more lively than before in the Dragon Tiger Mountain, because almost the entire anchor of Jiangbei had come at this moment, and this live stream is just too much of a blast. Chapter 99, Law of the Heavens, Ancient Divine Power. Wanjin Temple is a Buddhist temple that was well known throughout the Great Summer. To do such a thing, it's really the wrath of God. Just a few minutes, almost all of the headlines of popular software had been slaughtered by Zhang Chuxuan's information. Tianshi. This time, Chu Tsushang and the others also walked over. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly towards them. All right, things are settled here, so I won't stay much longer. Farewell. After all was said and done, Zhang Chuxuan directly stepped away. The figure disappeared into the Manjin Temple. Ding 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 ding. Just left the confines of the Mangan Temple. The cell phone was already ringing. Zhang Chuxuan took a look. It's Xiao Linglong's. Apparently this ninny was also watching the live stream of the Mankind Temple. Until all the business of the Mankind Temple is over. He answered directly. Hey! On the other end of the phone, Xiao Linglong's voice had sounded. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly. I'm going to your house now. He did have to return the thing called the reverse scale to Longji. Although his bloodline could allow Longji to stabilize her injuries and her bloodline to metamorphose, but only her own reverse scales work best. Zhang Chuxian's speed was fast. It's just 10 minutes of work. It was already at the villa where Xiao Linglong was. Enter into the villa. Longji's aura had almost completed its metamorphosis. There was not only her own dragon energy in her body, but also because she had absorbed Zhang Chuxuan's blood. It has become even more terrifying. Zhang Chuxian took out that reverse scale. That reverse scale just appeared for a moment, and a light erupted. Toward Longji. A few short breaths. The reverse scales completely merged into Longji's body. Come on. She'll only need a couple hours to wake up. You guys stay here and watch. Zhang Chuxian said to Xiao Linglong. Xiao Linglong and Yi Yao nodded their heads at the same time. Back at his hotel. Simply washed up. Zhang Chuxian didn't forget his business. System draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 merit for the gold lottery and obtaining the reward, merit upgrade card *2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 merits for the gold lottery and obtaining the reward, space ring level +2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 5,000 merits for the gold lottery and obtaining the reward, space ring level +2. Reward has been issued, please host check. The system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. 2 consecutive draws of space ring level increases? After seeing this reward, Zhang Chuxuan was slightly stunned. Since getting the space ring, although it shows the ability to level up, you can completely give it a miss yourself, because you don't have your own. Now how come it's still a direct upgrade? Zhang Chuxian immediately checked his spatial ring. The entire space within the spatial ring was from the original size of a room. The instantaneous became boundless. He rushed his view. Space ring. Grade, medium grade spiritual weapon. Function, time acceleration. Time acceleration. After seeing this skill, Zhang Chuxuan's eyes lit up. But anything to do with time-space. Definitely both are awesome skills. He realized that he went inside the spatial ring. A little bit of control. Sure enough, one can just feel the flow of time changing in here. About 10 times faster than the outside world. Pretty good skills. The corner of Zhang Chuxian's mouth twitched. After a couple of plays, he withdrew his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 10 gold draws. Platinum draws open, 0//10. 10, 000 merits each time. Detected that the host has 100 points of merit remaining. Is it a lottery? Draw. Zhang Chuxian didn't have any hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 merit for the platinum lottery and drawing the reward. Avatar, Dharma heavenly ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 merits for the platinum draw and drawing the reward. Avatar upgrade card *2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 merits for the platinum lottery and drawing the reward. Dragon Tiger Altar. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. A series of 3 system beeps rang out in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes lit up greatly. Law of the heavens. Surprisingly, it was this divine ability. As a disciple of the Daoist family, how could he not know about these divine powers? Dharma heaven and earth, this is a true divine means. But all immortals have such a technique. The most famous of these are Monkey and Erlang Zhenjuan. Didn't realize. It was surprising that one could extract this divine ability. Zhang Chuxian almost clicked to collect it with some urgency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving it. The system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Shasta. There was just a bit more of a metaphysical vibe in the middle of his mind. An indescribable sensation then surged through Zhang Chuxuan's heart. This sensation could be said to be too vast. Obviously, it's a higher than the 8 wonders technique. Zhang Chuxian then turned his eyes to another reward. Avatar technique upgrade card, can be used to upgrade the avatar technique. A very brief introduction. But with Zhang Chuxuan's experience of drawing rewards so many times, usually the simpler this introduction is, the more anticlimactic the effect. A divine ability upgrade card? The effect is definitely not the same as an ordinary artifact upgrade card. It should be specifically used to upgrade the Fathom Heaven. Zhang Chuxian instantly came to a realization. There is also absolutely no hesitation to use it directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the Avatar upgrade card. Please choose the avatar to upgrade. Currently selectable avatar, Law of Heaven and Earth. Choose the Law of Heaven. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the avatar upgrade card. Current level of FA Tianxian D, proficient. A familiar voice entered his ears. Zhang Chuxian only felt his entire body tremble. Shasta. The realization that the Law of Heaven and Earth was directly imprinted in the middle of his mind. Though only at the level of proficiency. But it is still terrifying. Zhang Chuxuan's entire body flashed violently. Toward a barren mountain in the north of the river. He went straight. Almost a few minutes of work. He then came to a barren hillside. And at that moment, Zhang Chuxian spat out a few words softly from his mouth. Dharma heaven and earth. Boom. With his voice, an aura that was terrifying to the extreme erupted from his body. Next moment, behind him, a phantom that was entirely condensed from Yuan Qi rose up into the sky. With a tyrannical force, reflected under this entire void, Zhang Chuxian glanced around. He didn't even think about it. A direct punch slammed down towards a hillside. The golden-colored fistons broke through the air. It instantly landed on top of that hillside. Boom! A muffled thunderous sound exploded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, rumble. The hillside is crumbling. Countless pieces of debris rolled down. The whole mountain began to break up. Zhang Chuxian looked at his masterpiece. It's very satisfying. Chapter 100 Terrifying Harvest. Making gods. A punch shatters a mountainside. This was still only the proficient level of Dharma heavenly abode. That's all it takes. That's powerful enough indeed. It's worthy of being an avatar among the legends. This is if the practice is brought to perfection. The power wouldn't have taken off in place. Zhang Chuxian estimated. If he himself had this law of the heavens before, there's no need for thunderbolts at all. It would be able to directly hammer away at the previous lotus void. Zhang Chuxian dispersed his Dharma phase. Re-enter the room. The whole mood couldn't help but be great. With this divine ability of the law of heaven and earth, one's own strength can be said to have directly skyrocketed. Moreover, with this divine ability, Zhang Chuxian was able to sense that it wasn't the limit. If he was able to break through the knowledge of life to reach the level of transformation, I'm afraid the power will be even more amazing. As for that last piece, the dragon and tiger altar, Zhang Chuxuan also looked at it. Dragon and Tiger Altar, a special altar of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain. After using it, you can communicate with the Dragon and Tiger Mountain at any place and travel freely. After seeing this presentation, a light sprang up in Zhang Chuxian's eyes. Communicate with LW? And free to travel? It's definitely out of this world good. This is good stuff. He had been away from the mountain himself for several days. Never went back to see it. Moreover, Xiao Linglong had also told herself earlier that she had already dispatched a construction team to rebuild the Heavenly Master's mansion. Definitely a one-to-one restoration. And a lot of modern touches have been added. Zhang Chuxian was still heartened by what he heard before. After all, Lungfu Shan was also its own territory. But Jiangbei is still some distance away from Lungfu Shan. Going back and forth is a pain in the ass. Now with this Dragon and Tiger Altar. But that could solve all the problems. Zhang Chuxian did not say a word. The Dragon Tiger Altar was directly taken out. It was something that looked somewhat like an incense burner. Only there was no incense on it. The entire Dragon Tiger Altar was carved with some ancient runes. Zhang Chuxian casually placed the Dragon Tiger Altar on top of the table. Mindfulness. A wisp of meta-air had burst forth. Next moment. Buzz. The Dragon Tiger Altar shook slightly. A circle of light appeared above this altar. Zhang Chuxian didn't even think about it. A direct step in. Shasta. Time and space began to flow. Immediately after, Zhang Chuxian only felt his vision blur. A cool mountain breeze brushed my face. With a touch of grass. It made Zhang Chuxian feel quite intimate at once. The familiar ancestor hall appeared in front of Zhang Chuxuan's eyes, and outside the Grandmaster's hall. On the other hand, there are quite a few machines still busy. Apparently the entire LW has been under construction. See all this? Zhang Chuxian expressed his satisfaction. After 3 columns of incense, he was back in the middle of his hotel. Put the 2 treasures that you obtained from the Temple of 10,000 gold today. He took it out and looked at it. Drought Demon Grievance, taken from the unformed Drought Demon's 100 years of resentment. If a zombie takes it, it can have a chance to transform into a Drought Demon. If it is used with the Drought Demon's essence blood, it can be 100% Drought Demon. Ah! Zhang Chuxian's complexion lit up. 100% can be transformed into a Drought Demon. Unexpected joy now. Would have liked to be catching a pet myself. Drought is a good fit. He looked to the other one. City God's Divine Lead, the product of incense sealing. This half strand of Divine Lead can create half of the City God's fruit. That's not so bad. The City God is a god anyhow. Although there was no way for the initial gods to compare to the peak gods. But at least the potential for that is already there. There's nothing to get a City God to play with later. Oh yeah, there's also a merit randomization pack. He mentally moved. Extract. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the feats gift pack and obtaining the feat, Dual Complete Hands, full level. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Double full hand? Zhang Chuxian nodded slightly. It's also a nice ability. Double full hands are divided into red and blue hands. Not only can you modify a person's memories, but you can also casually recover from injuries. The strongest assist up belongs to B. Refine the double full hand. Zhang Chuxian smoothly upgraded the level of 6 Vaults of Immortal Thieves to great success. Another level up for the Spirit Detainer dispatch as well. It was only then that he continued to look at his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxian. Fate, Taoist Ancestor's Fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, 9th level of Knowledge of Life, 91. 3%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders, full level. Order of the Gods and Demons, full level. Shrinking the Earth into an inch, proficient. Talisman of Heaven, full level. Pure Heart Mantra, full level. 6 Banks of Immortal Thieves, full level. Detaining the Spirit and Dispatching the Generals, full level. And Wind Queen's Strange Door, full level. Avatar, Heaven and Earth, proficient. Merit, 100, can be used for system draw. Platinum Jackpot, 10,000 merit, 3//10, next level. Diamond Jackpot, not unlocked. The properties interface is completely refreshed, along with an extra avatar. Only the merit was left at a pitiful 100. Sure enough, this merit is not enough to spend no matter how much you earn. Tomorrow, we'll first find an event to break through the spirit of transformation. Zhang Chuxian vaguely felt that the incident at the Wanjin Temple was not completely over. For the Temple of 10,000 Gold is but one link in this plan. Those Buddhist sects behind the Manjin Temple are the main ones, and those Buddhist sects would only be even more terrifying than the 10,000 Gold Temple. A single Wanjin Temple was able to have a power comparable to that of a transformation god. Naturally, other Buddhist temples will be available. Only the breakthrough of the transformation spirit. You can really push across the board yourself. Sleep. At this time, as the news of the destruction of the Wanjin Temple spread, the entire Daxia was almost in an uproar. This time even if the Buddhist sect wanted to cover it up, they simply couldn't, because the ripple effect is just too great. This has caused countless people to be informed of what the Mankind Temple has done. One by one, they almost stormed into a rage. This Wanjin Temple is one of the destined temples of the Buddhist sect. Even such a great temple is so full of dirt. No, it's not as simple as hiding dirt anymore. Totally just unconscionable. It can be imagined that other Buddhist sects are bound to be no better, especially those big monasteries around Gangbuk. It is not uncommon for them to carry out pujas together on weekdays and work together in a lopsided manner. In normal times it's not much. The Buddhist sect is powerful. Even if someone couldn't say it, they wouldn't be convinced by most people. But it's a different story now. With this thing as a lead-in, the black history of Buddhism was pulled right out. It's just too hard to see how the Buddhists have been eating over the years. But because of the rampant presence of the severe ghosts, these Buddhist vultures have the means to subdue the demons. People, even if they are disgruntled, can be for their own lives. Or do you have to force yourself to break the bank? You can still make money if you lose it, but you can't really lose your life if you lose it. So there was quite a lot of forbearance towards the Buddhists. But now, these Buddhist vultures turned out to be just like those stern ghosts. Chapter 101, Shaking the Whole Internet. Crusade against the Buddhist sect. In a plot to kill the living, this completely shatters everyone's bottom line. The whole thing is escalating fast. Great Southern City. The old monastery in the middle of the mountains. Woshuangi. The atmosphere of the entire temple became extremely wrong. The faces of the monks inside the monastery were all unsightly one by one. Naturally, they were all informed of all this. Luckily it's nighttime. Otherwise, they, Wushuang Temple, were afraid that they would be surrounded and torn apart by the countless populace. It's not just them. Think with your ass. Other temples must be facing the same situation now. Within the back mountain of the Wushuang Temple, a dozen or so large monks of various ages sat together. Abbot Fa Xian, who was in the lead, had an old face that seemed as if he was trying to kill someone. Slap. Faran slapped the table. Damn the Taoist heavenly master. It's really too deceitful. Destroying the Wanjin temple in broad daylight at. Do you really think that my Buddhist sect is easy to bully? The other monks were all silent, but the look of anger on his face was even greater. The Taoist family is really a scourge. 100 years ago I didn't take this opportunity to drive them to extinction. These guys don't know how to be thankful even if they don't know how to be thankful. Now that you still dare to run out against our Buddhist sect, you should indeed be killed. Next to Fa Xian, an old monk about the same age as him spoke. My Buddhist sect has been too good-tempered all these years, making them forget that the Buddhist sect is an existence they can't afford to mess with. Each and every one of these ants. How dare they exert pressure on my Buddhist sect until the abyss opens? The old lineage will personally send them to meet the king of hell. This old monk exuded a murderous aura. It sent a shiver down the spines of many of the surrounding monks. It's a good thing we had already done a double take and didn't completely trust the Mankind Temple. Those losers are dead as dead can be. The power of an entire Buddhist temple can't even hold back a mere Taoist priest. It's simply a disgrace to our Buddhist sect. Fa Xian grunted coldly. Abbot, then what should we do next? At the bottom a great monk opened his mouth to inquire. Those crazy mole crickets will absolutely surround our temple tomorrow. At this sensitive stage, it's not good for us to step in and cut them down. They must not be allowed to delay the great plans we are plotting. Monk was a little worried. Hearing this, Fa Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, now is not the time to completely turn the tables on those guys. Now that the entrance to the abyss has been found, opening the abyss is what we should do. Close the Buddhist temple temporarily for the next 2 days and do what we need to do. Ignore everything else. Yes, Daikyo. The figure of Chu Tsushan appeared within the psychic bureau. When such a big thing happened in Jiangbei, she naturally had to come and resume her orders. The whole room. In addition to Zhuchuan also sat an old man with gray hair. This old man is also the second only to Zhuchuan in the entire psychic bureau. Head of the Spirit Academy, Chen Sanqian. The two of them quietly listened to Chu Tsushan's report. Wait until Chu Tsushan finished speaking. Zhuchuan's pair of eyes steeply lit up. You're saying that Taoist heavenly master's cultivation has reached the level of knowing life? Zhuchuan looked agitated. Even the gaze of Chen Sanqian next to him was more than a little surprised. Chu Tsushan heard this, nodded. That's right. A heavenly master can not only know life, but is most likely on the verge of reaching the peak of knowing life. His true battle power is even comparable to that of a transformation god. Chu Tsushan told all she had seen and heard. Transformation. Although Zhuchuan was shocked, there was nothing else in his expression. When he was in the Dragon Tiger Mountain before, he was only at a mere innate realm. It's only a short period of time to be able to break through from innate to the peak of knowledge. It even possesses the battle power of a transformation god. That's pretty remarkable. He finished speaking to himself, nodded at Chu Tsushan. Alright, you go on back. Yes, Wait until Zhang Chuxuan left. Zhuchuan Chen Sanxian was left within the entire room. Dean Chen, what do you think about this matter? Zhuchuan turned to look at the old man. Chen Sanxian faintly waited until he smiled. The Dao sect has been silent for 100 years, and this one was able to break through so quickly. So I think that all of this 100 years of qi should have been added to his body. Moreover, have you noticed that this celestial master seems to be extraordinarily devoted to spiritual events? And every time he accomplishes an event, his strength will break through by leaps and bounds. Zhuchuan's eyes were also widened by this inference. How is this possible? Become stronger by completing the event. That's a little too intimidating. Throughout the entire cultivation world, one had never heard of such a way to become stronger. Chen Sanxian smiled and shook his head. I'm just saying that there is such a possibility. Maybe it's just that the celestial master has been hiding his cultivation. Of course, we can experiment with that too. We're not losing out anyway. How to experiment? Wushuang Temple. Isn't this Wushuang Temple the existence behind the 10,000 gold temple? The 10,000 gold temple is now overthrown. This Wushuang Temple's movements will be even more intense. I'm afraid. Just in time for that celestial master to give it a try. Hear that? Zhuchuan pondered slightly. Nodded. In that case, then wait until I personally contact that little heavenly master. For all this out there, Zhang Chuxuan naturally did not know. He slept soundly through the night. It took until mid-afternoon to get out of bed. Glanced at the message on his cell phone. Xiao Linglong had already reported his safety, saying that Long Ji had woken up. It's going to be a night of celebration. Ask Zhang Chuxuan if he wants to go. For this kind of thing where you can follow the female president for free to make a living, Zhang Chuxuan was naturally unable to refuse. Not to mention Long Ji as his own Fengzheng's pet. Now that I've just woken up, it's only natural that I should check it out myself. Zhang Chuxuan didn't refuse either. A direct call. Made an appointment with Xiao Linglong for an hour later. Zhang Chuxuan then went to simply wash up, looking at his almost perfect body in the middle of the mirror that had been altered by the Rokaku immortal thief. Zhang Chuxuan was very satisfied. Just own this body. Even if you don't have cultivation, if you go to work somewhere, rich women are going to flock to you. Wait until the laundry is passed around. It's about time. Zhang Chuxuan did not delay. Out the front door of the hotel. Just in time, he saw Xiao Linglong's little golden car traveling over. Tianshi, Lord Celestial Master. Several people were happy to see Zhang Chuxuan, especially Long Ji. Straightforwardly, he pulled open the car door. Towards Zhang Chuxuan, he lunged, pulling Zhang Chuxuan's arm. He even rubbed it affectionately. It caused the corners of Zhang Chuxuan's mouth to twitch. You're a dragon. How is this screwed up like a dog? Chapter 102 Technique Full Level Card. Mysterious creature. But after seeing Long Ji's cultivation, Zhang Chuxuan was still satisfied. The god of transformation is up, and it's all gone very far amongst the transfigured gods. When Long Ji heard Zhang Chuxuan's praise, her pretty face blossomed with joy. It's all due to the master's blood. I feel that I will soon be able to make a breakthrough here. Zhang Chuxuan. Nima. What the hell? Another breakthrough? Are you kidding? Does my blood really do that? Zhang Chuxian's face stiffened. Would love to try a couple sips myself. It was a good thing he resisted the urge. A meal. We ate from 6 p.m. to a little after 10 p.m. In the middle of the day, Xiao Linglong even suggested some wine. Zhang Chuxuan didn't stop them anyway, mainly because the wine was expensive enough. A bottle had been heard to start at least 6 figures, and he wanted to try it. Wait until dinner is over. Looking at the several women who were almost delirious, even Long Ji's head had an extra pair of dragon horns. Zhang Chuxuan was shaking his head helplessly. Luckily, I kept my eyes peeled and didn't go as far as that previous time. Directly dissolved the alcohol with his cultivation. Sent a few of the women back to their homes. Politely refused Long Ji's offer to sleep together. Zhang Chuxuan also didn't forget his main business for the day. Straight away the bounty site opens up. Rummaged around. Just watching for a few minutes. Zhang Chuxian's eyes just lit up. The mysterious disappearance of the Ocean House. Half a month ago, the Jiangbei Judicial Police Bureau received dozens of cases of missing family members in a row. After investigating these disappearances, the only clue is that they are all in an old foreign building in the north of the river in the dark. Note, there have been 3 bounty collectors who have all failed to collect, including an innate practitioner. Mission level, B+. Number of sneaks, unknown. Reward, 800 points. 800 points. It's not a bad thing to give. Then this is it. Zhang Chuxuan directly clicked to receive it. Next moment, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Solved the mysterious disappearance of the old foreign building. Mission completed. Reward obtained, 80 years of cultivation, feat perfection card *1. Mission failed, punishment none. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, sounded the system's beep. Listen to the sound. Zhang Chuxuan was delighted. 80 years of cultivation. Not bad. Not bad. Enough to break through on your own. Zhang Chuxuan stretched his back, looked in the direction of the mission. Straight away, he headed straight for the location of the mission. It was now after 11 o'clock at night. At this time, Jiangbei city was still bustling with activity. However, Zhang Chuxuan's mission location this time was very remote. He found a place where no one was looking for a direct drop. The map shows. A few hundred meters down the road was the location of his current mission. Zhang Chuxuan was not in a hurry. Unhurriedly, he made his way towards the place. Not even a few steps. Suddenly the sound of someone talking could be heard. He raised an eyebrow, looking in the direction of the voice. For men and women were seen wrapping their arms around each other and walking in one direction. These people didn't look very big, at most in their early 20s. Dressing up, however, is a stretch. One is as pompous as they come. Even the hair was dyed colorful. One of the young girls in black silk was talking to a man. Brother Hua, there's nothing interesting here in the dark. Why are we here? The boy known as Hua smiled mysteriously. This you can guess wrong, here is a lot of fun. Later you will be able to know. This is the most fun place in the north of the Yangtze River. Ha! The words came out. A young man and woman next to him also came to the table. Brother Hua, isn't this place just an old abandoned foreign building? What fun can it be? Hua suddenly smiled mysteriously. And do you know why this place was abandoned? Why? That's because it's unclean. Really? The average person might be scared when they hear this. But these people in front of him were not panicking. Instead, one of them even got excited. Zhang Chuxuan frowned. These people are really fed up and like to find excitement when they have nothing else to do. Then there's still a lie. I know a high-ranking person on the Bounty Network. He told me so himself. Hua said with a pat on the back. Bounty Network. I didn't realize that Brother Hua knew someone from the Reward Network. That would be great. We're raising adventure without a show. This one is definitely going to be a hit. Live? It's really this group of people who aren't afraid to die. Zhang Chuxuan silently followed behind them. Just a few minutes of work. Zhang Chuxuan then saw the destination of the trip. A huge old townhouse appeared before his eyes. The old townhouse seems to be from the last century. The decor is pretty good. Typical Western architecture. Wow, doesn't that seem to be anything unusual? After the group saw the foreign building. Instead, there was some disappointment, because it's not too eerie here. Zhang Chuxuan's gaze also landed on top of this old foreign building. But in his eyes, this old foreign building is permeated with a layer of bizarre blood. One look inside and you can tell there are definitely a lot of dead people. Hua heard the questioning of the girl next to him, glared at her. What do you know? A high-ranking person from the Bounty Network can still cheat me? Look at that doorway, but it's sealed. Ordinary people aren't allowed in at all. He pointed toward the location of the old townhouse door. When the other few people heard this, they all looked over as well. Sure enough, here at the door, just see the white ceiling cloth. That's when the other woman spoke up. Then let's go in quickly. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Expecting a long time? Looking forward to what? The tattooed man next to the woman laughed twice in a bad way. Nasty. The woman glared slightly at the tattooed man. Okay. Hurry up. I want to see if there's a ghost or not. The group went straight in the direction of the gate. And these guys still have some skills. That Hua pulled out a master key from somewhere. Straight away. This gate is open. Phew. A cold wind blew. It blew a shiver down the spine of several people. But a few people didn't flinch. He went in towards the middle of the old townhouse. Zhang Chuxuan's body leapt and stood directly on top of the fence. The eyes took a closer look towards this old foreign building. The whole old townhouse is huge. It covers a wide area. Must have been a big family that used to live there. Moreover, the aura that Zhang Chuxuan felt from within this foreign building was somewhat unusual. Not quite the same as Yin Qi. But just at this time, Zhang Chuxuan suddenly looked over in a direction. It was seen that in one of the windows of that townhouse, eyes were looking toward the men and women who had entered. In the moment of seeing that thing, Zhang Chuxian's eyebrows snapped up. Chapter 103, Western Vampire. Terror descends. What the hell is this? The thing was wearing a black robe, black clothes, and two sharp teeth in the corners of its mouth. Something like a zombie, but not quite. Because this thing is more alive than a zombie, and it's still dressed as a Westerner. Vampires? Zhang Chuxian instantly thought of a word in the center of his mind. It's amazing that there are vampires here. It's kind of fun. Eyes watched as a few people walked into the old townhouse. Zhang Chuxian also directly followed him in. At this time, Hua and the others had only just stepped inside the old foreign building. A chilly aura accompanied by a rich blood stench greeted them almost face to face. It also has some special flavors mixed in. What's that smell? A woman was constantly frowning by this smell. It seems, it's the smell of blood. At this time, Hua spoke up. The smell of blood? As soon as they heard this, several people around them simultaneously widened their eyes. Why, you're not kidding, are you? Where is there blood here? How can there be the smell of blood? The tattooed man also frowned at this time. Hua shook his head, but a smile appeared on his face. Surely you can't be wrong. I told you there were ghosts here. It's okay to kill a few people, but don't be afraid. We're all here with our guys, so fear not. Besides, we came to see a ghost. Hua's smile grew wider and he looked excited. Fair enough, the tattooed man nodded. In that case, let's look around and see if we can get some atmosphere there live. The other two women nodded as well. Several people then began to wander around in the old townhouse. Hua and the tattooed man following behind looked at the woman walking in front of them. The tattooed man next to him said quietly to Hua, "Hua, how was it? I cooperated well just now, didn't I? When we get inside this old foreign building, we'll turn off the flashlight, and then the excitement will come." Hua grinned. "Yes, geez, I say, what are you guys laughing at back there?" This time a woman glared back at them. Come, we seem to have found something on this second floor." Right about this time, another young girl suddenly said excitedly, "Really? Then let's get in there and check it out." The woman who had spoken to Hua earlier couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Toward the front it went. "Here's our chance. When we get upstairs later, that's when we do it." Hua said to the tattooed man next to him. "It's just as well that we're happy before the broadcast." The four of them then headed towards the second floor. Zhang Chuxuan followed behind them. Instead, he was greatly surveying the place. The blood aura is thick. There should be quite a few vampires here. Damn, how can there still be such garbage in the land of Daxia? Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow. He was able to sense that there were several strands of blood siren chi in the middle of this old foreign building. There's definitely something in there. Forget it, just follow it for now. There's no rush anyway. Inside the second floor at this time, a few people just walked in. Splat. The flashlight, which had been emitting light, suddenly all but went out. Ah! Two screaming voices rang out. "Flashlight! Why isn't the flashlight working?" One of the women's legs trembled a little as she asked toward Hua and the tattooed man behind her. In the darkness, Hua's two mouths were grinning from ear to ear, approaching towards the two women. "Don't be afraid, it's probably dead. I'll just change the battery," Hua said toward them. "Or, why don't we just stop broadcasting here? I'm a little scared." Another woman also spoke up. Having had lights before she was okay, can suddenly go into darkness. It made her fear radiate as well. Afraid of nothing. Don't you think this is more exciting? Tell you what, I'll give you $100,000 each later. What do you think? Hua opened his mouth smilingly this time, and wrapped an arm around the woman. Hear that? The woman was instantly honest. Really? Hua laughed out loud. Of course it's true, but it requires your cooperation. Words. The woman instantly understood his intentions, but there was no refusal. They were supposed to be looking for excitement. Now there's money and excitement. So what the hell? In an instant, the entire second floor picture changed. Behind them, Zhang Chuxuan looked at this scene speechlessly. These guys are really going for it. But he didn't bother. Instead his gaze went to the depths of the second floor. This bit of darkness, naturally, couldn't possibly stop him. In the middle of a room on this second floor, there were three vampires also looking straight at the men and women who'd come in. The figure moved quietly. Hua he suddenly felt a little cold. Cold to the bone. It's colder than when I just came in earlier. He was a little strange. This is the second floor. There's no wind either. How did it get so cold all of a sudden? He couldn't be bothered to look up suspiciously. Next moment, in the darkness of the night, several pairs of blood-reddened eyes heatedly appeared. Hua's entire body stiffened. The sweaty hairs on his body had completely exploded in the first moment. The whole thing just stood there dumbfounded. The woman next to her also seemed to notice the change. Some doubt. "Wah, you," she said this subconsciously glancing towards her back. It's that glance. One of the women's entire eyes snapped open. Immediately after, an ear-piercing scream resonated throughout the second floor. This one startled the other tattooed man as well. "Shout what? People scare people to death, don't they know?" The tattooed man's voice rang out. Rushingly, he looked in the direction of Hua and one of the women. The two of them were seen to be filled with horror. Deadly was staring ahead. The tattooed man was a little puzzled. Pulling his own flashlight out of his pocket, he shined it straight through. The blinding light caused everyone to subconsciously close their eyes, wait to readjust to the glow. The tattooed man's entire body froze, dumbfounded. He looked in the midst of that light. A few extra figures. The figures looked at them with odd faces. At first glance there seems to be no difference from a living person. It was just that above the corners of their mouths, two pointed teeth seemed to still have crimson blood hanging from them, a blood-red gleam in his eyes, and it was then that the vampires finally smiled. I can't believe that the bedbugs took the initiative to come to my door. And it looks like they're having a pretty good time. Several vampires looked at the 4 men and women in front of them with reckless abandon. Hua really can't help himself a little. He pulled a gun straight out of his shirt next to him. Who the hell are you people? If you don't answer before, don't blame me for not being polite. Chapter 104, Blood Count. Merit Surge. Having a weapon calmed his mind. The reason why he was stunned just now was because of the sudden sight of several pairs of eyes in the darkness. Anyone else would be scared. It was only now that I reacted, even if there were many people on the other side. But he wasn't the least bit flustered either. The truth is in my hands, and the world is mine. You're welcome? Ha 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 ha. A few vampires across the street couldn't help but chuckle, like looking at a clown. Seek death. Hua couldn't hold back any longer. Straightforward trigger pull. Bump! A crisp ringing sound rang out. However, just the moment the voice rang out, one of the several silhouettes on the opposite side suddenly moved. Next moment, Hua only felt a terrifying aura descend on his body. All he felt was a pain in his neck. While watching, somehow, that thing had appeared in front of his eyes. The bite was directly above his neck. Fear. Thriller. He could feel the blood in his body draining away, almost just for a split second. His consciousness had then become blurred. The pistol in his hand also fell disheveled to the ground. There was a dull thud, and his body had been transformed into a skeleton plastered with human skin. Silence. There was a deathly silence within the entire underground. Everyone looked at Hua's miserable state. It's almost like you're going to pee your pants. Dead. His own companion just died, and still drained of blood. Ghost. After a long time, finally the 3 remaining people reacted. Turn and run. Yet their bodies had not yet moved. Almost instantly, the several blood-colored figures had stopped them. Once again, he bit down towards those 3. Those 3 didn't put up the slightest resistance. Immediately after that, there was the collapse of 3 human skin skeletons that had been drained of blood once again. It's really delicious. I have to say, these oriental stinkers taste really good. If only we could have another practitioner. Their blood is the real treasure. The 3 vampires let out intoxicated moans. A practitioner? Then I wonder if I'll try? Just then, in the empty, silent second floor, once again, a faint voice rang out. The 3 vampires were simultaneously stunned. Simultaneous looks to where the sound came from. A young Taoist priest was seen appearing in the depths of the building at an unknown time. Is watching them. Daxia practitioners? The vampires were stunned. Following that, an icy smile appeared on his face. Great. I didn't realize that a great Xia cultivator was really hidden here. The vampire at the head of it all chances to wait a little too long. He licked his scarlet lips. Take him down and offer him to the great Lord Count. Yes. Several vampires nodded at the same time. Towards Zhang Chuxuan, he lunged. A bunch of stinking insects in the gutter. Making a demon in my daxia. Really looking for death. Seeing their appearance, Zhang Chuxuan did not spoil them. His fingers snapped in the middle of the void. Shasta. Above the void. A talisman had then completely coalesced. Go! Zhang Chuxuan flexed his fingers. Shasta. The light of the Tongtian talisman bloomed. Toward the 3 vampires they charged. Bump! With Zhang Chuxuan's strength, killing these trash really shouldn't be too easy. There was no resistance at all. The 3 vampires just straight up blew up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 merits. 3 beeps in succession rang out in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Zhang Chuxuan just wanted to stop, snapped to look in one direction. A smile followed on his face. I really didn't expect to find one hidden here. The words fell. Zhang Chuxuan's figure flickered. The entire body had disappeared into thin air. Wait until he reappears. Already standing in front of a hidden vampire. The vampire was still a woman. At this moment this female vampire's pupils had contracted to the extreme. She had just watched her companion die in front of her. What a peculiar species. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the vampire in front of him with slight curiosity. They're pretty much the same as the zombies in daxia actually. All suck blood for a living. Only, more than zombies, these things had more human characteristics. You have to. She hadn't finished her sentence. Zhang Chuxuan's palm snapped. A terrifying red light erupted in his hand. Double full hand. Memory can be probed and modified. Zhang Chuxuan's palm directly probed into the female vampire's head. Instantaneous. A picture began to appear in the center of his mind. All from this vampire in front of me. A few short seconds. Zhang Chuxuan had then completely explored this female vampire's memories. I didn't realize there was really a big guy hidden here. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes flooded with light, and the female vampire fell to her knees straight away at the moment. Master. Zhang Chuxuan nodded slightly. You go back to that den where the Count is hiding, and I'll be right behind you." The vampire didn't hesitate. Yes, after all was said and done, her figure disappeared in a flash of directness. Zhang Chuxuan didn't follow. Instead, he swept through the midst of this foreign building. This townhouse is not small. There are still quite a few vampires in hiding. A full dozen. Once again, 6,000 merits are offered. It made Zhang Chuxuan gorgeous. Almost. Do all that. Zhang Chuxuan had already sensed something. The female vampire from before had come to a stop. Guess that's where these vampires hang out. Zhang Chuxuan's figure flickered and went directly in one direction. Flying over the range of this townhouse, Zhang Chuxuan then saw an ancient castle that had long been deserted. This old fortress has long been deserted in the eyes of outsiders, but not in Zhang Chuxuan's eyes. It's just a layer of blinders. The moment, within this old castle, there were dozens of blood-red coffins placed densely, but these coffins don't have any ropes all over them. Instead, it's clean. That female vampire that Zhang Chuxuan had controlled earlier was currently kneeling down to a blood-colored coffin in the center of this ancient castle. Bump! This blood-colored coffin was the largest of all the coffins. It's twice as big as the average coffin. The moment, a voice erupted from inside the coffin. Immediately after, a man in a tuxedo. The blonde man then sat up from the middle of the coffin. His eyes radiated a chill. The face was terribly pale. But after the man appeared, all the coffins were also opened silently. One by one, the vampires came out of this coffin. Chapter 105. Great Summer Thunder Law. Kneel toward the man. Lord Earl. Aha. The blood count nodded slightly. I seem to have detected the scent of an intruder. What's happening? The blood count's eyes went to the kneeling female vampire. The female vampire's body trembled a little, and she spoke in a hurried manner. Lord Earl, there are indeed several humans who have broken into the area, and there was also a cultivator from Great Xia. That cultivator was so strong that he killed our brother and sister outside. Luckily I ran fast enough to wake you up. My lord. Words. That blood count frowned. Great Summer Cultivator. It's been quite a while since I've tasted the blood of these guys. Just in time for the meat. Having said that, he looked again at the kneeling female vampire. A hint of greed flashed among his eyes. Come here. The female vampire sniffed and didn't dare to slow down. Hurriedly, he headed towards that blood count. The other vampires on the side all showed envious looks. It is definitely an honor for them to serve the great Lord Earl. But, just the moment that female vampire approached that blood count, her palm snapped towards the blood count. The blood count didn't expect this at all. It was directly slapped in the chest. But unfortunately with the strength of this female vampire, it couldn't shake him at all. However, this strike also completely enraged that blood count. How dare you betray the great Count Boca? The corners of his mouth snapped out two fangs as well. Toward the female vampire he lunged. Almost just instantly, the female vampire would have no power to resist, torn apart by his directness. Death-seeking thing. The blood count snorted disdainfully. But he had just dropped this cry. Just jerked his head towards the entrance of the old castle. Who? The blood count drank. And the sound of his voice caused the other bloods to cast a glance over. It was seen from outside the gates of the old castle. A young Taoist priest had appeared there at some point. Was watching them with interest. This Taoist priest was naturally Zhang Chuxuan. The moment he saw Zhang Chuxuan, the blood count then already knew the general idea of what was going on. Stinking Taoist, you're the one who manipulated my blood servant. I really underestimated you. But how dare you come to this count's territory? You really don't know how to die. After that blood count's initial surprise, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The blood count? Zhang Chuxuan could see the aura on this earl. That is, just stepping into the level of knowing life. A bunch of western bedbugs with a big mouth. Zhang Chuxuan pointed at the blood count. Come on, big bat, let's see what you've got. That blood count's face gradually turned cold when he heard that. A terrifying blood aura erupted from his body. Seek death. The nails on top of both of his palms skyrocketed at the same time. Towards Zhang Chuxuan, he charged. I'm going to drain your blood and make you the most loyal blood servant as well. The mouth screams though. Still, this blood count did not underestimate Zhang Chuxuan. He's not stupid either. Zhang Chuxuan had dared to chase him here alone, and was also in control of a divine ability that could cause even his blood servants to mutiny. Definitely capable of a lot. But all the same, it was known that these monks of Daxia were perhaps strong in their arts. Yet the body is stronger than average at best. There's no comparison to them at all. As long as they stayed close and didn't give them enough time to release their spells, it was a sure win. The blood count had been a little worried that Zhang Chuxuan would fall back to give himself distance. However, Zhang Chuxuan looked like he was scared silly. There was no movement at all. Just frozen in place. There was more than a hint of sarcasm on the blood count's face. Die for me. He clawed down towards Zhang Chuxuan's head with a palm. Immediately after, His whole body just froze. It was then that Zhang Chuxuan was seen extending his hand as well. There was disdain in his eyes. A punch was thrown towards him. Bump! The fists of the two men touched. Ka-chow! A crisp crack of bone was heard. That blood count. Then, felt a terrifying force coming towards him. Next moment, his body then couldn't help but fly backwards. It hit the ground hard. His entire arm was on top of the blow he just landed. A direct interruption. The blood count was diluted. But before he could react, Zhang Chuxuan had already dodged and appeared in front of him. Come on, let's try it again. Zhang Chuxuan slammed his fist down once again. Ever since I had practiced the 6 vaults of immortal thieves, I realized that physical combat was still very cool. This kind of fist-to-flesh feeling was definitely not comparable to ordinary divine abilities, but it also has to be said that the bloods have a lot of life in them. No less than a zombie. Even Zhang Chuxuan's hands were a bit sore from smashing, and this blood count was actually still struggling. Next to him, dozens of others, wide-eyed. It just felt cold all over. What's with this? Why is this Daoist priest pressing his count? Zhang Chuxuan rubbed his arm and added a kick, directly kicking the blood count out. Grass. The skin is ing thick. A crowd of vampires. At this moment, the blood count struggled to stand up. His head had been smashed from 3 dimensions to 2. The fangs in his mouth had been smashed. But even then, he still didn't die. The blood chi in his body churned. And in a short time, his head swelled up once again. Eyes resentful. He looked at Zhang Chuxuan. Damn it. Stinking Daoist, you've successfully angered me. This blood count's feet. A puddle of horrible blood was spreading rapidly. Damn. That's a lot of bull ********. Zhang Chuxuan raised his hand. That blood count reflexively shuddered. However, upon realizing that Zhang Chuxuan didn't make a move, that was a relief. I know. You must be a fleshly body cultivator from Disya. Damn it. It was the great Earl who was fooled by you. This time I'll let you know. The blood arts of my blood race. Zhang Chuxuan, you've got a ing way of putting a smile on your face. Who told you I'm a carnal practitioner? Stinky road. The grim expression on the blood count's face hadn't disappeared. The entire pupil then contracted violently. In the center of Zhang Chuxuan's palm, a ball of thunder violently began to flicker. It made a crackling noise. An aura that was far more extremely tyrannical than just now instantly filled the entire auditorium. Zhang Chuxuan dragged the thunder in his hands, raised an eyebrow. Come on, try again. Gobble. The blood count gulped. Throat trembling. Even the whole body was trembling. Chapter 106, Breaking Through Transformation of God. Strength skyrocketed. The aura of this thunder was simply too terrifying. It even sensed an aura of death from amongst the throbbing mass of thunder. The breath was still climbing wildly. Terrible. Scary as hell. This blood duke was swallowing continuously. In the middle of his mind he couldn't help but remember a legend from back then. In this land of Daxia 100 years ago, there was once such a Daoist priest. You can hold heavenly thunder in your hand, and at the thought of it, heavenly thunder rises suddenly. At that time, it had an unimaginable fame in the entire cultivation world. Even the vampire princes who brought them all into Daxia back then, all mysteriously disappeared. There is no information in either. Rumor has it, that prince was killed by that Daoist priest's thunder spell back then. And now, the thunder in the hands of this young man in front of him, seems to be similar to the one in the legend back then. It is very similar. Zhang Chuxuan grinned at him. Big Bat, who told you that Master Dao is a flesh cultivator? The other vampires, on the other hand, didn't dare to move a muscle. The supremely masculine energy of thunder was originally their natural enemy, but this time that blood count couldn't help himself. It growled, speaking to the vampires. Go! Stop him for me. Hearing the blood count's words, those vampires even in fear. There is also no way at all to be on the back foot, because the hierarchy among the bloods can be said to be strict to the extreme. For the orders of the superior blood clan, the blood clan below could not have any disobedience. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be worse than death. Roar! Those vampires, one by one, didn't dare to be any sloppy. Towards Zhang Chuxuan, he charged. And that blood count didn't even have any hesitation. Turning around and fleeing, Zhang Chuxuan saw this scene. An icy smile also appeared on his face. Still want to go? Little white worm. With a cry from Zhang Chuxuan, the 5 thunder positive technique in his hand was violently dispersed. It transformed into a ray of lightning and directly blasted towards the vampires that were running away. These thunders were not too strong though. It was more than enough to use against these vampires. Boom! The thunder crashed directly into those vampires. Shasta! All the vampires all screamed and wailed. It was directly shattered by this thunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. In an instant in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, dozens of system beeps had appeared. Under this blow, the entire ancient fortress was instantly empty from the thunderous assault. Zhang Chuxuan didn't bother. Instead, he toward the blood count. The blood count had flown out the window. Two huge feathered wings unfolded toward the far side and ran. After seeing the power of the thunder law, he was even more outright scared out of his wits. Being killed by someone else might have a chance of resurrection. But under that thunderbolt just now, dead is really dead. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Chuxian's face. With a flash of his figure, he also appeared directly outside the window. Zhang Chuxian tilted his head to look at the blood count who had already reached mid-air. In the middle of his hand, the dragon tiger Dharma seal had appeared. The direct head smashed down towards the blood count. Above the dragon and tiger Dharma seal, a streak of thunder flashed. Absolutely terrifying to the core. That blood count's face suddenly changed in an instant as well. Snapped his teeth. A large mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Transported. With a roar from it, the entire speed had skyrocketed by several times, avoiding the of the dragon tiger Dharma seal. This blood earl as a whole also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, all before he could react again, the palm lightning in Zhang Chuxuan's hand had already coalesced again and swung out towards it again. Boom! Palm thunder down. Even a cultivator at the peak of knowledge of life was bound to die. Not to mention the district blood count in front of him. With a mournful scream, the blood count's huge body was directly worn out by the lightning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,200 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Not bad. Not bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission, solving the mysterious disappearance of the old foreign building. Mission completed. Reward obtained, 80 years of cultivation, feat perfection card *1. The system's beeps appeared once again. It was also almost the moment the voice rang out. Buzz. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's dantian, the power of cultivation began to surge up. His realm was also climbing. 95% of knowing life. 99%. Watching the progress of cultivation rise little by little. Finally, to the last 100%. Boom. The terrifying Yuan Qi directly overflowed the entire dantian. In the meantime, Ka-chow. The sky was covered with a layer of dark clouds at some point. Thunder began to flicker in this dark cloud. This thunder light was different from the 5 thunders positive technique that Zhang Chuxian had executed earlier. Instead, it was the power of a real thunderbolt. Terrifying thunder, enveloping the entire location of the ocean building altogether. Zhang Chuxian was also slightly startled when he saw this scene, but it didn't go over too well. Cultivation breakthroughs were meant to go against the heavens. A bit of thundercloud refining is normal. This bit of thundercloud is actually creation. As Zhang Chuxuan's breath continued to increase, the dark clouds in the sky were also getting thicker. A streak of thunder and lightning was constantly flashing from the air. It made a deafening noise. Boom! When the power of the thundercloud reached its maximum, in the middle of the sky, a huge thunderbolt of dozens of feet rolled down with heavenly might. It slashed down towards Zhang Chuxian. Zhang Chuxian didn't dodge or avoid. Not even a defense. The fleshly body of a 6 reservoirs of First Thieves' grand completion was not something that could be broken by ordinary thunderbolts. Rumble. The thunder landed on and Zhang Chuxuan's body violently exploded. Dazzling light suddenly bloomed. Zhang Chuxian only felt a subtle tingling sensation coming from his body. Most of the thunder power was blocked directly by his physique. It didn't do him any harm at all, and it was as if this heavenly thunder had been provoked. One after another, it was continuously smashing down towards Zhang Chuxian. Every single one of them after landing on Zhang Chuxuan's body. It all made his whole body tremble. The cells on top of the body were disintegrating and regrouping. Each coalescence was a few moments stronger. Rumble. Until an unknown number of heavenly thunderbolts fell. The thunder tribulation had swelled to a terrifying level. The heavens and the earth seemed to be darkened. Only the terrifying white aura remained. Zhang Chuxuan's expression also became a bit more grave. Knowing that this should be the last thunderbolt. A mere robbery? Also want to stop me? Then let Master Dao try how powerful this thunder tribulation really is. Chapter 107 3 Lights Divine Water. A true supreme treasure. Zhang Chuxian laughed. The figure flashed. Without dodging or avoiding, he directly met that thunder. Boom! The thunderbolt smashed down on Zhang Chuxuan's body. Zhang Chuxian's body trembled violently. This time the thunderbolt was powerful though. Yet it still didn't hurt him one bit. That is, after this blow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the transformation spirit. As the system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, Zhang Chuxian only felt that his entire being was ascending. Everything around him seemed to be at his fingertips. It's an amazing feeling. It's strong. Unprecedentedly strong. Even if I don't use my thunder technique now, I'm enough to blow away all the transformation spirits. Zhang Chuxuan felt it slightly. Just have a rough idea. Zhang Chuxuan was in a great mood. The rewards of this breakthrough could be too great. Strength skyrocketed dozens of times before meeting the abbot of Manjinsa temple. Even if he ended up using the means of invoking the spirit, he was afraid that he would be able to kill him with one punch. Zhang Chuxuan looked at his system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Daoist ancestors' fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, first level of transformation, 10. 1%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders, full level. Order of the Gods and Demons, full level. Shrinking the Earth into an inch, proficient. Talisman of Heaven, full level. Pure Heart Mantra, full level. Immortal Thief of the Six Banks, full level. Detaining the Spirit and Dispatching the Generals, full level. And Wind Queen Strange Door, full level. Avatar, Heaven and Earth, proficient. Merit, 41,100, can be used for system draw, Platinum Jackpot, 10,000 merit, 3/10, next level, Diamond Jackpot, not unlocked. Cultivation had already stepped into the first level of transformation. From an ordinary person to a transfigured god. It's been less than 2 weeks in total. Mezzo. And along with that, the merit is up to 40,000 points. It's nice. A drumroll and a direct wave of rewards. Thinking of this, Zhang Chuxuan did not hesitate. System. Drawl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 merits for the platinum draw and drawing the reward, a bottle of Moonlight Divine Water. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 merit for the platinum draw and drawing the reward, 5 Thunder Positive Law Supreme Experience Card *1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 merits for the platinum draw and drawing the reward, Avatar Upgrade Card *1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 merit for the platinum lottery and drawing the reward, a truckload of refining materials. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. A series of 4 system beeps rang out in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. Awesome! This reward can be described as a human explosion to the extreme. Even drove out 4 tops. He looked straight ahead. Moonlight Divine Water for this thing. Zhang Chuxuan was very familiar. Isn't this one of the legendary 3 lights divine water stuff? The 3 lights divine water is divided into 3 lights. The sun, the moon and the stars. The 3 photosynthesizers have the efficacy of living, dying, and whitening bones, especially for the spiritual roots between heaven and earth. It is simply a supreme elixir. It was even able to catalyze spiritual roots to advance, reached a new level. The most famous is the monkey trashing the ginseng tree. That thing is a real top spirit root though. Once it is damaged, even a great god cannot save it. But in the end, he was saved by this 3 lights divine water. You can imagine the efficacy. Zhang Chuxuan wouldn't even dare to imagine if he were to give it to someone. However, a single moonlight divine water was highly poisonous. Put it in the middle of the spatial ring first. All of them have already drawn out a moonlight divine water. There's no reason why the other 2 types of divine water can't be drawn out. It would be great if we could synthesize the legendary 3 lights divine water. Zhang Chuxuan was excited. Directly let out this moonlight divine water. It was hazy as if the moonlight had spilled over. But the aura emanating from it was unprecedented. Put it into its own system space. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the avatar upgrade card. System upgrade feats. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using the avatar upgrade card. Currently upgradable avatar, Dharma Heaven and Earth. Upgrade the Law of Heaven. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the successful upgrade. Dharma Heaven and Earth, minor achievement. Buzz. With that beep, Zhang Chuxian's body just shuddered violently. The power of the Law of Heaven was exploding. It took a full dozen breaths before it gradually stopped. 1 truckload of refining materials. The system's products must be of the highest quality. Up to refining the top spirit weapon treasures. This introduction is much simpler. The highest could actually refine top-notch spirit weapons. For this top spirit weapon, Zhang Chuxuan had not even encountered it yet. Even his own Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal wasn't bad, just a mid-grade spirit weapon. From this, it was able to be seen that this refining material was absolutely fierce. Just, what to give your damn self smithing materials for? It's not like he knows how to smith. If only there was a divine machine 100 refinements. It's a pity that I haven't gotten this 8 wonderful skills yet. Zhang Chuxian sighed. Look to the final 5 Thunders Positive Law to the End Experience card. This thing is an absolute crushing treasure. Collected all the rewards. Zhang Chuxian stretched his back. Go back. His feet stepped. The figure disappeared in an instant. Great Southern City. Woshuangi. The matter of the Mankind Temple had festered for a day. It was exactly as many expected. Almost all Buddhist monasteries were affected. Even the Wushuang temple was surrounded by untold numbers of people throughout the day yesterday. All kinds of shouting and cursing sounds are even more incessant. It's a good thing that the temple was closed in advance within the Wushuang temple. That's why the monks inside the monastery weren't torn apart by the furious crowd. But spare me. The entire periphery of the temple is littered with rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves. It was enough to get to midnight. The crowd gathered outside left. Debriefing. Within a Buddhist hall of the Peerless Temple, old monk Fa Xian's face was blue to the core. The other monks were no better. One by one, they all held their fire. When have they, the Buddhist sect, ever been treated like this? In the past they were all high and mighty, and everywhere they went the stupid populace treated them like guests, and ordinary people they don't even bother to touch. Those who had access to them were all existences that were either rich or noble. But even so, those mole crickets honored them. Anyone who wants to ask them to do something has to posture, send enough incense money for them to come out. But now, those mole crickets that they never looked at dared to treat them like that. It was something every monk couldn't help. If it wasn't for the fear of spoiling the grand plan, those things that dare to come to the mountain and surround the temple will all die, and even the soul will be broken. Let them live forever. These damn things. It's really bold. Chapter 108 Shenji 100 Refinements. 220 years of cultivation reward. Abbot. Right now our Buddhist temple's reputation has hit rock bottom. Even the online approval rating has dropped by nearly 20 percentage points. It's not just us. Even other Buddhist temples have experienced this. Our Buddhist sect, this time can be said to have suffered heavy losses. Beside Fa Xian, a monk spoke in a deep voice. Well. This damn Taoist celestial master, to have caused our Buddhist sect to suffer such heavy losses. Inevitably, his blood will be used to wash away the shame of my Buddhist sect. The killing intent amongst Fa Xian's eyes was already completely concealed. Right, Abbot. Let's start our grand plan. We must kill all those ants who have disrespected our Buddhist sect. Yes, not only should we kill them, but we should also break their souls. Let them not be allowed to transcend their lives for eternity. If they dare to show disrespect to my Buddhist sect, hell will not tolerate them. 7 voices resounded throughout the middle of the hall. Fa Xian swept around. This time too, he nodded slowly. Today, all is in place. Let's get started then. This time let me, Wushuang Temple, show the world the majesty of my Buddhist sect. This sleep. Zhang Chuxuan slept soundly. A nap was taken until the afternoon of the next day. However, Zhang Chuxuan did not wake up on his own. Instead, I was woken up by a phone call. Zhang Chuxuan looked at the number on his cell phone. Field. He took the phone with some impatience. Which one? Hello Heavenly Master Zhang. I'm Zhuchuan, from the Spiritualist Bureau. After hearing this introduction, Zhang Chuxian's entire being was in a state of confusion. Psychic Bureau Zhuchuan? What a familiar name. Isn't that the one from the Psychic Bureau headquarters? Why is he calling himself? Hello Chief left. Zhuchuan's face then showed a hint of a smile. Greetings, Celestial Master. What the Heavenly Master did in Jiangbei has been cleared by my Spiritualist Bureau. On behalf of the Bureau, I would like to thank the Heavenly Master here. Zhang Chuxian shook his head slightly. You're welcome. The poor Taoist is just entering something he can do. Rather, what is it that Director Zhua is looking for me for this time? Zhang Chuxian spoke directly. Zhuchuan looked for himself early in the morning. Definitely not for no reason. If you're calling, you must have something to ask. Right. Zhuchuan didn't hide it. Then I'll be blunt. 2. Does Heavenly Master know about the Wushuang temple behind the 10,000 gold temple? Hearing this, Zhang Chuxian froze for a moment. Wushuang temple? Not really. Zhang Chuxian answered truthfully. Zhuchuan smiled slightly. According to what we know from our Psychic Bureau's investigation, what this 10,000 gold monastery has done is all because of the instructions of the Wushuang monastery. Their ultimate goal is to open the Abyssal seal hidden amongst the great southern city. Unleash the abyss here. Although the Manjin temple is destroyed today, the operation of the Mashanji temple has already begun. Today the entire great southern city is shielded. That's why I want to ask the Heavenly Master to take action and eradicate this scourge once and for all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the serial system mission. Mission 1, beheading Abbot Fa Xian of the Wushuang Temple. Mission completion reward, 100 years of cultivation, Shenji 100 refinements. Mission failed, punishment none. Task 2, not open yet. Mission reward, 120 years of cultivation, feat fusion card, avatar gift pack *1. Mission failed, punishment none. Zhuchuan's words were just finished. The successive systems beeps had sounded. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes were stunned. This surprisingly triggered 2 system tasks in a row. Surprisingly, 3 quests were triggered in a row. The cultivation reward alone amounted to a terrifying 220 years. It's still a real stretch. Zhang Chuxian was ecstatic in his heart. but he was in no hurry to agree at this time. The Psychic Bureau's wool is not to be gripped. Bureau left. It's not impossible to help. May I ask how many points this incident counts for? Zhang Chuxuan asked directly. Originally, Zhang Chuxuan was still a little nervous. Once he heard this, the entire group was stunned. Originally, he had prepared quite a few more sayings just because he was afraid that Zhang Chuxuan would not agree. Who could have thought that Zhang Chuxuan would come straight to this sentence? 10,000 points. Zhang Chuxuan was in pain. The district's points were just a matter of words for them. 10,000 points. That's also $100 million. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes lit up greatly. That's plenty to give. No problem. Good. Heavenly Master is refreshing. I don't know when the Heavenly Master is free to move. I will send someone forward to pick you up. Zhang Chuxuan let out a long sigh of relief, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Zhang Chuxuan heard Zhang Chuxuan say so. It is also known that this one is in a real hurry. It didn't matter to him. He had a system mission anyway. Definitely going for it myself. Any time. Zhang Chuxuan said directly. In that case, wait a bit that day, Master. We'll leave in an hour. Hanging up, Zhang Chuxuan pinched the point and walked straight out of his hotel. Only just getting out of the car he saw one of the Psychic Bureau's cars already waiting. Zhang Chuxuan directly pulled open the car door. A flicker of consternation appeared after seeing the person in the cab. Qingqing. This woman was none other than Ma Qingqing. Ma Qingqing had a smile on her face. Tianshi, we meet again. Aren't you a member of the Ma family? How did you get involved with the Psychic Bureau? Zhang Chuxuan asked suspiciously after getting into the car. But Zhang Chuxuan said someone was coming to pick him up. But I didn't expect it to be Ma Qingqing. You don't know, Celestial Master, because this time there's not only you in the operation, but also a cousin of mine. That's why I will follow you. My cousin is the brightest genius in the entire Psychic Bureau, and she just arrived at Jiangbei Airport, so I'm here anyway, so I'll go with you this time, Ma Qingqing said with a smile. Zhang Chuxuan was stunned. Cousin Ma Qingqing? The first genius of the Psychic Bureau? That good? Your cousin is also a practitioner? Hear that? Ma Qingqing's eyes darkened. That's not true. My sister's physique is a bit special. She is not able to cultivate. She has only awakened her supernormal ability, which is also one of the most gifted ones within the entire Psychic Bureau, the 9 Heavens Xian Ice. Furthermore, my cousin, just after awakening, reached the level of knowing life. Now she's even promoted to incarnation, and is the youngest incarnate god existence in the Spiritualist Bureau. Mentioning her cousin, Ma Qingqing looked proud. Only then did Zhang Chuxuan realize, the powers of an alien are all related to their own mutations, and indeed, there are some heavenly talents who have just awakened their powers to a very exaggerated level. Of course this kind of person can only appear once in a billion miles. Chapter 109 in Xian Ice Body. Terrifying talent. I didn't think I'd come across it. 9 heavenly metaphysical ice? Sounds cold. Zhang Chuxuan said jokingly. Ma Qingqing's face darkened. Indeed, my cousin's talent can be described as extremely cold. That's why the power is terrifying. But, it's because she's so overbearing with this psychic ability that it's causing her body to be burdened. The two chatted the whole way out towards the Jiangbei Airport. It took just over half an hour to arrive at Jiangbei Airport. Just stopped. Zhang Chuxuan was in the middle of his line of sight. A tall, cold woman was seen walking over. See this woman. Ma Qingqing opened the car window with some excitement and waved towards the woman. Cousin, that icy woman. Only after seeing Ma Qingqing did some more smiles appear on her face. Quickly, he walked to the side of the car, pulled open the door, and got in. Qingqing, you really followed me here. The woman looked at Ma Qingqing, somewhat helpless. However, she then gave Zhang Chuxuan a curious look. And this is? Cousin, this is Tianshi Zhang. It's the one I told you about earlier that saved my life. Ma Qingqing hurriedly helped introduce the woman. The woman was slightly stunned before she extended her hand. I see. Hello, my name is Leng Shui. Thank you for saving Qingqing. Only then did Zhang Chuxuan take a closer look at the woman. The skin is very white. Abnormally white. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's almost blowing up. The features were delicate, just didn't seem very talkative. Normally this girl should have very little to do with people. He held out his hand to shake hers as well. Zhang Chuxuan, you're welcome. With just a slight touch, Zhang Chuxuan let out a light eep. Cold. It's really cold. This girl's hand, it's like an ice cube. Ding. The host has discovered the innate Xian ice body. Just then, in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, a system beep sounded. It caused Zhang Chuxian's entire body to freeze. A body of innate ice? What the hell is this? It sounds awesome though. Sky Master. While Zhang Chuxuan was pondering, Ma Qingqing, who was on the side, softly shouted. Only then did Zhang Chuxuan return to his senses, realized he had been clutching someone's hand. A slight blush appeared on the opposite side of Leng Shui's face. Nima. Awkward. Zhang Chuxuan coughed dryly and hurriedly let go. I'm sorry, it's really because this girl's physique is a bit special. That's why. Oh, a hint of curiosity appeared on Lang Shue's face. The celestial master was able to detect my physique? Zhang Chuxuan nodded with a slight smile. Xian Icebody, this is the first time I've seen this kind of physique. It's very special, but your body can't withstand your physique, and that's why you're now having to fend off Xian Ice all the time. Just through slight observation, Zhang Chuxuan was able to see these conditions. Moreover, up to now, Lang Shui had only sat in this car for a few short seconds. The temperature throughout the car was dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. Celestial Master, this you know. Then do you have a way to help my sister? Before Lang Shui could speak, Ma Qingqing exclaimed. Green. Lang Shui glared at her. Ma Qingqing, however, didn't care in the slightest and just said with a smile. Sister, the Celestial Master is not an outsider. It's okay. Zhang Chuxuan. Good man. You're really treating me like one of your own. But Ma Qingqing asked questions, and Zhang Chuxuan also had no idea how to treat it at all. He's a lawman, and he's not familiar with the business of healing. System. Can Lang Shue's condition be treated? Zhang Chuxuan directly turned to the system for help. He asked the system directly. Since we met his fate, Zhang Chuxuan didn't mind if he could help out. Being able to join the Psychic Bureau to fight for the stability of the whole of Daxia. Honestly, for this kind of person Zhang Chuxuan admired. When the system heard Zhang Chuxuan's question, it also answered immediately. There are two ways. The first one can be solved by severing the meridians and abolishing the Xian Ice body. Zhang Chuxuan? What the hell? Nima, abolish the body of Xian Ice? If it could be scrapped, there's no need for you to say it. Zhang Chuxuan was speechless. What about the second approach? The second method only requires a person with an innate pure yang body to cleanse their essence every half a month, and they can be cured in half a year. This one is a bit more reliable. Zhang Chuxuan nodded, bringing his gaze back in. The way? There is. Really? Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's words, Ma Qingqing instantly blushed with joy. Even Lang Shui was slightly sidelong, her eyes widening a bit. Her own body can be said to be the only one she knows. The entire Psychic Bureau has been used in every way possible, nor is there any possibility of a cure. This kind of awakening talent of hers was just too exaggerated, and after awakening her supernatural abilities, they had all greatly reached S rank. It's still getting stronger. This is already an anomaly. All strength is about a cyclical progression, and naturally, there are after effects of her getting stronger quickly. That's a drain on life expectancy. By her own estimation, she had at most 3 years to live. Zhang Chuxuan felt the sister's gaze, nodded, putting the system's stated method in a straightforward manner. The body of innate pure yang washes its essence? Lang Shui couldn't help but mutter to herself. Sister, no matter what, we must find this physique. This will help you solve your problem. Lang Shui let out a faint bitter laugh. This kind of physique has never been heard of before. Where are we going to find it? Forget it, let's just let everything happen. Ma Qingqing heard this. There was also an involuntary nod. Indeed, a physique like this one that I've never even heard of. No idea how to find it at all. Zhang Chuxuan smiled instead. Who can say about such things as fate? Maybe we'll be able to run into each other. Maybe. Lang Shui smiled slightly, but thanks to the Heavenly Master, or I would have thought my illness was hopeless. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. You're welcome. The three of them made small talk along the way. Rather, it didn't feel like time was passing slowly. Daenin is not too far away from Jiangbei. It's just 2 or 3 hours of work. The car had then traveled to the boundaries of the great southern city. And at this point, Zhang Chuxuan and Lang Shui's eyes were both slightly heavier. They could sense a monstrous yin qi erupting in front of them, which is still a ways off, all clearly visible, enough to illustrate the horror of this yin qi. These Buddhist vultures really deserve to die. Lang Shui's eyes narrowed. A murderous aura filled the air. Traveled again for 20 minutes or so, the three were finally reaching the destination of their line. Stop. Zhang Chuxuan and Lang Shui spoke almost simultaneously. Crunch. The vehicle stopped instantly. Great Southern City. The mountain peak where the Peerless Temple is located. Monk Fa Xian looked at all this in front of him with an unprecedented excitement in his expression. Chapter 110, Beheading the Yin-Yang Master. Even a mere mole cricket dares to shake the heavens. The gates of the abyss are about to be opened. A whole new world is coming for us. Not far from Fa Xian, a stooped old man wearing a costume that was clearly not Dasha's also walked slowly. The old man's face held some coldness and mockery, overlooking it all. The color of her face was clear and cold, just like a goddess. Monk Fa Xian looked at this old man and spoke faintly. Amitabha Buddha, the Sakura Kingdom's schizo. I wonder, are your people ready? The old man nodded slowly. Don't worry, my Sakura Kingdom's experts have long since finished their preparations, and your Buddhist temple's blood sacrifice will be completed by us. when the time comes, it will inevitably open this abyss completely. Release that one. The old man's voice was hoarse, and after saying this, there was a slight pause. However, we have gotten information that the Great Summer Psychic Bureau has noticed you. This is a trouble that you have brought upon yourselves. I, Sakura, will not take the initiative to help you clean it up. Fa Xian heard this. A slight nod. Don't worry, I will deal with them myself. But, you and I are stationed in different directions. I can't guarantee which direction this psychic bureau is coming from. The old man's face clouded a bit. She was naturally able to hear the meaning of Fa Xian's words. The old man grunted coldly. Don't worry, if they are not open-minded and come to the place where I, Sakura, am stationed, they will surely die. Amitabha Buddha. Very well. In that case, then I will take my leave for a step. Wait until Fa Xian leaves. A silhouette dressed in the Sakura Nation's attire appeared out of thin air. Straight up on one knee. Lord Sect Master. The blood sacrifice has officially begun. The old man nodded slightly. Take precautions. The Great Summer's cultivators are coming. The car traveled into the Great Southern City. Today's nighttime. The prosperity of the Great Southern City is even better than that of the northern part of the river. However, in front of Zhang Chuxuan and the others, suddenly, an endless black gas was rising, almost swallowing everything around it, especially the center. It's Maureen to the extreme. Celestial Master. What is that thing? Ma Qingqing exclaimed. Lang Shui's expression was incomparably grave. That's where the Wushuang Temple is. Those guys from the Buddhist sect. Looks like they've already made their move. Zhang Chuxuan also nodded. Capable of such appalling power. Naturally, there is only the Wushuang Temple. The car can't go any further. Get out of the car. Zhang Chuxuan finished pulling open the car door, took the lead and walked on. Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing also looked at each other. Together, they got out of the car. Heavenly Master, all the members of my spiritualist bureau are already right up ahead, and they've all waited around the Wushuang Temple. Lang Shui glanced at her cell phone, said to Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. In that case, let's go straight in. Zhang Chuxuan did not delay. Directly in the direction where that Tianshi came from, he quickly moved forward. The line of three was fast. Everyone is a practitioner. Even the weakest Ma Qingqing had the cultivation of the Hotian realm. Moreover, Ma Qingqing was still a disciple of the Ma family. With the Dragon God's Edict you can have your speed increased. 10 short minutes. The three of them then almost span half of the great southern city. As it got closer and closer to the location of the Peerless Temple, the heavier that overshadowing Tianshi became. By the end of the day the area of a dozen or so miles around had been completely enveloped in Tianshi. On the outskirts of this netherworld, dozens of strong or weak breaths were lingering, obviously waiting for Lang Shui to arrive. It's one of ours. Lang Shui also spoke up at this time. The three men's bodies flashed, had appeared beyond the netherworld, after seeing the cold snow. At once, one by one, members dressed in special costumes showed themselves. Salute towards Lang Shui, Elder Lang. The realm above knowing life was already able to become an elder among the spiritualist bureau. Lang Shui nodded slightly, but then he frowned. Just you guys? Where are the other members? After hearing this, a middle-aged man in his 30s then walked out. Elder, the others have already entered the middle of the range of this peerless temple and are stalling for time. Only we are left waiting for the elders. Lang Shui nodded, looking to Zhang Chuxuan next to him. Heavenly Master, let's go in as well. I'm afraid the situation is no longer favorable. Go! Zhang Chuxuan had no problem with it and took the lead in stepping within the confines of the Peerless Temple. Lang Shui followed closely behind. Almost instantly, the horrible gloomy fog then engulfed everyone. If there were a living person here, I'm afraid that in a few moments they would simply lose their sanity. The Yin fog directly washed away the yang energy. Celestial Master, this way. Lang Shui discerned the direction and said to Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. The group advanced a few hundred meters. Zhang Chuxuan and the others then snapped to see silhouettes flickering in front of them. A path of yuan qi erupted from their bodies. Many of these people are from the Psychic Bureau, but there are others. Zhang Chuxuan hadn't seen it either. These people are dressed oddly, and the spells that were cast were all over the place. The Undertaker. It's Sakura Nation's Yin-Yang Master. At the sight of these people, Lang Shui instantly recognized the identity of those black shadows. Apparently as Psychic Director Senior, she had met the Undertaker. This Wushuang Temple guy. Surprisingly, he's still connected to these Yin and Yang masters. Lang Shui's face turned icy cold. A practitioner from the Sakura country? Zhang Chuxuan's eyes narrowed even as he heard this. It would be just as well if the Wushuang Temple opened this abyss on its own. How dare you collude with the Undertaker? These guys still really deserve to go to the 18th floor of hell. Celestial Master, what should we do now? Lang Shui looked towards Zhang Chuxuan. Bury them? Of course. Zhang Chuxuan grinned. What about so many S? It should be able to provide quite a bit of merit. Long Shui nodded. She serves as an elder of the Psychic Bureau, plus a special physique. Her battle power was already considered quite impressive even amongst the Transformers. So naturally, they don't look at these district yin and yang masters. She just wanted to strike. A flash of Zhang Chuxuan's figure was seen. Immediately after, Zhang Chuxian flexed his fingers. The light of the Tongtian talisman had appeared. In the middle of the void, a talisman was rising up. A terrifying talismanic aura instantly filled the entire void. Go! Zhang Chuxian once again flexed his fingers. Shasta! All the talismans exploded instantly. It transformed into a terrifying might and shot towards those yin-yang masters. For just this kind of crap, Zhang Chuxian was naturally able to kill with his hands. In the instant that this talisman erupted, those yin-yang masters also finally noticed Zhang Chuxian and the others. Chapter 111, Yin-Yang Lu? Looking for death. One by one, the hairs of sweat stood on end. One by one, they threw down their opponents and were about to escape. But apparently it was too late. Burst! Zhang Chuxian let out a low gulp. Bump! There was hardly any resistance. Those yin-yang masters were just killed in seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 merits. In the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind, a series of more than 20 beeps rang out. This wave provided tens of thousands of credits straight away. It was a bit of a surprise. Those members of the Psychic Bureau who were fighting with that yin-yang masters looked at this sudden scene in front of them. All of them were stunned. Dead. Those yin-yang masters. They were wiped out in a flash. Everyone looked at each other a little bit. After the reaction, just immediately, he looked towards the place where the talisman had erupted. Tianshi. For Zhang Chuxuan's identity, everyone is hardly a stranger. When the Psychic Bureau invited Zhang Chuxian to come, naturally, they were informed. However, it was the first time that he had seen Zhang Chuxian make a move. Even Lang Shui, who was next to him, had her eyes light up. She was the strongest and was naturally the most capable of feeling the power contained within Zhang Chuxuan's talisman. It's definitely strong and scary. It's really unexpected that the Heavenly Master's talismanic art has reached the point of being unpredictable. Lang Shui couldn't help but praise. Cousin, actually, the Heavenly Master's talisman is just average. Beside Lang Shui, Ma Qingqing whispered, Cold snow? What the hell? Just average? When did you girls become so good at blowing? Lang Shui glared at her. Ma Qingqing skimmed her mouth helplessly. Only when you see Zhang Chuxian's other means will you realize. This mere talisman is simply not worth mentioning to Zhang Chuxian. Elder Lang Shui. After the line froze for a few seconds, immediately the Psychic Bureau and the others recognized Lang Shui's identity. With surprise on his face he rushed towards Lang Shui. Lang Shui nodded. Now what's going on in here? Hearing Lang Shui's question, one of the members in the lead didn't dare to slack off. Enlightened Elder, the situation here is terrible. The plans for the Mokuji Temple have been opened, and there are quite a few Sakura Nation yin-yang masters gathering. They're all strong, and the Wushuang Temple is on top of 2 points of this grand formation with these yin-yang masters. Our closest position now is where those yin-yang masters from Sakura country are. Hear that? Lang Shui's complexion became gloomy. Lead the way without delay. Zhang Chuxian spoke directly at this time. It's all come to this. There's nothing left to say. Lang Shui was just like that. The two men looked at each other. Toward the depths of the peaks it went. Along the top of the road, there were a number of bodies scattered about. One by one, they've been drained of blood. On top of those bodies, all share a common trait. That is, they all have a cherry blossom on them. It's the tactics of the Sakura country's yin and yang squatters. Seeing these things all the time, Lang Shui immediately recognized it. This yin-yang Laos could be said to be the largest cultivation organization in the entire Sakura country. Somewhat similar to the Psychic Bureau of Daxia. These yin and yang squatters control all the yin and yang masters in the Sakura country. It's notorious, to say the least. There was no delay in the line. Foot forward for 10 minutes, just snapped to a horrible place of sacrifice. This place is full of blood. The perimeter of this place of worship was blocked by a huge portal. Elder Lang Shui, I'll open the door. After seeing the gate, a member of the Psychic Bureau volunteered. Seeing that Lang Shui didn't stop it, the gate opened with ease. But following, the moment this gate opens, a terrifying suction force violently erupted from within the door. Next moment, that Psychic Bureau member didn't even let out a scream. It was sucked right in. Lang Shui's face changed. Zhang Chuxian also raised an eyebrow. He wasn't letting anyone try. Instead, it was a straight shot to the door. Everyone else rushed to follow, but upon entering everyone was shocked, because they had been covered by a layer of terrifying formations. It's the yin-yang masters killing formation. Everyone stay put. Some of the aliens had already recognized the formation. These yin-yang masters are known for their strange gaits, and what they are best at is not knowing about these killing formations. Lang Shui was not really flustered. She looked to Ma Qingqing next to her. Qingqing, did you bring the dragon bone of the Ma family? The dragon bone of the Ma family can restrain most of the killing formations, but after a sniff, Ma Qingqing, however, shook her head slightly and laughed. Cousin has the celestial master. The dragon bone can't be used at all. Lang Shui was slightly stunned. What do you mean? But in an instant, Lang Shui reacted. Some surprises. Celestial master, you know the ways of the strange door? Zhang Chuxuan nodded. No, some. Then I wonder how long it will take the heavenly master to break the formation? Snap your fingers. Zhang Chuxuan didn't have the slightest bit of modesty. His eyes had already seen this so-called killing formation break just a moment ago. The Wind Queen's strange sect is the ancestor of the world's strange arts. There was no enemy even within Daxia, let alone the so-called Chi-Man Dunjia of Sakura country. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Snapping your fingers? This really isn't bragging? Though it's true that people don't look at Sakura Nation's yin and yang. But the yin-yang squatters are also famous after all. The killing formation they set up could be broken so easily? The eyes of the crowd all rose in doubt. Zhang Chuxuan smiled faintly, and not saying anything about it. His feet stepped. Wind Queen Chamin. A huge 9-palace orientation chart rose violently beneath his feet. This orientation chart carries unimaginable power. Directly, this entire killing formation was covered. Next moment, Zhang Chuxuan's palm waved. Qian character. Watchman Chaos Gold. Buzz. The destiny disc spins. The entire space and time was instantly frozen. Immediately after, Zhang Chuxuan lightly stepped. Ka chow. The entire killing formation instantly burst as if it were paper mache. Cold snow? Psychic bureau crowd? What the hell? It's really that simple. How did this give me the feeling that I'm okay with me being on it? Nope. That's not the Qian character position. But Heavenly Master. How can he use the secret technique of the Qian character? Lang Shui is a psychic director veteran after all. Seeing and hearing a lot. Instantly saw the difference. On the side, Ma Qingqing gently tugged on Lang Shui's arm. How about it, cousin? I told you that the talisman the Heavenly Master just made was nothing but a small path. It's really nothing. The Celestial Masters have a lot more. Ma Qingqing was full of pride, making it look like she was the one who had just cast the Wind Queen's strange door. Cold snow. You do talk. Chapter 112, Sakura-style god. It's just an ant. Zhang Chuxuan didn't care about this. There's the Wind Queen Chamin in. It could be said that all the so-called killing formations under the universal sky were not half as useful to him, even if Zhuge Wuho comes, also to be flattered. Not to mention these District S. General array setup. All of them aimed their killing formations at those who entered them. Then hide the raw door. Just find the location. Anyone would be able to break the formation at will. The hard part is, how to find this hidden door to life. But Zhang Chuxuan didn't need it at all. Where he is. Where is the door to life? At this time outside the formation, those yin-yang masters looked at Zhang Chuxuan who had entered the middle of the killing formation. Each one of them also had a cold smile on their faces. My lord, these great Xia cultivators have all entered the killing formation. Even if they are able to come out, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. It seems like we're still overestimating Xia's current cultivators. The current Xia is no longer what it was 100 years ago. Those old men from the Taoist sect are all dead. And the experts from the Buddhist sect are all on our side. So these people are no longer enough to worry about. In the center of these people, a robed yin-yang master said respectfully to an old man. This old man was on crutches. There was also more than a hint of disdain in his expression. Indeed, it's not bad at all. I thought there was going to be a fierce battle, but now I'm afraid there's no such thing. He hadn't finished his sentence. Suddenly the whole group was in a daze. It seemed to sense something first. In the direction of that killing formation, he looked over. Next moment, with a popping sound, dozens of figures had appeared in front of everyone. The scene. Straight away, all of the yin-yang squatters were confused. It had only been 10 seconds or so since these people had entered the formation. The formation is broken. The old man looked at the 8 trigrams orientation map at Zhang Chuxuan's feet. It was instantly noticeable. You're the one who broke the old man's killing formation. His expression carried a hint of unimaginable shock. The figure in front of me. It's really too young. But such a person had broken the killing formation he had set up in the twinkling of an eye. Old thing, you're the traitor amount sent by some yin-yang laos this time. Aren't you? The moment you see this old man, Zhang Chuxuan also guessed her identity. The old man grunted coldly. And you know about my yin and yang liao, little Taoist. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Chuxuan directly waved his hand. It's just you. The rest of the words don't interest Master Blade Dao. Come on, Hurry up and show all your means. Master Dao will have to go and slaughter those vultures after he kills you. You a Sakura nation who has time to bleep with you. Good. Since you guys are looking for death, then this seat will fulfill you. Everyone, summon the Shinigami. The old man gave a low, hostile cry. Yes, Shasta. Behind the old man, all the shades then all moved. These yin and yang masters were making frantic seals. With these marks, layers of white light began to rise from their bodies. Next moment, a vortex began to appear from among those white ons. Boom! Within the vortex, a single figure began to emerge, immediately followed by more and more. Almost just for a moment. Just dense, various, and these things carry weird powers. It wasn't a demon, but it was a little bit the same as a demon. Sakura Nation's style god. Zhang Chuxuan stared at the densely packed creatures around here. Styles of god stuff like that. It should be the demonic creature from the Sakura country. Zhang Chuxuan had naturally heard of it, but to see it in person, that's a first. Gotta say, these things, they're ugly, and rare. It's almost as if all sorts of creatures have come together, and this time the Sakura country had obviously prepared for it. So bring in a large number of gods. Dense, there are thousands of feet. Stinking Daoist, today I'll let you see some of the power of my Sakura kingdom. Opposite Zhang Chuxuan, that old man smiled grimly. Go, the gods, tear them apart for the great Sakura. With a wave of his arm, roar. A low roar came from among the gods. Each of these gods had blood in their eyes. Heavenly Master, there are too many of these gods. Strike together. We must kill those yin-yang masters controlling the gods as soon as possible. Long Shui's gaze burned. On her body, a terrifyingly cold and icy aura came from it. It was as if her entire body was 9 days of metaphysical ice. The air around them seemed to freeze. But then Zhang Chuxuan shook his head. Elder Long Shui, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Leave it to me. You guys will still delay my progress if you go instead. Before Long Shui could react, one could see Zhang Chuxuan's footsteps, and he directly disappeared into the group of style gods. See the scene. A cold smile appeared on the old man's face. What an ego. But do you guys think that I, Sakura style god, am that easy to deal with? Regarding the old man's words, Zhang Chuxuan naturally did not know. He looked around at the densely packed gods. The entire group took a deep breath. Then the thumping erupted. Detain the spirit and dispatch the general. Boom! A terrifying aura rose from Zhang Chuxuan's body. Directly, it covered towards all the gods. Detaining spirits and dispatching generals is the most restraining for spirits though, capable of detaining souls. But it's just as useful against a sneak. It can suppress all the netherworlds. Even these gods are no exception. Now Zhang Chuxuan's spirit detaining and dispatching generals had all reached great success. The power is even more unimaginable. Absolutely marvelous auxiliary aptitude. Almost just for a split second. All the style gods then felt a terrifying pressure coming towards them. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of these gods. What kind of tactic is this? The old man frowned. Attack! Under the old man's cry. At once, all the yin-yang masters changed their hand seals. The style god who had been fearful just a moment ago instantly revealed a frantic expression. It surged towards Zhang Chuxuan. Something looking for death. Zhang Chuxuan's finger pointed. Shasta. A talisman had then risen. These talismans carried a terrifying aura. Dozens of them in the blink of an eye. And the numbers are still stacking up. Go! Zhang Chuxuan flexed his fingers. Dozens of Tong Tian talismans erupted in unison with a terrifying light. Toward those style gods it covered. A path of blue light. In the void party always condensed into a heavenly net. Then it exploded amongst the group of these gods. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Chapter 113, The Great Tengu. So what if it's the Demon King? The system's beep sounded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. However, Zhang Chuxuan gave a light eep. Under these dozens of Tong Tian talismans, it was surprising that there were only half a dozen meritorious voices prompted by the system. The difference is more than tenfold. What the hell? And all those gods that had just been blown to smithereens. Most of it surprisingly reappeared out of thin air again. That old man saw this scene. Can't help but grimace. Little Daoist, do you really think that just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve that you can deal with my Sakura country's style gods? As long as the yin-yang masters of my Sakura kingdom do not die, the gods will not perish. Zhang Chuxuan frowned. Sure enough, it was seen that those gods that had died earlier, along with the yin and yang masters who had manipulated them, had also died together. In that case, then Master Dao will send you all to the west. Zhang Chuxuan let out a cold shout. In 5 thunder method. Boom! On Zhang Chuxuan's body, a black thunder erupted. The next moment, Large strands of black water poured from Zhang Chuxuan's body. Instantly it spread from his feet toward the distance. To talk about the means of group offense, among all of Zhang Chuxuan's divine abilities, the Yin 5 Thunder method was definitely the undisputed number one. It was only that this Yin 5 Thunder law was too bizarre. Once turned on, everything around it withers. Too much killing. Zhang Chuxuan basically won't even use it. After all, he had too many divine powers. The power of the Young 5 Thunders was no less powerful. There's no need to use the Yin 5 Thunders method, and more or less influenced by anime from a previous life. He also felt that Yang Wu Lei was more rigid. It's a little more suited to you, but this situation now, no doubt about it, the Yin 5 Thunders method is the most appropriate. As long as they are enveloped by the Yin 5 Thunders, any number of you, to step in is to die. Yin 5 Thunder Law. Suntan of the Northern Realm. Open. Zhang Chuxuan's palm towards the ground. The black water right under his feet was skyrocketing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Just for a moment, it then enveloped a circle of tens of feet. But anything enveloped by the Yin 5 Thunders, all of them were drowned by the black water. Even though Style God stiffened and didn't move in an instant, unprecedented fear erupted among his pupils. Burst. Zhang Chuxuan's palms swung one by one. The 5 Thunders of Yin began to riot. Among the black water, black currents surged. Bump! Almost simultaneously, the countless Style Gods that were shrouded in the middle of the northern border pale pool exploded at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300 merits. Countless beeps exploded in the middle of Zhang Chuxuan's mind. It's just a matter of moments. In the entire battlefield, all the gods had dissipated. Only Zhang Chuxuan is left standing within the black water like the of hell. All the disciples of the Yin Yang Lui sect, including that old man, all of them stared wide-eyed at Zhang Chuxuan, who stood in the midst of the thunder. The face was full of incredulity. It all happened really fast. That's all they saw was those black waters covering, and then all the gods were just gone. What exactly is this divine ability? The old man's lips were trembling. These gods are the backbone of the Yin Yanglio school that has been bred for hundreds of years. Such a large number, plus its idiosyncrasies. Even if it was the transformation god realm, it would still be able to consume it. But he hadn't even lasted a minute in the hands of this Desia's Taoist priest. But it was also at this time. Tear. A sound of space tearing rang out. The sound was too sudden, and by the time everyone noticed it, they saw a black shadow grabbing down towards Ling Shui. Ling Shui's beautiful eyes stared. A terrifying frost began to rise on his body. Ice and snow. A wall of ice appeared, stopped in front of her. Bump! The two attacks clashed together. Ling Shui stifled a grunt. The feet were all in continuous backward motion. This made the members of the Psychic Bureau's eyes glaze over. This is Elder Ling Shui. It was already in existence at the level of the Transfiguration God. Surprisingly, he suffered a loss under this blow. Before the crowd could react, a figure with a terrifying aura emanating from its entire body was seen manifesting in the middle of the void. The thing had wings sprouting from its back. Above a crimson ghostly face grew a huge nose. After seeing this thing, everyone's face changed abruptly. The Great Tengu. This is the great demon of the Sakura Kingdom. The Great Tengu. Ma Qingqing's eyes were dead set on the thing that appeared. Big Tengu? Hearing this name, Zhang Chuxuan was slightly stunned. For all the fame this thing has, he surely knows. There aren't many great sneaks in Sakura country in total. And this Great Tengu, naturally, is one of them. Still a few big demons at the top of Sakura's rankings. Roar! After recognizing this kind of big Tengu, the thing didn't linger either. Once again, a beastly growl rang out. A bunch of mole crickets. Go to hell! A terrifying aura was released from its body. Once again, he killed towards the crowd of the Psychic Bureau. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow. The shrinking ground was cast instantly. The entire person had stopped directly in front of the Great Tengu. With a big mouth. Get out! His direct fist slammed down towards that big Tengu. Celestial Master. Watch out! After seeing Zhang Chuxuan use fists, everyone's face changed. However, next moment, bump! With a pop, the crowd then saw that big Tengu's body fly backwards at a speed faster than it came. What the hell is going on here? Ling Shui's mouth was even wider open. She had fought this big Tengu just now. Knowing this big Tengu's strength well, definitely had a cultivation level of at least the middle stage of transformation. But, just such an existence in the middle stage of God transformation. Just one punch from Zhang Chuxuan sent him flying. It's quite resistant to a beating. It was important to know that with Zhang Chuxuan's current level of physical body, along with his cultivation, even a normal transformation god would be able to be punched out with a single punch. But this big Tengu was surprisingly just sent flying by itself. It wasn't killed. It already says a lot about the strength of the thing. Big Tengu. That Big Tengu's entire body was also dumbfounded in place. Unbelievably, I watched it all. Oneself was actually punched by a cultivator. A punch that sent him flying. But then this great Tengu was furious. Stinking Daoist. You seek death. It's at the top of the heap in Sakura. Whoever sees it don't grovel. But now, such a little Taoist priest. How dare he humiliate himself like that? It is really unforgivable. Boom. The demonic aura on the Big Tengu's body was then skyrocketing. Just the blink of an eye. It would have been completely beyond what it was before. Towards Zhang Chuxuan, he lunged once again. Zhang Chuxuan smiled disdainfully. I don't know what to do. Heaven and earth are metaphysical. The root of all air. Cultivate widely for billions of kalpas and prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms. Only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light that covers my body. Golden light spell. Rise. Chapter 114. How can the evil spirits of Sakura Nation be called gods? Exterminate. The golden light instantly blasted. The Big Tengu's mind was blown. Golden light divine spell? Great fear wrapped itself around him. Even though the Sakura country worships the Great Tengu as a god. But in the end, they're just a bunch of demons. Since you are a demon, be obedient and die. The Big Tengu subconsciously tried to escape, but it was already too late. The golden light blazed like fire, engulfing the Great Tengu in an instant. Ding! Kill the Great Tengu. Gain 2,000 merits. Long Shui, who was following behind, was filled with surprise. Sakura country Great Tengu ranks at the top of the list. Even I don't have a full 10 grasp to take it down at the level of transformation spirit. But the heavenly master. Ma Qingqing smiled smugly. Sister, don't be offended. This is just a little bit of the heavenly master's tactics. The big one is behind us. Long Shui was shocked. There's a big one here? Seeing the front again, where the Great Tengu was completely grayed out, Zhang Chuxuan flew towards the front. They also ran there quickly, and as soon as they stepped into the threshold, a treacherous aura instantly erupted. In all directions, the Yin Qi was skyrocketing. Dao cold and stern souls, floating in the air. Zhang Chuxuan was also stopped here. Eyes were wary as they looked up and down. What a dense Yin Qi! This is a formation refined by the ghosts who died in vain. A ghost emerged from the summoning array. Heavenly masters of the great summer. You, only stop here. Long Shui was shocked. Heavenly master, be careful. This is Sakura country's 4th-ranked demon. Sakuten Kid. The ghost gradually took shape and changed into a child figure with an evil aura. Demons? I am the supreme god. After he said that, he waved his hand steeply, and the Tao of the severe ghosts coalesced into sharp blades that pierced through the crowd. Lang Shui took the lead and raised her sword finger. Snow wall. Block. In an instant, the wind and snow stormed, and a snow curtain thumped up, just like a bronze wall. Sakuten boy, however, laughed hideously. It doesn't work. Bang! As the two forces clashed, Lang Shui's face abruptly turned white. My attack has entered the transformation god level. How could it be blocked? The wind and snow were actually entangled by the Taoist stern ghosts until they were completely engulfed. Sakuten boy laughed sardonically. Oh small mortal, worthy to be compared to a true god? Your dasha is already thinning in the sun. Now, kneel, have an audience with the true. Before the words fell, Zhang Chuxuan's figure swiftly swept into sight and slammed his fist. In his palm, he clutched the sledgehammer that the dragon tiger Dharma seal had transformed into. You ordained the gods in front of your ancestors? The dragon tiger Dharma seal's breath of utmost purity and rigidity tore straight through Saketun boy's body. Facing Zhang Chuxuan, Sakuten boy had a rare moment of panic. With a wave of his hand, the Daoli ghosts coalesced and rushed towards Zhang Chuxuan. The abyss is about to open. So please stay here. A flash of golden light swept across Zhang Chuxuan's eyes. You evil spirits, are you worthy to keep me here? Immediately, golden light exploded in his palm. The 7 killing orders of the gods and demons. Kill-breaking order. The mighty astral winds flowed through it. Finally, it coalesced into a giant sword of golden light that covered the sky. Don't say you're a demon from the Sakura country. Even if the evil god of Great Xia came, he wouldn't be able to carry this move of mine. Sakuten boy was already pale. He suddenly regretted climbing out of the summoning formation and thought only of wriggling back in. If you're here, don't go. The giant sword came down with a bang. Sakutani boy, who had been arrogant to the extreme just now, was steeply shadowless. Ding! Gain 2,400 merits. Zhang Chuxuan skimmed his mouth. Blowing yourself up like there's nothing in the sky or on the ground. But it turns out to be just that much merit. The ghastly aura finally dissipated and went away. Long Shui and Ma Qingqing were also finally coming back to their senses. Sakuten boy, just like that? There wasn't even a trace of breath left. That's the god of the Sakura kingdom. Ma Qingqing didn't dare to think that if her dragon god edict was an evil god. She was only afraid that she would have been killed by Zhang Chuxuan a long time ago. Zhang Chuxuan was very disdainful. What gods? Just demons that escaped the past. What kind of god is Sekuten Tongzi? In Daxia, even if you want to be a demon or ghost, you don't have that qualification. Keep moving. I can sense a very obscure aura that is intensifying. That would be the abyss that is about to open. The deepest part of the Buddhist temple. An obscure light lingers. Numerous monks sat cross-legged, bowing their heads and chanting the scriptures silently. The seals had peeled off much of that massive abyssal gate. Fa Xian's eyes snapped open. The two demons, laid down by the Sakura kingdom, are dead. The monks were filled with shock. They're all dead. So is there anyone else who can carry that little Taoist? The abyssal seal has not yet been fully opened, so we can't be disturbed now. Fa Xian turned his head back and spilled a drop of blood into the lotus pool. Infinite Buddha light enveloped. Gradually, a huge and hideous Buddha statue coalesced. Human corpse Buddha. A high-ranking evil demon refined from the corpses of the deceased monks of the past generations. It was far more powerful than the refined kid demon. Fa Xian's gaze was grim. Notify the Sakura kingdom to teleport a few more experts over as soon as possible. Otherwise, the human corpse Buddha can't carry it. And all of our plans that we've been plotting for years will go down the drain. Yes, Zhang Chuxuan killed multiple road-blocking ghosts one after another. Abruptly, a treacherous Buddhist light broke through the sky. It tore straight through Zhang Chuxuan's path. Zhang Chuxuan fixed his eyes to see that a Buddha's light descended from the sky. At the same time, it also brought a palm wrapped in thick breath. It's the Buddha's fury palm. Heavenly Master, be careful. Concerned, Lung Shui flew forward and waved away the roiling ice and snow. Phew! The two touched each other, and Lang Shui instantly had an ugly look on her face. She could feel it. The surging power wrapped in the Buddha's fury palm almost caused her tendons and bones to burst. Lang Shui was knocked out and fortunately fell into Zhang Chuxuan's arms. She blushed for a split second, and then nervously reminded Zhang Chuxuan, "Be careful. This is the human corpse Buddha. It looks like it was refined from the corpse of the last Wushuang temple elder. The strength is close to knowing life, or even higher." She had reached the level of transformation god, but taking that Buddha's fury palm hard, it almost called her liver. Zhang Chuxian had surveyed the top and bottom of her circumference. Noticed the hint of necromancy that flared up on her brow. Dangerous indeed. Even your forehead is tainted with necrophilia. Lang Shui was startled. Even I get hit? Zhang Chuxian covered her brow. A warm current surged through, and the bone-crushing corpse aura disappeared into thin air. The human corpse Buddha didn't wait for them to recover, but attacked quickly. Another Buddha's fury palm, wrapped in diffuse Buddhist light. It coalesced into a massive beam of light forcing its way towards Zhang Chuxian. It was as if the Buddha had been angered and sent down divine punishment. Zhang Chuxian swung a fist forward. It looked light and airy, but it was wrapped in appalling and extreme lightning. 5 thunders of justice. Thunder exploded, and at the same time, a hurricane was lifted up in the sky, tearing apart human corpses and Buddhas like sharp blades. The moment the two forces met, the human corpse Buddha instantly dissolved into nothingness and flew out a wisp of Buddha's divine soul. Little Taoist, you do have a few abilities. It's just a pity that it's always not as good as my old lineage. Chapter 115. A silenced monk enters the ghost road? One blow kills. Just one look called Ma Qingqing's face ugly. No good. He actually became a ghost cultivator? What circular silence? It's all a lie. The bald donkey is refined by entering the souls of the monks who have passed away, and he turns to continue his cultivation in a manner similar to that of a ghost cultivator. And this bald donkey residual soul in front of him had already cultivated to the level of transformation god. Lang Shui's eyes were cloudy. If a ghost cultivator wants to make a breakthrough, the way he cultivates must hurt the innocent. You must have done a lot of harm to the world if you can break through to this point. That bald-ass even arrogantly raised his jaws. Not bad. You do have a bit of an eye. Old man Dharma named Ming Chi. This cultivation is the result of my old lineage's exhausting efforts to find enough essence blood of 900 extremine blades to condense it. For the sake of that, it is for the old lineage to die as if it were alive, and still be able to cultivate into Buddhism. Now that the old lineage only needs to unleash the abyss again, it will be able to seal the gods and ascend to heaven, and at that time, the world will all submit to my Buddhist sect. After saying that, Ming Chi raised both of his arms. Within the robe, endless Buddhist light burst forth. Underneath the Buddha's light, there was actually a stern ghost wrapped in black mist, and these severe ghosts, surprisingly, were 900 in number. In an instant, the entire Buddha hall was devoid of gods and Buddhas. There was only one hideous, mournful ghost. Even Ma Qingqing and the others, who were accustomed to seeing grievous spirits and ghosts, were pale. These ghosts are all people who died unjustly, with great grievances, and have been quenched by the old bald donkey into very dangerous and severe ghosts. 900 severe ghosts swept in together. The even larger Buddha hall became crowded and suffocating at this moment. Leng Shui gritted her teeth and flew to Zhang Chuxuan. The wind and snow erupted in his hands and shook with bitterness. Amazing! The 900 stern ghosts did not see the slightest ripple. It was as if cold snow's transformation god might was just an insignificant breeze fluttering. How could this be? Akuchi smiled charitably. You and I are both transformation spirits. Only, Lao Di is better than you. As soon as the words fell, the crowd of stern ghosts abruptly roared. The gusts of ghastly wind that kicked up straight away covered the cold snow with wind and snow. Leng Shui's face turned white, and her figure steeply fell backward. At the same time, an arm caught her steadily. Go to the back. It was too late to even respond. Zhang Chuxuan was seen taking a step forward. Leng Shui hurriedly said, Be careful. Don't be touched by his stern ghosts. There's a chance that you'll be assimilated. A hint of gloom swept across Ming Qi's eyes. Little girl. Good eyesight. Even the small action of the old line can be discovered. Not bad. Little Daoist. I observe that you have a special destiny. If you can use it for yourself, it will definitely help my cultivation soar. Saying that, the crowd of severe ghosts gathered into a group again, just like a swimming dragon, and directly pushed Zhang Chuxuan. You, just be sensible and obediently be captured by the old man. Ah, ha ha ha. Zhang Chuxuan snorted lightly. You know what? Your fellow disciple Ming Shan was this arrogant before he died. The raised finger of the sword thumped and exploded with a golden light. Lightning, in this case, erupted, wrapped in extremely terrifying might. It descended from the sky. It was as if the Tao ancestor had sent down a thunderous divine punishment, the purest and most rigid thundering breath. As soon as the lightning fell, all of the ghosts and spirits were annihilated. In an instant, Akuchi became a bare-bones commander. The ghosts dispersed and the eerie ghostly aura disappeared for the most part. Ma Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Heavenly Master's move was a good one. Otherwise, we would have been in bad luck. Zhuge Hongso pinched her fingers and her heart remained tense. No, that Akuchi isn't dead. Facing the masculine thunder chi that filled the air, Ming Qi's face had a few unsightly expressions. Such young thunder is indeed a magic treasure of heaven's ghost cultivator such as myself. He laughed again. However, to this extent, do you really think that you can crush Lao Di? The clouds of smoke dispersed, and a figure swiftly swept in front of him. Can beat you to dust. The speed was so fast that there was nothing to react to. Even more appalling. In his hands, endless lightning flashed. Seeing this, Ming Qi's eyes were filled with mockery. You've already used the Five Thunders orthodox method. Do you not think that Lao Di has no way to restrain this method? In the next moment, 3 golden lights were seen flying out, crushing into Ming Qi's eyes. Just one glance made Ming Qi's heart skip a beat. The 7 killing orders of the gods and demons? Boom! 3 kill-breaking orders flew out and surrounded Ming Qi, who had hastily retreated. In unison, Zhang Chuxuan recited silently under his breath, and with a violent jump, he leapt to the top of the bright pool. Taishang Jinjuan. The Taoist air is everlasting. Gods and ghosts are invisible. The heavens are extinct. Order of the 7 deaths of the gods and demons. Break! Not giving Akuchi any reaction. In a flash, the lightning was like a blaze. Fixing his eyes again, the bright pool was unmarked. Ma Qingqing took the lead, both grateful and fearful. It worked! That old bald donkey is really cunning. No wonder he turned into a ghost cultivator. Leng Shui's heart palpitated. The bald donkey can cultivate to the point where he can't leave human life. And now that he's gone up in smoke, it actually makes me feel that it's too cheap for him. She looked at Zhang Chuxuan again, adoration surfacing in her eyes. Heavenly Master, I'm sorry, the bald donkey and I are both transformation spirits, but when it comes to this kind of time, I'm not as good as you, and I almost dragged you down. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. Nothing. He was still thinking about the eerie feeling he had just experienced. Completely unnoticed, the admiration in Leng Shui's eyes. Leng Shui's 5 senses were excellent, and she vaguely felt that something had changed. Let's move on. I feel the aura of the abyss getting stronger. Zhang Chuxuan, however, was in no hurry. He suddenly stamped his foot. A huge 8 trigrams formation steeply emerged. Zhang Chuxuan was currently located in the Shengmen. As for Zhuge Hongso and the others, they didn't know when they had already fallen into the death gate. Looking at their faces again, they were already shrouded in death, just like people who were about to die. Zhang Chuxuan raised his head, cold eyes, passing through the terrified woman, landed on the statue of Buddha hidden above the Buddha hall. Ooh, that's a lot of tricks. As soon as Leng Shui pinched her fingers, her face changed drastically and she turned back violently. There is Yin Qi in the can position. The Buddha statue in the can position steeply shattered. Ming Qi's figure erupted from it, crying out in anger. You just won't leave me alone, will you? Good. We'll die together. With that, he stabbed one hand to his heart. The whole body was ablaze with ghost fire and burned straight to ashes. 5 relics surfaced here, but there was no Buddhist light to speak of. It looked instead eerie and ghostly to the core. Ma Qingqing recognized this object at once. This Sherpa is trying to refine us. Run away. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes were indifferent as he raised his palms as if he were a god looking down. Escape? It is he who should flee. Like blazing thunderbolts, it blasted out. Little white dragon. The thunder light converged like a swimming dragon and slammed straight into Ming Qi's soul body. Boom! The two forces clashed, and the little white dragon easily devoured Ming Qi with a brutal force. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,400 merits. At this moment, the gloomy aura that was always provoking the crowd and forcing people to suffocate finally disappeared. Long Shui was relieved. I said, how come Ming Qi is dead and there is still Yin Qi in it? This guy just didn't die. Ma Qingqing also had her heart in her mouth. Ghost cultivators are indeed cunning. Fortunately, the heavenly master is even more cunning. Overly resourceful. Chapter 116, Killing You is Killing You. District Fa Xian. Snap. On the Buddha Hall, a statue of Buddha thumped and shattered. The crowd suddenly stopped chanting, their eyes terrified. Elder Ming Qi is gone? That little Taoist has such divine powers? You know, Elder Ming Qi is already at the transformation god realm. How does that kid deserve it? In the midst of the noise, Fa Xian raised his eyes and the crowd quickly quieted down again. Ming Qi's heart was not sincere, and my Buddha did not protect him. Not because that little Taoist priest was capable. Not to mention, Fa Xian raised his head, his eyes filled with excitement. The gates of the abyss are halfway open. I can feel it. There is a demon god who is already answering the call of the old line. Upon hearing this, the monks were all smiles, as if they had been given a gold medal to avoid death. Great, let's continue, until that demon god descends. Fa Xian, however, gently shook his head, a hint of gloom emerging in his eyes. Amitabha Buddha, Lao Di, on the contrary, has a better method to open the abyssal seal as quickly as possible. With that said, Fa Xian's shell thumped and grew larger. He copied the hard-as-iron Zen staff and blasted it at the nearest monk. With just one stroke, it easily smashed that monk into mush. A Buddha's light, emerging from amongst the puddle of flesh and mud, fell into Fa Xian's hands. That demon god said that as long as enough blood food is offered, he will be able to recover his power as soon as possible and break through the abyssal seal. The crowd was shocked and even more horrified to the point of not being able to move, only to see Fa Xian raise his face and smile kindly at them. In that case, there is only one way to ask you all to go ahead and go on your way. Within the Zen staff, a thumping burst of unrivaled power. Those monks didn't even have a chance to resist. They just burst into pieces and died. The Tao of Buddha's light surged into the abyss. They are all monks with practice. Such a blood meal is tantamount to serving the demon god a supreme delicacy. However, in the middle of the morning, the abyssal seal was like a candle in the wind, thumping and shattering away. The instant the seal shattered, an extremely strong force erupted. Even Fa Xian, who had already entered the transformation god, couldn't support himself and flew out. A large, shadowy, monstrous hand thumped into existence. Finally, is back. Fa Xian wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and rejoiced. It worked. It's finally a success. Oh demon god, quickly wreak havoc on the human world. At that time, my Buddha. You Buddha what? Don's words came from overhead. Fa Xian gave a start and looked up sharply. One could only see the dragon tiger Dharma seal wrapped in muddy light and slammed down. Snap! In an instant, blood and flesh were flying. But also in an instant, that Fa Xian quickly disappeared. Raising his head again, Fa Xian was covered in blood, coldly floating in midair. The golden robe was covered in blood. Little Taoist, so what if you are strong? You've come too late in the end. The demon god is about to descend. You, and the thousands of worlds behind you, they will finally die. Before the words fell, Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. The sudden eruption of golden light caught Fa Xian off guard. At the same time, Fa Xian also noticed. Ma Qingqing and the girls moved quickly and ran to the entrance of the abyss. Looking at that appearance, they were planning to seal the entrance to the upper abyss. Fa Xian smiled coldly. Young man, it's better to be patient. Don't come in a hurry to spoil the old man's big event. As he spoke, his Zen staff pointed at the women. For only a moment, the Buddha's light exploded. 1,000 Buddha heart light. The Buddhist light of 1,000 monks coalesces here. Ma Qingqing panicked after just one look. The cultivation of 1,000 monks has been refined by this Fa Xian? No wonder you're the abbot. What a small mind. Long Shui yelled, taking the lead in condensing the wind and snow in front of her body to block. What a time to be poor. Boom! The walls of cold snow shattered steeply into nothing. Even Lang Shui flew out backwards, nearly crashed into the abyss. The large hand seemed to be aware of this, and tried frantically to grab Lang Shui. What a pure aura of ice and snow. Could it be the rare Nine Heavens Xian ice body? Give it to me. Give it all to me. Fa Xian's eyes lit up and he immediately flew towards Lang Shui. Good. I'll let this woman nourish the demon god. The instant he flew away, he suddenly felt his body stiffen and he couldn't move. At the same time, pouring over the body was an unrivaled and terrifying force. Zhang Chuxuan stepped forward. A ponderous formation had surfaced under his feet at some point. Watchman Chaos Gold. Time stands still here. Fa Xian was strong, yet he found himself defenseless in this formation. Lang Shui watched as the large hand covered in front of her, but suddenly stopped. She hurriedly retreated and looked at Zhang Chuxuan from afar with a palpitating and grateful heart. Suddenly, Fa Xian gritted his teeth as treacherous power erupted around his body. How is a mere transformation god worthy of controlling the old lineage? In an instant, Watchman Chaos Gold was forcibly broken. Immediately afterward, Fa Xian's arms lifted, and the aura belonging to a transformation god surged out. Lang Shui was shocked. Fa Xian is surprisingly a transformation spirit as well. Moreover, the power is stronger than mine. Heavenly Master, you must be careful. Fa Xian copied his Zen staff and with a pinch of his fingers, Buddhist light erupted from this place. Amitabha Buddha, I will teach you today what it means to be a transformation spirit to the utmost. The Buddha's light rose up to the sky, erupting with a cold and treacherous aura. In an instant, a Buddhist palm converged above Zhang Chuxuan's head. Little Daoist, your cultivation is so pure, if it can be absorbed by the demon god. Ha! It's also a great merit. The Buddha's light poured down. An even more brutal force instantly erupted. Merit your ass virtue. Fa Xian fixed his eyes on it. Dao talismans erupted from under the Buddha's light. One moment of pestering the Buddha's palm. One more outburst. Instant shattering. Zhang Chuxuan leaped and swept in front of Fa Xian. It was brought along with talisman after talisman. Tong Tian talisman. It was but a blink of an eye for Fa Xian. That Tong Tian talisman then instantly erupted into more, so obscure that it was panic-inducing. In an instant, it condensed into a huge net around Fa Xian. Fa Xian's brows furrowed, and then, in a whirlwind, he copied his Zen staff to kill out. Bang! 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 The Zen staff beat the giant net one after another, but the talisman had not faltered in the slightest. Fa Xian's heart was pounding. The Tong Tian talisman, wasn't it lost long ago along with the Taoist ancestor? Why, you're a little Taoist priest. How could you have such divine powers? Zhang Chuxuan snorted lightly. That's a question you'd better ask my Taoist ancestor yourself. With that said, the sword finger was raised. In an instant, the ghostly blue talisman exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2,500 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Receive the reward, 100 years of cultivation, 100 refinements of divine machines. Ding! Open Quest 2, Slay the Abyssal Demon God. Quest reward, 120 years of cultivation, Feat Fusion Card, Avatar Gift Pack *1. Surge of power filled Zhang Chuxuan's circumference up and down. Zhang Chuxuan took a deep breath as his biting gaze turned to land on that abyssal door. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 117, Easy Piece of Work. It's your turn, you devil. Seemingly feeling a hint of scorn, that giant hand quickly retracted. In the midst of the abyss, only a scarlet and treacherous vertical pupil was revealed. Is it nothing more than a mere human who, in the name of the so-called Heavenly Master, presumes to challenge God? Realize that I am only shaking a finger, and I will tell you to perish here completely. After saying that, dozens of huge claws appeared out of nowhere in the abyss. The beast-like hissing, along with the hurricane winds, ravaged the entire Buddhist hall. One by one, the Buddha's niches fell to the ground. The Buddha hall has just become a netherworld, no longer the old solemnity. The appearance of the behemoth instantly startled Lang Shui. Great Black Beast Father. There were quite a few suppressed demonic beasts in the abyss, but the ones that appeared at this moment were far superior to any abyssal demons. No wonder this guy dared to call himself a demon god. Heavenly Master, I'm afraid this demon god possesses a danger level of S-class or above. You must be careful. Next to Lang Shui, Ma Qingqing suddenly opened her mouth. No, there's no need to be nervous. Do you see? This abyssal gate is not yet completely open. We still have a chance. After saying that, Ma Qingqing suddenly took out a bone from her bosom. Maha Keel, Heavenly Master, we'll restore the seal, and you hold that demon god. With a flick of his fingertips, the dragon bone began to revive. A great pressure descended from the sky in a vain attempt to suppress the demon god. Seeing this, the demon god instead let out a contemptuous snort. Humans are nothing but ants to this honored one. And would a divine weapon in the eyes of an ant hurt this honored one? With only a slight movement of the claws, the hurricane sweeping through the abyss intensified violently. At the same time, dozens of pitch-black mists coalesced to form a hideous and ghastly head. In an instant, the fierce pressure completely broke Ma Qingqing's keel. Bang! The keel was suddenly destroyed, and the brute force even rippled. Ma Qingqing's eyes carried horror. Not good. My Ma family's keel is going to break? Ma Qingqing gritted her teeth and transformed the Dragon God Edict in her palm. Isn't that God? I have one too. As soon as the edict was issued, Ma Qingqing was instantly like a god, surging power filling her body. She was the first to attack one of the claws, wrapped in unparalleled power. Demon, let's see if I don't waste you. The prosperity fighters received the array in front of them. By order of the dragon god, kill the evil. Ma Qingqing made a seal with both hands. The demon god couldn't help but smile contemptuously when he looked at this one that came up to serve food. Bunch of losers. The claws turned steeply. A terrifying aura coalesced. The dark mist turned and coalesced into a sword blade-like light. Ma Qingqing instantly stiffened and couldn't move. One could only watch the mist get closer and closer to him. Ugh! A sigh fell. And what followed was a surge of thunder. The devil god's eyes, all of a sudden, became sharp. Humph! The old heavenly master's 5 thunders orthodoxy? It's a bit capable, but it's useless. With that, the claws heaved again. The black chi shifted direction and attacked Zhang Chuxuan directly. Zhang Chuxuan had expected this. Isn't it just a spell fight? You make it sound like you don't know any spells. The lightning that lingered around his body intensified steeply. The two forces thumped into each other, and the brutal aftermath could not even be withstood by Ma Qingqing. A hint of scorn swept across the devil god's eyes. The descendants and grandchildren of the old heavenly master are still so strong. In an instant, the black gas shattered into pieces. Zhang Chuxuan brushed aside Ma Qingqing with one hand and copied the dragon tiger Dharma seal with the other. You guys restore the seal. I'll take care of it. The demon god stared fixedly at Zhang Chuxuan. Settle me? What a big mouth. I thought that even that Zhang was unable to completely eliminate me, and could only seal us here. So many years have passed, and it actually makes you a junior. Think you have a chance to kill me? Ridiculous. As soon as the words fell, dozens of claws blasted away as if they were swatting flies, but a claw went down and did not shatter Zhang Chuxuan as expected. Instead, it stopped abruptly in mid-air. It was as if it was blocked by something. The demon god's heart trembled. Only Zhang Chuxuan raised his dragon tiger Dharma seal. Thunder method. Come. Endless lightning erupted since then. Boom. The large claws were steeply tipped down by electricity. It turned to ashes in an instant. Even the demon god was doubly pained. Hiss. Zhang Chuxuan did not stop. Instead, it was a leap of faith. The dragon tiger Dharma seal once again condensed into a giant sword. The demon god was stunned, and his vertical pupils couldn't stop trembling. Such a pure dragon tiger Dharma seal. Wouldn't it be something that a little kid like you could possess? In an instant, the golden light skyrocketed and chopped down. Boom! The demon god instantly retracted dozens of claws, but all to no avail. Dozens of claws instantly disappeared into thin air as the golden light chopped through them. The demon god's flesh was in pain, and his violent voice called the entire Buddha hall to tremble up and down. My doppelganger! Zhang Chuxuan glanced at the ground twice. Have you guys worked it out yet? Lung Shui quickly injected power into the seal. Soon, the demon god snapped his eyes open, his tone wrapped in thick might. No, you will never beat me back. Lung Shui didn't stabilize herself for a moment, and followed Ma Qingqing and flew straight backwards, falling to the point of severe pain all over her body. Hiss. Not good. The demonic aura is entangled. My power is being weakened. They're not the only ones who feel bad. Even Zhang Chuxuan felt it. The demonic aura was intentionally tearing away his power. Nay, the astral aura was ferocious, and no demonic aura could get close. Zhang Chuxuan was condescending and arrogant. I can kind of see your nature. What kind of demon god? Isn't it just a demon that has cultivated a bit of climate? In my opinion, the one that can deal with you is still the Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. At those words, the demon god's pupils shrunk dramatically. The Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order? How can you, a mole, even know this? Zhang Chuxuan's sword finger came out and surging power surged out. Taishang Zhenjuan. The Taoist air is everlasting. Gods and ghosts are invisible. The heavens are extinct. His voice was resonant. The shock caused panic in the hearts of the demon gods. Comes with the territory. It was the 6 obscure but righteous talismans. Fixing his eyes, the demon god was dumbfounded, and the little bit of luck in his heart disappeared. Is it really the Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order? Zhang Chuxuan looked at him condescendingly. You should feel honored. If you didn't have this layer of demon god status, I wouldn't have even used the 6 Divine Ghost 7 Killings Order. Rumble. Among the talismans, an unprecedentedly strong power erupted. There weren't many demons worthy of Zhang Chuxuan's use of the Divine Ghost 7 slaying order. To exterminate this demon god, he was happy to sacrifice his family. Only Zhang Chuxuan offered his sword finger and roared, "The Order of the Earth. The Order of 7 Killings. Go!" The 6 talismans arrayed in front of them instantly erupted. In unison, they turned toward the demonic god that hid in the abyss. Seeing this, the demon god couldn't be bothered to fight back. With a smothering, he retracted into the middle of the abyss. Zhang Chuxuan smiled disdainfully. Trying to run away? Chapter 118, You'll die wherever you run away. Avatar upgrade. Give me death. With a single finger from Zhang Chuxuan, the Divine Ghost 7 Killings order instantly penetrated into the middle of the abyss. In an instant, the sound of bombardment resounded through the Buddha Hall. The heavens and the earth were shaken by it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3,000 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the obliteration quest. Mission reward, 120 years of cultivation, feat fusion card, avatar gift pack *1. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes lit up. Oh yo! Even though it's an evil spirit that can't get on top of the world, this 3,000 merit is really fragrant. The claws of the demon god remaining here also instantly disappeared. It's time to close this abyssal entrance. 2. Zhang Chuxuan leapt up. The dragon tiger Dharma seal in his palm erupted with unprecedented power. The most pure and rigid power completely sealed the entire entrance to the abyss. The gate to the abyss closed with a bang. Lang Shui and the others looked dumbfounded in the middle of the spot. They looked surprised and incredulous. The demon god, that once scourged the world of man, was just beaten back? Even the entrance to the abyss is closed. Lang Shui's eyes were even more full of admiration when she looked at Zhang Chuxuan. Not only is the heavenly master proficient in formations, he's even able to subdue the demon god. That's really something. Ma Qingqing was a little lost in thought. I originally thought that my dragon god edict was powerful enough, but it turns out that when the heavenly master strikes, even the demon god can be suppressed. When they arrived, they heard that this mission was a greater risk, and everyone was ready to sacrifice themselves to seal the entrance. And once Zhang Chuxuan made his move, he could suppress the abyss without the need for a sacrifice. Zhang Chuxuan did not look at them and left the place straight away. I'll leave you guys to it here. At the same time, look to your system panel. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Daoist Ancestors Fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, 5th level of transformation, 51%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring, Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders, full level. Order of the 7 Killings of Gods and Demons, full level. Shrinking the Ground into an Inch, proficient. Talisman of Heaven, full level. Pure Heart Mantra, full level. Immortal Thief of the 6 Banks, full level. Detaining the Spirit and Dispatching the Generals, full level. Wind Queen's Strange Door, full level. Divine Mechanism and 100 Refinements. Avatar, Heaven and Earth, proficient. Just in time. The merit is up to the point where it can be raffled off. Drawl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 1,000 merits for the Platinum Lucky Draw and drawing the reward, Dragon Phoenix Rejuvenation Pill *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 merits for the Platinum Draw, and drawing the reward, Dharma Heaven and Earth Supreme Experience Card *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 merits for the Platinum Draw and drawing the reward, Avatar Upgrade Card *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 merits for the Platinum Draw, and drawing the reward, Fire Spirit Embracing Een Bead *1. The Fire Spirit Een Pearl? Zhang Chuxuan clicked on claim. A massive amount of information instantly entered Zhang Chuxuan's mind. Dragon and Phoenix Rejuvenation Elixir. Lead to the blood of the Dragon and Phoenix Essence. Refined from the very best elixir. A go down. Can even meet White Bone. Living Dead. Fire Spirit Embracing Een Bead. A heavenly gram of extreme Een. Embraces the Een body with young fire, which can cause the user's cultivation to skyrocket. Zhang Chuxuan came back to his senses all of a sudden. Dare I say that this was a heavenly treasure that favored the cultivation of the duo. In his mind, for no reason, Lang Shui's cold as ice face surfaced. Come to think of it, Lang Shui, that girl's 9 heavenly metaphysical ice physique, is in dire need of this unique treatment to be able to cure it. Zhang Chuxuan shook his head and collected that bit of charming thoughts. Those who cultivate the way should restrain their feelings and must not be influenced by this. He looked to the other 2 upgrade cards he had gotten. That's a lot of pillows to try to doze off on. He had long wanted to upgrade his feats and aptitudes. Use the feat upgrade card. Ding! Please ask the host to choose the feat that needs to be upgraded. The following optional feats are available: 6 Banks of Immortal Thieves, Tongtian Talisman, Wind Queen Strange Door, Detaining the Spirit and Dispatching the General, Wind Queen Strange Door, Raku Immortal Thief. After the battle of the party, Zhang Chuxuan realized that his physique was still not tenacious enough. If I could be a little more powerful, how could I be embarrassed and tell that old devil to turn his head and run away? He could have ed that old man to pieces with one punch. In an instant, surging power filled Zhang Chuxuan's circumference up and down. The 6 banks of immortal thieves, borrowing heavenly life and human life to strengthen themselves. That magnificent epiphany. In an instant it made Zhang Chuxuan feel as if he had crossed the 4 seasons. From heaven and earth, touch the word you long for. Raku immortal thief. Full grade. Zhang Chuxuan immediately felt a surge of power around him. The physique is far more robust than ever before. That feeling is not something that can be compared to the average person. Coincidentally, Long Shui called him gently from behind. Tianshi Zhang. Before she even stepped forward, she felt the surging qi and blood, causing her to freeze for a moment. Such pure qi and blood. Such a strong body. It seems that Tianshi Zhang has gotten another breakthrough here. Surprise, envy and a hint of bitterness swept through Long Shui's eyes. Due to his own 9 heavenly metaphysical ice physique, no one in the entire psychic bureau did not praise her. Long Shui, as a talented young woman that would be hard to come by in 1,000 years. But only Lang Shui herself knew better. When the real genius comes along, how barren and pathetic was his own giftedness, which had been praised everywhere for the past 20 years. If Long Shui was also able to make a breakthrough as fast as Zhang Chuxuan, perhaps, she wouldn't have to endure the torture of the 9 heavenly metaphysical ice. As soon as he turned around, Zhang Chuxuan couldn't help but freeze in the middle of the spot. What's wrong? Perhaps he had just overdrawn too much power. Lang Shui's already bleak situation was even worse at this moment. Her already pale face, even more so. There was not a trace of rosy blood color to be seen. When he spoke, he would actually spit out channels of cold air. Oh, Long Shui has come to thank you this time. Long Shui looked back, her cold face revealing a hint of blush. Fong is really thankful to you, Tianshi. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a dangerous mission. Zhang Chuxuan shook his head. That's nothing. The conversation turned. On the contrary, are you really okay with your body? Lang Shui was stunned and lowered her head sheepishly. This is also an old problem. No matter what kind of heavenly materials and treasures I find, I have no way to suppress this yin and cold. The people only envied me for my exceptional talent, but they never thought about the woes and blessings. If I don't get a breakthrough again, perhaps, I'll only have these few years to live. The more Lang Shui thought about it, the more she felt a pang of sadness, not wanting to show her cowardice in front of her respected celestial master. She shook her head and gave a sarcastic laugh. Alas, a moment of sadness, even such nonsense. I hope the heavenly master will not be offended. After a long period of silence, Zhang Chuxuan suddenly opened his mouth. What if I said that I have a way to suppress this yin and cold? In an instant, Colds now, who had been lost, jerked her head up. The celestial master has an idea? Something that the Lang family had failed to accomplish by using all of their contacts and exhausting many relationships. Zhang Chuxuan could even do it for her? Chapter 119. I can suppress the 9 heavenly Xian ice. Zhang Chuxuan lowered his head, slightly hesitant. It's just that this is a method that you probably won't be happy to accept. Long Shui said excitedly. I have been suffering from this for many years. If I can get a good medicine from the heavenly master, I will persist no matter how painful or difficult it is. I still ask the heavenly master to show me a thing or two. Zhang Chuxuan was just about to open his mouth when he heard Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui calling out. There you are. What are you whispering about? I want to hear it too. Ma Qingqing daintily ran in, and just as she got close to Long Shui, the 2 women sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. It's cold. Ma Qingqing looked at Long Shui with a worried look in her eyes. Cousin, is your 9 heavenly metaphysical ice physique going out of control again? You've suddenly become so cold. Long Shui sighed as well. Not bad. We were just a little bit closer, and we even narrowly escaped being frostbitten by this cold air. Their feelings of worry were naturally seen by Lang Shui. Alas. You all mean, I understand. Just, I have no method. Can only look up to the celestial master. Ma Qingqing looked at Zhang Chuxuan in surprise. The celestial master has a solution? That's really great. What solution? The 3 beauties stared at themselves with wide eyes, curious and expectant. It's really hard to talk about that feeling. It was only after a long time that Zhang Chuxuan pulled out that one fire spirit in embracing pearl. This treasure is called the fire spirit in bead, and although it has a slight flaw, you can use it first, and it might be useful to you. The exact usage is not explicitly stated by him. Lang Shui was also so focused on having fun that she completely forgot about it. Thank you, heavenly master. She took it respectfully with both hands. It felt warm in my hands. The palm of my hand, which had always been only cold, could feel this way. Ma Qingqing was quite envious. The heavenly master hasn't given us anything. Cousin, you're lucky this time. Lang Shue's heart was so joyful that she was too sardonic to pick up the conversation. Zhang Chuxuan said goodbye to them and then used shrinking ground to go back to Longhu Mountain first. The moment Zhang Chuxuan left, a misty figure stood on top of the mountain. The eyes were cold, and between the words, they revealed a deep resentment. Stupid bald ass. Can't even do this little thing right. Dog Daoist. How dare you jeopardize my great event. I'll remember you. There's more than one entrance to the abyss. I'd like to see how much more you can stop me. You mean the Celestial Master has taken care of the abyss? Great. Inside the Psychic Investigation Bureau, Zhang Chuxuan was elated. The big stone in his heart finally fell. Elder Chen also took a long breath. Originally, we were all prepared to sacrifice everything to preserve the peace and quiet of Daxia. Luckily, once the Heavenly Master stepped in, he solved this great hidden danger for us. Not half a moment of joy. Zhang Chuxuan's heart was abruptly tense again. But there is more than one entrance to the abyss. The Heavenly Master can step in for us and stop that bunch of vultures' plan. What about next time? His words were undoubtedly the same worries in Chen Lao's heart. We wish we couldn't keep troubling the Heavenly Master. My side has already investigated that a hint of an abyssal aura has appeared over in East Autumn City, but it's not that obvious yet. Donchio has already started investigating. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuxuan's face couldn't smile. Sure enough, those demons and devils won't stop. Earlier, I was suspecting that it was impossible to make that much of a storm with just those bald asses from the Buddhist sect. Now it seems that someone must be helping in the dark. The question is how to bring out some of these damned pests. The matter is obviously not that simple. Elder Chen couldn't think of a way out for a while, so he could only call it quits for the time being. It's better to wait for the news brought by the Bureau of Investigation on the East Autumn side. Zhang Chuxuan nodded with a grave expression. As if remembering something, he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. Right. I did promise the Heavenly Master that I would transfer 10,000 points to him after completing this commission. Elder Chen was stunned. A surprised expression on his face. 10,000 points? I thought I didn't even have that many points when I completed a quest. After this commission, I'm afraid the Heavenly Master is going to leap to the top of the list. Zhang Chuxuan shook his head. Excited. It's just the top of a bounty website. We Heavenly Masters protect the country and the people. Not to mention 10,000 points. It's not too much to set up a shrine and make sacrifices. When he went back, he happened to run into Xiao Linglong, who came to supervise the work. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan from afar, Xiao Linglong's face revealed a beautiful smile. Tianshi Zhang, you're finally back from your busy schedule. The place is pretty much set up, so we can invite the Heavenly Master back to stay at that time. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. I am obliged to you for keeping watch for me these days. Abruptly, Zhang Chuxuan noticed a strand of pitch blackness in Xiao Linglong's brow. He couldn't help but ask about Xiao Linglong. Have you been having bad luck lately? Everything not going your way? Xiao Linglong was stunned, not knowing why he suddenly asked, but she still sighed. To tell you the truth, I've been teared up these past few days, busy with the company. Our company is bidding for a building in Dongqiu City, and we're about to start construction, but the workers are having accidents one after another. I thought it was a psychic event and wanted to come over to get help from the Celestial Masters, but soon the workers recovered and fell ill again when they were about to start work. Xiao Linglong had a hard time with this. Alas, I have wondered if they are deliberately lying to me, but they are in a very bad state, as if they are going to die. Zhang Chuxuan realized that the pitch-black aura at the center of her eyebrows became even more intense when she brought up this matter. Having just finished off a demon god, Zhang Chuxuan was naturally very clear about this aura. Devil's breath. Zhang Chuxuan's heart was instantly alert. It had only just taken care of a demon. Unexpectedly, demonic energy had already appeared in the human world. Is it hard to believe that the door to the abyss is open after all? Zhang Chuxuan said. You're no longer just unlucky. You've gotten your hands on something more troublesome than filth. Xiao Linglong was stunned. All of a sudden 6 gods were lost, fearfully pursuing the question. What should I do then? The property in East Autumn City is very important to me, and there must be no problems. Are you willing to help, Heavenly Master? I can pay a high price, and I hope the Celestial Master can reward me with a few favors. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. There's no need to talk about that with you and me. So let's get on with what you saw when you got there. Xiao Linglong was full of gratitude and came back resentful. I've talked to those workers face to face and told them that they can say what their grievances are without having to threaten me with a strike by pretending to be sick. But they're afraid instead, not even wanting to be paid for their work. They were so intent on leaving that later, as many more workers as I recruited, they wouldn't want to work on my property anymore. Even when I stayed there I felt a gusty wind and often felt like someone was watching me. Chapter 120, Traveling to East Autumn City. 2 fat fish are here. The more Xiao Linglong recalled, the more she felt panicked. At this moment, The little bit of black chi that had condensed in the center of her eyebrow became even more ferocious. She wrapped her arms around herself, all over, trembling. It was like being in an ice cellar. No, I don't want to be stuck in a place like that. Xiao Linglong gradually lost focus in both eyes. The nervous murmur under her breath was more than enough to make it completely unclear what she was panicking about. Zhang Chuxuan realized that Xiao Linglong was obviously caught in delirium. Verbal consolation was no longer able to stabilize Xiao Linglong's spirit at all. His eyebrows raised lightly. A golden light emanated from his body. After coming into contact with this golden light, Xiao Linglong's eyes finally regained a few moments of light. Sky Master. What's happening to me? Xiao Linglong looked at her appearance with some fear. The feeling that lingered around her at all times, forcing her to panic and suffocate, terrified her. It was as if he was going to fall into hell at any moment. Zhang Chuxuan did not reply and merged his sword fingers. The fingers came out like electricity. It was pressed tightly between Xiao Linglong's eyebrows. Don't talk. Although Xiao Linglong was puzzled in her heart, she obediently shut her mouth. At the same time, she only felt her circumference. A stream of yang energy was flowing. This feeling is strange. Even those yin and cold forces within her body were rapidly dissipating. It's like a warm winter sun, illuminating the snow. The sword fingers merged into the Tao of the purest and most rigid chi, easily wiping away the little bit of demonic energy on Xiao Linglong's brow. Just a few seconds later, Zhang Chuxuan then withdrew his dirty hands. Zhang Chuxian's brows then furrowed. Have you ever been to that place to investigate it on site and encountered something unclean? As soon as Xiao Linglong heard him speak, she nodded vigorously before opening her mouth tremblingly. I've been there to advise the workers and I've checked the site and there's nothing there. Though she checked out the scene and wondered if it was haunted or not. But as soon as she passed by, all the haunted phenomena that the workers talked about would instantly disappear. This feeling reminded her of building up high speed on Longji, and she was also uncomfortable when she was blocked. Zhang Chuxuan didn't respond, only frowning deeper. His aura surged around him from his eyebrows. It could be said that Xiao Linglong's body was full of these obscure demonic chi. Zhang Chuxuan immediately felt his scalp go numb. Xiao Linglong's situation had unexpectedly become so dangerous. However, Xiao Linglong unexpectedly didn't mention a word to him until today. If Zhang Chuxuan did not return from his mission as soon as possible today, this unlucky to the core woman was afraid that she would die silently in a place Zhang Chuxuan could not see. Seeing Zhang Chuxian's ugly face, Xiao Linglong hurriedly asked him, "How's it going? Tianshi, isn't it very serious? Is there a way to fix it then?" Zhang Chuxian withdrew his hand and just wanted to tell the truth, but seeing that her face was pale, he still didn't say it outright. "It's really quite a problem, but you don't have to worry. I'll walk you through it and take care of it." There was too much infiltration of demonic chi in the body, and it was able to overflow from the spiritual platform. So it was evident that Xiao Linglong had been infused with demonic chi for many days. If you want to cut off the demonic energy, you have to find where that demonic root is. Xiao Linglong was scared to be in this state. If she was told that she was about to turn into a demon, she would definitely be even more scared. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong let out a sigh of relief. Great! With the celestial master here, no demon or devil will dare to come near me easily. Zhang Chuxuan closed his mouth and still didn't tell Xiao Linglong the truth. Without delay, Xiao Linglong went to book the earliest ticket to East Autumn City. Zhang Chuxuan also searched above the bounty site. Donchio City has made such a big commotion. There's no way it's not on the bounty site, so it's good for me to earn a point. Fingers crossed to the bottom in a row. Zhang Chuxuan didn't even find any strange events related to Donchio City. That's strange. If it's just a matter of not being able to search for the bounty on the Waterhouse, so there haven't been any paranormal incidents anywhere else within East Autumn? Zhang Chuxuan subconsciously noticed. East Fall City has big problems. Otherwise, something as serious as demonic gas should have been reported to the headquarters as soon as it was discovered. Zhang Chuxuan stayed out of the way and purposely made a phone call to Chu Xiushang. At this moment, Chu Xiushang had already been dispatched to deal with the mess at the Peerless Temple. As soon as he saw that it was Zhang Chuxuan's phone, he connected almost in a second. "Hello, Heavenly Master Zhang. Is there anything you want to explain?" This self-conscious and extraordinarily respectful tone. The two have become extremely well acquainted. "Nothing, I just came to tell you something." He told all about Xiao Linglong's symptoms, as well as the strange situation in Donchio City. On the other end of the phone, there was a long silence before he finally did open his mouth. "I just investigated. Indeed, I didn't see any of the bounty missions appear in East Autumn City. Maybe something happened. The demonic aura you just mentioned is not impossible. They all know it in their hearts. In the midst of the abyss, there are merely suppressed demons. The ones that spring up in the human world are more ghostly creatures. Xiao Linglong had gotten this kind of aura from her trip there. Suffice it to say that there is either close to the abyss there, Either that or there's something that emerges from the abyss. It is because of such horrible things. It's the other ghosts that don't dare to approach East Autumn City easily. Naturally, nothing troublesome happened in East Fall City. After careful thought, Chu Tsushang continued. I already know about this. I will contact the East Autumn Psychic Bureau as soon as possible to ask about the situation. And in the meantime I will talk to them about these things. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. These are small things. Now there is a more important thing. Chu Tsushang was stunned, but rushed to answer. You said it, Celestial Master. Zhang Chuxuan wasn't polite either. Can we convert this one into a quest? I want to earn more points. Chu Tsushang. Zhang Chuxuan wouldn't mind if he didn't have enough points anyway, since it's all going to be taken care of. It's natural to be able to make a little bit of money. Chu Tsushang quickly complied, and Zhang Chuxuan went straight to Dongqiu City with Xiao Linglong after receiving the mission. East Fall City. A chaotic and secluded construction site. The Taoist ghost spirits gathered here, but their faces were very ugly. I thought I had found a place of purification. I didn't realize that this was also a place of purgatory for bigots. As soon as they come over, they become prisoners of others. Dao cultivation flowed from his body. In a chaotic manner, they surged towards the depths of the earth's veins. In the dark, a hideous eye snapped open. The fat fish we kept before seems to be back? And brought back an even bigger fat fish. Ha ha ha, this is really heavenly. With this fat fish, I will definitely be able to refine my power and no longer have to hide it. Chapter 121, Xiao Zhou's sudden defection. You deserve a sneak attack? Arriving in Dongqiu City, Xiao Linglong was the first to call Mr. Zhou, the head of the local branch. Hearing the news, Mr. Zhou rushed over in a hurry. The local property has not been able to complete the construction as soon as possible due to various problems, which is also inappropriate for Mr. Zhou's ability. Now that he had heard that Xiao Linglong had made another personal trip, Mr. Zhou naturally wanted to come and dump the pot as soon as possible. Seeing him, Xiao Linglong was suddenly startled. She finally realized what kind of scene Zhang Chuxuan saw the moment he looked at himself. Mr. Zhou's forehead was streaked with pitch blackness. That was even worse than Xiao Linglong. It was as if in just a short time, Mr. Zhou would become a completely different, hideous and ghastly appearance. Xiao Linglong even felt that even Mr. Zhou's face had changed. Xiao Zhou, have you ever felt a chill down your back? It's been unlucky to do anything lately. Bad luck. Ha! Mr. Zhou came over with a full fawning smile on his face. As a result, he heard Xiao Linglong say this about herself. His face, for a moment, was on the verge of tensing up. Mr. Xiao, why are you asking me such a thing for a good reason? Zhang Chuxuan interjected from the side. Because you don't look like one anymore. Mr. Zhou was stunned, and subconsciously looked at Zhang Chuxuan, who was walking to the side. Although he didn't recognize it, since it could follow Xiao Linglong, it must be a very important guest. As hard as that comment sounded, Zhou gritted his teeth and held back his discomfort and smiled at him. Ha ha, you're kidding. Without uttering a word, Zhang Chuxuan only raised his sword finger and violently poked at Mr. Zhou's brow. Mr. Zhou hadn't had time to open his mouth and yell. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of pure power called him to a moment of clarity. After being stunned for a long time, Mr. Zhou finally felt that the gloom that had been lingering around his body had dissipated for the most part. Jesus, I feel so much more comfortable. That feeling of being strangled is finally gone. Xiao Linglong was greatly surprised. His condition looks worse than even mine. So why is it that he can dispel it so quickly and I can't yet? Zhang Chuxuan glanced at her. No, it hasn't been completely dispersed. Something was left inside him, and the black aura can't be completely dissipated. Upon hearing this, before Xiao Linglong could express herself, Mr. Zhou was like an enemy, excitedly pursuing Zhang Chuxuan. What's still in my body? Can this thing be removed? Master, your Taoist skills must be very high. Please, save me. I can pay any amount of money. Zhang Chuxuan brushed aside Zhou's reaching out thieving hand. There's no rush. Let's go to the site first and see what's going on. In fact, from the time of testing that thing in Mr. Zhou's body, Zhang Chuxuan already had a judgment in his heart about what he was going to face on this trip. It's not magic. Mr. Zhou moved quickly to lead them near the construction site. I have to say, this is a good choice of land. The neighborhood has both the subway and a range of commercial and entertainment facilities, as well as a far-reaching view of the lake, which you can visit in your spare time. In theory, there was no reason why such a good piece of land would turn into a place of purification that a sneak would target. When we first picked this piece of land, we also asked a master to look at it. It's known as a feng shui treasure land, and the property will definitely sell well if it's built here. Alas, who would have thought? It's only been a year since then. the building didn't come to fruition. And it's almost a haunted house. Mr. Joe said while shaking his head in aggravation. That said, he was really aggravated. I thought that if I took this big job from Mr. Xiao, I would be able to go straight to the head office later. Who would have thought that a good property would attract so many strange things? Even he, a smelly part-time worker, has to follow the bad luck. Zhang Chuxuan listened to his rambling complaints and asked again, how many times have you been in the construction site? Mr. Xiao gave a beat. I can't count. As an inspector I must have to go and see it every now and then. I was the one who went to see it when the workers said that building 2 was haunted. Zhang Chuxuan was instantly enlightened in his heart. No wonder you have the heaviest demonic aura on you. Take me to the second floor. The problem, perhaps, is the second building. However, Xiao Zhou revealed a look of difficulty. That place is really evil. I don't even dare to go there now. So if you guys want to go by yourselves. Xiao Linglong said. What kind of a laborer is on the verge of running away in front of his boss? Don't put it off. Man up. Just follow us. The big boss gave the word. So Xiao Zhou could only honestly lead the way in front. Building 2 is truly extraordinary. Just as he entered, an unprecedentedly thick and gloomy aura hit him. Zhou immediately ducked back. Xiao Linglong, who was in the second place, had bloody bad luck. As soon as he looked up, he was caught off guard and planted on the ground. Zhang Chuxuan injected a trace of yang qi in time. Xiao Linglong finally made some recovery, but the black aura on her brow became even more dense. I am so cold. Xiao Linglong cowered and wrapped her arms around herself. It was still sunny and daytime, and as soon as he stepped into this place, everything changed. Zhang Chuxuan turned back and Xiao Zhou's figure was already gone. Where is this kid uninformed? I think he's just a guide. Xiao Linglong asked, cowering. What's to be done? It's so dark in here, and as soon as I got in here, I felt a little out of control of my body. Zhang Chuxuan's finger gently drew in the void. A ghostly blue talisman surrounded Xiao Linglong's circumference up and down. Shasta. Xiao Linglong no longer looked like she was as cold as hell just now. She even felt a few moments of increased yang energy in her body, and it wasn't as torturous as it could have been. Thank you, Heavenly Master. This is much more comfortable. Zhang Chuxuan looked away from his head and looked up and down at his surroundings. Don't thank me. I'm just worried that you'll change as suddenly as Cho did and stab me in the back. The sneaks here may be relying on that so-called demonic chi to erode the clearness of the spiritual platform. The deeper the demonic aura erodes, the more a person will lose their mind, until finally, it completely turns into a sneaky ghost devourer, at its disposal, or even taking over the body. Cho is beyond help. Nowadays, the only thing that has to be preserved is Xiao Linglong. Xiao Linglong nodded her head repeatedly. Okay, I'll follow obediently and won't cause any trouble for the Heavenly Master. Abruptly, a figure swept ahead. The figure was ethereal, and one could tell at a glance that it was by no means a normal person. But the figure was only fleeting. There seemed to be no intention at all to entangle with Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan didn't believe in this. Ooh, here comes the guide. He doesn't follow through either. Instead, he lifted the palm of his hand. The dragon tiger Dharma seal, at once, erupted with an unprecedentedly magnificent light. Go! With that throw from Zhang Chuxuan, the dragon tiger Dharma seal transformed into an incomparably sharp sword blade. It flew straight out, rustling. All that could be heard was a clanging sound embedded in the wall. Zhang Chuxuan knew it was a hit. With a violent jump, he swept to that one spot. Fixing his eyes again, the ethereal figure had been nailed to the wall, unable to move. Chapter 122. How dare you kill me with your little love? Break your puppet. Big chapter. The more Xiao Linglong recalled, the more she felt panicked. At this moment, the little bit of black chi that had condensed in the center of her eyebrows became even more ferocious. She wrapped her arms around herself, all over, trembling. It was like being in an ice cellar. No, I don't want to be stuck in a place like that. Xiao Linglong gradually lost focus in both eyes. The nervous murmur under her breath was more than enough to make it completely unclear what she was panicking about. Zhang Chuxuan realized that Xiao Linglong was obviously caught in delirium. Verbal consolation was no longer able to stabilize Xiao Linglong's spirit at all. His eyebrows raised lightly. A golden light emanated from his body. After coming into contact with this golden light, Xiao Linglong's eyes finally regained a few moments of light. Tian sure. What's happening to me? Xiao Linglong looked at her appearance with some fear. The feeling that lingered around her at all times, forcing her to panic and suffocate, terrified her. It was as if he was going to fall into hell at any moment. Zhang Chuxuan did not reply and merged his sword fingers. The fingers came out like electricity. It was pressed tightly between Xiao Linglong's eyebrows. Don't talk. Although Xiao Linglong was puzzled in her heart, she obediently shut her mouth. At the same time, she only felt her circumference, A stream of yang energy was flowing. This feeling is strange. Even those yin and cold forces within her body were rapidly dissipating. It's like a warm winter sun, illuminating the snow. The sword finger blends into the Tao of the purest and most rigid qi, easily wiping away the little bit of demonic energy on Xiao Linglong's brow. Just a few seconds later, Zhang Chuxuan then withdrew his dirty hands. Zhang Chuxian's brows then furrowed. Have you ever been to that place to investigate it on site and encountered something unclean? As soon as Xiao Linglong heard him speak, she nodded vigorously before opening her mouth tremblingly. I've been there to advise the workers and I've checked the site and there's nothing there. Though she checked out the scene and wondered if it was haunted or not. But as soon as she passed by, all the haunted phenomena that the workers talked about would instantly disappear. This feeling reminded her of building up high speed on Longji, and she was also uncomfortable when she was blocked. Zhang Chuxian didn't respond, only frowning deeper. His aura surged around him from his eyebrows. It could be said that Xiao Linglong's body was full of these obscure demonic qi. Zhang Chuxian immediately felt his scalp go numb. Xiao Linglong's situation had unexpectedly become so dangerous. However, Xiao Linglong unexpectedly didn't mention a word to him until today. If Zhang Chuxian did not return from his mission as soon as possible today, this unlucky to the core woman was afraid that she would not have to die silently in a place that Zhang Chuxian could not see. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan's ugly face, Xiao Linglong hurriedly asked him, "How's it going? Tianshi, isn't it very serious? Is there a way to fix it then?" Zhang Chuxian withdrew his hand and just wanted to tell the truth, but seeing that her face was pale, he still didn't say it outright. "It's really quite a problem. But you don't have to worry. I'll walk you through it and take care of it." There was too much infiltration of demonic qi in the body, and it was able to overflow from the spiritual platform. So it was evident that Xiao Linglong had been infused with demonic qi for many days. If you want to cut off the demonic energy, you have to find where that demonic root is. Xiao Linglong was afraid to be in this state. If she was told that she was about to turn into a demon, she would definitely be even more afraid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linglong let out a sigh of relief. Great! With the celestial master here, no demon or devil will dare to come near me easily. Zhang Chuxian closed his mouth and still didn't tell Xiao Linglong the truth. Without delay, Xiao Linglong went to book the earliest ticket to East Autumn City. Zhang Chuxian also searched above the bounty site. Dongjio City has made such a big commotion. There's no way it's not on the bounty site, so it's good for me to earn a point. Fingers crossed to the bottom in a row. Zhang Chuxian didn't even find any strange events related to Dongjio City. That's strange. If it's just a matter of not being able to search for the bounty on the Waterhouse, so there haven't been any paranormal incidents anywhere else within East Autumn? Zhang Chuxian subconsciously noticed. East Fall City has big problems. Otherwise, something as serious as demonic gas should have been reported to the headquarters as soon as it was discovered. Zhang Chuxian stayed out of the way and purposely made a phone call to Chu Xiushang. At this moment, Chu Xiushang had already been dispatched to deal with the mess at the Peerless Temple. As soon as he saw that it was Zhang Chuxuan's phone, he connected almost in a second. "Hello, Heavenly Master Zhang. Is there anything you want to explain?" This self-conscious and extraordinarily respectful tone. The two have become extremely well acquainted. "Nothing, I just came to tell you something." He told all about Xiao Linglong's symptoms, as well as the strange situation in Dongjio City. On the other end of the phone, there was a long silence before he finally did open his mouth. "I just investigated. Indeed, I didn't see any of the bounty missions appear in East Autumn City. Maybe something happened. The demonic aura you just mentioned is not impossible. They all know it in their hearts. In the midst of the abyss, there are merely suppressed demons. The ones that populate the human world are more ghostly. Xiao Linglong had gotten this kind of aura from her trip there. Suffice it to say that there is either close to the abyss there, either that or there's something that emerges from the abyss. It is because of such horrible things. It's the other ghosts that don't dare to approach East Autumn City easily. Naturally, nothing troublesome happened in East Fall City. After thinking carefully, Chu Xiushang continued. "I'm already aware of this matter. I'll contact the East Autumn Psychic Bureau as soon as possible to ask about the situation, and in the meantime I'll talk to them about these things." Zhang Chuxian nodded. "These are small things. Now there is a more important thing." Chu Xiushang was stunned, but rushed to answer. "You said it, Celestial Master." Zhang Chuxian wasn't polite either. "Can we convert this one into a quest? I want to earn more points." Chu Xiushang. Zhang Chuxian wouldn't mind if he didn't have enough points anyway. Since it's all going to be taken care of, it's only natural to be able to make a little bit of money. Chu Xiushang quickly complied, and Zhang Chuxian went straight to Dongjio City with Xiao Linglong after receiving the mission. East Fall City, a chaotic and secluded construction site. The Taoist ghost spirits gathered here, but their faces were very ugly. I thought I had found a place of purification. I didn't realize that this was also a place of purgatory for bigots. As soon as they come over, they become prisoners of others. Dao cultivation flowed from his body. In a chaotic manner, they surged towards the depths of the earth's veins. In the dark, a hideous eye snapped open. The fat fish we kept before seems to be back? And brought back an even bigger fat fish. Ha ha ha, this is really heavenly. With this fat fish, I will definitely be able to refine my power and no longer have to hide it. In that case, I'll be polite. He directly flexed his fingers and flicked out 3 letters, which landed in each of the 3 people's hands. Now the time is short and the rebellion in the Jiangnan Road is imminent. I will not keep the 3 generals longer, but please return quickly. Just do everything according to the above. The 3 men looked at the letter in their hands. There was no hesitation. In unison, they arched their hands towards Yi Beixian. Yes, having said that, the 3 of them turned away straight away. Looking at the backs of the 3 departing, Lang Qianqiu looked towards Yi Beixian. Beixian, is everything about to start? Yi Beixian nodded. That's right, Uncle Lang, transfer the troops. The real showdown is coming. Listen to all of this. Lang Qianqiu nodded. Yes, this one was brief, but after everyone's departure, then the sound of a drumming platform was heard over Winchester. The drums sounded like thunder. It swept away from one county, and could be heard clearly even from a location dozens of miles around. In the moment of hearing this drumming, the original one county, which was still considered prosperous, had completely disappeared. A solemn aura filled the entire void. Even ordinary people feel the mountain rain. One by one, without having to be told to do so, they returned home in droves. For a time, the entire one county became completely silent. The streets are also deserted. Only the muffled thunderous sound of the drums echoed between heaven and earth. 9981 down. Wait until the last drumbeat hits the ground. There were already countless figures densely arranged outside the city of Wen County. These figures were naturally also the brocade guards that Yi Beixian had been controlling all along, as well as the Longwu guards that he had mobilized from before the Lingnan Road. But nowadays, the Jinui gathered within Wen County had exceeded 20,000. Almost all of the brocade kilts from the nearby cities have already come here. Along with that, the Longwise men had reached 50,000. As far as the eye could see, it was already crowded. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all looking at the top of the city in the distance. Yi Beixian's figure had arrived quietly. He didn't say much. These people naturally are already aware of what they are up against next. Yi Beixian waved his hand. Depart. With Yi Beixian's voice, all of them did not make any unnecessary movements. To this moment, all else has paled in comparison. Rumble. Iron horse formation. Resounding. Toward the distance. Along with Yi Beixian and the others, their figures also disappeared. Capital. The Imperial Palace. Emperor Xuanhe took off the rare Daoist robe he was wearing and replaced it with a bright yellow 5-clawed golden dragon robe. He stood at the highest point of the Imperial City. The moon is just right tonight. Just halfway up the mountain. The capital city of the Great Leap was brightly lit. There are only countless blooms of gorgeous light. The dotted city was like a dazzling jewel under the night sky. Emperor Xuanhe put his eyes towards the direction of Jiangnan Road. There the sky was gradually getting cloudy. There seemed to be endless black clouds filling the air. Your Majesty, the wind is picking up. You should go back. At Emperor Xuanhe's side, the eunuch who had been serving reminded in a whisper at this time. Only then did Emperor Xuanhe withdraw his own eyes. Thoughtfully, he looked toward the capital again. Yeah, the wind is picking up, and it's time for the fish in this capital to come out. Capital. The royal palace of the northern Ming County. The king of Beining County was sitting in the middle of a secret room, eyes closed tightly. There was also a string of Buddha beads in his hand, which seemed to be chanting for blessings. I don't know how long it's been. The voice from the Beining County king's mouth gradually disappeared. He opened his eyes slightly. Swish! Within this chamber, a figure silently appeared not far from him. That figure, after appearing, it didn't fall to its knees. Instead, he just stood up straight and looked down at the king of Beining County. Beining County king's expression was stunned. After seeing the figure, the whole man rose hastily. Then he respectfully bowed towards the figure. Dragon Father. The figure nodded slightly. There wasn't any other reaction. Is everything clear? The king of Beining County sniffed. Nodding vigorously, he bowed towards the figure. Report to the Dragon Father. Everything has been explored. Now is the time when the imperial city is most empty. That the 4 old dogs in the palace have already left. Even the 4 legions guarding the capital have left half of them. Within the entire palace, there are only those few old men left in the place of worship, and there are those among them who have already defected to us. If only, when the time comes, you give the word. It's definitely going to be a heavenly surprise for that royal brother of mine. The king of Beining County spilled all the beans. The figure nodded. Well done. Now that the Jiangnan roadside has also drawn to a close, Everything has been laid out and completed. Just waiting for this final blow. The bishop is still waiting for our good news. Only after this time, this position of the Son of Heaven will be yours. The king of Beiming County was overjoyed, but rushed on with his reply. This dolly will always be the bishop's dolly. It's just that the sect master doesn't have the will to do so. That's why he's letting little king be in charge on his behalf. The young king will certainly not have second thoughts. Great! The king of Beiming County continued. Dragon Father, 5 days from now at midnight, Xuanhe will host a banquet to celebrate the festival in advance. That's the perfect time to do it then. Just wait for my signal. Aha! This night was undoubtedly a sleepless night for the entire Jiangnan road. It was also almost a night's work. Unimaginably large armies appeared almost everywhere in the Jiangnan road. These armies were as if they had been transformed out of thin air. But all of this had nothing to do with Yi Beixian anymore. He was only responsible for exterminating as many of the dragon god sect's living forces as possible before the final showdown. Now comes this final great battle. It was beyond the scope of his coordination. Yi Beixian would not get involved in the battle of the great legions. No matter how strong his natural talent was, he was ultimately an amateur with regard to these. That's why the court sent the Marquis of Jiangbei. With that Marquis of Jiangbei and the commanders of the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger legions. This is a battle that will never be lost. It was only a total of 3 days' distance from one county to Su County. However, Yi Beixian's group was moving forward very slowly. It was a 3-day journey until the afternoon of the 5th day. Yi Beixian had only remotely arrived at the nearest county outside of Su County. Beixian, intelligence is coming in. The White Tiger Army and the Vermilion Bird Army have already joined up with Marquis Jiangbei's army. It's being confronted by those rebels of the Dragon God sect. The army of the East has also appeared. But the situation of the East's army is not known within the Dragon God sect right now. We can say that we will win this battle. Next to Yi Beixian, Leng Qianxiu's face held surprise as he said to Yi Beixian, words of a writer. Chapter 123, Come and Don't Go. Ghosts Unfold. The ghosts of water corpses are the most familiar places in the life of every drowned person. Companies, schools, families. They are all suffering from a variety of afflictions that cause them to think lightly of life. He also passed by the lake and was compelled, thus losing his life and becoming a water corpse. They can't be reincarnated from then on, or even become a walking corpse that water corpses manipulate and compel at will. Now, they were also going to put out a compulsion on Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan sighed lightly. Killing life is to protect life. Master Dao, I'll send you to transcendence. After saying that, the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal was flung. Bang! The Dao sneak was instantly reduced to nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 merits. Phew! Just as the front foot had been overtaken, a steep gale was lifted from the back foot. Daoyin Qi swept in from all directions, surrounded by a figure of Buddha's light skyrocketing down from the sky. Zhang Chuxuan was originally too lazy to turn back, but as soon as I heard the breath, he could be about to look back. As soon as he turned around, Zhang Chuxuan couldn't help but be stunned. I'll go, bald ass? The monk was clad in a 7-colored robe and held a golden bowl. With a violent jump, he pointed his golden mantle at Zhang Chuxuan from afar. Demon Road, why don't you surrender quickly? Listen to this. Zhang Chuxuan froze and was amused. Demon Path? Who? Him? Zhang Chuxuan gave a bright smile to that water corpse. I'm the Demon Road, right? Even the old vultures of the Wushuan Temple don't dare to call me that. Speaking, all around his body, incomparably appalling yuan qi surged up. As Zhang Chuxuan raised his hand and pointed, Dao talismans instantly surfaced. The ghostly blue light became the only source of light in this pitch-black ghostly land. At the same time, it was the same treacherous power that called the water corpse's heart to tremble. Wait, the power in this. When the water corpse feels out of place, it's too late for everything. Tong Tian Talisman. Kill. With a command from Zhang Chuxuan, the Dao Tong Tian Talisman instantly flew towards the water corpse on that side. The water corpses would have had their hearts in their mouths. Without hesitation, he threw the golden mantle. My Buddha is merciful. Protect me from worry. The Tao of Buddha's light erupted from the golden bowl. Placed in the ghostly world, the water corpse's power became even stronger than before. A ray of Buddha light struck down. The two forces violently clashed. Boom! The surging power vibrated up and down. The entire ghostly spirit began to tremble unceasingly. It was showing signs of breaking up. Zhang Chuxuan brushed away the clouds of smoke. Fix your eyes on it again. The watery corpse fell into weakness. Not even the old baldy look could last long. He looked at Zhang Chuxuan coldly, the scorn in his eyes almost coalescing. Who the hell are you? Not to mention the ordinary severe ghosts. Even the people from the psychic bureau come here. They can't escape from this surefire killing move of mine. Why on earth were you able to break my killing move? Zhang Chuxuan narrowed his eyes, his tone filled with terrifying terror. Oh, you mean to tell me you've also used that trick against the Psychic Bureau? He was impressed with the Psychic Bureau, having gleaned so much wool and gained so much respect. It was natural to take sides in front of the sneaks. That water corpse is quite good at reading people. Discovering Zhang Chuxuan's killing chance, he then hurriedly disappeared. Even the thought of opening his mouth to mock. In case you're not careful and anger this guy, I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to escape. However, from the moment he ran into Zhang Chuxuan, he might as well have been out of the way. Strike that. 2. It's done, so we might as well put up a fight. The water corpse completely rips off the monk's disguise. He was back to his old monstrous, hideous self. The ghostly spirit drew the channeled Tianshi and gathered on him alone. Devil swallowing technique. Open. Shasta. In the midst of the darkness of the ghostly world, sweeping up a treacherous hurricane, and that hurricane contains deep suction. It couldn't wait to suck Zhang Chuxuan towards the direction of the water corpse. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. Devil swallowing technique? That's a bit interesting. Was it also imparted to you by a bald donkey? There was absolutely no need to waste so much time against this water corpse. He wanted nothing more than to know what in the world was helping this little water corpse. Now that the devil swallowing technique was out, he was even more unable to make a judgment. Are there any monks who do this? On second thought, they even managed to get a human refinery. What's not to like about devil swallowing technique, which is a sneaky and invasive technique? The water corpse was excited. Little Daoist, just come over here. A cold light swept across Zhang Chuxian's eyes. Good. This way. He leapt forward and flew towards the vortex that looked like an abyss without hesitation. That stance. It's like a god coming down from heaven. In an instant, it caused the water corpse to feel a tremendous amount of pressure. Zhang Chuxian instantly approached. Come along for the ride. There was also an extremely terrifying golden light. 5 Thunder Positive Law. Go! As he threw it hard, the dragon tiger Dharma seal flew out instantly. Wherever it passed, the astral energy set off shocking waves. The entire ghostly spirit began to tremble up and down uncontrollably. The water corpse's pupils snapped. It was very clear in his mind. The power of that dragon tiger Dharma seal was not something that one's devil swallowing technique could easily swallow. The moment the dragon tiger Dharma seal impacted, the hurricane condensed by the devil swallowing technique shattered into pieces. Even the water corpse itself went up in smoke. The whole ghostly world is like a draw knife. It falls apart easily, twisted, segmented, collapsed. A ghostly spirit that was once incredibly solid, incredibly horrifying, and trapped countless sneaks. It just disappeared. Turn the moment. Zhang Chuxian then floated in the center of the lake. The treacherous Tianshi that haunted this place earlier. It has disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,800 merits. Zhang Chuxian skimmed his mouth. A mere Rakshasa ghost general who got lucky with the Buddha's light would have won. 800 merits? Zhang Chuxian shook his head. No, this water corpse is just a minion. A hint of coldness swept through his eyes. The real trouble is the bald ass in the Jianju temple. Put. Jianju, who was sitting on a high platform, enjoying the cultivation and incense being channeled by the monks, snapped his eyes open. As soon as he turned on his side, he vomited a large mouthful of black blood in full view of everyone. The presiding Mindy was so surprised that he rushed forward. Senior, what's going on here? Jianju wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filling with a shadowy color. No other? That little Taoist monk broke the old Kazakh's former setup. He originally thought that Rakshasa ghost general could cultivate the devil swallowing technique to perfection. Only a pity. Just as well. A sneak is a sneak. A wasteful thing that doesn't make the grade. If you really want to talk about it, you might as well let the old lineage do it himself. Mindy instantly tensed. Senior brother, this matter is not good. You've just remodeled your physical body. You're mentally unstable at the moment. It's not appropriate for you to take action yourself. Jianju's divine soul was sealed in the Buddha statue by the old Taoist for dozens of years. The flesh has long since decayed. If not for the fact that the divine soul had a little fragment of the burial ground king, it might have suffered. Chapter 124, I have urgent matters to discuss later. Save Lang Shui. Now, it is possible to break free of the Buddha statue for Jianju. It was also the monks of the Jianju temple who used the secret method together and mutilated several people before they were able to succeed. Jianju swept his eyes over the densely packed corpses floating in the lotus pond. He made a concession in the end. Humph. Also, when the old lineage returns to the top, there's no mention of that kid. Even the entire Taoist sect will be trampled under my Buddha sect's feet again. It was so 100 years ago, and today, it is still so. Zhang Chuxian had just reached the car when Xiao Linglong embraced him head-on. Oh heavenly master, You finally come back, ah. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Linglong really is as exquisite as water as her name suggests. It was just that the hug was too tight, which in turn caused Zhang Chuxuan to be a little out of breath. He could only helplessly pat Xiao Linglong's arm that refused to let go. Ahem. How about letting go first? The scared Xiao Linglong finally reacted. She hastily loosened her hands and nervously looked Zhang Chuxuan up and down again. Only after confirming that Zhang Chuxuan was fine did he calm down. Luckily the Heavenly Master is fine. Just now when I saw that there was no movement at all in the lake, I panicked inside. When a person is nervous, the words are also dense. Completely lost the former composure. By the way, Celestial Master, just now your cell phone made several calls one after another, all of which were numbers with the memo Lang Shui. I was too scared to notice. You call back now and see if it might be something very urgent. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. Cold snow? At this moment, Lang Shui should have already taken care of the chaos within the Peerless Temple. Still, a couple calls to him in quick succession must have been something terribly wrong. He then called back. It took a long time before he finally dialed. But when he opened his mouth, it wasn't Lang Shui's voice. Instead, it's Ma Qingqing's. Celestial Master? Is it the Heavenly Master? Why are you just picking up the phone? Listening to this nervous tone of Ma Qingqing, Zhang Chuxuan then guessed that something had happened to Lang Shui, so he asked her bluntly, is there a problem with Lang Shui taking the fire spirit Yinyin Pearl? Ma Qingqing, on the other end of the phone, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Right, Tianshi, how did you know that? The cold snow is getting worse. In order to suppress it, she immediately circled her knees and operated the fire spirit in embracing bead that Zhang Chuxuan had sent her. But how could Lang Shui not think of that? The fire spirit Yinyin bead was only able to suppress the coldness in her body for a moment. After entering the body, the two breaths collided. Instead, it made her situation worse. Ma Qingqing guarded Lang Shui from the side. Just by seeing that wretched appearance, Ma Qingqing's heart was already aching. Tianshi, since you guessed it, you must have a way, right? Zhang Chuxuan sighed lightly. I'll be right there now. After the phone hung up, Zhang Chuxuan called Zhuchuan again. He took the essence of what had happened and explained it. I suggest that you give high priority to the city of East Autumn, where the local Bureau of Psychic Investigations may have been affected to some degree. As well, by the way, are there any famous local temples in Dongqiu City? Moreover, it's still the kind that's related to the Wushuang Temple and the Golden Light Temple. There was a long silence before Zhuchuan answered him. Yes, there is a temple named Jiangbei Temple, but the enshrined Buddha's body is already broken, and the monks there are only there to take up a name. Zhuchuan's words turned, and there was a hint of more complicated meaning. Or does the Heavenly Master think that there is something wrong with the monks of the Golden Jade Temple? Zhang Chuxuan faintly said. Which temples in the world are clean? I just don't believe that Dongqiu City being quiet like this has nothing to do with the Golden Jade Temple. Where there are people, there are bound to be dead people. Where there are dead people there are bound to be sneaks who have cultivated the climate. This land is never short of sneaks who have been blessed with good fortune and have cultivated the way that little water corpse was able to develop to such a point. Zhang Chuxuan didn't believe that the local snake, Jinju Temple, hadn't secretly poked and prodded his hand. Zhuchuan nodded and solemnly responded. I see what you mean. I'll do it now. After the explanation, Zhang Chuxuan met Xiao Linglong's adoring eyes again. Go back by yourself. I'm going to Cold Snows. Twisting and turning for a long time, Xiao Linglong still called out to Zhang Chuxuan's coming and going figure. Shall I accompany you? She was unlike Ma Qingqing and Long Ji, who each had their own divine abilities to accompany Zhang Chuxuan. Even now, she could only stand far away when Zhang Chuxuan was dealing with things, unable to help at all. A great loss clutched her heart. This strong woman who had always been calm and composed, for the first time in front of Zhang Chuxuan showed a fragile appearance. Tianshi, has something I want to say to you. She wanted to cling to Zhang Chuxuan's chest, but Zhang Chuxuan swept past her. Next time, I have something to do now. Seeing this, Xiao Linglong could not help but freeze in the middle of the spot. Tears welled up in his eyes. Abruptly, Zhang Chuxuan turned around again. A flicker of anticipation surged through her heart flatly. Anything else? Zhang Chuxuan nodded and added. Yes, please contact Long Ji for me. I'll take her on a trip. Xiao Linglong was stunned and was silent for a long time. In the end, it still didn't say anything and followed Zhang Chuxuan to the car. When they got to the airport, they went their separate ways. Only Xiao Linglong quietly stopped and looked back up at the hurried backs of Zhang Chuxuan and Long Ji. Inside the Long family, Lang Shui was lying on the bed, her brows furrowed and her eyes tightly closed. The carapace is far more appalling than an iceberg. Up and down his body, a gust of cold air emanated. What to do? Sister Cold Snow's body is still so cold. Ma Qingqing's fingers would freeze instantly if she took even one step closer. All she could do was stand outside the room and watch from a distance, her mind on edge. Hey, why hasn't the Heavenly Master arrived yet? If a Celestial Master were there, it would certainly be. Phew! The fire spirit embracing in bead that lingered on Lang Shue's body abruptly swelled. The fire spirit breath, even called Ma Qingqing, was unbearable. TSK. So hot. Can't even stay in the room. Even outsiders feel hard done by. Not to mention Lang Shui herself. She's suffering through fire and ice at the moment. But she didn't give up. There was a sense of foreboding in her mind. As long as one can carry through this calamity, then he would be able to break through to the second level of transformation. It was a pity that breaking through the realm was not an easy task. The power of the fire spirit in embracing bead was again extraordinarily terrifying. Cold snow perennial body cold. Where can withstand such high temperatures? She closed her eyes and died and lived, so to speak, in agony, between chaos. Lang Shui heard surprise and reassurance in Ma Qingqing's voice. Ah, Heavenly Master, you're finally here. This was followed by a rush of footsteps to the center of his room. Somehow, hear that sound. Lang Shui's apprehensive and painful heart gradually settled down. The twofold pain of ice and fire that had repeatedly ravaged the torso was actually slowly receding. Chapter 125, I have a way to save Lang Shui. Heavenly Master, I'm willing. Heavenly Master, how is cousin her? She was just cultivating with the fire spirit in embracing bead you gave her. And then something happened. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan, Ma Qingqing was like having a backbone and was busy asking about him. Zhang Chuxuan withdrew his tentative hand and pacified Ma Qingqing. The aura of the fire spirit in embracing bead is still too rigid for her, and it's difficult to quickly refine it, which is what caused the two auras to become entangled within her body. Ma Qingqing blushed. Then what can be done about this? If we don't refine it, won't it harm cousin? With Zhang Chuxuan's relief, Lang Shui barely managed to wake up from the pain. Qingqing, don't be so rude. It's already my honor that the Heavenly Master is willing to offer his magic treasure to help me. I will become the way I am now, and I don't have that blessing to refine this treasure. The fire spirit Enin bead could indeed help her suppress the coldness of the nine heavens Xian ice, but it was also because her realm was not as good as Zhang Chuxuan's, making it difficult for her to take the fire spirit Enin bead into her own use. It's really pathetic and hopeless. If she had the chance, she would still choose to trust Zhang Chuxuan. More so, he didn't want Ma Qingqing to cross-examine Zhang Chuxuan for this. Ma Qingqing's tearful eyes couldn't help but fall. But now that you've become like this, cousin, I wish instead that you hadn't refined that magic treasure. Lang Shui's eyes moved with a hint of anger as she looked at her. Qingqing, don't talk such nonsense. Zhang Chuxuan pondered for a long time. Actually, there is a way around that. It's just a little offensive. Upon hearing this, Ma Qingqing instantly turned back to pursue him. What law is it? At this moment, human lives are at stake, so let's not think about offenses. Lang Shui also cast an expectant gaze towards Zhang Chuxuan. Heavenly Master, go ahead and say whatever you want. No matter what method it is, Lang Shui will accept it. Zhang Chuxuan took a deep breath and said, let me imbue you with Yuan Qi, dissolve the coldness of the nine heavens Xian ice, and reconcile the two forces of ice and fire. At first glance, there was no problem, and Lang Shui nodded without a hint of hesitation. Okay, that's it. Zhang Chuxuan had no problem with it either and went straight for it. In an instant, Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui's pretty faces both turned red. Ma Qingqing hurriedly stopped Zhang Chuxuan's large hand. With a look of death, he blocked in front of Zhang Chuxuan. Hey, wait a minute. Tianshi, what are you doing? Didn't you say to harmonize it with Yuan Qi? There's no need to go to this extent, right? Even if you really want to do this, then you have to ask your cousin what she wants, right? She's never done this with anyone else. The more Ma Qingqing spoke on, the more scarlet Lang Shui's face behind her became. Lang Shui couldn't help but poke Ma Qingqing. Well, are you here to speak for me or to flirt with me? Immediately, Lang Shui looked at Zhang Chuxuan again, her face crimson and slightly hesitant. Heavenly Master, Lang Shui has heard of this method, but is there nothing else besides this method? Asking, Lang Shui looked at Zhang Chuxuan with a hint of testing in her eyes. If someone has such symptoms as I do, won't that master have to be so healing to others? Zhang Chuxuan had known that they would have such a resistant reaction. Only, he hadn't expected that Lang Shui would suddenly ask him this. That's not like being shy. Instead, it's like the wife is jealous that her husband is still having an affair with another woman. Zhang Chuxuan pondered and explained to her. You're overthinking it. This method is too special. If it wasn't for your special situation, I wouldn't want to sacrifice my color. At those words, Lang Shui, who had just been tense, abruptly relaxed quite a bit. So that's it. Ma Qingqing hadn't heard Lang Shui's strings. She still protected Lang Shui's body and stared nervously at Zhang Chuxuan. Heavenly Master, our cousin has been a peony for many years. Don't you have any other methods? Before Zhang Chuxuan could say anything, behind her, Lang Shui abruptly opened her mouth. Green. Ma Qingqing immediately turned back. Cousin, what's wrong? Before she could finish, Lang Shui slapped Ma Qingqing unconscious. Luckily, Zhang Chuxuan made a timely move and stabilized the fainting Ma Qingqing. Otherwise, this unlucky guy is going to fall straight to the ground. Unconscious, Zhang Chuxuan looked at Lang Shui with some surprise. You're. Lang Shui looked at him with a steely gaze, even hiding a hint of anticipation. Heavenly Master. Lang Shui is ready to trust Heavenly Master with everything unconditionally. Though Lang Shui seemed to be death-defying and resolute, but Zhang Chuxuan felt Lang Shui's impatience in the end. In his mind, he would even develop a strange feeling that he was going to be eaten by cold snow in one bite. Then, come on. With a soft whimper, the bone-chilling coldness and surging flames returned to calmness under the mediation of a large amount of yuan qi. By the time the water and fire had completely melted, it was already a day later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reconciling and obtaining the reward, 10 years of cultivation, 9 heavens Xian ice. The untimely system beep sounded as soon as it did. Bone-chilling cold power surged into Zhang Chuxuan's body in full force. As soon as the power of the 9 heavens Xian ice came into contact with the yuan qi, it completely melted with it. At the same time, the cultivation level continued to skyrocket. 60% of the transfiguration, 70% of the transfiguration, 80% of the transfiguration. Abruptly stuck at this level, Zhang Chuxian's heart was also twisted tightly. How did it get stuck at 80? On second thought, it's better to be stuck at 80% than 99%. That's what I call a fire in the heart. Just when Zhang Chuxian was a bit disappointed, suddenly, another ding was heard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Jiu Tianxian Nu Yuanin. Zhang Chuxian gave a start. And then, he was pleasantly surprised. Lang Shui turned out to be the reincarnation of the 9 heavenly maidens. No wonder he had such a special physique. Zhang Chuxian was also pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize that acting with a woman with a special physique would also lead to gaining cultivation. It's not even a task to do. You get the benefits straight away. Beautiful. Zhang Chuxian was having a good time. Again, he heard Lang Shui's voice that was wrapped in a hint of hashio between its weakness. The Divine Master. Zhang Chuxian lowered his head. Just see the woman who is usually as cold as ice. At the moment, was looking up at himself with a face full of dependence and gentle little intentions, especially the look of affection that colored his eyes and eyebrows. It's blooming for itself. One moment, Zhang Chuxian felt like he could continue to start up again, while they were busy fighting. Ma Qingqing has regained consciousness. Meanwhile, embarrassed to the core, he guarded the outer door of the room. Fortunately, Zhang Chuxian had anticipated this and shut her out. Otherwise, for the rest of the day, the coma was going to act as a light bulb between the two. She shouldn't have said a word or two, but eavesdropping on the wall froze her little heart. Alas, cousin's life is really good. To be able to establish contact with the Celestial Master in this way. Chapter 126, How can you sneak away? Cousin. Celestial Master, I can too. Another day of fighting. Lang Shui was already so tired that she couldn't even move a single finger. Zhang Chuxian sat to the side and silently crossed his legs to regulate his breathing. Open that reward by the way. The vowel of the 9 heavenly Xian Nu, although reincarnated, it still possesses 100 years of cultivation, and after absorbing it, it can help the host's divine soul not perish and achieve immortality. Zhang Chuxian was stunned, his cigarette snapping from his fingertips. 100 years of cultivation. God's soul is indestructible, gaining the way to eternal life. 3 benefits stacked on top of each other. It would actually give Zhang Chuxian the illusion that he was illiterate. He took a sharp breath of wazoo before he was sure that he was indeed not in a dream. Well. He was just about to absorb it straight away when he heard a sharp tap on the door. Tianshi, it's been 2 days. Why aren't you better yet? Did something happen? Long Ji. It was only then that Zhang Chuxian remembered. Worrying about his inability to save Lang Shui, he specially brought Long Ji. If the special method couldn't help Lang Shui, he planned to let Long Ji help suppress it. The dragon's true element was enough to help colds now to briefly alleviate it. But his prescription worked, so he lulled Long Ji, the little ninny, out to have fun. 2 days passed. It's just time to come back from traveling out of town. No. Long Ji came running to raise hell. Ma Qingqing's slightly heartfelt voice also sounded outside. So what? Sister Dragon, why don't you go out and play for a while? The Heavenly Master should still be busy with his cousin. Long Ji's voice was full of confusion and dissatisfaction. What exactly are you busy with that Jier can't help with? Heavenly Master, let Jier go in and help you. After that, a thud was heard. The door to the room was thumped open. Lang Shui froze and woke up. Subconsciously, he gripped the covers tightly and looked toward the door. Outside the door, Long Ji and Ma Qingqing still maintained the position of stopping and being stopped. The four of them just stared at each other, wide-eyed. For a while, only after a long time, after hearing Zhang Chuxuan's explanation, did Long Ji react. So, the Heavenly Master is doing this to protect Sister Leng Shuao. Zhang Chuxian nodded and patted her hand in a serious tone. Yeah, so grow a pair and don't try to force open the door of a room that's tightly closed and has people blocking it when you see it in the future. That tone of voice was like coaxing a child. Ma Qingqing and Leng Shuai listened from the side, and their faces instantly turned bashful red. She couldn't help but look at Colds now, the cousin who used to look like the flower of the high country. Nowadays, it also adds a subtle touch of flavor. She didn't know how to describe the feeling. It should be turned into a woman. Noticing Ma Qingqing's increasingly runaway eyes, Leng Shuai glanced at her coldly. Qingqing, it's been hard for you to protect the law for me and the Heavenly Master this time. Ma Qingqing reacted at once and smiled sardonically. It doesn't matter, as long as cousin is okay. Despite saying this, Ma Qingqing's heart still felt awkwardly tight. It was as if the three were good friends and the other two were lovers. Only the other one was left alone. Long Ji deflated her small mouth, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhang Chuxian got up and sent them out. Okay, you guys go out and wait. I'll take you out for a meal later. Leng Shuai also laughed. Think of it as a celebration of my physical recovery. Ma Qingqing squirmed and responded. Then, he pulled Long Ji, who refused to leave, out of this place. Ma Qingqing, who had a heavy heart, glimpsed that Long Ji also had a grave face, and instantly felt much better, and was able to comfort Long Ji in turn. Hey, don't look so sullen. I know this is hard for you to accept, and so do I, but it happened, and by the look of my cousin, it should have been a two-way street. The more Ma Qingqing consoled, the heavier she felt in her heart. She was the one who first met Zhang Chuxian. At this moment, it was instead called Leng Shuai who had the upper hand. She had to admit it. He himself had been with the Celestial Master for a long time. The heart was also unconsciously captured by Zhang Chuxian. But now Leng Shuai and Zhang Chuxian have tied the knot first. What about her? What is she going to do? Smile and wish them well? Ma Qingqing clenched her fists, her heart trembling uncontrollably. Abruptly, he heard Long Ji, who was on the side, say, I want to bond with the Heavenly Master too. Ma Qingqing was stunned, and before she had time to react, she saw Long Ji twist her head and turn back. She was so scared that she hurriedly pulled Long Ji. Hey, sister, auntie, you're my own mother. What nonsense are you saying? We humans have a saying. It's called one life. One life. Not to mention that my sister's nature can't tolerate a third person. Surely the Celestial Master wouldn't be happy to accept it either? With these words, Ma Qingqing was also comforting herself. Long Ji stopped in her tracks at once, her expression dumbfounded. This was the first time after many years of cultivation, after taking the form of a human, that he had felt the feeling of heartache. When Zhang Chuxian and Leng Shuai came down, they saw the duo crouching on the ground with a low atmosphere. What's wrong with you guys? Ma Qingqing forced a smile, but Long Ji couldn't even smile. Seeing them so sad, Leng Shuai's heart vaguely had an answer. I don't see the slightest bit of joy even when I go out to play, and I go home early after dinner. Ma Qingqing opened a bottle of wine and shared it with Long Ji. This is called the comforting wine of the defeated dog on our earth, and one drink can relieve 1,000 sorrows. So try it. Without saying a word, Long Ji smothered a large bottle of it for one person. The appearance of drinking like a cow scared Ma Qingqing. That's when he reacted and chopped off her drink. Hey, don't drink it. Why did you drink so much in one gulp? Despite timely resuscitation, it was unfortunately too late. Long Ji stood up, already stumbling. That looks adorable. Phew, more to come, said the man, trembling to reach the second bottle of wine. The body of the wine was not stabilized for a moment, and it was about to hit Long Ji's head. Ma Qingqing exclaimed, look out! Abruptly, a large hand swept by and caught the bottle of booze just in time. The two men all but cast a glance. Only Zhang Chuxian could be seen sighing rather helplessly. Alas! You too, you really don't save me from my worries. Leng Shuai followed behind, looking at Ma Qingqing as if she was angry. You don't tell your cousin when you have something on your mind. That look caused Ma Qingqing's heart to tremble. Could it be that cousin already knew what she had in mind for Zhang Chuxian? Zhang Chuxian pulled the two of them over to sit on the sofa. Come, I have something to discuss with you. Long Ji lay down crookedly. Ma Qingqing, on the other hand, was slightly apprehensive. Zhang Chuxian said, it was only a last resort between me and Colds now to heal my wounds. I have no intention of destroying Leng Shuai's innocence, but I will also take responsibility. I will marry Leng Shuai in front of the ancestors. In a flash, both of them were dumbstruck and stiff. What? You guys are going to be a Daoist couple? Leng Shuai's face had an elation that could not be wiped away. Husband, that's so different. I've been in love with you for a long time, but now it's just the end of the line. Chapter 127, Jinju Temple Conspiracy Rises. It should be killed. Zhang Chuxuan held Long Shue's hand. Then I have to give you a name to live up to. Long Shue leaned on Zhang Chuxuan's shoulder with a smile. Then I'll be able to stand by your side with honor from now on. The duo showed their love like no one else, calling Ma Qingqing and Long Ji even more numb. Su glanced at Ma Qingqing's disoriented appearance. Long Shui tried to restrain her desire to stick it on and pulled away from Zhang Chuxuan. Qingqing, I know what you have in mind for the celestial master. At those words, Ma Qingqing instantly came to her senses. She stared at Colds now fearfully, with a wave of apprehension that felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. Cousin, abruptly, Long Ji, who was on the side, cried out. I love Tianshi. She was drunk and muttering loudly. He couldn't care less about Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing's surprised looks. With a direct dive, he jumped into Zhang Chuxuan's arms. I want the Heavenly Master to look at me too. I want to be a Daoist couple with the Heavenly Master too. In an instant, Ma Qingqing's jaw dropped in shock. This little ninny, how did she get her heart out all of a sudden? Ma Qingqing coughed and tried to go for a roundup. What are you saying, Sister Dragon? On Earth, Dao couples will only be a pair. Could be. The sudden words shook Ma Qingqing to the core and she jerked her head around. Those words, surprisingly, were uttered by Long Shui. Cousin, do you realize what you're saying? Long Shui nodded. Calmly, I know what I'm talking about, Cyan. And I also know that you have the same heart for the celestial master as I do. Ma Qingqing was like a balloon that had been poked and burst, all of a sudden losing all her courage, not to mention not daring to meet Zhang Chuxuan's eyes. Turns out cousin knows everything. Cold Snow cupped her hands. I don't mind. Rather, I'll feel more at ease if you marry the Heavenly Master with me. After all, you're soft-natured and will inevitably suffer from being married to an outsider. With me, we'll both be able to take care of each other. At those words, Ma Qingqing completely froze. Unbelievably, he looked at the cold snow in front of him. Are you really my cousin who is as cold as the moon? Why do I get the feeling that you've been switched? She even wanted to go up and poke at Cold Snow's face to see if her skin had been switched. Lung Shui took her hand away without a good look. It's not that I can't bear to see you little ninny sad. You and Jir are both my sisters. I can't bear to see you sad. Long Ji tightly wrapped her arms around Zhang Chuxuan and said with delight. Then I can be with the Celestial Master as well? That's great. Heavenly Master, we will never be separated. Zhang Chuxuan sighed lightly and pinched her cheek. Ugh, I can't run when I'm stuck with you girls. Long Ji hugged tighter, revealing an innocent smile. Then it's not too late. Let's start cultivating here. For a moment, the lively atmosphere was silent. Ma Qingqing blushed as she forcibly pulled Long Ji away. Just let the Heavenly Master off the hook. It's only just past the beauty pass. We have to let the ox rest for a few days before plowing again. Long Ji didn't know what this meant, but still obediently nodded her head. Then Jir will wait for Master to recover. We'll cultivate together again. Master can't refuse us. Puffing, the silence dissipated, and the crowd again held their tongues. With this matter concluded, the three women began to compete again to make a meal for Zhang Chuxuan to offer. Jinju Temple. A scream flew by. A monk's corpse was thrown straight out of Jinju's way, wiping the corners of his mouth disdainfully. The cultivation level is too low. It's not even enough to recover 1/10 of the power. Mindy stood guard on one side, looking down with cold eyes over the shivering monks. Next, come up. The crowd was terrified, and no one stepped forward. Mindy's narrowed eyes snapped open. Snapping out a hand, he clasped one of the monks and threw it directly in front of Jinju. Dare to refuse? How dare you? It is an honor for you to provide cultivation for senior brother Jinju. Once senior brother Jinju recovers his peak state and melds with the king of the burial ground, we will be able to step on the Dao family's ancestral ground. In spite of what the Minute Maid presidency says, the hearts of the people remain terrified. Jinju directly grabbed the monk. That person's through cultivation was all but devoured by Jinju. The process is painful as hell. It was as if the internal organs had been opened by dozens of hooks facing outward. Turn the moment. That monk became a skin and bones. Bang! Being flung into the lotus pond by Jinju. Jinju's body was surrounded by Buddha's light, and he laughed with delight. Ha ha ha, bravo, great, just a little more and you'll be back to your former peak. His appearance was maniacal to the extreme, causing everyone to be too terrified to look directly at him. Abruptly, he hung his head, his face somber and ugly. No, even if I swallowed everyone here, it would be impossible for my cultivation to return to its peak moment. Jinju craned his head to look at Mindy again. The only way to regain your peak is to devour that little Daoist. A drop of cold sweat slipped through, and Mindy hesitated. Right now? But that little Taoist is strong. I'm afraid we can't do it alone. Just kidding. Even the headquarters of the Wushuang Temple could be destroyed by Zhang Chuxuan. They are nothing more than the remnants of the Buddhist sect. To be able to save this flame of Jinju from danger was already very difficult. Instead, Jinju's mouth touched and he was about to devour Zhang Chuxuan, that heaven-defying Daoist. Isn't this just for them to take out the Tang priest's teacher and disciples? Jinju snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? Even though you're only at the 5th level of knowledge of life now, as long as the old lineage shares some of its power with you, you'll be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Mindy felt even more bad about the big deal. Although he was at the 5th level of the knowledge of life realm, anyone higher than him in the Wushuang Temple would be destroyed by Zhang Chuxuan. Not to mention him, senior brother Jinju. This is just not right. Jinju had no intention of discussing with Mindy. He slapped his palm. Muddy Buddhist light ran up and down Mingda's circumference. In a flash, Mindy raised her eyes, her ghostly light shining brightly. The monks were stunned after feeling it for only a moment. The presiding officer has actually broken through the 1st level of transformation spirit? Spinning around, someone's eyes rounded in horror. Nope. Hosting, this is being refined. Jinju clutched the neck of Mingda's presiding officer and instantly refined him into a ghost. When he let go of his hand, the ghostly aura was already rolling up and down around Mingda. The realm has been breaking through to the A-class Ghost King. Jinju was deeply satisfied and let out a loud laugh. Ha, I've successfully refined someone into a Ghost King. Before, I could only refine them into Rakshasa Ghost Generals, but now I've finally succeeded. Mingda, my good senior brother, take this power and go forth to bring back more alien cultivation for me. Even if it's just a corpse, it can help my old lineage's power skyrocket. At that time, my old lineage's empty Buddha refining heart kung fu will be able to achieve great divine success. Who will be able to sway the old lineage one way or the other? Chapter 128. The power of Yuanin is strong and invincible. Breaking through the 9th level of transformation. After confessing their minds, the 3 women became extraordinarily cordial. After chatting for half a day, the topic inevitably shifted to Zhang Chuxuan. The first to speak was still Long Ji. Sister Lang, how exactly is the celestial master? Long Shue's words of chatting with Ma Qingqing gave way. They looked at Long Ji in unison. What are you talking about, little girl? Long Ji has a high level of Taoism, but she really doesn't know anything about human affairs. Long Shui blushed. Down the road, you'll see. Long Ji gave a thoughtful oh. It was rare to see Lang Shui's shy appearance. Ma Qingqing smiled cheekily and came over to Long Shui's side. Cousin, it's rare to see you looking like a little girl like this. It seems that the Heavenly Master has taken good care of you. Long Shui glanced at her with feigned irritation. Don't flirt with me here. You'll be just like me in the future if it were you. She looked Ma Qingqing up and down and hid another smile. No, you might as well be me. Ma Qingqing let out an ouch and pulled at Long Shui again. What? Dare to mock me? Let's see if I don't go on a rampage and let you know how powerful I am. Ouch. Good sister, spare my life. A burst of aroma filled the room as the little girls made a fuss. Zhang Chuxuan, who was outside the door, looked at this beautiful view inside the room. It's nice to have a lively family. He silently closed the door and returned to the rooftop. After making enough noise, Ma Qingqing thought of the East Autumn City bounty that she hadn't swiped on the bounty website in the past few days. It was hard to avoid a little concern in her mind. By the way, cousin, do you know about the East Autumn City Psychic Bureau? There's been no haunted rebellions on their side. It's too strange. Ever since Zhang Chuxuan had traveled to East Autumn City, she had made it a point to investigate this place. As soon as I investigated, I realized that this place was just too strange. It's inevitable that any city will have ghostly hordes that are difficult to control. However, Dongqiu City is different from other cities. They didn't have any instances of sneaking around. Even the bounty sites couldn't see a single paranormal-related reward. But as soon as Zhang Chuxuan went there, he encountered big trouble. Who's going to believe it's really okay? Long Shui said thoughtfully. East Fall City is on its way to investigate, but I'm leaning more toward them hiding a big one. Long Ji added. Then why don't you go to the Heavenly Master? With a Heavenly Master around, anything can be resolved quickly, right? Long Shui nodded approvingly in her mind. I'll go back and ask the old Celestial Master. At those words, Ma Qingqing couldn't help but flirt with Lang Shui again. Cousin, it's only been a few days that have passed. Why have you started changing your name to husband? The 3 girls giggled and fooled around again. Zhang Chuxuan closed his eyes and settled down on his knees on the rooftop. Begin to ponder over the 9 heavenly metaphysics Yuanin. 9 heavenly Xian Nu Yuanin, although reincarnated, it still possesses 100 years of cultivation. After absorbing it, it can help the host's divine soul to remain intact and achieve immortality. Absorbing this Yuanin would help Zhang Chuxuan gain 100 years of cultivation, and he should be able to rush straight to the celestial realm. In this way, There was no need to be bitterly stuck at the 9th level of transformation spirit. Zhang Chuxuan made an immediate decision. System. Start absorbing the yuan-yin. In an instant, the cultivation of lifting 100 years worth of strength all surged into Zhang Chuxuan's body. The feeling was as if it went right through the skull there and down, until the entire carapace is filled to the brim. Nearly an explosion. Zhang Chuxuan immediately stabilized his mind. Soon, that terrifying force of yuan-yin gradually calmed down. He let out a quiet sigh of relief and began to absorb this yuan-yin cultivation. In a split second, that yuan-yin power erupted steeply again. A burst of surging immortal light violently erupted with Zhang Chuxuan at the center, spreading in all directions. This was a situation that Zhang Chuxuan had not expected at all. The power of the 9 heavens was so surging. It made him think for a moment that he was about to directly seal the gods and witness the Tao. The surging power, following that, converged into a stunning figure in front of Zhang Chuxuan. As if a fairy from the 9 heavens had descended to earth, she embraced Zhang Chuxuan with a warmth like the moon. At the same time, the monstrous power was finally completely absorbed for Zhang Chuxuan. His realm was skyrocketing. That surging light enveloped the body. It was as if it were covered with a fairy-like sheen. A single 9 heavens Xian Nu's Yuanin could cause Zhang Chuxuan's cultivation to skyrocket. All of a sudden. And what if we absorb a few more? Zhang Chuxuan didn't even dare to think about it. Maybe he would be able to easily break through the realm of the heavenly sect of treading with ease just by lying flat. At this moment, the 3 women in the room were also finally aware of something. They moved fast to catch up to the rooftop. First look. Then he saw that 9 heavens Xian Nu's silhouette, tenderly embracing Zhang Chuxuan. Lang Shui only looked at the first glance, and then her face revealed a shocked expression. That's my Genin. Somehow, she was very familiar with that shadowy figure. Longji sniffed the cold snow and looked at the shadow. After that, Longji then nodded with a serious face. Yes, that's your genjutsu. The scent on you is identical. Ma Qingqing had shock written all over her face. Doesn't that mean that sister is the reincarnation of the 9 heavenly mysteries? Lang Shui pursed her lips, unable to say anything. She could only feel it. He himself was inextricably linked to that shadow. And that shadow was far more powerful and terrifying than himself. If Zhang Chuxuan intended to absorb this yuan-yin, in the future, Zhang Chuxuan would definitely become even more terrifying than he is now. Seeing her apprehension, Longji tilted her cute little face up and comforted her. I felt that you had a special physique from the moment I saw you, and I didn't realize that you were indeed the reincarnation of a fairy. In the future, with the help of the heavenly master, your path of cultivation will be easier. There's no need to worry. Saying that, Longji pointed at the stunning figure that was as gentle as the moon again. That's you in the future. So practice hard. Lang Shui heard her comfort and only nodded, her heart secretly determined. With the absorption of yuan-yin, Zhang Chuxuan's realm was still rising. 85% of the Transfiguration God. 99% of the Transfiguration God. Zhang Chuxuan snapped his eyes open. In the sea of consciousness, as if reflecting a leg that stepped into the celestials. However, his one foot, simply propped up in mid-air, in the midst of a state of being about to step over. Not enough. That's not nearly enough. It's just a shame. Zhang Chuxuan also had no way to move on. The image in the sea of consciousness vanished into thin air. Despite being stuck at 99%, it's difficult to take another step forward. Zhang Chuxuan still felt it. His own body, from his shell to his soul, had changed very significantly. The surging power from the 9 heavenly mysteries, at the moment, it was gently containing him. No matter how much devastating damage is done to the body and soul, the power of the 9 heavenly creatures, it would still help Zhang Chuxuan repair all wounds, help him to live forever, help him to keep his divine soul intact. Chapter 129 Heavenly Master, we need you. Building a magic weapon for little Nasan. This kind of support from the big man's wife, it really warmed Zhang Chuxuan's heart. He opened his system panel again. Host, Zhang Chuxuan. Fate, Taoist ancestors' fate, can command 10,000 immortals and subdue 10,000 ghosts. Realm, 9th level of transformation, 99%. Artifacts, Dragon and Tiger Seal. Space Ring. Taoism, Golden Light Mantra, full level. 5 Thunders, full level. Order of the Gods and Demons, full level. Shrinking the Earth into an inch, proficient. Talisman of Heaven, full level. Pure Heart Mantra, full level. Immortal Thief of the 6 Banks, full level. Detaining the Spirit and Dispatching the Generals, full level. And Wind Queen Strange Door, full level. Avatar, Heaven and Earth, proficient. A single yuan-yin power could help him break through to the 9th level of transformation spirit. Such an easy breakthrough even made him start to think of Longji. That girl, the little dragon god who was sealed by his own hands. Although the Tao is not considered very powerful, but it should also possess an unparalleled cultivation level. The power of yuan-yin. I think it will not be any lower than the 9 heavenly mysteries. Thinking of Longji's innocent appearance, Zhang Chuxuan shook his head, still not continuing to think about it. Forget it, the most important thing for Jier now is to cultivate well and grow her brain. Don't be fooled. He calmed down and realized that the Dao upgrade card he had obtained earlier had not been used yet. Upgrade Shen Gong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the Divine Grade Feat Perfection card. Please choose the Gongfu that needs to be perfected. 6 Banks of Immortal Thieves, shrinking the earth into an inch, Tong Tian Talisman. Zhang Chuxian thought about it and still chose the Tong Tian Talisman. Tong Tian Talisman. The shrinking ground used for rushing is not used from time to time, and can be put on the back burner. However, the Divine Aptitude used for battle. But one can't stop upgrading it. The Tong Tian Talisman must realize the great perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Tong Tian Talisman. Current level, perfect. The system's beep thumped. Zhang Chuxian instantly felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the Tong Tian Talisman. Legend has it that the golden and precious Tong Tian Talisman, it fell into his hands. As if you don't want money, sprinkle beans out. The fullness of power filling his body around him was very satisfying. He came back to reality from the midst of his entranced state, just to see the 3 women were guarding the perimeter in unison. It was as if they were guarding him. Seeing Zhang Chuxian awake, Lang Shui took the lead and asked him with concern, "Honey, you and I seem to be deeper." She didn't know why she had blurted out such a thing, but she only felt that after Zhang Chuxian absorbed that Yuanin power, it was as if he himself had constructed another close relationship with Zhang Chuxian. It wasn't a one-night, or multi-night warm relationship. Rather, it's a true, soul-melting, deep connection, even if it is reincarnated. In her next life, Lang Shui was also convinced that she would meet Zhang Chuxian again because of this connection. It's the best arrangement ever. Zhang Chuxian smiled gently and took her shoulders. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? Lang Shui, who had always been ice-cold if refreshing, revealed such a warm smile for the first time. Well, as soon as she got close to Zhang Chuxian, Lang Shui bowed her head. Hubby, your cultivation seems to have gotten stronger. Zhang Chuxian deliberately asked her teasingly. Yes? Lang Shui's face flushed red as she hurriedly spoke again. I didn't mean anything else. I was just praising you for your fast cultivation improvement. Long Ji revealed an even more curious look. Quickly, Zier is curious. She followed and came up, sizing up Zhang Chuxuan's appearance. Heavenly Master, Zier also wants to see your cultivation. Zhang Chuxian's face stiffened. This little ninny mustn't be doing it on purpose, right? With such a pure and innocent expression on top, he came over and said such things to him. Zhang Chuxuan's heart felt like he was bullying a small child. On the contrary, Long Ji was another woman with a moving posture. Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui blushed slightly when they heard this. Oops, Sister Dragon, don't talk nonsense. Ma Qingqing hurriedly pulled Long Ji away. After sending the duo away, Lang Shui pulled out Zhang Chuxuan's cell phone that he had left in the room again and handed it to him. By the way, when you were practicing, Duro left called you. I guess it's something important. Do you want to hear it? I heard it was Zhuchuan who called. Zhang Chuxian then already guessed that Zhuchuan was calling for something. Okay, I'll dial one back. The phone was quickly connected and Zhuchuan's voice rang. Celestial Master, it's me. You finally answered the phone. It's like this. The East Autumn City psychic branch is really out of order. Just as you suspected. Zhang Chuxian's brows, all of a sudden, locked up. Tell me about it. Zhuchuan's voice was filled with tension. Dongqiu City was also originally characterized by frequent paranormal incidents. And suddenly overnight the ghosts and spirits disappeared into thin air. And in their place, the precincts began to be haunted. Quite a few of the enforcers are out. And so are the people we sent to investigate. I suspect, the East Autumn City branch has completely turned into the land of the sneaks. We're heading to East Autumn City right now, ready to bring out that mastermind behind the scenes. When Zhang Chuxian heard this, his frown deepened. So it still seems to be very troubling. The dangerous situation that occurred in Dongqiu City was far more than Zhang Chuxian could have imagined. As it is, then Zhang Chuxian couldn't just ignore it. I understand what you mean. And once I've taken care of things here, I'll head to East Autumn City soon. Zhuchuan's tone was much more relaxed all of a sudden. Good. With the Celestial Master here, whatever trouble there is will be solved. Our men will go over first, and we'll let you know as soon as anything happens. The phone hung up and Zhang Chuxian began to think. Dongqiu City is such a large municipality, yet it can harbor so many sneaks. This mastermind behind the scenes must not be simple. I'll have to be a little more careful with this operation. The first thing that came to his mind was the newly acquired skill Divine Machine 100 Refinements. By the way, this time we go there, it's better to try what magic weapon the Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements can come up with. First, leave some for Schwer and the girls when the time comes. and I'll feel a little more at ease. He didn't want another dangerous scene where he was out and about and someone in his family was taken away to threaten him. He immediately began to pound away, gleaning out a bunch of intermediate-level magic weapons that he had obtained earlier. All of these spells could be used at his discretion. Likewise, it can be refined again. It's been pounding away into the night. The three women had all returned from their excursion outside, but they realized that Zhang Chuxuan had yet to take a step away from the door of his room. Lang Shui walked up and couldn't resist knocking on the door. "Honey, are you okay?" She didn't feel that anything would happen to as strong as Zhang Chuxuan, but just in case, she'd better ask first. Ma Qingqing and Longji wiped their small mouths with oil and came closer together. "Tianshi, what are you busy with? Let's go help too." Chapter 130, Shinji 100 Refinements. "Refining something for you guys." Zhang Chuxuan smiled at them. "Just in time. The things are refined. Come and see if you like them." With a wave of his hand, intermediate and advanced level spells were spread all over the floor. With just the first look, Ma Qingqing already couldn't move her eyes. Isn't that a high-level magic artifact? The sky-covering and earth-imprisoning fan. A rare thing that even the psychic branch may not be able to see. Lang Shui shook her head, her surprised gaze glued to a fine moon hairpin. "No, not to mention the spiritual branch. Even the spiritual directorate doesn't have such a number of high-level magic weapons. Such things as spells were naturally found among the psychic bureau. Moreover, those spells were passed down from generation to generation, providing them to be used by high-ranking executives out in the field. Precisely because these magic weapons were difficult to refine, they were even more rare. Realms that weren't high enough didn't even deserve to have such a high-ranked magic weapon. What really shocked Lang Shui was, such a high-level magic weapon was not the only one in Zhang Chuxuan's hands. Even the General Directorate of Spiritualism only had 5 high-level magic weapons in its collection. Lang Shui carefully held up the moon hairpin. Such a level of magic weapon, and refining so many in a row. Hubby has worked hard. Longji also rounded her almond eyes and cupped a sharp blade. "What a thick aura. It makes me feel like I've returned to the old times when aura was abundant." She injected some dragon energy and it instantly burst into resonance. The aura on it flowed and the luster surged. Ma Qingqing's eyes went straight as she watched, and she couldn't help but come over. "It's all SS ranked, isn't it? Even Sister Dragon says it's good." Spare the Ma family whose legacy has never been broken and whose heritage is deep. She wouldn't dare to say that she was able to refine such a high level, or even such a large number of magic weapons. "Cousin, if my grandpa Zhu saw this, he'd have to give him a good laugh. The divine dragon edict that has been passed down for so many generations in our Ma family is nowhere near as good as this dragon tattooed weapon." Ma Qingqing waved a magic weapon in the form of a dragon in her hand. A true dragon of golden light emerged steeply. With a dragon's roar, the entire room was filled with a vast dragon energy. Longji immediately felt her heart surge. This is no longer an ordinary high-level magic weapon. Rather, it's a divine weapon infused with the dragon spirit's aura. Longji felt greedy just looking at it. Even the kebabs in his hand that he had just bought with Ma Qingqing didn't smell good anymore. She was suddenly a little emotional. She had been practicing alone for many years, and she was the only one who knew the heartache. If I had been able to get acquainted with Zhang Chuxuan earlier, I would have been able to get acquainted with Zhang Chuxuan earlier. Say maybe, Longji wouldn't have encountered that elevated trouble. More than that, he was able to get the help of such a divine weapon. The more she thought about it, the more she looked at the magic weapon in her hand, the more her eyes and heart warmed up. Longji raised her eyes, revealing a pitiful yet adorable look at Zhang Chuxuan. "Celestial Master, are all these magic weapons at our disposal to pick at random?" Ma Qingqing poked her. "Although the Heavenly Master allows us to pick whatever we want, but Sister Long, you mustn't get too far ahead of yourself." A hint of worry surfaced in her eyes as she asked about Zhang Chuxuan. "Besides, Tianshi, are these magic weapons really refined by you alone after holding back for a few days? Is it true that your old man didn't go and ransack the main office and the precinct?" No wonder Ma Qingqing was skeptical. Zhang Chuxuan is strong. Facing the sneak is a punch a child. However, Ma Qingqing hadn't seen Zhang Chuxuan display his talent for refining weapons before. This is a high-level magic weapon, and not just one or two. Instead, it's a whole lot of a high-level magic weapon that is coveted by ordinary people. It's just piled up like cluttered furniture in the middle of this one room. It was left to the three of them to pick as they pleased. Ma Qingqing instantly had a vestigial feeling of following Zhang Chuxuan to ransack the spiritualist bureau and then gathering together to divide the spoils. Zhang Chuxuan's head was filled with black lines and knocked her on the head. "If I really ransack the psychic bureau, the first one to push you little ninny to come out and take the blame is you. You're the mastermind. I'm being blackmailed by you." The newly acquired skill of Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements, and the system's rewarded weapon refining materials. It was easy to refine such a divine weapon. If Zhuchuan were here, He would have been so excited that he would have knelt down and begged Zhang Chuxuan to reward him with a few magic weapons. Ma Qingqing let out an ouchy yelp, and all of a sudden, she tightly protected the dragon-tattooed weapon in her hand. Hey, Celestial Master, you said it's up to us to pick whatever we want. Don't regret it. Lang Shui put down the moon hairpin in her hand and looked curiously at Zhang Chuxuan. Hubby, but I haven't seen you refining weapons before. When did you master such a divine ability? As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them a little. She hadn't known Zhang Chuxuan for a long time, and was still nowhere near as good as Ma Qingqing, who had always accompanied her. Asking such a question seemed to make her seem like she didn't know Zhang Chuxuan well enough, and appeared to be much more raw. Zhang Chuxuan didn't take it to heart and added, but it's just an occasional experience in recent days. It's just right. I'll build a few more to show you guys. As soon as he spread out his hand, several refining materials surfaced. The moment the weapon refining materials came out, it was another call for the three women to show their shocked faces. Even the weapon refining materials are so advanced. Even though Longji couldn't recognize the refining materials, but with the dragon spirit's intuition, the aura was abundant enough to attract her appetite. Just looking at it makes me want to eat it. Ma Qingqing poked her. So you're not the refining piece of material that wants to eat when you see a strong aura. Zhang Chuxuan glanced at Longji, who had a greedy heart. Want to eat? Then I'll refine a magic weapon for you that can eat. Long Shui was shocked. A magic weapon that can eat? This is the first time I've seen it. Halfway through the day, a tinge of sourness came back to her heart. Hubby, you really spoil Zier. Zhang Chuxuan's body shook around him, releasing Dao Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi was so thick that it easily enveloped all the refining materials. In an instant, the precious light overflowed. Unlike the tedious steps of an unusual refiner, Zhang Chuxuan actually directly wanted to rely on his powerful and thick Yuan Qi to refine a divine weapon. Unusual refiners also use Yuan Qi to refine weapons, but they need more assistance and are difficult to achieve overnight. Ma Qingqing could sort of see where Zhang Chuxuan possessed an unparalleled and rare talent for refining weapons. Zhang Chuxuan that was relying on endless Yuan Qi to forcefully refine Dao refining materials. The moment they were shocked in their minds, Zhang Chuxuan's eyes lit up as he flipped his palms between them. Many materials were refined in an instant. God's machine 100 refinements. The Dao refining materials completely turned into astral water. Integrate into the meta-air. It was as if it had also merged into Zhang Chuxuan's sea of consciousness. Let Zhang Chuxuan take it as he pleased. It's like kneading Play-Doh. However, unusual refiners were simply unable to do so. They also needed the assistance of a refining tripod. Lang Shui recognized that she had seen many refining geniuses. Even their refining process was clear to see. The only thing that didn't occur to me, Zhang Chuxuan didn't need so many cumbersome out-of-body things at all. With just his own terribly thick Yuan Qi, he could refine high-level magic weapons on his own. Lang Shui pursed her lips and looked at Zhang Chuxuan with eyes full of admiration. That was awesome. At the same time, a hint of low self-esteem popped up unexpectedly in her mind. Chapter 131, Refining a Good One for You. Pack up and get ready to go. Zhang Chuxuan had an honorable status and excessive strength. Even in refining weapons, he was a supreme talent that ordinary geniuses were far inferior to. If she, Lang Shui, had not encountered this difficulty, would she still have had the opportunity to bond with Zhang Chuxuan and even become a Daoist couple? Even with the Nine Heavens Xian Ice physique in place, in Lang Shui's heart, she also felt that she had climbed high above Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan didn't notice and was still pondering over the magic weapon that could be eaten. Let me think about what spells are suitable for little greedy dragon. Suddenly, blessedly, there, the many Yuan Qi instantly coalesced together, revealing the turbid aura of the Dao. Ma Qingqing could see that this was Yuan Qi removing the impurities from the refining materials, wanting to refine a high-level magic weapon. Then the step of removing impurities is missing. Don't look at this step as optional. In fact, it determines the quality of the spell. The more perfect the quality of the spell, the last grade rated, the more effective the outburst, the more superior. The Shinji 100 refinement is just the right hand to weed out the impurities, an impurity that an ordinary refiner would have to expend effort to remove. In the hands of Zhang Chuxuan, in an instant, the surging Yuan Qi skyrocketed away. It manifested the birth of that advanced magic weapon. The Yuan Qi finally converged into a small delicately styled food box. The three women were shaken back a few steps by the agitation of the Yuan Qi. Even if their cultivation was high, it was still nowhere near as high as the birth of this advanced magic weapon. Zhang Chuxuan was very satisfied with the finished product and took the initiative to push it in front of Longji. Come on, Ninny, let's see if it suits you. Such a divine weapon is delivered to your doorstep for free. Again, it's from the hand of Zhang Chuxuan. Would Longji not mind it? She snatched it up instantly and opened it with excitement. Thank you, master. As soon as you open the food box, The rich aura in the center of the point surged out in full force. Feeling that extremely dense aura, Long Zhidang brightened up and couldn't help but laugh. It smells so good. Zhang Chuxuan heatedly smiled. Just go ahead and eat. The treats here are endless. It's good for boosting your aura as well as turning into something else as you wish, trapping your enemies or not. Longji nodded her head repeatedly. As the spirit of heaven and earth, she liked this kind of aura surging. In particular, this Dao magic weapon was able to endlessly give birth to spirit food. This was more in line with Longji's wishes. Long Shui and Ma Qingqing both looked stunned. They had a premonition that Zhang Chuxian's talent for refining weapons must be astonishing, but it was not expected. Such a complex refinery together. It fell into Zhang Chuxuan's hands. It was so easy to refine it. Long Shui's expression was in a trance for a few moments. It is natural for a wife to be proud of her husband for being so capable. It's just that the wife's Taoist heart is more or less crumbling. Ma Qingqing, on the other hand, bowed her head and pondered how she could repay such a great favor after taking the Heavenly Master's high-level magic weapon for nothing. Zhang Chuxian didn't care about their stiffness, and each of them stuffed a large handful of high-level magic weapons as if they didn't want money. It was as hard as giving candy to a child on New Year's Day. Looking at her hands full of high-level magic weapons, Ma Qingqing couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. If the left bureau saw this, they would lick their chops and beg me to share a few pieces? Lang Shui put down her magic weapon thoughtfully and looked at Zhang Chuxian, who was packing up his things. Are you giving us these protective spells for a long trip? Let's accompany you. Zhang Chuxian said bluntly. Zhuchuan sent me a message that there's another case of ghostly rebellion in Dongqiu City. It's only natural for me to make a trip, and I'm also worried that you guys won't be safe at home, so I've prepared some spells for you. At those words, all three women were filled with emotion. How nice of the Heavenly Master. Hubby is the best. Master, I want to go with you too. Zhang Chuxian shook his head. You guys are still staying here. Long Ji also returned to Xiaolinglong's side as soon as possible. I'm worried that something will happen to her if I leave this moment. Long Ji skimmed her lips and nodded as well. Well, after being away for so long, I'm also worried about Sister Linglong. Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui each took one side of the arm. Then we can accompany you, right? We definitely need to be there for this special operation. Zhang Chuxian didn't refuse and scratched their tiny noses again. When I come back from this mission, I'll take you guys back to Longhu Mountain and let the Ancestor Master know that the four of us are married as Dao couples. At those words, all three women were filled with surprise. Yeah, would the Heavenly Master's office allow such a thing? It's not like it's any other Taoist sect. The ancestors are tolerant of this. Zhang Chuxian reassured them and went to prepare the earliest airfare. East Fall City Psychic Branch. Once the atmosphere was hectic, coming and going among the precincts. Not a single figure that didn't even have a hint of anger in it. The air was thick with the scent of blood. However, the hotline inside the precinct would still continue to ring and fall. The public continues to believe that the psychic precinct is in continuous operation. Unbeknownst to me, this place has turned into another world. In the room, a wretched figure crashed through the door and staggered out. The enforcer pulled out his cell phone and tried to send a distress message to headquarters. In an instant, his body was lifted. Sharp pain tugged up and down his body, calling him unbearable. Mindy's figure appeared violently, running one hand through his torso. Jinju came slowly out of the darkness and folded his arms. Amitabha Buddha. As food, is there no reason to run away from the chopping board? As soon as he struck, the executor's shell was instantly enveloped by a wave of Buddhist light. In an instant, the executioner was transformed into a rotting, hideous walker. Jinju looked in his eyes and smiled with great satisfaction. A walking corpse at the 5th level of the transformation spirit. Not bad. It seems that the old lineage will come to fruition. Phew. The boundary he had set up near the psychic branch was stepped on by an alien. Jinju was alerted at once. Oh, looks like someone has already noticed the weird situation in East Autumn City. From the moment he had chosen this precinct, he had guessed that it was bound to attract the attention of the Directorate General. But it doesn't matter. He had recovered most of his strength. Fused with part of the divine soul of the buried king, he would be able to completely break through to the 9th level of transformation. At that time, not to mention all the enforcers of the Directorate General of Psychics. Even if that damned stinking Taoist priest came, he could only obediently prostrate himself at his feet and beg for mercy. Zhang Chuxian. Ha ha ha. I'm right here, waiting for you to kill me. I'd like to see if you can kill me, or if I'll lend you a hand in practicing my divine kung fu. With Jinju's crazy sardonic laugh, the executives of the entire psychic branch came out of the room in full force. They had completely turned into Jinju's walkers. Each of the walking corpses possessed the realm of the transfigured god. Gathered moments. It was as if the entire obscure power of East Autumn City had gathered here. At the same time, Zhuchuan, who had stepped into Dongqiu City, also felt a coldness around his body. Strange, the yin qi here is even heavier than other places? Chapter 132, Uselessness of the Exalted. The Buddhist sect, will win this battle. Haven't gotten into it yet. A treacherous aura was the first to sweep out. The executor, who could not dodge in time, was head only affected by the Daoing qi. Even Zhang Chuxuan was shocked in his heart and his eyes widened. Something's not right. This isn't ordinary yin qi. Then, Zhang Chuxuan finally reacted. He shouted at the many enforcers behind him. Quick! Shield the five senses. This is the puppet refining yin qi. The fast-reacting executioner had moved quickly to shield his five senses. Only some unlucky executives didn't have time to react. Wisps of yin qi permeated through their circumference up and down. Only for a moment. That yin qi unexpectedly just refined them completely. The original normal one. Surprisingly, it would turn into a cloud of dark, shadowy air. 7 bleeding, unconscious, crazed walkers. Zhang Chuxuan had bared his eyes just by looking at it. Damn sneaks! How dare you lay hands on our psychic bureau? He naturally couldn't tolerate a sneak with dog's guts to move against his subordinates. What's more, this move came down and directly refined the executor into a walking corpse. Not even a chance to resuscitate. In the air, Jinju's cruel laughter rang out. Don't blame me. It's your merit to be able to be transformed into the old man's sustenance. Zhang Chuxuan looked around, seeking the source of that breath fluctuation. Who the hell are you? Don't hide your head. Since we're here, we'll never spare you easily. Roar! The only thing that answered Zhang Chuxuan was the frantic attack of the many walkers. They were all colleagues in life. This moment was tragically framed and turned into a walker. It was inevitable that the others would have a touch of compassion when they made a move to hold back. Zhang Chuxuan was the first to take down one of them. The moment of contact, Zhang Chuxuan detected a hint of something wrong. I thought that after turning into a walker, these already strong enforcers will be even harder to deal with. Unexpectedly, their cultivation seemed to be plummeting madly. Even if they turned into walkers, they could easily be suppressed on the ground. Someone yelled out, pointing to a darkened psychic bureau. Left bureau. Look quickly. Their cultivation is flying inward. Could it be that they're being absorbed? Zhang Chuxuan looked along. Right in the middle of that psychic bureau, in the pitch blackness, a figure stood silently. That path flew out of the cultivation. It all went into that guy's body. In an instant, the Buddha's light was great. Ha ha ha. Not bad. You've seen it by you guys. This is the old lineage's cultivation method. Zhang Chuxuan's heart trembled violently. Monk. Surprisingly, it's the Buddhist sect? The Wushuang Temple has fallen. How dare you Buddhist sect come out to harm people's lives? The Wushuang Temple is the headquarters of the Buddhist sect, and once it is destroyed, the news should be spread to the Buddhist sect in the world. Originally, I thought that the Buddhist sect would be honest this time and would not dare to make any more movements. As it turned out, these guys were not at all frugal. As the Wushuang Temple fell, bizarre Buddhist cultivators from other temples mushroomed. Everyone wanted to replace the Wushuang Temple, without the slightest fear of becoming the next outlier. Now, this outlier is here. Zhang Chuxuan was powerless against it. He was at least an experienced A-class alien. However, in front of Jinju, Zhang Chuxuan's heart would actually surface a trace of panic. He himself might not be a match for Jinju. As soon as the idea appeared, Jinju then steeply waved his hand towards him. You're the toughest guy in the group. Oh Laodicean. So much in favor of you, that you are allowed to become the sustenance of Laodicean. In an instant, the Buddha's light skyrocketed out. Zhang Chuxuan immediately offered an intermediate-level magic weapon to resist in front of his body. Bang! Zhang Chuxuan flew straight out. Both feet plowed 2 deep tracks in the ground. He breathed heavily. Can't believe it. Do you already have the transformation god realm? Zhang Chuxuan has been in a high position for a long time, but he has never slacked off on cultivation. Facing a strong sneak, he thought he had that ability to suppress it. It was just that he didn't expect that Jinju's realm was even higher than his. Jinju snorted. It's better not to ask too many questions when the district knows its fate. With that said, Jinju raised his hand. A Buddha's light that coalesced in the center of his palm. This strike, with the hurricane swirling around, was far more lurid and horrifying than just now. The faces of Zhang Chuxuan and the other executors were ugly to the naked eye. Retreat! Wait for the heavenly master to come. Zhang Chuxuan made an instant decision and led the crowd to twist and retreat. They've already lost some of their enforcers to mistakes. Never underestimate this dangerous fellow so easily again. Jinju laughed out in a sardonic manner. Thinking of leaving now? It's too late. The Buddha's light exploded, like maggots attached to the bones, chasing the retreating back of Zhang Chuxuan and the others. The next moment, a force descended from the sky. The thumping shattered that one appalling to the extreme Buddha light. Jinju frowned. Come out at once. This power, brutal to the extreme, seemed, again, to be above him. There weren't many people in this world who could be more powerful than him. Jinju's first thought, it is Zhang Chuxuan, high above the sky. A figure emerged in it. Zhang Chuxuan tilted his head, fixed his eyes, and immediately rejoiced. Heavenly Master! The Heavenly Master is here! They were as excited to see Zhang Chuxuan as if they had seen their own parents. Zhang Chuxuan looked at Jinju from afar and raised his hand to point casually. The Wushuang temple has been destroyed. So it's a shame that you bald-ass still dares to show up. A silver-white light coalesced at his fingertips. In an instant, the blazing light exploded, heading straight for Jinju. 5 thunder positive. Go! Jinju's heart pounded. This strength. Could it be that this little Daoist has also broken through the transformation god realm? He even felt vaguely. Zhang Chuxuan's realm was far higher than his forced breakthrough. Jinju didn't even think about it and just turned his head and turned back. Boom! Escaping even faster was nowhere near as fast as the 5 thunderbolt orthodoxy. Huge clouds of smoke coiled up here. Jinju surrounded himself with 10 walking corpses, taking the majority of the damage for him. A drop of cold sweat slipped from his temples. Zhang Chuxuan, you can be more troublesome than I thought. He had thought that this guy was even tougher. It was also by no means possible that he would be more powerful than himself who had stepped into the realm of transformation. But now it seemed that he had underestimated this little Taoist priest instead. Come to think of it, the Wushuang temple was going to open the Abyssal gate in the first place. Didn't this brat still manage to close the gate and destroy the Wushuang temple? Without thinking, Jinju decided to run straight from the heart. Run back inside the station and stay safe. This place had been refined into his own Dao courtyard. As long as Zhang Chuxuan dares to come in, Jinju would be able to explode his Dao Academy and force Zhang Chuxuan to die. He had everything figured out and was just waiting for Zhang Chuxuan to come in the jar. Abruptly, a flash of thunder swept across the sky. Immediately afterward, a dark cloud hovered over the area. The thunder became distinctly loud. When Jinju looked up, the man froze. Chapter 133, You have divine powers and I have a Dharma body. Under the enchantment of the Dharma heaven and earth, Zhang Chuxuan's power was like a god in the sky. An easy punch to the gut. Bang! The moment the golden light touched the Sherpa's golden body, the seemingly indestructible Sherpa gold body, it just thumped and shattered open. The Shariputra gold body has poured enormous effort and energy into Jinju. Originally, with the Shari golden body in place, Jinju could have taken care of the majority of the threats. Jinju even had the certainty of cleaning all of the Zhuchuan of that spiritual directorate in a single pass. Bias. Once I met Zhang Chuxuan, there's no law for anything, even Jinju's proud Shari gold body. Surprisingly, he was just nullified by Zhang Chuxuan with a single punch. Jinju's eyes were red, and he hated that he could not tear Zhang Chuxuan into pieces in one bite. Little Taoist, you livestock thing, better not get too complacent. If I want to deal with a little thing like you, I have more than enough means to do so. The words just fell. Just see the shards of shards that are floating around in the sky, abruptly recoalesced and circled again and again. Return to Jinju's circumference up and down. Immediately after that, another earth-shattering spell erupted. Let me show you the soul-suppressing 10,000 Buddha lotus that the old lineage contains with 10,000 souls. The shards of relics transformed into a Buddhist lotus that almost covered the sky. Unlike the usual bright and undefiled lotus flower, this Buddha's lotus is like washing away all the evils of this world. That one moment when the Buddha lotus blooms, Zhang Chuxuan even saw countless miserably dead souls, letting out wails of utter terror. His brows couldn't help but knit together. How are the people of the Buddhist sect, one by one, worse than the bad people? Such tactics are detrimental. It was really unfortunate that Jinju, who called himself the king of the burial ground, dared to do something so underhanded. Jinju had no self-consciousness that this matter was bad. Instead, he revealed a cruel smirk at Zhang Chuxuan. Well, boy, it's time to come and let us clear the air. The Buddha lotus violently flew towards Zhang Chuxuan. Despite the enchantment of Dharma heaven, Zhang Chuxuan still felt a deep sense of oppression. Sure enough, Jinju though evil to the doorstep. However, he did have a few abilities that were worthy of the Buddhist sect to set up a temple for him to heal his wounds. Zhang Chuxuan speculated in his heart. Jinju, this guy's realm was only not on par with his own. But it doesn't matter. The realm is the same moment. What both sides were competing for was who had more divine spells and was more brutal. Zhang Chuxuan raised his head and pointed towards the high sky. Even if you add Buddha's light to this gong method, you can't hide your crooked path. In the sky, a silver-white thunderbolt violently swept through. Since it's a crooked way, then Master Dao, I have a way to cure you. In an instant, the silver-white lightning that had coiled and gathered in the sky roared straight down. 5 thunder positive law. Chop! It slashed straight at that Buddha lotus. Jinju's eyes flinched as he quickly pinched and bellowed. Buddha lotus, open! Shasta! The huge Buddha lotus bloomed violently. Uncountable wasted souls hovered out of it. That stance was like that of a prisoner who had been trapped for years and had finally seen the light of day. Wherever it passes, the starry sky was covered with a layer of bizarre blackness. Zhang Chuxuan and the others who were in the middle of it had already felt an endless suppression. It's so heavy. It's like my body is being suppressed. Lung Shue's brows knitted tightly. Even if her physique was as special as hers, it was difficult for her to withstand such a pressure. The Dao magic weapon that floated around them and protected them. At this moment, it was surprising that it was also tinted with wisps of pitch-black aura. Some of those grim-faced, wailing and roaring spirits of the dead had surrounded them heavily. Flesh and blood. Give it to me. Bring me back to life. I want to be reincarnated. Their madness and despair are so deep. Spare the experienced Lung Shui and Zhang Chuxuan. All cannot help but be in their pessimistic agony. Ma Qingqing fell straight down headfirst, her brow flushed with a touch of pitch black. It is as if the Yin Qi has entered the body. There seemed to be wisps of pitch black aura that wanted to penetrate the spells and take them down in one fell swoop. Boom! The thunder law in the sky boomed straight down. This method possesses supreme and absolute suppression of evil spirits. But it was a moment. Rifa just straight up transcends a whole bunch of dead souls who have nowhere else to go. It was also the thunderbolt. Tell Lang Shui and Zhang Chuxuan, who are in a trance, to recover their sanity. Ma Qingqing also woke up with a start from the ground. Lang Shui snapped back to her senses and looked at her neck with a palpitating heart. There, a bruise mark from the chokehold surfaced on the slender neck. At first glance, it was very appalling. Lang Shui's heart palpitated. Those undead souls just now don't even have a physical body. How could they possibly penetrate past the spells to trap us? Zhang Chuxuan was even more terrified. I wonder too. There's no way an ordinary dead soul could do that. Then there's only one possibility. These dead souls have all been refined by Jin Ju and have a certain level of cultivation. He was really backed up. Just now but just a little bit more. They're about to be completely buried here. Lang Shui raised her head and looked at Zhang Chuxuan with worry in her heart. Can the celestial master do it? Just as they raised their heads, they saw Zhang Chuxuan's entire body glowing with an ethereal blue light. Lang Shui's eyes lit up. The order of the 7 deaths of the gods and demons. That's great. This will definitely break that old bald ass's move. As Zhang Chuxuan raised his hand, the ghostly blue talisman flew to Zhang Chuxuan's body. The 7 slaying orders of the gods and demons. The order of the broken slayer. Go! A golden radiance erupted with it. In an instant, the dead souls besieged by the Dao were all blasting to death. They hadn't even compelled Zhang Chuxuan's mind yet. This crazy guy just directly released the Divine Ghost 7 Killings order and killed them all in one go. The evil spirits were completely unable to withstand the power of the Divine Ghost 7 Killings order, especially Jin Ju who had recovered his physical body from ghost cultivation. As soon as the order of the 7 deaths of the gods and demons appeared, Jin Ju's heart then involuntarily jumped. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Even the Divine Ghost 7 killing orders. This kid really isn't simple. No wonder the Wushuan temple was destroyed by his hands. Strike that, too. With things as they were, Jin Ju could only take down Zhang Chuxuan if he had his head on straight. He was not to be planted in this place no matter what. Once you die at the hands of Zhang Chuxuan, then, all the price Jin Ju paid earlier. Sacrifice of all the Buddhists. But it's all going down the drain. How could Jin Ju be a person who used his efforts in vain? He wants Zhang Chuxuan dead. Jin Ju slammed his heart. Wanxiang body. Open. Flesh and blood. A brilliant Buddhist light erupted at once. Buddha Lotus couldn't resist this little Taoist. Then the only way to suppress this guy was to use the universal Buddha. Isn't that the law of heaven? Although he didn't have this kind of powerful aptitude. But there is also a law that summons a giant statue to fight it. Once the Wanxiang Buddha came out, the whole day was dark. That figure seemed to be even larger than Zhang Chuxuan's Dharma Heavenly Palace. Chapter 134, Who can compete with the Sherry Golden Body? Look at my Dharma Heavenly Body. That thunder spell coalesced in the sky. In an instant, thunderstorms fell. The entire psychic precinct was shaking up and down. The walkers that surrounded it were struck by the lightning spell. In an instant, it shattered into obliterating powder. Zhang Chuxuan, who was saved, had an excited look on his face. Heavenly Master, thank you so much for your help. If you had come a little later, you might have had to collect our corpses. I don't know when. Zhang Chuxuan then became the saving heavenly god in Zhang Chuxuan's heart. The enforcer man on the sidelines was a little numb with shock. There were so many walkers just now, but it turned out that the heavenly master came down with a single thunderbolt and they were all gone. This scene, even my years of being an A-class alien have never seen before. The aura of the heavenly master is even more pure than last time. There must be another breakthrough. What kind of heavenly wizard is this? Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui fell to the ground. Left bureau, you lead the retreat first. With that, Lang Shui quickly cast her spell. Just leave this place to us and the heavenly master. The moon hairpin emits a gentle glow. The Taiyin moonflower, in an instant, enveloped Zhang Chuxuan and the others around them. Zhang Chuxuan just felt it slightly, and immediately showed a surprised face. What a rich aura! This is a high-level magic weapon, isn't it? He had also seen all sorts of high-level magic weapons. It was just that the aura of this Dao magic weapon was even more dense. Even the high-level magic weapons that the bureau carefully collected and did not use easily might not be as good as this one. Long Shui nodded, a delighted smile appearing on her face. Yes, this is a small gift from the Celestial Master to us. With a wave, Ma Qingqing also offered up several magic weapons. Ha ha! I've got one too. Oh. There were various kinds of magic weapons, and just by looking at the scent, one could tell that they were absolutely extraordinary. After only one look, Zhang Chuxuan could no longer move his eyes. Eyes reddened with envy, he exclaimed enviously. The Celestial Master has been so kind to you. He pondered in his heart that when he went back to beg the Heavenly Master, he would also ask for one or two high-level magic weapons for the bureau. A high-level magic weapon from the hands of a Celestial Master is completely different from the bureau's. Zhang Chuxuan stepped into the pitch-black psychic bureau. With a snap, a steady stream of walkers, once again, rushed out from the middle of the room. They are all enforcers of the psychic branch, even though a large amount of cultivation had been devoured. Still has the toughness, it seems. They hissed and erupted with a treacherous yin qi. As Zhang Chuxuan snapped his fingers, the Tao of Thunder erupted. These walkers are sucked clean by you, so don't take them out and offer them up. Didn't you make such a big commotion in East Autumn City just to get my attention? In the midst of the noisy hissing, Jinju's disdainful cold snort suddenly resounded. I had wanted to break through a few more realms and personally head to Longhu Mountain to exterminate you, little Taoist. I just didn't expect that Zhang Chuxuan would come so quickly. Instead, he was called off guard. However, he was fully prepared at the moment and expected in his heart that he could take down Zhang Chuxuan. Sheridan's golden body. Rise. As soon as the words fell, a flash of Buddha light flew out with a loud bang. In an instant, it transformed into a great Buddha of Buddhist light in front of Zhang Chuxuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Exterminate the remnants of the Buddhist sect. Mission accomplished, rewarded with 200 years of cultivation, golden metaphysical destruction technique. Mission failure, punishment none. With the system beeping, that great Buddha was like a mountain peak rising up in front of Zhang Chuxuan, and his aura was incomparable. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows, a relic golden body that would even have a hint of the aura of the king of the burial ground. This is another evil tactic of your Buddhist sect, isn't it? Jinju sneered. Not bad. Count on you, kid, having some vision. This is the divine power of the old lineage, the legacy of the supreme Buddhist monk, the king of the burial ground who swore to ferry 10,000 ghosts. As long as I can ferry you, the old lineage will be able to perfectly transform into the king of the burial ground. Zhang Chuxuan guessed in his heart. This so-called incarnation should be a layer of the skin of the king of the burial ground. Jinju, but whoever was able to mobilize 1/10,000th of the power of the king of the burial ground, he wouldn't be pressured by the Wushuang temple, and now he could only rely on absorbing exalts to raise his realm. Jinju was unaware of his speculations, but in his heart, he was quietly speculating about Zhang Chuxuan's strength. To be honest, he had been trapped in chaos for many years and had stayed in the Golden Jade Temple to enjoy the incense offerings. For the outside world, it was only when Ming De conveyed that he learned that the Wushuang temple had been destroyed by the fallen Taoist sect afterward. As for Zhang Chuxuan himself, Jinju's prediction of his strength was around the 1st to 5th level of transformation. These days, he had broken through to the 8th level of the transformation spirit by refining the exalted. At the 8th level of transformation spirit, he was about to completely merge with a trace of the burial ground king's divine soul again. Such mellow strength. Jinju didn't think he would lose to Zhang Chuxuan. Come on, little Taoist. Whether you are stronger or I am stronger, let's make a decision today. The sherry golden body erupted with a surging to the extreme. The voice is soft and slow, but it carries a supreme majesty that cannot be resisted. In an instant, a Buddhist palm descended from the sky, wrapped in an endless aura of death. This was precisely the majestic strength of the king of the burial ground. Even if it was only a portion, it crushed everyone in the moment. Zhang Chuxuan immediately felt a softness in his feet and violently fell to the ground. What a strong Buddha's light! The pressure from the Buddha's light crushed over his body, making it difficult for even Long Shui to withstand it. The magecraft is a bit topsy-turvy. Ma Qingqing was in severe pain all over her body, but she braced herself and hurriedly released the dragon marker. Don't panic, I'll do it. The dragon's roar surged around the crowd in a flash. A large protective formation resisted the vast majority of the Buddha's light pressure. Seeing that none of the people were suffering for this, Jinju was very satisfied. Feel that? This is our Buddha's compassion. Abruptly, an even more terrifying sense of oppression descended from the sky. You Buddha compassion my ass. Jinju's heart pounded. Looking back, an even more massive figure appeared in front of the Sherwood gold body. Just one look called Jinju dumbfounded. This is Dharma Heaven and Earth? Dharma Heaven and Earth was supposed to be a rumored divine ability, and one that had been lost to the Dao sect for a long time. Jinju was involved in the siege of the Heavenly Master's palace back then, and he had never seen the old Heavenly Master use this hand. Wasn't the law of heaven and earth just a legendary divine ability? In this day and age, how could anyone cultivate successfully, even using it on him at this moment? Jinju immediately felt like his mind was about to collapse. Where did you learn the Dharma Heaven and Earth? Even if it's an old lineage, it can only contain a relic golden body. Zhang Chuxuan sneered, merely lifting a finger and crushing it. Old bald ass. There's a lot more you haven't seen. That's just one finger. However, Jinju felt an unprecedented, overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. Facing such a terrifying pressure, the sherbet gold body is only the size of half a finger. Chapter 135 Destroying the Precinct. It's hard to escape death. The eyes saw the giant Buddha appear abruptly, trampling many houses under his feet. Zhuchuan just couldn't stop his cheeks from twitching. Luckily, we evacuated the entire city of East Fall when we arrived. The citizens of East Fall have been moved out by them. However, the damage Jinju caused in Dongqiu City was also real. After this matter is settled, compensation and reconstruction are inevitable. Eyes on the Wanxiang Buddha began to move. Leng Shui's face instantly froze and she bellowed, "Back up, that guy's coming this way." The 10,000 elephant Buddha suddenly coalesced, yet instead of attacking Zhang Chuxuan, it came towards them. It's strange and dangerous. Zhuchuan and Ma Qingqing immediately followed Leng Shui and moved together. The enforcers, who were still alive, followed in hot pursuit. Facing the sudden movement of the universal Buddha, a hint of coldness swept across Zhang Chuxian's eyes. "Oh, you made such a big commotion, and instead of coming to attack me, you're actually running away?" Jinju smiled grimly. "Escape? You've underestimated the old man too much." He gripped his big hand toward the bottom. The Buddha's light then abruptly sucked up the figures of those people. Zhang Chuxian naturally wouldn't let this guy succeed in getting his hands on him. He took a big step forward and raised his hand. "Isn't this guy going to get bigger? Then they'll be the ringmaster." Zhang Chuxian had to pull off all of this guy's masks. In an instant, a terrifying aura that intimidated heaven and earth erupted here. A drop of cold sweat slid across Jinju's temples. He still didn't back off, but grabbed at the men very firmly. Bang! It was about to succeed, but it was opened by Zhang Chuxuan's punch. At the same time, Zhang Chuxian rapidly shrunk. Jinju looked in his eyes, puzzled, and again the alarm bells went off. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhang Chuxian pressed on without paying any attention. Shrinking, seeing Zhang Chuxian disappear in an instant, Jinju's heart was even more nervous. The all-seeing Buddha went straight to madness, ravaging and trampling all around. The Tao erupted with a roar, wrapped in a rushing yin qi. So terrible, so obscure. Leng Shui and the others, who were exhausted, only felt that the sky was going to be lifted up. Watch those people fall into a state of fear. Jinju's heart, then, was happy for no reason. "Ha ha ha, little Taoist, you want to play tricks with my old lineage? Then my old lineage will kill these good friends of yours first." Although I don't know where Zhang Chuxian ran off to, and secretly plotting something so bad it's bad. But, Jinju thought to himself, if only one were a little faster. Whatever the hell that guy was planning, he was all able to kill Zhang Chuxuan's friend before he died. It doesn't matter. The old man doesn't lose out anyway. The Buddha's palm descends from the sky, wrapped in an appalling hurricane. It was about to completely crush Leng Shui and the others. Jinju's heart was even more complacent. After devouring you all, I will be able to fight that guy to the death. Abruptly, a hurricane swept up behind him abruptly, and an all too familiar cold voice. "What are you talking about?" Jinju's alarm bells went off and he rushed back to defend himself. The Wanxiang Buddha outside abruptly stopped. The almost desperate Leng Shui and the others were stunned. When he lifted his head again, he saw that Wanxiang Buddha steeply fragmented. Click! Just for a moment, the Wanxiang Buddha was shattered in all its pieces. Golden light scattered around them. Leng Shui was taken aback. And again, she settled down with a sense of certainty in her heart. Sure enough, hubby won't forget us. Ma Qingqing also slammed her heart, letting out a rare sigh of relief. Scared me to death. Tianshi is so fun-loving as always. Zhuchuan was sweating, almost as if he had been fished out of the water. Ouch. I really was scared to death. Old age, really cannot carry so scared. As he wiped away the sweat, he snapped his eyes round, gossiping and shocked, and looked at Leng Shui. What did you just call the Heavenly Master? Leng Shui averted her eyes, and a cloudy haze flew up on her pretty face. The ever-cool Highlander. Now, showing such a shy look. For a moment, Zhuchuan felt like the sky was falling. You and the Heavenly Master won't be. Boom! At that moment, the bureau lit up with a searing light, drawing their attention away. Lang Shui was back to her usual coldness. Heavenly Master is deep into the den of thieves. Let's go over and help too. She took the lead and ran off, moving as fast as a cold wind. Ma Qingqing was afraid of being targeted by Zhang Chuxuan, coughed, and hurriedly caught up. Don't ask. Bureau Zhua. Let's just hurry up and go. Zhang Chuxuan was full of aggression, and his intuition told him that between these three people, there must be a big melon. Hey, after the mission is over, you guys can't hide it from me anymore. Bang, bang, bang. The darkened bureau. All that could be heard was whack after whack, fistful of terrifying sensations. It is really overwhelming. What's more, Jinju was the one who was unilaterally beaten up. Jinju is trying to steady himself and return the favor. But Zhang Chuxuan doesn't talk about martial virtues, didn't wait for Jinju to pinch his hands together. Zhang Chuxuan then quickly rushed over, bursting out. Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal. Hammer you to death. The Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal suddenly transformed into a massive hammer, met the guy's head and whacked it right down. Bang! Loud as hell. Another sinking to the core. Took a hard hit. Jinju just felt like people were going numb. It wasn't just brute force, and the riotous five thunders proper. Perfect for the restraint of evil spirits. Jinju had the divine soul of the king of the burial ground, yet he was a ghost cultivator. This Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal could be considered a heavenly gram for him. Jinju managed to come to his senses and immediately tried to distance himself from Zhang Chuxuan. As a result, Zhang Chuxuan had cornered him early on. This time, let's end it all. Zhang Chuxuan once again raised the Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal. Silver-white thunder light. Saving up and down in the Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal. Treacherous and majestic thunder. Inside this dark and spacious office, the boom exploded. The magnitude of its sound. Even the cold snow crowd, who had rushed here with all their might, could hear it clearly. Rolling floods of thunder, as if the gods had sent down punishments. In Jinju's wide, fear-filled eyes, it fell straight down. Boom dash. A wild bombardment, raising monstrous waves of smoke and dust. It was as if the whole precinct had gone through a big bang. From the glass to the desks and chairs, everything was shattered. Along with the crowd that had just run in, they flew out. Cold snow thumped to the ground. Reluctantly, he looked toward the precinct that had been reduced to rubble. Husband, amidst the dust, a golden light appeared in an instant like a swimming dragon. In Zhang Chuxuan's hand, he was still dragging a husk. That was none other than Jinju. No more of the flailing and fear of yesteryear. Today, Jinju is just like a dead dog. Up and down his body, he exuded the decadence of a loser. Seeing Jinju in such an ugly state, Zhang Chuxuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ha ha, you bald donkey, have your day. Chapter 136, Jinju is dead. The Buddha's dark current surged. Hearing Zhang Chuxuan's mockery, a trace of resentment swept across Jinju's withered white face. If it wasn't for Zhang Chuxian's chess move, pinpointing his weakness, he could have long ago suppressed Zhang Chuxian and devoured this little Daoist. Nay, Zhang Chuxian was overpowered and was not in existence that he could devour. Seeing Zhang Chuxian unharmed, Lang Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily the Celestial Master is fine. No, the Celestial Master will definitely be fine. Zhang Chuxuan cast a derisive glance. Hey, didn't you just address the Heavenly Master as your husband? Why are you suddenly raw at this moment? He doesn't like melons. But about the melon of Lang Shui, the flower of the high ridge, he would have to taste it. Lang Shui's face flushed, then sank down and said solemnly, Bureau left. Don't focus on this bit of minutiae. What's important is that this incident is over. Ma Qingqing tested Jinju's breath. This guy is still alive? This isn't like the Celestial Master's style of behavior. I thought the Celestial Master would just chop him to death. Zhang Chuxian lifted that guy and pressed his finger across his forehead. Because I wanted to test the waters. In an instant, Jinju only felt a sharp pain around his body. His pupils plummeted. The divine soul of the king of the burial ground is being drawn out. Don't! My divine soul. That belongs to me. Eating people for so many years. First time I've ever been treated like that. How is this not a form of retribution? Zhang Chuxian simply ignored this fellow's frantic hissing. With a single stroke, the strand of divine soul was extracted. The moment the soul is drawn out, Jinju was as if he had lost his life. One fell to the ground. Ma Qingqing went to test Jinju's breath again. Now this ghost thing is really dead. It really deserves it. With Jinju's death, the system's beep finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Exterminate the remnants of the Buddhist sect. Reward, 200 years of cultivation, golden metaphysical destruction technique. Surging power surged through the top and bottom of his circumference. Zhang Chuxian felt relief all around and let out a long breath. It wasn't a wasted trip. Zhang Chuxuan surveyed the remnant soul in his hand. King of the burial ground. The hidden forces of the Buddhist vultures are not small. In his opinion, the Buddhist sect's roots were so deep that it could not be uprooted easily. The Wushuang temple is extinct and Jinju is dead, but the roots of Buddhism are still there. After that, there would be more Jinju coming to trouble Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan fiercely snuffed out that divine soul. It doesn't matter. I'll kill as many as come. Let's see how long you Buddhists can still be arrogant. Zhuchuan's heart palpitated. What the celestial master means is that the Buddhist sect is not yet completely at peace. Although after the destruction of the Wushuang temple, the Buddhist sect has become quite honest. However, the Wushuang temple had an honorable status in the Buddhist sect, and now that it had been destroyed, they would surely not be willing to do so. It's clear in anyone's mind. Sooner or later, the Buddhist sect will make a comeback, but as long as they are honest today, Zhuchuan then couldn't come to catch them in the act. Zhang Chuxian's eyes were composed. Those vultures are even releasing things from the abyss in order to stir up Daxia. Do you think they're going to let it go? In his opinion, it was never possible to have peace without destroying the entire Buddhist sect. Or maybe, the Buddhists are only part of an unsettled existence. What is truly unsettling is still something else. Only, Zhang Chuxian couldn't figure out who the culprit was today. Zhuchuan nodded plausibly. I understand. I'll send someone to keep an eye on the Buddhist sect. It's the only way to go these days. Zhang Chuxian nodded and left this place straight away. I'll leave you guys to it here. I'll go ahead. Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui immediately rushed over. Heavenly Master, we'll accompany you. Zhuchuan naturally will not block it. Thanks to the Heavenly Master for coming to help me this time. Among the Buddhists, under the deep cavern, with a snap, a soul lamp went out abruptly. The Buddha at the head of the group came back from his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. Oh, another Buddhist has passed away? The Buddhist disciples on the side, looking toward the soul lamp, immediately turned white. It's Jinju. He possesses a wisp of the divine soul of the king of the burial ground. Wouldn't he have passed away? I heard that Jinju refined all the disciples of the temple, so I think he was detected and killed by the Taoist sect. Bang! I don't know which sentence poked the Buddha. Instantly, he slapped the ground. A treacherous force just instantly lifted that monk up. Hiss! Buddha, spare your life. Have mercy. That disciple panicked and couldn't stop his feet from flailing in the air. The Buddha lifted his eyelids. Between the laziness, it revealed a hint of grimness. As a Buddhist disciple, you have converted to our Buddha. How can you speak of raising others' spirits? That disciple rushed to his own defense. Disciple knows his mistake. Disciple shouldn't have been so confused and blundered. The other Buddhist disciples silently shut up. The eyes that looked at that disciple had nothing but sympathy and pity. The Buddha sighed softly. My Buddha is merciful, and it is a good thing to know one's mistakes and be able to correct them. Then, that disciple was moved out of thin air to the middle of a pool. A closed stone door obscured the area above that pool. With a lift of the Buddha's hand, the stone doorway parted, presented to the crowd. It is the door to the abyss that opens half the seals. Looking down at the pitch-black, never-ending abyss below, that disciple's eyes, all of a sudden, became desperate to the extreme. Buddha, never leave me behind. I know I'm wrong. I'm really sorry. The disciples were so panicked that they didn't even have the courage to plead for him. They backed themselves up, lest he be dragged down by this disciple. Facing the disciples' frantic pleas for mercy, the Buddha also just let go. All that was heard was a flutter. That disciple then sank into the pool. The dark pool bubbled with gurgling foam. In a moment when the hearts of the people were pounding, that disciple floated violently. He struggled up and down in terror as if he had seen a ghost. Buddha, let disciple go up. Disciple doesn't want to die. Halfway through the sentence, a dark, massive hand came up out of nowhere. In front of the crowd, the disciple was held down without hesitation. Blood gushed up. The color was dark and looked appalling. The many disciples were scared out of their wits and silently backed away. They can't believe it. It is surprising that the Buddha could be so cruel. Even the Buddhist disciples refused to take it easy. Abruptly, the Buddha looked at them. What's the matter? You guys think this is very cruel? The many disciples naturally didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly shook their heads. Buddha looked into the dark pool that gurgled and bubbled in front of him. The Tao sect has produced an extraordinary brat who has repeatedly thwarted our plans. A glimmer of sobriety swept over the smudged eyes. If we want to bring the Buddhist sect back to the top, then the only way to do so is to utilize the power of the abyss. And this sacrifice is still worth it. Chapter 137, The repair of Longhu Mountain is complete. Let's the four of us stay together. Zhang Chuxian went back to Longhu Mountain, and the repairs had been completed. At this moment, the Longhu Mountain was no longer as desolate as before. Rather, it is new and eye-openingly grand and dignified. Xiao Linglong's face was a few points uglier this time in order to supervise the work. However, Seeing Zhang Chuxuan reveal such a satisfied expression, Xiao Linglong immediately felt a painful mood. All the nights I stayed up earlier, all the effort I spent, it was all worth it. Zhang Chuxuan saw her haggard face and waved his hand. A beautiful precious mirror fell into her hands. Xiao Linglong was a bit bewildered. Tianshi, what are you doing? Zhang Chuxuan smiled at her. A gift for your treasure that will protect you from ghosts and spirits as well as make you look radiant. The efforts Xiao Linglong had put in for him. Zhang Chuxuan had seen it all. He naturally wouldn't let Xiao Linglong just work for herself for nothing. Looking at the exquisite treasure mirror in his hand, Xiao Linglong was instantly delighted and carefully included it in her bag. A gift from the Heavenly Master. How could I not accept it? Longji saw her and dashed over. Sister Linglong. Xiao Linglong caught her steadily and smiled affectionately. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Why do you make it sound like we haven't seen each other for years? Lang Shui also walked up and flirted. Jir was chanting about you before, eating whatever was good enough to chant a few words about you. Longji skimmed her lips. Jir also wants to bring some delicious food to Sister Linglong. Zhang Chuxuan added, by the way, could you contact the wedding company for me and dress up the hall again? The corner of Xiao Linglong's mouth that was teasing Longji sank all of a sudden. Along with that, the color of his face, which was not easily rosy for a few moments, went pale. She looked at Zhang Chuxuan incredulously. That look was clearly one of shock. Wedding company? She couldn't believe her ears and knew she was out of her element at the moment. Hurrying to adjust his emotions, he forced a smile and asked about Zhang Chuxuan. Is this some kind of new wedding business the Heavenly Master has contracted? Why are you suddenly thinking about this business? Long Shui and Ma Qingqing saw Xiao Linglong's loss of composure. In fact, they could see it all the time. Xiao Linglong had some thoughts about Zhang Chuxuan. However, Xiao Linglong didn't say it explicitly, and Zhang Chuxuan didn't show his cards. Xiao Linglong just silently accompanied Zhang Chuxuan. Now, after many days of working for Zhang Chuxuan, he received such a message. They've been substituting for a while and they already feel like they're going to break the big defense. In order not to offend Xiao Linglong, they pursed their lips and still decided to let Zhang Chuxuan say it out. Zhang Chuxuan had no qualms about being straightforward. I intend to marry them in the presence of the ancestor master. Them? Xiao Linglong's face was pale as her eyes swept over Longji, Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui. 3 people? Isn't this not quite right? Will the ancestor agree? Perhaps too out of sorts. She hid her meltdown again and kept looking for a fix. I've heard that the sect can't get married. No, I mean, at least not to that many people. Would the celestial master like to think about it anyway? Zhang Chuxuan finally reacted. Xiao Linglong also had a few thoughts about him. It must be hard to accept the news now that I've heard it. He only had to say, my mind is made up, and besides, we're not another sect, and the ancestors are happy to see us with children and grandchildren. Bang! Xiao Linglong could no longer stand on her feet and abruptly fell to the ground. The 3 women who each had their own thoughts were startled in their hearts and rushed to help Xiao Linglong up. Sister Linglong, are you alright? Miss Xiao, look away. Sister Linglong, I just didn't tell you because I was afraid you couldn't accept it. Xiao Linglong slowly got up, refusing their assistance. She closed her eyes and remained silent for a long time before opening her mouth to ask Zhang Chuxuan, Celestial Master, do you know that I have feelings for you as well? Zhang Chuxuan nodded. Unable to bear to see Xiao Linglong in such pain, he added, the 4 of us can be together too if you want. Now, it was the 3 women who couldn't hold their breath. Sky Master, that makes 4 now. Actually, would be nice, so that I can be with Linglong's sister. Good. Xiao Linglong was still shaking. Lang Shui was afraid that it would be difficult for her to accept, and comforted her again. If you don't want to, there's no harm in it. We'll still be sisters in the future, and the Celestial Master will treat you as kindly as ever. Xiao Linglong directly interrupted her. Who says I don't? Just within those few seconds just now, Xiao Linglong then felt that she had realized the great Tao of this world. No doubt about it. She is fond of Zhang Chuxuan, liked it enough to rather be sisters with 3 other women. She was also not willing to give up on Zhang Chuxuan just like that. Since Zhang Chuxuan intended to couple with him, then Xiao Linglong would never want to miss this opportunity to be with Zhang Chuxuan. Think of the confession that didn't get a response before. Xiao Linglong's heart just couldn't stop throbbing. She didn't want to miss Zhang Chuxuan again. Heavenly Master, I will be with you. Xiao Linglong's eyes were firm. Instead, it was called a shock in the hearts of the 3 women. Lang Shui stiffened for a long moment before she said, why does it feel like Linglong has been holding this comment for a long time? Xiao Linglong said excitedly, I did hold it in for a long time, and today I can finally say it, so why wouldn't I say yes? Zhang Chuxuan could only comfort her. Good, I've seen how you feel about me, and from now on we're family. Xiao Linglong immediately pulled out her cell phone and headed outside. It's done, so let's not delay. I'm going to contact the wedding company and have them decorate the entire hall. The wedding of the 5 of us has to be as good as it can be. As perfect as it can be. Eyeing Xiao Linglong's back as she excitedly left. All 3 women had mixed emotions. Linglong's got a lot of action. Isn't that nice? Early errands and early confirmations. Ugh. I should have just asked Sister Linglong to bring me a pie. Zhang Chuxuan gave them a chestnut each. Well, you guys go pick out some wedding clothes too. And don't come crying to me if you're not beautiful by then. Ma Qingqing reacted at once and pulled him back. You accompany us on that day, master. She gave a start and laughed again. Blushing. Honey, you can't shrug it off. Lang Shui's heart trembled and she did not move to take Zhang Chuxuan's hand. Yes, husband, it just so happens that there's no big deal at the moment. So just say yes to us. Long Ji blinked in confusion. It seems to have awakened some unimaginable mind. She followed suit and pulled Zhang Chuxuan. Master. No. Husband. Accompany us to play. She changed her tune rather fluidly. A husband is soft and lovely. When Zhang Chuxuan heard this, he couldn't even find a reason to refuse. There was really no arguing, only nodding repeatedly. Fine, fine. I'll accompany you here. Chapter 138, Xiao Linglong's friend request. Heavenly Master, do me a favor. Zhang Chuxuan still promised them to go and pick out wedding clothes. Xiao Linglong, his friends she knows who run a Daxia-style wedding dress store, took them on purpose to take care of an old friend's business. The decor of this store is quite ancient in the style of Daxia. Long Ji just came in and nodded with a doubly familiar feeling. I like the wedding clothes in this store, like the ones I've seen married men and women wear in the old days. I have never been married, but I have lived long enough to have naturally seen others get married. Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing didn't look too comfortable. Ma Qingqing is a straight woman of steel and has never been with a man. Cold snow is even the flower of the high ridge. No one dares to approach easily. How they hadn't thought about it. Today, you will meet a man you like, and you will be married to this man on the spot. Xiao Linglong's shopkeeper friend was a woman with exquisite makeup. Welcome. Linglong is getting married, but it's a good news. Pick your wedding clothes at will. Count my blessing on you. Ma Qingqing was a little embarrassed. How can this be? I've heard the Daxia-style wedding clothes are all handmade and can be expensive. People were willing to give it to her for free and she was too embarrassed to take it. Lang Shui nodded approvingly. Yes, it's good that we buy as usual, or we'll be wasting your efforts. Xiao Linglong let out a rant. He Ling, we've been classmates for years, and you're still being polite to me? He Ling let out a soft laugh. Well, I won't hide it from you guys. In fact, I'm looking at you, Tianshi. In an instant, the 4 women stared at He Ling in unison. That look, full of caution, the lively atmosphere instantly chilled. Zhang Chuxuan couldn't help but tsk and shake his head as he watched from the side. How come I didn't see that much jealousy in these 4 women before? He suddenly began to regret that he had become a Daoist couple with 4 people. Zhang Chuxuan coughed and took the initiative to ask her. I assume you have something you want to ask me? Realizing that He Ling had something to ask for, Lang Shui quickly adjusted her expression. What's with the mention of the celestial master for good reason? He Ling sighed softly. Look how nervous you guys are. I'm not going to tease you, that's all. It's actually, my husband hasn't been himself lately. He's always leaving early and coming home late. And he's acting strange. He ignored me when I asked him, and I wondered if something had happened to him. At those words, the expressions on the faces of the 3 women all became extraordinarily subtle. Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing looked at each other. At once, they understood what was in each other's minds. They didn't think that He Ling's matter could have anything to do with the sneak. Instead of being psychic in action, how about a crisis in He Ling's marital relationship? Zhang Chuxuan stared at her for a long time. Have you been feeling tired from time to time lately? And you can't get up the energy to do anything? He Ling was stunned and nodded repeatedly. Yes, but I thought it was because I wasn't rested. After all, I've had this before. Ma Qingqing doesn't think it's a big deal. You can't tell a sneaky situation by that alone. Besides, I'm tired every day. I don't see any traces of sneaky encroachment on him so it could be that she simply didn't rest well. Lang Shui stared at her for a moment as well, gently shaking her head. Yeah, I didn't see anything either. If it was truly affected by the sneak, there's no reason I couldn't see it. At those words, a hint of despair appeared on He Ling's face. But my husband is in a really weird situation and I'm having a hard time with it. So what can I do? While the crowd was silent, Xiao Linglong, who hadn't said anything, suddenly asked in confusion. No, wait, He Ling, I've been curious since just now. When did you get married? In an instant, Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui jerked their heads around, looking surprised. What? He Ling isn't married yet? What the hell is going on here? Xiao Linglong said bluntly. You said back then that you wouldn't get married until your first love returned home, or else you'd be alone for the rest of your life. Given how well I know you, there's no way you wouldn't ask me to be a bridesmaid if you did get married. Xiao Linglong just felt very strange. There was no way that He Ling would get married without giving her a notice. The atmosphere chilled, and everyone looked at He Ling with more than a hint of surprise. Are you sure? You're really not married? He Ling froze in the middle of the spot. Breathing intensified abruptly and his face went pale. It flopped right down to the ground. Xiao Linglong was stunned and hurriedly went to help up He Ling. He Ling, what happened to you? Why did you suddenly faint when you were fine? Lang Shui also rushed over and tried up He Ling, shaking her head with a grave expression. Something's not right. I still don't feel anything. No signs of being possessed at all. Long Ji's furry head came over. She stared at He Ling for a long time and suddenly opened her mouth. It seems like there's a little bit of something else going on. At this moment, Zhang Chuxuan walked over and reached out to untie the silk scarf that He Ling had tied around her neck. Right in front of the crowd, two hideous gnawing marks presented themselves. Hey, looks like vampire traces? If it's really a foreign sneak, and it can still hide the sneak's aura, then the realm must not be low. The instant Xiao Linglong saw it, her face turned pale. Vampires are also ghosts and spirits? But there can't be such a thing in the territory of Daxia, right? She had thought that the only thing that He Ling had messed with would be the local stuff as well. Native stuff. Zhang Chuxuan punched a little friend. Pressure is not pressure. But if it was a sneak outside of Daxia, Xiao Linglong was worried that Zhang Chuxuan could not reach his whip. Tianshi, will this be too difficult for you? After thinking about it, Xiao Linglong still plucked up the courage to request Zhang Chuxuan. But I still want you to step in and help He Ling. She's been my classmate for many years. I can't bear to see her in bad luck. Zhang Chuxuan glanced at her in wonder. It's not that hard. Just a little bat. Ma Qingqing let out a light laugh and relieved Xiao Linglong. Sister Linglong, don't worry about it. A mere vampire, we heavenly masters can take it at Wallah. Once upon a time, it wasn't like Zhang Chuxuan hadn't dealt with vampires before. One cherry blossom festival is not long enough. Surprisingly, there were vampires who dared to come to the territory of Daxia in search of a blood meal. That's a bit of a death wish. Zhang Chuxuan only felt that this guy was provoking himself. Well, you can take her back first, in my opinion. The root of the disease is in her home. Ma Qingqing was instantly energized. Then let's go to her house now and give the guy a pot shot. Zhang Chuxuan pointed at Xiao Linglong. Just show me the way. And you guys keep picking out your wedding clothes here. Seeing that the three girls were disgruntled, Zhang Chuxuan comforted them again. I promise, by the time you've picked out your wedding clothes, your husbands will have returned safely. Chapter 139 Ambush inside the house. Both women had disappeared. Zhang Chuxuan comforted the three women who were in a low mood, and then took Xiao Linglong to leave first. Xiao Linglong moved the unconscious He Ling to the car. Looking at Zhang Chuxuan, who sat in, his heart quietly and silently snickered. This time, among all the women, she was the only one who acted with Zhang Chuxuan. But seeing He Ling in such pain, the stolen joy in Xiao Linglong's heart was replaced by worry again. Heavenly Master, what's wrong with He Ling? She took a bite from a vampire. She won't turn into one too, right? Zhang Chuxuan sized up He Ling thoughtfully. It's possible. Xiao Linglong turned back violently, remembered that this was driving, and immediately stabilized the steering wheel again. What can we do then? He Ling is my only good best friend. We've played together since we were kids. I can't just stand by and watch her die like that. Zhang Chuxuan snorted lightly and poked her cheek. What's to think about? Now that the matter has been brought to my attention, there's no chance for the sneak to make good. Xiao Linglong gave a rare bright smile. With the Heavenly Master here, I'm sure that all difficulties will be solved. He Ling's family lives in the downtown villa area. It's a lovely place to live. However, as soon as he stepped into He Ling's home, an aura of treachery to the extreme came over him. Xiao Linglong's body is weak. She had only just entered when she felt herself being rushed and shivered. It's cold. This feeling, it's just not right. Based on her years of experience reading weird novels, inside He Ling's house, it must have haunted Koan. Xiao Linglong subconsciously pulled on Zhang Chuxuan's coat. Tianshi, there's definitely something going on here. Do you see anything? Zhang Chuxuan looked around and nodded. Look out. What? There's something behind you. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan with such a straight face, Xiao Linglong immediately felt a chill at her back. She rubbed her arm and pinched Zhang Chuxuan angrily. Nasty. Heavenly Master, don't think you can scare me like that just because you've taken me down. Zhang Chuxuan didn't say a word. Instead, he suddenly struck out with a grave expression. Dragon Tiger Dharma Seal. Bang! The hammer, which had taken shape, struck without hesitation. In the silence, only a sharp growl could be heard. Xiao Linglong was startled and jerked her head back. A figure covered in blackness was seen falling to the ground. What the hell? She fixed her eyes on it and felt creeped out. You are Chen Jin? Chen Jin on the ground had black hair all over his body. The spine looked like it had 2 more protruding wing bones. Raising his head again, the 2 teeth protruding from Chen Jin's mouth looked particularly appalling. Xiao Linglong was shocked. It's really you? Aren't you abroad? Why did you suddenly show up at He Ling's house? Chen Jin ignored it and instead flew to attack Zhang Chuxuan again. Stinking Taoist. You've got some ability. Zhang Chuxuan directly kicked the ball. Average to average. Kicks you just right. That kick was wrapped in thick power. Straight away, he kicked Chen Jin, who had come flying over. Straight away. Seeing this, Xiao Linglong was instantly worried in her heart. This guy isn't going to take the opportunity to escape, is he? Zhang Chuxuan patted her hand. Then, with a long leap, jumped out after her. Wait here. I'll be right back. Xiao Linglong naturally trusted Zhang Chuxuan. She then stayed honestly in the house and couldn't stop glancing outside. Xiao Linglong didn't notice. Right behind her, one thing, silently, leaned over. Out of Zhang Chuxuan's expectation. That guy is like the retarded thing among vampires. That's just retarded to the point of no return. Against a thing so vegetable it's stingy. Zhang Chuxuan didn't even want to take out the dragon tiger Dharma seal. It's a straight-up kick. Honestly, the one who baptized you. Who was it? Chen Jin naturally refused to speak. His eyes were dull, and it seemed to be extraordinarily difficult for him to even open his mouth to speak. Only strange syllables could be uttered. Thumbs up. Zhang Chuxuan snorted. What's the point of pretending with me? That guy took a few more solid kicks from Zhang Chuxuan. Finally, the 5 Thunders orthodoxy was offered. Snap. Chen Jin instantly turned into ashes. Now that's honest. Suddenly, Zhang Chuxuan was again feeling the atmosphere around him, which was strangely quiet. His brow furrowed as he jumped right back into the room. Xiao Linglong had already disappeared. Even He Ling couldn't find a single shadow. The whole living room was a mess. It was like going through a fierce fight. Zhang Chuxuan wiped the blood from the corner of the table. This is Xiao Linglong's blood. It was thought that Xiao Linglong had cracked somewhere when she struggled. A drop of blood escaped and was quickly wiped away by the killer. No! Instead of erasing. How about? Zhang Chuxuan was suddenly diabolical in his heart and found a tissue to wipe his hands clean. It's imperative to find Linglong first. Zhang Chuxuan pulled out a tracer spell and incorporated the bloodstains into it. Soon, the magic weapon pointed out a direction for Zhang Chuxuan. Just to the east. Xiao Linglong slowly opened her eyes. She then saw herself hanging upside down from the ceiling. Looked down, as if 1,000 feet off the ground. Xiao Linglong was not afraid of heights, but no one can stand such an abrupt height. She was still sweating profusely from the shock. What is this place? Just now, I was attacked by someone, and then I was separated from the Heavenly Master. Finished. Separating from Zhang Chuxuan in such a dangerous place. It's tantamount to death. How can you separate it from the strongest outlier? Abruptly, Xiao Linglong, whose heart was collapsing, heard He Ling's voice ringing from the side. Headache. Xiao Linglong snapped her head back. He Ling was seen with a pale face, hanging upside down here just like her. He Ling, it's me. Linglong, where is this? As soon as He Ling saw her, she broke out in a cold sweat. It's you? Why are we here? Are we going to die? Xiao Linglong isn't sure what's going on here. Avoiding beating the bushes, she hurriedly reminded He Ling. Shoo, you keep your voice down. I don't think it's safe here. Too loud and you might put. A cold voice rang out behind the 2 women. What will it draw in? In an instant, Xiao Linglong and He Ling stiffened around them. 2 ghastly white hands hooked across their slender necks. Be at ease. I'm not going to let you die an unattractive death by inviting you to my castle. Dead. Xiao Linglong's heart immediately trembled. Bad. He Ling and himself were really unlucky to have fallen into the vampire nest. Big brother, don't eat us. What do you want? Money? I'll give it to you. He Ling shook her head with an ugly face. Linglong, stop it. It's not money he wants. It's blood. She slowly turned back to the familiar face. Chen Jin. No, can you not be in my husband's face? Chapter 140, in my hands. You're dead. That hideous face. At the moment, incomparably close to He Ling's presence. He Ling, that's a raw deal. As long as you're good enough to let me suck a few more mouthfuls of blood. Soon, we'll be husband and wife. Chen Jin's words surprised Xiao Linglong on the side. What? You can become a couple by sucking blood? I think you're clearly bullying He Ling. Chen Jin's words made Xiao Linglong think of those bull vampires' first embrace. A sneak is a sneak. Think you can get rid of the label of evil by putting a foreign name on it? In Xiao Linglong's opinion, He Ling was not meeting a good person. Chen Jin coldly swept a glance at Xiao Linglong. Woman, you have a big mouth. I'm not married to you. What are you nagging me for? With that, he directly slapped away with one hand. Xiao Linglong couldn't dodge and was directly slapped by that guy. Even though that guy had reservations and didn't directly use all of his ki. However, Xiao Linglong was still shaken up and down and had a splitting headache. She looked down to see. Just see the top of your arm. A large, yet dark, fingerprint had steeply appeared. What? What is this? Seeing Xiao Linglong caught in the midst of fear, Chen Jin then revealed a cruel smile. It's a prey tag between vampires. A quarantine tag in your human terms. This means that you human has a bad temper. Edible time to give you a hard time. At those words, Xiao Linglong's palm-sized little face instantly turned pale. You crazy person, how dare you move against me like that? Xiao Linglong leaned her back against Zhang Chuxuan. Who's that? It's the first division of Daxia. This vampire was just a lucky escape from Zhang Chuxuan. Now, it dared to lay hands on her. Aren't you afraid that the Heavenly Master will kill you and leave you kid in ashes? Xiao Linglong's threat was no different from a powerless feather scratching an itch for Chen Jin. What Heavenly Master? I don't care at all. Xiao Linglong's face changed. How dare you speak so ill of the Heavenly Master? She had now become Zhang Chuxuan's Daoist partner, not allowing others to say a single word against Zhang Chuxuan. Now that he heard this tiny vampire, he dared to speak out against Zhang Chuxuan. She just couldn't wait to rip this guy's skin off. Chen Jin laughed even more teasingly and looked at her with eyes full of mockery. You really think that celestial master of yours is any good? Ha! For greatness, it would naturally have to be our great Queen Elizabeth. Speaking of this, Chen Jin's face showed a mesmerized and yearning expression. She's the top of the vampire class. What Dracula? All have to step aside. Xiao Linglong was stunned. What Dracula? What Elizabeth? The woman who bathes in human blood? No. Isn't this all a made-up story from a movie? What are you all babbling about? She's just a regular person. The only way to know about the sneak is to guess a thing or two from Longji's bland story. Though shocked that there really are cockroaches in the world that have come to life. However, the fact that there were still vampires in the world was even more surprising to Xiao Linglong. After speculating on Chen Jin's words, Xiao Linglong's face changed abruptly. Did you capture us here? Hardly for the purpose of taking a bath for that queen of yours? Chen Jin laughed out loud, his sharp nails poking through her skin. Congratulations. Guessed right. Congratulations my ass. Xiao Linglong's face went white. Where on earth did Chen Jin provoke a psychopath like you? Aren't you doing quite well doing business abroad? Why are you suddenly involved with vampires? How she hadn't thought about it. The first love in the mouth of his old classmate He Ling. The unattainable white moonlight abroad. It's amazing to think that one day you'll get involved with a vampire. A strange spirit that is magical to the core. And now, Chen Jin had captured them to be sacrificed to that so-called female vampire. Chen Jin only laughed out loud, no longer paying attention to any of Xiao Linglong's words. In front of them, Chen Jin trail jumped. Eyes were about to fall to the ground. Immediately afterward, a pair of wings were seen unfolding behind him, as if showing off. He waved it up and down in front of Xiao Linglong and He Ling. Did you see that? He Ling. Xiao Linglong. That's what's so great about being a vampire. Can an unusual human be as free as I am? Not at all. Right? It's better to be a vampire than to be in business. My ass. I could even live forever. Be young forever. When you flutter your wings, a surge of blood came. That eerie feeling is really unpleasant. Xiao Linglong frowned. You're crazy, aren't you? What's so great about being sneaky? Suddenly, she heard He Ling sobbing silently from the sidelines. I'm the one who's sorry. Linglong. I have long known that Chen Jin has become this appearance, but I did not expect that he would be crazy enough to kill us. Xiao Linglong froze. From the sound of that, it seemed like He Ling had already anticipated this. He Ling, what's going on? You know about his behavior too? There was a long silence before He Ling nodded. In fact, Chen Jin returned to China a long time ago, and we were ready to get married. But he confessed to me that you've become a vampire and that you suck human blood on a daily basis. He won't suck my blood as long as I bring someone back. I did as I was told for a while. Still I didn't want to help the enemy before I came to you for help. Xiao Linglong was stunned, unable to believe that her longtime friend would deceive her. Ling, why didn't you come to me earlier if this happened? The Heavenly Master can surely destroy him, and you won't have to suffer. He Ling shook her head, a hint of intolerance in her eyes. You don't understand, Linglong. I've loved him for too many years, and it took courage to bury him with my own hands. Xiao Linglong froze, and the fire sprang up. So you'll let me accompany you to feed your man? He Ling, when did you become so selfish? He Ling knew and didn't report it. Isn't this asking her to get killed? Chen Jin flew over violently and pinched Xiao Linglong's jaw. Don't make any noise. Soon, the Halloween night banquet will begin. He laughed excitedly. The eyes revealed a look of yearning. By handing over the two of you, I'll be able to participate and have an audience with the queen. Xiao Linglong's scalp immediately went numb and she decisively avoided Chen Jin's hand. Off. You're still trying to send me to the bat's nest. You're scum. You're all no good. He was kind enough to help his longtime friend, but he was betrayed in this way. Xiao Linglong only felt her heart breaking. Chen Jin let out a wicked smile and his nails steeply lengthened. You've fallen into my hands now and you're still not honest? Then I'll let you know how powerful I am. Chapter 141, Girlfriends Turn into Devils. Heavenly Master save me. Looking at Chen Jin's nails, they were about to be deeply embedded into Xiao Linglong's skin. Xiao Linglong couldn't bear to look at it and closed her eyes in panic. Moments later, the sound of blasting came out of nowhere. A fierce beam of light was cast in full force. Chen Jin was shocked. What man? Dare to break into my castle? This cottage is boarded up. A little light can't get in. It's more of a desolate spot on the outskirts of town. There's no way it's ever going to be approached by anyone. However, today there was an additional uninvited guest. Chen Jin looked around, trying to catch the uninvited guest. Where have you been running off to? Don't let me catch you, or I'll... Bang! A flying kick that came out of nowhere. Steadily, he stepped on top of Chen Jin's hideous to the core face. If it is just a brute force, then, Chen Jin still has the power to resist. Bias. This guy's physique was so strong that it was terrifying. Even if Chen Jin had become a vampire and his physique had reached as much as a tenfold enhancement, that's nowhere near surpassing the man in front of me. Chen Jin flew straight out. It crashed through 3 copper pillars in a row and embedded itself in the wall before stopping. Xiao Linglong shook her head, blocking out the dust and smoke that came to her face. Abruptly, she felt a pair of warm hands save her. Tianshi. What was reflected in his eyes was none other than Zhang Chuxuan's figure. Xiao Linglong was instantly elated and had a few moments of fear. I almost thought I'd never see you again. Obviously it's already possible to be with someone you like. It is preferable to have such a hassle on the day of choosing a wedding dress. If Zhang Chuxuan had come a little later, he's not likely to be dead enough to die. Zhang Chuxuan patted the aggrieved Xiao Linglong. It's okay, I'm coming. He glanced at He Ling, who was still hanging upside down. With a smooth wave of his hand, the golden light cuts through the rope. He Ling fell straight down towards the bottom. However, there was not a single ripple on He Ling's face. It was as if this height was no threat to her at all. Xiao Linglong, on the other hand, was anxious. Don't! She'll fall to her death. Although Xiao Linglong hated He Ling, the superficial BFF who pulled her down. But no matter what, Xiao Linglong couldn't just watch He Ling fall to her death in front of her eyes. Bang! The dull sound of landing sounded. The dust cleared, but there was no obvious blur of blood on the ground. He Ling remained on the ground, all over his body, as if it were steel. Not even a single scar appeared. Seeing this, Xiao Linglong couldn't help but be taken aback. What's going on here? Is He Ling turning into Superman? Zhang Chuxuan snorted. How is this possible? She is merely about to become a vampire slave. He Ling staggered to her feet. Open your eyes again. Before her eyes was an unconscious scarlet. That's right. I've been sucked by Chen Jin for too long. I can't be human anymore. Xiao Linglong's heart thumped with complexity. He Ling, if you had told me earlier, the Heavenly Master would have taken care of Chen Jin for you. But why are you saying it now? Why did you let him suck your blood? You're only going to turn into something inhuman if you go on like this. He Ling shook her head. There's no turning back for me. Her body, abruptly, convulsed violently. A huge pair of wings, ripping through the flesh and blood on her back spine, sprouted violently. Just the sight of that horrible scene, Xiao Linglong's heart, then, had trembled uncontrollably. He Ling, anymore. He Ling was her old classmate. Now that I see this former old friend, I have become inhuman. Her heart, still, would feel very heavy. Zhang Chuxuan comforted her. Don't feel too bad. From the day she decided to become a Chen Jin blood bag, there's no turning back. Before he came here, he asked Leng Shui to investigate Chen Jin's past with He Ling for himself, learning that Chen Jin had long since returned to China, and had even shown signs of transforming into a vampire. Chen Jin and He Ling, from the very beginning, were teaming up to deceive outsiders. This time, it was even snubbed to Xiao Linglong's head, if not for Xiao Linglong's side with herself. At this moment, I'm only afraid that I've long been betrayed by He Ling, my good best friend. Chen Jin climbed out of the wall and glared hatefully at Zhang Chuxuan. Dog's guts, even dare to hit me? He unfolded his arms at once, up and down his body. A brutal to the extreme power erupted. Immediately afterward, he darted forward. Brat! I'll show you how tough I am as a vampire. Bang! It hadn't even gotten the slightest bit closer to Zhang Chuxuan. A thick stream of yuan qi then instantly bounced him off. Chen Jin crashed straight into the wall. A huge crater was blown out. That kind of pain can be described as breaking bones and tendons, and it hurts like hell. How he hadn't thought about it. Zhang Chuxuan, the madman. How dare he treat himself like that? How could you possibly beat me who evolved into a vampire? But the queen has said so. I'm already beyond the human extreme. I am a graceful and noble vampire. He frantically wrenched his head out of the wall. All over his body, a strong power erupted once again. He couldn't wait to rush towards Zhang Chuxuan. You, a human, are not worthy of being my enemy at all. Bang! Another no-holds-barred blast. Zhang Chuxuan didn't even need to do it himself. Just slightly release some yuan qi. Chen Jin would be powerless to respond. Let the madman freak out. He was never able to get any closer to Zhang Chuxuan. I thought you said you evolved. That vampires are the result of your evolution? So weak that you can't even beat me. A human? Zhang Chuxuan disdained it. Vampires are noble and elegant, my ass. I really don't know what kind of sneaky slander this guy is listening to. Xiao Linglong thought of something and hurriedly said, that queen he's talking about. And the Halloween feast, they must all be vampires. Tianshi, do you want to go and finish off the vampires? Chen Jindu's ungrateful search for trouble found its way to his head. How could he sit back and do nothing? That's natural. But let's take care of these two idiots first. Zhang Chuxuan put down Xiao Linglong and flew straight to Chen Jin. Chen Jin had just gotten up when he saw Zhang Chuxuan's figure and was startled. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Jin decisively attacked Zhang Chuxuan. Good. Just in time. The speed that he thought was swift was really not worth mentioning when it fell in Zhang Chuxuan's eyes. Zhang Chuxuan didn't even think about it and directly slapped away the guy's hand. Don't make a scene. That gentle swat was like swatting a small mosquito. But the ferocity was so strong. However, it instantly slapped Chen Jin to pieces. Xiao Linglong looked dumbfounded. Even He Ling on the ground froze. Chapter 142, Slaying Vampires. Sneaky is not worth mentioning. Chen Jin just turned into pieces. Not even a hint of a full human form was visible. Xiao Linglong had only heard of Zhang Chuxian's deeds of slaying sneaks from Longji, without ever thinking about it. Zhang Chuxian's acting style was so wild and violent. With a single kick, Chen Jin directly turned from his human form into a puddle of crushed flesh. Xiao Linglong was not mentally prepared for this, and she immediately felt a sense of trepidation in her heart. A mournful scream rang out. Looking back, it was none other than He Ling. He Ling stood up with difficulty and looked painfully at Chen Jin, who had died in a miserable puddle. Chen Jin. Zhang Chuxian twisted his head towards her, his finger bones making a sound like popping beans. I haven't settled the score with you yet about you two couples joining forces to count on Linglong. In the eyes of Zhang Chuxian, who knew the truth? It seemed, Chen Jin or He Ling. This couple is no good. To get more blood and become a so-called noble vampire. It was surprising that they even counted their longtime friends who had no grudges against them. How could Zhang Chuxian spare a rotten person like He Ling? Facing Zhang Chuxuan's appalling to the extreme aura, He Ling didn't even dare to resist. She was just trembling and cowering as she gazed at Zhang Chuxian. It was like waiting for death. Suddenly, Xiao Linglong shouted and flew over. Wait a minute, Celestial Master. Don't! At those words, Zhang Chuxian was quite surprised as he turned back. You want to plead with Weiling? You know, that sentence just pitted you. Surprise also appeared on He Ling's face. Linglong, I set you up like this, and you even want to come to my rescue. Xiao Linglong, however, sank her face and slapped He Ling's face. Save you? You've got it all wrong. I mean, you're handed over to me for interrogation. What the hell are you two husband and wife up to? And what the hell is that queen thing? Xiao Linglong's face was grim and her voice was austere. That look is really like interrogating a prisoner who doesn't cooperate honestly. However, Xiao Linglong had forgotten. After He Ling became a vampire slave, her physique, too, had been greatly strengthened. That soft-looking shell is actually hard as steel. Xiao Linglong threw down a slap. He Ling was unharmed. Even her body was steady. Instead, it was Xiao Linglong. Her small hand was immediately red and swollen. Xiao Linglong felt that her face could not hang on, and she sucked in a breath of cool air in pain. Hiss. Originally, he wanted to take out a full 10 mighty winds, so as to match Zhang Chuxuan's ferocious behavior. I didn't expect it to pull down at this moment. Zhang Chuxian sighed lightly and kicked He Ling out. Why don't you move back a little, and I'll ask her. He Ling was embedded in the middle of the wall, and all the bones in her body were shattered. Her flesh shattered like a paste block with countless crack marks. He Ling stared at Zhang Chuxian with wide, hateful anger. You want to know the whereabouts of the queen? Of course I can tell you. Just as well. The queen's Halloween night feast needs an unsuspecting blood meal like you. It's just a pity that it wasn't brought by me personally. Otherwise I would have been rewarded by the queen. Though Chen Jin threatened her. But after He Ling learns everything, she wants to become a vampire from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to cross Chen Jin, the stupid bastard. Become a well-deserved, eternally youthful vampire. Without the appearance of Zhang Chuxian, He Ling could have brought Xiao Linglong to the Halloween night banquet right now. The more she thought about it, the more upset He Ling became. She was no longer as calm as she had been before. Instead, he became just as crazy as Chen Jin, hissing to the extreme. It's all your fault. It's all because you married better than me, bringing a better man than Chen Jin. Why don't you just be alone for the rest of your life, so I can get you killed? With one sharp hiss after another, Xiao Linglong's face turned ugly little by little. From the moment he knew that his longtime friend was trying to get himself killed, she then doesn't have the same feelings for He Ling that she once had. Now, hearing He Ling curse herself like this, her heart was even more deeply unhappy. Zhang Chuxuan stomped down. Not even the dragon tiger Dharma seal was used. Such a frail vampire slave. By relying on brute force alone, they could be completely exterminated. Looking at He Ling, who had already become a puddle of flesh. Surprisingly, Xiao Linglong did not have the slightest diaphragm at this moment. There wasn't even a flip-flopping nausea in my stomach. She just felt despondent. Years of old friends, but in the end, it is surprising that this is the way to say goodbye to each other. Xiao Linglong looked at Zhang Chuxuan and instantly felt deeply at ease. Luckily, you came to my rescue, Heavenly Master. I almost thought I was going to die here. Zhang Chuxuan comforted her and led her away from this place. Small matter, let's leave this place first. Not long after they left, a figure with a pitch-black body around it emerged out of thin air from the shadows. Sure enough, it managed to lure Zhang Chuxuan. The visitor was none other than the monk. He was a third disciple under the Buddha. Knowing full well, Mingji looked down at the two pieces of flesh and blood on the ground and folded his hands. Amitabha Buddha, when it's really stupid, though the gesture was full of pity. But the look that Mingji gave the ground was clearly one of undisguised disdain. In Mingji's mind, he hoped that this duo would be able to drag Zhang Chuxuan for a longer period of time. It was a pity that he had overestimated Chen Jin after all. Even the vampires outside of Daxia don't have much power. If you really want to cut that little Taoist monk down to the roots, you really have to see me. The Buddhist sect. Make a move. Mingji grunted coldly. Now it's time to see if that so-called vampire queen can carry the little Taoist. Zhang Chuxuan brought Xiao Linglong back, and the three girls instantly surrounded them in excitement. They made a lot of hush-hush, causing Xiao Linglong to have tears in her eyes. Xiao Linglong suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with marrying Zhang Chuxuan, who had several wives. These are real good sisters. Never backstab yourself in the dark. Learning what happened to Xiao Linglong, the three girls were all filled with righteous indignation, hating that they could not personally take a breath for Xiao Linglong. I thought He Ling was forced to do it, but I didn't realize she volunteered? What kind of good sister is that? How dare they drag you down with them? Sister Linglong is fine. From now on, with the Heavenly Master and us protecting you, no one will dare to bully you. Xiao Linglong shook her head. Her mood had relaxed a lot. That's all in the past. What matters now is still that vampire. Lang Shui had no scruples. It's just a vampire. As long as it's a sneak, the Celestial Master can fight it. They looked at Zhang Chuxuan with great admiration. Zhang Chuxuan, on the other hand, had already gone into the kitchen to cook. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan being so thoughtful, the four women looked at each other with tenderness floating to their hearts. The Heavenly Master has been so kind to us. We can't treat him poorly. Then how will I repay the Heavenly Master? Chapter 143, Repaying the Heavenly Master. The conspiracy is another one. At dinner, the four women seemed extraordinarily positive and enthusiastic. Four women, 8 pairs of chopsticks, ceaselessly pouring food into Zhang Chuxuan's small bowl. Nice little bowl. It has been filled to the brim with dishes. Couldn't even find a grain of rice. Looking at the rice bowls piled up in a small mountain in front of him, Zhang Chuxuan fell into a state of contemplation. Looking up again, he swept over the four sweetly smiling women one by one. Zhang Chuxuan's heart couldn't help but jump. There's a problem. These four women weren't so warm and fuzzy once upon a time. Why are you suddenly so good and obedient now? Intuition told Zhang Chuxuan. There's something wrong with these four women. Zhang Chuxuan ended the battle with fire and headed towards the room. He also had to think about how to get rid of the vampire queen. Wouldn't dare start any arguments with the four women. I just entered the room and haven't rested for a while. The four women followed. Zhang Chuxuan was closing his eyes and pondering, when he felt a few extra weights on his body. As soon as I opened my eyes, it was them. What's wrong with you guys? Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic today? We saw that the Heavenly Master was preoccupied, so we wanted to come and relieve him of his boredom. Yes, don't turn us down. Celestial Master. Jir also wants to relieve her master's worries. Linglong also wants to let master relax. Seeing them so enthusiastic, Zhang Chuxuan was also really out of ideas. You guys ugh. When Zhang Chuxuan woke up, the four women were still lazing around, not moving a muscle. He was just about to get up when Long Ji pulled his arm. Good morning, master. Would you like something to eat today? When Lang Shui heard the commotion, she followed suit and got up to pull Zhang Chuxuan back. Tianshi, why don't we go out and buy some food together? Ma Qingqing and Xiao Linglong on the side could not withstand the destruction. Completely immobile. Taking advantage of this, Colds now decided to grab a run. Zhang Chuxuan was really scared by these women. You guys might as well get some rest. I don't want to see you that tired. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan say this, they no longer insisted. A brain lay back down and proceeded to catch up on his sleep. Leng Shui was only able to insist on waking up early because she was used to Zhang Chuxuan. Long Ji was of a different physique, but she couldn't carry Zhang Chuxuan either. Anyway, Zhang Chuxuan couldn't run away, so they weren't in a hurry and simply went back to sleep. Zhang Chuxuan sighed lightly, got up and washed up, and then called Zhuchuan. Any results from the Halloween night feast? He asked Zhuchuan to investigate the vampire matter, and Zhuchuan didn't refuse. A little bit of investigation can go a long way. For one thing, there is a party in the East End called the Halloween Night Banquet, and it is declared to the public that only noble people who have been invited can enter. Zhuchuan still felt a little strange. It's so weird that they're throwing this party so early when Halloween is 100,000 miles away. Zhang Chuxuan had something in mind. In my opinion, organizing the party is a lie, and wanting to make things happen within Daxia is the real thing. Zhuchuan snorted coldly. Just a bunch of things that can't be seen in the light of day. How dare they think they can make waves in Daxia? I'll bring my men to kick off that day. I'd like to see if the vampires are better, or if we are better. Zhang Chuxuan faintly said. Why wait until that day? That night is the night of the full moon. When vampire power expands, there's no point in creating advantages for people even though we can beat them. Tonight, just go over there and them up. Zhuchuan was slightly shocked. Tonight? They're scattered all over the place right now and it's hard to gather. So if we move tonight, I'm afraid we'll only scare the snakes. He was also thinking of concentrating the many sneaks together in order to get them all in one place. Doing it tonight only alerted a lot of sneaks. Zhang Chuxuan, however, was confident and said, you can rest assured that if I kill their scouts, some of them will surely be impatient and come to me for revenge. Although Zhuchuan was puzzled, he trusted Zhang Chuxuan. After all, Zhang Chuxuan was their Daxia's guardian deity. Zhang Chuxuan had said that there was no problem, so there must be no problem. Good, just do as the Heavenly Master says. If there's anywhere we can be used, you must say so. Zhang Chuxuan originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he added, you will first send men to watch the neighborhood, but do not make contact with anyone. I fear that I may attract their attention and injure you. Zhuchuan nodded in understanding. Don't worry about it, maybe we can't beat it, but observation can still be done. After the explanation, Zhang Chuxuan hung up the phone, left breakfast for the 4 girls and left. Bam! Glasses shattered all over the floor, and the exquisite woman on the throne was so angry that she grimaced. My blood food is dead? Who's so bold? That stinking Taoist priest? Knowingly ignoring the broken glass at his feet. Not bad. In the entire Great Xia, only he is able to suppress you. The vampire queen grunted coldly. Ridiculous. It's just a Taoist priest. Even the exorcist of our old family is no match for me. How could I lose to a Taoist priest? Mingji did not utter a word, but the disdain in his eyes said it all. What's the vampire queen's old stomping grounds? What kind of powerful exorcist can come out of a small family? Having come to the land of Daxia, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons everywhere. One slip up and you might not offend the wrong person. This guy is so arrogant that he just doesn't know how to write the word death. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that he couldn't expose the power of the Buddhist sect and draw Zhang Chuxuan's attention just yet, knowing for sure that he would not be borrowing the power of the vampire queen in her rage. The other vampires were following suit. What does Xia Taoist? If he dares to come to us, we'll tear him apart immediately. It's decided. The blood meal for the Halloween night feast will be made from this Taoist priest. What's that guy? Anyone who doesn't listen, kill them all. Everyone hissed and shrilled. Sharp slurs called to mind. Awareness frowned. I should have known these foreigners had no manners. But now that he is in the middle of it, Mingji only feels that he has entered the mountain of flowers and fruits. What's so noble and elegant about it? When you know you've finished, you leave straight away. Sooner or later that Taoist priest is going to come to your door, so you'd better be prepared. Or else, when the whole army is wiped out, don't blame the poor monk for not reminding you of a word. As soon as the man left, the other vampires couldn't wait to curse. What does he think he is? Worthy to come and warn us? It's just a human in the district. We can definitely finish him off by joining forces. The vampire queen's face gradually settled into a cruel glow. Isn't that Taoist priest very powerful? I'm partial to inviting him to the Halloween night banquet. By then, he'll be on our plate. I'd like to see how he can escape from me. Chapter 144, Bonding as a Dao Couple. Going forward to support. Despite all the hassle, the decor for the doxology ceremony was ready. The four women wore their favorite wedding clothes and spun around in front of Zhang Chuxuan. Well, was it good? We can marry you today with our prettiest side. Heavenly Master, in the future you must be kind to us. Master, we'll be together all the time from now on. Zhang Chuxuan was dazzled and could only nod his head. Well, you each look beautiful. In front of the ancestor, Zhang Chuxuan respectfully offered incense. Elder ancestor, today, disciples with their Dao couples have come to ask for witnesses, and in the future, we will be together for a long time. The four women behind them also followed Zhang Chuxuan to offer incense. They looked up at the statue of their ancestor, each with anticipation in their hearts, signing the Daoist marriage certificate. The light symbolizing the heavenly Dao surged into the five. This would mean that the Dao couple ceremony was concluded. From then on, they will be together for a long time and will never be separated. Long Shui looked dazed and sweet. We'll become Dao couples like this? I always have an unreal feeling. Before, Lang Shui was still just a little fangirl who worshipped Zhang Chuxuan. But right now, Lang Shui had become Zhang Chuxuan's Daoist couple. Ma Qingqing was quite excited. After following the Heavenly Master for so long, it's finally a dream come true to get a name. Ah, the Dao couple of the first master of Daxia. When word gets out, there's no telling how racy it'll be. If the old master knew that she could be a Daoist couple with the purple-robed celestial master. I'm afraid I'm so excited that I'm going to try to steal someone from her. Xiao Linglong had tears in her eyes as she gazed fondly at Zhang Chuxuan. She was the only ordinary person among the four women who did not know any magic. To be able to get this opportunity to become a Daoist couple with Zhang Chuxuan, she had been too grateful to ask for more. Long Ji's small face had an extra hint of delighted playfulness. Master, when are we going to hatch the eggs? A simple sentence. In an instant, it spoiled the charming and happy atmosphere of the party. Xiao Linglong had long been used to Long Ji's behavior. One could only poke her in the forehead rather helplessly. That's not called hatching an egg. Also, it's only just been formed as a Dao couple, so don't be in such a hurry. Her face was still a few shades of scarlet. Long Ji, this girl, is obviously so much older than them, but the way he talks, he's always like a child. There were times when hearing some unbelievable words from Long Ji's mouth would make them bashful. Ma Qingqing also hurriedly covered Long Ji's small mouth. Alright, Ji sister, I'll take you out for a snack later. There's no rush in hatching eggs or anything She was just like comforting Long Ji as if she was a child. Lang Shui coughed lightly and looked at Zhang Chuxuan with affectionate eyes. Actually, I want to know when we can do it again. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. Are you guys in that much of a hurry? Ma Qingqing Dang was a bit dissatisfied. I haven't had a chance to get in touch with you yet, and they've taken all the chances before, so how can you call that anxious? Zhang Chuxuan threw her a meaningful glance. Well then, I'll be with you tonight. In an instant, Ma Qingqing, who was complaining 1 second, shrank into a quail the next. You, what's wrong with you? She realized that she really couldn't resist Zhang Chuxuan's rascal. Unlikely, this life was going to be planted on Zhang Chuxuan's body. Xiao Linglong, who was on the side, gritted her teeth and also summoned up the courage to say, actually, I want it too. Seeing them all being so forthcoming, Long Ji also stomped her foot. Master, Jir wants it too. Lang Shui frowned slightly, and without moving, she squeezed her way to Zhang Chuxuan's side. I remember that tonight is the All Saints' Night banquet, so the Heavenly Master should be very busy. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. Zokawa sent me a message that the vampires are already nested there in good numbers. He planned to go over there tonight and give the vampires a little daxia shock. At the very least, let the vampires know how the last wave of vampires got the best of him. As instructed by Zhang Chuxuan, Zhuchuan took his men to squat in the neighborhood early in the morning. He would like to see it. How capable are these vampires? A bunch of A-level enforcers followed, crouching here, mouths shivering with bubblegum. What the hell can those vampires do? You say? That wave of vampires earlier was brutalized by the Celestial Master. I can't believe any more vampires would dare to come. They really don't want to die. There's never a shortage of pretentious people in this world. Well, it's the same for sneaks. Just in time. Tell them to see what it means to be the first master of Great Xia. They had seen Zhang Chuxuan's power. As soon as Zhang Chuxian was mentioned, one by one, light could almost come out of their eyes. Knock knock. Abruptly, there was a tapping on the window pane. Zhuchuan Den tensed up, snapped back. Then he saw a face that was exceptionally delicate and beautiful. At the moment, it was clinging to the outside of the car window, staring at them fixedly. That look, between the grimness, was wrapped in a piece of greed. At the first glance, Zhuchuan knew that this was definitely a vampire. At the second glance, he knew that the vampire had found out. Zhuchuan also did not talk nonsense. A large talisman pasted over. The light that erupted instantly sent that vampire flying. Immediately, Chuxuan stepped on the gas pedal to the end and directly rushed out of this place. Let's go. We've been spotted. One moment. The original lively and bustling shopping street. Surprisingly, only one of their squatted vans was left. There's definitely something wrong with that. Just at the moment when Chuxuan wanted to send a car to escape. Empty shopping streets. Out of nowhere, a waterfall of silhouettes appeared. They're not really human. Rather, they are slaves who have been transformed by vampires. Their necks still show signs of being bitten. The face was white and hideous, like a walking corpse that had lost its mind. At the moment, they swarmed up. From the front to the back, all of them surrounded Chuxuan's car. Chuxuan couldn't help but curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are these old bastards trying to tear us apart and eat us into our bellies? The executors behind them had already darted out their individual magic weapons. Whatever. Bureau left. Should we do it first? These vampires must have noticed us a long time ago. They were prepared to fight, and if they couldn't get away, they would do it early. Chuxuan was not in a hurry and immediately sent a message to Zhang Chuxuan. Right here and now. A large hand with sharp nails slammed through the window pane. Bang! Straight away. Poking at Chuxuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chuxuan cursed and decisively sidestepped, while avoiding the appallingly sharp claw. Still, the sharp claws penetrated the window glass and tore through his seat. Oh my leather seats! You scum! Chapter 145, The Heavenly Master Saves the Day in Dangerous Times. Chuxuan was so heartbroken that he drew out his magic weapon, and the blade of his sword glowed greatly, directly slashing at the vampires surrounding him outside. Get lost! Get the hell out of here! With Chuxuan's call, the many enforcers surged down together. They don't show any mercy to the sneaks either. Against the head of vampires gathered in front of him, 100 divine abilities were directly offered. Fend you off. What kind of vampire is worthy to come to our daxia to cause trouble? I'll ing poke you. Be careful. Don't let them bite you. Surrounding this were only the vampire slaves who hadn't been transformed for long. They're not physically tough enough. A single magic weapon would be able to easily crush them. Chuxuan even felt, even without Zhang Chuxuan's arrival, with their power, it was also able to easily dispose of this bunch of ungrateful little slaves. Go, brothers, let's just root these guys out. At the first call, the crowd's energy was high and they couldn't wait to get their hands dirty. Yes. Abruptly, a fierce force fell from the sky. Caught off guard, he pressed against Chuxuan's body. Bang! Chuxuan couldn't retreat in time. It felt like an extraordinarily heavy weight was building up on his body. Ha ha ha, are you that little Daoist? You don't look too powerful. Overhead, a silvery snort of laughter rang out. The man's shrill laughter caused alarm bells to ring in Chuxuan's heart. This guy, he even knows Zhang Chuxuan. Chuxuan immediately used all his strength to avoid retreating this guy. Get off! The vampire queen sneered. Alas! I'm only afraid you won't have a chance to drive me away. The legs twisted viciously. The snow-white skin on his body steeply turned into a razor-sharp spike. Shasta! Pierced Chuxuan's torso. Chuxuan was taken aback. Is this woman covered in thorns? The enforcers behind them shrieked at the sight and went forward to help. Chief! Quick! Save him! Get your ass down here right now! The vampire queen raised an eyebrow. Chief? Not the little Daoist? She realized abruptly that she had the wrong person. Oh, so you're not that Zhang Chuxuan. Immediately, a cold expression appeared on the vampire queen's face. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if you dare to come to this queen's territory, it's a great disrespect. With that said, the vampire queen raised her hand high. 10 fingers turn into sharp knuckles in an instant. Can't wait to rip Chuxuan's fragile neck. Go to hell. The next moment, a golden light swept across the sky. What? The vampire queen was in a panic, though the vampire queen had no idea what the spell was. But she could feel the surging power contained within. She decisively slipped away from Chuxuan's body, not daring to have the slightest slackness. Despite fleeing as fast as she could, the golden light still slammed into her body fiercely. Boom! Attacks that were far more vicious than imagined came crashing down in a brainstorm. The vampire queen couldn't help but exclaim. Ah! Her skin instantly peeled open. The appalling pain surged up and down her circumference. What kind of power is this? Why does it hurt so much? It was a sharp pain that surpassed even the crosses the vampire queen had once endured. A figure descended from the sky and forced its way towards the vampire queen. Like it? Reward you with some more. Comes with the territory. It was the dragon tiger Dharma seal that transformed into a cross. The vampire queen took one look and was instantly panicked. What? She decisively ran away, pulling a padded one to hold it for her. In an instant, the vampire was dust. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 merits. Looking at the vampire that had disappeared with a miserable scream, Zhang Chuxuan still had a few regrets. What's the matter? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? What's with finding someone to carry the damage for you at this point? Made me think you were so powerful. After the vampire queen escaped, the vampires that swarmed the area became more numerous. The slaves came up in a flurry as well. There was fear and scorn in their eyes as they looked at Zhang Chuxuan. More, or greed. Zhang Chuxuan was so strong. If he was able to devour Zhang Chuxuan, then their strength will be refined to no end. I'll suck your blood. Ah, how dare you hurt the queen and kill you? Let's go together. I don't believe we can't mess this guy up. They hissed, their sharp nails hating that they could not tear Zhang Chuxuan apart. Seeing this, Zhuchuan hurriedly shouted, Celestial Master, be careful. Their claws have toxins. He had just hardened himself against a wave of impact from the vampire queen. Now, a tingling and blackening of the injured area. Can't even run the power. Zhang Chuxuan, however, did not care. There's no need to be nervous. It's a big deal. After saying that, Zhang Chuxuan casually waved his hand. The dragon tiger Dharma seal flew straight out. In mid-air, it transformed into an immense hammer. Then, smashed. Boom dash. With Zhang Chuxuan as the center. The other vampires that surged in were all blown away by the dragon tiger Dharma seal. They didn't even have a chance to escape. It just turned into a piece of ash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 70 merits. Look at the mess outside. The vampire queen, who had fled to the depths of the castle, couldn't help but slam the table in anger. Damn! How could this little Daoist be so powerful? She abruptly regretted it a little. I should have known that Zhang Chuxuan was so tough. She then pulled Mingji over as well and dealt with Zhang Chuxuan together. Now we know that we have fled without knowing where we are. And we can't even try to capture them. The vampires at the bottom were quiet as chickens. Completely gone was the arrogant look of the previous coaxing to tear Zhang Chuxuan into pieces. Not even the vampire queen was able to suppress Zhang Chuxuan. Then they go together to surround Zhang Chuxuan. I'm sure it will only end in misery. Right now, it's best to just not say a word. The vampire queen, however, was not about to let them go. Why are you all so quiet? Don't want to serve your queen anymore? She had only one thought now. That was to use the power of this group of vampires to take care of Zhang Chuxuan. Only then would she be able to find a slight chance of winning. The countenances of the many vampires were instantly pale and ugly. They don't want to die. Boom! Outside the castle, another bombardment sounded. The vampire queen's face suddenly hardened. Could it be that that guy is going to kill us that soon? It's done. The vampire queen couldn't delay any longer. For the sake of your queen, you will die. With that, she slapped her palm. Numerous vampires flew out. You guys better buy me some time. The vampire queen turned and tore down the curtain. A massive, monstrous corpse presented itself before her. After I take the demon body, I'll be able to surpass the Daoist priest. Chapter 146, How dare you go against me? After settling the extra vampires, Zhang Chuxuan went back to check the situation. How are you? Things aren't going well for Zhuchuan. I am fine. He reluctantly gave Zhang Chuxuan a grateful smile. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Master's timely arrival, it's possible that we would all have died here. The Fang Vampire Queen is coming on strong. Even the high-level magic weapon brought by Zhuchuan couldn't hold her. That moment, Zhuchuan's heart really died a little. Zhang Chuxuan instructed the others and stepped straight into the castle. Why don't you guys go back and wait for me? I'll just take care of it here. Zhuchuan was in a hurry and wanted to redeem Zhang Chuxuan. Hey, Heavenly Master, it's dangerous inside. You mustn't act alone. Without turning back, Zhang Chuxuan had already disappeared from view. Zhuchuan sighed heavily. Ugh, I should have known the Celestial Master wouldn't let us get close. He glanced again at the enforcer next to him. You guys go and help. Don't let the Heavenly Master encounter any danger. The enforcer on the sidelines was filled with bewilderment. Auxiliary Celestial Master. Us? Can we really? We go to assist the Heavenly Master, not to influence him. What strength is the Heavenly Master? Where can we help? It's good that we can stay out of trouble for the Heavenly Master. Zhuchuan heard a black line all over his head and kicked it over. Cut the crap. Go if you are told to go. If anything happens to Tianshi, you guys don't come back either. Numerous enforcers swarmed in. It was immediately felt that a great aura of blood permeated the area. Zhang Chuxuan had already gone deep into it. He looked around and all he could smell was the distinctive scent of blood. This overpowering scent of blood seemed to be masking another scent. Strange. Is this the scent of a demon? This feeling caused Zhang Chuxuan to feel uncomfortable. How did an alien vampire get involved with the abyss? Regardless of the situation, he intended to check out the situation. Just take a step out. Suddenly, a host of vampires fell from the sky. There he is. Together. What a pure blood chi. It's really something. Jia. I'm going to suck his blood dry. In a split second, the swarm of demons, Harsh slurs surrounded Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan stood with a long body, facing a vampire out of nowhere. There wasn't a single ripple on his face. How dare a bunch of idiots like that turn on him? Zhang Chuxuan didn't intend to be polite to them either. One moment, up and down his circumference, an unprecedentedly magnificent aura erupted. Boom! The meta-air spread outwards, shocking all the vampires out without mercy. Facing such a terrifying might, the vampires pressed on with nothing left to fight back. One after another they flew off, crashing through walls and embedding themselves in the ground. That look was a real mess. Just now it was still a grooming, noble and elegant gesture. Now, all that was left was the wretched appearance of being sent flying and crushed. Zhang Chuxuan walked up to a vampire who was quite strong. The vampire still had some strength left and was focused on escaping. Glancing at Zhang Chuxuan's arrival, he was instantly scared out of his limbs. Don't you come over here. I'm just following orders too. If you have any grievances, you can go to the Queen Sama for revenge. Zhang Chuxuan couldn't help but want to snort out a laugh. Aren't you all very loyal to the Vampire Queen? Why are you scared like that now? Like a pussy. The Vampire Queen's men don't have much loyalty to her either. It was just a beating from Zhang Chuxuan. It's amazing that these guys, they get scared like this. It's a real shame. When one's life is at stake, it is natural to beg for mercy. What loyalty or disloyalty? What's more important than your own life? The vampire obviously thought the same thing and begged for mercy very knowingly. If you want to go after the queen, I can tell you that she is absorbing the blood of the abyssal demon. As long as we give her a little more delay, she'll be able to finish sucking blood and evolve even more powerfully. At those words, the teasing smile on Zhang Chuxian's face disappeared. It's just an alien sneak. How could it be related to the demon of the abyss? How terrifying are the magical beasts in the middle of the abyss? Zhang Chuxian had learned from the past. The one he was dealing with was still only a demonic beast that was still sealed. This vampire queen picked up the slack somewhere. To be able to torment the demon of the abyss? Zhang Chuxian was not convinced. He casually slapped his hand. The vampire who had squealed and begged for mercy perished instantly. Couldn't even get a scream out. Zhang Chuxian released his divine sense and sought the whereabouts of that vampire queen. Finally, in the middle of the deepest darkest room, 2 pounds were found. One for the vampire queen. The other one was the abyssal aura that Zhang Chuxian was extraordinarily familiar with. Oh yo, there really is one. Ha, the abyssal seal remains open. And where did this wraith come from? Can't it be that the Buddhist sect is again in the dark and has opened the abyssal seal? Zhang Chuxian shook his head. No way. The main seal of the abyss is guarded by a reinforced force of people from the Psychic Bureau. The temple of Wushuang has collapsed again. The other Buddhist remnants each had strife on their side. It would be difficult for them to unite again and organize a plan to release the demon of the abyss. Still, the Buddhists have not been completely wiped out. Perhaps, they really had an undercard that Zhang Chuxian didn't even know about? Zhang Chuxian did not continue to think deeply. Instead, he rushed at that room and went straight for a slap. A light palm went straight through dozens of walls, through dozens of rooms. Finally, it hit the figure with a bang. Boom! Zhang Chuxian was incredibly sure that he had managed to hit it. That power, which was madly getting stronger, had also stagnated. It must have taken damage and had to interrupt the bloodsucking. Zhang Chuxian flew forward. Head-on was a fierce, sharp claw, sharp nails, easily poking through the wall, rushed towards Zhang Chuxuan's face. Stinking Daoist, this queen will fight you to the death. Zhang Chuxian did not dodge, just watched that slap hit. Then, up and down his body, strong and extremely powerful yuan qi erupted. With a roar, the sharp palm also shattered into pieces. The vampire queen screamed and backed away. Zhang Chuxian was also able to see that guy's true colors clearly. Although the body is plump and quite beautiful, it's just a shame that the sharp fangs and treacherous aura ruin her beauty. Zhang Chuxian wasn't interested in her either. Raising his hand, he slapped again. It's ugly. The vampire queen couldn't get angry in time before she was sent flying by that palm. Who are you calling ugly? The slap that sent the vampire queen into the wall. She was so angry that she spat out blood. And again, she couldn't muster up the slightest bit of resistance. Chapter 147, Before one wave subsides, magical beasts rise again. The vampire queen was upset. She glared at the approaching Zhang Chuxian. How can a mere human possess such a strong power? To know, she had just absorbed a large portion of the abyssal demon's blood, just a little while longer, not to be marred by Zhang Chuxian. She could surely then drastically increase her own power. At that time, no one would be able to sabotage her plan to convert the vampires of the entire Grand Xia. Bias. Zhang Chuxian is a no good thing. Surprisingly, he sneaked up on her halfway through the day. Moreover, the force of the sneak attack was quite terrifying. Even if the vampire queen laid down the realm early, she was also completely no match for Zhang Chuxian. It's a horrible feeling. Zhang Chuxuan ignored the vampire queen's shock. Instead, he turned his head, up and down. He looked at the demon of the abyss that was imprisoned by heavy shackles. Out of his expectation, this guy was truly a devil in the abyss. When did the abyssal seal open? Only, the demon looked weak to the core. How awesome it was once upon a time. Now it's imprisoned here by a foreign sneak. At the mercy of the world. How can you look at a tiger being bullied by a dog? Seeing Zhang Chuxuan ignoring himself, the anger in the vampire queen's heart burned even brighter. Take advantage of this. The vampire queen's palms coalesced with a torrent of blood. Greeting Zhang Chuxuan's face, he slapped his palm. This palm, wrapped in the vampire queen's power of more than 100 years. She wouldn't believe it. He himself could not yet pin down this tiny human. Zhang Chuxuan. Snap. The vampire queen's hand had not yet slapped Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan had then reached out and pinched her wrist. She was dumbfounded. One's own physique can be described as invulnerable to swords and spears. And adamantine. The only way to stop her attack was to be far above her in strength. Zhang Chuxuan, on the other hand, didn't even look at her, just casually reached out and clasped her wrist. The vampire queen was furious. Humble human, how dare you? She hated it and gritted her teeth. Anyway, they were incredibly close at the moment. The vampire queen didn't bother to worry too much. She directly rushed at Zhang Chuxuan's neck, revealing her sharp and terrifying fangs. One bite, and it was over. Since Zhang Chuxuan was so strong, well, she's going to give it a try. How many realms could this guy's blood raise for her? It is an honor for you to be of use to this queen. Her shrill voice rang in her ears. However, Zhang Chuxuan did not even return his head. Apply a slight small force to your hand. The vampire queen's arm steeped with a huge extra force. It was a dangerously huge force that the vampire queen couldn't defuse away. In an instant, half of the vampire queen's body twisted with it. Her wry look became terrified all of a sudden. You. Zhang Chuxuan didn't give the vampire queen a chance to say more nonsense. One moment. Brutal yuan qi erupted here. The vampire queen lost her life completely. Up and down the circumference of his body, he turned into a piece of ash. Zhang Chuxuan retracted his hand disdainfully. How can a little vampire be so confident? He guessed that this vampire wasn't much higher up in his country. If she is high enough, then one should have heard how her vampire homie was ed to pieces by a purple-robed celestial master in Daxia. Wrap up the vampire queen. Zhang Chuxuan then turned back, intending to up the abyssal demon in front of him. This guy's shell is infinitely closer to a frail, empty shell. He was completely incapacitated. Zhang Chuxuan estimated that he had been brought out of the abyss in a special way, trying to cross the abyssal seal and bring out the wraith. To be able to possess such means, the first thing Zhang Chuxuan thought of was a Buddhist disciple. However, would a Buddhist disciple really step in to help a sneak from abroad? Zhang Chuxuan was not sure that the current plan was better to dispose of the demonic beast. With a wave of his hand, diffuse yuan qi erupted here and rushed towards the huge demonic beast in front of him. Shasta. The yuan qi's contact with the demonic beast surprisingly caused him to open his eyes that had been closed. Zhang Chuxuan felt bad and took an arrow step backward. In the next moment, the magical beast that had been sleeping suddenly rose. Up and down his body, he was flooded with a treacherous aura. Devil's breath. I'm finally out. The wraith exhaled, letting out a laugh in a hideous and triumphant manner. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chuxuan hadn't yet figured out the situation. Had this beast been in disguise all along? He didn't think much about it, but instead threw a direct punch. So what if you come out? I can still make you go back again. The demonic beast violently lowered its head, trapping Zhang Chuxuan's figure tightly. Oh humble human, who gave you the guts to challenge my authority? Strike that. A thick devilish aura exploded along with the words. The two forces collided. In an instant, the entire castle was shattered for this reason. The roar was unrelenting. Zhang Chuxuan stabilized his stance and charged straight over. On his hand, the dragon tiger Dharma seal appeared out of thin air. Go! The dragon tiger Dharma seal instantly transformed into a huge and incomparable hammer. It slammed down from the top of the demonic beast's head. The wraith saw this and shifted without panic. His figure steeped into a vampire queen. As soon as the vampire queen's wings unfolded, the morose cold demonic aura also exploded. The magical beast flew straight out of the shattered castle, avoiding the appalling to the extreme dragon and tiger spell seals. Little Daoist, I'm not going to compete with you to win or lose. All I want today is to bide my time. Just escaped from the abyss. The power has not been fully restored. Only a little cutie. Only then would they want to get tough with Zhang Chuxuan, a human first division master. The more he tried to escape, the more Zhang Chuxuan would catch him. That's trying to run away? Muddy power erupted from Zhang Chuxuan's hands. He was the first to throw away a high-level spell. Advanced spells fell from the sky, releasing one formation after another, thoroughly trapping that demonic beast in it. The wraith had no chance of escape at all. He was trapped in it, and only coldly looked at Zhang Chuxuan, who flew up from underneath. Human, you do have some ability. No wonder you can force the Buddhist sect into such a situation. There are too many magical beasts sealed in the abyss. This magical beast had obviously never heard of Zhang Chuxuan's deeds. If he had heard about it, he would definitely not dare to make an enemy of Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan flew to kill. He spread his arms and bellowed, "Raku, immortal thief, open!" Zhang Chuxuan's physique instantly pulled full. It is thick to the core and indestructible. Just a blast forward. In an instant, the treacherous power knocked down the demonic beast that was attempting to escape. That force was thick to the core. Even the wraith didn't expect it. What? How can such greatness be possessed by a human? Chapter 148, a punch that will make your head fall off. The Six Banks immortal thief pulled Zhang Chuxuan's power to its highest level. Even the most common punch. It's enough to make that guy hurt like hell. 2. Take the first punch alone. The beast was then flooded with appalling pain all up and down its circumference. This was a situation that the previous him had not expected at all. A human being. How is it possible to have such greatness? Boom! Blasted out at the last moment. That one thought still echoed in the wraith's mind. This is not a place to stay for long. Withdrawal. It was hard to escape from the abyss. Another escape from the vampire queen's grasp. How could he be killed by a lowly human in this place? Zhang Chuxuan, who stayed outside to rest, suddenly felt that the earth was trembling up and down. The sensation of covering the sky came from the top of his head. They snapped their heads up. All that could be seen was the massive and hideous figure of the wraith sweeping overhead. In an instant, Zhang Chuxuan's heart trembled. How did this magical beast get here? Going by the intel, the only people who should be here are the vampire community. This beast shouldn't be in the abyss? How did it get here? Zhang Chuxuan was really taken aback. He couldn't care less about the injuries on his body. Raising his hand, he offered his magic weapon, signaling the many executors to follow him in defense. Quick! Don't all freeze. Hurry up and defend. Although it was unknown for what reason the beast had come, but Zhang Chuxuan and the others were prepared for defense. This magical beast must not be called near the human area. It was the first time that many of the executors had faced the wraith out of the abyss head-on. Demons of the abyss are inherently a great deterrent to humans. A glimpse of that one abyssal demon. Everyone's mind was on the verge of exploding. My goodness, it's really a magical beast from the abyss. Can we really beat this monster? Don't be stupid. Hurry back to your senses. The wraith is compelling your minds. Some execs reacted, but the fear that came from instinct still called them to act with difficulty. How could Zhang Chuxuan's heart not be fearful? His hands trembled as he unleashed the spell. I'll bite off a piece of meat from you even if I die. Note the figure of the bottom man. A glimmer of salvation swept through the wraith's eyes. Humans? Yes. He opened his bloody mouth and rushed towards the crowd gathered underneath. Behind him, Zhang Chuxuan was like a sneak pestering the magical beast, in order to recover the power devoured by the vampire queen as soon as possible. The wraith only had to go ahead and capture a few humans to recover. The demonic beast was about to devour them. Zhang Chuxuan was so scared that he even stiffened his magic weapon together in the middle of the spot. Abruptly, the wraith's figure suddenly froze. The shadow that covered the sky was abruptly pulled back from in front of them. Fix your eyes. That was exactly when Zhang Chuxuan made his move and pulled the demonic beast. Zhang Chuxuan was like pulling a small child. Easily, he pulled the huge head back. In the hands of Zhang Chuxuan, the wraith was powerless to fight back. A miserable shrill whistle cut through the sky. Immediately afterward, they saw the appalling to the core magical beast fall to the ground. It crashed through the entire castle. The opulence of yesteryear. It was completely in ruins at the moment. That tremor was inconsequential to the wraith. The problem was that Zhang Chuxuan's attack hadn't stopped. Zhang Chuxuan pulled him straight down. Boom! Squashed to the ground. The entire earth sunk down, transforming into a huge pit. Wild bombing. It kicked up a cloud of dust. Enforcers who didn't have time to stand still flew out. Spare the well-prepared Zhang Chuxuan. It was also toppled to the ground by the sudden bombardment. They braced themselves from the chaos. Zhang Chuxuan's figure could be seen from afar, flying towards the demonic beast like an arrow off a bow. Immediately after that, Zhang Chuxuan opened his bow left and right. Raku, a mortal thief, pulls up the physique. The brutal and pure power was like rain pounding up and down the demonic beast's circumference. Zhang Chuxuan was too wild with his strikes. The power is even more overly appalling. Not to mention Zhang Chuxuan and the others didn't react. Even the wraith himself was so violently beaten that he lost all his temper. He tried his best to resist Zhang Chuxuan's heavy punches. But the more he resisted, the more excruciating the pain became. Fight to the end. The wraith had completely lost sight of its original majestic appearance. All that was left was a hideous, ugly mess. He couldn't even feel his shell still exist. It only felt numb. and even the pain disappeared. The original panicked Zhang Chuxuan and the others. Now there is no fear. He even dared to stand near the giant pit and enjoy the image of Zhang Chuxuan violently beating up the demonic beast. Just now, they were so close to being killed by that magical beast. Now, there was Zhang Chuxuan making a move. They in turn got Zhang Chuxuan to take a vicious breath of air. That mood, don't even get me started. Yeah, beat him up like that. Good job, Heavenly Master. This punch of the Heavenly Master is really something. Only Zhang Chuxuan was seen swinging his last punch. Boom! The sound of the opening of the heavens and the earth echoed. In an instant, the wraith's massive body completely collapsed. Blood overflowed. The hearts of the crowd were non-fearful. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief as if he were relieved. Worthy of being a Heavenly Master. Even the demon of the abyss was able to kill it. I've heard of the Heavenly Master's great name before, but now that I've seen it, I realize it's really fierce. It's fortunate that there's a Heavenly Master on this trip, or else we might all have to feed the magical beasts. Before they came, they thought they would just have to deal with the vampire queen. Didn't realize, this place is a crouching tiger. It was surprising that such a dangerous existence as the demon of the abyss was hidden. If Zhang Chuxuan hadn't come to help, they, along with Zhang Chuxuan, are going to die miserably under the mouths of the magical beasts. It couldn't be helped that the demon of the abyss was able to suppress even high-level magic weapons. Without Zhang Chuxuan's words, they could only fight to the death against one another. Zhang Chuxuan unloaded his force and flew out of the huge pit. He shook the pitch-black blood from his hands. This thing is quite resistant to beatings. It really is a magical beast from the abyss. Some of the enforcers encountered the wraith for the first time and couldn't help but be curious enough to ask him about it. Celestial Master, are all magical beasts this thick-skinned? Zhang Chuxuan glanced at him. One day when I'm free, I'll take you to the abyss. That executor was stunned and silently backed away. Then it's better to dispense with. Zhang Chuxuan took an arrow step and rushed to Zhang Chuxuan. I thank the Heavenly Master for his help this time. I really don't know how to be grateful. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. Just give me extra points. Zhang Chuxuan smiled sarcastically and only felt that Zhang Chuxuan was too humorous. Gu, the Heavenly Master just loves to joke. You've done us such a great favor. Can't you be thanked with just a little bit of points? They had received no small amount of help from Zhang Chuxuan. It was naturally clear how precious Zhang Chuxuan was. A little bit of points couldn't even express the gratitude towards Zhang Chuxuan. Chapter 149, The Sisterhood is all yours. How awesome. Why don't we do this? The Bureau has recently had transfer travel slots for a vacation to the Western Isles. If the Heavenly Master doesn't mind, I can arrange this matter for you. Zhang Chuxuan had done a lot of hard work for Daxia and for the Psychic Bureau. Zhang Chuxuan naturally wanted to be grateful to Zhang Chuxuan for saving his life. A little credit is no thanks. The best method, then, was naturally to invite Zhang Chuxuan to take a nice vacation and relax. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuxuan pondered for a moment. There's such a good thing? Doesn't anyone else in the Psychic Bureau have any use for this slot? A faint trace of sadness appeared on Zhang Chuxuan's face. Alas, Heavenly Master is unaware that as the sneaks become more and more arrogant, the work of the Bureau of Spiritualism has become more and more intense. We couldn't draw a good time even if we wanted to transfer for a vacation, so we might as well give it to the Heavenly Master. A similar look appeared on the faces of the many executors. Yes, it's better to let the Heavenly Master enjoy it for us. The Heavenly Master is a great servant of our Grand Xia, so go enjoy yourself without fear. Even though I can't go, can the Celestial Master show me how nice that vacation spot is? The sadness of a transfer is something that is hard for everyone to escape. Zhang Chuxuan hesitated, but still made this lackluster proposal. Although it's not quite right to say so, I would also like to apply for 2 vacation spots for Ma Qingqing and Leng Shui. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuxuan was slightly surprised and smiled attentively again. How is this lacking in virtue? As long as the Heavenly Master wants to, I can arrange for all the girls in the Bureau to accompany you again for the Heavenly Master. Zhang Chuxuan was a great contributor to them, so this treatment was nothing excessive. Zhang Chuxuan hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'm married to them and wish to take them on a honeymoon before returning to work. Zhang Chuxuan subconsciously nodded. Oh, so that's it. No problem then. In the middle of the day, Zhang Chuxuan finally reacted and looked at him excitedly. What did you say? Who did you couple up with? Leng Shui and Ma Qingqing? Zhang Chuxuan once thought that he was getting old and his ears were not working, and he could not even hear clearly. But looking at Zhang Chuxuan's frank expression, he murmured incredulously. A Ma Qingqing is just fine. How come even the most unapproachable flower of the High Ridge in my bureau has been picked by the Heavenly Master? However, Leng Shui's favoritism towards Zhang Chuxuan was sort of obvious to everyone. When he was at the Wushuang Temple, Leng Shui had received a lot of help from Zhang Chuxuan. The way she looked at Zhang Chuxuan was even more adoring to the point of almost sticking to her. Now that the two of them were together, there was no need to be too surprised. What really surprised Chuxuan? It also had to be Zhang Chuxuan who took down both sisters. The other executors were also filled with shock. Incredulity was written on his face. That Ma Qingqing girl is understandable. She's just a wild girl who can't move when she sees a handsome guy. But Lang Shui is a notorious iceberg beauty within our psychic bureau. The kind that doesn't even pay attention to handsome guys hitting on her. I didn't expect it. But in the end, beauty is still attracted to the strong. Alas, the beauty is always move strong well. Not to mention Lang Shui like Tianshi. Even I also. Stop. You mustn't think ill of the heavenly master. He looks like a straight man. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuxuan silently took a few steps away from the blear-eyed boy. Yes, I prefer women. Chuxuan wiped his cold sweat and smiled attentively. It's okay, Sky Master. Just take them on their honeymoon. I'll just approve a note for them. Zhang Chuxuan nodded. I'll leave you to it then. I'll leave you here. As soon as the people left, Chuxuan immediately called to notify the precinct and came to clean up the site together. Luckily, the night was late. Chuxuan again purposely set up a magic weapon boundary in this place before the action. There's no way an ordinary person could have captured the movement here. They were not sure what was going on here. Despite the heavy boundaries, there were still people who penetrated everything and peered at what was happening here. Mingqi grunted coldly, still told that stinking Daoist to manage to escape. He had known that the vampire queen would definitely not be able to resist Zhang Chuxuan's punch. That's why Mingji gave the abyssal demon a bit of power to break free from the seal before leaving. I just didn't expect it. The demon of the abyss was still too weak. A pair of them went up to Zhang Chuxuan. Then it would end as easily as if it were a no double mo. Knowing hearts are numb. Zhang Chuxuan. This kid is so rebellious. What exactly is the method that the Buddhists have to use to get rid of this livestock? Abruptly, Mingji heard an extremely familiar voice resound behind him. Oh, there's another mole here. Knowing that half of his body was numb, he subconsciously fled. He could be all too familiar with that voice. What Buddhist disciple who hears this voice doesn't run away in time? What he didn't expect was that this guy was able to detect his trail. One must know that he was caged with a stealthy magic weapon that could not even be detected by the refined god realm. Regardless, escape is preferred. Zhang Chuxuan let out a light laugh. It's too late to run. The next moment, a figure fell from the sky unexpectedly. The iron fist that suddenly attacked erupted with an appalling to the extreme power. Boom! The cloud of smoke lifted instantly. The fist print was straight on the ground, blasting out a huge deep pit. Knowingly jumped to one side of the roof. Looking at the huge crater, his heart palpitated. Fortunately, I just escaped in time. Otherwise, I might be lying there right now. He hadn't forgotten it until now. How that one abyssal demon was held down and violently beaten by Zhang Chuxuan. There was that horrible voice again overhead. That slacking off? And with it, a surge to the core. 5 thunders of justice. The rushing light of thunder lingered. Knowing full well that it would be difficult to escape this, the only way to resist the blow was to fight it hard. In an instant, another huge crater bombed out. Chuxuan and the others sensed the movement and hurried over. What the hell? Another sneak appeared? This is the power of the celestial master. I can share it. The heavenly master must be in trouble. Let's go help. Waiting for them to kill them. All you see is devastation. The savage aura of Yuan Shi lingered. Chuxuan looked up and down. From a distance, he saw a bald head so bright that it reflected. TSK. Another Buddhist? It's really endless. Go. Skin that bald ass with me. Numerous executives responded at the drop of a hat. Yes, Celestial Master. We've come to help you. People have more or less feuded with Buddhist disciples. Now that they had a chance to take revenge, they naturally couldn't miss it. The spells were copied and rushed forward in a flurry. Abruptly, a figure fell from the sky. Just in time. The poor monk is counting on you. Chapter 150, How dare you follow me? As he watched, the number of people who rushed to support him became more and more numerous. Akira's heart couldn't stop trembling. It's broken. This is really broken. If there was no Zhang Chuxuan, knowing that there is still confidence that you can get away from these idiots. But now, Zhang Chuxuan himself was on the field, but it was a difficult situation for Mingji. No, I'm not as skilled as I am now. I must not tangle with this guy. He thought to at least send a message to Buddha before he was killed by this guy. If Fo Tuo were here, he would have come to my rescue. Behind him, a ferocious fist wind abruptly attacked. Who do you think can come to your rescue? This punch, it came with great force. Mingji was sent flying without even putting up any resistance. He ate the pain and immediately felt the tendons and bones around him break. This ing livestock. He held his breath and decided to give the bastard a little credit. Even if he couldn't kill Zhang Chuxuan, he would still be able to punish Zhang Chuxuan. Watch the move. Fire Spirit Buddha Poison. Amazing flames erupted from within the palm that slapped away. in the midst of that one flame, hidden with a hint of a toxin as sinister as it could be. This is a feat that you knowingly use to save your life. As long as Zhang Chuxuan gets even a tiny bit of it, knowing full well that there are ways to hold Zhang Chuxuan, it's good to have a diaphragm. Zhang Chuxuan saw through the danger hidden within this flame with a single glance. With such a small means as yours, you still presume to come and kill me? It's really stupid. Only Zhang Chuxuan's hands were seen condensing monstrous yuan qi. Without dodging or flashing, he met that spirit flame of Mingji and slapped it. Boom! In an instant, explosions rang out over the entire city. The treacherous flames, moreover, directly transformed into a flame-like existence. It fell to the ground and instantly burned through steel and concrete. Anywhere it gets tainted, it's hard to escape. Zhuchuan ran in the forefront and was just a little bit short of dipping. Luckily he was experienced and ducked to the side in a flash. It's truly remarkable that there could be such a sinister poisonous fire in the Buddhist sect. He looked up, and all he could see was a cloud of dust and smoke. Zhang Chuxuan's figure was completely invisible. Finally, a dark shadow broke through the clouds and planted itself straight on the ground. Zhuchuan was shocked and hastily retreated to the back. I'll go. It was just short of a collision. Fix your eyes again. The guy who fell from the sky turned out to be the Buddhist Mingji. Knowing that the fall was going to be ugly, all over his body, he was tainted with a heavy aura of flame. The poisonous flames released by him were all eroding into his body alone at the moment. How is this not a self-inflicted sin? Zhang Chuxuan also landed firmly on the ground. Seeing that Akira still had a few moments of consciousness, he stepped directly onto his waist. Still alive. Ha! Count yourself as a bit of a man. Mingji held his breath and glared morosely at Zhang Chuxuan. Don't you get too cocky. This time it's just that I'm not as skilled as you. But if it were the Buddha, you would definitely die without a burial place. At those words, Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. Buddha? It seems that you didn't start this personally, and there's someone behind me who's counting on me. After Zhuchuan heard this, he looked down and pondered. There is a number one figure in the Buddhist sect? How come I've never heard of it? To dig deeper into the restless bombs among the Buddhists, he investigated the entire Buddhist sect. At least, he had never heard of such a person as Buddha. Heavenly Master, this might be another plot. Why don't we get him killed? Mingji's heart trembled as he glared angrily at Zhuchuan. Amitabha Buddha, you, this person, are too hostile, full of fighting and killing. It's really not a good idea. Zhuchuan bristled. Such words are strange to hear from you. I seek to think that not many of you Buddhists are good people. Among Buddhists, there are not many good people. As a result, now, Akira is actually condemning them for being too hostile, more or less dabbled in humor. Knowing that he had just finished speaking, his heart had already begun to stop regretting. If he'd known, he wouldn't have said much. Too much talk is too much. What's more, the Buddha hadn't fully recovered his power at the moment. If the true identity of the Buddha is exposed at this very moment, at that time, Zhang Chuxuan would definitely come straight to the door. At that time, the Buddha who had not fully recovered would only be directly killed by Zhang Chuxuan. This is the kind of thing that knowingly must not be allowed. Mingji glared angrily at Zhang Chuxuan, his eyes carrying the excitement of seeing death. Little Taoist, don't think you're so powerful that you can be invincible. The world is ultimately a world outside of people and a world outside of heaven. And there's more than you can do about it. I'll prove it to you now. After saying that, a ghastly light flooded up and down Mingji's circumference. Zhuchuan saw what Mingji was thinking at a glance. Not good. This guy is planning to self-detonate. Everyone, run away. He turned his head and fled with the crowd. On the other hand, Zhang Chuxuan grabbed Mingji and flew rapidly towards the sky. Boom! In an instant, Akira exploded high in the sky, completely reduced to ashes. Zhang Chuxuan's eyes were disdainful. Think you can hide by exploding your body? Buddha. Ha! Seeing Mingji explode to death, Zhuchuan couldn't help but smack his lips. This kid is crazy, to directly explode himself in order not to be exposed. Zhang Chuxuan shook his head. So what? At least, we know the Buddha exists now. Zhuchuan immediately picked up the slack. I'll go back and have someone investigate the origins of that Buddha. Zhang Chuxuan was also not expecting it. He himself swept through the Buddhist sect for so long. Surprisingly, there would still be remnants of the Buddhist sect trying to make a move against themselves. Sure enough, all the Buddhist disciples should have been purged in the first place. Keeping them is a pain in the ass. Then I'll leave this matter in your hands. After saying that, Zhang Chuxuan left straight away. In the middle of the Buddha hall, a soul lamp snapped abruptly and went out. The Buddha lifted his eyelids, sweeping a glance toward the one extinguished soul lamp. Knowingly, seems to have been shipwrecked, knowing full well that it was nothing more than going to assist the vampire queen. Surprisingly, he would also be caught by Zhang Chuxuan. The other disciples were very sorry about this. It's a pity about senior brother Ming. He was so devout and loyal to our Buddha. That stinking Taoist priest is really tricky, to the extent that he won't even let go of senior brother Ming. The Buddha ignored it and only looked toward the lotus pond. In the middle of that pool swam a huge black shadow. It will still take a bit of time. As long as the magical beasts can be cultivated, the old man will be able to recover as well. The other monks nodded. We are willing to bow and scrape for the Buddha and do our best to hold back that Taoist priest. That's what he said. But he couldn't carry Zhang Chuxuan. That guy was really powerful. Unusual people really weren't a match for Zhang Chuxuan. Even if they put their lives on the line, they might not be able to delay Zhang Chuxuan. The Buddha reclosed his eyes as if he were unquestioning and high above the gods and goddesses of the heavens. With you all, the old lineage is at ease. Chapter 151, Come home with me to meet your parents. Returning to the Heavenly Master's mansion, the four women also gathered here, organized the road couple ceremony later. They are more than content to stay here. Zhang Chuxuan came back with great difficulty and spent some time with them before he was willing to let Zhang Chuxuan go. It was only early one morning that Zhang Chuxuan struggled to get up and went forward to offer incense to his ancestor. Once he turned around, he saw Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing standing behind him. Zhang Chuxuan was exactly sleepy, and when he saw them at a glance, even dozing stopped. Phew! Why are you guys standing right behind me in silence? A hint of sarcasm appeared on Lang Shui's cool face. Tianshi, don't be nervous, we just want to come to see you. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Didn't you guys see enough last night? I'm warning you, it's in front of the old man. Now, in the presence of the ancestors, it is important to keep quiet in the mind, so you must not do anything that is not permissible. Ma Qingqing's face turned red with shame and she stomped her foot in anger again. What are you saying, Heavenly Master? We just wanted to come and care for you. Zhang Chuxuan didn't believe those words. If you guys have anything to say, just say it, and I'll see what I can do. Seeing that Zhang Chuxuan was so up to the task, they no longer hid it. Well, actually we want to take you home for a visit. Zhang Chuxuan was stunned and reacted as well. Oh, since we've become Dao couples, it's only right that we should go back to meet your parents. Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui looked at each other. The emotions in those eyes could be quite complicated. Although Zhang Chuxuan didn't know what they were struggling with, but intuition told Zhang Chuxuan, these two little ninnies who don't let people worry about them are definitely holding back some bad tricks. Ma Qingqing, I remember you said that your great-grandfather, doesn't he seem to get along very well? Ma Qingqing was stunned and quickly waved her hand. No, how can you not be nice? He's so nice. Zhang Chuxuan did not say a word. The eyes that looked at Ma Qingqing were full of distrust. Under such wise eyes, Ma Qingqing was defeated and told the truth. Well, my great-grandfather wasn't exactly pleasant to be around, but he certainly wouldn't give you a hard time, because it was my great-grandfather who suggested bringing you back to meet your parents. This time, Zhang Chuxuan was a bit surprised and did not refuse. I see. That's no problem. After all, we're all family from now on. Where else can I be embarrassed? From then on, they were family. It's natural for parents to meet. Even if this old lady might not be very nice, Zhang Chuxuan was also prepared to treat people politely. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan agree so painfully, Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing were nonetheless relieved. The expression on that face, instead, became more complicated. Zhang Chuxuan instantly felt that there was a big problem. However, neither of the two little ninjas were going to explain it to him. Then it's only on hold. Anyway, across the board, it's all family. No matter how difficult that old master was to deal with, there was no way he was going to mess with Zhang Chuxuan, right? Zhang Chuxuan no longer bothered to think much about it, but waved at them. Well, you guys come and offer incense to the ancestor too. Don't go thinking about it too much. Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing then breathed a sigh of relief and obediently walked up to follow the incense. Zhang Chuxuan arranged things inside and outside the Heavenly Master's residence. Only then did he pack his bags and follow Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing back to his hometown to please visit his family. Long Ji and Xiao Linglong stayed in the Tianshi mansion to look after the house. Xiao Linglong now lived in the Tianshi mansion and remotely handled matters large and small within the company. Long Ji ate and drank as usual, indulging in cultivation. With the two of them watching over the house, Zhang Chuxuan could also breathe a sigh of relief. Although Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui are cousins, however, due to the early death of their parents, both of them grew up under the protection of their clan members. Old Master Ma, who taught them to cultivate, naturally became the elder they feared. Along the way, Zhang Chuxuan listened to them talk about a bunch of attention matters. Don't ever serve wine to great-grandpa. He can't drink. Never lock eyes with great-grandpa. He'll think it's rude. Zhang Chuxuan listened in a cloudy manner. Even the fun wine that he wanted to buy for Master Ma on the way was abandoned. Come to the horse's door. Zhang Chuxuan really couldn't resist his curiosity and asked a question. What kind of nature does this old Master Ma have? Why are you all so scrupulous? If it weren't for the fact that Elder Ma was an elder that the two daughters respected, he had to mock the fact that there was so much going on anyways. Ma Qingqing sighed softly. It's not easy to tell. Lang Shui pursed her lips and was just about to open her mouth when the door opened abruptly. Zhang Chuxuan looked up, just saw a piece of opulence. A stooped, yet spirited figure of an old man walked towards them. That old man was just as Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing had said. The face was cold and serious, seemingly incapable of the slightest joke. The eyes that looked at the two girls directly told them to retreat, not daring to raise their heads. When it landed on Zhang Chuxuan, that solemn look shifted abruptly. You! In an instant, the guy came flying at him. Zhang Chuxuan's body was tense and even prepared to fight. Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing were also alarmed. They violently rushed to Zhang Chuxuan's body, trying to block it down. Great-grandpa, you calm down. Before they could finish speaking, they were thrown aside by Master Ma. Immediately afterward, Master Ma directly grabbed Zhang Chuxuan's hand and excitedly said, I can finally meet you, Tianshi Zhang. Zhang Chuxuan's taut nerves couldn't help but relax. Hello, so this guy doesn't have a grudge against him. Elder Ma was so excited that he was even more excited to see Zhang Chuxuan than he was to see his two granddaughters. Afterward, the old master couldn't wait to welcome Zhang Chuxuan inside. Go go go, don't stay outside the door. I've prepared tea and snacks. Don't be polite to me. When old Master Ma heard that they had decided to come back, he had prepared everything early. That eager look caused both Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing to be filled with bewilderment. Did great-grandpa ever do this to us before? Not at all. Great-grandpa can be serious. Although he was surprised, Ma Qingqing's heart had expected it. I knew that Tai Grandpa would be so excited to see the Heavenly Master that he wouldn't be able to find his way out. From what Ma Qingqing told Master Ma, Zhang Chuxuan was proficient in formations. Master Ma just couldn't sit still anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that between Ma Qingqing and Zhang Chuxuan at that time, the 8 characters hadn't even started yet. Old Master Ma must have hated to personally set the two of them up together. As soon as Zhang Chuxuan came over, he enjoyed treatment at the level of an emperor. Old Master Ma was usually arrogant. Now afraid that Zhang Chuxuan would be unhappy, he changed his mind to find topics to talk with. The attitude was too enthusiastic, calling Zhang Chuxuan a bit overwhelmed. This isn't quite the same as what Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing and the others said. The old man is too enthusiastic, isn't he? Chapter 152, I don't agree with your marriage. Elder Ma's attitude was beyond Zhang Chuxuan's imagination. Originally, listening to Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing's description, Elder Ma was a serious and dignified elder who did not easily get close to his juniors. Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui both grew up under his strict teaching. Zhang Chuxuan doubted it for a moment. Lang Shui's cool temperament was half inherited from old Master Ma. In the evening, Elder Ma specially organized a banquet for Zhang Chuxuan. The table was full of sumptuous dishes, and looking at Zhang Chuxuan wasn't quite good enough. Well, that's too kind of you. Elder Ma revealed an extremely attentive smile. What do you mean by polite? If a heavenly master comes to your door as a guest, then naturally you should offer all good things. That attentive smile on his face. Even Ma Qingqing and Lang Shui were a bit unable to look at them. Was this the same fierce, unsympathetic grandfather they remembered? It may even make one feel as if one's grandfather is being impersonated. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing were already drunk. They weren't able to handle alcohol, no more so than Zhang Chuxuan and Elder Ma. Straight away, he slumped down on the table and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Chuxuan remained conscious. On his face, not even a trace of scarlet was visible. Anyone who looks at it has to make a comment about how awesome it is. Zhang Chuxuan is not a great drinker. It was just that the yuan qi in his body would quickly break down the alcohol for him. Elder Ma sighed suddenly. This sigh called Zhang Chuxuan's heart to tighten for no reason. What's going on in the good old days? He felt vaguely. Old Master Ma was not as close to him as he appeared to be. Ugh, just happy for my 2 little girls. Even the favor of the Heavenly Master can be obtained. It's just a pity that they are blessed with a weak fortune. Zhang Chuxuan frowned and said bluntly, Elder Ma, if you have anything to say, you can just say it. Elder Ma simply showed his cards as well. The old man thought that you couldn't be together. Zhang Chuxuan set aside his wineglass and immediately felt that the meal was tasteless. He stared at Elder Master Ma, not understanding how the man's attitude had shifted so drastically. Elder Ma, I respect you as Lang Shui and Qingqing's elder, but that doesn't mean you can offend me. If you don't think the 3 of us are right for each other, you have to give me a reason. He made it up, and no matter what reason Mrs. Ma gave, there was no way he could separate from his 2 daughters. Mrs. Ma said directly, Lang Shui's situation. I already know you untied it for her, but Qingqing's, do you know? Zhang Chuxuan was stunned. Inside Ma Qingqing's body, There's still a situation? He hadn't yet slept with Ma Qingqing, and he couldn't count on being clear about what was going on inside her. What's wrong with Green, Mrs. Ma said. She is the next generation heir to the Dragon God's edict of our Ma family, and needs to be kept in a state of completeness. Only then will we be able to use the Dragon God's edict with the young of perfection. If you guys are together, Qingqing will definitely lose the qualification to inherit the Dragon God edict. This was a situation that Zhang Chuxuan did not expect. Ma Qingqing, this little ninny looks like she has a big grin on her face, but in reality, she quietly gave up a lot for Zhang Chuxuan. Since Ma Qingqing was paying for him, how could he ignore Ma Qingqing's pain? There's no need to worry about this matter. Elder Ma, I will have a way to save her. In this world, there are more than enough spells to break the consummation and still be able to use divine powers. After Zhang Chuxuan understood, he no longer complained about Elder Ma's distrust. The Dragon God's Edict was the only divine ability spell that the Ma family could use, passed down from generation to generation. By Ma Qingqing's generation, she was the only one who could use the Dragon God Edict. If anything happens to her, going forward, the Ma clan would only be afraid of completely losing this divine principle Dharma sect. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan's silence, Elder Ma decided in his heart that he would know better. I'm happy to see Qingqing have someone she likes, but the old man can't watch the inheritance break off in my hands, either. There is no other solution to this matter. For the sake of Qingqing, you'd better give up. Suddenly, his words trailed off. Only Zhang Chuxuan was seen waving his hand and pulling out quite a few things. Elder Ma only swept away a single glance and couldn't take his eyes off of it completely. Mana weapons, and all of them are high-level magic weapons? The Ma clan did not just inherit the Dragon God Edict as a divine power Dharma sect, it was also quite proficient in regards to spells. Old Master Ma was the best at refining magic weapons. Now, seeing Zhang Chuxuan calmly pull out so many high-level magic weapons, it's hard not to light up old Ma's eyes. Where did you find so many spells? He wanted to reach out and feel for it, but he couldn't bear to do so. Did you make it yourself? Zhang Chuxuan nodded. Yes, I think one of these things will always be suitable for unlocking Cyan. Elder Ma was instantly shaken in his heart. He stared blankly at Zhang Chuxuan. Where is this kid to solve Ma Qingqing's problem? It was clearly coming to solve his problems. Seeing so many high-level magic weapons, Elder Ma instantly regretted it in his heart. How did you just say so many heavy words to the son-in-law yourself? However, the thought of Ma Qingqing's situation was more important. Elder Ma coughed a few times, resisting the urge to go and fumble with the spells. All of these high-level magic weapons of yours are very good. However, this is still not able to solve Qingqing's matter. Zhang Chuxuan let out an ososebel sound and turned his hand to put back all the high-level magic weapons. Elder Ma's heart was in severe pain, and he gritted his teeth to squeeze out another sentence. But right, rules are dead, people are alive. If you can really refine a magic weapon to replace the Dragon God's Edict, then it's not like you can't be together. Zhang Chuxuan understood what the principle of Ma Qingqing's Dragon God Edict was. Invest in Yuan Qi and ask the Dragon God to part with a portion of his power and give it to the successor on Earth. This Dragon God Edict was the equivalent of a shaker cell phone that could go straight to a god's phone. This cell phone also needs to be combined with the user's own physique in order for it to work smoothly and straight. If Ma Qingqing breaks the body, the phone won't work. The magical powers that have been passed down from generation to generation have been lost, haven't they? Having said that, Zhang Chuxuan still felt that this was not a reason to stop him from being with Ma Qingqing at all. This level of magic weapon, Zhang Chuxuan couldn't have as many as he wanted? If Elder Ma wants it, I can naturally refine it. Only, will you really keep your promise and let Qingqing marry me? Elder Ma nodded repeatedly. That's natural. If you can do it when it's true, that means, between you and Qingqing, it's a fated destiny. Not even the heavenly Tao can stop you. His expression became grave. Not even alcohol could affect his sanity. Zhang Chuxian's heart also had a number. Then you watch. Chapter 153, Refining a High-Level Magic Weapon. You still don't agree? Zhang Chuxian unfolded his hands. Tao surging Yuan Qi erupted within his palm. God's machine 100 refinements. The mind gradually sinks in, and the Yuan Qi instantly transforms with the mind. This handful of hands sobered up old Master Ma. He was proficient in refining magic weapons. Naturally, he also knew that in the Tao of refining weapons, there was a supreme divine ability. The name is Shinji 100 Refinements. This kind of divine magic seems to only appear in legends. Not to mention that no one can inherit it in modern times. Even those famous masters of refining weapons did not see a few of them circulating. But now, such a divine ability as the divine mechanism 100 refinements had unexpectedly appeared right in Zhang Chuxuan's body. Elder Ma looked towards Zhang Chuxian, his eyes narrowing slightly. This guy, when it comes down to it, but maybe it was just a coincidence. Even if one possessed the divine mechanism 100 refinements, one might not be able to hearth refine a high-level magic weapon. There are more than a few examples of geniuses who have great talent but can't use it in the slightest. The next moment, Mrs. Ma silently mouth. Only Zhang Chuxuan was seen swinging his hands up and down. That movement, that stance. With ease, the Yuan Qi was condensed into shape. This kind of maneuver, even old Master Ma might not be able to make it 100%. Yuan Qi quickly condensed within Zhang Chuxuan's palm. Master Ma came to life at once. Brat! This is now the step to manipulate the Yuan Qi and condense the magic weapon in your heart. This step is harder than it looks. After all, going from nothing to something was the most painful thing when refining magic weapons or even cultivating techniques. Even someone as proficient in refining weapons as old Master Ma. It would also be in the midst of deep contemplation when confronted with the condensation of Yuan Qi. Often it is a matter of months of torment with the meta-air. It was only then that he could be blessed with the ability to refine an extremely powerful high-level magic weapon. This kid is definitely stuck in this step and will have a hard time moving forward. Elder Ma was gloating and lamenting. An ordinary cultivator who was able to go this far was already gifted. Zhang Chuxuan had surpassed the vast majority of cultivators. It was just a pity that between him and Ma Qingqing, they were destined to be destined for each other. Not wanting to make things difficult for Zhang Chuxuan, Elder Ma coughed, intending to make a clean sweep. Well, you do possess a refiners. Abruptly, Zhang Chuxuan interrupted him. You still haven't told me what kind of molded magic weapon you want to refine. Elder Ma frowned. The spells mostly follow the heart. Will they not result from what we want? You're a child with great talent. Only your heart isn't quiet enough. Instead, he wanted to give Zhang Chuxuan a leg up. Didn't realize. This kid. Say he's fat and he's gasping for air. If refining can be changed according to what is in the mind, then what's all the suffering that misses? Ma has gone through all these years? Count him patient? Zhang Chuxuan sneered. Apparently, he saw what Elder Ma was thinking. Don't be too surprised. It's just the most basic operation. If Jiangbei Lian couldn't even prepare this for him, then this handful of divine spells was basically nullified. For the first time, Elder Ma felt a deep sense of mockery from a younger generation. He felt uncomfortable all of a sudden. You late generation. Well, you have such a divine ability. What you want to change will naturally be at your will. He'd like to see it. What the hell could Zhang Chuxuan refine? Zhang Chuxuan gazed into the Yuan Qi. Then I'm welcome. He grabbed a handful of the coalesced Yuan Qi. In an instant, refining, 10,000 yuan of air surged instantly. Such a brutal meta-air. At the moment, it was incomparably well behaved in Zhang Chuxuan's hands. There is absolutely no sign of escaping and separating. Instead, it was incomparably properly glued to Zhang Chuxuan's palm. Next moment, Yuan Qi coalesced and took shape in his palm. A rui gradually formed. Just one look made Elder Ma's heart beat wildly. An intermediate level magic weapon? This randomly rubbed and you have an intermediate level magic weapon? In a flash, the coalesced rui disappeared again. Seeing this, Elder Ma was both disappointed and secretly grateful. Alas, the Yuan Qi was not stable enough, which caused the form that had just been condensed to disappear. You still need to practice a bit more. If this kid Zhang Chuxuan could casually refine a high-level magic weapon that he couldn't refine in a year, Mrs. Ma always felt like she would break the big defense. Fortunately, however, Zhang Chuxuan was only ahead of him in terms of strength, really on the experience of smithing. Then naturally it would still have to be the old life of Mrs. Ma. Haven't been happy for a while. Again, he saw the scattered Yuan Qi, recoalescing in his palm. This time, what coalesced in the center of the palm was a jade pendant that was scarlet in color. That one jade pendant took the shape of a dragon. It looks very dominant and majestic. Just look at it. Elder Ma's eyes just couldn't help but flinch. Dragon Qi. I actually felt a trace of dragon Qi from above a magic weapon that has yet to be formed. Among the dragon god's edicts, the attached dragon Qi was the most important medium of connection. But the world has long since disappeared from such legendary divine creatures as dragons. A prototype of a magic weapon that Zhang Chuxuan had casually refined. Surprisingly, it would have a hint of dragon energy? Elder Ma wiped a cold sweat, though he knew he had to lose this time for sure. But on second thought, Zhang Chuxuan wasn't all that impressive. After all, it was just a little bit of dragon energy. The dragon energy needed for the dragon god's edict is not just. Only a burst of Yuan Qi was seen. The dragon shape that enveloped it gradually condensed a constant amount of dragon Qi. Between heaven and earth, thousands of dragon Qi, all arrived here. Just by looking at it, it would already cause Elder Ma to feel deeply shocked. Is this really the kind of power a human being should have? No wonder Zhang Chuxuan is the first division. Dare I say that Zhang Chuxuan simply didn't need to do everything to prepare himself to start refining magic weapons like human refiners. Even dragon Qi, a rare and extremely rare divine chi in the heavens and earth, was able to easily condense and come. Old Master Ma only felt that his life had been completely turned upside down by Zhang Chuxuan. You won. You're even more awesome than I thought. Originally, listening to Ma Qingqing's description, Elder Ma only raised some curiosity and interest. Only now witness it with your own eyes. It was only then that Mrs. Ma felt that she was still too young to be able to make Zhang Chuxuan of the General Directorate of Spiritualism all treat Zhang Chuxuan with respect. Can such a person be any ordinary person? Set. With a low cry from Zhang Chuxuan, all the yuan qi that encapsulated the magic weapon instantly condensed. Then, with a bang, it dispersed. Dao surging dragon qi spread out from it. Elder Ma's eyes lit up with excitement. Not bad. This is a high-level magic weapon. And, it's still a dragon weapon that's filled with dragon qi. Even more so than that, the dragon qi in the Dragon God's Edict was nowhere near as much as what Zhang Chuxuan had refined. Elder Ma couldn't help but look at Zhang Chuxuan. You're too fierce, aren't you? Chapter 154, In-Law's attentiveness goes too far. With such a magic weapon in place, I wonder if the old master can be satisfied. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. That one Dragon God Edict then flew down to old Master Ma's hand. Elder Ma rushed to pick it up with both hands. His hands, even, were trembling vaguely. Gosh, this is really an abundance of dragon energy. Not only was it full of dragon energy, it also possessed an extremely high quality. This is the kind of quality that Master Ma could never build in his lifetime. Zhang Chuxuan faintly said, How is it, old master? This magic weapon, it's still to your liking, isn't it? Elder Ma rubbed the dragon-tattooed vessel. Yes. Then he looked at Zhang Chuxuan, who was calm and relaxed in front of him, not seeing the slightest bit of fatigue. In his mind, the answer was already there. Then the Dragon God Edict. What's really important is still this godly man in front of me. Elder Ma completely lost her earlier resistance to Zhang Chuxuan. Instead, he treated Zhang Chuxuan with respect. Heavenly Master, for you to be able to refine such a divine artifact, you can be considered our Ma family's recreated benefactor. Bang! Elder Ma fell straight to his knees. Don't talk about marrying your daughter. All of us in the Ma family are willing to bow down to you. Zhang Chuxuan raised an eyebrow and reached out to help Elder Ma up. I and Qingqing and Ling Xue have long been married. As such, you are my elder. There's no need to be like this. Elder Ma, however, refused to get up. Heavenly Master, old master, I've never sincerely served many people in my life. You're the only one. The old man is truly convinced. You have truly saved my Ma family up and down. Once upon a time, he had considered the matter of Ma Qingqing's marriage. Once Ma Qingqing married someone else, the Dragon God's Edict would leave him as soon as the perfected body was broken. By then, the entire Ma family's qi, nearly 1,000 years of inheritance, will all be dissipated to nothing. This was also the reason why Elder Ma had always kept a strict guard, not allowing any outside male to approach Ma Qingqing. Now, with Zhang Chuxuan making this move, Mrs. Ma would no longer have to be frightened. To him, Zhang Chuxuan was completely able to afford this kneeling of his. After obtaining the magic weapon, old Master Ma's attitude changed drastically. Facing Zhang Chuxuan, Elder Ma was attentive as if he wanted to marry Zhang Chuxuan himself. Celestial Master, try this. It's a great tonic. Oh Heavenly Master, when will you and Qingqing and Xue be able to hold a kid? Heavenly Master, is this drink enough for you? Old man, I'll fix you some more tough ones. Zhang Chuxuan was a bit overwhelmed. 1 second. It's still camouflaged enthusiasm. In the next second, he went overboard with enthusiasm, almost mesmerizing Zhang Chuxuan. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Chuxuan really couldn't stand his enthusiasm. In 3 or 2 strokes, he got old Master Ma drunk. He asked the servants to take away Elder Ma, and he himself took his 2 daughters back to his room to rest. Passing by a deserted courtyard, his footsteps couldn't help but lurch. He swept a few glances toward the back, wondering, breath is a bit strange. There were many formations laid in the courtyard, obviously not quite right. Despite the array, the treacherous aura of that was still spilling out. It's not like it was unintentional. Instead, it seemed like he was intentionally compelling Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. He tried to reach out and probe. One moment, a brutal force was about to lift him out. Zhang Chuxuan composed his mind. That treacherous force would no longer be able to move him in the slightest. The doubts in Zhang Chuxian's heart deepened. This place really is a bit of a problem. It occurred to me that old Master Ma was not the kind of person who harbored evil intentions. His mind, again, hesitated a little. It's just a matter of waiting until tomorrow when the old master wakes up. I'll just go and ask again. Not to mention, this courtyard is littered with formations. Trying to get into it to find out, it is really a bit difficult. This time, Zhang Chuxuan came to the door as his son-in-law. Whatever is hiding in the yard. That didn't even quite fit him to reveal. Wake up the next day. Zhang Chuxuan then went forward to find Old Master Ma. As soon as Old Master Ma woke up, he sat in the courtyard studying the Dragon God's edict, excited to see Zhang Chuxuan arrive. Ouch! You're here? Sit down. He personally made tea for Zhang Chuxuan. The attentive look was so outrageous that even the passing maids thought it was outrageous. It's thanks to you this time that our Ma family was able to obtain this magic weapon. By the way, I haven't gotten you three a wedding present yet. The Celestial Master has a deep heritage. My Ma family is not as good as the Celestial Master, so I prepared it for Qingqing and Ling Xue. With that, Old Master Ma waved his hand and sent off 2 treasure boxes. Ling Xue has a special physique. This magic weapon has plenty of yang energy. This is for Qingqing. The Heavenly Master can keep it. He came up mysteriously and lowered his voice. I know that girl Qingqing's temperament well, so keep it as a tool for your royal wife. Zhang Chuxuan raised his eyebrows. Rather, I didn't expect that the old husband would personally teach his son-in-law how to hold his own daughter. However, Ma Qingqing was as well behaved as a kitten in front of Zhang Chuxuan. Zhang Chuxuan had never seen Ma Qingqing disobey. Seeing as the old husband's peace of mind, Zhang Chuxuan still accepted it. Then thank you, old master. Elder Ma laughed even more happily. Hey, we'll be a family from now on. And a family doesn't say thank you much. Saying that, Master Ma rubbed his hands together again and asked him excitedly and carefully. By the way, Tianshi, yesterday I saw you refining weapons. That hand is really powerful. Can your old man tell me how you refined your weapon? Old Master Ma considered himself to be the best in the world at refining weapons. However, only after seeing Zhang Chuxuan's techniques with his own eyes. It was then that Elder Ma realized clearly. This lifelong life of refining weapons on his own was surprisingly far inferior to Zhang Chuxuan's by a single point. From within the movements of Zhang Chuxuan's weapon refining, he was surprisingly blessed with an epiphany. Sure enough, it's not the same as watching someone high up make a move. He was instantly inspired. Zhang Chuxuan said bluntly, I'm not sure of the techniques required for refining. I only know that under the divine mechanism 100 refinements, there is no magic weapon that cannot be refined. At those words, the curiosity on Elder Ma's face turned back into surprise. Shinji 100 refinements. You're actually serious about mastering that long-lost divine ability spell? Yesterday when he was watching from the sidelines, Master Ma had a number in mind. I just didn't expect that it would be really such a divine power. Where did the Heavenly Master learn this skill from? I'm offended. I wonder if you'd like to tell me, Mrs. Ma asked out eagerly. It was only then that he reacted to the fact that this was not a good move. He hurriedly covered his mouth. However, the eyes that looked at Zhang Chuxuan were clearly eyeballs of longing. How could Zhang Chuxuan tell him? It's just that I had a feeling in a dream and had an epiphany of such divine power. Elder Ma saw his concealment, but did not continue to pursue the question. So that's how it is. The Heavenly Master is truly a blessed man. The son of heaven's destiny. Chapter 155, The Secret of the Courtyard. Zhang Chuxuan really couldn't stand Elder Ma's excited, attentive quips. Even if Zhang Chuxuan drinks one more mouthful of water, Old Master Ma had to praise him for drinking water like a dragon sucking water. If Zhang Chuxuan has to go to the bathroom, I'm afraid Mrs. Ma is going to catch up with him and compliment him on his tigerish stance. Today, he even made a sudden decision to take them along to pay homage to their ancestor. The ancestors of the Ma family were located in the ancestral hall in unison. Zhang Chuxuan was also clear that this time was a real meeting with the parents. He purposely changed his outfit and accompanied Elder Ma to offer incense to them one by one. Nowadays, Zhang Chuxuan was already the first division. It is a great merit to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Anyone except the ancestor is served by him on incense. That's all the courtesy of a surge in cultivation and a surge in blessings. Seeing that Zhang Chuxuan was willing to join him in offering incense, Elder Ma was also overjoyed. Zhang Chuxuan turned around and caught a glimpse of Ma Qingqing's face not looking too good. What's wrong? Ma Qingqing held her forehead and shook her head. And just as she wanted to speak, she suddenly fainted. Ling Xue hurriedly took her out of the shrine and tested her body temperature. It's hot. The burning question almost burned Cold Snow's hand. She hastily withdrew her hand and looked at Zhang Chuxuan strangely again. I was fine this morning. Why the sudden fever? Zhang Chuxuan was the first to think of last night. Maybe it's a cold from being drunk last night and being out in the wind a lot. Old Master Ma came forward. His face was unprecedentedly ugly. No, in my opinion, she was rejected by the Dragon God Edict. Ling Xue was stunned and subconsciously looked at Zhang Chuxuan. You touched Cyan? Zhang Chuxuan shook his head in wonder. Not really. If one were to say that one had previously moved to cultivate with Ma Qingqing, then after learning about the Ma family, he was never going to touch Ma Qingqing again. Although this is very aggravating to Ma Qingqing, It is better than the Ma family's legacy being broken because of her. Haven't I already given you a replacement? Why? Would the Dragon God Edict still reject Qingqing? Besides, I didn't even touch her. Elder Ma was silent for a long time before he finally opened his mouth. You guys come with me. He took the lead, leading the way for them in silence. Along the way, he arrived at the gate of the courtyard that Zhang Chuxuan had passed by that day. That treacherous aura became thicker and thicker. Even Zhang Chuxuan sensed a hint of strangeness. I've wondered before, what is this thing you have locked up in this yard? Unlike the other courtyards, this one had an aura that reminded him of a demon. For generations, the Ma family has served the Dragon God's edicts. Naturally, it can be called a righteous and famous sect. In any case, it shouldn't be involved with the demon of the abyss. Elder Ma waved his hand and unlocked the Dao formation. The treacherous aura could no longer be hidden. Nearly frantic, the hurricane kicked up and rushed at them head-on. Phew! Zhang Chuxuan quickly struck out, brute and surging yuan qi. Without hesitation, he suppressed all the treacherous hurricanes. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan suppress everything so easily, Elder Ma's face showed a reassuring expression that this was indeed the case. Sure enough, only your yuan qi can suppress. Zhang Chuxian's face, however, became exceptionally ugly. It's about time you told me the truth. What's with the demons in this yard of yours? This was a situation that Zhang Chuxian had never expected. The yard is nonetheless something else. Or the devil. Lang Shui also revealed a surprised expression. Magic? How is this possible? Once upon a time this courtyard was locked up. How could there be a demon? Elder Ma sighed softly. I've never let you guys in before. What else could it be if not a demon? As they speak, the demonic energy inside, again, erupted steeply. This time, it's coming on strong. Almost breaking through the formation and escaping this place. Zhang Chuxian raised his hand. In the center of his palm, incomparably surging yuan qi coalesced. Dao yuan qi, blasted away. For a moment, the world was clear. Since that really is a demon, let's get rid of it quickly. Zhang Chuxian's face was expressionless as he walked straight towards the inside. Unexpectedly, Elder Ma stopped him in his tracks. Wait! Zhang Chuxian sank his face. Old master, what do you mean by that? Are you planning to harbor that evil spirit? He really didn't think about it. He accompanied his two wives back to his mother's house to meet his in-laws. I can't believe I'm in that much trouble. But no harm done. Zhang Chuxian was worried about not being able to finish killing this pile of demons that were hiding. Now that it was delivered to the door, it was treated as a performance for Zhang Chuxian. Lang Shui also said eagerly, what else are you hiding from me, Taizi? Just tell me. Elder Ma sighed softly, as the demonic qi broke through the Dao Grand formation. A figure, too, finally appeared in front of the crowd. It was a face that was extremely similar to Old Master Ma's. Lang Shui's face changed drastically. That's the second master. Old Master Ma said with a grave expression on his face. Not bad. This is my disciple, Meimer, who once upon a time accidentally stepped into the sealed land of the abyss and made a connection with the devil. Since then, it has borrowed demonic qi to refine weapons, although the output is each a high-level magic weapon. But the demonic aura, too, accompanies it, and the demons of the abyss take advantage of this opportunity to walk the earth and commit many transgressions. The old me put all I had to seal in here, relying on none other than the Dragon God's edict. Elder Ma turned her head again, looking at the fainted Ma Qingqing. The Dragon God's edict is also therefore tainted with demonic qi, relying on Qingqing to abate a few points. But now Meimer's demonic qi is even greater, and even the Dragon God's edict can't be suppressed, which is why Cheng has been dragged into the situation. Zhang Chuxian was a bit angry. Why come and tell me now when it's so important? If I had known earlier, this courtyard would have been locked up with a guy who was possessed. Zhang Chuxian must have already beaten this guy flying last night. That way, Ma Qingqing wouldn't have to suffer here. Mrs. Ma sighed deeply. When I think about it carefully, why isn't the Heavenly Master's visit to my Ma family today a providential event? If the heavens had not begged the Heavenly Master to come and give Meimer a ride, perhaps, at this moment, Meimer would have already fled this place. He expended his yuan qi and mind power to imprison the demonized Ma Mo for dozens of years. Long ago, he was already exhausted. It was on this day, the moment when he was about to be unable to bear it, that he waited for Zhang Chuxian. Elder Ma looked back at Zhang Chuxian. Come on, Celestial Master. Let's finish him off together and send my brother Meimer on his way. Strike that. Old Master Ma's body exploded with thick yuan qi all around him. It was as if the surging breath that had consumed decades of his youth. With a roar, Mamoru took the lead and rushed towards Elder Ma. With a wave of his hand, the morose and cold demonic aura then tumbled away. He had wanted to tear everyone apart for a long time. Chapter 156, The Ma family's affairs back then. Slaying the demon head. The rushing demonic chi attacked and instantly struck Elder Ma. He whimpered in pain. Rather, I didn't expect that this guy's power would become so strong. Perhaps too much power has been used up over the years. Today's Elder Ma was no match at all for the firewalking Mymo. Heavenly Master, be careful. The demonic aura on his body has intensified a few more points. Faced with such heavy pressure, Lang Shui didn't even have the courage to raise her head. Damn it, I'm completely out of moves. Mymo took an arrow step and flew to attack in front of Zhang Chuxuan. Roar! He threw a punch, wrapping it in a rushing demonic aura. Zhang Chuxuan didn't duck or dodge. In an instant, golden light burst forth. The rushing demonic aura was reduced to nothing. The golden light was like thunder falling from the sky, easily shattering all the demonic energy. Meimer takes a step back with some trepidation. The demonic aura that lingered around him revealed a pair of eyes. With crimson eyes, he looked Zhang Chuxuan up and down. Celestial Master? It's really a purple-robed Heavenly Master? It doesn't make sense. Didn't the Dao sect lineage fall a long time ago? That demonic chi actually merged into Meimer, borrowing his shell to come back from the dead. This feeling made Elder Ma feel very sick. You devil! Parasitized in my brother's body for so many years. Aren't you going to let him go now? The devil sneered. Spare him? Then our plan will fail. Alas, if it were not for you, I would have used this body to escape and help open the door to the abyss. Elder Ma's eyes were sinister. You caused my brother to be inhuman and silent for so many years. Today, I must accept you. The devil shook his head disdainfully and looked towards Zhang Chuxuan. With you, you don't have that qualification to hold me. Instead, it's this stinking Daoist who deserves my attention. Fixing his eyes, Zhang Chuxuan had long since disappeared from the middle of the original place. The devil was suddenly alarmed. Where are the people? Suddenly, a huge force fell from the sky. On your head. Raising his head fiercely, he offered his monstrous demonic chi forward to confront him, though the devil wasn't slow to react. However, it was still unable to withstand the blasting Dragon Tiger Dharma seal. The Dragon Tiger Dharma seal, wrapped in a thick and magnificent aura, with a terrifying power that cannot be restrained by thousands of evil spirits. Easily, the demon was pinned down. The devil clenched his teeth, only to burrow back into Mamoru's body. Meimer is still human. With him as a shell, he was still able to slightly offset the power of the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal by a few points. Devil Heavenly Gong, break this heaven and earth for me. The demonic aura was monstrous, surging and collecting from the body. Afterwards, it killed towards Lang Shui. Among a group of people, only Lang Shui's realm was the lowest. It was natural for the devil to use her as a breakthrough. Lang Shui was still holding Ma Qingqing in her hand. For a moment, it was not easy for Cold Snow to turn her head and run away. One could only watch as the rushing demonic chi rushed towards him. Phew! The violent hurricane instantly stopped the rushing demonic chi. A figure descended from the sky and suppressed Mamoru's figure. No matter how arrogant the demonic chi was, at this moment, it could not move. Mamoru's eyes were red, and he was dead set on the cold snow in front of him. Just a little bit more to escape this place. Lang Shui also reacted from her fear and offered her magic weapon, directly hitting it. Go to hell! The power of the moonlight wrapped in the magic weapon instantly struck through Mamoru's face. Meimer's flesh was like porcelain breaking, revealing cracks. A devilish chi, too, surged out from it. The human form of the devil coalesced from this. He raised his jaw and looked towards Zhang Chuxuan, who was located high in the sky. Damn stinking Daoist! It's you again who came to spoil my good deed. Zhang Chuxuan visited the high heavens like a god descending. He snorted and the Dragon Tiger Dharma seal in his hand flew over his head. Fly into the high heavens. It turned into a canopy that covered the sky and was immense. It was as magnificent as a mountain top in terms of meta-air. At the moment, blossomed furiously, faced with such heavy pressure. Spare the well-prepared devil. It was also completely in despair. Dead Daoist, even if you kill me now, you won't be able to stop the course of the demon of the abyss. The words just fell. The Dragon Tiger Dharma seal then came down with a bang. Shasta! The devil's head was completely reduced to pieces. Gone! Lang Shui snapped out of her panic. Zhang Chuxuan had returned to her side. Warm voice of comfort. Are you and Qingqing okay? Lang Shui shook her head, her heart palpitating. Just now. Just a little bit short. That devil is going to take over me and escape from this place. Inside her head, still echoing were the last words of the devil before he died. The seal of the abyss was still intact at the moment. Yet, the devil was so confident. It seemed that they should have additionally sought a way to break through the abyssal seal. Heavenly Master, I suspect that there are already quite a few demons lurking in the human world. Just the thought of being among the people you come into contact with on a daily basis. It is highly likely that a demon in disguise will emerge. She got goosebumps all of a sudden. These cunning devils will surely disguise themselves as humans, as they are doing now. At that time, If you want to kill these demons, you'll have to kill even the people together. It's too tricky. Zhang Chuxuan had no worries. No need to worry. I'll take care of it. It wasn't that Zhang Chuxuan hadn't considered her meaning. Without Mamoru's influence, Ma Qingqing also finally regained her senses. She was in a trance. Yet she sensed something strange. My connection with the Dragon God's edict. Why has it faded? She had so many doubts she wanted to ask. But then she saw old Master Ma standing still in the distance. After all the clouds have cleared, Elder Ma was silent and walked straight to the front of the courtyard where Mamer had once existed. After years of perseverance, we are finally waiting for a result today. It was rare to see Elder Ma look so sad. Lang Shui couldn't bear it. The matter of the second grandfather being taken over by a demon is so serious. Why didn't you report it earlier? Even though Elder Ma's depth was so deep that he could suppress Ma Mo, who had been taken over by the demon. But if Zhang Chuxuan hadn't arrived today, I'm afraid the devil is about to kill all of Ma's family and plague this world. At that time, even if their psychic bureau went out, there would still be a lot of trouble. Mrs. Ma sighed softly. Ugh, after all, I did him wrong. Ma Mo and old Master Ma had practiced the art of refining weapons together since they were young. Second brother is not as talented as Master Ma. Again, it's the time when you're young and vigorous, and no one's going to be able to convince anyone of anything. In a fit of anger, he actually listened to the devil's compulsion to obtain the supreme refining talent. It was too late until the truth was later discovered. Mamer has been too deeply corrupted by the devil. Because of the guilt in his heart, Elder Ma had devoted his life to elevating the realm. Not just for the Ma family, but also to suppress that devil, in order to save his brother's life. Upon hearing this, the crowd bowed their heads in silence. Chapter 157, The Truth Comes Out. Kill to the Xianrek Temple. Old Master Ma was afraid that if he reported it, someone would come and destroy Mamer. Zhang Chuxuan was understandable, but he still couldn't accept it. You're still too naive. That's a demon that can break through the seal and escape from the abyss. Zhang Chuxuan's face became extraordinarily solemn. You were able to rely on your own strength to stabilize the devil for so many years. It's true that you are capable, but what about after that? Seeing old Ma's face full of vicissitudes, he shook. Zhang Chuxuan still didn't continue. Mamer is dead. Right or wrong is no longer of any importance. Zhang Chuxuan looked at Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing, who were earthy and gray. After thinking about it, it's better to give them space to process things. Just as well. What you want to do with it afterward is your business. I'll recuse myself. He took a little more time to check the entire Ma family up and down, confirming that there was no leakage of demonic chi, lurking trouble. Only then did he stop his divine sense, though there was no longer any trace of treachery in the horse's house. In Zhang Chuxuan's heart, there was still an uncontrollable uneasiness. It always feels like the problem hasn't been solved yet. Only after the three had found them did Zhang Chuxuan ask them, where did Mamer run into that demon in the first place? Mrs. Ma hemmed and hawed for a moment before she named a location. Both women were shocked. Great-grandfather, that's the Xuanwu temple where the Buddha is. Are you sure? If it's really the Xian Wreckage temple, that means there's another problem in the Buddhist sect. Elder Ma nodded discreetly. That's where I captured the demonized Mamer. As for that bunch of vultures, they dare not come to ask the old man for someone. But the old man has a vague feeling that, over the years, the Buddhist sect has always had people watching around the Ma family. A trance-like expression appeared on Lang Shui and Ma Qingqing's faces. Originally, they thought they were clean in their homes and had nothing to do with the devil. Unbeknownst to me, there was more than just a demon hiding in the house. Even the Buddhists are quietly watching. Their faces were even uglier as they slumped in their chairs. Speechless, Master Ma sighed deeply. I know, this is hurting you guys. Zhang Chuxuan waved his hand. The wood has been turned into a boat, so there is no need to mention the past. What is important today is the Buddhist sect. Lang Shui also hurriedly nodded her head. Right, Tai Grandpa. Quickly tell me if that Buddhist sect's people have ever come to confront you? Elder Ma nodded. Yes, naturally. People from the Buddhist sect had come to him a long time ago, claiming the devil. Naturally, Mrs. Ma refused to do so, biting the dust that there was no such person in the family. If not for the fact that even the Buddhist sects united couldn't beat the old Ma back then, and he didn't dare to alert the psychic bureau, lest the matter of keeping devils be discovered prematurely. The matter of Mamer could not be hidden for so many years. Elder Ma looked at Zhang Chuxuan. That bald ass who came to me for Mamer in the first place was Xian Rek Buddha. Zhang Chuxuan was shaken. Buddha? He hadn't heard the name, but as soon as I heard it, I felt the malice of the world sweep over me. This guy, he's definitely not simple. Lang Shui winced. I heard that Xian Rek Buddha was deeply wounded and did not leave Xian Rek Temple for many years, but the devil came out of his temple. In Ma Qingqing's mind, she also reacted. It seems that he was injured by destroying the Abyssal seal. It looked like things were about to come to fruition. But you cut him off. Tai grandpa. My old master also looked back. Cannot help but let out a bitter smile. According to this, I've done a little bit of good, I guess. Tai grandpa. Zhang Chuxuan still had a few doubts. The name of Buddha is not even worthy of the Golden Light Temple. So how is that man worthy of it? If it were truly a Buddha, would he have willingly allowed the Xianrek temple to lie dormant for years? After saying that, Zhang Chuxuan had an epiphany. The bald donkey definitely wouldn't be convinced. So he poured his life's work into opening the Abyssal seal and letting the demon aid him. That demon has already been killed by me. They must have shifted their target and started seeking other demons. He rose violently, a fierce light in his eyes. That's just it. Instead of making wild speculations here, why don't we just go to the Xianrek temple and end his lair? Lang Shui stopped Zhang Chuxuan at once. This matter is not proper. It's better to wait until I report it to the psychic bureau. Ma Qingqing agreed. With the Ma clan's commotion being so great and the leakage of demonic energy, it must have already attracted the attention of the Buddhist sect. They must have sent quite a few people to gather at the Xianrekage temple, and with only a handful of us, we'll definitely be wiped out if we go there. Zhang Chuxuan shook his head. It doesn't have to be that much trouble. He alone was able to take care of most of the trouble. The Buddha of the Xianrekage temple. Zhang Chuxuan had also long wanted to challenge it. After all, with all that had happened, the influence of this so-called Buddha was surely inseparable from behind the scenes. Seeing Zhang Chuxuan being so persistent, Long Shui and Ma Qingqing did not say anything more. Elder Ma looked grave and got up. This matter started because of me. If the Heavenly Master insists on going, then let the old man accompany him. Before Zhang Chuxuan could open his mouth, Elder Ma blocked it. Don't deny me, Celestial Master. I also want to make a tiny bit of amends for a mistake I made years ago. Zhang Chuxuan nodded and added to Long Shui and Ma Qingqing. You guys wait here until we get back, and contact the psychic bureau on the way. He didn't intend to bring the two girls with him, lest he cause trouble. By letting them stay here to contact the psychic bureau, Zhang Chuxuan could also feel a little more at ease. The two women were naturally upset and immediately wanted to follow. However, considering their lack of combat power, they still suffocated and stayed behind. Citing their departing backs, the two women had a hard time in their hearts. Sure enough, we still have to raise our realm as soon as possible. Inside the temple of the Genghis Khan, there are no longer any ordinary monks to be seen here. They turned into corpse water and splattered all over the place. Only the Buddha remains in the position of the Supreme Being. Only, he looked in much better shape. The devil who fell in Ma's house back then is finally out. If it weren't for that old thing obstructing the way a few times, Lao Di could have recovered from his injuries and broken through the first layer of the heavenly gate much earlier. He grumbled more and more in his mind. Only the power surging up and down his circumference could soothe his ache. However, it doesn't matter anymore. With such power, in the future, why worry about not being able to fight against that door? The Buddha stood up and easily flew to the edge of the lotus pond, the abyssal seal that hides it. At the moment, it's surging and rolling. The demon inside can't wait to break through the seal. Buddha smiled grimly. Alas, one can't really think that Lao Di intends to help you guys, right? The old lineage keeps you all, but only wants to use you to restore itself. That devil escaped so quickly back then, seizing the Ma family and trying to escape my control by using his human body. But isn't he still dead now? Now, settle that little Taoist monk. The old line will be able to rest on his laurels.